Transmigrating into a world where everyone changes classes, I awakened the universally recognized trash tier class Necromancer. No burst damage, a fragile body, and summons that are nothing but cannon fodder? Sorry, but my SSS rank talent, Life Resonance, not only allows me to infinitely stack my maximum HP, but also adds true damage to all attacks based on the enemy's missing health. When others are busy kiting to dodge skills, I stand still and face tank the boss's ultimate move. When others are dealing chip damage, my skeleton soldiers are one-shotting gods. You say necromancers are squishy? Take a look at my health bar, which is longer than the boss's, and say that again. Blue Planet, Xia Country, Binjiang number 1 High School. The square was bustling with noise, but the sounds in my ears were blurry. The memories in my mind were being crushed and reconstituted like soybeans in a blender. The motion sickness like nausea nearly made me vomit. Zhang Fan, rare class, win night. An ethereal mechanical voice boomed, accompanied by a flash of blue light, and the crowd instantly boiled over with excitement. I took a deep breath. The memory fusion was finally complete. I had transmigrated. And not to some ancient harem setting, but to a crazy world where games merged with reality, monsters ran rampant, and everyone underwent class changes. Lin Chen, Zhang Fan actually got a rare class. As expected of your deskmate. A soft sensation pressed against my arm. I turned my head to see a delicate but slightly snobbish face Lu Ruyan. She was the school's recognized beauty queen, and in the original owner's memories, the girl who clung to him relentlessly. The reason was simple: my spiritual power test before crossing over was a staggering 108, breaking the school's founding record. Everyone was certain I would awaken a hidden class. Lin Chen, good luck. Lu Ruyan clenched her small fist, her eyes full of anticipation. The broadcast called my name. Ignoring her, I walked straight up to the awakening platform. I pressed my palm against the cold crystal ball. 5 seconds later, a faint blue light shimmered. Lin Chen, common class, necromancer. The teacher's voice carried a note of regret. The crowd below erupted into an uproar, followed by whispers. What a pity. Such high spiritual power, yet he turned out to be a necromancer. That's a sewer tier class. Before they develop, they're as fragile as paper. Their skeletons aren't even as strong as stray dogs. Expressionless, I walked down from the platform. When I returned to the class area, Lu Ruyan was already gone. In the distance, the broadcast sounded again with an impassioned voice. Lu Ruyan, hidden class, or a master. At that moment, I saw her jump up in excitement and then turn to throw herself into another boy's arms. Zhai Bing, a rich second-generation kid who had just awakened the rare class ranger. TSK, what a realistic script. My best friend beside me, Zhang Fan, patted my shoulder. Ah Xian, don't mind it. Necromancers are weak early on, but as long as you can turtle up and survive, you'll be a daddy in the late game. By the way, for the college entrance exam in a week, are you choosing the liberal exam or the martial exam? Martial exam, I answered calmly. Martial exam? Zhang Fan froze. Even Zhai Bing, who was hugging Lu Ruyan not far away, couldn't help but sneer aloud. Lin Chen, are you crazy? A common class taking the martial exam is suicide. Looks like the shock hit you pretty hard, Zhai Bing said with a face full of superiority. Lu Ruyan averted her gaze, not daring to look at me. Lin Chen, although we had a good relationship before, the gap between our classes is too big now. The martial exam is dangerous. Don't be impulsive. I couldn't be bothered to explain. I simply silently opened the attribute panel that only I could see. Just a moment ago during the awakening, a golden light had nearly blinded me. Name, Lin Chen. Class, Necromancer. Talent, Life Resonance SSS rank. Effect 1, defense is reduced to 0, but every point of mana consumed permanently increases maximum HP by an equal amount. Effect 2, when dealing damage, an additional amount of true damage equal to 5 of the enemy's missing HP is inflicted. Looking at these two traits, I almost laughed out loud. Defense reduced to 0? In the face of an infinitely stacking health bar, defense means nothing. True damage? This meant that no matter how much health a boss had, as long as they weren't at full health, my skeletons would hit like trucks. Among billions of people globally, there were only 2 known SS grade talents. Now, I was the third. Necromancers are weak? That's other people. In my hands, it is the undead scourge. Bidding farewell to the worried Zhang Fan, I turned and went to the shops, spending all my savings. I didn't buy equipment or weapons. I only bought a pile of the cheapest mana regeneration potions and a trash skill book usable by all classes mana barrier. Returning to my rental apartment, which was less than 20 square meters, I immediately learned the skill. Skill, Mana Barrier LV1. Effect, consumes 15 mana to generate a weak shield. Cooldown, 3 minutes. This was the god tier skill I needed. I raised my staff and cast the skill. A faint transparent film covered my body. Consumed 15 mana. Talent triggered, max HP 15. Excellent. I then cast my class skill, Summon Undead. 2 pale skeleton soldiers crawled out with a clatter. Consumed 10 mana. Talent triggered, max HP 10. Watching the numbers jump on the panel, I felt like I had opened the door to a new world. Others leveled up by killing monsters. I leveled up by AFK spamming skills. As long as I had mana, my health bar had no limit. For the next day and night, aside from eating and using the bathroom, I stayed in my room frantically casting skills. Drink mana potion, cast shield, drink mana potion, summon skeleton. By late night on the second day, my eyes were bloodshot but my spirit was abnormally high. I opened the panel. HP 3015. At just level 1, my HP had already surpassed that of a level 5 field boss. That's about enough. I clenched my fist. This amount of HP was a dimensional strike in the novice zone. I took my last few bottles of potions and headed to the novice trial dungeon under the cover of night. The dungeon entrance was still bustling, with endless shouts looking for teams. A class like Necromancer was usually unwanted unless I paid someone to carry me. Lin Chan? A skinny figure leaned over. It was my classmate Su Wen, a rogue. Going in alone? Want me to talk to my team and bring you along? Su Wen asked kindly. The tall captain beside him glanced at me. Necromancer? I can carry you, but it's 5,000 gold coins. No need, I'm used to being alone, I refused with a smile. The tall guy sneered. Don't play the lone wolf if you have no money. Don't scream for help later when a big-eared rabbit bites you to death. I ignored him and stepped straight into the teleportation array. Light shifted before my eyes and I appeared on a vast plain. A few level 1 big-eared rabbits were grazing. I waved my staff. Come out, my children. 10 skeleton soldiers quantity doubled after skill upgrade charged forward with bone blades. First cut 5. Second cut talent true damage triggered 50 big-eared rabbit at half health. Third cut instant kill. This damage. I sucked in a breath of cold air. The skeleton soldiers, originally tickle machines, had turned into executioners under the buff of life resonance. As long as the monster lost a single drop of blood, the subsequent damage multiplied geometrically. I steamrolled through everything. Big-eared rabbits, iron-skin pigs, even elite monsters, none lasted more than 3 seconds in front of my skeleton army. Experience soared, and my level rapidly rose to level 4. Just then, a scream came from ahead. Run! The boss went berserk. A massive leader-tier big-eared rabbit leaped out from the grass, its red eyes locked onto a teen fleeing in panic. Leading the teen was a beauty with short hair and red clothes. She shouted anxiously, "Student ahead, get out of the way. That's a level 5 boss." I paused for a moment. Just as I was about to command the skeletons, the rabbit leaped high into the air, smashing down toward me like a cannonball. It's over. The girl in red covered her eyes. A full-force strike from a level 5 boss meant instant death for a squishy mage. Boom! Dust filled the air. Student! The girl in red rushed over with her team, her face full of guilt. Are you, The dust settled. I patted the dust off my robe. A number floated above my head, 105. Looking at my health bar, only a sliver of skin was missing. That's it? I raised an eyebrow. Dead silence surrounded us. The girl in red widened her eyes, looking at me like I was a monster. You didn't die? Are you a necromancer or an armored guardian? Before she could react, my 10 skeleton soldiers had already surrounded the beast. This boss had lost a fair amount of health from their earlier attacks, which was perfect for triggering my maximized true damage. Slash, slash, slash. After a few flashes of white light, the majestic boss let out a wail and collapsed. Dead. Successfully killed leader tier big-eared rabbit. Experience 1000. I picked up a green robe dropped on the ground and checked the stats. Reduces cooldown by 10. Good stuff. I put it on immediately. The girl in red finally snapped back to reality, stuttering, the boss counts as your kill, the loot is yours. But can I ask? Are you really just a necromancer? Guaranteed genuine. I smiled, turning to leave with my skeleton army. Thanks, that was a nice pull. Leaving a group of people standing messy in the wind behind me. A boss with over 900 HP got deleted in 2 seconds? And he tanked a hit and barely lost a sliver of health? Is he not afraid of death? Having tasted the sweetness, I became even more unscrupulous. Deep in the core area of the dungeon, I ran into my classmate Suwon again. The kid was hiding in a corner gnawing on roast meat. Lin Chen. There are 2 bosses ahead together. A demon claw frog and an iron skin pig. It's too sick. No one dares to go over, Suwon complained. 2 of them? My eyes lit up. Bidding farewell to Suwon, I quickly sneaked over. Sure enough, by the river, 2 behemoths were gathered together. For an ordinary squad, accidentally pulling 2 bosses meant a total party wipe. But for me, this was double the happiness. My health was now approaching 10,000. Get them! At my command, 20 skeleton soldiers' summon quantity increased with level swarmed forward. Combat erupted instantly. The demon clawfrog's tongue lashed onto me with electric sparks, and the iron skin pig smashed into me like a truck. 150. 200. It hurt a little, but that was it. I didn't even bother drinking a health potion. To my current health bar, this damage was like being bitten by a couple of mosquitoes. On the other hand, the health bars of the two bosses were plummeting like flowing water under the gang beating of the true damage skeletons. Is this a stat check crush? I stood in place, even finding time to cast a mana barrier to stack my max HP. 1 minute later, two wails sounded almost simultaneously. Congratulations on successfully subjugating the 3 great novice bosses. Reward, Skill Book Undead Covenant, Skill Points 4, Epic Magic Card Power of Lightning. My pupils contracted sharply. A purple epic magic card? This was a priceless treasure. I quickly checked the attributes. Magic card, Power of Lightning Epic. Effect, bind to a skill, causing it to carry a lightning paralysis effect when released. If I bound it to summon undead, wouldn't that mean every one of my skeleton soldiers would have attacks that came with electric paralysis? Infinite crowd control flow. I couldn't help but snap my fingers. That's just cheating. Exiting the dungeon and returning home, I immediately equipped the magic card and used the newly obtained skill points to raise Summon Undead to level 4. Now, I could summon 32 skeletons, each carrying true damage and paralysis. Looking at the nearly 20,000 HP on my attribute panel, I knew the novice period was over. For the next few days, I was going to make the name Junbu Jian resound throughout Zheng City. The last 3 days before the college entrance exam were the critical period for sprinting levels. Zheng City's dungeon hall was overcrowded. Look, that necromancer went into a dungeon again? TCH, what's the use of a common class trying so hard? Their upper limit is locked. Ignoring the discussions around me, I arrived in front of the Goblin Castle dungeon. This was a level 5-10 dungeon, divided into normal, hard, hell, nightmare, and world-ending difficulties. The clear records had always been dominated by elite teams from major guilds. I put on a mask and entered a temporary alias Junbu Jian. Do you not see? Select difficulty, world ending. With a flash of white light, I entered the dungeon. Hordes of elite goblins charged over. They possessed high attack power and abnormal defense. But in front of my paralyzing skeleton army, they didn't even get a chance to attack. Zap! Zap! Chain lightning jumped through the mob. The goblins convulsed all over, massive true damage numbers popping up above their heads. I walked through as if strolling in my own backyard, pushing straight to the boss room. The Goblin King, a terror to countless newcomers, turned into a twitching target dummy the moment he was surrounded by 32 skeleton soldiers. From entering to clearing, it took only 9 minutes. Congratulations to player Junbu Jian for breaking the Goblin Castle world-ending clear record. Original record 45 minutes 20 seconds. Current record 9 minutes 12 seconds. The crystal screen in the entire dungeon hall suddenly glowed red. Everyone stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the scrolling blood-red text. Am I seeing things? 9 minutes? World-ending difficulty? Which big shot came to smoothen the fish pond? Solo clear? That's unscientific. However, this was just the beginning. For the next 3 hours, the broadcast didn't stop. Nightmare record refreshed. Hell record refreshed. Hard. Normal. The number 1 spot on all 5 leaderboards was replaced by a single name Junbu Jian. 5 boards first place. A total sweep. By this time, I had already quietly exited the dungeon hall, hiding my identity and fame. Just as I walked to the hall entrance, I saw my cousin Su Yunyun and cousin Su Shan. Su Shan was a university student studying out of town, and right now, he was talking to a man wearing leather armor. Ah, Xian. Su Shan saw me and introduced me somewhat awkwardly. This is Su Fu, an elite from the White Sand Guild, and also the runner-up in our city's martial exam last year. The man named Su Fu looked me up and down. Seeing the lack of glowing effects on my equipment, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. You're the cousin who insists on taking the martial exam? Su Fu sneered. Clearly a squishy necromancer, yet you insist on playing the hero. I originally thought you were a genius, but turns out you're a fool who doesn't know his place. Su Shan, this relative of yours disappoints me. Su Shan's face looked ugly. He was about to speak, but I stopped him. There was no point in arguing with this kind of self-righteous genius. Whether I'm a fool or not, we'll find out on the day of the exam, I said lightly, turning to leave. Behind me came Su Fu's cold laugh. Doesn't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth. Don't cry when you die in the exam arena. Returning home, I locked my door. Today's dungeon first clears gave me over a dozen treasure chests, which I had resisted opening until now. Metaphysics won't change bad luck, money won't change destiny, but in the face of absolute luck, everything else is just floating clouds. I rubbed my hands together and opened all the world-ending chests in one breath. Golden light. More golden light. Obtained, Goblin Magic Ring Epic Purple. Obtained, Magic Card Lucky Revolver Epic Purple. Double purple drop. I picked up the ring emitting a purple gloom, my hands trembling. This ring had a god tier attribute mana reflux, restores 1 mana per minute. With it, I became a perpetual motion machine, able to stack HP continuously for 24 hours a day. I looked at the Lucky Revolver magic card. Its effect was a chance to trigger multicrit on attacks. Su Fu, was it? Martial exam runner-up, was it? I put on the ring and looked at the brilliant neon lights outside the window, the corner of my mouth hooking into a cold sneer. Current me, health breaking 20,000, possessing infinite crowd control, true damage, and multicrits. The college entrance exam in 3 days. I will let everyone know what a true undead scourge looks like. And that dominance on the leaderboards by Jun Bujian? That was just a small shock I prepared for this world. Equipment, Goblin Magic Ring Quality, Epic Effect, Magic Attack 20, Mana 50, Spirit 5 Attribute, binds 1 skill, reduces cooldown by 20 assembly requirement, level 5 or above Magic Profession. Unfortunately, it can only reduce the cooldown of a single skill. A 20% cooldown reduction alone could sell for 100,000 gold in the trading hall. Too bad it only targets a single skill. Fortunately, the rings, bracelets, and wristbands for professionals can wear too. Lin Chen put on the ring. With that, along with the ring that increases mana regeneration, Lin Chen's beginner phase rings could be considered complete. At least I won't need to change them before level 50. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Chen didn't dawdle for the rest of the time. He checked the attributes of the 2 magic cards. There are many types of magic cards: skills, equipment, attributes, items, pets, mysteries, and so on. The Dragon's Spittle and Lucky Revolver magic cards both belong to the item type. The effect of Dragon's Spittle is very simple. Once equipped, it grants a skill that does not occupy a skill slot. After activating the skill for 2 hours, it can avoid the active attacks of monsters that are within 10 levels higher. The skill can only be activated once a day and can be used 100 times. It's quite average, but very practical for beginners. Lin Chen chose not to equip it. He needed to level up now and couldn't afford to waste encounters with monsters. As for the Lucky Revolver, Lin Chen felt it was his strongest item after the Talent and Lightning Power magic cards. Magic card, Lucky Revolver type, item quality, epic level, LV1 effect. After equipping, gain a revolver. After shooting, receive a brief luck boost. Note, the Lucky Revolver refreshes 1 bullet each month, with a maximum storage of 6 rounds. Luck, charm, and sin value. These are the 3 major hidden attributes of professionals. They are very difficult to obtain but are extremely powerful and important. Luck pertains to all matters related to the professional. With high luck, one might go out to hunt a regular monster and end up looting epic or even higher quality legendary gear. Charm relates to the opportunities of the professional. During dungeon runs, charm may influence the professional's ability to trigger certain hidden mechanisms. It also affects the quality of pets captured or summoned by the professional. As for sin value, whether active or passive, it only increases by killing other professional players. Once it reaches a certain level, the name cannot be hidden and the player will be in a red name state, unable to enter the main city. Of course, killing red-named players can also yield all their equipment. This hidden value prevents professionals with extraordinary abilities from killing indiscriminately. After all, the area outside the city is still not suitable for human survival. Monsters respawn quickly after being killed, unless one can command many people to patrol continuously. After finishing opening the treasure chests, Lin Chen equipped his purple magic card and green attribute magic card. Out of the 8 empty card slots, he had already equipped 4 attribute cards, 1 skill card, and 1 item card. He did not use the Dragon's Spittle magic card but took it with him all the way to the trading hall. He consigned all the extra equipment, magic cards, and materials he had. In less than 10 minutes, all transactions were completed. A total of 130,000 gold was credited. 130,000 may be a considerable sum for others, but Lin Chen still felt it wasn't enough to spend. He needed to cast spells continuously, and the mana consumption was very high. The price of mana potions wasn't cheap either. Glancing at his backpack, he saw that the 2 sets of potions he bought before entering the dungeon yesterday had dwindled to just a dozen bottles. Lin Chen bought 70,000 in mana potions and 30,000 in health potions. Then, he took out the Secret Realm Scroll. The Secret Realm Scroll does not allow immediate entry into the secret space upon opening. Instead, it provides a coordinate. Usually, this coordinate appears near the main city where the Secret Realm Scroll was obtained. Therefore, Lin Chen needed to head outside the city. However, he was about to reach level 10, needing only to clear 1 dungeon to achieve it. After reaching level 10, he could unlock new skills and skill slots. This was crucial for beginner professionals. So, Lin Chen didn't rush. Instead, he turned to the entrance of the Goblin Castle dungeon and entered the highest difficulty, the world-destroying level dungeon. About 20 minutes later, Lin Chen emerged from the dungeon, successfully leveling up to level 10. Level 10 marks the first transformation for novice adventurers. At this juncture, ordinary professions can choose one of two options on the skill tree to learn a new skill. Rare and hidden professions can choose one of three. Lin Chen opened his panel and allocated his free attribute points to Spirit. He opened the skill tree panel. A massive blue-black tree appeared before him. This was the skill tree. At this moment, two blue dots on the skill tree were glowing. Lin Chen checked them one by one. Skill: Corpse Explosion Effect. Control your summoned minion to self-destruct, dealing 100 spell damage to all enemy units within range. Note, the Corpse Explosion skill has no cooldown and no cost. Skill: Bone Spike cooldown. 2 minutes mana cost. 20 effect. Summon bone spikes at a designated location. Before he could finish reading the second skill, Lin Chen directly chose the Corpse Explosion skill. This was the core of the Necromancer. After level 5, Corpse Explosion could unlock skill traits, allowing him to control other corpses on the battlefield to explode. There was no reason not to learn it. Lin Chen didn't expect to be so lucky to have it refreshed early. It was said that many adventurers who reached level 100 didn't have it. Now the cooldown for summoning the undead has been reduced to 2 minutes. The summoned skeletons are walking bombs. Thinking of this, Lin Chen allocated all 5 of his skill points to summon undead. Then, he bound the effect of the Goblin Magic Ring to the Summon Undead skill. Now, the Summon Undead skill had been upgraded to level 5. He could summon 32 skeleton soldiers at a time. The cooldown time was only 2 minutes and 7 seconds. If I have enough mana, I could probably clear all novice dungeons just with this skill. With everything ready, Lin Chen prepared his supplies and headed outside the city. Jiang City is located in the central southern part of the Summer Kingdom and was once known as a land of fish and rice. Before the Great Catastrophe, the terrain here was flat, with a dense network of waterways. After the catastrophe, various plants grew wildly, and the environment changed drastically. Many small lakes turned into swamps. Because of this, vehicles were not very useful outside the city. However, once adventurers reach level 50, they can tame and recruit mounts. For now, he could spend money to ride out of the city. Lin Chen glanced at the coordinates on the Secret Realm scroll. It was about 70 kilometers from the main city. Given his current physical condition, he could probably reach it in about 2 hours. There was no need to spend money on a mount. However, at the city gate, rows of adventurers riding white tigers, lions, and black panthers made Lin Chen feel envious. They looked really cool. This intensified his desire to level up. I must level up. But after level 50, should I go tame a white tiger or a cheetah, or should I tame an iron-eating beast? Thinking of that black and white iron-eating beast made Lin Chen a bit restless. After exiting the city gate, he immediately summoned 32 skeleton soldiers and headed towards the location indicated by the Secret Realm scroll. After that, Lin Chen did not summon too many skeleton soldiers. The level distribution of monsters outside the city was not uniform. If he made too much noise, he was worried about attracting monsters that were too high in level. Kill Shadow Cat Demon, experience 30. Kill Zombie, experience 30. Successfully released Magic Barrier, life limit 30. Everything went smoothly. And Lin Chen quickly arrived at the scroll's location. It was at the edge of a lake. Lin Chen looked around and saw no one else. He simply clicked to use it. A tumtor-high oval door appeared in the void ahead. Inside the door was a swirling blue vortex. Lin Chen leaned forward, ready to enter. The next moment he froze in place. This Secret Realm scroll actually required at least 2 people to enter. Where am I supposed to find someone? Lin Chen frowned and looked at the undead contract in his skill bar. Could it be that he had to contract a monster nearby? But he had just seen the monster encyclopedia last night. Within 100 kilometers of Jiang City, there was nothing suitable. He had originally thought about entering the secret realm of the scroll to take a look. Just then, as Lin Chen was contemplating his strategy, 2 beams of light suddenly flashed not far away. Following that, the figures of 2 women appeared. One of the women in a fiery red bodysuit. Upon seeing Lin Chen, exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Chen, what are you doing here?" Recognizing the visitor, Lin Chen temporarily put away the scroll. The woman in red was none other than the fiery-tempered girl he had encountered in the Novice Secret Realm. Her name was Shin Hongying, a student from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. As for the other woman beside the girl in red, Lin Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. The woman had a delicate face and an air of coolness about her. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to shimmer with a silver hue. Her eyes were a rare silvery white, as if they contained boundless icy depths. She wore a light blue waist-length robe with gold trim, and her slender legs peeked out from beneath the robe. The entire person exuded a chilling aura that seemed to repel others. Such a cool image and attire immediately brought to mind an ice element mage. In fact, that was indeed the case. Lu Qinghan, a hidden profession. Frost sorceress. Perhaps Lu Qinghan did not know him, but Lin Chen recognized her. Lu Qinghan was very famous among high school students. This was not only because she was the daughter of the deputy city lord but also because she had the highest mental power among this year's graduates in Jiangcheng. Lin Chen's mental power was measured at 108 before his awakening, breaking the historical record of Binjiang No. 1 high school. However, Lu Qinghan had broken the highest record in the entire city, with a mental power value of 120. Lin Chen. Shen Hongying in the fiery red outfit waved at Lin Chen with a smile, walking over with the other woman. One was as cold as ice, the other as warm as fire. Lin Chen smiled back in greeting. After the three introduced themselves, Shen Hongying pointed to Lin Chen's left hand. Lin Chen, is that a secret realm scroll? Yes, a level 10 secret realm scroll. After Lin Chen responded, he recalled the scene of the two appearing and asked, "Did you just come out of the secret realm?" "Yes." Shen Hongying answered, pouting and sighing. "I thought with Qinghan here, it would be a sure win. But in the end, there were too many elite monsters and we couldn't clear it." As she said this, she took a couple of steps forward with a smile. "Lin Chen, I saw you standing still just now. Is this secret realm limited to the number of entrants? What do you think, should we team up?" Upon hearing this suggestion, Lin Chen looked at the secret realm scroll in his hand. This secret realm entrance had a limit on the number of entrants. At least 3 people were required to form a team to enter. At this moment, there were no other people around. "It seems I need to use my skill to contract a magical creature soon." After a moment of thought, Lin Chen agreed. He initiated a team, and the 2 women joined. Once the 3 were in a team, Shen Hongying naturally began to arrange things. "Once we enter the secret realm, they'll attract the aggro and gather the wild monsters in front. Lin Chen, you can command the skeletons to share the burden for me, and as for Qinghan, you focus on control and look for opportunities to attack." Shen Hongying explained the tactics clearly, effectively utilizing each of their professional advantages. "But I'm the team leader, this should be my line." Lin Chen scratched his head. Teaming up with them was really just to open a door. As for the strength of the wild monsters inside, Lin Chen didn't think his skeletons could withstand them. "Lin Chen, the secret realm scroll is yours. If we follow the normal distribution, the scroll owner takes half the rewards and the rest is divided among the others. But we don't lack resources for now, mainly, we need experience. So everything will be yours. And if there are any suitable items for us, we can buy them." Shen Hongying had seen Lin Chen's strength and knew he was a very hard-working person. After all the arrangements, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. After all, without these 2, he wouldn't even be able to enter this secret realm. "All right." Lin Chen nodded and activated the scroll. A portal of time and space appeared. Everyone dove in. As soon as they entered the secret realm, Lin Chen skillfully cast a magical barrier around himself and summoned skeleton soldiers. "Be careful, there are skeleton monsters." "No, that's my summon." Lin Chen hadn't finished speaking when a fiery red figure dashed out. Fortunately, it had heard his words and stopped attacking. However, the skeleton soldier that had been knocked back stood up looking unsteady. I didn't expect you to cast spells so quickly," Shen Hongying said, scratching her head awkwardly, then continued, "But your skill is already level 5? You can summon so many skeleton soldiers at once?" Lin Chen nodded, wanting to say something more. Beside him, Lu Qinghan raised her staff and released a skill at a distance. Crack crack where the skill landed. Ice patterns formed. Immediately, 2 cat demons appeared. Shadow cat demon, skill, stealth. Just now, they had almost been ambushed. At this moment, the cat demon's stealth was interrupted and it screeched as it pounced towards the 3. Lin Chen waved his hand and 32 skeleton soldiers instantly charged forward. 10, 11 in an instant, the 2 cat demons were taken down. Successfully killed Shadow Cat Demon, experience 92, obtained Cat Demon Teeth 5. Successfully killed Shadow Cat Demon, experience 90, obtained Cat Demon Eyes 2. Indeed, double experience. Lin Chen saw the panel notification and nodded silently. According to the distribution ratio among the 3, the experience wasn't too bad. "It seems I need to upgrade the undead contract skill. If I contract more magical beasts, I can solo dungeons in secret realms that have entry restrictions in the future." Lin Chen thought to himself, shifting his gaze back to the secret realm. At this moment, as the cat demons died, other magical creatures began to surge around them. The secret realm scroll, also known as the Old Shadow. The magical creatures inside were numerous and powerful. Of course, the experience was abundant and the drop rates were high. Shen Hongying and Lu Qinghan were both seasoned fighters. They quickly coordinated with Lin Chen. However, it wasn't the cooperation they had agreed upon before entering the secret realm. Instead, Shen Hongying gathered the monsters together, and Lu Qinghan used skills to deal area damage. Lin Chen commanded one skeleton to use corpse explosion. The rest of the skeleton soldiers charged in to trigger their talent effects. 2 strikes took down one monster. Just like that, the 3 of them pushed forward effortlessly. Soon, they reached the depths of the secret realm. Here, they encountered mostly elite monsters. Lin Chen summoned 2 more waves of skeleton soldiers. Over 90 skeleton soldiers marched forth like a legion. Facing these powerful elite monsters, they cut through them like chopping vegetables. There was no difference from before when they killed ordinary monsters. Even against high health, low health magical beasts, Lin Chen's talent effect, which dealt 5 damage based on the target's lost health, became increasingly powerful. Xinghan, have the skeleton soldiers from the necromancer become this strong? Why does it seem off to me? He must be lucky to have obtained a magic card that matches his skill. Look at those magical beasts. Some magical beasts fall into a brief paralysis state after being attacked by the skeleton soldiers. Oh, it really is, so his luck is quite good. Good luck, huh? Lu Qinghan glanced at the staff and ring in Lin Chen's hands, falling into deep thought. Although Lin Chen hadn't activated the equipment effects, those 2 pieces were clearly the Goblin Bone Staff and Goblin Magic Ring, which were very hard to drop in the Goblin Dungeon. The effects of these 2 pieces were considered the best equipment series in the novice stage. Moreover, as long as they dropped, they were at least red excellence level. At this moment, Lin Chen was walking ahead, completely unaware that the 2 women were discussing him. The corpse explosion skill could unleash 10 times his magical damage. The skill was powerful, but it also wasted skeletons. So, he focused on his skeleton soldiers. Whenever he saw a skeleton soldier looking a bit low on health, he commanded it to charge into the wild monster group and use the skill corpse explosion. The description of the undead contract skill says that the contracted undead have growth potential. So, will it gain intelligence? Lin Chen pondered as he walked, thinking it might be worth a try. He considered letting the contracted undead command the summoned skeleton soldiers. He just needed to stand back and be a hands-off manager, quietly stacking life points. The Ironback Kangwolf won't do, the Frost Giant Bear is worth considering, but the Rock Giant is too clumsy. There were many types of wild monsters in the secret realm. Lin Chen saw quite a few magical beasts suitable for a contract along the way, but they all had some drawbacks. He really wanted to contract a magical beast that was both wise and had thick health to serve as a commander for the front line. This way, it would be easier to coordinate with the skeleton soldiers for encirclement. Moo. Just as he was lost in thought, a thunderous moo echoed from afar. The 3 looked over. It was a humanoid bull over 3 meters tall. The secret realm boss, the Stone Bull Demon. The Stone Bull Demon has great strength and thick health, holding a shield in its left hand and a giant axe in its right, but its movements. As he recalled the monster encyclopedia, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Upon seeing the boss, the 2 women behind him quickly moved forward. Shen Hongying carefully examined the Stone Bull Demon and said cautiously, "Be careful. The Stone Bull Demon's health is 3 to 5 times that of magical beasts of the same level. Many people choose to tame a Stone Bull Demon as a pet after reaching level 30. In fact, the term blood cow is said to have originated from it." "No problem, the higher the health, the better." Lin Chen grinned and summoned the skeletons again. Then he opened the panel. His gaze fell on the skill, Contract Undead. "Go!" Lin Chen called out softly. 128 skeleton soldiers charged forward in a grand manner. The Stone Bull Demon was indeed a popular pet for many. Not only did it have high health and great strength, but it also possessed a bit of intelligence. Faced with a large number of skeleton soldiers, it stomped its foot down and activated the skill War Trample. In an instant, not only did all the skeleton soldiers fall into a brief daze, but even Lin Chen and the 2 women behind him also entered an abnormal state. Fortunately, the 3 were at a considerable distance. The daze didn't last long, but when they came to their senses, the skeleton soldiers' relatively fragile weakness was revealed. Over 100 skeleton soldiers were nearly slaughtered by half. Luckily, the boss's skill also had a cooldown, and the skeleton soldiers were not afraid. They swung their bone blades and struck the Stone Bull Demon. With one, there were 2. After a large number of skeleton soldiers hit, they began to trigger the power of lightning, paralyzing the Stone Bull Demon in place. The rest was relatively simple. Although the Stone Bull Demon relied on its skills to kill a large number of skeleton soldiers again, this time Lin Chen kept his distance and activated Corpse Explosion just before the skeleton soldiers died. Just like that, in about 2 minutes, under the shocked gazes of Shen Hongying and Lu Qinghan, the Stone Bull Demon fell. Level 10 boss Stone Bull Demon. And it's a mutated one in the secret realm with at least 30,000 health and it just died? Shen Hongying looked incredulous. Even the usually silent and cold-faced Lu Qinghan was somewhat moved. A stone bull demon with 30,000 health would take even a level 10 elite team half an hour to grind down. Moreover, they would need to pay attention to skill coordination, cooldown times, and positioning. Yet, this boss, which had required so much effort, was actually defeated by Lin Chen in less than 2 minutes. Lu Qinghan couldn't help but recall someone's evaluation of Lin Chen. In fact, she hadn't seen Lin Chen before, but she had heard a bit about him. After all, as the top student in the southern part of the city, Lin Chen, who had won first place in the citywide joint exam 3 times, was hard to ignore. However, before coming outside the city today, someone had visited her home and talked about Lin Chen. That person said Lin Chen was merely relying on some unknown epic equipment. Now it seemed that might not be the case. Could someone achieve this level just by relying on equipment? Lin Chen, are you really just an ordinary profession necromancer? You didn't change to another profession and are just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, did you? How could that be? The team information shows my profession, can't you see it? Lin Chen smiled and walked over to the boss's corpse. The scroll secret realm is different from dungeons. Here, after killing the guarding boss, the treasure chest formed cannot be taken away. It can only be opened on the spot in the secret realm. Since the 3 were in a team, Lin Chen suggested they roll for it. Whoever had the highest number would open the treasure chest. However, as soon as the words were spoken, Lu Qinghan rejected him. No need, I see you're quite lucky, you go ahead. Looking at Lu Qinghan, who spoke to him for the first time after entering the secret realm, Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit dazed. Although many people knew that Lu Qinghan had a cold personality from the very beginning, Lin Chen had noticed that she seemed to have an opinion of him. But after all, they were strangers, and Lin Chen didn't say much. He didn't expect that at this moment she would actually make such a suggestion. All right. Seeing that Shen Hongying didn't refuse, Lin Chen readily agreed. He then pulled out a revolver from his pocket. Lucky revolver. It had 6 bullets in total, refreshing 1 each month. It could fire 1 bullet a day, granting a brief moment of luck. Bang! The bullet shot out, turning into smoke that surrounded Lin Chen. With a clatter, the treasure chest disappeared and 7 or 8 items scattered on the ground. A quick glance revealed 2 purple lights. Ah, Lin Chen, you're quite lucky. You actually exploded 2 epic items at once. Qinghan is right, your luck is really good. Shen Hongying dashed over to pick up the equipment and examine it. Lin Chen took a couple of looks and then lost interest. Among the items were 5 pieces of equipment, 1 skill book and 1 magic card. The purple items were all equipment, but Lin Chen could tell at a glance that he couldn't use them. One was clearly a pair of combat gloves suitable for Shen Hongying. The other was a bow. So, Lin Chen simply walked over to the corpse of the stone bull demon. Non-living class players. Facing the boss's corpse, one could only rely on experience to harvest materials. But living class players could use gathering skills. However, Lin Chen wasn't after the corpse materials. He wanted the whole stone bull demon. Gulp, gulp. After drinking a potion to restore mana, Lin Chen directly released the skill, Undead Pact. Undead Pact released successfully, consuming 300 mana, life limit 300. The skill activated successfully, and Lin Chen's vision went dark. He quickly drank another bottle of blue potion. After all, mana was related to mental attributes. If the mana was too low, the player would fall into a state of mental fatigue. Lin Chen had experienced this state on the first day of his crossing. It was like being a pilot. When preparing to try again, he felt capable, but in reality he wasn't. The mana gradually recovered. Lin Chen noticed that his vision had changed. In his sight, the already somewhat gray secret realm became even dimmer. However, next to the stone bull demon's corpse, there was a ghostly green shadow. And around, near many dead elite monster corpses, there were similar shadows. So not all dead magical beasts can be contracted. Lin Chen understood what was going on and approached the stone bull demon. He began to chant the contract incantation. Get up! Lin Chen called softly. The next moment, the stone bull demon's corpse emitted a fierce light. Be careful, the boss is resurrecting. No, this is my skill. This time, Lin Chen quickly stopped Shen Hongying, who was ready to strike. Hee, next time you release a skill, let me know in advance. You didn't even read the incantation, it was too fast. Shen Hongying smiled awkwardly, her arms tightly protecting a pair of purple gloves. Lin Chen responded with a faint smile. He turned to silently look at the stone bull demon as the light faded. The once 3-meter turtle boss had, after the contract, turned into a chibi version. Now only 1 meter tall. Its originally majestic appearance had become cute. Contract completed. Please name the contracted beast. Bun Nyo. Lin Chen glanced at it and casually gave it a name. Oh, your skill can actually subdue the boss as a little brother? But it's quite cute. Shen Hongying lowered her head, stroking the bull-headed, chubby stone bull demon. Looking at the contracted beast whose arms extended less than 20 centimeters, Lin Chen sighed. Letting this thing occupy one of his skill slots was truly a pitfall. No wonder more and more people were unwilling to go to the novice trial secret realm. The rewards were indeed skills. Although they matched one's profession, the effect was just as seen now. It was likely to be a useless skill. The skill test completed, Lin Chen put away the clumsy cow into the summoning space. He then exited the secret realm with the two girls and began to tally their gains from this trip. Inside the secret realm, the two girls had hardly released any skills in the back. But they weren't idle. They followed behind, picking up materials and equipment. The small monsters in the dungeon wouldn't drop experience or items. The secret realm would. Moreover, the drop rate in the secret realm was extremely high. By the end of this trip, they had surprisingly collected 137 pieces of white equipment, 21 green excellent items, 6 blue rare items, 5 red exceptional items, and 2 purple epic items. In terms of magic cards, there was 1 blue and 2 green. Normally, these items would be auctioned off in a team setting. However, the scrolls belonged to Lin Chen. The two girls had essentially entered as a team to open a door. They had also agreed beforehand that they wouldn't take anything. If something suitable did drop, they would buy it. Shen Hongying immediately set her sights on a pair of purple gauntlets. Lin Chen, this pair of purple epic gauntlets is perfect for me. I'll offer 190,000 gold coins. What do you think? I want the blue card and the purple bow, Lu Qinghan said. But I don't have enough money on me to bid for them. I can trade with you privately. A private trade? Are you sure you want to use it to compensate me? By the lakeside, Lin Chen and Lu Qinghan stood facing each other. With half a meter between them, Lin Chen could even smell the fragrance on Lu Qinghan. However, his attention was entirely on the item in his hand. It was a purple magic card. I didn't bring anything valuable this time, Lu Qinghan said flatly. In that case, you can take all the remaining items, Lin Chen replied, not refusing her. The bow and blue magic card should be worth a decent amount, but they paled in comparison to what he held. Moreover, the bow not only had a skill cooldown reduction attribute but also an entry that increased all ice attribute damage, making it indeed suitable for Lu Qinghan. After putting away the magic card, Lin Chen continued. This item of yours is too valuable, I'll find a chance to compensate you later. The two completed their trade, and on the other side, Shen Hongying had already donned the gauntlets and started practicing nearby. Lin Chen noticed that her movements bore a striking resemblance to the training of his friend Zhang Fan at school. Could she also have a military background? Lin Chen thought to himself, no longer paying attention. Regardless of who the other party was, it didn't matter to him. Money, power, status. With an SS-level talent, these were merely a matter of time for him. For the next 2 days, let's clear dungeons in the city and make final preparations for the college entrance examination. The equipment distribution was complete. At this point, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Outside the city at night was more dangerous than during the day. Thick fog would rise, affecting visibility. After some discussion, they all planned to return to the city. On the way, Lu Qinghan remained expressionless. Lin Chen didn't initiate any conversation either. Having crossed into a world where one could gain extraordinary abilities, the primary goal was undoubtedly strength. Bored, Lin Chen checked his third purple magic card. Magic card, skill slot expansion type, mysterious quality, epic level, LV1 effect. After equipping, can increase 1 skill slot. Note, the number of skill slots increases by 1 with each level up. The skill slot expansion magic card wasn't particularly rare. It was almost standard for many professionals and held high value for novice practitioners. The highest level for magic cards was 5, which meant it could expand up to 5 slots. During the novice phase, or even the first tier, it would definitely be sufficient. Lin Chen didn't rush to equip it into a slot. For fairness in the college entrance examination, equipping magic cards not obtained personally was not allowed. When entering the examination room, candidates' slots would be checked. There were also means to detect whether the magic cards in the slots were obtained through personal monster kills. The magic card Lin Chen obtained through trade, if equipped, would require him to remove a magic card. This type of skill expansion card, when removed, would cause him to lose the skill if there was already a skill in the slot. To learn it again, he would need a new skill book. Rumble. Just as he was deep in thought, the ground shook violently around him. When Lin Chen thought it was an earthquake, he noticed the commotion in the nearby mountains and quickly realized it was something massive approaching. Sure enough, not long after, 3 elephant-like magical beasts charged out. The Longfang Mammoth. Typically, they were between level 50 and 70. With such a high level, Lin Chen remained calm upon seeing them. They were not magical beasts but rather tamed mounts. On the lead mammoth sat a bearded man clad in black armor. Upon seeing Lin Chen and his companions, he stopped and invited, "Need a ride? It's only 50 gold coins to Jiang City." 50 gold coins for a 60-kilometer trip was quite a reasonable price. However, Lin Chen only planned to return while grinding for a bit more experience. After all, the recent expedition had yielded a fair amount of experience, but he had only leveled up 1.5 times. Are you two riding? In planning to head back, Lin Chen said, looking at Lu Qinghan and Shen Hanying. The two women glanced at the mammoth. The mammoth was enormous, and the bearded man clearly often did this kind of business. There were even wicker chairs on top. However, only one of the 3 mammoths was empty. It could seat 2 people. Just as the 2 women were about to speak, a shout came from not far away. Master! How much for a ride back to Jiang City? Well, cover it. The voice belonged to a male disciple. Upon hearing it, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Turning to the side, he realized it was the suited man from school, along with Lu Ruyan. What was that suited man's name again? I remember he was ranked 95 on the leaderboard a few days ago, a rare class called Wanderer. As Lin Chen recalled, the suited man, along with Lu Ruyan, also spotted him. The suited man smirked and said, "Isn't this Lin the academic overachiever? What's wrong? Can't afford the fare back." Before he could finish, he suddenly froze in place. He had unexpectedly seen 2 stunning women beside Lin Chen. One was aloof, the other fiery, both incredibly breathtaking. Lu Ruyan, who stood next to him, was considered beautiful at Binjiang No. 1 High School, but compared to these 2 women, she was like a star compared to the moon. Haha, are the 2 beauties heading back to the city? How about? Before the suited man could finish, he felt a sharp pinch at his waist. He instantly realized he had lost his composure. But he also felt a surge of anger. He saw the 2 women whispering something to Lin Chen. Then, Lin Chen turned and left with the 2 women. It was clear that Lin Chen knew them. What's so good about Lin Chen besides being handsome that he can attract such beautiful women? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The suited man clenched his fist and shouted at Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, you're just an ordinary class necromancer with no future. The college entrance exam allows for 3-person teams. Considering you and Ruyan were once friends, we could take you along, how about that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen turned around, looking at the suited man in confusion. He suspected this person might be mentally unstable. Was he mocking him for leveling up slowly? Hadn't the suited man seen the leaderboard in the past few days while being outside the city? Otherwise, he would surely know that Lin Chen's level had already entered the top 10. Forget it, I'm afraid you'll waste my efficiency. Lin Chen smiled, lightly raised his staff, and turned to leave. Instantly, 30 small 6-pointed magic arrays lit up around him. Following that, skeleton soldiers crawled out from within and followed him. The journey was uneventful. Traveling with the 2 beautiful women was nice, but Lin Chen's main goal was still his future plans. Despite being able to easily slay magical beasts of the same level, his life limit was comparable to that of a boss. If he encountered someone significantly higher in level, he would still be in danger. Just like that practitioner riding the 3 Longfang mammoths. If he had ill intentions, Lin Chen would definitely not be able to defeat him. Control breaking, displacement, area control, large-scale AoE damage, these were all abilities that high-level practitioners possessed. The college entrance exam should be no problem. Relying solely on skeleton soldiers, I can easily push through the exam. The important thing is which university to attend after the exam. Different cities had vastly different resources. Jiangcheng, the small main city, has only Goblin Castle as a beginner dungeon. Those larger main cities often have as many as 5 beginner dungeons. More dungeons mean more types of equipment, allowing novice adventurers to develop more quickly and diversely. Currently, the largest and most famous in Xia country are the 3 seas and 2 cities, 5 super main cities. The 3 seas are Jinghai, Zhenghai, and Nanhai. The 2 cities are Shanhua City and Xiangchuan City. Each of these 5 super main cities has its own characteristics. The 2 cities are located inland, with various species of magical beasts in forests, lakes, and volcanic basins. The 3 seas, on the other hand, are coastal and have richer resources. Lin Chen found himself in a dilemma. The last time he felt this conflicted was back on Earth, contemplating whether to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. The outcome, best left unsaid. Of course, this life is different. What the result will be, he can completely decide for himself. Now, he is confident in competing for the top scholar of Jiangcheng, even the national top scholar. By the time he returned to the city, it was already 7 in the evening. Lin Chen parted ways with the 2 girls and went home to rest. For the next 2 days, he focused on clearing dungeons in the city. With each summon, he could call forth 32 undead, with a cooldown of just over 2 minutes. The speed of clearing dungeons increased rapidly, and the experience points kept piling up. During this time, Lin Chen kept the silly cow by his side. He discovered that although the silly cow was small, its strength was immense. Its only attack method so far was to charge with its horns, yet it could overturn vehicles weighing over 10 tons. This was still in its initial form. It's important to note that the silly cow has growth potential. The growth method is simple, it needs experience. Therefore, while clearing dungeons, Lin Chen set the experience ratio to 50-50. Although this would reduce his personal experience, the efficiency of rapid dungeon clearing allowed him to steadily rise to first place on the newcomer leaderboard. Thus, Lin Chen successfully achieved the top rank in the newcomer stage, first on the 6 rankings. He was just one step away from the highest honor for newcomers in Jiangcheng, first on the 7 rankings. Only the top scholar of the college entrance examination stood in his way. June 6, noon. Today is the day the newcomer leaderboard is locked. After the leaderboard is locked, the Jiangcheng Adventurers Association will determine the monster levels for this year's college entrance examination based on the levels of novice adventurers. At this moment, in the central crystal of the dungeon hall, many people were discussing animatedly. In Jiangcheng's history, the highest level for newcomers before the college entrance examination was level 14. I didn't expect this year to be broken by a necromancer named Lin Chen. Yes, the previous record was set by the young deputy city lord. Could it be that Jiangcheng is about to produce another city lord level powerhouse? There are only over 200 city lord level powerhouses in Xia country. Each of them has been through countless battles and has never stopped leveling up. So far, only the strongest adventurer in Xia country, Li Jiangbai, has managed to rise from behind. Thinking of this, many people shuddered. Is Jiangcheng about to see such a figure again? Jiangcheng Adventurers Association, College Entrance Examination Division. Several staff members were discussing the monster levels to be deployed in this year's examination. A woman in uniform, wearing glasses, adjusted her glasses and presented the report in her hand. Due to the increase in the number of applicants for the martial arts examination this year, we need to remove the levels of the top and bottom 100 from the average level. After calculations, the monster level is set at levels 9 to 11. According to past practices, the boss in the depths of the examination room is selected from the top 100 average levels, which is level 13. Finally, lowering the boss group, the average level is 3 levels higher than the highest on the leaderboard, which means an 18-level boss, with the leading boss 5 levels higher, reaching level 20. After the woman finished her report, almost everyone in the room gasped. This year's bosses are 2 levels higher than in previous years, especially the leading boss in the depths, which has reached level 20. This is not something an ordinary student can handle, because a boss of this level already possesses 2 skills and a small amount of intelligence. Are we really going to deploy a level 20 boss? That could be risky. This is a decision from above, but considering the difficulty is too high and there are indeed significant risks, the final bosses for this round are the lava giant, the poison spike crocodile, and the mountain hillman, the woman said, and everyone in the room let out a sigh of relief. These 3 types of bosses move slowly and have relatively mild temperaments. As long as the students in the examination room do not attack them proactively, there will be no risk. Alright, let's do it this way. In the afternoon, the monitoring personnel will be sent from the nearby city, Teacher Zhang. You will be responsible for receiving them. Yes, Minister. June 7th. The college entrance examination has been a tradition in summer country since before the Great Disaster. It is a nationwide event and an opportunity for many students to change their destinies. In this era, the strong are respected. Many dungeon resources and wild resources are controlled by large factions. Newcomers can only access those well-resourced dungeons and secret realms by entering university. Otherwise, relying on themselves, they might find that the area they choose to level up in has already been monopolized, leading to being driven away. This can result in their levels falling further behind their peers. In the early morning, the once bustling streets have quieted down and become spacious. Almost everyone is focused on the college entrance examination. The higher the level of a professional, the more difficult it is to reproduce. Since professionals cannot be resurrected, the global population is sharply decreasing every year. This has led to a unified emphasis on training new professional recruits in various countries. Of course, all countries encourage ordinary people who are not professionals to have more children. Daughter, don't push yourself too hard in the exam room, just stay alive. Mom, don't worry, I'm a priest, I'm not afraid of getting hurt. Son, remember not to be timid when you encounter monsters in the exam room. Many candidates manage to get into Class A universities just by their performance scores every year. When Lin Chen arrived at the dungeon hall, it was already packed with people. At this time today, only martial arts exam candidates are allowed to enter the dungeon hall. Many students participating in the martial arts exam are saying goodbye to their parents at the entrance. Of course, more are forming teams here. The college entrance examination restricts students from teaming up, but they need to complete their team status and report it before entering the dungeon hall. Many have already formed teams days in advance. Those who haven't formed teams by today are mostly onlookers. They are estimating the levels of the exam monsters based on the leaderboard. After all, while teaming up is safer, it also means that scoring becomes more difficult. Look, it's Lin Chen. Huh, why is he alone? Didn't he form a team? Are you stupid? With his strength, teaming up would just hold him back. I really hope Lin Chen makes a stunning impression this time and shows those famous high schools in Jiangqing that we have talent in Binjiang #1 High School too. Lin Chen, go for it. As he squeezed through the crowd, Lin Chen kept hearing people greeting him. Most were words of encouragement. This gave him a strange feeling. Back on Earth, he was just an ordinary boy from an ordinary family. He attended an ordinary elementary school in his hometown. And both his middle and high schools were also ordinary. Even in university and at work, he remained ordinary. On Earth, he felt like an NPC. But now, he is a major player in this world. Lin Chen nodded in thanks to each greeting. Entering the dungeon hall during the college entrance examination, this hall, which can accommodate over 100,000 people, is divided into 4 areas, the accurate zone and 3 examination waiting areas. The examination waiting areas are arranged at the front, where candidates enter after drawing lots. The 3 examination areas correspond to different martial arts exam secret realm spaces, the ruins of Giant City, the Forest of Gran, and the 10-mile slope. These 3 secret realms are present in cities across the country. After entering the examination secret realm, candidates must stay for a full 10 hours. The exam starts at 9 o'clock. It is now 8 in the morning. Lin Chen first queues to enter the preparation area. The queue is not only for checking if candidates are carrying prohibited items but also for testing each candidate's card slot. The testing room consists of rows of sealed booths similar to phone booths. Lin Chen queues to enter. The interior is somewhat dim, barely allowing visibility. There is 1 male and 1 female tester. In the middle stands a pillar over a meter high, with a crystal ball the size of a human head placed on top. Classmate, please place your hands on the crystal ball and reveal your card slots. The crystal ball will display the number of magic cards obtained through non-personal means in the card slots. If a non-zero number appears, please voluntarily remove the magic cards. After hearing the inspector's statement, Lin Chen silently nodded. He waved his hand to reveal his magic card roulette. After a week, he had completed all 9 card slots. In the center was the talent card, flanked by 2 purple epic cards for blue attribute cards and 1 green attribute card. In fact, he also had a purple card in his backpack. That was a skill slot expansion card. Since it was obtained through trade, Lin Chen planned to use it after the college entrance examination. The roulette appeared, and 8 magic cards began to spin around the talent card in midair. The 2 inspectors, upon seeing this, instantly narrowed their pupils. The female inspector almost cried out, "A talent card!" And all 9 cards were personal acquisitions. The inspectors exchanged glances, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. The male inspector, surnamed Zhang, was a teacher from Jiangcheng working at the Practitioner Association. The female inspector was from the neighboring Jiangning city, surnamed Hu. During the college entrance examination period, each city would implement a ratio of 1/3 from its own city and 2/3 from other cities, swapping examiners. Before coming, teacher Hu had no interest in Jiangcheng. This city had been at the bottom of the rankings among several major cities for college entrance examination results for several years. Unexpectedly, a talent had emerged here today. Jiangcheng really hides its depth. Not a single piece of information leaked beforehand. The female inspector, surnamed Hu, smirked, looking at the male inspector, surnamed Zhang, across from her. At that moment, teacher Zhang was even more shocked. A talent. There is actually a talent. No wonder this Lin Chen could top the charts. Before today, many people doubted he had paid someone to boost his level. I had my doubts too. Now it seems we were all wrong. I just wonder what level his talent is. Teacher Zhang thought to himself. Lin Chen stood there, somewhat dazed. The crystal ball did not display any numbers. Normally, he should have been issued supplies and a scoring bracelet. Teacher? Hearing Lin Chen's words, the 2 inspectors reacted. Inspector Zhang quickly pointed behind him. After you go out, take the tactical backpack from the left rack in the corridor and the scoring bracelet and teleport stick from the right rack. One more thing, you are not allowed to open your personal panel before entering the examination room. If discovered, performance points will be deducted. Alright, classmate, your inspection has passed. Thank you, teacher. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude and exited the inspection booth. This was a corridor over 100 meters long, with a row of cabinets on each side. Lin Chen retrieved his tactical backpack, put on the bracelet to bind his personal information, and clipped the teleport stick to his waist. The teleport stick was an emergency evacuation item arranged for candidates. Once activated in a non-combat state, if undisturbed for 5 seconds, one could exit the martial examination secret realm. Exiting also meant giving up, which would result in a significant deduction of performance points. The martial examination was different from the academic examination. There would be combat points based on the number of magical beasts killed inside, as well as performance points related to team cooperation and combat skills. The final score would be the sum of both results. With everything ready, Lin Chen exited the corridor. At the exit, there was also a pillar. On the pillar was a fish tank containing 3 white balls resembling ping-pong balls. A teacher dressed in black and white stood nearby. "Classmate, please draw your examination room." Lin Chen nodded and randomly selected a small ball. Then, following the process he had been informed of at school, he brought the small ball close to the scoring bracelet. In the next moment, the bracelet emitted a glow, projecting a screen into the air. Candidate, Lin Chen. Candidate ID 202500503. School, Binjiang No. 1 High School. Examination Room, Giant City Ruins. Zone 016. Current score, 0. Ranking, none. Damn it, I actually drew the Giant City Ruins. As soon as I arrived at the waiting area of the Giant City Ruins exam site, I heard someone complaining. This was mainly related to the monsters in this exam site. In fact, the difficulty across the 3 exam sites was basically the same. However, within the Giant City Ruins, there were various giants. These giants had high attack power and thick health. More critically, they could use weapons. Although they were just bone clubs and stone hammers, having weapons made close combat quite challenging. Moreover, the red and blue potions provided to the candidates for the exam were limited. If I had known, I would have formed a team before coming in. Now it's too late. Yeah, I miscalculated too. I can only hide on the outskirts and kill monsters. I was hoping to get into a class school. Class? You really dare to dream. Buddy. With this draw, you should be satisfied if you can score a class as a melee fighter. Already getting scared before entering the exam? Is that how your school raises a bunch of cowards? A sudden remark drew everyone's attention. The speaker was a man dressed in ancient attire, with a ponytail and a middle part, holding a sword in his hand. It's him, Chen Yao from Jiangdu No. 1 High School, a sword cultivator. No wonder he talks so big. I've heard he greatly admires lordly Jiang Bai and has been practicing swordsmanship since childhood. And this year, he got lucky and became a sword cultivator during his job change. With the enhancement of martial arts, his strength is simply like a tiger with wings. Now, he is the second ordinary practitioner to enter the top 100 of the newcomer rankings, aside from Lin Chen from Binjiang No. 1 High School. Jiangdu No. 1 High School is the highest school apart from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, with students coming from above-average backgrounds. Lin Chen was quite moved by the man's appearance. A sword, still so cool. But he was a mage, not suited for sword use. However, what this person said was not entirely accurate. Lin Chen noticed that most candidates were quite calm, sitting in the waiting area with their eyes closed, resting. It was clear that although the Giant City Ruins exam site looked challenging, everyone had already mentally prepared themselves. It's a pity I have the Goblin Slayer title. If I were assigned to the Forest of Gran, it would be easier. Thinking this, Lin Chen smiled lightly, feeling a bit greedy. In the martial arts secret realm, killing monsters did not yield items nor experience. Whether it was easy or not seemed to make no difference. There were no familiar students around. Unable to open the panel, Lin Chen casually found an empty spot to sit down and closed his eyes to rest. Just before closing his eyes, he suddenly noticed 3 familiar figures approaching not far away. I didn't expect to be in the same exam site as them. It was indeed Lu Ruyan and the man in the suit. Lin Chen had also seen him at Binjiang No. 1 High School. This year, Binjiang No. 1 High School had awakened 1 hidden profession and 3 rare professions. The hidden profession was Lu Ruyan's Aura Master. Among the rare professions, one was his friend Zhang Fan's Wind Knight, and the other was the man in the suit's Wanderer. As for the last one, it was a shadow dancer named Kai Kuan. The Aura Master belongs to the support category, the Wanderer is a marksman, and the shadow dancer leans towards light armor warriors. The 3 of them should be teaming up for the exam. However, this configuration was clearly not perfect. Lin Chen observed from his side, and the man in the suit also noticed him. This time, the man in the suit did not approach. Lin Chen clearly noticed that the moment the other party saw him, there was a hint of panic. Scared now? Seeing that the man in the suit was being quite perceptive this time, Lin Chen decided to ignore him. After all, it was normal. The Wanderer and the Necromancer had win rate records in the practitioner arena. It was a 70-30 split, with the Necromancer at 70. Of course, the win rate statistics were based on later data. At this moment, the number of skeletons summoned by the Necromancer was enormous. The Wanderer's weapon was dual pistols, which couldn't match up. As for the early stages, the win rates were reversed. But Lin Chen had released the summon undead skill outside the city yesterday, instantly summoning 32 skeletons. This was a sign that the skill level had reached level 5, marking the necromancer's official transition past the early stage. Naturally, the wanderer could no longer provoke the necromancer. Time slowly passed, and soon it was 9 in the morning. Ding ding ding, the bell signaling the start of the exam rang in the dungeon hall below the waiting area of the 3 examination halls. A massive hexagram magic array lit up. At that moment, a crisp broadcast echoed throughout the hall. On June 7, 525 of the new era, the Unified Higher Education Examination for Practitioners of the Summer Kingdom is about to begin. Please, all candidates, get ready. After entering the examination room, each time you kill a monster, you will receive corresponding battle points and performance points. Now, the exam officially begins. As the voice fell, the magic array shone brightly, and the figures of all candidates in the instance hall instantly vanished. In the ruins of Giant City, beside an abandoned wooden house, the teleportation array would scatter candidates according to their teams, distributing them around the examination area. Lin Chen had not formed a team. His figure appeared alone. After assessing the surrounding environment, Lin Chen raised his staff and instantly completed 2 skill releases. Crack crack, 32 skeleton soldiers trembled as they crawled out of the magic array. Glancing at the blue bar, Lin Chen frowned. I need to pause the habit of stacking life limits. The officials only issued 20 bottles of blue potions. When mana drops below 10, practitioners fall into a state of mental fatigue, moving sluggishly and struggling to cast spells. This would also be counted in the performance points during the martial arts examination. He left 4 skeletons to guard him while the rest spread out in a fan shape. Then, Lin Chen summoned the Bumbling Bull. Contract Beast, Bumbling Bull species, Stone Bull Demon mutation level, 672 specialization. Strength. The Bumbling Bull possesses both pet and companion traits. After 2 days of experience in the instance, its level had risen to 6. Its size had also grown from less than 1 meter to 1.5 meters. As for the species of the Bumbling Bull, it normally belongs to the Stone Bull Demon. Now, with the mutation suffix, Lin Chen speculated it should be related to the undead contract skill. After all, most practitioners only have pets. Contract beasts are exclusive to summoners. He, being an undead mage, completed the contract with the deceased boss through a special skill. Since it's a mutation, will it be stronger than that Stone Bull Demon leader once it grows? Pets are a feature unlocked at level 30. Their quality ranges from ordinary, rare, mutated, precious, to divine beasts. Although mutation belongs to the middle tier, it is already considered a very good grade. After all, divine beast quality is extremely rare. Just like the SS level super divine talent. There are only 2 in the world. Could I also, like the talent, become the 3rd practitioner to obtain a divine beast? With this thought in mind, wild monsters had already appeared not far away. It was a wolf-shaped monster with a ring of blue and white fur around its neck. Frost Demon Wolf, a level 10 monster. The moment the wolf approached, the skeleton soldiers triggered their alert mechanism and charged forward with their bone knives. Successfully killed the frost giant wolf. Bumbling Bull experience 50. A prompt sound rang in Lin Chen's ears, leaving him a bit dazed. In the examination hall, practitioners cannot gain experience from killing monsters, but it does not prevent pets and contract beasts from gaining it. This was good news for him. Since pets can gain experience, let's take advantage of the exam to level up the Bumbling Bull. With this determination, Lin Chen walked deeper into the examination hall. As the exam progressed vigorously, in the instance hall, at the center crystal, surrounding the crystal platform, a giant tent had been set up. At this moment, a circle of projection screens surrounded the inside of the tent. This was achieved through a secret realm monitoring device, primarily to detect whether candidates were cheating while also scoring their performance. However, besides the proctoring teachers who graded, the tent also had a row of spectator seats. Sitting there were the heads of well-known practitioner guilds in Jiang City and various school principals. This sword cultivator Qinyao is performing well. There are 3,000 sword cultivators in Jiang City this year, and only he made it into the top 100 before the exam. The speaker was a somewhat plump man who frequently nodded while staring at one of the screens. He was the vice president of the Jiangyu Guild, ranked 2nd in Jiang City. If the final exam results are confirmed and he remains in the top 100, I can give him a recommendation letter to Magic City University. As this person finished speaking, many around him glanced over slightly. The Jiangyue Guild not only ranks 2nd in Jiangcheng but is also one of the top 10 guilds in Xia Country, a branch of the Moon God Guild. The Moon God Guild has always collaborated with Magic City University. It is said that each branch has a recommendation quota. No one expected that shortly after the exam began, the head of the Jiangyue Guild would want to use this recommendation slot. President Luo, your words are a bit hasty, questioned the president of the Yunchuan Guild, which ranks 3rd in Jiangcheng. I think that girl with the hidden profession, the Aura Master, is better. Although the Aura Master is a support role, they can fight and assist in the later stages, and are often the preferred choice for many raid or record-breaking teams. The Yunchuan Guild is also among the top 10 guilds in the country. There has always been friction between the two guilds, whether in their main guilds or branches. Naturally, they began to sing a different tune. That girl named Lu Ruyan can't even handle her emotions. We in Jianghua don't care for such people. What do you mean by not handling emotions well? High school students are just dating. Moreover, the one who got dumped, Lin Chen, was just lucky to have gained enough skill points, which is why he relied on skeletons to reach the top level in Jiangcheng. In terms of strength and potential, he is far from a hidden profession, so it's normal for him to be dumped. Potential? You Yunchuan people only look at the rarity of professions when you talk about potential. Are you trying to? Enough, this is a monitored venue, be quiet. The speaker was a tall, imposing man who sat there, exuding authority without anger. This man was none other than the president of the largest guild in Jiangcheng, the Hanyue Guild. He was the strongest practitioner in Jiangcheng, aside from the city lord and deputy city lord. After stopping the two who were arguing, he continued speaking to himself. In terms of potential, that Lin Chen is indeed superior. I just received news that Lin Chen, before entering, had already equipped 9 magic cards. 9 magic cards. At this revelation, everyone was shocked. If it weren't for being in the examination room and the presence of some prominent figures, they might have stood up in astonishment. How is that possible? Doesn't that mean he has awakened a talent? Someone shook their head, unable to believe it. This was talent. Since the Great Cataclysm began over 500 years ago, Jiangcheng has only had 59 talented individuals in total. This includes those who were lucky enough to obtain talent cards through other means later on, and even those who had talent but have since died. Now, fewer than 10 practitioners who have left Jiangcheng are alive and possess talent. It has been 50 years since Jiangcheng last saw a talented individual. Everyone was almost forgetting that practitioners could have talent. Unexpectedly, this year there was a hidden surprise. No wonder, no wonder. I asked my little girl last night if she was confident about teaming up with a double hidden profession to take the top spot in the college entrance exam. She replied that she couldn't, as there are even more impressive people in Jiangcheng. So it was this Lin Chen. Someone sighed. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. The one who spoke was not an ordinary person, he was the president of the Jiangcheng Practitioners Association, the most powerful person aside from the city lord and deputy city lord. But what did this imply? Did he not know about the talent beforehand? I just received news from the staff about the talent. This little guy is quite cautious. With this affirmation, everyone quickly looked towards a bald man in the audience. Don't look at me. Although Lin Chen is a student from our school, I also didn't know beforehand that he had awakened a talent. The bald man said, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead. This is a talent, deeply hidden, and to have talent yet remain so composed. Yes, but we don't know what level his talent is. Everyone discussed, turning their heads to look at the imposing third strongest in Jiangcheng. He was the gifted one from Jiang City 50 years ago, possessing a level talent, geomagnetic fluctuation. During battles, a magnetic field would form around him, disrupting enemy movements. At this moment, the man being watched by everyone remained calm and composed. He pointed to a projection screen in midair and smiled, interesting, although I don't know his talent level. It should be related to defense. Surrounded by 3 elite frost giants, he managed to withstand and summon the second wave of skeleton soldiers. As the words fell, everyone looked up. In the examination hall's projection, Lin Chen had already arrived in the elite area. Moreover, he had drawn 3 elite monsters and 1 boss all at once. The boss had already been killed, but his skeleton soldiers had also suffered heavy losses. Normally, at this point, a necromancer would need to escape. But Lin Chen, along with his minotaur pet beside him, had stubbornly held on for nearly 2 minutes. Defensive talent. The people present fell silent, their thoughts becoming active. In the talent circle of professionals, defensive talents are generally considered to have higher potential than offensive ones. The reason for this is still that professionals cannot be resurrected. Defensive talent, what a pity. If it were an offensive talent, perhaps he could break Jiang City's college entrance examination record. After a moment of silence, everyone began to discuss again. What does the college entrance examination record matter? Isn't the exam just a means to get into a good university and eventually join a major guild? This kid has a defensive talent. Even if he doesn't take the college entrance examination, there will still be major guilds wanting him. Who says defensive talents can't break records? Look at that minotaur next to Lin Chen. It has no skills, yet it can topple a 5-meter-tall frost giant with sheer strength. With so many skeletons, a defensive talent, and a strength-type pet TSK, I feel like he can secure the top spot in Jiang City. Not necessarily. Lu Qinghan from the Glen Forest Examination Hall is also impressive. Her team has 2 offensive hidden classes and a rare warrior class, and they have also made it to the elite area. Do the City Lord and Deputy City Lord know about this? Someone questioned, but quickly realized. The president of the professional association had already received the news. Would the City Lord be unaware? Thinking of this, a few people present sighed softly. 50 years had passed. Jiang City finally produced another professional. This would undoubtedly become a target of contention among many forces. But everyone also knew who the greatest power in the Xia Kingdom was. Meanwhile, inside the City Lord's mansion, Deputy City Lord Lu Feng and City Lord Luo Hao stood side by side. In front of them was a glowing teleportation array. The array flashed and a silver-haired man stepped out. He wore a black mage robe with a burning golden 5-point star embroidered on his chest. Lin Chen, inside the examination hall, was unaware that he had sparked such a discussion. Ever since he discovered that the silly bull could gain experience, he had been moving non-stop, heading straight for the core area. He had now arrived in the elite area. Those who could freely perform here usually had the potential to get into a level university. Lin Chen had been a bit overconfident earlier, directly pulling 3 elite frost giants and a boss. Level 10 monsters already had skills. The frost giant's skills could cause widespread slow effects, which were very effective against skeleton soldiers, leading to his first skeleton army being wiped out. Fortunately, his health bar was very thick, having stacked up to over 30,000 health. Combined with the silly bull's attacks, he completed the counter kill without any pressure. My offensive methods are still too lacking. The corpse explosion can only explode skeletons now. To upgrade to explode other monster corpses, I need to reach level 7. Still too short on skill points. However, after the college entrance examination, I can use the extra skill slots from the magic card to learn Soulfire or Bone Spike. With the experience from facing multiple frost giants earlier, Lin Chen had the silly bull lead the way. Its strength quickly attracted the monster's hatred. Then the skeleton soldiers moved in for the kill. Thus, they continued on, stopping and going. After 5 hours had passed, Lin Chen comfortably pushed into the core's boss area. Upon arriving here, the remaining monsters before the cataclysm are like the last question in a math exam. They serve as the final test for those who are being screened. Roar boom boom. Unlike the elite area just now, the bosses in the leader zone are much more aggressive. From a distance, you can even see a few giants fighting each other. There are still 5 hours left until the martial arts exam ends. Lin Chen did not rush forward. He took out some rations from his tactical backpack and casually opened the wristband panel. On the panel, there were personal scores and rankings. Lin Chen scrolled to the ranking interface. Current score 503, ranking 57, first place, Lu Qinghan 933, second place, Luo Feng 930, third place, Shen Hongying 930, fourth place. Chen. As expected, compared to solo play, teaming up does indeed yield faster results. After looking at the leaderboard, Lin Chen felt little fluctuation in his heart. Although he was over 400 points behind the first place, he was not the least bit anxious. The high health bosses in the leader zone were where he could truly showcase his strength. According to the scoring rules, ordinary monsters are worth 1 point, elite monsters 3 points, and boss monsters 5 points. The leader zone is where he could catch up on points. Jiang City, Wenchang Square. The college entrance examination, as a national event, not only has monitoring perspectives but also broadcasting perspectives. Wenchang Square is the only square in the north of the city where the college entrance examination live broadcast can be watched. Unlike the thousands of projection screens in the monitoring room, there are only 2 split screens here. One shows the martial arts exam score rankings, and the other shows random scenes from the college entrance examination. At this moment, Lin Chen's aunt and her family are watching the live broadcast in a corner of the square. Mom, they're switching to cousin's screen now. Is it to Xiao Xin? Quickly help me see if he's injured. This child really, the Lin family only has him left. How could he think of participating in the martial arts exam? And you too, knowing he signed up for the martial arts exam, why didn't you tell me earlier? Otherwise, we should have taken out our savings to buy him some suitable equipment before the exam. The speaker is a middle-aged woman with slightly graying hair and a cloth band around her eyes. Her words are filled with concern for Lin Chen. Mom, we were just worried about you having just had surgery and affecting your recovery. Besides, cousin is no ordinary person. He was first on the freshman leaderboard before the exam. Even now, cousin is ranked 51st, 2 places higher than my brother last year. He has no pressure in the exam room, he's just eating and resting. Eating and resting? That's good, that's good. Xiao Xian is still so steady while the family discusses Lin Chen. Many others in places where the broadcast is available are also paying attention. In the city lord's mansion, 3 figures are gathered together, watching the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. However, they can only see Lin Chen's screen. This Lin Chen is very clever. He first leveled up his pet to level 10 on the outskirts to unlock skills. This allows for better coordination with the skeleton soldiers to encircle the monsters. This stone bull demon has high attack power. It looks like a rare or even mutated pet. Not bad. We can be sure his talent is defensive. Otherwise, that Cyclops skill just now should have been able to put him into a weakened state with one hit. With a necromancer and defensive talent, Lord Luo, you've recommended a good seedling. It's still a bit short. If that Jun Bujian is him while the outside world is buzzing with discussion, the exam room is equally lively. At 5 in the afternoon, there are still 2 hours left until the college entrance examination ends. Lin Chen has now finished resting and is wandering in the leader zone. The leader zone is naturally not as densely populated with monsters as other areas, but the combat power here is very high. Lin Chen is also being very cautious. According to past practices, the exam room will arrange a gatekeeper boss that is 5 levels higher based on the highest level of the freshman. When the leaderboard was locked, I was level 15, ranked first. That means there is a level 20 boss here. Lin Chen's gaze is intense as he looks deeper inside, not daring to be careless. A level 20 boss already possesses intelligence. They won't attack mindlessly. Faced with a summoner of skeletons like him, the opponent will smartly focus fire on the summoner himself. If it were an attack type or tank type boss, I wouldn't be too worried, but now I'm afraid of control type. The skeleton soldiers are fragile. A level 15 ordinary monster can kill his skeleton soldier in 5 hits. A boss level creature only needs 2 or 3 hits. As for the level 20 boss, it could probably kill a skeleton soldier in 1 hit without even using skills. If the guardian of the exam hall is a control-type boss, the opponent would first crowd-control the skeleton soldiers and him, then take out the skeleton soldiers without paying attention to the tank. In that case, he might indeed encounter some danger. Mobility, debuffs, area attacks. After the exam, I must learn new skills or continue upgrading the Summon Undead skill. When the Summon Undead skill reaches level 5, it gains a special effect. That is, before level 10, every time it levels up, a new type of undead soldier will be unlocked. This means that before level 6, he can only summon warriors wielding skeleton swords. Starting from level 6, each time he casts the skill, several skeleton sword soldiers will randomly appear along with a few other types of soldiers. According to what he learned from the textbooks, at level 6, there will be plenty of skeleton archers. This is equivalent to having a ranged attack skill. It's a significant boost in combat power. However, leveling from 5 to 6 requires not only skill points but also completing a limit-breaking task. Lin Chen had checked before. The limit-breaking task that refreshes from the skill requires killing 10 death-type bosses. Most of the monsters near Jiangcheng are nature-type. It seems that breaking the limit will have to wait until I get to the city where the university is, or I should check nearby cities after the exam. While pondering, Lin Chen commanded the skeleton soldiers to continue deeper. Kill the boss level Frost Giant Wolf. Tanky Cow experience 1000. Kill the Elite Cyclops. Tanky Cow experience 200. The kill information kept popping up on the panel, and Lin Chen's ranking on the scoring wristband was rapidly changing. Since he started delving into the core area, his ranking had been rising quickly. In just 1 hour, he had climbed from 57 to 30. This process was soon noticed by those watching the rankings. In the Glenwood exam hall, beside the corpse of the shaman bullhead leader, Shen Hongying scrolled through the rankings, surprised. Qinghan, Lin Chen is starting to make a move. His ranking is rising quickly. It seems just as you guessed, he's entered the core area. Hearing this, Lu Qinghan's face showed no signs of emotion. Not far away, a silver-armored man squatting on the ground, munching on something, mumbled, "Ugh. Lin Chen, is he the necromancer you mentioned, Hongying? He's just an ordinary class. Can he really keep up with the 3 of us?" The man chewed while speaking, his mouth full of food scraps. Shen Hongying frowned upon seeing this. "Stop mumbling, hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we need to enter the core area too." "Ah, can't we take a break? I'm a storm knight, not a paladin who can tank and deal damage. Less chatter, eat quickly." The same scene was not only happening with Lu Qinghan, who had interactions with Lin Chen. In the ruins of Giant City, a man dressed in ancient attire wielding a longsword cleaved through the body of the Frost Giant Wolf and looked at the martial exam rankings, frowning. Their team was a classic combination of warrior, mage, and priest. Killing monsters was almost worry-free. Therefore, although they had 2 rare classes and 1 ordinary, their ranking was not low. Now he was the captain, ranked 4th. However, he had never relaxed. He had been keeping an eye on Lin Chen, who was also an ordinary class and rumored to have upgraded the Summon Undead skill to level 5. "We need to speed up. Someone has started to break into the core area." After saying this, the man in ancient attire and his teammates began to head towards the core area. Not far from them, a warrior wielding dual daggers twirled his blades and looked at the rankings. Hey, Lin Chen's ranking is rising so fast. Bing, is it really true that his skills have reached level 5? Could it be false? I saw 32 skeleton soldiers crawl out of the magic array with my own eyes. The one who returned to the dual-wielding warrior was a man dressed in overalls, with dual guns tucked into his waist. After saying this, his expression changed slightly, and he whispered, I really don't know why that kid is so lucky. Reaching level 5 requires 14 skill points. I only get 5 skill points after a week of grinding dungeons. The dual-wielding man shook his head upon hearing this. He glanced sideways at the woman who was recovering from her injuries. Suddenly, he felt a bit regretful about teaming up with the two of them. I just wanted to get a good score. I hope I didn't offend Lin Chen. Current score, 993 ranking, 13 first place, Lu Qinghan, 1157 second place, Luo Feng, 1150 third place, Shen Hongying, 1150 fourth place, Chen. There was still an hour left until the college entrance examination ended. Lin Chen glanced at the rankings. He had already made it into the top 20. If we clear this area, I should be able to secure first place. He looked ahead. There were large groups of magical beasts gathering there. In the center, he could vaguely see a 10-meter-tall giant boss with flames erupting from its shoulders. A level 20 boss, the lava giant. This guarding boss is really tough. Looking at the boss appearance, Lin Chen chuckled lightly. The lava giant had a strong desire to attack and a thick health pool. More importantly, it could unleash large area fire skills. This skill carried a continuous burning abnormal state, which would affect the practitioner's ability to cast skills. But for me, there's no pressure. The thicker the health, the better. Lin Chen rubbed the head of the silly cow beside him. He had no worries at all. The silly cow was now level 12. For some reason, its size had stopped at 1.6 meters. But its strength had improved significantly. It had unlocked a skill, War Trample, which could control enemies over a wide area. Combined with the skeleton soldiers, it was incredibly useful. Not only that, but the silly cow's single combat ability was also very strong. Although its specialization was strength, the Stone Bull Demon itself was a health-type magical beast. The silly cow's health limit was also not low. Just now, Lin Chen had conducted an experiment. It could easily take on a level 10 boss and win decisively. Now, Lin Chen was considering whether he could buy it a stone axe and a round shield. After all, that would be the complete form of the Stone Bull Demon. Roar! Just as he was thinking, a sudden roar came from the central area. Lin Chen focused his eyes and noticed something was off. The lava giant was actually fighting with a frost giant. Currently, the frost giant had the upper hand. Giants are a group of humanoid magical beasts made of stone. They are usually level 50 to 70 magical beasts. The ruins of the giant city in the martial arts examination are a secret realm constructed based on the real world. The magical beasts inside are also born from the rules of the secret realm. This is mainly to allow the practitioners participating in the exam to understand such magical beasts in advance. After all, these magical beasts are too comprehensive. They have high defense and great strength. If the favorite pet of practitioners below level 50 is the Stone Bull Demon, then above level 50, it is this kind of giant. Is this a mutated frost giant? The two bosses were fighting fiercely against each other. Surrounding them were other elite monsters, observing and cheering. It was obvious that the two bosses were vying for leadership. But the secret realm would only have one level 20 boss. The levels of magical beasts are quite strict. The frost giant, daring to challenge the lava giant, was clearly mutated. Lin Chen watched this and had an idea in his mind. In the last 2 days before the college entrance examination, he hadn't gained many skill points from grinding dungeons. He only raised the level of the undead contract to level 2, adding 2 contract slots. If the frost giant really was mutated, he could try to complete a contract. Although the frost giant moved clumsily, it had area attack and crowd control skills, making it very suitable to fight alongside the skeleton soldiers. However, if that frost giant defeats the lava giant and levels up to 20, it might be quite troublesome. Lin Chen did not act rashly, carefully observing. While he remained still, patiently waiting, a debate arose in the monitoring room. Lin Chen is very clever. He didn't rush in. I suspect he wants to take advantage of both sides being injured before launching his attack. Isn't that too easy for him? Normally, the score after defeating a boss is quite high, but with this unexpected situation, the difficulty has decreased. Shouldn't the score also be lowered? What do you mean by decreased difficulty? I see it as an increase in difficulty. Lin Chen's current attack methods rely entirely on the skeleton soldiers and that Stone Bull Demon pet. If the frost giant kills the lava giant and levels up, it will just happen to counter him. I also think the difficulty has increased. Observing now, Lin Chen should have obtained a magic card that can increase the damage of the skeleton soldiers, making it quick to kill the monsters. Normally, he could easily push through these bosses in the core area, but now with variables, he needs to consider the timing of his entry and may face counters. Both performance points and combat points should increase. Several examiners argued continuously, while Lin Chen remained cautious in the examination room. Due to the battle between the two monsters, almost all the core monsters had gathered here. There were hundreds of elite and boss monsters. In this novice stage, no matter how powerful the class combination, upon seeing this, they could only retreat. It seems I need to unleash all my power. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. He looked at his tactical backpack. Inside, 20 mana potions were neatly arranged. Since entering the examination room, he hadn't used a single blue potion. Name, Lin Chen class, Necromancer level, LV 1572 health, 55220 mana, 320 constitution, 33, spirit 52, strength 26, agility 27 skills, summon undead LV 5, magic barrier LV 2, undead pact LV 2 talent, life resonance SSS skill points, 1 magic card, lightning power epic my core skill, summon undead, has already been upgraded to level 5. During this time, there shouldn't be anyone with a higher level than mine. Now I have 320 mana points, consuming 150 points each time I cast. Adding in my equipment and personal recovery ability, I should be able to form a small undead battalion in a short time. Lin Chen calculated in his mind, glancing at the scoring wristband. There were still 46 minutes left until the martial arts exam ended. If he summoned skeletons with all his might, he needed to reserve enough combat time. After careful consideration, Lin Chen decided to leave himself 5 minutes for combat. It's a pity I can't upgrade summon undead to level 6 now. Otherwise, I could unlock skeleton crossbowmen or skeleton mages, skeleton knights, and other units. These are all minor karami. After level 5, the skill needs to complete a limit-breaking task to continue leveling up. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. The limit-breaking task requires killing undead creatures. There are no such monsters near Jiang City. I have 40 minutes to summon skeletons. Not considering mana consumption, I can just summon 20 times. 20 casts can summon 640 skeleton soldiers. Lin Chen calculated the number of skeletons. He scanned the area, moving away to find a larger open space. His actions naturally sparked discussion among the teachers in the monitoring room. Is he backing down? One examiner, seeing this, prepared to deduct some performance points. But soon, someone nearby reminded him. No, this isn't backing down, this is tactical retreat. Isn't that still backing down? What backing down and tactical retreat? He is preparing to showcase the true power of a necromancer. True power? The exam is almost over, and you tell me he still has hidden strength. Haha, you have been misled by the skeleton soldiers attacked by Lin Chen. The necromancer never relies on individual strength, but rather, the undead calamity. As the words fell, in the projection, Lin Chen had already summoned the second wave of skeleton soldiers. Then, 2 minutes later, the third wave. Fourth wave, fifth, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The time until the end of the martial arts exam was drawing closer. Both the people inside and outside the venue became tense. At this stage, the rankings were almost equivalent to most people's college entrance exam scores. The only variable was the top 20. These individuals were all top-tier professions and teams in the novice stage. They would reserve blue and red potions to ensure that in the final stage, they could break into the core area and take the lead. At this moment, in Jiangcheng, at the South Riverside Square, the written exam had already ended at 5 in the afternoon. Many candidates were watching the live broadcast here. Among them were a few of Lin Chen's classmates who had been closely monitoring his ranking. Look, Lin Chen's ranking has dropped to 21st. Oh no, his points haven't increased for a long time. Is he injured? While some were worried here, Lin Chen's cousin and brother in the south of the city also noticed something unusual. The two siblings felt a bad premonition upon seeing the situation. The woman beside them, wrapped in gauze, smiled and asked, "How is it, Xiaoxian? Is your score still stable? Are you going to make it into the top 10? Hearing her mother's question, Su Yunyun bit her lip. Just as she was about to say something, Su Shan waved his hand. Mom, the competition is quite fierce this year. A Shen is playing it safe and is resting right now. That's good. Xiaoshan, you should learn more from your cousin, be a bit steadier, and don't just rely on your high defensive profession to take risks all the time." While those who knew Lin Chen outside were worried about him, many inside the exam room also noticed the unusual points of Lin Chen. In the Glen of Forest, Lu Qinghan's team. This year, Jiangcheng awakened 3 hidden professions. Her team consisted of 2 professionals, making them a hot favorite for the top spot. At this moment, she was also in the central area, challenging the boss guarding the gate. A level 20 mutated red-haired minotaur, a giant stone bull demon. Qinghan, that kid Lin Chen hasn't moved in points for half an hour. Is he injured? Stop looking at the rankings, Honging. Come help me tank. In the ruins of the giant arena, the sword cultivator Chen Yao's team. They were maintaining a stable score in the 4th, 5th, and 6th places due to their excellent profession combination. They were even not far behind Lu Qinghan's team, which had 2 hidden and 1 rare profession. However, as they delved deeper into the core area, they found that there were no magical beasts around. Strange, where are the magical beasts? A dual ponytail professional in a skirt questioned. Could they have all been killed? A handsome young man with glasses beside her also expressed his confusion. No, there are no signs of battle here. Chen Yao frowned and looked around. We're not far from the center, let's speed up and see. As the words fell, the 3 slowly advanced. However, just after rounding an abandoned house, they suddenly froze in place. Ahead, a dense mass of skeleton soldiers had gathered, so numerous that it seemed the sky had turned black. In the instance hall. In the monitoring room at the central crystal. As the top of the novice leaderboard, Lin Chen was naturally assigned to a separate group for scoring. At this moment, their view was pitch black. Many monitoring teachers were in shock. This kid is about to start a war in the exam room. Gulp after drinking the last bottle of blue potion, Lin Chen turned around and happened to see the sword cultivator Chen Yao's team coming from behind. Don't come forward, you won't be able to handle the rest. Lin Chen smiled. What do you mean we can't handle it? The dual ponytail professional was unconvinced. She had seen Lin Chen in the novice secret realm before. At that time, Lin Chen was surrounded by 2 major novice secret realm bosses and she had wanted to save him. However, before she could cast a spell, Lin Chen had already killed the boss and teleported out of the secret realm. At that moment, she thought Lin Chen was just a reckless fool. It was sheer luck that they weren't surrounded and killed by the boss. Now, seeing the countless skeleton soldiers under Lin Chen's command, they felt a bit intimidated. But it was too domineering to not let their team go forward to take down the boss. Alright, if you don't believe me, go see for yourselves. Lin Chen glanced at the time. There were still 7 minutes left. They could wait for one last wave. He waved his hand at the skeleton soldiers, clearing a path for a few to pass through. Chen Yao and the others didn't hold back. As top 10 contenders in the martial arts exam, they naturally had their pride. The 3 took a deep breath and left through the passage. However, less than a minute later, they returned with grim faces. Chen Yao, as the team leader, took a deep breath and approached Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you were right, but you need to be careful too. The magical beasts inside seem to have noticed you gathering skeleton soldiers and are preparing for battle. A level 20 boss already possesses intelligence. They will be well aware of the weaknesses of this group of skeleton soldiers. After saying this, Chen Yao led his 2 teammates to a nearby high ground. Weaknesses, huh? Lin Chen smiled faintly. The weakness of a summoner is the summoner themselves. This is a truth known to all magical beasts. How could he not know? A level 20 boss usually has health between 50 to 70,000, and giant magical beasts are even stronger. However, my health isn't bad either. Lin Chen stretched his muscles, waiting for his skills to cool down. Crack crack. Accompanied by the appearance of 32 small hexagram formations, the skeleton army expanded once more. 20 times plus the initial wave, a total of 672 skeleton soldiers. Looking at the skeletons in the 7 formations ahead, a surge of pride welled up in Lin Chen. It's a pity that I only have skeleton swordsmen now. If I had skeleton archers, mage skeletons, cavalry skeletons. He thought of various tactical formations he had seen on Earth. Lin Chen led the clumsy cow, walking in front of the skeleton soldiers, entering the central area. At this moment, there were exactly 5 minutes left until the martial arts exam ended. In the central area, the magical beasts also sensed danger. Under the leadership of the frost giant, who had become the strongest leader, they stood in rows, waiting. Roaran ice arrow shot into the ground in the area Lin Chen was advancing. That was a warning from the frost giant. Is this a declaration of war? Lin Chen's lips curved slightly as he raised the goblin bone staff. Go! As the staff fell, the clumsy cow let out a moo and charged forward with its horns. Immediately, hundreds of skeleton soldiers surged from both sides of Lin Chen, charging forward with great momentum. The battle was about to begin. The skeletons clashed with the magical beasts led by the boss, creating chaos. Whether it was the boss or Lin Chen's side, they were both killing machines. Skeleton soldiers kept falling, but likewise, the magical beasts led by the boss also suffered damage. Lin Chen was in the battlefield, constantly observing the positions of the skeleton soldiers, waiting for the right moment to unleash a corpse explosion. This Lin Chen is indeed impressive. His skeleton soldiers not only outnumber the others but also deal high damage. It seems this year's top scorer in Jiang City is none other than him. From a distance on the high ground, Chen Yao and his teammates watched Lin Chen, feeling a mix of emotions. Time slowly passed. After the battle began, Lin Chen's ranking changed rapidly. From originally being 17th, he slowly dropped to over 20, then returned to the top 20. Soon after, he reached 15th, then 10th, 7th, and 4th. The exam points were skyrocketing. Meanwhile, in the square of Jiang City where the live broadcast was available, the screen switched to Lin Chen's footage. Look quickly, what is that? The square erupted in noise. Suddenly, after the screen switched, it fell silent. Everyone looked up, and on the enormous screen, they saw a pitch-black scene. As the camera zoomed in, it revealed a dense mass of skeleton soldiers. And opposite them were countless magical beasts. Those are skeleton soldiers summoned by a necromancer. The number of summons is terrifying. That's Lin Chen. Lin Chen from Binjiang No. 1 High School. He's fighting against the beast horde. At this moment, the entire Jiang City was in shock over Lin Chen. In the novice stage, how could he summon so many? Lin Chen's combat awareness is so strong, even in such a chaotic battlefield, he can find the best position to unleash the corpse explosion. These skeleton soldiers have quite a bit of attack power, they can actually hold out for so long under the boss. This Lin Chen is simply more imposing than those generals in war. In the square, discussions were incessant. However, the next moment, when dozens of skeleton soldiers self-destructed simultaneously, those magical beasts were blown to near death one by one. Following that, scenes of other skeleton soldiers delivering finishing blows appeared. All the spectators widened their eyes, gasping in shock. This is pure violent aesthetics. The skeleton soldiers deal such high damage, I'm so envious. Mom, I want to become a necromancer too. After the shock, it was followed by envy towards Lin Chen. At this moment, some were excited, some had faces full of envy, and others were blushing, hands clenched tightly, their eyes revealing fervor. But there were also those who, while shocked, carried a hint of worry. Oh no! That 10-meter-tall frost giant jumped in front of my cousin. Su Yunyun suddenly exclaimed, but immediately realized something was off and covered her mouth. What? What 10-meter-tall giant? Yunyun, what are you talking about? Su Shan, seeing this from the side, quickly comforted her. It's fine, Mom. My cousin summoned over 100 skeletons to beat up the boss. That's good, that's good. This necromancer is just right for Xiao Xian. More people means more power, it's safe. Lin Chen's aunt let out a sigh of relief. However, her brows quietly furrowed. Having lived for so many years, she could naturally discern the tone of the two children. But she wasn't a professional and couldn't sort out too many things. She could only pray for Lin Chen in her heart. Lin Chen was unaware of his aunt's worries. At this moment, he was staring ahead, his posture straight. The 10-meter-tall frost giant seemed like a moving snow mountain, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure. Unfortunately, I really lack offensive means right now. Otherwise, I would definitely want to challenge you unknown. Lin Chen sighed lightly. The necromancer was actually a very comprehensive profession. It could summon, had powerful soul fire, skeletal-type spell attacks, and also possessed soul and curse skills. However, his level was too low now. His skill bar only had 4 skills, and he didn't have money to buy good skill books. I remember that if I get the top score in the college entrance examination, the school will reward me with 100,000 gold coins, and the professional association will also reward me with 100,000 gold coins. That money should be enough to buy a suitable skill book. However, now was not the time to think about these things. Lin Chen sidestepped, allowing the battlefield to be taken over by the clumsy bull. Of course, the clumsy bull now couldn't take on the level 20 boss frost giant either. What Lin Chen needed to do was simply to hold it off. Clumsy bull, charge at it. With Lin Chen's low shout, the minotaur, which had just been rampaging through the beast horde, suddenly accelerated. Its giant horns, dozens of meters long, whistled through the air with the power to tear it apart. The next moment, in the terrified gaze of the boss, the giant horns collided. Crack! The frost giant's proud blue rocky skin was forcibly torn open. Roar! This strike completely enraged the boss. Even though it had gained a bit of intelligence and knew to target Lin Chen, the summoner himself, it could not ignore this blow from the clumsy bull. The two magical beasts began to fight. The clumsy bull, relying on its size advantage, repeatedly dealt damage to the frost giant. The opponent was not foolish either, using skills to block the clumsy bull's position and causing it to slow down. Lin Chen was not idle either. Seizing the moment, he summoned a few skeleton soldiers to execute corpse explosions. During this time, he also observed the changes on the battlefield, triggering other low-health skeleton soldiers to self-destruct. Boom! 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 The explosions were deafening. Lin Chen's martial arts exam points rapidly increased. 1,300 points, 1,400 points, 1,500. Each point change represented a corpse explosion by Lin Chen. And each corpse explosion would result in the death of a large number of magical beasts. At this moment, Lin Chen soared to first place like a rocket, successfully surpassing the leader by more than 100 points. In the end, amidst a spectacular explosion of skeletons, the core area was cleared. Lin Chen is just too abnormal. With this score, he's definitely going to take the top spot this year. At this rate, Lin Chen is going to break the record. In the history of Jiangchang, the current deputy city lord set a record of 1630 points, and there's still a minute left until the exam ends. He broke it. Lin Chen has broken the record. Everyone watching the live stream widened their eyes. On the scoreboard, Lin Chen's score reached 1650. In the ruins of Giant City, Chen Yao and a few teammates were also dumbfounded. This guy is really abnormal. Chen Yao sat on the ground, leaning on his sword with a face full of unwillingness. He had been practicing swordsmanship since elementary school and was very talented. He could kill low-level magical beasts outside the city without using skills. Now that he had transitioned to a sword cultivator, he was even more formidable. He thought this college entrance exam would make him famous, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen showed up. Lin Chen really has good luck. Next to Chen Yao, a frail boy with glasses adjusted his frames. In just a week, he not only got a magic card that matched his skills but also obtained equipment that reduced cooldowns. I just wonder what attribute that magic card has. A magic card? The girl with twin tails pursed her lips. She recalled how Lin Chen had almost instantaneously killed 2 novice bosses in the beginner's secret realm. Before that, he had only killed a level 5 big ear rabbit boss. Is it really possible for him to get a magic card? In the center of the examination hall in the forest of Gran, a man clad in silver light armor tossed aside his great sword and round shield, plopping down on the grass. I'm done. I should have known better than to take this exam. I was already accepted by Mingju University, and now I'm being dragged here to be AT. As he spoke, the man opened his score wristband. Ah, Sister Honying, this score must be a mistake. 2,000 points. Did that kid clear the core area? When Lin Chen's score reached 2,000 points, everyone lost their composure. In the examination room, the audience was restless. If it weren't for the exam not being over and the inability to leave, many would have already rushed out to contact the highest authorities of their respective guilds. Even the proctors were stunned. Due to the anomalies in the core area of the Giant City Ruins examination hall, teams that could have aimed for higher rankings found their scores stagnating. This was clearly unfair to them. How about we give these people some extra performance points? After all, daring to enter the core area already shows their courage. Just as everyone was losing their composure, inside the city lord's mansion, the city lord, deputy city lord, and a mysterious silver-haired elder saw even more. Something's not right, very not right. Based on the information you've gathered, Lin Chen's talent likely possesses more than just defensive characteristics. Look, when Lin Chen's skeleton soldiers hit the low-health magical beasts, they almost instantaneously kill the boss. Since we can't see the health bar, it's easy to assume that the magic card that gives the skeleton soldiers paralysis power has increased their damage. But I can be certain about the final blow that killed the frost giant. His talent very likely has the ability to inflict damage based on the target's lost life. A talent with 2 characteristics. This is the mark of an S-level talent. Ding ding ding. On June 7th, at 7 p.m., as the bell rang, the college entrance exam officially ended. The scoreboard in the square also came to a halt. First place, Lin Chen, 3,360 points. Second place, Lu Qinghan, 1,660 points. Third place, Luo Feng. The screen went dark. Many people stood in the square for a long time without leaving. Over 3,000 points. Not only did this break the record of Jiangchang, but it also seemed to have successfully broken the national highest record. In the instance hall, as the magic array lit up, the figures of students participating in the martial arts exam began to appear. After Lin Chen emerged, he instantly pulled up the hood of his mage robe and left the hall directly. Of course, the college entrance examination had live broadcasts and scoreboards. Moreover, he knew that last year's national college entrance examination had the highest combat score of only 1,500. Now that over 3,000 points had appeared, it would inevitably attract more inquiries. Lin Chen was not someone who liked trouble. However, as he thought this, things did not develop as he expected. Just as he walked out of the instance hall, Lin Chen saw the figures of Lu Qinghan and Shen Hanying. Beside them was a tall middle-aged man. Lin Chen initially intended to walk around them, but was instantly spotted by Shen Hanying, who pulled him over. You brat, just as you were in the spotlight, you want to run away? Shen Hanying smiled and introduced him to the middle-aged man beside her. Old man, this is Lin Chen I told you about. What do you think? Isn't he strong? He, indeed a young talent. Hello, my name is Shin Wanha, the middle-aged man said with a smile, extending his hand. Old man, Shin Wanha. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had been chuckling at Shen Hanying's strange title, but upon hearing Shen Wanhi's name, he instantly straightened up and shook his hand. Hello, President Shen. No need to be polite. Shen Wanha waved his hand and said with a smile. Lin Shen, the association has some questions regarding your strength. I wonder if you have time now. Questions? Lin Shen was stunned. I really was too high profile. Lin Shen thought to himself. Knowing he couldn't refuse, he nodded to indicate it was no problem. Seeing his reaction, Shen Wanha turned to look at the two women, Shen Hongying and Lu Qinghan. Hongying, you and Qinghan go back first. I have some matters to discuss with Lin Shen. Just after the college entrance examination, Lin Shen was called away by the president of the Practitioners Association. No one could be sure if it was a good thing. Shen Hongying frowned, reluctant to leave. But seeing Shen Wanhi's unperturbed expression, she spoke up. Dad, Lin Shen is a good friend of mine and Qinghan, you. Before she could finish, Shen Wanha interrupted her with a smile. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Once he said that, Shen Hongying and Lu Qinghan had nothing more to say and left hand in hand. After the two left, Shen Wanha didn't say much more and took Lin Shen into a black luxury car. At his level, he naturally had a dedicated driver, but Lin Shen didn't notice. Instead, Shen Wanha took the driver's seat himself. The president of the Practitioners Association driving was akin to the Education Bureau director from his past life driving him. Lin Shen sat in the back seat, scratching his head. Just as he was about to ask what he was needed for, Shen Wanha spoke first. Lin Shen, with your combat score, even if you score 0, you've secured the top spot in the college entrance examination. Do you have a university in mind? My Hongying has always wanted to go to Jianghai City, saying it's a big city. Not yet, Lin Shen shook his head, lost in thought. Previously, he had considered going to Shanhua University in the mainland, which was located in Shanhua City and ranked among the top 5 in the country. But now he was a bit hesitant. After all skills of a practitioner reached level 5, they needed to complete tasks to continue leveling up. The limit-breaking task for the necromancer profession was almost entirely related to undead creatures. And in Xia country, the well-known gathering place for the undead was near Jianghai City, the Divine Grace Cemetery. After the game merged with reality, not only did many monsters and instances emerge, but it also altered the environment of Blue Star, creating numerous ruins, underground palaces, and forbidden zones. Among them, a forbidden zone did not mean it was completely inaccessible, but rather that it was extremely dangerous. The Divine Grace Cemetery belonged to a forbidden zone and was quite large. It was said to be several times larger than the entire Jiang city. However, as practitioners gradually grew stronger, the outskirts of Divine Grace were gradually being developed. Various undead creatures and equipment began to attract more and more people to venture there. Most likely, I will go to Jianghai City, Lin Shen thought for a moment and added. Jianghai City is great, it really is better for your career development. However, there are 3 well-known universities in Jianghai City, and you should consider them carefully. One of them is Mingzhu University. Shen Wanhao introduced the universities of Jianghai while driving. Lin Shen sat in the back, nodding frequently. He learned a lot of information that couldn't be found online. Soon, the vehicle stopped in front of a manor. The two got out of the car. After entering a villa within the manor, Lin Shen saw 3 middle-aged men. On the way here, Shen Wanhao had already shared some information with him. Lin Shen knew that the ones he was about to meet were the city lord and the deputy city lord, along with a mysterious person. Shen Wanhao hadn't revealed the identity of the mysterious person, but he told Lin Shen that the resources that person could mobilize were even greater than his own. This made Lin Shen cautious. After greeting everyone in the room, they sat facing each other. After the deputy city lord Lu Feng and city lord Luo Hao introduced themselves, the silver-haired man across from Lin Shen began to introduce himself. Lin Shen, I come from the Spark Guild, you can call me Captain Chen. Spark, Captain Chen. Lin Shen nodded upon hearing this, but his mind had no information about this guild. Could it be a government department? Lin Shen wasn't foolish. Who else could mobilize more resources than Shen Wanhao, the president of a professional association? Lin Shen, you might not know what kind of guild Spark is. I can give you a concept. This badge of mine is recognized by political figures around the world. However, I'm not here to flaunt the power of the guild. I'm here to invite you to join. Invite me to join? Upon hearing the silver-haired man's previous statement, Lin Shen realized that this person was indeed from the national team. He hadn't expected that the purpose of the visit was to invite him to join. Before coming, Lin Shen thought they would ask him about his performance in the martial examination's secret realm. That's right, it's an invitation to join. The silver-haired man explained with a smile. Your performance in the martial examination's secret realm was evident to all. Our Xia country has always been a nation that values talent. Moreover, you have awakened your talent, right? Would you be interested in demonstrating your magic card roulette? No problem. Lin Shen nodded in agreement, not worried about revealing anything. As long as the magic card's special effects were hidden, no one could tell its level. In this world, There were no tools to detect levels unless the practitioner took out the magic card and handed it to the other person. Indeed a talent card. No problem, Lin Chen. Our Spark Guild has very few level talent individuals. Now, on behalf of the Spark Guild, I sincerely invite you to join. S-level talent. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this but quickly adjusted. After all, considering his various performances in the martial examination, how could he hide it from those present? The silver-haired man saw Lin Chen's reaction and immediately confirmed his guess. He smiled and explained, "No need to be surprised. Regarding your talent, we only made some inferences based on your performance. Your talent should have two effects, right? One is to increase defense, and the other can deal damage based on the percentage of the target's lost life." Hearing the silver-haired man's explanation, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The effects of talents could not be known by others unless the practitioner spoke about them. Just now, he almost thought that this world had some means to check others' talents. However, these people were indeed powerful, not just empty talk. Ordinary people might attribute it to his good luck in obtaining enough skill points to raise the summon undead skill to level 5. But for those battle-hardened individuals in front of him, they could infer a rough idea just from the footage. Understanding this, Lin Chen nodded in affirmation. Seeing him nod, the other three prominent figures from Jiang City, who had been silent, suddenly brightened up. S-level talent. This was the first S-level talent practitioner in Jiang City in 500 years since the Great Catastrophe began. City Lord Luo Hao and Deputy City Lord Lu Feng both cast appreciative glances at Lin Chen. Xin Wanhao from the Practitioner Association was even more wide-eyed with excitement. He knew that his daughter seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Chen. Then there's no problem. Lin Chen, do you want to join the Starfire Guild? The silver-haired man took out a badge and began to explain the Starfire Guild. The philosophy of the Starfire Guild represents the flame of civilization. Time slowly passed. Lin Chen gradually learned about the Starfire Guild. In simple terms, it was a powerful guild established by the Xia Kingdom and promoted worldwide. Guild members were not judged by their strength but by their potential. Although there were no particularly powerful professionals, many members held significant power and resources in various countries. More importantly, joining Starfire offered great freedom. Starfire even allowed you to join other guilds. Lin Chen was initially uninterested, but after listening he felt a bit tempted, especially by the last point. There were no restrictions on guild activities and no mandatory tasks were assigned. You could step up whenever civilization needed you. I know you're hesitant. How about this? I have just obtained a skill book that is very suitable for necromancers. Whether you agree or not, consider this a meeting gift, the silver-haired man said, handing Lin Chen a skill scroll. Lin Chen took it and was shocked. Skill, Necromantic Resurrection Effect, revive and empower the dead to fight for you. Note, this skill book can only be learned by necromancers. Necromantic Resurrection. In his past life on Earth, necromancers existed in many games. In those games, summoning the dead was common. But this necromantic resurrection was almost unheard of. It wasn't that it wasn't strong enough, it was too strong. On the battlefield, encountering a necromancer with this skill meant they could directly revive your teammates to attack you. Who could withstand that? Lin Chen never expected such a powerful skill could exist. But when he searched for necromancer skills online, this skill was not recorded at all. Lin Chen took a deep breath and exhaled a breath of stale air. I am willing to join the Starfire Guild. Ah, great. By the time Lin Chen returned home, it was already 9 in the evening. I remember turning off the lights in the house? Just as he was about to open the door, Lin Chen noticed something was off through the crack of the door. However, he quickly relaxed. Since he lived in an old community, the sound insulation was not good, and he could already hear noises from inside. That was a familiar voice. Why hasn't cousin come back yet? He wouldn't really be having a celebration feast with his classmates, would he? Sigh, it's our fault too. We didn't inform Xiaoxian in advance. Yun, look at what time it is. Hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirred and he pushed the door open. Sure enough, what greeted his eyes were the cousins he had met before, along with his aunt. However, Lin Chen noticed that his aunt's eyes were covered with a circle of gauze. Upon seeing Lin Chen return, Su Yun exclaimed, "Mom, cousin is back." "Aunt, Yun, Shangu," Lin Chen greeted with a smile as he stepped forward. Hearing his voice, Lin Chen's aunt, who had been sitting, quickly stood up. She reached out her hands, feeling her way forward. Lin Chen hurriedly took 2 steps forward to support his aunt. Xiaoxian didn't get hurt this year, right? Feeling his aunt's tightly grasping hands and her concern, Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart and replied, "It's fine, aunt. My profession is safe." His aunt's surname was Dong and her name was Li. She married into a family in the north of the city, just like Lin Chen's parents. Both ordinary people. They chatted briefly. When his aunt learned that Lin Chen was back so late and not at a classmate gathering, Aunt Donnelly pulled Lin Chen to sit down and called out to Su Shan, "Xiao Shan, hurry and bring out the food." Upon hearing this, Su Shan quickly helped his sister Su Yunyun clear a table in Lin Chen's house. Lin Chen's aunt had a key. Their family had visited many times and was very familiar with the layout. Once the table was cleared, Su Shan waved his hand and brought out several dishes to place on it. Although the backpack space of a professional is displayed as small squares on the panel, in reality, it is a cubic space with limited size. Lin Chen noticed a large box behind the door filled with materials and equipment from magical beasts. His cousin Su Shan must have taken the items out to avoid affecting the food. "Xiao Xian, it's so late, you haven't eaten yet, right? This food is from Jinxi Yulu. Just right for you to recover from the consumption of this year's exams." Aunt Donnelly, supported by Su Yunyun, sat down at the dining table. "Aunt, you really didn't have to go to such expense." Lin Chen accompanied his aunt. Looking at the dishes on the table, he felt an indescribable sensation. These dishes were not ordinary but made from high-grade magical beasts. Consuming them could slightly enhance a professional's physical quality. Of course, the effect required a considerable amount, but even a simple meal could still refresh the mind and restore stamina. "Oh, you child, what do you mean by expense? I heard your martial arts exam results today are worthy of a top scholar. This is the celebration you deserve." Aunt comforted him earnestly. "You've always been quiet and not many friends since you were little. This is what we should prepare for you. Alright, eat up, eat up." Although Aunt couldn't see, she was still very warm-hearted. The few of them sat together, chatting and laughing as they enjoyed the dinner. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Aunt's family prepared to leave. Lin Chen found an opportunity to have a private chat with his cousin Su Shan. It was then he learned about his aunt's eyes. It turned out she had suddenly gone blind 2 months ago. After examination, it was found that a tumor in her brain was causing the pressure. Now, due to the skills of professionals, the tumor was no longer a major issue, but the blindness in her eyes could not be restored. And because Lin Chen was about to take the college entrance examination, they didn't tell him in advance to avoid distracting him. "It's fine, my profession, Iron Guardian, is quite popular. After all, every team needs a tank. Once I save enough money next year, I can find a mechanic to install a pair of mechanical eyes. Restoring vision is not a problem." Cousin Su Shan was a very optimistic person. Lin Chen believed in his strength. However, thinking of the warmth among family today, Lin Chen secretly made a resolution. This world has powerful potions like life potions that can regenerate severed limbs. Although they are expensive, for him, it's just a matter of time. "Maybe I can buy one for Aunt." June 8th. Today was the first day after the college entrance examination ended. However, the liveliness of Jiang City was even greater than before the exams. Because now, the efficiency of professionals far exceeds that of ordinary people before the Great Disaster. Calculating scores was much simpler. Naturally, the time for the results to be announced was much quicker. This meant that today was the day the results would be published. However, compared to previous years, this year, the people of Jiang City were more eager to see the information on the 9th. Currently, communication between major cities was difficult, and only on the 9th could they learn about the results from other places. With live broadcasts of the college entrance examination scores, everyone knew that Lin Chen was the prodigy from Jiang City. The top scholar of Jiang City undoubtedly belonged to him. Therefore, while everyone was excited, they were even more looking forward to whether he could secure the national top scholar. The national top scholar, Jiang City hasn't produced one in over 500 years. It's still too early to talk about the national top scholar. I was following new professionals from other places a few days ago, and this year there are talents everywhere. No matter how many talents there are, can they be stronger than Lin Chen? Over 3,300 points in the martial arts exam, even the current number 1 in Xia country, Li Jiangbai, couldn't achieve that back then. Stop arguing, the final scores of the college entrance examination are out. June 5/25, Jiang City College Entrance Examination Gold List. First place, Lin Chen. Final score, 2,652. Second place, Lu Qinghan. Final score, 1,432. Third place, Luo is 2,652 points. According to the combat points, 70 for combat scores and 30 for performance scores. Lin Chen has maximized his performance score. The highest score in the history of the Summer Kingdom's college entrance examination is 1,750, and Lin Chen scored nearly 1,000 points higher, securing the title of national champion. At this moment, a hint of pride flashed across the faces of almost everyone in Jiang City. After the game merged with reality, 36 large main cities and 72 small main cities appeared within the Summer Kingdom. Jiang City is one of the bottom 10 among the 72 small main cities. With weak strength, resources are scarce. This has led many professionals to be unwilling to develop in Jiang City after they grow up. There aren't enough strong professionals. The development of Jiang City has already formed a vicious cycle. Now, with Lin Chen's college entrance examination results, he has become famous overnight. This will also draw more attention to this small city. It might even lead to the Summer Kingdom allocating more resources. It can be said that just relying on this national college entrance examination champion can drive the development of the entire city. Amazing! An ordinary vocational boy turns into the national champion. Who says small cities can't produce great figures? The handsome boy from Jiang City claims the national first place. Uncovering the growth history of champion Lin Chen from a poor area problem solver to the top of the martial arts examination. Countless news media began to report on Lin Chen's affairs. Even people were constantly visiting Lin Chen's home. Lin Chen had long anticipated this and left home. He had just obtained a powerful skill book, Resurrection of the Undead. Although he had a card that could expand his skill slots just to be safe, Lin Chen decided to level up to 20. He would learn with the newly unlocked skill slots afterward. Ding dong! Before he reached the city gate, his phone rang. Lin Chen looked at it. It was President Shen, whom he had added contact information for last night. Lin Chen, are you at home right now? A few college admissions teachers are here to see you. Admissions teachers? Lin Chen was a bit taken aback. Today is the first day the results are announced. Are admissions teachers already here? There are no planes or high-speed trains like before the Great Disaster. Could it be a teleportation array? They must be spending a lot of money. Many people know that Jiang City has a teleportation array, but the cost is high and the teleportation distance is limited. It seems the admissions teachers looking for me have some information. Could it be about my talent? Lin Chen thought to himself, and a voice came to his ear again. Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up. They are currently waiting for you at the association. Okay, I'm at the South City Gate. The call ended. Lin Chen waited in place. At this moment, in the president's office of the Professional Association, President Shen Wanhe was entertaining 5 guests in the room. Lin Chen is coming over soon, you all sit down first. But you all are really quick to act, coming over so soon. The teleportation array probably cost a small fortune. He hung up the phone and started chatting with a few people. The people in the room were all the admissions heads from the strongest universities among the 5 super main cities in the Summer Kingdom. They were somewhat prominent figures, but not enough to make him, the president of a city's professional association, overly polite. President Shen is joking. With such a talent emerging from Jiang City, we naturally have to show our sincerity. 5 people entered the room. 3 men and 2 women. The one speaking was a middle-aged man with a beard. He was from Jingbei University, the strongest university in the Summer Kingdom. President Shen, is Lin Chen's talent really level? Taking advantage of Lin Chen's absence, a high ponytail girl wearing glasses raised a question. She was an admissions teacher from Tianfu University, the strongest university in Xiangchuan City. Despite her feminine appearance, everyone present knew she was a hot-tempered fighter. I know the reason you all rushed here is because of Lin Chen's level talent. If anyone has questions about this matter, we can wait for the confirmation of the National College Entrance Examination results and the release of the potential dragon list. Shen Wanhe explained with a smile. Potential dragon list. The people in the room fell silent. This is a ranking published every year after the college entrance examination results are announced, assessing the potential of new professional practitioners nationwide. The information about the professionals on the list is described in great detail, but it takes at least a week to come out. By then, there might already be competitors who have recruited Lin Chen. Several enrollment teachers exchanged glances, no longer speaking. Time slowly passed. The Professional Association building was located in the very center of Jiang City. When Lin Chen arrived, an hour had already passed since he received the call. Pushing open the door, he was met with 5 unfamiliar professionals, 3 men and 2 women. Among the men, 2 were tall and 1 was short. One of the tall ones had a beard, while the other wore glasses. The short one was slightly overweight and looked very amiable. Among the women, 1 was tall and the other short. The tall one had a somewhat domineering presence, while the short one was quite cute, appearing only a few years older than Lin Chen. This is Lin Chen. Shen Wanhe introduced as Lin Chen entered. Hello, I'm Fong Zhang from the admissions office of Jingbei University. Hello Lin Chen, I'm Li Ming from Mingzhu University. You can call me Teacher Li. I'm Chen Kong from Shanghai University. The teachers stood up to introduce themselves to Lin Chen. He nodded in response to each one. After a brief chat to get acquainted, they got down to business. The first to extend an olive branch was Fong Zhang from Jingbei University. Lin Chen, you probably know our purpose for coming here, which is to invite you to join the universities we represent. Of course, we are just a small part of the universities, and the choice is entirely yours. As for the conditions, let me state them first. If you come to our school, you will receive a direct cash bonus of 2 million. Additionally, we will provide a scholarship of 2 million, disbursing 500,000 each year, regardless of your grades. A total of 4 million gold coins in direct cash and bonuses. 50,000 gold coins would be enough for a family of 4 to live on for a year, let alone 4 million. Lin Chen was stunned by this offer. He never expected the benefits to be this substantial. However, an even greater surprise was yet to come. The other enrollment mentors were not to be outdone. Shanghai University offered a total of 3 million, along with a choice of 3 pieces of purple equipment below level 50 and 1 orange piece. Tianfu University also offered 3 million, allowing the selection of 5 pieces of purple equipment and 2 orange pieces. These two universities, located inland, lacked marine resources and thus offered slightly less in monetary terms. However, the value of the equipment could be much greater. Still, compared to Shanghai University, it seems somewhat lacking. Shanghai University, located in Nanhai City, was undoubtedly the top in terms of resources in Xia country. Not only did it have the ocean but also various tropical forests and lakes. It attracted professionals from across the country and even the world, with numbers surpassing those in Shanghai City, located in the Central Plains. Therefore, Shanghai University directly offered 3 million gold coins plus a choice of a purple magic card. Upon hearing about the magic card, the other enrollment mentors were somewhat surprised. This offer was quite generous. It's important to note that a genius who hasn't grown is not considered a genius at all. Did Shanghai University have such high hopes for Lin Chen? Facing the puzzled expressions of those in the room, the mentor from Shanghai University's admissions office did not elaborate further. In fact, the Nanhai city he was in had the strongest intelligence organization in the country, the Penguin Guild. Before coming, he had received important information about Lin Chen from there. At this moment, Lin Chen was also silent in the face of such benefits. It's worth noting that his current achievements were not solely due to talent. He also had the lightning skeleton. Just as Lin Chen hesitated, the last, Ningzhou University, also stated its conditions. 6 million gold coins plus 2 pieces of purple equipment with no level restrictions. Lin Chen, these are the resources we are offering you. Of course, there are still top universities like Moda University and Cambrian University that haven't contacted you yet. However, I believe the resources they offer won't be more than ours. So, do you have any universities in mind? Faced with the inquiries of the enrollment teachers, Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. The conditions offered by each were quite generous. Although Jingbei University only offered cash rewards, as the top university in the country, it represented numerous resources. The dungeons, secret realms, and even the exploration of restricted areas controlled by the school were absolutely ahead of other universities. However, Lin Chen, with his talent in hand, did not have high demands for resources. Moreover, he actually had some doubts about these universities. Before the Great Cataclysm, the main purpose of universities was to cultivate talent for scientific research. But now, practitioners only need a skill book to learn a craft. What is the purpose of universities spending heavily to recruit promising martial arts candidates? Is it for the national war? But isn't it too early for college students to participate in national wars? Lin Chen thought silently, and he had made a decision in his heart. Thank you, teachers, for your kindness. I choose Ningzhou University. Ningzhou University is located in Jianghai City, which has the forbidden zone of the Divine Grace Cemetery nearby. This was something Lin Chen had considered before. Ningzhou University, not bad. It's very suitable for necromancers. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, the other recruitment teachers showed a hint of regret. But they quickly adjusted and congratulated Teacher Li from Ningzhou University. After that, apart from the teachers from Ningzhou University, the others said their goodbyes and prepared to head to other cities. Teacher Li from the admissions office of Ningzhou University had a temperament very similar to Lin Chen's. He wore glasses, was gentle, and spoke calmly and steadily. He took out a contract and an admission notice and handed them to Lin Chen. After a brief glance at the contract, Lin Chen signed his name. After that, the remaining 3 in the room started chatting. Lin Chen then discovered that Chen Wanha had actually been an old classmate of this teacher Chen. Both of them had been students at Ningzhou University back in the day. After chatting for a while, Teacher Li suggested, Lin Chen, the official start date for Ningzhou University is September 1st. However, for outstanding students, we have already arranged dormitories, so you can check in early. Yes, Lin Chen, your level is still low. Going to Jianghai, you can use the resources there to get through the 2-month novice period before school starts. This will greatly help your development during the novice period. Check in early? Lin Chen had actually thought about going to Jianghai City early, renting a room at the school, and then going to the Divine Grace Cemetery to complete the skill limit breaking task. Since the school allowed early check-in and arranged dormitories, he naturally no longer hesitated. No problem, I do want to go to Jianghai City earlier. Alright, this is my contact information, you can contact me in advance when you arrive. Teacher Li took out a business card and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the card, somewhat surprised. Teacher Li, don't you need to recruit students in other cities? Ha, you don't need to worry about that, I was specifically sent by the school to recruit you. Afterward, I will return to the school to work. Okay, they'll probably go over in about a week. Lin Chen nodded, saving the contact information from the card to his phone. After chatting a bit more in the room, they each returned. At this time, it was still not noon. Just as Lin Chen was about to find a restaurant to eat, he received a call from a teacher at Binhai No. 1 High School. The caller was his class monitor, Ren, who had always taken good care of him. Lin Chen, do you have time to come to school now? The school is holding a celebration and award ceremony for you today. Once the call connected, the homeroom teacher quickly explained the purpose. It turned out they were going to distribute the rewards for the top student in Zhangcheng. With money to be received, Lin Chen naturally didn't waste any time and took a taxi to the school. The school awarded him 100,000 gold. And the Practitioner Association also awarded him 100,000 gold. A few companies came later to congratulate him and brought gifts, and by the time he left, Lin Chen had over 300,000 gold in his account and also owned a house with a 70-year property right. The house didn't matter much to him. Considering he could choose the location, Lin Chen picked a house in the northern part of the city. After that, Lin Chen went to his aunt's house. After a long time of persuasion, he finally got his aunt to accept the house and the 100,000 gold. Once everything was settled, Lin Chen stayed at his aunt's house for dinner before returning home. Halflying on the sofa, Lin Chen exhaled a breath of stale air. He had been running back and forth all day. He was indeed a bit tired. After taking a shower, organizing his belongings, and making a few future plans, just as he was preparing to sleep, a text message came in. 2 million gold had been credited to his account. Mingzhu University is really generous, it was just a contract signing, and I hadn't even reported yet. The other party had already transferred the gold coins, which made Lin Chen lose his drowsiness. He got up and went to the living room, ready to open a bottle of soda and buy some equipment or skill books. However, he found the fridge completely empty. Glancing at the time, it was 11 o'clock at night. Lin Chen put on his clothes and prepared to go downstairs to buy some drinks. The slums were located in the middle circle of Zheng City. It was densely populated, and the facilities were relatively comprehensive. The park was right across from Lin Chen's community. The convenience store in the community had already closed, so Lin Chen walked through the park area to buy 2 packs of cola from a nearby convenience store. On his way back, he passed by the park. Lin Chen saw an elderly man, very old and hunched over, coughing as he walked towards a bench by the roadside. The old man's face was withered, and he looked somewhat familiar. He should be from the same community. Thud! Suddenly, the old man stumbled and fell to the ground. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then approached with a grin and said, "Old man, please don't try to scam me." He helped the old man to the park bench. The old man seemed a bit startled, gripping his arm tightly. Trembling, he murmured, "Young man, meeting is fate, helping me will cost." Before he could finish, Lin Chen realized something was wrong. However, his arms felt as if they were trapped by the old man, unable to move. In Lin Chen's gaze, the old man's skin quickly appeared to be burning with flames. The next moment, boom! The old man exploded like a bomb. 1097. After the explosion, Lin Chen got up from the nearby grass. He opened the panel. Looking at the long damage number, Lin Chen's expression turned a bit grim. Targeted by someone? He looked around and discovered that this old man was not a real person. Scattered around were actually pieces of wood. Even though it was late at night, the explosion still attracted a lot of attention. Lin Chen retreated to an open area and called the president of the Practitioner Association. Soon, upon receiving his message, the other party rushed over with people. To Lin Chen's surprise, the silver-haired man from the Starfire Guild was also with them. The two inspected the scene and asked Lin Chen for details. The silver-haired man frowned and began to explain. "What you encountered should be a puppeteer from the Black Church. However, he shouldn't be targeting you, otherwise, it wouldn't just be a low-level puppet." Shenwanha added as well. "That's right, it should be a puppeteer. He is an international fugitive. And news just came in that he entered the territory of Xia country. I didn't expect to find his trace here. I suspect this is likely related to the National College Practitioner League finals that will be held in Jiangnan City. The Black Church may have sent him to target those high-potential practitioners, and the puppet just happened to pass through Jiang City today. As for what the Black Church and puppets are..." Shenwanha glanced at the silver-haired man, and seeing no reaction from him, he slowly introduced it to Lin Chen. After the Blue Star became a digital world, some believe that a deity is controlling everything behind the scenes. They think the deity's purpose is to make humanity experience endless suffering, which led to the emergence of two organizations, the Ancient God Church and the Dark Church. After President Shen Wanhe's explanation, Lin Chen finally understood. The dangers of this world were not only the endless beasts from the outside but also dark organizations like the Black Church and the Ancient God Church. After the silver-haired man inspected again, he suggested to Lin Chen, do you have any business in Jiang City? I heard you chose to go to Mingzhu University. I suggest you can report to Jianghai City in advance. I don't have anything to do for now. My original plan was to leave for Jianghai City in a week. A week is fine. The silver-haired man paused and continued, before you leave, I will send someone to protect you, in case the puppeteer's target is you. Take this. The silver-haired man handed Lin Chen a business card. Once you arrive in Jianghai City, you can contact this person. He is the head of the Starfire Guild stationed in Jianghai City. Take some time to meet him, show your Starfire badge, and if you encounter any trouble in Jianghai in the future, you can seek him out. Sure. This was a benefit of the guild, and Lin Chen naturally did not refuse. For the rest of the time, Lin Chen exchanged a few more details with the two. After that, he returned to the supermarket, bought 2 cases of cola, and went home. The puppeteer used the rule that puppets explode when they leave the control range to attack others in the city. This made Lin Chen realize that the rules of the main city could not guarantee safety 100%. If a fragile new player had been here today, they would probably be seriously injured or dead. However, whether it's aimed at me or not, I need to be careful. I still need to level up quickly and increase my health limit. Since he was wearing equipment, the explosion did not damage Lin Chen's clothes. After a quick shower, Lin Chen opened a can of cola and returned to his bedroom. A week should be enough to reach level 20. Once I reach level 20 and learn the undead resurrection skill, I'll head to Jianghai City. With a plan in place, Lin Chen browsed online for a general teleportation skill book for Mage's Blink. This was an essential skill for many mages. Although it was relatively rare, the drop rate was not low, and the price was just right, not too expensive, but not cheap either. Lin Chen spent 50,000 gold coins to buy a copy. The order was placed too late, so it would be delivered tomorrow. Lin Chen didn't mind and, after checking some information about Jianghai City, fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the delivery arrived. After signing for it, Lin Chen equipped the skill expansion magic card he had exchanged from Lu Qinghan. He then clicked to learn the skill book. Skill, Blink LV1 cooldown, 5 minutes mana cost, 100 effect, after casting, can teleport in a specified direction. Current teleport distance is 10 meters, 5 minutes cooldown, 10 meters of safety distance. Not bad, the 5-minute cooldown is indeed a bit long, but for a level 1 skill, there's still room for improvement. Closing the panel, Lin Chen tested the skill's effect. The casting time for Blink was very short and it could pass through walls. After familiarizing himself with the disorienting feeling of quickly moving through space, Lin Chen set off towards the outskirts of the city. His current level was 15. He was already 10 levels higher than the Goblin Dungeon, so he could no longer gain rewards or experience from it. Lin Chen planned to level up to 20 in Jiang City within a week. At level 20, there was a dungeon in Jiang City. He aimed to clear all 5 difficulty levels and take the top spot on the speedrun leaderboard before heading to Jianghai City. The following days were rather dull. Lin Chen kept shuttling between the outskirts and his home. During this time, the homeroom teacher called a few times, saying that some businesses wanted Lin Chen to endorse their products. Since it was confirmed that he had achieved the top score in the National College Entrance Examination, it quickly gained traction. His former home was almost always crowded with people seeking autographs and asking about career advice. Reluctantly, Lin Chen accepted an offer from a company that provided housing and rejected all others. 5 days later, at dusk, Lin Chen, who had almost swept through the level 15 to 20 monster area in Jiang City, had just reached level 20. The experience from killing wild monsters is still too little. Lin Chen sighed as he opened his attribute panel. He allocated the free attribute points gained from leveling up to his spirit. Then, he opened the skill panel. The additional skill slots from the magic card were different from the ones he unlocked himself, featuring an extra magic card background identifier. Blink occupied an additional skill slot. And now that he had reached level 20, it automatically unlocked one. As of now, Lin Chen had 6 skill slots. 5 of them were already occupied by skills, leaving one that had just been unlocked. Confirming that skills would not be learned in the magic card expansion skill slots, Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he took out a skill scroll. It's time to learn Undead Resurrection. This was a reward for joining the Starfire Guild. Lin Chen clicked and completed the learning process. Skill, Undead Resurrection cooldown, 30 seconds mana cost, 20 effect, revive and empower a deceased undead to fight for you. Note, the revived undead only has half the health it had in life, while other attributes are doubled. The number of summons and the degree of enhancement increase with skill level. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. It only takes 30 seconds to revive an undead, making it much faster to clear areas with many monsters. Unfortunately, I haven't found a single dungeon scroll in 6 days. Dungeons are filled with monsters, offering plenty of experience and high drop rates. Now that the college entrance exam is over, those with money no longer need to train themselves much. They start forming teams to hunt monsters in groups of 3 with 2, or even 4 with 1. Moreover, the beginner dungeon scrolls on the market are almost instantly sold out as soon as they appear. Because of this, Lin Chen is no longer the top player in the beginner phase. I can finally understand what Teacher Ma meant when he said money is useless. Shaking his head, he dismissed these boring thoughts. Lin Chen cast Undead Resurrection on the wolf demon he had just killed not far away. Awo the wolf demon, which had already had its thigh severed by the skeleton soldier, now grew a segment of white bone thigh and stood up forcefully. Not bad, if I can combine it with corpse explosion, the effect might be even better. With this thought, Lin Chen controlled the wolf demon to run forward. Its speed was indeed faster than in life. After running nearly 100 meters, Lin Chen felt a hint of loss of control and commanded the wolf demon to stop. The revived wolf demon has half the control distance of the skeleton soldier I summoned before. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, an explosion sounded from a distance. However, if it can work with corpse explosion, that would be great. The control distance of such skills usually increases with skill level. Lin Chen had nothing to worry about. He closed the panel and headed home. Before long, Lin Chen was back at his new home. This apartment is close to the slums, about 90 square meters after renovation. It's perfect for one person. After a simple dinner, Lin Chen took a shower and began to review the second beginner dungeon in Jiangchang. The level 20 dungeon. Tenli Slope's Sudden Change. This dungeon is quite classic and exists in all main cities of Xia country. Therefore, Tenli Slope was chosen as one of the exam venues for the college entrance exam. There are 2 bosses in Tenli Slope, Tao Yao and Lu Gue. Tao Yao has high and wide area damage, while Lu Gue has many control abilities. Analyzing the dungeon bosses, checking strategies, and purchasing supplies. The night quickly passed. Early the next morning, Lin Chen woke up early. Today is his last day in Jiangcheng. After passing the 5 difficulty levels of the dungeon, he plans to say goodbye to his aunt and head to Jianghai. Ding dong! Just after finishing breakfast, Lin Chen heard the doorbell. This location, apart from the company that sold him the house, should only be known by Zhang Fan, who called the day before yesterday. Did he come back to Jiangcheng? Curious, Lin Chen opened the door. What greeted him was a delightful aroma. At the door stood 2 girls, Lu Qinghan and Shin Hongying. Ha, didn't expect us to find this place, did you? Lin Chen was still standing at the door, curious. Shin Hongying had already pulled Lu Qinghan into the house. Oh, you, a big man, are quite tidy. Shin Hongying looked around, glancing at the trash can. Seeing this, Lin Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead. What did they take him for? What are you 2 doing here? Lin Chen took out 2 bottles of drinks from the fridge and placed them on the table, asking, "We're here to see you off," Shin Hongying said boldly, taking a drink without hesitation. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire her courage. But how did they know he was leaving Jiangcheng today? That makes sense. Lin Chen suddenly realized. Shin Wanhe, President Shin, is Shin Hongying's father. However, their timing was just right. The dungeon difficulty levels are normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and apocalyptic. The level 20 dungeon allows solo play for normal and hard difficulties. The other difficulties require 5 players, so Lin Chen took the opportunity to invite the 2. Sure, actually we were thinking of teaming up with you to run a dungeon today. Shin Hongying took off her shoes, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, nodding repeatedly at the suggestion. Lu Qinghan didn't respond but didn't refuse either. Lin Chen had a good idea of her personality. He directly opened the panel, created a small team, and pulled the 2 of them in. There are only 3 of us in the team right now. I plan to clear all 5 difficulties today. Do you know anyone suitable? At this time, the people we know are probably out in the monster area outside the city. Shin Hongying blinked and suggested, "Let's just go check the dungeon hall. With your skeleton army, we can just grab a couple." Sounds good. Lin Chen nodded. They chatted a bit more about their university choices before the 3 of them headed to the dungeon hall. Dungeon hall. Entrance to the Shirley Slope dungeon. Based on the leveling speed of previous years, within a week after the college entrance examination, about 1/3 of the newcomers in Jiangcheng would reach level 20. As the only dungeon for levels 20 to 30 in Jiangcheng, Shirley Slope naturally gathered many professionals who had just reached level 20. 5 missing 1, we need an elemental mage. Fixed team recruiting, must be able to get into Luoxue University in Shanhua City. Speedrun normal and hard mode Shirley Slope, looking for a tank and a healer. Challenge Nightmare Surely Slope. Experienced players who can dodge skills, come join. When Lin Chen and the others arrived, it was quite lively. However, upon hearing the calls, Lin Chen silently wiped his forehead to check for sweat. To level up with 4 carrying 1, it seems like they just reached level 20 in the last couple of days and they're already looking for experienced players? Lin Chen recalled the scenes from his past life playing games, feeling the pressure from the team leader during dungeon raids. Thankfully, he was the captain now. So, do you have any preferred team members? Lin Chen turned to look at Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying. No, you're the captain now. Well, follow your lead. Shen Hongying waved her hand, showing no particular thoughts. It was Lu Qinghan, who had been quiet, who suggested, if you want to clear all difficulties today, it's best to find a priest. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Lin Chen nodded. Starting from level 20, monsters typically had at least 2 skills. Relying solely on skeleton soldiers would be tough unless he summoned hundreds like during the final stages of the college entrance exam. Moreover, Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongyingon was a control-type mage and the other a light-armored melee fighter. If they were aiming for a speedrun, a priest was indeed necessary for the nightmare level. Alright, I'll go post a team recruitment message. Lin Chen walked to the workstation in the dungeon hall. Here, he could publish recruitment information. The Surely Slope dungeon was large, with an average clear time of 2 hours and 7 minutes for normal difficulty. After some thought, Lin Chen wrote in the recruitment message, speedrun all difficulties of Surely Slope, level 3 and 2, priests welcome, DPS needed. After sending the recruitment, the staff handed him a communication token. Lin Chen took the token and returned. Just as he approached Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying, he spotted 2 familiar figures. Oh, it's you guys? These 2 were actually Chen Yao, the sword cultivator he met during the final stage of the martial arts exam, and the twin-tailed priest. At that moment, they were chatting with Shen Hongying, clearly knowing each other. Upon seeing him return, Chen Yao greeted him with a smile. Lin Chen, Hongying said you're speedrunning all difficulties of Surely Slope and still need 2 teammates. How about we join? Sure, no problem. Their professions perfectly matched his requirements. Lin Chen pressed a button on the communication token. The next moment, his recruitment message displayed that the team was full in the hall. People around noticed Lin Chen's recruitment information and began to discuss. Damn! Where did this reckless team come from? Their tone is really big. Speedrunning all difficulties of Surely Slope. Why not just fly to the sky? I noticed that too. I was just about to private message the captain to see which fool it was, and then the team was formed. In this day and age, there are still a lot of fools. What a fool, that's called a warrior. Not to mention the world-ending difficulty. Those hordes of mutated willow demons in Nightmare Hell. Can a mere level 20 player handle that? What do you know? They might just be recruiting for a speedrun of all difficulties. Maybe they haven't even completed a single dungeon yet. They could be a newbie trying to scam a team here. Clearly, most adventurers did not have high hopes for Lin Chen's team. Typically, a level 20 nightmare difficulty dungeon requires a 5-person team with an average level of 23 or higher to clear it. As for Hell, at least 25. World-ending, many teams have reached level 30 without being able to earn rewards, let alone clear it. At this stage, it was completely different from before level 10. In fact, Lin Chen himself was not very confident. He had checked the strategy for this dungeon last night and it was indeed quite tricky. But with Lu Qinghan, the ice-type crowd control, it should be better. Lin Chen glanced at Lu Qinghan and pulled Chen Yao and the twin-tailed priest into the team. It was at this moment that he learned the priest's name, Su Xiuxiu, a very artistic name. Alright, check your blue potions, red potions, and equipment durability. If everything is fine, I'll start the dungeon. No problem. For receiving confirmation from a few people, Lin Chen arrived at the entrance of Surely Slope. He placed his hand on a crystal ball. Choosing normal difficulty, he decided to test the waters first. Entering dungeon, Surely Slope surprise team 55 teleportation complete, dungeon begins. Whoosh! As soon as he entered the dungeon, Lin Chen habitually waved his hand to cast 2 skills. 32 skeleton soldiers instantly appeared in front of the team, clad in magical barriers. At that moment, as the other team members steadied themselves, they saw the area filled with skeleton soldiers. Chen Yao, who was still unfamiliar with Lin Chen, gasped in amazement. Lin Chen, have you been continuously casting spells to improve your skill proficiency since awakening your class? The casting time for this skill is way too fast. I'm used to it. Lin Chen smiled and waved. Let's go. The appearance of the Surely Slope dungeon was quite similar to the Novice secret realm. Hills, rivers, and dense woods. However, compared to the spacious and freely navigable Novice Trial Secret Realm, Surely Slope was a main path that led straight to the end. The space was limited. Someone had measured it before. If there were no magical creatures, it would only take about 50 minutes to walk through. It was just slightly larger than the small country of Monaco before the Great Disaster. The path was simple and the space was confined. The magical creatures inside were also simple. The first half consisted of peach demons while the second half had willow demons. Upon seeing Lin Chen and his team appear, the peach demons screamed and waved their branches to strike at them. Frost Bolt, Sword Slash, Earth Split Charge, Divine Protection. One by one, the skills were unleashed. Although it was their first time cooperating, they were all top tier among novice adventurers. The skill coordination was quite smooth. The normal difficulty dungeon posed no challenge to them at all. Lin Chen commanded the skeletons, summoned the clumsy bull, and also summoned the frost giant from Wu Kao. After the Wu Kao event, he had contracted the frost giant's corpse. After the contract, Lin Chen named him Shi Xiao Xiao. In these days, the frost giant's level had also reached 15. As for the clumsy bull, its level had already reached 20 and unlocked its second skill, Earth Shatter. This was also a crowd control skill. Combined with the skills of the others and the true damage from the skeleton soldiers, they pushed through to the first boss without even using corpse explosion. The peach demon leader awaited them. The exploration skill books for adventurers were both rare and expensive, and most people were reluctant to let a detection skill occupy a skill slot. Therefore, everyone was unable to check the peach demon leader's health and skills. However, there were summaries from others in textbooks. The leader will have one more skill than ordinary magical beasts, and the peach demon has an additional charm skill. This skill has no damage, but when accumulated to a certain extent, it will cause adventurers to temporarily lose their sanity and attack their teammates. However, the charm can be dodged or countered. The red charm is aimed at male players, with females assisting to absorb it, while the blue charm targets female players, with males stepping forward to absorb it. Males absorbing the blue charm won't accumulate charm points, and similarly, females absorbing the red charm won't accumulate either. After discussing the mechanics of the peach demon with a few people, Lin Chen stored the clumsy cow and Shi Xiao Xiao into the contract space. Although both contract beasts were humanoid bosses, Lin Chen really didn't know what their genders were. No problem. Everyone had reviewed the strategy before coming and nodded in agreement. Then, they took their positions. Lin Chen directed the two skeleton soldiers to cooperate with Shen Hongying to engage the boss. Facing the BOS-level peach demon leader, the ordinary skeletons were bound to lose. However, Shen Hongying was very adept at drawing aggro from the demon beasts. While the boss was attacking the skeleton soldiers, she landed 2 sets of consecutive kicks on the boss's branches, drawing its attention to herself. Su Xiuxiu, positioned behind, was also very skilled, instantly casting Holy Protection and Blessing on Shen Hongying. Seeing this, Lu Qinghan and Shen Yao also began to unleash their skills. It was Lin Chen who found himself with nothing to do. Shouldn't I learn a ranged attack skill too? Lin Chen was somewhat dumbfounded at this scene. Although he had a thick health bar, he was a pure spirit-based explosion-type necromancer. If he had learned skills like Soulfire and Bone Spear, his output wouldn't be low either. After today, he'll give it a try and upgrade that magic card that expands the skill bar. With this thought in mind, the boss battle was nearing its end. Although the fight hadn't lasted long, Lin Chen's skeleton soldiers could deal damage based on the target's lost health percentage, which was incredibly overpowered. Ding! You have successfully killed the peach demon leader in the Shirley Slope dungeon. The kill notification rang in their ears, and everyone paused. It died just like that? It seems like the charm skills didn't even have a chance to be released. Everyone felt relaxed, especially Shen Hongying, who was stretching her limbs beside them. Lin Chen, it's so much easier to team up with you. Alright, let's open the treasure chest. Lin Chen smiled and walked over to the boss's corpse. Are we rolling for points or what? Chen Yao asked from the side. Let's roll for points, we all know each other, no need for bidding. Of course, if something really suits someone and is of high quality, try to compensate the teammates. Lin Chen was quite the gaming veteran on Earth and was very clear about these matters. After discussing with everyone, he opened the panel and found the dice for the team. Ding! It finally landed on 5. Oh my, 5. Ha, I rolled a 6. I got 2. Everyone called out their points in succession. Then Lin Chen checked the information. Shen Hongying had the highest with 6 points. Hongying, you go ahead and open it. Got it, Captain. Although Shen Hongying had a mature face, she was quite mischievous. Especially when with Lin Chen. She had put away her fiery temper. Watching Chen Yao look a bit dazed, was this still the female demon Shen Hongying from the courtyard? With a whoosh, the treasure chest opened and a pile of items scattered on the ground. Everyone took a glance. The best item was a pair of blue bracelets, and there weren't any particularly good items otherwise. Lin Chen then initiated the rolling points mode again. Whoever had the highest points would take the equipment. Once everything was distributed, Lin Chen received a green longsword, placed it in his backpack, and the group continued on. The latter part featured level 20 monsters, the Willow Ghosts. The Willow Ghosts were a bit more troublesome than the Peach Demons. Lin Chen's skeleton soldiers often got entangled by the willow branches and couldn't move. There was no fire-type mage in the team, so they could only rely on the sword cultivator Qinyao to cut the branches with his skills. As they progressed, Lin Chen also grew a bit annoyed. He summoned skeleton soldiers several times, and whenever they got entangled, he would trigger corpse explosion. Just like that, they quickly arrived at the final boss, the leader Willow Ghost. The Willow Ghost doesn't have as complex charm skills as the Peach Demon. However, the Willow Ghost will continuously summon ordinary Willow Ghosts, so we should try to stay together and not get scattered by the summoned Willow Ghost's red ink. You don't need to absorb hatred for this one, just protect Xinghan and Xiuxiu from the side. Lin Chen assigned positions to a few people, summoning Ben Niu and the Frost Giant, Shi Xiaoxiao. Shi Xiaoxiao, who was nearly 10 meters tall in the martial examination secret realm, had shrunk to half its size after being contracted by Lin Chen. However, at 5 meters tall, combined with its stone body, it still exuded a formidable presence. At level 10, Shi Xiaoxiao unlocked the skill Frost Rock, which allowed it to condense a block of ice rock with both hands and throw it. The damage was quite high. Lin Chen commanded the 2 contracted beasts and the skeleton soldier to attack the boss, while the others cleared out the ordinary Willow Ghosts that had been summoned. Soon, under the onslaught, the boss fell. Defeating the guarding boss meant completing the level. The usually silent Qinyao glanced at the panel information and lost his composure. 1 hour and 35 minutes, nearly 30 minutes faster than the fastest record. After leveling up to 20 yesterday morning, Qinyao had been practicing new skills while researching dungeon strategies. He thought he would come to test the waters today, gather some equipment, and then find someone to go outside the city. As a result, he easily broke the normal difficulty record on the first try. Lin Chen, I underestimated you. Qinyao silently thought, looking at Lin Chen. Why are you looking at me? You're just missing your points. Oh. Qinyao realized, rolling the dice, 3 points. Alright, this time both Red Ing and I have 5 points. Since Red Ing has already rolled, I'll go ahead. Let me roll again, Captain. Shen Hongying patted the treasure chest, reluctant to leave. The Peach Demon didn't feel right earlier. I think this one is going to yield something good. Stop messing around, just watch what luck looks like from the back. Lin Chen found her behavior amusing and exasperating. It was just like playing games in his past life, with a stubborn teammate who had bad luck. Just this once, let me roll again. If I get bad luck again, I won't participate in opening treasure chests today. Shen Hongying showed a pleading expression. Lin Chen rubbed his nose, looked around, and seeing that no one else had objections, nodded. Shen Hongying's face lit up with joy. Snap! The treasure chest opened. An orange light burst forth. Orange! Everyone was momentarily stunned. Ordinary white. Excellent green, rare blue, outstanding red, epic purple. What's that orange one? Deep in the dungeon, Lin Chen and the others stared at the items scattered around, glowing with the brightness of orange peels, completely bewildered. Above epic level, there are 2 higher tiers, legendary and mythical. However, there's a saying circulating in the professional community, no oranges below 30, no gold below 50. Of course, this doesn't mean it's impossible, but the saying is well known enough to reflect how low the drop rates are for legendary and mythical items. Lin Chen, quickly see what the item is. Hearing the urging voice, Lin Chen snapped back to reality and bent down to pick up the item. He discovered that the dropped orange item was actually a magic card. It's an orange legendary magic card. Lin Chen held it up, showing it to everyone. The scene instantly fell silent. An orange magic card. If it were just equipment, that would be one thing. Surely Slope is a level 20 dungeon. Even if it's an orange legendary piece of equipment, it's only level 20. No matter how amazing the attributes, it would need to be replaced soon. But magic cards are different. They are universally applicable across all levels. However, what shocked everyone even more was yet to come. Lin Chen glanced at the magic card information, paused, and said, "This is a talent card." What? How is that possible? Upon hearing his words, everyone hurried over. When they saw the magic card information Lin Chen was displaying, even those present, who were not ordinary, couldn't help but gasp in shock. It really is the rarest and most precious talent card. And it's legendary level. Quick, see what the talent is. A legendary magic card. According to the common classification of talent levels, wearing it will grant level talent. This is incredible. Jiang City hasn't seen one in 500 years. Of course, this is also because Jiang City is simply too small. I heard that the large main city of Jiangnan City next door can appear every 2 years. The gap is indeed significant. Lin Chen noticed that everyone was a bit impatient. Even the usually aloof Lu Qinghan was on tiptoe. Without hesitation, he waved his hand to display the magic card attributes. Magic card, extreme cold storm type of talent quality, legendary effect. After equipping, reduces all skill cooldowns by 20 and automatically gains a mana boosted ice shield every 10 seconds. When the shield is removed, it can deal damage to targets within range. A note, this talent card can only be equipped by mage class professions. Lin Shen, your luck is just too outrageous. This is the first level talent in Zhang City and it just popped out like that. Luck is also a part of strength, but unfortunately, this talent magic card can only be used by mages. If this profession were given to a priest, I can't even imagine how invincible it would be. The few of them shook their heads in amazement, lamenting. Some were tempted but felt powerless. After all, the richest person present was still Lu Qinghan. Lu Qinghan knew this at the moment. Only Lin Chen remained completely unfazed. This talent magic card was indeed good, but compared to his, it fell far short. However, even if it was useless to him, it could still sell for a lot of money. And S-level talent magic card is valuable but rare. With this in mind, Lin Chen handed the magic card to Lu Qinghan. When Shen Hongying saw this, she started to tease from the side. Qinghan, what's going on between you and Lin Chen? Last time you both brushed the secret realm scroll, Lin Chen opened a weapon that matched your skills. And now he's opened a magic card that's perfect for you. The gauntlets in your hand were also opened by Lin Chen. With the talent card in hand, Lu Qinghan often showed a rare playfulness. She held the magic card, flipping it back and forth, and said, "This magic card is very suitable for me. Can I make an offer to buy it?" Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. In fact, valuing the talent magic card with money was somewhat inadequate. Lin Chen had checked the information on the day he crossed over. The last global transaction of a talent magic card occurred in Nanhai City, Summer Country. A purple epic level magic card corresponding to an A-level talent ultimately sold for 2 billion. For this magic card, our Lu family can offer 5 billion. The Lu family, 5 billion. Everyone was shocked by Lu Qinghan's bid. Qinghan, 5 billion is not a small amount. Can you really make that decision? The priest Su Xiuxiu asked in surprise from the side. 5 billion is definitely not a small sum. Although Lu Qinghan's family has a significant influence in Zhang City, her father is also the deputy city lord. Even so, taking out 5 billion at once would be a heavy blow to the Lu family. After all, Zhang City is too small. The resource consumption for professionals in the later stages is very high. Strengthening equipment and nurturing pets all require materials and gold coins. It can be said that while professionals acquire resources faster in the later stages, they also consume more. Those strong individuals in the Lu family can bring great benefits to the family, but they also consume a lot of resources. No problem, I can make this decision, Lu Qinghan said, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen paused for a moment. He instantly understood what Lu Qinghan meant. He was the team leader of the dungeon, and he was the one who opened the treasure chest. More importantly, among the 5, except for him, the other 4 families all knew each other and were quite powerful. He was just a poor man. This is putting the pressure on me. To be honest, it was really unexpected that this magic card could be opened. If he had used the lucky revolver to open it, it would have been reasonable. But for an ordinary dungeon, Shen Hongying hit the jackpot with one shot. That was too absurd. However, 5 billion was not a problem. But it would be better if it could be exchanged for the water of life. The Lu family's influence is not small. They should have information on the water of life, or even possess it themselves. With this in mind, Lin Chen nodded. 5 billion is not a problem, but before he could finish his sentence, Lu Qinghan interrupted him. I know what you want to say. As the captain and the one who contributed the most, this magic card can no longer be distributed according to the original plan. I suggest you take 5 layers for yourself, and let them divide the remaining layers. Lin Chen was bewildered. Although he was short on money, it hadn't come to this point. This felt a bit disrespectful to him. Yeah, Lin Chen, we didn't contribute much either. So let's not go for 5 layers. A glance exchanged among Shen Hongying and the others led them to agree. 5 layers are hard to calculate. You take 7 layers, and the 3 of us can each take 1. This. Lin Chen was even more confused. No, this wasn't $500. It was 500 billion. According to the original evaluation distribution, it was 125 billion for each person. Now, with this arrangement, he would be taking 350 billion for himself. This doesn't seem quite right. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. If he had initiated this, it would be one thing. The key was, this wasn't his doing. It's fine, if you hadn't led us to clear the dungeon, we might not have seen Jiangcheng's first-class talent magic card. Yeah, actually, if possible, I feel like giving you 10 layers would be fine. No. Lin Chen waved his hand. I'm not that greedy. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. No problem. Let's go with this distribution method. But I want to inquire about a special item. I know what item you're asking about. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again by Lu Qinghan. Is it the water of life? Great, he felt like his pants were being stripped off by these powerful factions. Lin Chen helplessly nodded. The water of life? Lin Chen, that might be a bit difficult. Jianxiu Chunyao shook his head slightly and explained. The quantity of the water of life is as rare as the talent cards. But for many people, they are willing to give up a talent magic card for the water of life. After all, talent is dispensable for most people. Limb loss, amputations, and physical disabilities are too common among professionals. However, that's not the key. The water of life can extend an ordinary person's lifespan by 30 years, which is a treasure that many big shots cannot ignore. After Qinyao finished explaining, the others added a few words. Yes. The production of the water of life is very rare. It's said that countless professionals have died for it. And 30 years is only for ordinary people, and it can only take effect once. But for professionals like us, it's different. The lifespan can be extended even more. It's said that a whole bottle can add 100 years to one's life. 100 years of life. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. He really didn't know that the water of life could actually extend lifespan. It seems that what's online and in books isn't entirely accurate. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. At this rate, the value of the water of life might be comparable to one's class talent magic card or even greater. After all, for professionals, lifespan is more important than money, especially in the era of the extraordinary. Those in power, who can sit in corresponding positions of authority, must also be strong. Such people value lifespan more than anyone else. Actually, ordinary people also have ways. Seeing Lin Chen's disappointed expression, Lu Qinghan came to his side and whispered a couple of sentences in his ear. It can be done that way? Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. A minute later, he relaxed and smiled. Alright, no problem, you can take the 500 billion. What do you all think? No problem, actually, we're just lying here, feeling even more embarrassed than you. 500 billion, only the Lu family in Jiangcheng has the strength to take it, so let's go with 500 billion. The few nodded, and in the end, this orange talent magic card was confirmed. With the talent card as a precedent, the others simply glanced at the other rewards before exiting the dungeon. Ignoring the settlement information, once Lu Qinghan finished contacting her family, Lin Chen led the team to teleport into the hard-level dungeon. Meanwhile, after their figures disappeared, the dungeon hall became lively. The clearing record of Shirley Slope, which had been silent for decades, was actually broken. 10-mile slope clearance leaderboard first place 01:35:27 captain, Jun Bujin members, Xianshan Shua, Luo Honging, Naishio, Zuili Taodang second place 02:03:56 captain, Xiao Ruofufo members, Jojo Luming, Chingqing Zijin, Bu Buwao. Jun Bujian is really impressive, he actually saved half an hour. Yeah, he's too fast, but why do I feel like he's from our Jiang city? You really dare to think, we already have a genius like Lin Chen in Jiang City, how could there be another Jun Bujian? Jun Bujian is definitely not from Jiang City. Recently, the neighboring Jiangnan City is holding the finals of a college league, and many rookie professionals pass through Jiang City. Remember the Goblin Castle dungeon record? There was a person in silver light armor, suspected to be a Sword Emperor professional, who appeared in Jiang City. And just now, I saw her figure at the live broadcast of the college league, which is in the Jiangnan City dungeon hall. Such a coincidental time and place, she is very likely to be Jun Bujian. Are you serious, bro? Jun Bujian is obviously a male nickname. What male? Can a name even have a gender? Then tell me, is Qingqing Zijin a male or female? Stop arguing, the finals of the college league are starting. In the Jiang City dungeon hall, discussions about the 10-mile slope record continued. But as the central crystal screen switched, everyone instantly quieted down, focusing on the projection of the central crystal screen. Welcome to the 97th National College Professional League. Today's match will be between the Du Ding Tai team from Jingbei University and the Weichao team from Magic City University. Now, let's welcome the excitement of the College League finals quickly overshadowed the 10-mile slope dungeon. After all, there are at least 1,000 dungeons in Xia country. Currently, in the speedrun leaderboard of these dungeons, there's even a 5-person team occupying over 100 first places. Jun Bujian, now including the Goblin Castle, has only 6 speedrun firsts. In everyone's eyes, he's at most a rising star. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his team were slowly advancing within the dungeon. Captain, so you are Jun Bujian? I originally thought Jun Bujian was a woman. The priest Su Xiuxiu flipped through the settlement information, a bit surprised. This Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. Doesn't the name sound like a woman's? Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, Su Xiuxiu shrugged her nose and awkwardly smiled. It doesn't sound like it, I heard it from someone else. It's because of that Sword Emperor professional. The sword cultivator Chen Yaozi explained from the side. When Junbu Jian set the record for the Goblin Castle dungeon, Sword Emperor Li Hanyue happened to be in Zheng City. Sword Emperor Li Hanyue? Is there really a Sword Emperor professional? Lin Chen asked curiously. There is, and Sword Emperor Li Hanyue is from the Li family in Jingbei. The Li family is a prominent swordsmanship family, and Li Hanyue is a genius girl in their family who was admitted to Jingbei University the same night she changed to Sword Emperor. She came to Jiang City, probably just passing through on her way to the neighboring Jiangnan City to watch the finals of the College League. Swordsmanship family, Sword Emperor, College League. Everything Chen Yao explained was very unfamiliar to Lin Chen. His thoughts were still stuck at the level of Blue Star being a replica of Earth. In reality, even without the Great Cataclysm, Blue Star seems to have a similar development of martial arts. My strength is still too weak, talent only makes it hard for me to die. To live better, I still need the power to crush everything. After finishing the dungeon today, I must learn more about Blue Star before the Great Cataclysm. Lin Chen secretly made a decision and refocused his thoughts on the dungeon. As the group chatted while advancing through the dungeon, they quickly cleared it and were teleported back to the dungeon hall. At this time, the College League had just finished the final performance program and officially entered the first round. Not many noticed them. They can actually do crossfield live broadcasts through the central crystal? Lin Chen glanced around the hall, a bit surprised. Due to the instability of electromagnetic waves in the air, communication between cities cannot be conducted through the network. Lin Chen did not expect to achieve communication in this way. From his earlier conversation with a few members of the team, he learned that the maximum level for participants in the University League is 99. At this moment, the strength displayed by these individuals is much greater than what he saw in the videos online of ordinary professionals. Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, the priest Su Xiuxiu, who had become familiar with him, said, "Captain, stop looking. Those people are all grinding to stay at level 99 for the league rewards. Ordinary people can't enter the professional league. Grinding levels refers to reaching level 99 without undertaking promotion tasks. Second-tier professionals are many times stronger than first-tier ones. However, many still choose to stay at the final stage, not leveling up to collect various rewards. Yeah, I heard there's a professional named Kane who has been competing for 30 years and has never won a championship. I heard his attributes have accumulated to the point where he can one-shot monsters of the same level with a single skill. That's pretty insane." Just as everyone was resting and discussing, Lu Qinghan's voice rang out. "Lin Chen, my father wants to meet with you to discuss your compensation in detail. As for the compensation for the others, the Lu family has already contacted the heads of your respective families." After finishing a normal dungeon, Lu Qinghan had contacted her father. She had just received a reply saying that the Lu family had begun to take action regarding the compensation promised to her. "Meet me? Sure." Lin Chen nodded but hesitated and asked, "Is it really okay for your Lu family to put out 5 billion? 5 billion in cash is indeed very difficult, so the compensation for those few will likely be converted into resources from the family. However," Lu Qinghan paused for a moment and continued, "for you personally, there's absolutely no problem. Congratulations, Lin Chen, you're now a billionaire. Ah, Captain, you're a rich man now, you have to treat us. Too bad that money is still going into the old man's pocket. Qinghan, why don't you just give me 100 billion directly if possible? If that's feasible, I'll treat you all after we clear the dungeon." The group laughed and chatted, resting for half an hour before entering the dungeon again. They had already cleared the normal and hard modes. Familiar with the mechanics, they successfully completed the nightmare and hell modes as well, still ranking first in both difficulty levels. Just like before, they were no longer the focus of attention on the speedrun leaderboard for the Shirley Slope dungeon. The University League was in full swing and had reached the competition point. Most professionals were looking up, intently watching the projection of the central crystal. Phew, that was too dangerous. If the branch of the Lu ghost had hit me, I would have been left with almost no health. After completing the hell level dungeon, the group was still a bit shaken. Although they broke the record, it was indeed thrilling. Lin Chen's frost giant pet had died once. Contract beasts are not summons. If they die, they are lost forever. If it weren't for the priest Su Xiuxiu being there and the ability to use resurrection skills above nightmare level, Lin Chen would have permanently lost this mutated frost giant. While resting, the sword cultivator Chen Ya glanced at his backpack and noticed the supplies were running low, so he asked, "So, Lin Chen, are we going to continue challenging the world-destroying level? It does feel a bit difficult. After all, most of our equipment is still from before level 20. Lin Chen drank a bottle of energy potion to recover his stamina. He glanced around and could tell everyone was a bit fatigued. After all, they had spent nearly 10 hours on 4 dungeons. They had come in the morning and it was already late at night. Since that was the case, they should make it quick. Lin Chen chuckled and replied, "Let's do it. I plan to use that move for the world-destroying level." What move is that? Hong Ying, without caring about her image, lay flat on the floor and asked. She could be said to be the most exhausted person in the entire team. In the Nightmare in Hell difficulty dungeons, skeleton soldiers could be shattered by the Peach Demon and Lu Ghost in just 2 hits. The rest relied almost entirely on her to tank and draw aggro. She was already so tired, yet Lin Chen seemed to have another trick up his sleeve. Wait, suddenly Shen Honying thought of something. She sprang up like a carp and stood in front of Lin Chen. Are you planning to use that move from the final stage of the martial arts exam? Yes, it might be slower, but it's safer, Lin Chen nodded. You all rest first, they'll go replenish some blue potions. When I return, we'll start the world-ending level dungeon. With that, Lin Chen walked towards the trading area in the hall. After replenishing the blue potions and bringing some back for his teammates, Lin Chen returned to the team and they entered the dungeon. Soon, several figures appeared at the entrance of the 10-mile slope dungeon. Lin Chen and the others completed the 10-mile slope record for all difficulty levels, ranking first. At this time, the champion of the College League had already been announced and the dungeon hall was bustling with activity. Lin Chen and the others had a big meal nearby, and after parting ways, they followed Lu Qinghan to meet the deputy city lord of the Lu family before returning home to rest. The next morning, Lin Chen did not say goodbye to anyone. He set off alone for the teleportation array to Jiangcheng. Jiang Haishi, here I come. As Lin Chen set off for Jiang Haishi, the Xia country also began to stir. First, the College League, where Jingbei University successfully defended its title as the champion. This achievement had genuinely become the most outstanding enrollment brochure of the year. Of course, while many professionals were excited, they also paid attention to another matter: the Hidden Dragon List. Originally a list circulated only among the upper echelons, this year, for some reason, it was made public. The Hidden Dragon List, what is that? Are you dumbfounded? I told you to go online more, but you insisted on studying every day. The Hidden Dragon List is published by a mysterious organization codenamed Penguin. They compile a potential ranking based on information collected from novice professionals across the country, considering aspects like profession, talent, skills, and achievements. The Penguin organization is very mysterious, their information is very accurate, and many professionals have never even heard of most of it. For example, Cheng family from Jiangnan City, Chengpu. Many people know he changed to the rare profession of Dragon Knight this year, but the Hidden Dragon List indicates that he has also awakened in level talent. Is that true? The Penguin even knows about talents? Then this Chengpu must be ranked first on the Hidden Dragon List, right? Ha ha. Actually, he's not first, he's only ranked 5th. What? A hidden profession plus level talent only ranks 5th? What a garbage Hidden Dragon List. Ha, this year has seen a surge of talent, and none of the top 5 are simple characters, so naturally, there are stronger individuals than him. I don't believe it. The Dragon Knight profession is so strong, plus level talent, who else can compete with him? The 4th place is the Sword Emperor profession with level talent, and the 3rd is the hidden profession of Wraith with level talent. Wow, are the newcomers this fierce this year? Then what is the 2nd profession that can surpass Wraith and Sword Emperor? The 2nd place is the legendary hidden profession, Time Traveler, possessing the terrifying talent to briefly reverse time. Wow, that ability is too overpowered. What profession could possibly surpass the 2nd place? Ha, actually, the 1st place is an ordinary profession. Ordinary profession. It wouldn't be the college entrance examination champion Lin Chen, would it? Yes, that's him, summoning hundreds of skeleton soldiers to face you. How will you respond? However, the evaluation of him on the Hidden Dragon List is very simple, yet terrifying. Lin Chen, ordinary profession necromancer, national college entrance examination champion, suspected to possess talent beyond level, suspected to have a luck value and personal hidden attributes that far exceeds other professionals. His talent beyond level, extremely high luck value. Damn, why does it sound like the protagonist of a novel I read? While the online discussions about the Hidden Dragon List were lively, Lin Chen had already left Jiangcheng. Although Blue Star is very similar to Earth, it is many times larger than Earth. Coupled with folded spaces, forbidden zones, ruins, and other places, Lin Chen needed to pass through the teleportation arrays of 5 main cities to reach Jianghaishi. Every teleportation costs at least 20,000 gold and at most 70 or 80,000. Fortunately, the speed is quite fast. The only wasted time is during the transfer stages between cities. During this time, Lin Chen didn't remain idle. While continuously increasing his life limit, he was also contemplating some plans. The water of life is quite an important matter. Although he is a person from another world, after merging memories, his feelings for his aunt have also developed. Moreover, he was an orphan on Earth. These days, staying at his aunt's house, he has experienced what familial love truly means. Therefore, within his limited capabilities, he is quite willing to buy the water of life for his aunt. However, the auction slots for the Water of Life are actually controlled by the major powers. Lin Chen recalled the conversation from last night at Lu Qinghan's home. Lu Qinghan's father, named Lu Feng, is the deputy city lord of Zhongcheng. His strength is formidable, but as he mentioned, even the Lu family is not qualified to participate in the auction for the Water of Life. It makes sense. Ordinary people can increase their lifespan by 30 years. Professionals can even reach 100 years. 100 years is enough to change the life of an ordinary professional. After all, when a professional reaches level 99, they can stall at that level and rely on luck to enhance their attributes. If they live long enough and enhance enough attributes, when they break through to the second tier, their attributes will double. They can directly achieve a turnaround. It seems I need to be cautious when encountering second-tier professionals from large families in the future. You never know who might have drunk the Water of Life and advanced after stalling at their level. Lin Chen began to understand why the Water of Life is so precious. However, there is a turning point in this matter. 300 billion is not a small sum for families in a small city like Zhongcheng, so the Lu family proposed a compromise. Lu Qinghan's father, along with 2 friends, had jointly obtained an auction slot years ago due to an accident. They are Lu Qinghan's father, Shen Hongying's father, and the director of the admissions office at Mingzhu University, teacher Li Ming, whom he had met before. The 3 were college roommates and had a good relationship. Later, they once saved a person from a large family during an adventure and obtained a slot from that person. Upon hearing this news, Lin Chen understood what it meant. Ultimately, after much contemplation, when Lin Chen left the Lu family, he reached a deal with them. In terms of gold coins, he only needed 50 billion. As for the rest, it would be exchanged for the auction slot. At first glance, this deal seems unprofitable. But Lin Chen learned that the ranking auction for the Water of Life is held only once every 10 years. It doesn't only feature the Water of Life as a treasure that can increase lifespan. Moreover, this auction slot has a starting price of 200 billion in the black market. If it sells, it could be 300 billion or even 400 billion. Therefore, Lin Chen later felt relieved. He initially thought 500 billion was a lot, but that was in the context of a resource-poor place like Zhongcheng. To obtain a bottle of the Water of Life, the cost could be in the hundreds of billions. It makes sense. If he could fly and move mountains but ultimately died from insufficient lifespan, how miserable would that be? This deal isn't bad. Lin Chen smiled. After all, that level talent magic card was just something he got when he teamed up, casually opened by Hongying. It was even from a normal difficulty dungeon chest. For now, there are no issues with the Water of Life. Lin Chen checked the information on Zhanghai City while on the road. Facing a level 20 high difficulty dungeon monster, level 5 skeleton soldiers are already a bit weak. Before school starts, let's focus on improving skill levels. Magic cards can also be upgraded, whether it's lightning power or expanding the skill slots. All of these can increase my strength. Lin Chen never believed that achieving first place in the National College entrance examination would make him invincible. Zhongcheng is small. There hasn't been an S-level talent professional in over 100 years. But Xia country is vast, and talented individuals emerge one after another. Many professionals with great potential don't even need to take the college entrance examination. As far as Lin Chen knows, the son of the city lord of Zhongcheng, Luo Feng, was admitted to Magic Capital University on the day he changed jobs. He not only awakened the hidden profession of Storm Knight at the same time, he also awakened an A-level talent that perfectly matched his profession, 3,000 thunder movements. Skills, equipment, magic cards. Today is June 15th, and there are still more than 2 months until school starts. Normally, I should be able to level up to between level 40 and 50. The higher the level of a professional, the more experience is required to level up. Now, going from level 20 to 21 requires nearly 100,000 experience. Killing a level 20 ordinary monster only gives a few hundred points of experience. According to the normal speed calculated by others in previous years, he could reach level 47 before school starts. With some effort, he could get close to level 50. However, he needed to share the experience with the silly cow and the frost giant he had just contracted. Forget it, they'll settle down at school first, then go to the Divine Grace Cemetery to complete the Summon Undead quest. With the new skeleton soldier type, leveling up by killing monsters will be faster. I can also buy 2 experience boost cards. Making up his mind, Lin Chen continued on his way. As evening approached, his figure appeared in the teleportation array of Zhanghai City. Zhanghai City, located in the eastern part of the Xia Kingdom, is one of the 5 super cities of the Xia Kingdom. It is said that in terms of the area of the main city alone, it is hundreds of times that of Zhang City. At a glance, the city is filled with mountains and long rivers. Above the sky, there are several floating islands, with griffin mounts wandering among them. However, Lin Chen noticed that the biggest feature of Jianghai City compared to Zhang City is that the city scale has expanded beyond the original city walls. In Zhang City, professionals usually stay within the city walls. But here, many small towns and camps have formed outside the city walls. Wow, if other cities could also expand like this, wouldn't the restoration of Blue Star be just around the corner? But how does Jianghai City deal with the constant respawning of monsters outside the city? Just as Lin Chen was curious, a short girl suddenly approached him. Hello, are you Lin Chen? Who are you? Lin Chen looked her over carefully. He didn't recognize her. However, the girl in front of him was quite delicate and seemed a bit socially anxious. My name is Guo Miao Miao from Mingzhu University. Teacher Li Ming sent me to pick you up. He asked me to tell you that he is busy with the auction quota. Let me take you to Mingzhu University first, so you can get familiar with the campus. Auction quota. He must be busy with the water of life, right? Lin Chen thought for a moment and smiled. Alright, let's go. The distribution of areas in Jianghai City is divided into outer city and inner city. Each has 9 rings. Mingzhu University is located at the junction of the inner and outer rings, belonging to the old city wall area. Since the outer city is an expanded part, many roads are still rugged and uneven. Lin Chen rode on the mount summoned by the somewhat socially anxious senior sister, a small brown deer. As for the socially anxious senior sister Guo Miao Miao, she rode a small deer as well, but hers was pink. Little Two and Little Fun are not combat mounts. I will lead them around the monster area, so it might take a bit longer to get to the campus. If you get tired, Junior, you can rest on Little Tuesday. He's very well behaved and he runs fast and steady, so you don't have to worry about falling off. It's fine. I'm not tired for now, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Although he hadn't known Guo Miao Miao for long, he could roughly guess that she had entered Mingzhu University through the written exam belonging to the non-combat personnel. Lin Chen could understand. Professionals indeed grant people extraordinary abilities, but not everyone enjoys fighting and killing. Along the way, Guo Miao Miao didn't say much, but she was quite responsible, briefly explaining the basic information about Mingzhu University to Lin Chen. First of all, since Mingzhu University is located at the intersection of the inner and outer rings, the entire school is also divided into the inner courtyard and outer courtyard. The inner and outer courtyards are not distinguished by grade but by strength ranking. Mingzhu University has 6 major colleges. 5 of them are divided according to the categories of professionals: warrior, assassin, mage, archer, and support. The 6th one is the Life Sciences College. Each college has different teaching methods, but there is a unified system, the credit system. This credit is not the same as the credits from Blue Star before the Great Cataclysm. You can think of it as a form of currency popular within Mingzhu University. This currency can buy food, skill books, and almost any resource within the school. Of course, the most important aspect of credits is that they serve as an assessment of your personal strength. Guo Miao Miao sat on the back of her fan deer, explaining in detail to Lin Chen. Lin Chen listened attentively. Before coming, he had naturally researched some information about Mingzhu University. However, hearing it from a real student of Mingzhu University revealed many differences. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Mingzhu University. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. The university gate before him was somewhat surprising. If the gates of Tsinghua and Peking University on Blue Star represent a blend of Eastern and Western styles, exuding grandeur and a sense of history, then the gate of Mingzhu University is truly a massive city gate. Above the gate is the emblem of Mingzhu University, featuring the design of many stars surrounding a moon. Below it is a gigantic arched entrance, standing at least 50 meters high. Moreover, the gate seemed to bear marks from battles. Majestic and imposing, it instilled a sense of awe. How is it? Impressive, right? Guo Miao Miao couldn't help but smile at Lin Chen's expression. I was also very shocked the first time I came here. It is said that this gate has existed since the establishment of Mingzhu University. Of course, this gate is not just for show. It is inscribed with a magic array. The combat teachers perform maintenance and repairs on it every year. If a beast tide breaks out, the universities in the inner city can close the gates for defense. At this point, Guo Miao Miao pointed to the sides, not just the entrance. There are also magic arrays on both sides. These were reinforced and expanded by successive presidents. It is said that when fully activated, they can withstand 3 days of attacks from a level beast tides. Lin Chen nodded, then looked around. At this moment, there were quite a few people at the entrance. Most of them were young, likely students who, like Lin Chen, had entered early. Or they were students who had applied but had not yet been admitted, coming to visit in advance. Look at this. This is what a university should be like. Our Luocheng Normal University really can't compare to Mingzhu University. Sigh, now I finally understand why the teachers used to curse us, saying that if we didn't study well, we could only go to Luocheng Normal University. By the way, can you two show some respect for your hometown? And what are we doing here? Our scores can only apply to Donghua University in Jianhai. Aren't we just broadening your horizons? Come on, let's go in and take a look. Not far away, some people were exclaiming, while others were taking photos. Lin Chen and Guo Miaomia dismounted from their mounts. Guo Miaomia took out 2 bags of fodder from her backpack. After the 2 little deer finished eating, she stored them back in the mount space. Junior Lin teacherly said he will take another half an hour to arrive. Let me show you around the campus first. No problem. Lin Chen nodded. The outer courtyard of Mingzhu University does not prohibit outsiders from visiting, they just need to register their identity upon entering the gate. Since Lin Chen had not yet officially registered as a student, he naturally needed to sign in. After filling in his name and purpose, Lin Chen followed senior sister Guo Miaomia into the school. Guo Miaomia seemed to embody the qualities of a girl from the Jiangnan water town, especially in the campus setting, where she appeared less socially anxious. Following her, Lin Chen quickly learned about the teaching system at Mingzhu University. Apart from a few important public classes, other courses do not require mandatory attendance. However, for freshmen, it is best to attend a few more classes in the first few months. The most basic reward for every class attended is 1 credit. Don't underestimate this credit, it can at least be exchanged for a bottle of low-level mana recovery potion. Also, if a martial arts examinee enters, they will be required to participate in a trial assessment once a month, which offers a lot of points as rewards. The literary exam has no requirements, you can decide whether to participate on your own. However, this system has certain dangers. It is said that this year it will change to allow everyone to choose freely. By the way, Junior, I haven't asked whether you were admitted early through the martial arts exam or the literary exam? Guo Miaomia turned her head, looking curiously at Lin Chen. Martial arts exam, senior, you must be from the literary exam, right? Lin Chen replied. Yes, I really envy people like you who can fight. My profession is an elemental mage, but am really clumsy. Sometimes I can't even cast the fireball spell accurately. Guo Miaomia pouted, looking somewhat sad. After spending time together, Lin Chen felt she was quite nice, so he comforted her. It's okay, senior. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, just do your best. I think you're quite good at taming mounts, you could actually try switching to a druid. How did you know what I was thinking? Guo Miaomia looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Her gloom lifting as she smiled. I also found that I really like small animals, so I started saving credits in my freshman year to buy a job change scroll. Oh, right, Junior, let me take you to see the 2 major leaderboards and the trial tower at the school. At Mingzhu University, the easiest place to earn credits is the leaderboards and the trial tower. Leaderboards? Yes, Mingzhu University has 2 credit leaderboards for students, the Heaven List and the Earth List, Guo Miaomia explained cheerfully. Before long, she brought Lin Chen to a square. In the center of the square stood 3 stone tablets side by side. Radiant light flowed around the tablets, which were adorned with names. That is the 3 major lists of Mingzhu. From left to right, they are the Earth List, the Heaven List, and the Trial Tower leaderboard. Trial Tower. Lin Chen murmured. Before coming, he had seen quite a bit of information about the Trial Tower while researching Mingzhu University. The Trial Tower is a beast trial ground created by Mingzhu University, and it is the core of the educational model. The first level features level 10 beasts, and each subsequent level increases the beast's level by 5. Students enter and start challenging from the first level. Only by clearing each level can they exit the tower. Inside the tower, they can gain experience, and after exiting, they can settle for items. Each level can be considered a small secret realm. However, unlike secret realms, death inside the trial tower does not result in actual death. This is a large-scale trial ground for training professionals. I know about the trial tower, but what are the Heaven List and Earth List? Lin Chen asked. The Heaven List and Earth List are indeed a bit difficult to understand. You can think of them as the credit leaderboards for the inner and outer academies. The Earth List corresponds to the outer academy, while the Heaven List corresponds to the inner academy. However, each list only takes the top 1,000, and the top 100 on the list automatically earn credits just by being on the list for a day. They earn credits every day? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Just as Guo Miaomia had explained earlier, credits are almost like a universal currency at Mingzhu University. But if just being on the list grants credits, then the competition for these rankings must be extremely fierce. Yes, so this leaderboard is also a proof of strength. Because anyone can challenge the students on the leaderboard. As long as you succeed in the challenge, you can take half of the opponent's credits and occupy their ranking. Half of the credits? Then how come the top 10 have so many credits? Lin Chen noticed that the 10th place on the Earth List had over 1 million credits, while the 11th place only had a few 100,000. Those are all big bullies, Guo Miao explained with some indignation. The points automatically earned by the top 10 every day are several times more than those outside the top 10. So those people deliberately hold back their levels and don't go to the inner academy. Are there really such people? Are they competitors in the college league? How could that be? Professional players could take on 10 of them with one hand. They are just bullies from the outer academy. Lin Chen frowned. It was surprising to hear such words from the usually shy and quiet Guo Miao. It seems that the Foreign Affairs College of Mingzhu University is not very peaceful. However, he is not afraid of trouble. From the credits and rankings, it can be seen that Mingzhu University advocates competition among students. This is different from what he learned in Jiancheng, where the focus was more on dealing with magical beasts. Such arrangements must have some deeper meaning. Lin Chen thought of the puppet master from the Black Church he encountered after the college entrance examination. In this world, humanity's enemies are not just magical beasts. There are also humans themselves. What about the Tianbang? The Tianbang is the internal college credit ranking, and the credits obtained automatically every day should be more than the Dibang, right? The top 10 of the Dibang go to the internal college. Wouldn't it be better to enter the Tianbang? Tianbang? You're thinking too much. Those people can't even make it into the top 1,000 of the Tianbang after entering the internal college. Can't even make it into the top 1,000. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this. Mingzhu University has thousands of enrollment spots every year. After 4 years, there will be over 10,000 students in the internal and external colleges combined. Even if divided into internal and external colleges, the top 10 of the external college can't even make it into the top 1,000 overall. The gap is too large. The minimum 2 standards to enter the internal college are: one is for practitioners to advance to the second tier, and the other is for practitioners to pass the 29 levels of the trial tower. In other words, either you level up to level 100 or you can kill a level 150 monster at level 99. Of course, if it's the latter, you will receive a lot of credit rewards. It is said that the minimum standard for professional players who can participate in intercollegiate competitions is to meet the second requirement. That's why the internal college is the core gathering place for the geniuses of Mingzhu University. The students in the top 10 of the Tianbang are even stronger than some of the school's mentors. Every time there is a change in the top 10 of the Tianbang, it is almost a sensational event for Mingzhu University and even Jiang Haishi. At this point, Lin Chen noticed Guo Miao, who was quiet and socially anxious, and did not like fighting. There was a hint of excitement and fervor in her words. It seems this senior sister has a bit of a contrast in her nature, Lin Chen thought with a smile, looking at the Tianbang ranking. Tianbang 10, Luo Xiaowei, senior year. Tianbang 9, Da Flamingo, senior year. Tianbang 8, GP Nidi, senior year. Tianbang 7, Tianbang 3rd, Lanshan, junior year. Tianbang 2nd, Xiaoruofu Feng, senior year. At this moment, in front of the stone tablet, there were many students either visiting or checking in early. When they saw the name of the second on the Tianbang, many people gasped. It was obvious that the rankings at Mingzhu University were almost all using aliases. Everyone referred to it as professional IDs. They did not know the student ranked second on the Tianbang, but the name Xiaoruofu Feng was familiar to many. The team he led now occupied the first place in almost all the dungeon speedrun rankings between level 20 and 50. Such an extraordinary person was only ranked second on the Tianbang? Then who is first? The crowd couldn't help but ask, their eyes moving up to the top line. Tianbang first, Kaijiu Duolian, junior year. What a damn arrogant name. Someone saw this ID and muttered under their breath. Some even struggled to keep their lips tight, afraid of bursting into laughter. With such an ID, aren't you afraid of being beaten? This is too funny. The first on the Tianbang should have a domineering name. I'm not worried about him getting beaten. He might be surrounded and beaten up. Not afraid of being surrounded and beaten. Hearing someone discuss the first on the Tianbang, Guo Miao pouted, looking unconvinced. Kaigo is the first on the Tianbang and also a hidden profession mechanic. How could he be afraid of being surrounded? Ha, Kaigo, as if you know him. Exactly, visiting is one thing. Why do you act like you're studying here yourself? Ha, so the first on the Tianbang is a mechanic. Next to Lin Chen and Guo Miao, there were a man and a woman, both practitioners. They were tall and looked disdainful. However, judging by their attire and age, they were likely new practitioners like Lin Chen this year. Probably similar to this year's college entrance examination champion, Lin Chen with good luck. I ranked first in the college entrance examination relying on the high-level summons brought by my skills before the exam. Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. This was not the main urban area but an expanded campus. This meant that battles could be freely conducted here. Just as he was about to summon a skeleton soldier to teach these two a lesson, Lin Chen suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the back. At that moment, the man was explaining, and the woman, after listening, began to scoff dismissively. The top of the Tian Bang from Mingzhu, ranked first using a sea of people tactic, his personal strength must be average. You can't say that about Kaigu. Kaigu is the pride of our new students. Mechanical creations aren't cheating. That's a professional characteristic. Guomayo's little face turned red as she pointed at the two. Hee, you're getting anxious, making it seem like you're really a university student from Mingzhu. The female professional, wearing sunglasses and a sun hat, looked like a wealthy young lady, but her words were truly venomous. I am a student of Mingzhu University. You say you're one, so you are? Just because of this little dirt mound? If you're a Mingzhu student, where's your school badge? Guomayo's argument with the two quickly attracted the attention of those around them. Many people turned their gazes over. Noticing their stares, Lin Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. However, Guo should be able to handle it. She just needed to take out her school badge and the situation would instantly turn around. The school badge, I didn't bring it today, Guo said, somewhat deflated. Upon hearing this, the female professional looked a bit stunned. Before she could say anything, the male professional beside her laughed. Ha, didn't bring it? I can say that too. I'm a student of Mingzhu University, just that I didn't bring my school badge. Hee. I thought I really encountered a student from Mingzhu University, but it turns out to be a little fraud. I'm not a fraud. Guomayo's face was filled with anger, almost crying. Lin Chen felt a desire to teach the two a lesson and said coldly, buddy, you're going a bit too far with that. Oh, there's a flower protector? The male professional looked them up and down, and his anger flared up. Damn, he's really handsome. He placed one hand on his hip and raised the other, pointing at Lin Chen. Pretty boy, watch your words from now on. Standing in front of you is a rare profession, a wandering warrior, ranked 97th in the college entrance examination of Anqing, and a prospective student of Mingzhu University. Prospective student? The external college of Mingzhu University does not belong to the main city area, so they can naturally release attack skills. Lin Chen chuckled lightly, just about to make a move. At that moment, a shout came from not far away. Lin Chen, sorry, I was delayed for a bit. That is, the male professional opposite Lin Chen held his breath. His family was also a considerable force in Anqing, so he had some experience. The person who was greeting them and jogging over was wearing glasses, looking quite refined. But the badge with the pattern of stars surrounding the moon on his robe clearly indicated that he was from Mingzhu University. More importantly, he had seen this person's photo online. That's the #1 shaman in the country from Mingzhu University, Senior Li Ming. It really is him. I remember he seems to be the director of the admissions office at Mingzhu University, and just now he called out, Lin Chen? And judging by his demeanor and tone, he seems a bit worried about neglecting Lin Chen. Wait, my god. Could this handsome guy be the National College Entrance Examination Champion, Lin Chen? All eyes turned to Lin Chen. They could never have imagined that the National College Entrance Examination Champion was standing right in front of them. Ha, that kid hit a brick wall. I'm dying of laughter. The 97th in the Anqing College Entrance Examination thinks he can mess with the national #1. Not just that, since Lin Chen came to Mingzhu University, that little girl beside him is very likely to be from Mingzhu University too. Some were gloating, while others shook their heads silently. At this moment, Li Ming, the director of the admissions office at Mingzhu University, approached Lin Chen. How is it, Lin Chen? Are you satisfied with Mingzhu University? He smiled and extended his hand to greet Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his hand. With a gentle smile, he glanced at the pair of professionals from earlier. He recalled the journey to Mingzhu, where Guo had mentioned that during the summer vacation, she would stay at school to help the teachers with odd jobs since she had nothing to do back home. Today, she happened to see Li Ming assigning tasks to guide newcomers to Mingzhu University. The credits weren't much, but she needed them, so she hurried to the teleportation array. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's gaze lingered on Guo for a moment before he replied, I'm quite satisfied. Senior Guo explained everything in great detail. She took good care of me along the way. As long as you're satisfied. Come on, let's talk in my office. Although Li Ming had just arrived, his strength made his hearing exceptionally sharp. However, surrounded by younger individuals, he wouldn't act in a way that bullied the weak. He looked at Guo and smiled. Miao, you did well with Lin Chen. I remember you wanted to change to a druid, right? For this guidance task, I'll reward you with 20,000 credits. Try to change your profession as soon as possible. The druid profession has many similarities with my shaman profession. After you change, you can come help me. With that, Li Ming led Lin Chen away. That's great. With 500 more points, I can exchange for a profession change scroll. Wo Mayo's excited little face turned red. She proudly tilted her chin towards the pair of professionals who had just mocked her and turned to leave. Only a crowd of onlookers remained, along with the pair of professionals with unpleasant expressions. The shorter girl, who looked soft and gentle, was understandable. She clearly belonged to the liberal arts and was not a fan of conflict. Lin Chen was different. He was someone who had truly emerged from the martial examination's secret realm. Those who said Lin Chen cheated only dared to talk behind his back, indulging in their own whims. Now, in front of him, the male professional felt a burning pain in his face. His legs felt weak. The female professional's gaze had already gone blank as she murmured, "Should we consider applying to a different school?" Meanwhile, not far from them, 3 similarly dressed young men in sportswear shook their heads and whispered, "Wow, 20,000 credits at Mingju University, that's enough to buy a house in a small city, right? See, didn't I tell you it would open your eyes? People from big cities are impressive. Luocheng can't compare to Ancheng. Yeah, the 3 of us ranked around 50 in the college entrance exam in Luocheng, but Mingju University only accepts 10 spots. What a pity. Let's go, we've seen the world. Let's check out Donghua University, where we're applying." The interlude at the stone tablet did not affect Lin Chen's mood. He quickly followed Li Ming to an office. Li Ming brewed a pot of tea. The two sat down, sipping tea and chatting. "Lin Chen, this is the token that allows you to participate in the auction for the Water of Life." Lin Chen took the token and held it in his palm. It was the size of a hand, dark red all over, with a single character carved in the middle. "Hong, the Hong family?" Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. "Yes, the Hong family," Li Ming nodded and explained. "This was an unexpected acquisition from a core member of the Hong family many years ago when I was with old Lu and the others. With this token, you can participate in the auction for the Water of Life. The Hong family is a well-known powerful family in Zhanghai City. The strongest member of the family ranks 7th on the global leaderboard. Their strength is such that one person could destroy an entire city. When is the auction for the Water of Life held?" With the token in hand and over 5 billion on him, Lin Chen didn't mind securing the Water of Life before the semester started. "Hee, Lin Chen, you're underestimating the Water of Life a bit." Li Ming took a sip of tea and began to explain. "The Water of Life is a very scarce resource, and the auction does not have a fixed time. It can only be sold by the seller or when the main auctioneer accumulates enough shares for the auction. However, you just turned 18, and buying the Water of Life is?" Upon hearing Li Ming's explanation and inquiry, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought Li Ming knew about his aunt's situation. "My aunt has some eye disease, and I was thinking of buying her a bottle of the Water of Life." As soon as he finished speaking, it was Li Ming's turn to be surprised. He chuckled lightly. "Lin Chen, it seems you really don't understand the Water of Life. If you just want to treat your relative's eyes, you only need 2 drops. There's absolutely no need to buy a whole bottle. A bottle is hard to come by, but 2 drops, if you want to buy. Someone will be selling them tomorrow. 2 drops. Lin Chen slowly exhaled. He was genuinely taken aback by Li Ming's words. The information gap, huh? Lin Chen sighed inwardly and inquired about the price. "A bottle of the Water of Life has about 20 drops. If you only need 2 drops, the price is around 1 billion. 1 billion. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise upon hearing this. This was indeed an unexpected delight. "Can Teacher Li help me get in touch?" "Now." Li Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. "No problem. How many drops do you need?" "There should be a new batch of the Water of Life produced in June. As long as it doesn't exceed 5 drops, it should be easy to buy." "Then let's go with 5 drops, Lin Chen replied after some thought. He then returned the token in his hand to Li Ming. "Teacher Li, you can have this token back." "Oh, are you sure? This token is worth at least 200 billion outside." 200 billion. The favor of the #1 shaman in the national server. Lin Chen could still distinguish between what was light and what was heavy, especially since this token didn't just belong to Li Ming in front of him. Lin Chen nodded and replied, "The Water of Life is originally just for treating my aunt's eyes. Since Teacher Li said 2 drops would suffice, there's no need for me to be greedy for more." "Ha, you're quite good, Lin Chen." Li Ming put away the token. "For this matter, consider it a favor owed to you by me and old Lu. Let's go, they'll take you to register and arrange accommodation." The registration process was very quick. Li Ming was the head of the admissions office, and under his guidance, Lin Chen just signed his name and received a badge from Mingju University, completing the enrollment. After that, Li Ming led Lin Chen to the dormitory area. "The badge is very important at Mingju. It records your credits in real time. Of course, it can also be used for credit trading and information transmission. You can explore its specific functions more, but remember, the badge relies on magical energy for charging. You need to always pay attention to its magical energy value. The charging method is also very simple. Li Ming spoke as they walked. Upon arriving at a parking lot, he drove Lin Chen to a small villa. The structure of Mingzhou University's internal and external colleges is very simple. Cafeteria, activity area, dungeon area, dormitory buildings, etc. are built in a clockwise manner around the stone tablet. This is your dormitory building at Mingzhou University. Of course, if you enter the internal college in the future, you can choose a different dormitory building. The two got out of the car, and Lin Chen stared blankly at the three-story villa that Li Ming was pointing at. A three-story villa for students to live in? That was too luxurious. It should be noted that in Jiangchang, living space is very important. Only those at the level of city lord or deputy city lord are qualified to live in villa buildings. Families like Shen Hanying have to live in residential buildings. It's just that their residential buildings have larger areas on each floor. Following Li Ming into the villa, Lin Chen looked at the spacious living room on the first floor and asked, "Is all of this just for me?" Don't get me wrong. Li Ming laughed and explained. Even if Mingzhou is wealthy, we wouldn't be this extravagant. The villa building has 3 floors. The first floor is the living room and activity area, and the upper 2 floors are bedrooms. Each floor has 2 rooms, and a total of 4 people will be assigned to live here. Of course, as a top student, you can choose your room first. If you have any requirements for your roommates, you can also let me know. Hearing Li Ming's explanation, Lin Chen also showed a hint of embarrassment. He had really thought he would enjoy the villa all to himself. Although he still had 5 billion, villas in Jiangcheng were not something money could easily buy, and the situation in Jianhai City was probably not much different. Being able to have a villa all to oneself was certainly much more comfortable than for many others. But it was fine. Compared to the 8-person university dormitory on Earth in his previous life, this 4-person villa was thousands of times better. I don't have any special requirements, but it would be best if it's kept clean, Lin Chen replied after thinking for a moment. Alright, I'll make sure the teacher in charge of accommodation pays attention to that. By the way, each bedroom is equivalent to a small apartment, with its own bathroom and a small living area. So the villa doesn't distinguish between genders. Do you have any requirements in that regard? At this point, Li Ming looked at Lin Chen with interest and added, I heard that you have a good relationship with old Lu and old Shen's daughters. They were both admitted to Mingzhou University yesterday. No requirements there, Lin Chen laughed. Lu Qinghan and Shen Hanying were indeed quite good-looking, and their personalities were decent as well. But he still needed to focus on improving his strength. The two of them took a quick look around the living room on the first floor before heading upstairs to choose a bedroom. Jianhai City can now achieve full internet coverage. You can purchase some electronic devices, and the school will be responsible for installing them for you. The villa also has a smart home system. You can try using it more in the next couple of days. As Li Ming walked and introduced, Lin Chen's interest grew. It had been over 500 years since the Great Cataclysm on Blue Star. There wasn't much information online about the records of the cataclysm. However, Lin Chen had recently discovered that, overall, the technology and martial arts of Blue Star were superior to those of the Earth he had lived on in his previous life. The smart assistant in the house is called Xiaolan, and its database is built on the school server, with data being interconnected. Once you register your room number, it locks the room. The bedrooms upstairs were quite large, with 2 on each floor, each covering several dozen square meters. Lin Chen ultimately chose room 001 on the left side of the 3rd floor as his bedroom. After selecting the room, the two of them sat down in the small living area of the bedroom to chat. During this time, Li Ming first went over the credits and teaching model of Mingzhou University again, which was not much different from what Guo Miaomio had said. However, Li Ming's explanation was more detailed and also clarified the teaching philosophy of Mingzhou University. Entering a dungeon requires credits, and completing a dungeon rewards credits. What we do is create a cycle where students are eager to enhance their own strength. So there won't be too many class requirements for students. All resources need to be fought for based on strength. Of course, at the start of the semester, new students will be uniformly issued 500 credits and will undergo a trial. The trial will include not only new students but also second-year students. Moreover, the school does not prohibit students from competing for credits. So, I suggest you try to level up to level 50 before the semester starts. After seeing off teacher Li Ming, Lin Chen sat on the sofa in the small living area of his bedroom and let out a long breath. Overall, Mingzhou University encouraged competition among students. They even tacitly allowed older students to seize credits from new students. It seems that there will inevitably be some fighting after the semester starts. In the trial secret realm, credits would be halved every time they were seized. 500 credits were very important for new students, and for older students, it was an even greater temptation. On the way to Mingzhou University, Guo Miaomio had mentioned that the normal reward for bringing him to school today was only 20 credits. Level 50, and there are less than 6 weeks left. 6 weeks was more than enough time to go from level 20 to level 50. This was the experience of countless professionals. However, it required professionals to kill monsters or complete dungeons every day. It was quite demanding, and they basically couldn't rest for more than 2 days. If only I had a magic card that boosts experience. Lin Chen sorted through the information, murmuring to himself. There were many types of magic cards, and among the mysterious ones, there were cards that increased experience by a percentage. Such magic cards were highly sought after. Lin Chen was wondering if he should buy one. After deducting the money spent on the elixir of life, he still had several billion left. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately opened the shopping app. Experience magic cards, as well as some ordinary magic cards. He currently owned 3 purple magic cards, all at LV1. Among them, the lightning power, when leveled up, could increase the paralysis probability of the skeleton soldiers. The lucky revolver could reduce the refresh time of lucky bullets. The skill slot expansion could add an additional skill slot. Lin Chen bought many ordinary magic cards, preparing to decompose them into materials to first level up the lightning power and the skill slot magic cards. There were many related items in the trading hall. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen purchased a batch of ordinary magic cards, as well as a blue experience-boosting magic card. Next, Lin Chen bought some daily necessities and electronic devices. With the remaining time, he took a simple stroll around the school to familiarize himself with the environment. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom to rest. Early the next morning, the purchased items were delivered to his door. After signing for them, Lin Chen left Mingju University. Today, he was heading to the Forbidden Zone, the Divine Grace Cemetery. The Divine Grace Cemetery is located by the sea in the southeastern part of Jianhai City. It is shrouded in gray mist all year round. The sky is also a dull gray. The distance from Mingju University to the Divine Grace Cemetery is not short. Lin Chen found a mount team near the school. This was a team of horse-type magical beasts. The magical beast was called the Crimson Flame Horse, and there were 7 in the team. It was organized by 2 young professionals. This was Lin Chen's first ride. Looking down at the magical beast beneath him, which had flames coming out of its nostrils, he felt a sense of novelty. If I contract a crawling magical beast, would that be equivalent to having a mount before level 50? After summoning the undead to level 2, he had increased his contract slots by 2. One of them was contracted to a frost giant. Both the clumsy bull and the frost giant were humanoid and not suitable as mounts. Now there was 1 contract slot left. Professionals unlock the pet function at level 30, the set function at level 40, and the mount function at level 50. Pets generally cannot be used as mounts. Forcing a ride could even lead to the pet committing suicide. Contract beasts are different. I can fully command them. Lin Chen thought of a movie he had seen in his past life starring Nicholas called The Death Knight. In the ending part, there was a fiery steed that looked very cool. The Crimson Flame Horse beneath him only had flames coming from its eyes. Not cool enough. Lin Chen thought he could look for something in the Divine Grace Cemetery. Or contract a bone dragon? Bone dragons were quite common in the Divine Grace Cemetery. They could fight, endure, and run. Lin Chen felt a bit tempted. While he was pondering, the mount team was already full and began heading towards the Divine Grace Cemetery. Apart from the 2 leading professionals, the other 4 riding mounts seemed to be familiar with each other, looking like a small team. After exchanging simple greetings with Lin Chen, they began discussing matters related to the Divine Grace Cemetery. Lin Chen did not participate in the conversation. He directly opened the magic card panel. Decomposing ordinary magic cards, obtaining magic card fragments 100 decomposing ordinary magic cards. Obtaining he decomposed all the ordinary magic cards he had signed for in the morning. Lin Chen received a total of 100,000 magic card fragments. Next, he first leveled up the purple epic magic card, Lightning Power. Epic cards are ranked from low to high, with the 5th being the first level, requiring 5,000 magic card fragments for the initial upgrade. After that, the consumption would double for subsequent upgrades. Lin Chen directly leveled up Lightning Power to level 3. Consuming 5,000 magic card fragments, magic card lightning power level 1 consuming 10,000 magic card fragments, magic card lightning power level 1 lightning power has been upgraded to level 3 gaining special effect arc when attacking a target, lightning power overflows forming an arc near the target, attacking nearby enemies just as I thought. Seeing the special effect arc, Lin Chen was very satisfied. From now on, the skeleton soldiers' attacks would no longer be limited to single targets. If I spend another 60,000 fragments, I can max out lightning power. It seems I bought a bit too few. Lin Chen's original plan was to have 3 purple cards, all leveled up to 3. Now seeing this special effect, he felt a bit conflicted. Forget it, I have plenty of money now, he'll come back to upgrade tonight. In the time that followed, Lin Chen upgraded the skill card in his skill bar to level 3, adding 2 new skill slots. He also leveled up the newly purchased purple experience card to level 3 and upgraded the lucky revolver by 2 levels. With 5,000 fragments left, he enhanced other attribute cards on him. Magic card, experience type, mysterious quality, epic level, LV3 effect. After equipping, gain 15 experience from killing monsters. This type of magic card has a simple yet expensive effect. Lin Chen spent 10 million gold coins to buy it. Fortunately, he had plenty of money now and felt no pain in spending it. After finishing the upgrades, Lin Chen equipped the experience card. Now, with 8 empty card slots at the first tier, he had equipped 4 epic level magic cards. Once he was done with the magic cards, Lin Chen opened the skill panel. After upgrading the skill card to level 3, he gained 2 empty skill slots. It was time to add some offensive capabilities. He had already considered this last night and purchased the corresponding skill books. Skill, Soulfire, learning successful. Skill, Death Grip, learning successful. The Soulfire skill is quite simple. Although its damage is low, it has true damage effects. Skill, Soulfire LV1 cooldown, 10 seconds mana cost, 10 effect, releases a ball of Soulfire in the target direction, dealing damage that touches the soul. Damage that touches the soul is true damage. Paired with Lin Chen's talent effect, it is almost a godly output skill. Skill, Death Grip LV1 cooldown, 100 seconds mana cost, 50 effect, releases in the target direction, dealing area spell damage and slowing effect. Death Grip is a crowd control skill with area damage. After upgrading the skill level, it can trigger a stun effect later on. Soulfire can even trigger a silence effect, interrupting others' skills. Both are classic output skills for necromancers. It cost nearly $1 million. There was no way around it. The skills unlocked after reaching level 10 as a professional are too random. Next, I need to kill 10 death-type bosses to break the summoning undead skill limit. The level 6 summoning undead skill will add skeleton crossbowman, greatly enhancing my strength. With nothing happening along the way, the crimson flame horse beneath him ran swiftly. As evening approached, the group arrived at the checkpoint of the Divine Grace Cemetery. A camp had already formed here. After a brief inspection and inquiry, Lin Chen entered the camp. "Brother, is this your first time here?" Lin Chen dismounted. Just as he was about to stroll around the camp, a middle-aged man approached him to greet him. "Brother, are you a newbie? Most people wouldn't dare to come to the Divine Grace Cemetery alone," the man said with a smile. Lin Chen glanced at him and nodded slightly. Receiving his affirmation, the man grinned and took out a stack of blueprints. Lin Chen then understood what the man meant. Map of the outer area of the Divine Grace Cemetery, 5,000 gold. Monster guide for the Divine Grace Cemetery, 2,000 gold. So expensive, Lin Chen frowned. "Brother, the terrain of the Divine Grace Cemetery changes over time. This is the latest map from June. Terrain changes are a characteristic of Forbidden Zones. Lin Chen knew this before he came. 2 maps for 5,000, if you're selling, I'll pay right now." Upon hearing Lin Chen's offer, the man's eyes lit up. "Alright." Indeed. The art of bargaining still needed practice. Lin Chen smirked and took the maps and guide. With the gold in hand, the man was very happy and reminded him, "Brother, just a heads up, the fog in the cemetery at night is so thick you can't see the road. I suggest you stay at a nearby hotel for the night. The monsters in the Divine Grace Cemetery deal high damage. It's best to recruit 2 teammates before going deeper tomorrow." "Thank you very much," Lin Chen replied. Looking at the map, he quickly arrived at a hotel entrance. At that moment, 2 men and a woman, 3 professionals, just walked out of the hotel. "Ru Yan, don't worry, although the Aura Master is a support class, many teams at Mingzhu University need one. My brother is at the Pearl University branch of the Moon God Guild. Once school starts, we can join together. Then I'll leave everything to you." Zhang Xiao. Lin Chen didn't expect to see Ru Yan here. What surprised him even more was that the 2 men beside her were not the wanderers from Binjiang No. 1 High School. From their conversation, along with Ru Yan's demeanor, it was clear they were not ordinary people. "What's wrong, Ru Yan?" Nothing. Ru Yan's gaze was somewhat evasive, unable to meet Lin Chen's eyes. She never imagined that after awakening her profession, the Lin Chen she looked down upon could actually rise to become the national champion. Now, staying in Jiang City, she felt like a clown. Beside Ru Yan were 2 young men with a decent presence. They also noticed Lin Chen. Seeing him ignore the 3 of them and walk straight into the hotel, they frowned slightly. They could easily tell that Ru Yan's earlier odd behavior was likely due to him. "Ru Yan, do you know that person from earlier?" I don't know him, but it seems we went to the same high school." "Oh, that's fine. I thought that kid had bothered you. Let's go, Ru Yan. I've been at the camp for 3 days now, and am somewhat familiar with the surroundings. There's a barbecue place around the corner." Lin Chen brushed past the 3 of them, feeling no ripple in his heart. As a hidden profession, Lu Ruyen could naturally attend Pearl University. But the two of them were still destined to be from different worlds. Just talking about the villa he was currently living in, only top scholars and special recruits were qualified to reside there. Lu Ruyen couldn't meet the special recruit criteria. A night passed without incident. Lin Chen set off early, entering the monster zone of the Divine Grace Cemetery. The outskirts of the Divine Grace Cemetery were filled with level 20 to 30 zombies and carrion beasts. His goal today was to sweep the outskirts and aim to clear out 10 bosses. Leaving the camp, Lin Chen directly summoned 2 waves of skeleton soldiers. Leading the skeletons, he began to push forward. The Divine Grace Cemetery was vast. Lin Chen wasn't worried about affecting others, so he summoned Benben Neo and the Frost Giant as well. He formed a team with an experience ratio of 8 20, 30, 50. The level 20 monsters had around 2,000 health points. Faced with hundreds of skeleton soldiers, they were quickly annihilated. However, the consumption was also significant. In just half a minute, the skeleton soldiers lost over 10. The skeleton soldiers' health and durability are indeed too fragile. Last night at the camp, I heard there was a trading area. Let's check it out tonight. You can buy a magic card that increases battle pet attributes. Successfully killed a level 20 zombie, experience 700. Obtained zombie brain 1. Successfully killed a level 20 carrion beast, experience 720. Obtained gold 10. A stream of prompt messages kept popping up. The experience bar was rapidly increasing. Before coming to Zhanghai, after clearing the Tenli Slope dungeon at 5 difficulty levels, Lin Chen was just a little short of level 21 experience. Not long after, the level up prompt sounded. After leveling up, his mana was fully restored, and Lin Chen summoned another wave of skeleton soldiers. At this moment, he still maintained over 100 skeleton soldiers. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Necromancer. Level, LV 21. 1 health, 99665 mana, 500 constitution, 35, spirit, 70, strength, 30, agility, 32 skills, summon undead LV 5, magic barrier LV 2, undead contract LV 2, corpse explosion LV 1, undead resurrection LV 1, soulfire LV 1, death grip LV 1. Talent, life resonance SSS. Skill points, 6 magic cards, lightning power epic, lucky revolver epic. Equipment, goblin hand bone staff epic. Checking personal attributes. His health was about to break through 100,000. 100,000 health was already a terrifying number. His cousin Su Shan had a rare profession, Iron Guardian. It was said that each point of constitution could add 20 health points. That was double that of a necromancer. Even so, at level 100, his health would probably only be around 10,000. Lin Chen was already at level 20, which was 10 times what he would be at level 100. After the health bar, the flaws are also very obvious. My defense is permanently 0. You can unlock set functions at level 40. I remember some sets have incredibly powerful effects. If I encounter someone with a percentage damage set, it could still be dangerous. Effects like percentage damage do not appear solely on equipment, they can only be obtained through set effects. Therefore, Lin Chen no longer focused solely on defense. With enough health, he had sufficient time to output his full strength. He definitely needed to learn more combat skills in the future. After all, offense is the best defense. The terrain of the Divine Grace Cemetery this month was quite simple. The outskirts were an endless forest of dead trees. On the ground, tombstones and small mounds could be seen every 2 steps. Lin Chen commanded the skeleton soldiers and the resurrected carrion beasts. Successfully killed a level 20 carrion beast, experience 720. Successfully killed. Kills and experience points kept popping up. Lin Chen had been killing for 2 hours and hadn't seen a single boss. Fortunately, just as he was about to take a break, he dropped a decent magic card. Magic card space expansion type, item quality, excellent level, LV1 effect, after equipping can increase backpack space slightly just in time. After killing for 2 hours, he had gathered quite a bit of material. His backpack space was only 10 square meters and was already full. Lin Chen had planned to buy a magic card for backpack expansion tonight, but unexpectedly, he dropped one. His luck was not bad. Lin Chen took a brief rest and then continued to push forward. This time, only 10 minutes had passed when he spotted a boss. A leader-level zombie. Most zombies were humanoid, but this one had already surpassed the human form. It stood 5 meters tall, resembling a giant beast. At that moment, the zombie leader saw the hundreds of skeleton soldiers surrounding Lin Chen. A flicker of astonishment clearly crossed its face. It made sense. Skeleton soldier beasts were indeed quite common in the Divine Grace Cemetery. Lin Chen walked another 50 kilometers and reached the skeleton area. Go! Zombies belonged to the death-type beasts. Lin Chen naturally couldn't let it go and issued an attack order. What a pity, the dumb cow and frost giant have too low intelligence. If their intelligence were higher and they could command the skeleton soldiers, I could have it easier. There were also quite a few ordinary and elite zombies guarding the leader zombie. Lin Chen naturally did not let his guard down. Corpse explosion, soul fire, death grip, revive elite zombie. One skill after another was unleashed, combined with the arc effect triggered by the skeleton soldiers. Successfully killed a level 20 leader zombie, experience 5530 accompanied by a reluctant roar. Even a boss couldn't last a minute. Summon undead limit break, kill 10 death type beasts 110. All the surrounding zombies were cleared. After killing a wild boss, a treasure chest would also appear. Unfortunately, there was no good equipment. Lin Chen temporarily stored the treasure chest and surrounding materials and continued forward. My leveling speed depends on my movement speed. In that case, let's go to the skeleton area and contract a skeletal dragon as a mount. Time flew by. Lin Chen had good luck later on, and by around 3 in the afternoon, the limit break task for summoning the undead was only one death-type boss away. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered a skeletal dragon. At that moment, Lin Chen was resting in the skeleton area. At this rate, it seems I won't reach level 50 before school starts. He had gained quite a bit of experience today, but it was shared with the dumb cow and frost giant. His level was still 21. At this rate, if I hadn't occupied the top 10 in 10 dungeons, I could automatically gain experience every day. Let alone level 50, even reaching level 45 would be difficult. Lin Chen fell silent. I should ask if there are places in the Divine Grace Cemetery with a high number of beasts. Otherwise, with my speed, I would need to rush back to the camp at this time, which feels like a waste of time. Or, should I just contract a skeletal warhorse as a mount for now? Newbie adventurers usually enter the Divine Grace Cemetery in groups. They ride the mounts provided by the group to venture deeper. As night approaches, the higher-level adventurers return and ride back to the camp. Lin Chen glanced at the time. If he didn't encounter a suitable contract beast on the way back, he would join a group tomorrow to give it a try. A simple way to replenish his stamina. Lin Chen led the skeleton soldier, turned a corner, and headed back towards the camp. The magical activity in the Divine Grace Cemetery was very high. Skeletons, zombies, and other magical beasts respawned quickly. Lin Chen's backpack was already full. On the way back, he only picked up items of blue quality or higher, discarding all materials. As it neared 6 in the evening, the Divine Grace Cemetery was already shrouded in darkness. He made a torch using soul fire and branches. After just a few steps, Lin Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Beneath a massive dead tree root ahead lay a giant beast as large as a small mountain. A skeletal dragon. What a stroke of luck! Lin Chen cautiously commanded the skeleton soldier behind him to be quiet. Then, he distanced himself and found a suitable angle to observe. The skeletal dragon, a very rare death-type creature, typically resembled a dinosaur, some even had wings. The skeletal dragon's level was at least 20, with the highest level observed by humans being 500. It was said to occupy a small island in the Pacific, and the surrounding waters had become a forbidden zone for life. Because of this, Lin Chen refrained from rushing in. He needed to assess the level and strength of this skeletal dragon. We're already very close to the edge of the Divine Grace Cemetery. The skeletal dragon's level shouldn't be too high. But at this size, 30 meters tall, it probably won't be too low either. 30 or 25? Among the common skills for adventurers, the detection skill could provide an approximate level and status of magical beasts. However, this skill was expensive and very rare. Lin Chen had searched last night, but there were no available stocks in the trading hall. Forget it, even if it's level 30, so what? A level 30 skeletal dragon would have a health pool of at most 100 to 200,000. I still have 2,000 health potions. Even without skeletons, I can wear you down. Lin Chen felt incredibly fortunate now that he had learned the combat skills of Soul Fire and Death Grip before coming. Facing such a large skeletal dragon, a single swipe of its tail could wipe out a large number of skeleton soldiers. It's a pity it doesn't have bone wings. If it did, I could fly after contracting it. The skeletal dragon was resting. Around it, within a 50-meter radius, more than 30 zombies were wandering. Although there was no leader among them, there were still quite a few elite monsters. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, distanced himself, and silently summoned his undead army. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's team was on their way back. The team she and the two young adventurers beside her had found was a branch of one of the top 10 guilds in Xia country, the Moon God Guild, formed by the Silver Moon Guild. Although the Silver Moon Guild was a branch, its strength could even place it among the top 50 in Xia country. At this moment, there were at least a dozen people in the Silver Moon Guild team, and they were pulling a cart with magical beasts. Don't worry, Ruyan, once you enroll, you can join the Silver Moon Guild just like me. As long as your strength is strong enough and your performance is outstanding, we have a chance to be promoted to the Moon God Guild together. Zhang Yan, with dark yellow hair, looked at Lu Ruyan with a somewhat fiery gaze. In terms of appearance, Lu Ruyan was not particularly outstanding, but she had a unique charm. As the young master of the Zheng family in Zhanghai City, he had encountered many girls since childhood, but they all had a hint of worldly experience. Just then, a man in black light armor spoke up. "Young master, there's movement ahead." Hearing the man's words, Zhang Yang realized that the Silver Moon Guild members had already stopped the convoy. He quickly dismounted and followed Lu Ruyan and the man in black armor forward. That is, in the dim valley ahead, there were a large number of skeleton soldiers and zombies fighting. In the center of their battle circle, a massive creature could be vaguely seen. A skeletal dragon. The adventurers present, including those from the Silver Moon Guild, were all taken aback. "This is quite a valuable find." A middle-aged man, a professional, licked his lips. He activated a detection spell and exclaimed, "It's here. A level 30 skeletal dragon." A level 30 skeletal dragon had a high probability of dropping a pet egg. More importantly, the people present were all around level 70 or 80. They could easily go up and take it down. However, just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly sighed. "What a pity, someone got there first." The man waved his hand, and the others from the Silver Moon Guild also sighed and returned to the caravan. In the realm of divine grace, competing for a boss had a high judgment of evil value. It was easy to get a red name. They were here to farm materials for business, and it was impossible for them to let themselves get a red name and be unable to enter the main city. Moreover, these few people also noticed the commotion ahead. A necromancer was fighting against these beasts. However, while they thought this, Zhang Yang, who was next to Lu Ruyan, did not retreat. "Young master, it's that guy from outside the hotel last night." "Hee, I see. This guy is really tough. Do all necromancers have such thick blood?" "It must be his mysterious talent," the man in black armor replied. "Zhang Xiao, what are you guys doing?" At this moment, Lu Ruyan had already spotted Lin Chen at the center of the battle not far away. In less than 2 weeks, she witnessed Lin Chen's terrifying power of summoning hundreds of skeletons again. This was too much of a bug during the novice period. How could one person, at just level 20, summon level 5 undead and also obtain so much cooldown reducing equipment? "Ha, Ruyan, we're not far from the camp now. You should take your mount back first." "Well, take a break," Zhang Yang said with a smile, giving the man in black armor a knowing glance. Lu Ruyan instantly understood. They wanted to steal the boss. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan hesitated. Although many students at school mocked her for her earlier actions, she had also hated her own decisions in the dark of night. She even resented Lin Chen for hiding his talent. But Lin Chen was, after all, her classmate, someone she had grown up with in the same neighborhood. "Don't worry, Ruyan, we just want to take a look." Zhang Yang seemed to see her thoughts and waved his hand to the man in black armor. "Forget it, the necromancer's battle is so boring, let's head back." After saying that, he pulled Lu Ruyan back to the caravan. As the caravan set off, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. However, in a place she did not notice, the man in black armor had already left the group. Thief's skill stealth. Qin Hui was a petty person. At least, that's what he thought of himself and took pride in it. Since he was young, Qin Hui discovered that he enjoyed the thrill of stealing things. He relished this feeling. After changing to a thief last year, he amplified this thrill to the extreme. Stealing bosses, stealing materials from professionals, stealing Q. Stealing the national champion's boss is really exciting. Ha ha ha. Qin Hui looked at the commotion ahead, his body trembling uncontrollably. Stealth, speed, magic card skill, critical hit effect activated. Qin Hui stealthily approached the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Chen was completely unaware of everything. The battle between hundreds of skeletons and the skeletal dragon seemed perilous, but in reality, it was a sure win. Although the skeletal dragon could kill a dozen skeleton soldiers with a single sweep of its tail, Lin Chen didn't even have time to let the skeleton soldiers self-destruct. But he felt no panic at all. This situation is a bit abnormal. Is the damage really this high? Level suppression? I hope the skeletal dragon's level doesn't exceed 30. When a beast's level exceeds or falls below 5 levels, the experience gained by professionals decreases by 20%, and the items dropped also significantly decrease. In other words, he was currently level 21. If the boss was level 30, he could still gain a small amount of experience. If it was level 31, then even if he killed it, he wouldn't gain any experience. Roar! The skeletal dragon roared to the sky and unleashed its dragon breath at Lin Chen. The skeleton soldiers instantly suffered heavy casualties, but Lin Chen himself remained calm and collected. The dozens of elite and ordinary zombies around had already been cleared. Only the skeletal dragon remained. Killing it was just a matter of time. 2,500, 3,000. When the boss's health reached half, the damage from the skeleton soldiers had already skyrocketed. If there were skeleton crossbowmen now, the skeletal dragon would probably be dead. Only melee soldiers remained. Dealing with high-damage monsters was still somewhat lacking. Whoosh! Lin Shan blinked, dodging the skeletal dragon's sweeping tail, and shot out a soulfire. 4225, not bad. Normally soulfire can only deal around 200 damage. After factoring in the percentage of lost health from the additional talent, this damage is probably something even a level 100 character can't match. Of course, Lin Shan also knew the weakness of this damage. He had a significant advantage against thick-skinned tanks. When dealing with classes that generally had lower health, it still fell short. Especially in Mingju University, a place that emphasized competition among players. There had to be violent output methods. Tonight, ill-equip all 9 slots with purple cards. All purple cards upgraded to level 5. 50 billion, leaving 30 billion to buy life water. That left 20 billion gold coins. Enough to equip a complete set of level 5 purple magic cards. Just as he was thinking this, Lin Shan suddenly frowned. With his high mental power, he could now multitask. Just now, he was planning for tonight while observing the low-health skeleton soldiers for a corpse explosion. But just then, a low-health skeleton was about to self-destruct. He was directing it to distance itself from the other skeletons when it was suddenly pushed and stumbled. Someone's here. Lin Shan's heart raced, and he fell silent. A rogue, a hunter, or perhaps a shadow assassin. The stealth skill belonged exclusively to the assassin class. Other classes couldn't learn it. Approaching without a word, the intent was clear. Looks like I've run into someone trying to steal the boss. Lin Shan sneered inwardly, commanding the skeleton soldiers to pause their attack and quietly retreat. At this moment, the hidden Qin would see Lin Shan's movements and felt suspicious. He's retreating? Looks like he doesn't have enough blue potions and can't keep summoning skeleton soldiers. He sneered inwardly. Good, if you retreat, this boss will be mine. Qin was now level 76, facing a level 30 boss. Although he couldn't kill it in one hit, he could easily maneuver and kill it with numerous skills and a level 50 awakening skill. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Shan had already whittled the boss's health down to only 20%. No way. Just as Qin turned to face the boss, his eyes widened in shock. In an instant, a flurry of life-saving skills were released. He even activated the protective shield function of a magic card item. Only now do you realize. Too late. Lin Shan watched the blurry figure appearing not far away and pulled the trigger of his revolver. Kid, are you crazy? With a reluctant roar, nearly 100 skeletons exploded simultaneously. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed around the Divine Grace Cemetery. The explosion radius was 2 meters, and the explosion damage was 10 times that of spell damage. Coupled with the true damage effect from his talent, even if the skeletal dragon was a level 30 boss with level suppression, it couldn't withstand it. Successfully killed the level 30 Lord Monster Skeletal Dragon. Experience 1255. Congratulations on your first kill of a Lord level creature, gaining free attributes 10, skill points 5. Summon Undead Limit Break, kill 10 Death type monsters. 1010 completed. The panel surprisingly did not display any information about killing a player. Lin Shan was somewhat taken aback. It seemed there were some life-saving equipment and skills involved. Lin Shan stopped thinking too much and looked eagerly at the boss's corpse. He saw a few scattered items beside the somewhat disassembled skeletal dragon's body. Although the quantity was small, there were 2 purple and 1 gold items shining exceptionally brightly. Gold! Mythical level item. Meanwhile, not far away, the rogue Qin had a grim expression. Damn kid! He growled, looking at his empty magic card slot. There, once lay a legendary item magic card. Explorer's Arm Guard. Damn it, this is a life-saving item that cost me 160,000 credits to exchange. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but he didn't dare to go back. The Explorer's Arm Guard, a one-time use item card. Coupled with the curved path jump skill card that could only be used 10 times, it had allowed him to escape from the explosion of the skeleton soldier. If Lin Shan were to hit him again, he would only face death. Damn it, a necromancer paired with super strong defenses, how is that so twisted? Could that kid really have, as the Penguin investigation said, a talent that surpasses Shrank? Qin Hui dared not think further. If that were the case, he hoped Lin Shan didn't know he was planning to steal the boss. As Qin Hui thought this, he turned to look at Lin Shan. In the next moment, he froze in place. It was golden light. If I go and steal it back. Just the thought of it made his legs tremble. That was a sign of extreme excitement. But seeing Lin Shan summon dozens more skeleton soldiers, he ultimately calmed down and retreated. Kid, see you at the new student trial. By then, it won't just be you with the numbers. On the other side, Lin Shan was unaware of Qin Hui's thoughts. To prevent thieves from snatching items, he summoned skeleton soldiers, the clumsy bull, and the frost giant the moment he saw the golden light. Then, in a flash, he randomly threw out items from his backpack, collecting all the items dropped by the skeletal dragon on the ground into his bag. This time, I've really struck it rich. Lin Shen took out the lucky revolver, gave it 2 kisses, and looked at the skeletal dragon's corpse. He wasn't in a hurry to check the golden mythic items in his backpack. He had something more important to do. Contract the skeletal dragon. The explosive power was indeed great, but the skeletal dragon's bones were even harder. There weren't many places that had fallen apart. Lin Shen directly activated the skill, Necromancer's Contract. Stand up. As Lin Shen whispered, streams of ghostly purple light surged from the cracks in the ground, coiling around the dragon's skeleton like snakes. The air was filled with a mingling scent of decay and magic. Crack, crack. Faint sounds echoed in the gray mist. The dragon's bones began to slowly move, attracting and connecting to each other. The broken spine reconnected, the shattered skull restored to completeness, and 2 ghostly green flames ignited in the hollow eye sockets. Roar the eternal skeletal dragon was revived. Lin Shen looked at the mountain-like contracted beast before him and suddenly gasped. There, where the skeletal dragon's body had fallen, was an oval item half a meter tall. That is, a level 30 Lord-level boss. An oval item. A pet egg of the skeletal dragon? Lin Shen hurriedly stored the item in his backpack and clicked to view the details. Item, pet egg description, skeletal dragon pet egg can be hatched by a level 30 professional. It really is a pet egg. What a pity. The pet function could only be unlocked at level 30. Lin Shen was currently level 21, feeling an itch of desire. Wait, I already have a skeletal dragon now. Lin Shen looked up. Next to him stood the massive 30-meter skeletal dragon. My lord! With a sudden loud bang, Lin Shen nearly jumped out of his skin. Once he regained his composure, he realized it was the skeletal dragon speaking. Pets and contracted beasts have 5 qualities: ordinary, rare, mutated, precious, and divine beast. It is said that pets of precious quality and above can communicate mentally with their owners. Could it be? Lin Shen locked eyes with the skeletal dragon, which had glowing green eye sockets. Contracted beast, skeletal dragon type, skeletal dragon precious level, 10 available specialization, strength magic agility. Checking the skeletal dragon's attributes, it indeed reached the precious quality. Although it wasn't a divine beast, Lin Shen was still very satisfied. After all, there were only 2 divine beasts in the world today. The divine beast by Feng of the sword cultivator Li Jiangbai from the Summer Kingdom, and the black dragon of the arcane mage Einstein from the Blue Eagle Kingdom. A precious item dropped from a Lord-level boss. This lucky revolver really has its merits. Generally speaking, Lord-level bosses are very rare and powerful. Even if he encountered it and obtained a pet egg after defeating it, there was a high chance it would only be rare. The probability of mutation was very small. Today, Lin Shen was purely lucky. This Lord-level skeletal dragon had likely just spawned and hadn't had the chance to recruit minions yet. Thinking of this, Lin Shen found himself believing the evaluation of him on the hidden dragon ranking by the penguin. His hidden attribute, luck, was likely quite high. The harvest of the pet egg and the contracted beast was quite good. Then he thought of the golden item in his backpack. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel happy. But if I treat the contracted skeletal dragon as a mount, how am I supposed to get on it? The skeletal dragon was nearly 100 meters long and 30 meters tall. Lin Shen's current physical condition before the cataclysm would have easily outperformed all athletes. But after the cataclysm, the gravity of Blue Star seemed to have changed. Lin Shen could punch through an iron door but couldn't jump higher than 10 meters, at most around 5. Maybe it has something to do with my strength, Lin Shen thought, commanding the skeletal dragon to lie down. Then, through mental communication, he indicated that he wanted to ride it. Upon hearing his command, the skeletal dragon seemed to struggle a bit, the ghostly fire in its eyes flickering. In the end, it still lay down. Seeing this, Lin Shen scratched his head. The contracted beast was both a partner and a pet, but it certainly wasn't a mount. Was it a bit too much to forcefully ride it? After some hesitation, Lin Shen climbed onto its back and directed the skeletal dragon toward the camp. From now on, you'll be called Little Bone. Sitting on the back of the skeletal dragon, Lin Shen prepared to rename it. My lord, I have a name. I am Irina Bell from the Gothic civilization, the Bell family. As the words fell, Lin Shen nearly jumped off the dragon's back. Irina Bell. That should be a female name, right? Does the skeletal dragon have a gender? Lin Shen felt a bit regretful for sitting on the skeletal dragon's back. My lord need not worry, the power of the contract has pulled me from the chaos of death, and I am willing to serve you as my master. Alright then. Lin Shen quickly adjusted, not rushing to check the golden mythic item in his backpack, but instead began to communicate with Irina. What do you mean by Gothic civilization and the Bell family? My memories are a blur. I only know that I was born into the Bell family of the Gothic civilization. The family is the most powerful force in the Gothic civilization. I can't remember anything else. With not much useful information, Lin Shen could only wave his hand and shift his focus back to the backpack. When defeating outdoor bosses, if the level difference between the boss and the player is within 5 levels, the items will appear in the form of treasure chests. The skeletal dragon was 9 levels higher than him, so the items naturally scattered out. Lin Chen took a quick glance. There were a total of 5 items, 3 pieces of equipment and 2 magic cards. 1 purple and 2 blue pieces of equipment. The magic cards were 1 gold and 1 purple. He ignored the blue equipment. No matter how good it was, Lin Chen couldn't equip it. Equipment, skeletal staff quality. Epic effect, magic attack 100, mana 200, spirit 10 equipment requirement, level 30 or above magic profession attributes, increases spell penetration by 20 and has a chance to curse the target. Not bad, a good piece of PvP equipment. Magic card, mechanical eye type, item quality, epic level, LV1 effect. After equipping, you can gain 100 uses of the mechanical eye note. Quantity refreshes with level increase. The mechanical eye can probe a small amount of information about the target detection spell. Lin Chen really liked the description of the magic card's effect. Compared to the expensive and hard-to-obtain detection spell skill, although it could only probe a small amount of information, it was good that it didn't occupy a skill slot. After checking the 2 purple items, Lin Chen was very satisfied. He steadied his mind and looked at the strongest item he had obtained, aside from the talent card, the golden mythic magic card, inversion of the universe type, mystery quality. Mythical level, LV1 effect. After equipping, can freely change one's 4-dimensional attributes. Is this it? A mythical magic card is just this? Lin Chen was bewildered. What does it mean to change one's 4-dimensional attributes? The professional panel is a data representation of a professional's physical skills. In other words, adding attributes to strength. An increase in strength is a given fact. So it's different from casually removing equipment in games. Professionals in Blue Star cannot change to equipment with lower attributes than their own. They also cannot remove all their equipment. This is precisely because once attributes are enhanced, they cannot be changed again. But this magic card changed that rule. Unable to comprehend, unable to explore, changing the rules, changing everything, is what makes it mythical. Lin Chen finally understood what a mythical great item was. But he couldn't consider this item strong. I'm quite satisfied with my current attributes. Why would I want to modify them? Lin Chen waved his hand, expressing his confusion. But suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Professionals automatically gain 1 point in all attributes with each level up. Strength and agility can compensate for some attribute deficiencies. But constitution? I don't need it. With that thought, Lin Chen opened his panel, directly equipped the magic card, and activated the skill. At that moment, on his personal attribute panel, behind the 4-dimensional attributes, each had an additional plus sign and a minus sign. The adjustable amount for constitution attributes is 20 points. Just right, I leveled up to 21, gaining constitution attribute points automatically with each level. Lin Chen pondered and tried clicking the minus sign. Constitution attribute 1, free attribute 1, invincible. Near the edge of the Divine Grace graveyard, the danger level was relatively low. However, once a contracted magical beast died, it could not be resurrected. Therefore, after Lin Chen had the skeletal dragon level up to 10 nearby with the skeleton soldier, he began to head back to the camp. On the way back, Lin Chen did not let the skeletal dragon run. At 50 meters long, even walking made the ground tremble. As he approached the camp, he could see many professionals returning in the same direction. Most of them had mounts. But compared to Lin Chen's 30-meter-tall skeletal dragon, some people felt a twinge of envy. Skeletal dragon mount? How did he get that? The probability of encountering this thing is already low, and the chance of it dropping as a mount is even lower. This kid's luck is truly outrageous. Something's off. Is the skeletal dragon mount really this big? Passers-by were discussing animatedly. There was even a professional running behind, shouting as he chased. Hey buddy, where did you catch that skeletal dragon? Teach me. Big brother, is that skeletal dragon mount for sale? Big brother, let me ride it for a bit. The one running behind was a young-looking professional with a large hammer on his back and a cross necklace. He had a youthful appearance but sported a beard. When Lin Chen noticed him, the other had already been following for 2 miles. Brother, stop chasing, it's not for sale. Lin Chen responded helplessly, commanding the skeletal dragon Irina to speed up and ignoring him. Soon, the distance that took 1 or 2 hours to cover before was traversed in just a few minutes to reach the camp. 2 kilometers away from the camp, Lin Chen recalled the skeletal dragon. Of course, he wasn't idle along the way. He cast spells to increase his life limit and communicated with the skeletal dragon Irina, pondering the function of the mythical grade magic card. I need to find a place to test the inversion of the universe. Lin Chen looked at the brightly lit camp and arrived at the entrance where he had reached yesterday. Soon, he saw the person who sold him the map yesterday. Oh, the young man has some strength. I saw you went out alone this morning. Seeing him return, the man was somewhat surprised. Just lucky. Lin Chen smiled and asked, is there a place in the camp suitable for professionals to practice and train? Practice and train? The man's face showed even more surprise, looking up and down at Lin Chen, stroking his chin. I can't tell, you still have a personality. That's not what I meant. Lin Chen quickly interrupted. I want to test out a newly unlocked skill. Professional skills. After a brief exchange with the man, Lin Chen learned of a place after paying 10 gold coins. The Black Sand Training Hall. This was established by the Black Sand Guild in Zhanghai City. It serves as a venue for professionals to test their skills and assess their damage per second. After paying 500 gold coins, Lin Chen rented a small training room. He only had 2 hours. Lin Chen didn't dawdle. He waved his hand to open the attribute panel and activated the skill Reverse Heaven and Earth. On the way back, Lin Chen briefly sorted out the functions of the magic card. In simple terms, it was equivalent to a respec item in a game. However, he could respec infinitely. Moreover, he could convert his 4-dimensional attributes into free attribute points. The physique attribute automatically grants 20 points, and the bonus to health is still less than what I gained from casting skills multiple times. Lin Chen clicked the minus button for physique output until the button turned gray. Physique 20, free attribute 20 great, add it all to the spirit attribute. Do you want to add 20 free attribute points to the spirit attribute? Yes. Strengthening the attribute by 20 points at once made Lin Chen's head feel like it was about to explode. Fortunately, it only took 2 or 3 breaths. Lin Chen exhaled a long breath of turbid air, gradually adapting to his enhanced strength. This feeling is powerful. Physique can increase health and defense. But due to his talent effect, Lin Chen's defense would permanently be 0. Additionally, his health bar could be stacked through spellcasting. Therefore, physique points were practically useless for him. The rest is to try switching to other attributes. Adding physique to spirit merely enhances the mana cap and magic attack. But what if he switched all the respectable attributes to strength or agility? A melee strength necromancer, an agile necromancer? It seemed a bit bizarre. But in certain critical situations, it might have surprising effects. Thinking this, Lin Chen clicked the minus button for the spirit attribute. Current level of Reverse Heaven and Earth only supports changing once a day. Lin Chen then noticed that there was a countdown clock icon on the back of the Reverse Heaven and Earth magic card. I was careless, I should have tried changing it to strength or agility first. The training room was only rented for 2 hours and cost 500 gold coins. Lin Chen had no choice but to add all the free attributes obtained from killing the skeletal dragon to spirit as well. After that, he left the Black Sand Training Hall and headed to the nearby trading market. Today was Lin Chen's first day at the Divine Grace Cemetery. However, he had already collected quite a few materials from killing monsters. On the way back, Lin Chen had organized them. Arriving at the trading market, he found a merchant. Lin Chen sold all the useless items in one go. The total income was 27,000 gold. Big cities really have more opportunities. If it were in Jiang City, a novice professional could earn 2,000 gold in a day, which would be quite good. After clearing his backpack, Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to rest and started browsing the market. There were many professionals at the Divine Grace Cemetery. The trading market was crowded, with constant calls for sales. Silver scale chestplate, 5 gold each. Buy quickly. First come, first served. Buying level 40 trash equipment, set pieces preferred. Come take a look, just dropped a skeletal knight pet. Permanently buying and selling ordinary magic cards, bolt preferred. After browsing for a while, Lin Chen bought a few pouches to expand his backpack space. He then approached a stall. Boss, I need a large quantity of ordinary magic cards, what's the price? The stall owner was a middle-aged man who frowned after glancing at Lin Chen. As a businessman, he could almost instantly assess a person's economic strength. This young man in front of him was not very old, still holding a goblin magic ring, likely a novice professional. Although handsome, he had no bodyguards around. Economic strength below average. 1,000 each, how many do you want? The stall owner's voice was somewhat cold. Common white, excellent green, rare blue, superior red, epic purple, legendary orange, mythical gold. 7 levels, with epic purple positioned 5th. The first upgrade requires 5,000 shards, and a fully upgrade to level 5 requires 155,000 shards. A common magic card can be decomposed into 100 shards. To fully upgrade a purple magic card, it requires 1550 common magic cards. 8 purple cards need 12,400. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to buy more for future needs. 13,000 cards, is that enough stock? How many? The stall owner trembled slightly, asking in a high-pitched voice. People around turned their gazes upon hearing the sound. Lin Chen noticed and frowned slightly. 13,000 cards, what's wrong? Not enough stock. Enough, enough. The stall owner straightened up. He looked Lin Chen up and down again, uncertainly asking in a low voice, "But do you have that much money?" "Don't worry, where there's stock, there's money." Lin Chen smiled, noticing the stall owner's hesitation. He simply took out the bank card given to him by Lu Qinghan's father from the Lu family in Jiangcheng. A Mi Duo Bank Supreme Black Card. Upon seeing the black card, the stall owner instantly realized he had underestimated the situation today. Mi Duo is the largest bank for professionals in the world. To obtain a black card, one must deposit at least 5 billion. Could it be that a young master from a big family is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, using me to gain experience? The stall owner looked at Lin Chen again. Still, he couldn't tell if he was wealthy. However, as long as he was truly rich, that was enough. The stall owner stepped forward, grabbing Lin Shen's hand, and smiled. "Don't worry, brother, 13,000 cards. I guarantee we have them. If you want, I'll give you a discount, 99 off." The stall owner's surname is Lu, and due to the large amount, the two followed the normal process and went to the trading hall. This place is governed by the professional association, ensuring transaction safety. The stall owner took out the magic cards, and after Lin Chen received them, he transferred the money to the man. Clink around them, the sound of coins clashing echoed. The stall owner happily opened his phone. Confirming the gold coins had arrived, he looked at Lin Chen. "Buddy, do you want to buy anything else? Although I'm just a small businessman, I know quite a few friends. Magic cards, equipment, materials, items, gems. Whatever you want, just let me know. Even if I don't have it, I can get it from my friends." The two were now sitting in a small booth within the trading hall. Inside, there was a magic array that protected the privacy of professional transactions. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have equipment that reduces skill cooldowns or magic cards suitable for necromancers?" Equipment that reduces skill cooldowns, that's a bit tricky. You should know as a newbie that during the beginner phase, most professions are hindered by long skill cooldown times. Currently, I don't have any, but I know a guy who has a pair of shoes that reduce cooldowns. If you need them, I can contact him for you. Shoes, what level? Level 40, part of the Raven set, priced at 600,000. The Raven set is one of the classic sets that level 40 professionals can unlock after activating the set function. It is said to be second only to the strongest set, the Sky set. However, selling just one part for 600,000 is a bit much. 500,000, if he's selling, you can contact me. Alright, I'll send him a message. As a businessman, the stall owner appreciated Lin Chen's straightforwardness. After exchanging contact information, the stall owner asked again. Necromancer magic cards are quite rare. What specific type do you need? Cards that enhance skeleton soldier strength, increase summoning numbers, or magic cards that align with necromancer skills. What you're asking for is very rare, and once it appears, it will be bought immediately. However, I have a good friend who recently dropped a magic card similar to a body bag. Do you need it? Body bag? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. The body bag is a very suitable item for necromancers, especially for professionals who have unlocked the corpse explosion and necromantic enslavement skills. By having corpses stored in the body bag in advance, they can increase their attack methods. Lin Chen had seen a message about this while researching. It is said that in the finals of the Professional College League 10 years ago, the necromancer from Magic City University secretly buried a trap using the acidic liquid from the corpse of an ant in a body bag. In the end, he led Magic City University to a comeback and won the National College League Championship. That battle directly ignited interest in body bags. Lin Chen had long considered purchasing one. He possessed the skill of necromantic resurrection. After defeating a boss, he could store the boss's corpse and then use necromantic resurrection during battle. It would definitely catch the enemy off guard. Unfortunately, the trading house in Jiangcheng didn't have any, and while browsing the trading market outside, he inquired and observed many stalls but found nothing. I'll take it. How much? Lin Chen didn't ask about the quality and directly inquired about the price. This one is a bit expensive. The purple epic magic card is 5 million each. That is indeed a bit expensive. This is a magic card that fits your profession very well. 5 million is really not much. It's just a space for storing corpses. 2 million. Lin Chen thought for a moment and employed his bargaining skills. Bro, this isn't 50, it's 5 million. You're not just cutting into an artery, you're trying to take my life. Then, 3 million. Forget it, bro. This magic card is an item my good buddy farmed for 3 years in the Necromancer Canyon. 450,000. Take it if you want. 400,000. Besides me, I doubt anyone else would be willing to spend this much. 430,000. Let's be friends. 370,000. 350,000. Deal. The stall owner reluctantly took out a purple magic card. Isn't this your friend's? After the transaction was completed, as he was leaving, the stall owner held his phone with a reluctant expression. Boss Lin, is there anything else you need? There really is. Lin Chen suddenly thought of his contracted clumsy cow and frost giant. Help me find a living profession blacksmith. I want to forge 2 weapons and a shield. As for the style, I'm still considering. It's for pets, right? Customized equipment for professionals is usually above level 60. Lin Chen looked like a novice professional who didn't need customization. No problem, when you decide, contact me on my chat. Blacksmiths are relatively easy to find in the camp. After the stall owner finished speaking, the two bid farewell. At this point, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Lin Chen did not go to the Black Sand Martial Arts Hall and went straight back to the hotel to rest. After a simple late-night snack and washing up, Lin Chen lay on the bed and opened the magic card roulette. Golden version of Heaven and Earth LV1, Purple Lightning Power LV3, Purple Lucky Revolver LV1, Purple Skill Slot Expansion LV3, Purple Mechanical Eye LV1, Purple Experience Amplification LV3, Purple Corpse Storage LV1, Red Space Expansion LV1. As of now, he had equipped 6 purple cards, 1 gold card, and 1 red card in the 8 slots available at the first tier of professionals. Moreover, all 8 magic cards had very practical effects. There's still 1 magic card that isn't purple or above. He'll keep it for now. He decomposed the ordinary magic card he had just bought into fragments. Then, Lin Chen upgraded each magic card in the roulette to level 5. After upgrading inversion of Heaven and Earth to level 5, the cooldown time was reduced to just 60 minutes. Lin Chen could freely switch attributes once every hour. When encountering danger and needing to escape, he could directly allocate all points to agility. After upgrading lightning power to level 5, it could trigger chain lightning and inflict paralysis and lightning damage. Lightning damage can increase damage to undead, corpse demons, and ghost-type monsters, just perfect for this Divine Grace cemetery. Isn't this chain lightning just like the lightning dagger in Earth games? Haha. Lin Chen chuckled as he enhanced the lucky revolver. At level 5, it still refreshed 1 bullet per month, with a maximum of 6. Doesn't this mean that as the level increases, the enhancement is the luck bonus? Playing with the revolver in his hand, Lin Chen upgraded the skill slot and experience amplification to level 5. He gained 2 additional skill slots, with experience amplification at 30. Then, Lin Chen upgraded all the other cards to level 5. Everything was ready, and Lin Chen fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he purchased a large quantity of potions and supplies. He didn't rush to the Divine Grace Cemetery. Instead, he upgraded his Summon Undead skill to level 6, unlocking the Skeleton Crossbowman, and returned to Zhanghai City. He planned to level up in the Divine Grace Cemetery before school started. But before that, Lin Chen needed to go to the city's dungeon hall to grind for a few days to earn skill points so he could upgrade his undead contract. Currently, he had contracted a skeletal dragon and also had a skeletal dragon pet egg. If he encountered another skeletal dragon during this time and had no contract slots available, it would be quite a pity. Time flew by. Over the next few days, Lin Chen practically lived in the level 20 dungeon at Shirley Slope. After 5 days, his level had already reached 23, and he successfully upgraded his contracted undead to LV5. Now, he had 12 contract slots available. The Divine Grace Cemetery, being a forbidden zone, often had changing terrain. However, some areas remained relatively stable due to geographical reasons. Last night, Lin Chen learned that there was a location within the Divine Grace Cemetery where professionals could stay permanently. Moreover, the probability of skeletal dragons respawning there was higher than in other places. Lin Chen's goal was to stay there as long as possible before school started. Before school starts, can I contract a few more skeletal dragons and form a skeletal dragon team? Lin Chen stroked his chin and waved his hand to command the skeletal dragon, Elena. Let's go, Undead Canyon. On August 29, the weather was clear. The typhoon had just passed. Even on a sunny day, Zhanghai City felt a bit humid, especially in the outer districts. As it was an expanded area, many places lacked magic circles and many roads were unpaved. The originally rugged paths were now filled with numerous puddles. Splashed by the lush mountain path, a spray of water erupted. 2 professionals in splendid gear were riding on shadow cat mounts, racing towards Mingzhu University. Ah, Qinghan, I told you the cat demon mount is great, fast and stable, said Shenhongying, dressed in combat attire, her face full of vigor. Since the end of the college entrance examination, she had been leveling up in Jiang City for over 2 months. At this moment, she had already reached level 50. Beneath her was the Shadow Cat Demon, tamed after reaching level 50. How much do you like cats? You chose a cat for your level 30 pet and another cat for your level 50 mount, Lu Qinghan said, pursing her lips. Her level had also reached 50. Of course, under the persuasion of her good friend, she reluctantly tamed a cat demon as well. Cats are great. They're agile, gentle, and you can pet them while riding. They're the perfect mount, Shenhongying said, half leaning on the broad back of the cat demon, looking quite pleased. Suddenly, she thought of something and said to herself, by the way, what kind of mount do you think Lin Chen will tame? Someone as rational and smart as him might tame a shadow leopard? After all, leopard mounts are fast and can save him a lot of time. What do you think, Xinghan? I think he hasn't reached level 50 yet. Ha? How is that possible? His summon undead skill must have been upgraded to level 6 or even 7 by now. With a wave of his hand, he can summon hundreds of skeleton soldiers, plus starting from level 6, new types of skeletons will be unlocked. He can't be leveling slower than us. Have you forgotten about his Stone Bull Demon and Frost Giant? Since Lu Qinghan obtained her class talent, her personality had become a bit more lively. She blinked and analyzed. Lin Chen has the ability to make dead creatures serve him. The contracted beasts likely need experience to level up, just like the summoners summon beasts. Moreover, after level 30 he will have an extra pet. Now that you mention it, it's quite possible, but I still feel like he's not a normal person. Maybe even if the experience is split into 3 parts, he can still reach level 50. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sky was gray, and within the towering black canyon, there were remnants of magical beasts everywhere. In one corner, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, lifting his head to gulp down 2 mouthfuls of cola. Gulpy gulpy ha finally reached level 40. Lin Chen put down the cola in his hand and let out a long sigh. He naturally had no idea that at this moment, someone was discussing his level. In fact, Lin Chen had not yet reached level 50. Just 3 seconds ago, he had only just leveled up to 40. Congratulations on leveling up to level 40. You have gained a new skill slot and can choose skills from the skill tree. Of course, the slow leveling up had its reasons. Lin Chen grinned and looked not far away. There, 5 skeletal dragons were fighting under the command of a large skeletal dragon. Yes, after more than 2 months, he had successfully contracted 4 skeletal dragons in the Undead Canyon. Along with the pet egg he had hatched, that made exactly 5. The difference was that, including the hatched pet egg, none of them had memories or sufficient intelligence like Irina. It's a pity that Irina only has her beast form. I remember some people's pets and contracted beasts can transform. I should check the information when I get back. I can arrange something for Irina. After all, with her level of intelligence, her current large size is actually too limiting for her abilities. These days, since he often chatted with Irina, Lin Chen had come to appreciate her uniqueness. Not only did she quickly learn his language, but she was also very adept at commanding battles. For Lin Chen now, leveling up was quite simple. He would summon skeletons and a few contracted beasts. Irina commanded the clumsy bull, Frost Giant, and several other contracted skeletal dragons to fight alongside the skeleton soldiers. Lin Chen himself just lay back and shared the experience. Of course, if he encountered a boss, he would need to get up and collect the boss's corpse into the magic card space for storing corpses. My lord! You are really too lazy. You just exercised for 10 minutes and already sat down to rest. Irina's voice buzzed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen helplessly pursed his lips and sighed. I'm not lazy, I just leveled up to 40 and need to learn skills. Being called lazy by his own contracted beast was truly unfair. He had practically been living in the Divine Grace Cemetery these days. Every day he opened his eyes to grind for experience. There was no choice. With so many contracted beasts, he had a lot of kids to take care of. Now, including Irina, all 6 skeletal dragons had reached level 14. They were 9 levels higher than him. Of course, Lin Chen wouldn't say that. He was afraid that if the skeletal dragons were too low in level and died, he would lose them permanently. So he had tilted the experience distribution heavily in their favor. It's a pity that none of the 6 skeletal dragons have dragon wings to fly. Otherwise, they could take to the skies. Lin Chen looked at the skeletal dragon sweeping through the magical beasts in the distance and pouted. Only after a professional reached level 150 in the 2nd tier could they unlock the ability to fly. Of course, if one had a flying mount or a magic card that could transform into wings before that, they could soar through the skies early. Rumbling, the battle intensified not far away, likely encountering a boss. Lin Chen felt no worry at all and looked at his skill panel. At level 20, he had automatically allocated the skill slot he received to the skill, Undead Resurrection. Then, at level 30, he unlocked a life-saving skill on the skill tree, Soul Phasing. This skill allowed him to phase his body into a soul state, becoming immune to all control and damage for 3 seconds. Although Lin Chen had thick health, when it came to life safety, having a temporary invincible life-saving skill was better. Moreover, this life-saving skill was difficult to refresh on the skill tree. It was said that many necromancers, even after breaking through to the 2nd tier, had not unlocked this life-saving skill. When I get back, can I buy a book on the skill Pathway Leap? Pathway Leap was a very common general-purpose long-range displacement skill. It could generate a teleportation array beneath his feet, transporting him to a designated location within range after 2 seconds. Combined with soul phasing, it was simply a life-saving divine skill. I should check the trading post when I get back, thinking to himself. Lin Chen looked at the skill tree. Skill, bone cage effect, release at a designated location in front, can trap enemies in a bone cage for 2 seconds. Note, targets trapped in the cage will fall into a silent state and cannot release skills. Skill, blood siphon cooldown, 2 minutes mana cost, 50 effect, connect with an enemy target using a red chain. Can siphon the target's life to restore oneself. Both skills are quite good. One is a strong control skill, while the other can drain the enemy's life to heal. However, Lin Chen directly ignored the second one before finishing reading. As for health, he already had hundreds of thousands. Every time he leveled up, his health and mana bars would automatically be filled. This meant that his health rarely dropped below half before leveling up and refilling automatically. He hardly needed to use health potions. Ignoring blood siphon, Lin Chen clicked on bone cage. He was currently in need of a strong control skill. Skill unlocked, bone cage. Not bad. There are 3 days left until school starts. It's time to head back. The boss battle in the distance had already ended, and Lin Chen stood up. Preparing to collect the corpses, he left the Divine Grace Cemetery and returned to Mingju University. After all, before school started, he had 2 important matters to attend to. One was the water of life. 3 days ago, when he returned to the camp for supplies, teacher Li Ming had sent him a message asking him to go for a trade on the 31st. As for the other matter, it was the head of the Spark Guild in Jianghai City who wanted to meet him. The Spark Guild was the guild Lin Chen was invited to join after his college entrance examination. According to the silver-haired professional who recruited him, the president of the Spark Guild was none other than the strongest professional in Xia country, Li Jiangbai. The vice president was the strongest professional in the world, Einstein. With these two around, the Spark Guild was almost the strongest guild in the world. However, the philosophy of the Spark Guild was the flame of civilization, thriving endlessly. It aimed to cultivate the seeds of civilization. The guild did not participate in the daily power struggles among major guilds. By the time Lin Chen returned to Jianghai City, it was already the afternoon of the second day. This was his first time in the inner city of Jianghai City. Or rather, this was the true super main city, Jianghai City. Unlike the outer city, which was mixed with mountains, grasslands, and lakes, this place was more modern. Towering skyscrapers and flying vehicles constantly streaked across the sky. If it weren't for the beast-shaped mounts seen everywhere on the roads, Lin Chen would have thought he had returned to Earth. Glancing at the time, it was 3:10 in the afternoon. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Following the address on his phone, he arrived at the residence of the Spark Guild's representative in Jianghai. It seemed to be a martial arts school. Standing outside, he could see many students practicing with swords and spears inside. Lin Chen was no longer the naive boy he was when he first crossed over. In recent days, he had researched a lot about the history before the Great Cataclysm. Before the Great Cataclysm, martial arts were prevalent in Blue Star. There was even a global martial arts tournament held every 10 years. However, the martial arts here were not just for show. In the early stages of the Great Cataclysm, humanity relied on martial arts to prevent major turmoil worldwide. The most famous figure here was Li Jiangbai. It was said that because professions like priests and pharmacists could not resurrect professionals, some people banded together early on to manipulate the prices of blue and red potions, profiting from the disaster. After Li Jiangbai quickly rose to power due to his swordsmanship, he was the first to eliminate this group. Later, he forcefully suppressed the powerful bosses around the major cities, bringing a breath of relief for the continuation of civilization. It is rumored that Senior Li Jiangbai has residences in all 5 super main cities. The representative in Jianghai City can't be him, right? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. But thinking of Li Jiangbai's various deeds for the country and the people, he steadied himself and calmed down. He stepped into the martial arts school. The school was not large, decorated similarly to a boxing gym. Inside, some were standing in stances while others were sparring in the ring. However, the students inside were all quite young, probably just middle schoolers. Lin Chen walked straight to the front desk. The receptionist was a girl around his age, looking quite delicate. Seeing Lin Chen approach, she stood up and asked, "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" "Someone asked me to come here to find him." Lin Chen displayed the Starfire badge. "Oh, you are Lin Chen from Jiangchang?" "Yes." Lin Chen nodded. "The person who wants to see you is on the 5th floor, follow me." The receptionist led the way, with Lin Chen following behind. Although this place was called a martial arts hall, it was actually a business building over 10 stories high. The two took the elevator and soon arrived at the 5th floor. Under the receptionist's guidance, Lin Chen stood in front of a door. The receptionist respectfully knocked on the door. "Senior Li, Lin Chen has arrived." As the voice fell, a deep voice came from inside the room. "Let him in." At the receptionist's gesture, Lin Chen pushed the door open. The room was large and simply decorated. The various furnishings inside were somewhat old, giving off a sense of age. In the center of the room sat a person with an ethereal demeanor, dressed in loose training clothes, lounging on the sofa. On either side of him sat two middle-aged men, both exuding a distinguished aura. From the moment Lin Chen heard the receptionist mention seniorly outside the door, he guessed it was highly likely to be Li Jiangbai, the #1 person in Xia country. To his surprise, it really was. Lin Chen, I have met seniorly and all the other seniors. Lin Chen cupped his fists and stepped forward. This little guy doesn't have the aura of a martial artist, but he understands some etiquette. Not bad. Li Jiangbai smiled at Lin Chen with satisfaction. Don't be formal, just sit anywhere. This is Lin Chen, the national champion I mentioned to you earlier, this year's top scholar. Li Jiangbai explained cheerfully to the other four. So it's you, not bad, young man, very polite. The young man is quite spirited. Indeed, very handsome, has my style from back in the day. He's a good seedling. I heard you seem to have awakened a 3-level talent, is that true? Those who could sit beside Li Jiangbai must have significant status. Lin Chen smiled and responded to each of them. However, the last question made him pause. In Xia country, there are regulations against casually inquiring about talents. However, these people in front of him might very well be the ones who established that rule. Little guy, no need to be nervous. Talent is your private matter. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. Li Jiangbai smiled, then added, but I am actually a bit curious. Lin Chen scratched his head. After a moment of silence, he decided to show it. He flipped his hand, and a golden magic card appeared in his palm. The orange magic card represents level talent. His talent is SS level, so naturally, it is golden. It really is golden. The third super god talent in the world. Unfortunately, it's paired with a necromancer. Indeed, he is a good seedling. The four middle-aged professionals had complex expressions in their eyes. Li Jiangbai, however, smiled and said, little guy, put it away. You are quite impressive. Consider this a gift for our meeting. Saying this, Li Jiangbai waved his right hand and tossed out 2 items. Lin Chen caught them and found they were 2 black iron balls. These are 2 sword pills I made when I had nothing to do. One can withstand 3 attacks at my level. One can unleash 3 attacks at my level. Lin Chen gasped. Without hesitation, he put them into his backpack. This is definitely an invincible life-saving item. Thank you, senior. Lin Chen cupped his fists in gratitude. You're too polite. Consider it compensation for showing your talent level. As his words fell, Li Jiangbai glanced at the 4 people beside him. The man on his left was the first to react. Today I am fortunate to witness the birth of the 3rd SS level talent in the world. Lin Chen. This is a gift for our meeting. The man waved his right hand. On the table in front of Lin Chen appeared an item resembling a pet egg. This is an unhatched mount obtained from killing a demon dragon in Shushan a few days ago. Not top-notch, but it somewhat matches your temperament. Demon dragon. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he smiled and expressed his gratitude, putting it into his backpack without even looking. Then, the other 3 also took out their gifts. They were a skill book, a magic card, and an orange ring equipment. Throughout it all, Lin Chen had no idea who the 4 people in the room were. He just muddled through and collected a bunch of top-notch items. Even after leaving the martial arts hall, Lin Chen still felt a bit dazed. Since joining the Starfire Guild, he hadn't done anything at all. After receiving the gifts from the others, Li Jiangbai had told him to leave. This left Lin Chen a bit confused, even somewhat ashamed. Should I ask if the guild needs me for anything? Just then, a young girl at the front desk, about his age, chased after him. Lin Chen, if you need help in Jianghai City in the future, you can come find me here. My surname is Xiao, and I am the person in charge of the Starfire Guild in Jianghai City. Amidst Lin Chen's bewilderment, the 2 exchanged contact information. He really couldn't believe that a seemingly delicate front desk girl was actually a 3rd-tier big shot. Sister Xiao, I'm heading back now. See you when I have time. Lin Chen bid farewell to the person in charge of the Starfire Guild in Jianghai City and returned to the outer courtyard of Mingzhu University. Today was August 30th, just 1 day before the start of the school year. The campus was already bustling. Many people were stopping in front of the stone tablet in the outer courtyard, discussing things. Various corners of the campus were filled with small groups of students. However, as Lin Chen got closer to the villa where he would be staying, the number of students around gradually decreased. I wonder who my roommate will be. The student accommodation area at Mingzhu University was divided into 9 zones. Lin Chen lived in Zone 9, Room 62. The villa could accommodate 4 people. However, those assigned here were at least top scholars. Lin Chen was quite looking forward to who his roommates would be. When he returned to the three-story villa, the lights were on in the living room on the first floor and in the room opposite his bedroom on the third floor. Did only one roommate come? Lin Chen walked into the living room on the first floor. On the villa's control panel, he only saw the registration information for his third-floor roommate, Ling Fei from Nanhai City, a student from Nanhai City. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. Nanhai City was one of the 5 major super cities, the largest main city along the southern coast of Xia Country. To achieve top scholar status there, he must be quite strong. Recalling the Qianlong list he had seen before, Lin Chen suddenly remembered Ling Fei's information. 6th on the Qianlong list, hidden profession, Light Holy Envoy. Possessing S-level talent. Light Holy Envoy. So he's a healer? A healer who can take the top spot in Nanhai City. It seems his family background is not small. Just as Lin Chen was thinking, he seemed to hear the sound of someone coming downstairs. Soon, a somewhat sturdy and slightly chubby young man appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his eyes lit up and he approached, extending his hand. You must be Lin Chen, right? Hello, I'm Ling Fei from… Oh, it's you? It's me, Lin Chen from Jiangchang. Lin Chen awkwardly smiled and shook hands with Ling Fei. This Ling Fei was none other than the person who had chased him for 2 miles when he had just contracted the skeletal dragon Elena at the Divine Grace Cemetery. At that time, Ling Fei had a cross around his neck and was carrying a big hammer on his back. Lin Chen hadn't exchanged much with him back then. He never expected that they would end up as roommates now. Ling Fei also realized it at this moment. However, he had a good personality and quickly started chatting happily with Lin Chen. After chatting for a while in the living room, they each returned to their bedrooms. The next morning, Lin Chen got up early, preparing to find teacher Li Ming to deal with the matter of the water of life. When he arrived at the living room on the first floor, Lin Chen discovered that Ling Fei was already up. He had opened his personal panel, displaying his character ID. In the large living room on the first floor, he was doing exercises with a pneumatic hammer. Well, this clearly indicated he was probably not someone who believed in being the main character. Especially with that ID above his head, the only veterinarian in the village. A healer could take that name, it had some meaning. Good morning, Lin Chen. Morning. After exchanging greetings, Ling Fei stopped his movements and asked, Are you going to have breakfast? No, I have something to take care of today. Ling Fei was a very easygoing person. He had a beard and came to Lin Chen with an excited expression. You're not going to find those 2 beauties, are you? Bring me along to meet them. What beauties? Lin Chen was a bit curious. Has someone come looking for me? Yeah, you didn't know? Ling Fei threw the hammer onto the sofa and explained with a smile. A few days ago, 2 little beauties came looking for you twice. One is cold and aloof, the other is fiery hot. Both are top-notch. One cold, one hot, it must be them. Lin Chen realized who it was and waved his hand. I'm not looking for them, I have other matters. But if they come looking for me again today, please let them know I'll probably be back in the evening. Evening? Then you'll be having dinner with them, right? Take me along then. A dad with a hammer, can't expect him to be in a very normal state of mind. Lin Chen chuckled bitterly in his heart and nodded. Alright, if we really have dinner tonight, I'll take you. Good buddy. After chatting with Ling Fei, Lin Chen dialed teacher Li Ming's number. They met under an office building. Lin Chen, long time no see. Li Ming greeted with a smile. Teacher Lin Chen responded. Hey, why are you only level 40? Li Ming was a bit surprised. I got a few pets, and the experience points went to them. Pets, you're contracted beasts, right? Li Ming quickly realized, leading Lin Chen towards the parking lot while talking. Pets are fine. Your talent really suits the summoning path of a necromancer. However, at level 50, practitioners will unlock awakening skills. This is the first watershed among practitioners. I suggest you level up to 50 as soon as possible. The competition at Mingzhu University is quite fierce. Li Ming instructed, and Lin Chen nodded slightly. Awakening skills are like ultimate moves in games, the character's signature skills. However, just like unlocking skills on a skill tree, they are very random. Sometimes they can be quite disappointing. Lin Chen had seen this while researching. A famous sword cultivator had an awakening skill called Sword Chi across the horizon. It could detonate the sword chi on the target, causing massive damage. But none of the skills he had unlocked previously left a sword chi mark on the target. Speaking of skills, I still have 2 magic card expansion skill slots. After school starts tomorrow, well, enter the freshman trial secret realm. Should I use the 2 empty skill slots today? While he was thinking, Li Ming had already driven him to their destination. It looked like a very upscale club. It was called Red Rose. After they entered, Li Ming exchanged a few words with the front desk. Soon, someone came down to greet them. After a brief exchange, they followed the person into an elevator, arriving at a luxuriously decorated office. A woman with a charming face, red hair, and a voluptuous figure appeared before them. Li Ming, long time no see. Xiao Mei, long time no see. Xiao Mei? Lin Chen was surprised. This is the owner of the Red Rose Club, my old classmate. Li Ming, this is. Oh right, this is Lin Chen, the buyer I mentioned. Lin Chen? The red-haired woman smiled, looking at Lin Chen with a playful expression. So handsome and young, just in need of the water of life? Ha, Xiao Mei, be a bit reserved. He's the genius student of Mingzhu this year. The water of life is for family use. Oh, then he's quite a filial child. The red-haired woman put away her smile and gestured for them to sit down casually. She then said 5 drops of the water of life can indeed be sold. However, the seller suddenly wants to raise the price today. 5 drops, 50 billion. 50 billion? Upon hearing the quote, Li Ming frowned. It's usually 500 million for 1 drop. Why has the price suddenly doubled? I don't know. The red-haired woman crossed her legs and shrugged. The seller suddenly raised the price, but he will be here soon, and you can talk again. At this moment, Lin Chen was also feeling a bit troubled. 50 billion, if it came from Lu Qinghan's family, he could manage. But after talking with Li Ming, he thought 30 billion would be enough. So over the past 2 months, he had been spending money quite freely. He didn't expect the seller to raise the price at the last minute, making it twice as expensive. 2 drops can restore my aunt's sight, and I still have over 40 billion. You can buy 2 drops or buy 4 drops. While thinking this, the office door opened. The red-haired woman saw this and gestured for Lin Chen and Li Ming to come over. Your seller has arrived. Lin Chen turned to look. At this moment, the person had already walked into the office. Oh, Lin Chen, what are you doing here? The matter of the water of life went very smoothly. Lin Chen didn't expect that the seller was actually the professional he had seen beside Li Jiangbai yesterday. In the end, Lin Chen spent 30 billion to buy 5 drops of the water of life. He also learned why the price had increased. This year's production of the water of life had encountered problems in the secret realm. When he left the club, it was still not noon. Lin Chen took Li Ming's car and headed to school. The two chatted briefly about the details of the school opening tomorrow while in the car. After arriving at school, Lin Chen went straight back to the villa. As soon as he entered, he saw his roommate Ling Fei lying in the living room resting. Next to him on the floor lay a stone hammer. As expected, someone who could be the top scholar was not only talented but also worked hard enough. Hearing the sound, Ling Fei turned around and saw him, a bit surprised. Back so early? Didn't you say tonight? Did they come by? Lin Chen instantly reacted and asked. Yeah, you didn't leave long before they came looking for you. So early, could it be that something happened? The two beauties, one cold and one warm. If he guessed correctly, it should be Lu Qinghan and Shen Hanying. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to reach out. At that time in Jiangcheng, they had exchanged contact information. Lin Chen opened his phone, just about to dial, when a familiar cheerful laugh came from behind him. Ha, Lin Chen, you finally came back. Hearing the voice, Lin Chen hadn't turned around yet. Ling Fei, who was lying on the sofa, had already jumped up like a carp. He first used a holy technique on himself. Then, he tidied his hair and raised his chin at Lin Chen. Dude, is my hairstyle okay? Lin Chen helplessly nodded and turned to look outside the door. Through the villa door, it was indeed Lu Qinghan and Shen Hanying. The two were holding each other's wrists as they walked in. Qinghan, Hanying. Lin Chen was still greeting the two when Ling Fei had already pulled out a few bottles of chilled drinks from somewhere and placed them on the living room table. Ladies, please sit. Seeing his enthusiastic demeanor, Lin Chen smiled and introduced Ling Fei, my roommate from Nanhai. We know, we've met a few times. Shen Hanying boldly opened a drink and started drinking, complaining, Jianghaishi is really hot. At least 5 degrees higher than our Jiangcheng. Ling Fei and Hanying had very similar personalities, both being quite friendly. He quickly added, it is indeed hot. Although Nanhai is hot, it often rains. It gets much cooler after the rain. Unlike Jianghaishi, it just had a typhoon and heavy rain, and the weather is still so stuffy. Is that so? Then why did you come to Mingzhu? Songhai University in Nanhai is not bad. Isn't it still because of Lin Chen? Ha! Lin Chen, who was already a bit thirsty and was drinking a beverage, suddenly felt a bit dazed. How did this turn into a discussion about him? What do you mean? Lin Chen asked. You guys don't know? At this moment, it was Ling Fei's turn to be surprised. He turned to glance at the others and began to explain. After hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood. It turned out that after the college entrance examination, so many things had happened in the novice professional circle. All of this had to do with the Qianlong list. The Penguin had ranked him, an ordinary necromancer, first on the Qianlong list. If it had already been confirmed that he possessed SS-level talent, that would be one thing. The Penguin describes a suspected possession. Such ambiguous statements naturally provoke a lot of dissent. Consequently, in the circle of top novice professionals, many have set their sights on applying to schools like Shanghai or even Mingzhou University, eager to see for themselves what Lin Chen is truly capable of. After all, according to past developments, the top contender of each Dragon Rising list has always been an invincible figure of their cohort. As for Lin Chen, being an ordinary necromancer, people are not optimistic about him. After all, since the Great Cataclysm, Blue Star has developed for 500 years. Even if you summon a lot of skeleton soldiers, there have long been countermeasures researched against them. As far as I know, the top 5 of the Dragon Rising list, besides the Dragon Knight, 4 are in Shanghai City. Among them, only that time traveler is at Magic Capital University. The rest are at Mingzhou University. You, me, and one more are the Sword Emperor. Ling Fei explained from the side. Sword Emperor? Didn't she get admitted to Jingbei University before the college entrance examination? Lin Chen recalled this person's information. Many people in Jiang City initially misunderstood that the Sword Emperor was Jun Bujian. Have you ever provoked her? The Sword Emperor lives diagonally across from us. I've seen her pass by here several times. She just stands at the door, coldly staring at your name on the accommodation list. I had never seen her before, let alone know her. Lin Chen shook his head in response. He wasn't afraid of others causing trouble for him. However, looking at it this way, his days at Mingzhou would probably not be too peaceful. The 4 chatted a bit more in the living room. At mealtime, Lin Chen treated them, planning to take a few people to a nearby Sichuan restaurant for dinner. On the way, they happened to run into a few old friends from Jiang City who were wandering around campus. The sword cultivator Chen Yao and his 2 companions, the twin-tailed priest Su Xiuxiu and the elegant scholar ice maid Zhu Gexing. After introducing his roommate Ling Fei to everyone, they all gathered for a simple meal together. In the afternoon, Lin Chen did not go out. He stayed in his bedroom, organizing his props. This unhatched mount is such a pity. Lin Chen held an egg the size of an ostrich in his hand. This was the mount egg he had obtained from the Starfire Guild. Unfortunately, the mount dropped by the person who killed the magic flood dragon was not a magic flood dragon but a unique mount from the Shushan region, the purple gold gourd. The purple gold gourd is the name of this magical beast, possessing colors of the 5 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The one in Lin Chen's hand belongs to the earth attribute, colored brown. Professionals unlock the mount function at level 50. Mount quality is divided into 9 tiers. The higher the tier, the greater the speed bonus. This earth attribute purple gold gourd is a tier 6 mount, with a speed bonus of 160. A tier 6 mount can reach speeds up to the speed of sound, and at full power, it can even exceed the speed of sound. Actually, it's quite good. Lin Chen felt it was a pity that the tier 6 gourd could only hover above the ground. If it were tier 7 or above, he could sit on it and soar through the sky. Should I buy a sword to decorate myself? That way, when I reach level 50, riding on the gourd would be like the wine sword immortal. Lin Chen stroked his chin in thought and opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Chen. Profession, Necromancer. Level, LV 41 Health 5092, 665 Mana, 1060 Constitution 25, Spirit 175, Strength 45, Agility 50 Skills, Summon Undead LV 6, Magic Barrier LV 2, Undead Contract LV 6, Corpse Explosion LV 2, Undead Resurrection LV 2, Soulfire LV 2, Death Grip LV 2, Soul Void Talent, Life Resonance SSS Skill Points, 1 Magic Cards, Reverse Heaven and Earth Mythical, Lightning Power Epic, Lucky Revolver Epic Equipment, Skeletal Staff Epic, a luxurious, very luxurious panel. With Reverse Heaven and Earth, Lin Chen allocates the attributes of Constitution to Spirit every time he levels up. This way his level 40 mental attribute was almost equivalent to someone else's level 80. Of course, the most luxurious aspect was the life limit, a terrifying value of over 5 million. Lin Chen felt that with just a dagger and using ordinary physical attacks, he could exhaust a level 40 boss for an entire day. In the end, he would still emerge victorious. 5 million health points. It's rumored that Senior Li Jiangbai's strength is about to break through to the 5th tier. I wonder how much damage he can deal in one hit. Lin Chen muttered, suddenly struck by a reckless thought. Yesterday, he had obtained 2 sword pills from Li Jiangbai. One of them could withstand 3 attacks from a practitioner of Li Jiangbai's level. The other could unleash 3 attacks of the same caliber as Li Jiangbai. Should I? Lin Chen let out a long breath, calming himself down. After a brief brainstorming session, he ultimately decided against being reckless. This sword pill is almost like a Gatuda fail-free card. I should keep it. Lin Chen waved his hand, clicking on the backpack in the panel, and looked at an orange magic card in his bag. This was the second time he had seen an orange legendary magic card. The first time was when he opened a dungeon treasure chest and obtained an orange talent card, which was eventually auctioned off by Lu Qinghan for 5 billion. Now, 2.5 months later, he had once again acquired an orange magic card, gifted by someone else. Magic card, experience amplification type, mysterious quality, legendary level, LV1 effect. After equipping, experience gain increases by an additional 10% for a level 1 magic card. Wouldn't it be at least 50% for level 5? I have a level 5 purple card that adds 30 combined. That's at least 80%. That's almost double the experience. No wonder he's a senior. He can tell what I lack. Experience cards of the same quality and function cannot coexist. Lin Chen could no longer use the purple experience amplification magic card, but the one gifted to him was orange. Time to level up. Previously, in the Divine Grace Cemetery, Lin Chen had left behind enough magic card fragments. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the magic card leveled up to 5. Experience amplification at 70%. The 2 cards combined just hit 100%. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the effect. However, he was a bit troubled about which magic card to replace. After some thought, Lin Chen decided to replace the red backpack expansion magic card. After checking the magic card, he still had an orange ring and a skill scroll. Equipment: Scholar's Ring, Sky Quality, Legendary Effect, Magic Attack 200, Mana 300, Mental 20. Equipping requirement: Level 40 or above. Magic Profession attributes: After exiting combat, recover 5 mana points every 3 seconds. Reduces all skill cooldowns by 10. 3 Skyset effect. All attributes: 3 mental, 3 casting speed, 10 spell penetration, 5 Skyset effect. Mana limit 500. The orange ring was one of the strongest level 40 set equipment, the Skyset. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Chen immediately equipped it without hesitation. Now, one of his rings reduced the cooldown of a single skill by 20%. The other effect was to recover 1 mana point per second. Naturally, the one he replaced was the cooldown reduction ring. Previously, in the Divine Grace Cemetery, Lin Chen had spent over 3 million to buy a pair of level 40 cooldown reduction shoes. This could compensate for the skill cooldown lost from the ring replacement. The equipment was decent, and Lin Chen turned his attention to the final skill scroll. Skill: Return to City Teleport. Cooldown: 24 hours. Mana cost: All current mana effect can establish an anchor point at the teleportation array within the main city. After releasing the skill, can teleport to a teleportation array that has an anchor point. Note: this skill has no level. Cooldown time cannot be reduced, and can only be activated within the specified range. Looking at it this way, that gourd seems a bit weak. Lin Chen smiled lightly, not in a hurry to learn the skill. Tomorrow, Mingzhu University would start classes. In the short term, he would be staying in Jianghai City. There was not much life danger, however. Now there are 2 empty skill slots. He had other ideas. The Qianquan can allow me to transfer attributes to strength or agility. If I encounter special situations, it will definitely have miraculous effects. But just having attributes feels a bit weak. I need 2 melee skills. One that can guarantee an increase in strength, and the other that can enhance agility for speed. While pondering, Lin Chen closed the panel and opened his phone to meet Tao Tao. He linked to the trading hall in Jianghai City, searching for suitable skills. Time passed quickly. After placing the order, Lin Chen reviewed the strategies for Mingzhu University and the dungeons in Jianghai City in his bedroom. As dinner time approached, the delivery arrived. After signing for it, Lin Chen found 2 wristbands placed in the living room on the first floor. Moreover, there was information about the school opening tomorrow on the villa's central control screen. Gather at the Stone Tablet Square at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow. The wristbands must be worn on the wrist. Seeing the information, Lin Chen called his roommate Ling Fei down. After both of them put on the wristbands, they returned to their respective bedrooms. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Chen got up to wash up. Today is the official start of school. At this time, his roommate Ling Fei also got up. The two greeted each other and headed to the Stone Tablet Square outside Mingzhu University. Looks like it's just the 2 of us living in this villa, Ling Fei said, looking around as he talked to Lin Chen. He didn't forget to observe the classmates in the campus. 2 are quite nice, it will be a bit quieter. Lin Chen smiled faintly. It's good, but it's a bit too deserted. Especially since you just stay in the bedroom when you come back, it's too boring. Ling Fei shrugged and suddenly asked mischievously, by the way, Lin Chen, it seems that Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying are living in the dormitory building. What do you think, should we let them? Smack! A crisp sound interrupted him. Shen Hongying's voice rang out behind Lin Chen and Ling Fei. What are you 2 discussing? Shen Hongying pulled Lu Qinghan and turned to face the 2, rolling her eyes. Ling Fei quickly laughed it off, deflecting the question. The 4 of them chatted like this and soon arrived at the Stone Tablet Square. 3 stone tablets, each dozens of meters high, stood tall ahead. Surrounding them were students. standing in groups of 2 or 3. Lin Chen's gaze swept roughly across the square. At least 3,000 students had gathered. In front of the stone tablets, most were novice professionals. There were probably around 17 or 1800, with over 1,000 more behind them. Judging by their aura and attire, they were definitely not freshmen. Seeing this, Lin Chen felt a sense of unease. Why are there so many upperclassmen here? While pondering, the 3 stone tablets suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Immediately after, the space above the tablets seemed to shatter like glass. Crack after a crisp sound, an elderly figure in a white robe appeared in the void. Haha, hello everyone, I am the Dean of the Outer College of Mingju Academy. The white-robed dean stood in the void, introducing himself. Although he looked quite old, his voice was loud and full of charisma. The students in the square were silent, respectfully staring at the dean hovering in midair. If you want to change, want to grow, want to become stronger, even eating and sleeping are related to credits. In short, all resources at Mingju University are based on credits. Now open your wristbands, the items that can be exchanged for credits have been refreshed. As the dean's words fell, almost all the students in the square opened their wristbands to check. Lin Chen noticed that those suspected upperclassmen behind the stone tablets were also opening their wristbands to check the items that could be exchanged for credits. They are also looking, could it be that the items exchanged for credits change every year? With curiosity, Lin Chen opened his wristband. The main interface of the wristband was very simple. There were 6 menu bars arranged vertically on the left side. They were equipment, skills, magic cards, pets, mounts, and others. Lin Chen casually clicked on the magic cards. 7 horizontal buttons unfolded at the top. Common, fine, rare, excellent, epic, legend, myth. Can legendary and mythic magic cards be exchanged? At first glance, Lin Chen was greatly shocked. He clicked the legendary button. To his surprise, there were actually 10 orange magic cards inside. He checked the first magic card. Lin Chen gently turned to look at Lu Qinghan beside him, feeling restless inside. The Lu family in Jiangcheng spent 5 billion to exchange for a legendary talent card. At Mingju University, it can actually be exchanged for credits. Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Lu Qinghan turned her head slightly. The two locked eyes. Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit awkward. His strength had improved so much in the past 2 months, thanks in no small part to the money he received from the Lu family. I already knew that Mingju University allows talent cards to be exchanged for credits. Lu Qinghan seemed to see what he was thinking. After whispering a couple of sentences, she continued to check the information on her wristband. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen shook his head and stopped thinking too much. Since she already knew about this in advance, she still spent 5 billion in Jiangcheng to buy the talent card. There could only be 2 possibilities. Either the talent card was a perfect match for her, or the credits required for the talent card exchange at Mingju University were high and hard to earn. Checking the exchange requirements, indeed, the exchange requirement for the orange talent card was a staggering 999,000 credits. Lin Chen looked up at the 3 stone tablets ahead. Among them, the ranking of the external college showed that the top credit was 780,000. The top of the external college can't even exchange for a legendary magic card? Lin Chen frowned, then chuckled softly. The school wouldn't place items that can't be exchanged. These students must have used their credits elsewhere. With that thought, he quickly checked other exchangeable items. Although there were more than 10 legendary cards, none were suitable for him. Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the mythic magic cards. There were also neatly arranged dozens of magic cards here. While there were no talent cards, their effects were all very powerful. For example, there was a pet card that could allow a pet to learn a healing skill, equivalent to carrying a priest with him. However, what Lin Chen valued most was a skill card. Magic card, Supreme Domination type, skill quality, myth level, LV1 cooldown, 120 seconds mana cost, none effect, gain a special skill that does not consume a skill slot. Within 30 seconds of activation, all pets contract beasts summoned beasts mounts receive an all attribute enhancement effect, all attributes 100, attack power 100, attack speed 100, a level 1 enhancement of 100%, wooden level 5b 500. That's equivalent to going berserk every 2 minutes. The warrior class has a very powerful skill berserk. It can double one's attributes within 10 seconds. However, berserk can only be used once an hour, and after going berserk, one enters a weakened state. Now, this card is far stronger than berserk. It's almost the dream card for all summoners, necromancers, or druids. Lin Chen even suspected that the school's 2nd or even 3rd tier teachers would be tempted. Checking the exchange requirements, it needed 800,000 credits. Okay, this must be exchanged. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled as he continued to check other items. In the mythic equipment exchange section, there were a total of 90 pieces of golden equipment. There was even a complete set of mythic sky gear. Although there were no divine beasts among the pets, there were hundreds of rare pet eggs. The mounts ranged from 1st to 9th tier. Abyssal Demon Dragon, 9th tier mount, Iron-Eating Beast? My dream of riding a panda to school is gone. Lin Chen looked at one of the exchange items in the 9th tier mount section, helplessly rubbing his forehead. After simply checking the magic cards, equipment, pets, and mounts, he looked at the skills. They were categorized by profession. The necromancer section was not bad. In the general skills, Lin Chen found something that made him itch with desire. There was actually a skill that could giantize a person. As everyone knows, the biggest drawback of the human race is their size. With this skill, encountering a large boss, he transformed instantly and executed a shoulder throw. I just wonder if I can only enlarge a specific part? Lin Chen thought of scenes from movies and TV shows. The villain boss's hand grows larger, pinching the protagonist. He felt a bit tempted. Calm down, in thinking too far ahead. Lin Chen steadied his mind and looked at the last redeemable category. Others. This included all sorts of items and scrolls. At the top was the job change scroll. At 18, a professional awakens their job. In their lifetime, there is one opportunity for a job change. Many people are not satisfied with their awakened jobs. After awakening, they save money to choose and purchase a job change scroll that suits them. Lin Chen was relatively satisfied with his current job. He didn't pay much attention. However, while scrolling down, he saw a very tempting item. Magic Card Evolution Stone Legend Effect can evolve an equipped epic level magic card of the current rank into a legendary level. Damn! If this epic talent evolves, wouldn't it correspond to its level talent of the Orange Legend? Lin Chen felt enlightened. He considered himself lucky with a nearly fully equipped level 40 magic card. His mental attributes were comparable to those of an 80 level. If he mentioned this, it would definitely make many people envious. But now, compared to the items in the credit exchange mall, it was truly a small fry compared to a big fish. There were so many things he was tempted by. Especially this item. If he could redeem it, whether revolving lightning power or lucky revolver, it would be a leap in his strength. Credits, I need credits. I need a lot of credits. Lin Chen believed that at this moment, everyone was thinking the same as him. He turned to look at Lu Qinghan and Shin Hanying. The two women even had flushed faces and rapid breathing. Especially Shin Hanying, whose personality was already carefree. She wouldn't hide her emotions at all. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen guessed she was thinking about which item to redeem. A job change scroll, hidden job blue fist. Capable of fighting, healing, and taking hits. If I dye my hair red, wouldn't that make me a blue fist loli? Lin Chen thought of the games he played on Earth, smiling faintly. Just then, the voice of the white-robed dean echoed in the sky. Hee, I can see that you are all very excited. I even heard someone doubting whether the redeemable items are real. Rest assured, I can guarantee that all the items here are real. Moreover, every 6 months, the school will add new redeemable items. The question is, do you have enough credits? The credits of Mingzhu University are. The dean spoke endlessly about the credit system in midair. Soon, after explaining the rarity and preciousness of credits, he shifted his tone. Now you all know how rare credits are. And today is the day you officially start school, so the school has naturally prepared initial credits for you. Now open your wristbands, and it will display your initial credits. Initial credits are divided into 3 tiers based on quantity. Black Iron tier has 2,000 points, Bronze 5,000 points, Silver 10,000 points. This is the school's rating of your potential. Of course, to get into Mingzhu, each of you is a genius from your respective places. This classification will inevitably cause some dissatisfaction. So, the school has arranged a freshman trial. In the freshman trial secret realm, as long as you defeat your opponent, you can obtain half of their points. Wow, the entire stone tablet square instantly erupted. Everyone was shocked. The school was about to launch a credit-snatching battle. Haha, I believe you are all excited now. Friendly reminder, from now on, your wristbands will not be able to turn off. Credits and the professional IDs obtained from the central crystals of major main cities will be projected in real time beside you. Above the silver tier of credits, there are 5 tiers. Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Obsidian, and King. The trial is over, and the school will award prizes based on credit rankings. The highest rewards include mythic level equipment and mythic level magic cards. The white-robed dean stood in midair, a broad smile on his face, like a cunning old fox tempting people to commit crimes. This stirred the blood of many new students. However, Lin Chen below clicked his tongue, feeling targeted. In the square, everyone had a light screen on one arm. Most were black iron or bronze. He, however, was silver, projecting 2 extremely eye-catching lines of text. Do you not see? 10,000. Just as it was said online, everyone at Mingzhu University will use their own IDs and place great importance on competition among professionals. It seems preparing for PvP tactics was the right choice. Lin Chen noticed many people around casting various glances at him. There was curiosity, surprise, even greed, and hostility. It looks like it will be an interesting trial. But what about the students from life professions and liberal arts? And those seniors? Lin Chen silently thought, looking towards the back of the stone tablet. At this moment, quite a few people were looking this way. This gave him a slight sense of foreboding. I know there are many excellent life professionals and liberal arts students here as well, the dean continued to announce in the air. Rest assured, the school will also take your abilities into account. In the trial secret realm, there are many magical beasts, herbs, and ores. Gathering resources and defeating magical beasts can also increase your credits. Of course, in the secret realm, you can also click to exit the trial on your wristband. After shattering the wristband, your credits will be reset to 0 and you will be teleported out of the secret realm. Finally, I must remind you again, do not trade credits privately. If discovered, your admission to Mingju University will be revoked and you will be blacklisted by all universities. Alright, the Mingju University freshman trial begins. As the words fell, the stone tablet suddenly emitted light, enveloping the square. A massive hexagram array unfolded in the sky. The next moment, everyone felt a darkness before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, the scene had changed. Lin Chen found himself at the center of a gigantic circular altar. Surrounding the altar, there were small altars at intervals. Looking past the small altars into the distance, he saw lush mountains and forests shrouded in mist, stretching endlessly. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Chen was still observing the environment. Many students had already rushed out. However, upon seeing the appearance and attire of those people, as well as the number of credits floating beside them, Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Sure enough, those people also entered the freshman trial secret realm. At that moment, the new students who were still contemplating the credit system and observing the secret realm environment also began to realize something was off. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the maximum initial score for freshmen is 10,000 in the silver rank? How come those people have several tens of thousands? Oh no! Those seniors behind the stone tablet have also come in. Doesn't that mean they can snatch our credits? Why can upperclassmen come in too? This isn't fair. Upperclassmen? You should respectfully call us seniors. I was bullied by seniors last year when school started, and this year it's my turn to bully the freshmen. As discussions gradually erupted, the entire altar became chaotic. Some freshmen showed fear in their eyes, but many others glinted with determination. Many of them were among the top 10 in their city's college entrance exams. Credits are too important to just hand over, especially after level 50. The experience required for leveling up skyrockets. The second-year seniors are around level 80. Normally, they only lack 3 skills. If they team up to fight against fewer opponents, there is a chance of winning. With this in mind, many freshmen began to form teams within the altar. Lin Chen, how about it, shall we team up? His roommate Ling Fei asked. Shen Hanying and Lu Qinghan also looked over. Lin Chen hesitated a bit. He had just briefly looked at the information of the surrounding classmates. Most people are around level 50. He is only level 40, which is a significant gap. Inside the new student's secret realm, there are a large number of magical beasts. Lin Chen's plan is to push through and level up. Of course, he is also worried about these few people getting involved. In the altar, whether new or old students, many are eyeing his points. Hearing Lin Chen's concerns, Ling Fei chuckled and twisted his neck. What are you afraid of? I'll take you flying. As soon as he finished speaking, his outfit changed instantly. In the blink of an eye, a fox-head dad carrying a big hammer and wearing a cross on his chest appeared. His gear shimmered with colors, radiating purple and orange light from the fox head. There is no limit to the number of pieces of equipment for professionals. For example, rings can be worn on every finger. However, a professional can only activate the attributes of 12 pieces of equipment. These include 2 main and secondary weapon slots, 5 armor pieces, hat, top, bottom, shoes, and wrist guards. For jewelry, there are 2 rings and 2 bracelets, plus a single necklace, making 5 pieces. Among the sets, there are 3, 5, and 10-piece set effects. To display the sky set with the fox head, one must wear 10 pieces of the set. You're so extravagant, you got a whole sky set. Lin Chen was somewhat shocked. This is definitely not just a matter of money. There's also luck involved. He had been keeping an eye on the trading post. The accessories for the sky set are simply impossible to grab. How about it? Don't worry, it'll be the main C. Whoever comes will die. Ling Fei looked proud and confident. Lin Chen thought for a moment but ultimately refused. Forget about teaming up. Those seniors who left the altar aren't waiting outside to defeat us and take our credits. The credits for killing magical beasts in the secret realm should be quite high. Your danger is minimal. If you follow me, it might actually become dangerous. The altar where many students were located was very large. The small altars built around it seemed to be small teleportation arrays. Many seniors, upon entering the secret realm, would go into the small altars and then their figures would disappear. At this moment, many new students also reacted. Whether in teams or solo, they entered the altar to teleport away. After listening to Lin Chen's explanation and considering the surrounding situation, Ling Fei no longer insisted on teaming up with Lin Chen. He mainly wanted to team up with the two girls. Since Lin Chen refused, he indeed sent requests to the two girls. The result was obvious. The ID above Ling Fei's head, the only veterinarian in the village, made it hard for anyone to want to team up with him. In the end, Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying left the altar together, teleporting away from the external small altar. Ling Fei followed closely behind. At this moment, there were not many students left in the main altar. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, a sudden commotion erupted around him. 100 or so people were blocking the entrance to the main altar. As soon as a student exited the main altar, they would strike. Damn it! Are you all crazy? A student screamed in despair, angrily rushing out of the altar to unleash his skills. Following his figure, Lin Chen saw a senior outside coldly laughing as he plunged his sword into a new student's chest. What is going on? Is this a moral decline or a loss of humanity? The remaining 200 or so new students instantly became furious. Seniors bullying new students, old employees bullying new employees, this kind of thing happens everywhere. But murder is unforgivable. Even Lin Chen frowned, feeling a surge of anger rise within him. These people have gone too far. But does the school not care about such matters? Die for me! The man who saw his companion die burst out of the altar, a strong golden light erupting from his body. Ordinary yet extraordinary, one thread runs through all. Rare profession Iron Guardian, awakening skill. The man leaped high, raising his fist wrapped in golden light, and smashed it down towards the crowd outside the altar. Boom! A massive skill raised a cloud of dust. Confinement halo. Crushing fist. Awoo! After a few intense sounds of fighting and beast roars, the dust settled. There stood the senior who had stabbed the man's companion with a sword. A famous berserker stepped forward, raising both hands to support a deep blue iron wall. A copper wall and an iron wall. The classic level 50 defensive awakening skill of the berserker. Not only that, another individual, suspected to be a summoner, summoned a werewolf, which brutally stomped the Iron Guardian practitioner into the ground. Wang Lin, a new student who recognized the Iron Guardian practitioner, shouted anxiously. He wanted to help but hesitated to step forward. Heh, what a fool. You come in and use your awakening skill right away. Is this how your school teaches combat? The seniors blocking the altar kept mocking the man. He tried to struggle to his feet. However, during the earlier fight, his displacement and control release had already been used up. The cooldown time hadn't reached the next cycle. The werewolf pet on him was clearly a strength type. For his Iron Guardian, a tank warrior, he couldn't win in strength. Why? Why are you doing this? Why kill? The man lay on the ground, angrily questioning. However, what greeted him was the laughter of the seniors. And calling you a fool, and you really are one. You didn't even analyze the battle situation and are just raging in incompetence. You deserve to die. In our year, we at least observed the situation before clashing with the seniors. This year's new students are really pathetic, boring. The one speaking was the man with gray hair who had killed the new student with a sword. He had gray hair and a disdainful expression. Seeing the man still struggling, the gray-haired man curled his lips. He swung his long sword down towards the man being stomped by the werewolf. But at that moment, a yellow-brown bull-headed beast charged over, instantly sending the werewolf flying. Immediately after, a flurry of frost arrows rained down on the crowd. Among the upperclassmen outside the altar, some displaced to dodge the arrow rain, while others raised magical shields to block the attack. After the frost arrow rain, the gray-haired man with the sword coldly addressed the altar. Who? Looking for me? Lin Chen replied with indifference, slowly walking towards the altar. In fact, he wasn't someone who liked to meddle in others' affairs. But he deeply despised the gray-haired man's behavior. Heh, so it's you. Did you think we stayed here to wait for someone? The gray-haired man shrugged and smiled upon seeing Lin Chen. Lin Chen, also known as Jun Bujian, number 1 on the Hidden Dragon list, a talent of the silver rank. TSK, so many titles. Unfortunately, the first lesson at Ming University is to tell you that there are always people better than you. He sneered, waving his hand towards the crowd behind him. Over 100 second-year practitioners instantly formed a half encirclement in front of Lin Chen. At this moment, the Iron Guardian practitioner had already stood up, quickly using a blood vial and other potions to recover from his injuries. Thank you for saving me, the man said quietly as he approached Lin Chen. Then his eyes burned with hatred as he glared at the gray-haired man. No need to thank me, and even if I hadn't saved you, you wouldn't really die. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he pointed behind him at the altar. Following his direction, they could see the man's companion, who had been pierced through the chest by a sword, already appearing at the altar. Revived. Within the new student's secret realm, there was a resurrection mechanism. The remaining 200 or so new students in the altar were instantly taken aback. Then, excitement appeared on their faces. But soon, everyone calmed down again. Those who could come here were all individuals who had stood out from various places. They quickly analyzed everything before them. The resurrection mechanism clearly intensified the competition among students, but it also narrowed the gap between new and old students. If you died, you could be revived, but half of your credits would be deducted. Similarly, this would gradually give new students a chance to breathe and take revenge, even to unite. So, in just a short time, the more than 200 people in the altar had quickly organized themselves together. To preserve their credits and to walk out safely, they had to unite as one. The new Iron Guardian practitioner, seeing his friend revived, expressed his gratitude to Lin Chen again and hurried towards the altar. Jun Bu Jian, do you want to team up together? A tall boy was gathering the new students inside the altar. He approached Lin Chen and extended an invitation. Let's go together. Well, charge out together. Lin Chen did not respond directly. He turned back to glance at the new students in the altar. Some smiled and nodded in invitation, while others looked away with evasive glances. The people outside the altar had just made it clear that they were waiting to target Lin Chen. At this moment, some were naturally thinking, if Lin Chen did not join, would they not be targeted by the seniors? No need. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head at the tall man. Since they came to find me, I will accept their credits. As soon as he finished speaking, before the tall man could respond, the senior students outside shouted, arrogant. Just because of you? Humph, is this the national champion? I don't know about his strength, but his tone is quite big. Do you think we have no means to target the necromancer's skeletons? Is this the first on the hidden dragon list? I think the Penguin organization is confused this year. It should be noted that when Li Jiangbai, the first of the Summer Kingdom, and Einstein, the first of Blue Star, became famous, there was no hidden dragon list. And since the hidden dragon list came out, every year's first has been confirmed to possess the strength to dominate a cohort. But they were all hidden professions plus level talents that matched their professions well. Lin Chen was the first novice with an ordinary profession to rank first on the hidden dragon list. Everyone present was a prodigy from various places, and some had even been on the previous hidden dragon list, so naturally, they were unconvinced. Lin Chen, stop showing off. Just because there are many skeletons doesn't mean they are strong. Join us, let your skeletons take the front, and we'll charge out together. Don't you see, let's charge together. Even if we die we can be resurrected, but that feeling is very painful. Yes, don't you see, cooperation leads to mutual victory. Many in the altar were persuading Lin Chen, their tone relatively mild. However, Lin Chen had no such thoughts. The second-year seniors ahead were all around level 80. There were indeed many of them, but an 80-level combat profession, along with various equipment bonuses, had a life limit of only about 3,000. Even berserkers and paladins could barely reach 5 or 6,000. Compared to his 5 million life points, it was too far off. It's fine, even if they target me, they are just first-tier professionals. Lin Chen grinned and stepped out of the altar, casting a spell to summon skeleton soldiers. Level 6 necromancy allowed him to summon 128 skeleton soldiers at a time. Crack, skeleton swordsmen and skeleton archers appeared in succession. Soon they formed a formation around him, confronting the senior students ahead. Stop dawdling, since you can be resurrected, hurry up and go. To be honest, I was just thinking about how to earn credits quickly. Three forces were subtly forming a standoff. Behind were more than 200 new students in the altar, and in front were over 100 second-year seniors. Lin Chen stood in the middle, showing no signs of fear. A necromancer must have the momentum of an army. Let's go, we need to help him. He is the top of our new students this year. If he is defeated and humiliated, it would be a slap in the face for all of us new students. The Iron Guardian profession was clearly a person of great loyalty. He brought his friend, who had just been resurrected, to Lin Chen's side. Seeing them approach, Lin Chen couldn't help but think of his cousin Su Shan. He was also a rare Iron Guardian and had a personality very similar to the man before him. No need to come over, I can handle it. Lin Chen waved his hand, recalling the clumsy bull and the frost giant. Skeleton soldiers could die at will, but contracted beasts could not. Seeing him put away the two contracted beasts, the second-year professionals thought he was afraid. A few of them sneered and wanted to mock him. Lin Chen stopped wasting words. These people were not seniors in his eyes, they were credits. Whoosh green soul fire skill was released. The soul fire was fast hitting the summoner. He didn't even have time to raise his shield. The skill struck him. 417. Over 400. How is that possible? Go! He's not a bodybuilding necromancer, it's crispy. The entire altar began to descend into chaos at that moment. The battle had begun. The second-year professionals were indeed well trained through systematic learning. Their combat skills were impressive. Gravity halo. Like a different world. Frozen for 3 feet. One control skill after another fell upon the skeleton soldiers. Although Lin Chen had already commanded the skeleton crossbowmen to attack, these skills were all area control. The judgment for control skills was usually related to mental attributes. The attributes of the skeleton soldiers were quite average. In almost an instant, all the skeleton soldiers fell into an abnormal state. If I had that Supreme Dominator mythic magic card right now, after activating the skill, the attributes of the skeleton soldiers would double and they should be immune to these controls. Lin Chen looked at the skeleton soldiers, lost in thought. At this moment, control skills also began to target him directly. However, even after being hit by 2 or 3 skills in succession, Lin Chen seemed unaffected. What's going on? Isn't he only level 40? How can his mental attributes be so high? Damn, I put all my points into mental attributes. Why can't I control him? Fighting against monsters emphasizes the order of skill releases, timing cooldowns, and forming output cycles. In PvP, the outcome between professionals relies on the tug-of-war between dispelling control, controlling, and displacement skills. Aside from using Corpse Explosion in the God's Grace Cemetery to drive away a professional who wanted to steal his boss, this was Lin Chen's first direct confrontation with another professional. However, in his past life on Earth, he was also considered a gaming expert. Naturally, he understood the key points of PvP. The only problem was that group dispel skills were too precious. He couldn't even buy them if he wanted to. His current solution was to summon another wave. While others could control the skeleton soldiers, they couldn't control him. Lin Chen did not hold back. He unleashed the Corpse Explosion skill, detonating the skeletons at the front and disrupting the battlefield. Then, a palm-sized mutated gopher corpse appeared in his hand. After using Necromantic Resurrection, he threw it forcefully into the distance, timing it perfectly to use Corpse Explosion. Boom! One by one, the gopher corpses were thrown out like grenades. The crowd blocking him was blown apart in an instant. The battle erupted completely. Several second-year summoners summoned dozens of monsters to attack the skeleton soldiers. Prioritize attacking him directly. The weakness of a necromancer is the necromancer himself. Fireballs, ice arrows, swordlights, bullets. Various skills rained down on Lin Chen. 315, 519, 766. One by one, health bars appeared above his head. He didn't dodge at all, too lazy to even use blink. After professionals gained extraordinary bodies and health bar data, it provided a certain level of protection for their physical forms. For example, if someone swung a knife at his right arm, unless it could inflict a large proportion of damage in one hit, his right arm wouldn't show any wounds, let alone become disabled. Therefore, facing bullets and arrows, Lin Chen didn't dodge at all. Ridiculous. This has dealt him over 100,000 damage. How is he still not dead? The Penguin organization is scamming us. His talent isn't defense, it's health. The mage uses fireballs, the archer uses ranged attacks to clear the skeleton soldiers. Warriors and assassins move in to block him. Don't let him drink health potions. Support, max out all buffs. These people were well coordinated. They looked like they were from the same guild. Lin Chen wasn't worried about his safety in the short term. However, if they really managed to hit him with a dozen skill cycles over time, it would be a problem. After summoning the undead to level 6, the cooldown time was already down to 1 minute and 13 seconds. At this moment, there were still 23 seconds left. Lin Chen glanced at his health. Health, still over 4 million. No rush. He calmly raised his staff and released an attack skill towards the front. The bone cage tightly controlled, followed by soul fire, death grip, and then the corpse explosion of 2 mutated gopher corpses. In just 3 seconds, the 2 professionals trapped in the bone cage died. At the moment they died, the numbers beside Lin Chen changed. 200,0700. Did he spend his credits before entering the secret realm? Trying to start from scratch, pulling a wolf out of thin air, Lin Chen was speechless, instantly losing interest in the battle. That's not right, since the altar is a resurrection point. Can't we just kill them a few more times? Lin Chen didn't believe that everyone here would spend their credits before entering. Surely, some people wanted to save their credits to exchange for good items. At this moment, the warriors and assassins had closed in. The second weakness of the necromancer was also revealed. His skills almost had no invincibility. He was afraid of being knocked back. Whoosh! Lin Chen blinked to dodge a fighter's sweeping kick. Just as he landed, a spear came straight for his lower body. Damn! This is ruthless. At that moment, a berserker raised his long knife and swung it toward Lin Chen's shoulder. Seeing he couldn't dodge in time, a golden light flashed and the berserker was sent flying. Go! Are you afraid of dying? Get him, steal the junior's credits, what a disgrace. Today, the senior just stole the junior's credits, tomorrow he'll dare to steal from the junior sister. Go! Crash. Over 200 new professional players rushed into the battlefield with their pets. Each one brought their own pet. The battlefield instantly turned into a chaotic melee. Lin Chen watched, sighing. Aren't they just stealing my credits? There were 5 seconds left to summon the undead again. Lin Chen didn't want to wait any longer. With a wave of his arm, a massive brown-green spider corpse boss appeared on the battlefield. The rotting spider, a level 40 boss, contained toxins that could paralyze and stun. After the explosion, it would create a poisonous mist. Boom! There was a loud bang, and after the explosion, a large area of green toxic gas spread out. Within a 20-meter radius of the spider corpse, both new and old professionals fell into a poisoned state. Some cursed loudly, while others took purification potions. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Some mages hurriedly cast holy skills. However, the area was too large, and the toxic mist quickly dispersed. Those responsible for controlling and clearing the skeleton soldiers had their spells disrupted. Gradually, some skeleton soldiers broke free from control. Push-whoosh! Freed skeleton crossbowmen shot arrows, triggering arcs of lightning. The arcs caused splashes, which in turn triggered paralysis effects. In an instant, the situation began to turn. At that moment, Lin Chen's skill to summon the undead finished cooling down. 128 skeleton soldiers appeared again. Zzzzz. Now, the offense and defense have changed. The necromancer was never afraid of chaotic battles, especially someone like Lin Chen, whose skeleton soldiers could trigger crowd control effects. The moment the arcs of electricity appeared, the outcome of the battlefield was already decided. Zzz. Golden arcs of electricity connected to everyone through splashes. Soon, the entire battlefield was enveloped in an electric net. Even if some professionals occasionally relied on control clearing and displacement skills to pull away, they would still be splashed by the arcs from others nearby, falling into a paralyzed state. What the hell? Damn! I can't move. Countless people were paralyzed, physically immobilized. In Lin Chen's talent, the true damage effect meant that the thicker the target's health bar, the higher the damage dealt when hitting the opponent's remaining health. The professional's health was too low. For a moment, the number of deaths wasn't high. The scene turned into everyone being like fish wrapped in an electric net, almost continuously being paralyzed. Of course, it was also because Lin Chen didn't team up with the new students. Those who rushed in to help him were also splashed by the arcs, triggering paralysis and entering an abnormal state. Previously, the two sides had just started to get heated. A new student had just resurrected at the altar and immediately joined the battlefield. Seeing fellow new professionals being controlled in place, their lips twitched. Don't you see how shameless you are? Let your skeletons keep an eye on things. Don't you see? Join the group. If you keep doing this, you'll accidentally hurt someone. It's fine, the splash damage from the arcs is very low. Lin Chen squinted and smiled. He commanded the skeleton soldiers to quickly clear the second-year professionals. During this time, the credits projected beside him began to jump wildly. 1,000, 1,000, 5,000, 30,000. Oh, there's a big fish. Seeing 30,000 credits, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He scanned the battlefield and saw a very cute priestess fall in anger. His eyes were fixed tightly on Lin Chen, as if trying to imprint his figure in her mind. Lin Chen also stared intently at her. Of course, he wasn't feeling any pity for the flower or the jade. He was trying to remember the girl's face. After all, defeating her meant earning half of her credits. That represented 30,000 credits for the girl. Ha! Why didn't you revive? Lin Chen glanced around the altar and sensed something was off. Initially, many professionals would revive at the altar after dying in the battlefield. But later on, when professionals died, their bodies simply vanished. Did they crush their rings to exit the secret realm? Or are there other revival points? Since the school arranged for lifetime professionals and academic students to enter the secret realm, they must have considered more options. Lin Chen leaned towards the idea that there was more than one revival point in the secret realm. Otherwise, almost everyone wanting to earn credits would just camp at the revival point. With this thought, Lin Chen commanded the skeleton soldiers to move more swiftly. At the same time, he began to taunt, inciting the second-year professionals to become angry. This way, they wouldn't have time to think about going to other revival points. Oi, you guys are a bit weak. Whoosh! The soul fire struck a professional in the chest. Is this the kind of strength you have in your second year? I truly feel sorry for you. You've had an extra year and you've really turned into a dog. Playing tactics means you have to engage in psychological warfare. Lin Chen continuously threw out words that killed both people and their spirits. The effect was evident. More and more professionals revived at the altar after dying, charging forward in anger. This was exactly what Lin Chen wanted. During this time, many professional skills had also cooled down. They broke free from control, displaced to safe spots, and unleashed control and damage skills to clear out some skeletons. In a short time, a wide open area was created in the battlefield. Seeing this, Lin Chen released all his pets, the clumsy bull, the frost giant, and the skeletal dragon. Utilizing the large size and mobility of his pets, he once again disrupted the battlefield. In less than 10 minutes, amidst the chaos, almost all second-year professionals had died at least once. Some hot-tempered second-year professionals even died 2 to 3 times. So cowardly. Is this all the strength you have? I haven't even made a move, and you guys are already down. While killing professionals, Lin Chen mocked them, provoking the second-year professionals to regroup and launch another collective attack after reviving at the altar. However, facing this situation, Lin Chen had already summoned over 500 skeletons around him. These attacks were completely futile. Ultimately, in less than half an hour, amidst the unwilling roar of the gray-haired man at the forefront, only Lin Chen remained, along with a group of bewildered freshmen. In fact, most freshmen, upon seeing the reversal of the situation, would use the altar and displacement skills to hide inside the altar to prevent Lin Chen from mistakenly harming them. But some fragile freshmen were killed by the electric arcs triggered by Lin Chen's skeleton soldiers and revived inside the altar. At this moment, these freshmen looked at the credits beside Lin Chen and whispered, 210,000 credits, diamond rank, crying, boo-hoo. What are you crying about? This is the strength of the national champion, the top of the hidden dragon list. Over 2,500 of those are mine, and 5,000 of those are mine. So, can we ask him to return them? Return what? The school prohibits private credit transactions. Besides, do you want him to just stand there and let you kill him? He's the kind of person who has killed over 200 seniors without batting an eye. Then are his eyes dry? Meanwhile, at Mingzhu University's campus, in the outer courtyard Stone Tablet Square, many second or third year students were either sitting or standing, discussing the stone tablet. Among the second-year seniors, not all professionals entered the freshman trial secret realm. Some expressed their disdain for Mingzhu University's rule. Although the intention was to let the talented individuals from various cities realize that there are always stronger people every year, there are always some who take pleasure in bullying freshmen. Disgusting, this system should be abolished. Hey, I heard that a team leader from the Black Sand Guild brought in over 100 people. This year's freshmen are in trouble. Those people from the Black Sand Guild are a cancer. Relying on the fact that the branch president of Mingzhu University ranks first in the outer college, they act recklessly. Sooner or later, they'll crash. Stop talking, which year's freshmen haven't gone through this? What I'm curious about is whether there will be any strong players this year. In my year, there was a druid who enslaved magical beasts and earned 100,000 credits. Last year, there was also a mechanic god who swept through the secret realms with mechanical creations. This year, I heard the top newcomer is a necromancer. Will he? Stop guessing, he's also a strong player, with 210,000 credits. What? How is that possible? It's only been this long. The exclamations attracted almost everyone's attention. All eyes scanned the leaderboard. Soon, a name was discovered. 520 on the leaderboard, Jun Bujian, first year. Jun Bujian refers to Lin Chen. And this news had already spread widely half a month ago when Mingzhu University announced the admission list. It had sparked some discussions back then because Jun Bujian led a team to break the speedrun record of the 10-mile slope dungeon set by the second on the leaderboard, Xiao Ruofu Feng. However, Lin Chen had remained silent afterward, not breaking any more dungeon records, and people's discussions about him gradually faded. Unexpectedly, on the first day of school, less than an hour after the freshmen entered the trial secret realm, Lin Chen's ranking had already risen to over 500. It's important to note that the leaderboard only includes the top 1,000 in credits. The outer college isn't just filled with second-year students, there are also third and even fourth-year students who are coasting. 200,000 credits is no small amount. Lin Chen's credit increase rate is too fast. He's so fast. Shouldn't it be so strong? Why strong? It's only been this little time. He must have been lucky, encountering enough beast hordes and using a lot of skeleton soldiers to eliminate them. Just like he did in the final stage of the college entrance examination. Is it possible that he killed people? In the Stone Tablet Square, there was a brief silence. At their stage, although their horizons weren't fully opened, they understood the principle that heroes are as numerous as fish crossing a river. Lin Chen could achieve the national top score with an ordinary profession and was rated as the first on the Hidden Dragon list by the Penguin organization. There must be a reason and strength behind it. However, even with strength, it shouldn't be possible to start off leading others by 200,000 credits, right? At this time, with this score, it can only be a conflict with older students. It's highly likely that someone tried to block the resurrection point and was overwhelmed by his skeleton soldiers. Someone quickly analyzed the reason, gaining the approval of most. Another strong player, also capable of summoning magical beasts and other helpers. Yeah, it's a summoning dynasty. Someone sighed. As soon as the words fell, the stone tablet square fell into a brief silence before erupting into excitement. It can't be played anymore. Every year's top player is a summoner. Wasn't it said that professionals undergo extraordinary evolution, gathering great power within themselves? How has it turned into having more people means bigger fists? In the square, countless gazes were fixed on Jun Bujian's credit ranking on the stone tablet, questioning their lives. Some even began to browse the credit exchange shop, hesitating over the summoning class scrolls for beast tamers, necromancers, spirit summoners, druids, and others. The necromancer profession is considered weak in strength, according to 500 years of experience. But experience is one thing, the leaderboard speaks for itself. To summon or not to summon? In the South District office building of the Outer College of Mingzhu, in a super large office, many powerful teachers were seated around a long table, looking at the huge screen in front of them. Among them, a short-haired, spirited woman sighed, "This Lin Chen, oh no, Jun Bujian, his strength is indeed impressive. Teacher Chiu just arrived, still not used to Ming's rule of addressing each other by ID," replied an older man who is currently the vice president of Mingzhu University. Hearing his teasing, the short-haired woman nodded. "Previously in the army, we also used code names, but recently I've been studying too much about Jun Bujian and some of it just slipped out." Jun Bujian? What does Teacher Chiu think of him? I believe he is a rare talent. Although his current performance largely relies on the skeleton soldiers, but he fights very calmly and his tactics are quite appropriate. Our Xia country has never lacked technical talents. What we lack are people like him who possess leadership abilities and understand tactics. Since Teacher Chiu holds him in such high regard, how about I lower the eligibility for the college league registration to freshmen, allowing him to enter the league? I think that's possible, but does he want to join? I looked through his information, and he seems to be quite laid back. Being laid back is because he hasn't encountered what he desires. Teacher Lee initially recruited him with the promise of 2 purple items, right? Let's upgrade the reward to 2 orange items, and if that doesn't work, we can add a mythical item. The vice principal looked at the screen, his eyes shining. Mingzhu University hasn't won a championship in the college league for 50 years. If that doesn't work, we can set the exchange credits for that mythical level magic card, Supreme Domination, to a higher point. Or add a condition that they must be a college league player to exchange. Principal, that might not be good. Li Ming frowned slightly. Modifying the exchange credits is usually based on market price fluctuations. If this mythical level magic card undergoes significant changes, it could seem targeted. If Jun Bujian feels offended, it might have the opposite effect. After Li Ming finished speaking, the teachers in the room also reacted and began to dissuade him. Seeing this, the vice principal's face turned slightly red. Over the years, the principal had been in seclusion and lost contact. He had been managing the school. As a result, 50 years passed and the school's professional league results had not yielded a single championship. With the principal's return approaching, he didn't want to lose face. Let's put this matter on hold. In the new student trial secret realm, in the lush mountains and forests, intermittent beast roars echoed. Boom accompanied by a massive dragon breath that destroyed a large area of the forest. Deep in the woods, Lin Chen looked helplessly at a beast corpse in front of him. Lava Earth Dragon, a level 50 beast. Immensely strong, with tough skin and flesh and a health pool reaching 500,000. What a pity, the corpse is too damaged, even resurrection of the undead can't be used. Irina, next time we encounter a boss, let them handle it. Lin Chen pointed at the Earth Dragon's corpse and looked up at the enormous skeletal dragon. Irina. As you command, my lord. Irina lowered her head in response. Seeing this, Lin Chen said no more and approached the Earth Dragon's corpse. Next up, it's time to open the treasure chest. Solo kills of wild bosses do not yield treasure chests, but teaming up does. At the Divine Grace Cemetery, Lin Chen had contracted several skeletal dragons, the lowest level being just 30. Contracted beasts have partner attributes. At this moment, Lin Chen was teaming up with this 30-level skeletal dragon, allocating a certain percentage of experience to it. This way, after defeating the boss, the items wouldn't scatter but would exist in the form of a treasure chest. Lin Chen smiled faintly and took out his lucky revolver. Click chambered around. With a bang, the bullet shot out, creating smoke ahead. Soon, the smoke coalesced into a circle surrounding Lin Chen's body. The treasure chest opened and items scattered on the ground. 2 blue items, 2 red items, 4 pieces of equipment none of much use. 3 blue rare magic cards were directly decomposed into fragments. However, there was an egg at the end. Lin Chen felt a bit delighted. This level 50 boss had given 500 credits. If the dropped item was a pet egg, that would be a profit. The Earth Dragon could be considered a dragon, making it very suitable as a meat shield pet. Lin Chen checked the attributes. He inwardly sighed in regret. It was a mount egg. The Earth Dragon is very slow. This thing could only be sold to someone with a special hobby. Putting away the mount egg, Lin Chen directed the surrounding skeleton soldiers and contracted beasts to continue moving forward. The new student trial secret realm was vast. After sweeping through the second-year practitioners at the altar, he teleported away from the small altar. During this time, Lin Chen had not seen any other practitioners. For a moment, he felt a bit nostalgic. After all, stealing others' credits was indeed faster than dealing with magical beasts. However, Lin Chen was not being low-key at this moment. In the entire forest there were at least 500 skeleton soldiers. He pushed through, earning credits at a decent speed. He was only level 40 now and could not hatch his purple gold gourd mount. He could only sit on the back of the skeletal dragon, looking at the massive body of Elena beneath him. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked, "Elena, can your skeletal dragons transform?" "Do you mean transforming into a human form, my lord?" "Yes. Before I was pulled into the vortex of death, I had already completed the transformation. After being saved by you, it seems I lost that ability. Perhaps it is related to the laws of the civilization you belong to." "Maybe." Lin Chen nodded gently. "The new student trial only lasts for 1 day. You'll check the information tomorrow after leaving the secret realm, or ask teacher Li Ming. He is the top shaman of the Summer Kingdom and is said to have deep research on magical beasts." With this thought in mind, Lin Chen continued to push forward. In the following time, he led the vast army of skeleton soldiers in a single direction. 2 experience-boosting magic cards gave him double experience. Although he shared some with one of the skeletal dragons, there were simply too many skeleton soldiers at this moment. Lin Chen had summoned over 1,000 of them. It was like a legion in battle. Wherever they passed, no magical beast could withstand them. During this time, he finally encountered other practitioners. However, those people, upon seeing so many skeletons and the mountain-like skeletal dragon, turned and ran. Lin Chen wanted to chase but couldn't catch up. After all, Elena was not a mount and did not have a speed boost. This deepened Lin Chen's desire to level up quickly. If I could ride the gourd, I could catch up to those credits. However, I already have enough contracted beasts. Perhaps I should buy a few secret realm scrolls. Secret realm scrolls provide at least double experience and have a high drop rate. Lin Chen remembered the first time he met Lu Qinghan. It was at the entrance of a secret realm scroll he had dropped. Due to the limit of 3 people entering, he invited Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying to join his team. Now, his contracted beasts included Benben Neo, Frost Giant Shishao, and the skeletal dragon Elena. There were also 4 smaller skeletal dragons. The 4 contracted ones were named Big Bone, Second Bone, Third Bone, and Fourth Bone. Of course, he also had a smaller one, hatched from a pet egg, named Little Bone. Counting the contracted beasts, there were a total of 7, equivalent to 17 mates. Enough to enter all difficulty dungeons below level 50. Once the new student trial ends, you'll focus on secret realms and dungeons. If I can secure the top spot in a few dungeons, the automatic settlement every day will also yield a considerable amount of experience. Lin Chen silently made plans. Just then, Elena's voice suddenly rang out. "My lord, I recall some memories of transformation. If we can gather 3 special materials." Time passed quickly in the secret realm. Here, magical beasts, herbs, and ores were abundant. After the initial panic, the new students quickly adapted. They began to organize teams to hunt magical beasts, gather herbs, and mine. For a moment, the new student trial secret realm quieted down. However, the brief silence was soon broken. A short message rapidly spread within the secret realm. A new student had been promoted to the diamond rank, with credits reaching 200,000. 200,000 credits. The news not only shocked the new students but also left the second-year seniors momentarily stunned. Countless people were curious about what was happening. However, when they learned exactly which new student it was and how they reached 200,000 credits, everyone fell silent. Some were afraid, some envious, and some worried. Various emotions spread among the many practitioners. In the end, most could only sigh in frustration. That kid brought a group of lightning skeletons. There's no way to fight back. I'll be damned if I run into Junbujian. Who knows a blacksmith or tailor in the secret realm? I need to craft an insulated outfit. Many were worried and complaining. Even while hunting monsters for resources, they first checked to see if there were any skeleton soldiers nearby, especially those second-year veterans. They were genuinely panicking. Many of them had entered simply because they were just a few credits short of the items they wanted to exchange. They thought that once the new student's secret realm opened, they could earn enough credits inside. If they encountered Lin Chen and got killed, it would be absolutely devastating. Of course, some were wary, while others were envious. In a mountain gorge of the trial secret realm, over 30 professionals were besieging a crocodile the size of a mountain. The Golden Crocodile, a level 70 Lord-level boss. Lord-level bosses have higher intelligence and their attributes are at least 10 times stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. Arranging such a high-level powerful boss in the new student's secret realm was naturally a consideration made by the school for the senior students. At this moment, the battle was nearing its end. Not far from the battlefield, under a large tree, two men in black armor were conversing. One of them wore a hood, with black fabric covering his mouth, revealing only half of his face. He looked just like an assassin. At this time, the assassin looked slightly frowning at the man dressed as a warrior in front of him. "Young master, are we really going to deal with Jun Bujian? He was able to kill over 200 people led by Li Hu. It won't matter how many of us go. If you ask me, it's not worth offending him over a woman. When did you become so foolish?" The warrior chuckled and explained while looking at the battle not far away. "I do like Ru Yan, but I've already investigated the situation in Zhangchang. I'm not that kind of brainless rich kid who would provoke him just because Ru Yan once liked him. On the contrary, I actually admire his style of openly rejecting those he doesn't like. Dealing with him is only because of the credits he has." "Credits? Are you planning to exchange for a talent card, young master?" "Exactly, that purple talent card called Breaking 1,000 Armies is perfect for melee professions. I must exchange it before anyone else in the academy. Qin Hui, go find Li Hu and have him gather people. Also, have the life professions in the team collect 3 types of wood materials, Yukamiya, Huazong, and birch. We need to craft at least 100 sets of insulated suits before the secret realm ends, according to the speed at which Jun Bujian's skeleton soldiers advance. Before the secret realm ends, the credits could very well accumulate to 500,000 or even more. I want those credits." On the other side, Lin Chen was naturally unaware that someone had set their sights on his credits. After pushing through for nearly 10 hours, he was already exhausted and was resting under a large tree. Before this, they had encountered a horde of beasts. This was a group of thousands of monsters resembling both scorpions and spiders. The giant claw scorpion spider horde. The giant claw scorpion spider is highly venomous, and a horde of thousands would deter even double their number of professionals from approaching easily. Lin Chen, of course, was not afraid. In fact, he didn't even need to take action now. Ahead, a Thirtami turtle, intelligent skeletal dragon, Elena, was commanding the skeleton soldiers in battle. Lin Chen recalled their previous conversation and asked, "Elena, are you sure that the water of life, shapeshifting grass, and soul returning pill, these 3 treasures can allow you to shapeshift?" "After my master inquired about shapeshifting, I suddenly gained this information in my memory. It seems I instinctively don't like this current form. I do have a few drops of the water of life, and I vaguely remember the shapeshifting grass and soul returning pill. It's just that it feels a bit strange. Isn't this from cultivation?" Lin Chen muttered, silently noting down the names of the required items. "I'll ask teacher Li Ming about it after the trial." With Elena, he had a total of 6 skeletal dragons. The smallest pet was only 5 meters tall. The other few were contract beasts obtained from killing skeletal dragons, each about 15 meters in size, but compared to Elena, it was still much smaller. 30 meters high, 50 meters long. Elena's size made her an easy target in battle. She possessed human-like intelligence, which was incredibly rare. Lin Chen didn't want to lose her easily. Transforming her into a human form to act as a guard and commander might be a good choice. Just as he was pondering this, Lin Chen suddenly changed his expression. He looked towards the forest behind him. It had just been cleared by the skeleton soldiers. A place that should have been quiet suddenly made some noise. "Is the credit coming?" Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he commanded the skeletons to continue forward. Then he took 3 steps in 2 strides, like a martial arts master from a wuxia novel. He turned and leaped onto a 10-meter-high rock, gazing into the distance. The commotion in the forest turned out to be a pink little deer running wildly. "Whose little deer is this? Why does it look a bit familiar?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow, staring intently for a moment. Finally, he recognized the appearance of the practitioner on the back of the pink little deer. It was a girl with twin ponytails, petite in stature, and with a very cute face. At this moment, her bright big eyes were filled with panic and tears. "It's her, Guo Miao Miao." Lin Chen didn't expect the senior who had introduced him to the school to dare to enter the new student trial secret realm. She had seemed so socially anxious back then and didn't like fighting. Could it be that she almost exchanged for the druid class transfer scroll with her credits? Lin Chen recalled their conversation when he reported to Mingzhu. He then glanced at the distance. The two were now less than 2 kilometers apart. In the forest behind Guamiao there was more commotion. Without thinking, it was clear that someone was chasing her for credits. After all, Guamiao had a whopping 390,000 credits projected from her wristband. That was no small amount. Little Pink, run quickly. Don't let the bad guys catch you. Guamiao was lying on the pink little deer, pouting, with tears welling in her eyes. She bit her lip and looked back. There were 2 practitioners riding silver moon wolves chasing her frantically. Ha, trash is trash. If you don't like fighting, why come to Mingzhu University? Guamiao, stop running, obediently hand over your credits, and we promise to only kill you once each. Bad guys. Guamiao turned her head, angrily retorting. Then she wiped her eyes and waved her fingers, casting a spell on the little deer beneath her. In an instant, the speed of the pink little deer increased significantly. However, the 2 behind her did the same. The speed of the 2 silver moon wolves also surged. Lin Chen, perched on the rock, hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he was not a person who liked trouble. He wasn't a saint either. But seeing Guamiao, such a pure and pitiful little girl, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. After all, she is the senior who brought me to Mingzhu University. Lin Chen ultimately decided to intervene. However, he didn't expect that before he could trouble those 2, they had already set their sights on him. Big brother, there's someone with 500,000 credits over there. Quick, shoot him dead. Wuxie magic arrow wrapped in a blue tail shot straight for Lin Chen's forehead. Lin Chen grinned. Just when I had no reason to mess with you. He blinked to adjust his position, threw out a corpse of a willow ghost boss to disrupt the 2's advance. Then, he used the bone cage to control them strongly. Following that, he unleashed his output skills, Soulfire, Grip of Death. Finally, he unleashed an artistic explosion. Boom! With the smoke rising from the explosion of the corpse ghost boss, in an instant, the 2 practitioners and their mounts vanished into the forest. 56,000. 37200. Ah, there are good people. Guamiao joyfully stopped the pink little deer and looked up in Lin Chen's direction. Due to the backlight, she couldn't see his face clearly, so she gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, kind person." Lin Chen, who was originally immersed in the joy of catching a big fish, was caught off guard by being labeled a good person. He helplessly pouted. "Senior, it's me." He jumped down from the rock and quickly approached Guamiao. "Ah, it's you." Guamiao's face instantly turned bright red. Lin Chen shook his head. This senior sister is still socially anxious. "Senior sister, the trial secret realm is so dangerous. Why did you come here?" I want to earn some credits." Guamiao bit her lip, looking a bit nervous. The herbs here are the easiest to identify. There are many precious herbs, like Dianzhonglo, Qingxigua, Longkue, and Jingtian. I even found a huge soul-calling grass, which added 50,000 credits. That's even more than what I earned from following Sister Xiao to kill the big boss. 50,000, soul-calling grass? Lin Chan's eyes lit up. "Senior sister, can I take a look at the soul-calling grass?" "Here." Guamiao had no guard up at all. She took out a small grass about the length of her arm from her backpack. "Here it is, quite a big one." Lin Chen took it and looked closely. He noticed that the grass had 7 leaves. The leaves were long and soft, curling downwards. Each leaf had 7 angles, and each angle had 7 lines. The stem was cylindrical, looking like ginger, emitting a faint green glow. Soul-calling grass, 7 leaves, 7 angles, 7 lines. Legend has it that if you dig up soul-calling grass, you can find a ginseng doll. Unfortunately, I dug for a long time there and didn't find one. It must be because I didn't bring a red string, which scared the ginseng doll away, Guamiao said, pouting in frustration. Seeing Lin Chan's unwavering gaze, she asked, "Do you really like this grass? I'll give it to you." "Give it to me?" Lin Chan was a bit surprised. "Yes." Guamiao tilted her head and explained. Soul-calling grass, scientifically known as J, has effects like stopping bleeding and aster-ringing. Right now, only life professions can use it. I'm not a life profession, and I already earned the credits when I collected it just now. "Is that so?" Lin Chen stared at the herb in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. Among the materials for Yelena's transformation, one of them was the soul-calling pill. Soul-calling grass, soul-calling pill. With such similar names, Lin Chen couldn't believe they weren't related. "How about this, senior sister? I might have some use for the herb, so we'll hold on to it for now. Once we leave the secret realm, I'll find a way to make it up to you." "No need to make it up." Guamiao waved her hand, feeling a bit shy. "You saved me just now, so consider this a thank you gift." Lin Chen smiled and didn't say anything more. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll continue gathering herbs. Be careful. Lin Chen nodded, watching Guo Miaomio ride off on her pink deer. He put away the soul-calling grass, preparing to study it further. Just then, whoosh, another arrow shot through the air. It was incredibly fast, heading straight for his face. Damn! Who is the practical teacher at Ningzhou University? It's either a low blow or a direct hit to the face. How sinister. Lin Chen rolled to dodge. The arrow shot past, embedding itself at an angle in the ground. Whoosh, another arrow came flying. It suddenly exploded in midair, turning into dozens of arrows raining down. Lin Chen was getting a bit angry. Yilena! Roar, an ear-splitting dragon's roar echoed through the mountains and forests. Yilena's large-scale crowd control skill, raging mountains and rivers, could cause targets within range to fall into a state of dizziness and deafness. In an instant, everyone in the forest, except for Lin Chen, was affected by the skill. Yilena used just one breath to communicate telepathically the enemy's location in the forest. Lin Chen understood immediately. However, before he could act, the enemy had already charged out. It was a woman dressed in tight black combat gear. She carried a bow and arrow on her back and held a dagger in her hand, rushing towards Lin Chen, enveloped in green light. Shameless, how dare you steal Maio's things? Hand over Maio's stuff. Swish, the dagger lunged towards Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen just watched as the dagger struck him. 3,700. The damage was quite high. If it were any other mage, they would have probably been severely injured by now. But for Lin Chen, it didn't even reach 1% of his health. Looking at the woman's face in front of him, Lin Chen curled his lips. He had already guessed the identity of the woman. She was most likely a friend of Gui Miaomio. This performance clearly misunderstood him. However, Lin Chen was not someone who cherished delicate flowers. Just now, this woman had ambushed him with an arrow. He remembered that. It seemed that upon seeing Lin Chen unharmed, the woman was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to retreat, thud, Lin Chen's palm had already struck her abdomen. A forceful blow. It was one of the universal skills he learned specifically to prevent being approached. It could send the target flying and retreating. Unfortunately, the damage was calculated based on strength. Lin Chen had held back. He didn't use the skill that reverses attributes to switch points to strength. Even so, hitting her vital spot at close range had already caused the woman to stagger back 5 meters. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen's bone cage had already been unleashed upon her. But the woman's skills were quite peculiar. In the blink of an eye, she appeared under a nearby tree. Shadow assassin? Lin Chen noticed a shadow beneath the tree and quickly guessed her class. The woman snorted coldly, ready to launch another attack. Not far away, Guo Miaomio rode over on a pink deer, shouting, "Sister Qiuqiu, the junior is a good person." Hearing the voice, the woman's eyes hesitated for a moment and she did not continue her attack. She merely glared coldly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen pursed his lips. This attitude really annoyed him. At that moment, Guo Miaomio approached, leaping off her deer and hurriedly explaining in the woman's ear. Soon, the woman's expression softened as she scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe. Finally, she sheathed her weapon and bowed deeply to Lin Chen. "I apologize for the offense, Junior Lin. Miao is too easily deceived. I was just worried about her. Please forgive my rashness. As compensation, I am willing to give you a piece of purple equipment after leaving the secret realm." Purple equipment, at least tens of thousands and at most hundreds of thousands or even millions. The woman spoke sincerely. However, Lin Chen was not in need of purple epic equipment at the moment. He hadn't even claimed the 2 pieces promised by the school. His plan was to see which piece of the set he was missing before asking the school for it. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the woman and fell silent. Seemingly noticing his gaze, the woman's face turned slightly red as she fiddled with her collar. Lin Chen was taken aback. What did that mean? What was she thinking? "I was looking at your credits." Hey, shouldn't assassins be calm and collected? Where was her mind wandering off to? Is that not okay? The woman took a deep breath, looking at Lin Chen. "Oh, no need." Lin Chen shrugged. "What? Although you are strong among the freshmen, you are only level 40. You will definitely lack set components in the future. I know a high-level blacksmith who has the ability to forge set components." High-level blacksmith. Lin Chen smiled and said, "That's not what I meant. What I mean is, what I want has already arrived. Come out." Lin Chen shouted towards the forest ahead. Suddenly, a dark mass of professionals emerged from the silent forest. Some wielded long swords, some held bows and arrows, and others carried magic staffs. Their gazes were cold, and their aura was fierce. Lin Chen watched with delight. This wave will clear, it must be worth over 1,000,000 credits. With a rustle, dozens of people walked out of the forest. A dark mass. Each rode a silver moon wolf mount, exuding a fierce presence. "It's the Silver Moon Guild. You better pray for your luck. The female shadow assassin narrowed her eyes. After speaking, she picked up Guan Miao Miao and in the blink of an eye appeared under the shade of a nearby tree. In just a moment, the two appeared in the shadow of a larger tree further away. Shadow Traversal. One of the level 50 awakening skills of the Shadow Assassin. Almost all Shadow Assassins wished for and loved to awaken this skill. It allowed them to continuously traverse between shadows within a range. Awakening skill, so cool. Lin Chen watched the scene with envy. I really want to steal it for myself. Every time a professional leveled up by 10 levels, they would unlock many new features. For example, unlocking pets at level 30, sets at level 40, mounts at level 50. Similarly, unlocking arenas at level 60, sequence battles at level 70, stealing skills at level 80, and raid dungeons at level 90. Among them, the level 80 skill of Stealing Mastery allows a professional to learn a skill from another profession. The skill of Stealing Mastery is quite random. If luck is on your side, there's a small chance to learn an awakening skill from another profession. Typically, damage-dealing professionals choose healing professions like priests or alchemists. It seems that Shadow Traversal is also very useful. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, 3 people stepped out from the crowd that had gathered around. One of them raised a hand and pointed at Lin Chen, shouting, "Brother Chang, it's this kid. Before Liang Zi and I even got close, he took us out in an instant." The man referred to as Brother Chang rode a silver moon wolf that was noticeably larger than the others. He himself was built like a bull, with a large knife strapped to his waist. He looked like a leader. At this moment, he stepped forward to get a better look at Lin Chen's appearance and the projection of his credits, chuckling, "Zhuzi, you and Liang Zi have really found a big fish here. Signal for help, we can't handle him with just us. What do you say, Jun Bujian?" As his words fell, the knife-wielding man grinned at Lin Chen. The 2 men beside him, known as Zhuzi and Liang Zi, had already seen Lin Chen's name. They each sneered and pulled out props, releasing them into the sky. In the next moment, 2 fireworks shot up into the air. The fireworks exploded, and the flames slowly formed 2 silver moons. Our Silver Moon Guild has 300 members entering the Trial Secret Realm today. Among them, 257 are combat professions. So, what do you say, Jun Bujian? If you admit defeat now, I can make it quick for you. It'll only kill you 3 times. Well, aren't you generous? Lin Chen repliedly. He was overjoyed inside. These people in front of him were not seniors, they were clearly credits. The place where everyone was located was the entrance to a canyon. The direction the Silver Moon Guild came from was the junction of mountains and lakes. Behind Lin Chen was the canyon. At this moment, there were over 1,000 skeleton soldiers there, being arranged in formation by Elena. If the opponent sent out assassins to sneak up behind him in the canyon, they would definitely discover that there were already skeleton archers lying in ambush on the high ground. It's a pity that the level of summoning undead isn't high enough to unlock skeleton cavalry and skeleton mages. Otherwise, the mages and archers could clear the field from a distance while the cavalry charged in to disrupt the formation. Finally, the skeleton swordsman would rush in to kill. As Lin Chen was pondering, the leader of the Silver Moon Guild jumped down from his wolf. He stepped forward and chuckled, "Jun Bujian, I've seen many people like you, relying on the number of summoned creatures, thinking you're invincible. Let me tell you, just because you can kill the Black Sand Guild doesn't mean you can kill us. We're not like that bunch of brutes." Zhuzi, have the brothers put on their insulated suits? Yes. Upon hearing this, the professional named Zhuzi looked excited. He waved to signal the crowd behind him. In the next moment, the members of the Silver Moon Guild behind each took out a set of brown clothing, similar to hospital dustproof suits, from their backpacks. "Oh, insulated suits? You guys are really well prepared." Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. It hadn't been long since the first battle with the lightning skeleton at Mingzhu University. Their weaknesses had already been studied by this group. No wonder they were among the top 10 universities in the country. The students were quick-witted. "So, are you scared now?" The knife-wielding man grinned ominously and continued, "Actually, I hate people like you who become top scorers by luck. Just like our top scorer from Jinhai City, that beast master. Before the college entrance examination, he had great luck contracting 2 very powerful magical beasts, relying on them to finally take the top score. I've seen your college entrance examination video, you're just like him. You just had good luck before the exam, getting enough skill points from dungeon runs. But luck won't always be on your side. Without luck, what strength do people like you have? Just like that top scorer Beast Master, once he got to university, he became just another face in the crowd. Now I can take on 3 of his skills, and he still can't beat me." "Well, you're quite impressive." Lin Chen nodded lightly, giving a fair assessment. However, the bland and casual tone in his words instantly infuriated the practitioner beside the big knife man, known as Zhuzi. He raised a finger and shouted, "Damn, can't you see? Speak with a little respect." At Mingju University, the first rule is to learn to respect your seniors. You got lucky at the resurrection point, catching the lightning skeleton off guard. That's what let you win against Haisha. Now that we are prepared, you better face reality. Respect? You think you deserve respect? Lin Chen scoffed. If you want credits, just say so. Why waste so many words? Looking for excuses. I see you were bullied by seniors last year, huh? You? Alright, you really are a top student from a small place. Soon you'll know what it means that there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. The atmosphere suddenly cooled down. Dozens of second-year students watched Lin Chen, some laughing, some indifferent, as if it were only natural for seniors to bully juniors and snatch new students' credits. Lin Chen stretched his muscles, feeling very dissatisfied. Most of the students at Mingju were exceptionally talented. Being oppressed by seniors based on rank and numbers. Losing credits. Isn't this policy sowing the seeds of internal strife? Rustling sounds of commotion began to emerge from the distant mountains and forests. Before long, hundreds of practitioners rode in on silver moon wolves. A neat formation of 300 people. Hee, can't you see? If you had run away like that assassin just now, we might not have been able to do anything to you. Now there are 300 of us, with plenty of assassins and knights, you won't be able to escape. The crowd sneered, looking at Lin Chen like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Chen smiled faintly, not caring. This group really talks too much. However, he took a rough glance. The total credits of 300 people added up to at least 10 million. If he took them all down, he would get half, which is nearly 5 million credits. No worries, I'm not running. I just love people like you who are eager to hand out credits. Lin Chen chuckled. Arrogant. Among the more than 300. Someone instantly got furious and wanted to rush forward, but was immediately stopped by the big knife man. Small tricks, don't let him provoke you. Put on the insulated coat first. You're quite calm, huh? Lin Chen sighed lightly. This insulated coat was indeed a bit tricky. However, he already had a solution. It's quite lively here. Just then, a large commotion arose again in the mountains and forests. Following that, another 200 to 300 people approached. These individuals were clad in uniform black armor, clearly part of an organized guild. It was obvious. This was a large-scale encirclement of Lin Chen. Seeing this group emerge, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Most of the second-year practitioners were around level 80. According to normal damage calculations, a full skill rotation would deal about 7,000 damage. Now, with 2 waves combined, there were 600 people. His current health was nearly 6 million. If the opponent managed to control him and hit him with a few damage rotations, it could indeed be a bit dangerous. The newly arrived group had already dispersed, forming a classic triangle formation of warrior, mage, and healer. They're treating me like a boss. Lin Chen chuckled softly, looking at the crowd before him with great satisfaction. At this time, less than half an hour remained until the end of the freshman's secret realm. Before coming, Lin Chen remembered that in Ming University's credit exchange shop, that mythic-level magic card Supreme Domination required 8 million credits to exchange. If he cleared out these people, the credits would definitely be enough. I originally thought it would take a year to accumulate 8 million credits. I didn't expect to get it in just one day. Let me see, 592 people, let's count it as 600. 1 against 600. The advantage is mine. At this moment, the big knife man on the opposite side saw the group of black-armored people and sneered. Zhang Hao, you guys from Haisha are a bit slow, huh? Can't compare to you silver moons. The man named Zhang Hao smiled faintly, looking at Lin Chen. Before he could say anything further, a figure dressed as an assassin stepped forward beside him and shouted at Lin Chen, "Don't you see? Do you remember me?" "You are." "I don't remember," Lin Chen replied casually. He opened the panel in front of everyone and pointed at nothing in particular. Seeing his indifferent demeanor, the assassin felt a flicker of anger but quickly laughed it off. Fine, if you don't remember, you don't remember. Last time you blew up the skeleton soldier and caught me off guard, this time it'll be a good show. The assassin said no more and returned to the crowd, starting to organize the members of the Black Sand Guild, who also donned their insulated suits. Lin Chen noticed this group murmuring beside him and, feeling bored, decided not to take action. In fact, he had just recalled where he had seen the leader and the assassin before. They were the ones who had been next to Lu Ruyan when he first went to the Divine Grace Cemetery. He just hadn't expected that the person who wanted to steal his boss back then was the assassin. Even more surprising was that these people were quite clever and had prepared insulated jackets as well. However, even if all 600 of them wore insulated suits, so what? He already had a perfect solution. At that moment, a man named Zhang Hao, the leader of the Black Sand Guild, stepped forward and said, "Don't you see, I admire you. So, are you interested in joining our Black Sand Guild?" Although there was a bit of unpleasantness between our people and you at the altar before. But you didn't lose anything. Our Black Sand Guild has always liked talented individuals. If you're willing to join, you won't have to die here today. Moreover, we'll give you the freedom to choose 2 level 50 orange gear as a joining reward. 2 pieces of orange gear. The conditions Zhang Hao offered were indeed very generous. When Lin Chen was admitted early to Mingzhu University, the school only gave him 2 pieces of purple gear. However, all of this paled in comparison to the mythic magic card Supreme Domination. Stop the nonsense, Lin Chen said somewhat helplessly. If this group didn't take action soon, he would have to strike first. He casually responded to the man, indicating he was completely uninterested in Black Sand, while urging the people opposite to act quickly. Whether you want to steal credits or engage in some sort of grade bullying, hurry up and make your move. I'm waiting to see how many credits you can actually give me. After saying this, Lin Chen thought that the other side would finally take action. Instead, Zhang Hao became suspicious. Don't you see, it seems like you are quite confident about the situation. Clearly, all 600 of us have prepared insulated jackets to counter your lightning skeletons. You still speak so casually, do you have other means? Let me think. Your summoning skill level should be 6. You've unlocked the skeleton crossbowman. Behind you is a canyon, perfect for an ambush. I guess you've already arranged for skeletons to lie in ambush above the canyon. And once the battle starts, you'll instantly retreat into the canyon. Then, using falling rocks, arrows, and the skeletons buried underground to launch a surprise attack. Zhang Hao's analysis made everyone around him realize the situation. Instantly, a dozen assassins activated their stealth skills and crept behind Lin Chen. So, this is why you've been urging us to act. If we strike first, you have the chance to escape into the canyon. If you strike first, the battlefield will be here, and then escaping into the canyon will be difficult. Am I right, don't you see? Zhang Hao looked at Lin Chen with confidence. Lin Chen's expression changed. He had to admit the analysis was quite on point. Moreover, it was indeed a good tactic. Unfortunately, Lin Chen shook his head. Unfortunately what? Zhang Hao asked, puzzled. You must have read military books, but unfortunately, you forgot that this is the extraordinary era, Lin Chen explained. If I ambush with falling rocks in the canyon, wouldn't you just send a few elemental mages to watch the sky? As for burying skeletons for self-detonation, well, to be honest, I didn't even think of that myself. Lin Chen shrugged and spread his hands. Actually, my battlefield is right here. You want run into the canyon? Not going to the canyon? Zhang Hao's expression darkened. He had indeed read many military texts from before the Great Disaster. From a military perspective, 1 against 600 could only have a chance of winning by utilizing the advantages of the canyon's terrain. Now Lin Chen was actually saying he wouldn't run into the canyon? No, that's not right. Warfare is about deception. Lin Chen, do you think just saying you won't go to the canyon can fool me? Are you trying to deliberately? Zhang Hao wanted to say more. Lin Chen impatiently raised his right hand. 5 seconds. I will take care of all of you within 5 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone was furious. Damn! 5 seconds. Who do you think you are? 5 seconds against 600 people? Even a second-tier professional can't do that. Not understanding the gap in strength, yet daring to challenge our encirclement. Go, stop wasting time with him. Archers prepare, mages hold control skills, and unleash all output skills. The conflict was about to erupt. However, before they could make a move, Lin Chen was already ready to enter a special state bullet time. Before entering the secret realm, he had bought 2 skill books. One was for the skill force split to match the attribute switch to strength, priced at 2 million gold coins. The other was for the powerful skill bullet time to match the attribute switch to agility. This skill was obtained from an auction. He had won this skill book in the trading hall's auction mode with a highest bid of 1 billion. Bullet time allows the user to briefly enter a state where time seems to stop. In reality, it boosts personal speed to the limit of what the body can handle. Moving at an extremely fast speed makes it feel like time has stopped for others. 5 seconds is enough. Lin Chen smirked, just about to activate it. A group of people stepped forward. Upon closer inspection, it was Shin Hongying, Lu Qinghan, and his roommate Ling Fei, along with several hundred other new professional students behind them. Hey! Lin Chen sighed. This was not just complicating things, no, this was stealing my credits. Don't come here. Quick, retreat. Let me enjoy the credits alone. Saying this, Lin Chen activated his skill. In the next moment, a silver lightning bolt shot towards the crowd. Quicksilver time is up. Lin Chen felt he needed a BGM. Yes, the background music from the Marvel movie when Quicksilver saves people. From his current perspective, everyone and everything ahead looked just like it did in the movie. Time seemed to stand still, and he could move freely here. The 5 seconds of bullet time felt like it could be sliced into thousands of time fragments. He could go fast if he wanted, or slow if he wanted. Let's cut through the chaos. Lin Chen took out a purple epic dagger from his backpack. He forgot which monster dropped it. Its attributes were decent, specifically for the assassin class. Of course, Lin Chen couldn't equip it. He took it out because the dagger was sharp. In fact, Lin Chen had often wondered while watching movies on Earth why Quicksilver and the Flash, with their incredible speed, didn't just easily take out enemies with a small knife. He didn't understand them before, but now he faced a similar problem. That is, in a state of extreme speed, one couldn't kill. This is the benefit of the health bar system for professionals. If Lin Chen used the dagger to slice an opponent's neck, at most he would hit a weak point and deal critical damage. As long as the opponent's health bar didn't hit 0, they wouldn't die. Of course, Lin Chen wasn't using the dagger to kill. That would be a waste of time. 5 seconds of bullet time wasn't enough to kill 600 people. He was after the insulated coats. Lin Chen had already experimented with the lightning power triggering an arc. The arc indeed couldn't pass through insulating materials. But, well, couldn't he just take off their insulated coats or cut them? At this moment, just thinking for a moment, 1 second of bullet time had already passed. In that second, everything seemed normal to others. From their perspective, Lin Chen was still standing in place, shouting at the people in the distance not to come over. In fact, Lin Chen had already used the skill inversion of heaven and earth to first increase his agility. Utilizing the bullet time, he could move fast or slow. With a dagger in hand, he tore through the insulated coats of the professionals surrounding him one by one. Of course, he did this mainly because, during bullet time, the professionals could not use any other skills. This was also the reason why such an invincible skill was within Lin Chen's grasp. Wait, the skill description states that professionals cannot use learned skills. What if it's a skill they haven't learned? Lin Chen suddenly thought of this and quickly stopped his actions, waving his hand to see an equipment attribute. Equipment: boots of calm raven quality, epic effect, speed 10, mana 50, agility 10. Equipping requirement: level 40 and above for all professions. Attributes: cooldown reduction 5 and gain a temporary skill Ravenfire. Ravenfire, after activation, it can enchant weapons, causing them to inflict a burning effect after attacking. 3 Raven set effect, all attributes 2 speed 10 agility 5 Raven set effect, cooldown reduction 5. Activating the skill Ravenfire. The dagger was instantly enveloped in black flames. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded. Looking ahead, the insulated coats on these people were definitely made not long ago by professionals living in the secret realm. The materials were nothing more than some resin and fibers from trees suitable for making insulating materials. And both resin and fibers are mostly flammable. Raven fire was just perfect. With this in mind, Lin Chen took out 2 bottles of fish oil from his backpack. He had obtained the fish oil by killing fish demons while passing a large river in the secret realm. Fish oil is used to make many materials for restoring mana. It was quite valuable, so Lin Chen hadn't thrown it away. Now it was just the right time to use it. He smeared the fish oil on the professional's waists and then made a cut with the dagger. The fish oil was instantly ignited by Raven fire, lighting up a tiny spark. In bullet time, aside from Lin Chen himself, even the flames were slowed down countless times. It's a bit like burning vine armor. Lin Chen looked at his results and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He touched his nose and decisively made another cut on the other waist. This will do, they'll die quickly and suffer less. In fact, professionals generally wouldn't be engulfed in flames and burned. This would only put them in a burning abnormal state, causing them to lose health continuously. If the flames weren't extinguished in time, the rate of health loss would increase. Of course, the professionals themselves were fine. Their coats were another matter. These insulated coats couldn't have higher attributes than their own equipment, so they could only be worn directly. This way, the flames could burn the coats to ashes. Time flew by. In bullet time, whether fast or slow, Lin Chen quickly tore through all 600 coats and smeared them with fish oil. Of course, during this time, he also had other thoughts. If one were to ask which country had the best time-stop technology, it would undoubtedly be that country from his past life on Earth. Their films and dramas often featured classic scenes of time-stopping. Therefore, Lin Chen also tried to replicate the classic scenes from the movies. For example, imitating Quicksilver, he played table tennis with himself. Imitating the Flash, he pushed the nearby professionals together, turning them into a mutual brawl. You are the pillar, and he is the beam, right? Seeing how close you are, just hug each other. Big Knife Man, what was your name again? You can just hug that black sand guy. As for you, you were the one who wanted to rob my boss earlier. Lin Chen pulled off the assassin's mask, shook his head, and sighed. No wonder you wear a mask, turns out you're so ugly. After making 2 cuts on the man's waist, he made 2 more cuts on his pants. Everything was complete, for seconds had already passed in bullet time. According to the normal flow of time, during this period they were just turning their heads to look at the newly appeared professionals, Lu Qinghan, Shen Hongying, and others, not far away. Their minds were still in a state of surprise. Lin Chen finished processing the insulated suit. He returned to the canyon and found that the skeleton soldiers, under Elena's arrangement, were lined up in an orderly formation. Lin Chen looked at the mountain-like Elena and silently nodded. Not bad, it's a waste to have you as a mere thug. When we get back, they'll start working on your transformation. He communicated a few simple battle commands through mental connection. Then, Lin Chen returned to his original position outside the canyon. The rest was relatively simple. Once bullet time passed, the ambushed crossbowmen opened fire. Elena unleashed her dragon breath to clear the way. The clumsy bull and the frost giant led the skeleton soldiers into a charge. Without the insulated coats, 600 professionals were just waiting to be fish caught in the electric net. 1 second. It could be quick or slow. As bullet time ended, everyone only saw a flash of silver streak by. Then, the massive skull of a dragon emerged from the canyon, accompanied by a torrent of dragon breath. A rain of arrows fell upon all the professionals. What the hell is going on? Sure enough, it's an ambush and sneak attack. All output type awakening skills are. Damn! My pants! Fire! Professionals with water element skills put out the fire first. These people reacted quickly. Although they didn't know why, just turning their heads and then turning back, all their insulated coats were on fire. But after all, they were all talented individuals from various places. Some cursed, some called it shameless. While cursing, they released water skills to extinguish the flames. However, the water element skills only made the battlefield worse. As the arrows rained down, the electric arcs of lightning power were quickly triggered. While the water skills extinguished the fire, they also made them more conductive. Zzzzz, the electric net enveloping the 600 people formed in an instant. The clumsy bull and the frost giant led the skeleton soldiers to the battlefield. Meteorite from Mount Tai. This was the frost giant's level 50 awakening skill, also known as a big move. It raised its fists like a mountain and dropped them from the sky, smashing down to the ground. Lightning whirlwind strike. The clumsy bull did not hold back either. It lifted the giant axe that Lin Chen had crafted for it in the Divine Grace Cemetery, spun to charge, and struck fiercely forward. 6651, 1729, 202520, 303, 7559. The credits were jumping wildly. Finally. At the moment the numbers paused, Lin Chen raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. 12 million credits, enough to top the External Academy leaderboard. Mythical magic cards Supreme Dominance, in hand. On the other side, Lu Qinghan, Shen Hongying, and others were rushing to the canyon entrance with the new professionals. In fact, when the 2 silver moons rose in the sky, almost everyone who saw it rushed this way. The second-year seniors naturally recognized this as the Silver Moon Guild, a signal for help when in trouble. They came here to see who could make the Silver Moon Guild take such drastic action. After all, the Silver Moon Guild is the largest branch of the top 10 divine guilds in the Summer Country. Even if it's just a small part of the school's members, their strength is not ordinary. Of course, the freshmen, seeing the fireworks, were also heading to the canyon entrance. Most of them had no idea what the fireworks represented but knew there must be excitement. The new student trial Secret Realm only lasted 24 hours, and there was less than half an hour left until it ended. Of course, they couldn't miss the excitement. However, as they arrived, they noticed something was off. Those second-year seniors were actually teaming up to bully one of the strongest among the freshmen, Jun Bujian. Everyone had some knowledge of Jun Bujian. He was first on the Hidden Dragon list, the national champion. It was impossible to say they were completely convinced by him. But when they first entered the Secret Realm, Jun Bujian stood up and drove away over 100 seniors who wanted to block the resurrection point to steal credits from the freshmen. Everyone acknowledged him. Damn! These people are so shameless. Yeah, what kind of garbage policy is this at Ming University? I should have known better than to come here. It's disgusting. I'd been robbed of bosses by seniors at least twice in the Secret Realm. Are we just going to watch this? In the distance, the new students gathered to watch the excitement, some wanting to help. At this moment, a dad holding a big hammer and wearing a fox head stepped forward. What the hell? They bullied us to this point and we can still endure? What seniors? They're just a bunch of robbers. Get on your mounts, we're going to steal their butts. Yeah, what are we afraid of? Aren't we all geniuses? Why avoid their brilliance? With just a few words, the onlookers became excited. Their day in the Secret Realm hadn't been easy either. Exactly. Anyway, we won't die. It's just a few credits. Let's do it. Those people have more credits than us. They should be the ones afraid of dying. Charge. A group of people surged forward, leaping onto their mounts, heading towards the canyon entrance. During their journey, they also spotted Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying among others. The two groups exchanged no words, just charging forward. However, when they were still some distance from the canyon's encirclement, they suddenly heard a loud shout and froze. What? What does Jun Bujian mean by this? Is he telling us to retreat? Does he want to hog the credits for himself? What? He wants to take down 600 seniors in 5 seconds? What a joke, even 600 pigs couldn't be dealt with in 5 seconds. So arrogant, too arrogant. Damn it. What kind of person is Jun Bujian? Don't stop. We're going to snatch his credits. The crowd was stunned. Jun Bujian's words were simply too confident and arrogant. However, as they rushed madly forward, digesting Lin Chen's words, in the blink of an eye, at the canyon entrance, a silver lightning bolt streaked across. Immediately after, a massive dragon breath nearly 10 meters in diameter erupted from the canyon. Following that, a rain of arrows combined with skeleton soldiers and flames inexplicably rising among the group of 600. Just like that, in an instant, it was over. All the seniors were gone. What's going on? Where did that bunch of bastards go? Wait, don't we have a mushroom master in our team? Did someone feed me a hallucinogenic mushroom? Stop talking nonsense. I haven't even unlocked hallucinogenic mushrooms yet. Hallucinogenic my ass. They disappeared because Jun Bujian killed them all. What happened ahead was so shocking that most people thought they were hallucinating. Some stopped their mounts to observe carefully. Others, puzzled, quickened their pace. But soon everyone realized that this was not an illusion. At the canyon entrance, beside that figure, the credit projection had already turned golden yellow. Supreme King, Jun Bujian, 125366657. Meanwhile, at the Pearl University Stone Tablet Square, a lot of people had gathered here, of course, to celebrate the end of the new students' first lesson trial. The school had set up tables in the square, filled with delicious and abundant food and drinks. In front of the stone tablet, there was also a stone platform prepared specifically for the first place in the new student trial. At this moment, close to 9 o'clock, the leaderboard recording the credits of the outer college had already been covered by a huge red curtain. As the time ended, the square was instantly filled with thousands of people. They're out, they're finally out. Phew, I'm exhausted. The magical beasts inside were high-level with thick blood, hard to kill. After a whole day, I only got 9,000 credits. The school arranged it really well. I gathered a lot of herbs inside. Why didn't they give us a reminder when time was up? I was just about to counterattack and ambush my senior. Ha, I was mining the whole time, earned 20,000 credits. Ha, the school prepared such good food for us. The students who were teleported out had mixed feelings. Some were happy while others were worried. Overall, most people were quite satisfied with this trial. However, behind the stone tablet, the second-year professionals had somewhat grim expressions, especially the leader of the Black Sand Guild and the head of the Silver Moon Guild. After they appeared, they turned and left with their guild members. This left many old students who hadn't entered the secret realm curious. Why did they all leave? The school arranged this food. It can increase attribute points. What else could it be? That guy Zhanghao's face was as black as coal just now. He probably failed. No doubt about it, he definitely failed, and that Tao Chang from Black Sand probably did too. Impossible, right? Both major guilds have fallen, so who won? The other Sanctum and Grass Hall only sent in 7 or 8 people, but they aren't them. As the number 1 guild in Xia country, Shengshi has never been interested in the new student trials. Could it be that the new students banded together and made dumplings? Many people began to speculate, but no one dared to ask. Yin Yu and He Sha have always been domineering at Ming University. They have the support of the top-ranked individuals, not to be trifled with. Buzz suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the sky. Then, the dean appeared in midair in a white robe in front of the stone tablet. The noisy square instantly fell silent. Ah, welcome back, children. I trust you had a wonderful day in the secret realm. Now, hurry up and enjoy the feast. The dean laughed in midair, like an old fox. Below, those who had suffered in the secret realm could only force a smile. Hee hee, not bad, choo choo choo. Wait, what the hell? I got a power attribute point. I got a mental attribute point. My goodness. This is level 6 cooked food. It's said that only 9 people in the world can make it. What are you doing? Don't you dare snatch my chicken feet. That's a pig's trotter. The scene instantly became lively. New students and old students all dug in, feasting heartily. In the sky, the dean looked on with satisfaction. After delivering some welcoming and encouraging words, he announced the rewards. Before entering the new student trials, it had been stated that after the trials, the school would distribute rewards based on the credits of the new students. Students, we have been watching your performance in the secret realm. Especially this year, some interesting events occurred that have never happened before. You have shown the courage expected of you, so the school has decided. All new students will have their credits doubled. Wow! As the words fell, the entire square erupted. Some were excited, while others regretted it. This new student trial was definitely worth it. Of course, for those with high credit rankings, we have additional rewards. Next, I will announce the rewards based on the ranked new students. The dean continued speaking. The red curtain that concealed the Earth ranking slowly rose. The first to appear, also the lowest ranked new student, was named Sunlon, ranked 902nd, with 12,000 credits. After that, the dean kept reading. As time passed and the curtain was about to disappear, the new students, busy eating, finally began to lift their heads and look at the rankings. Some of them knew what had happened in the secret realm. Even those who didn't know had heard some news while eating. Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks, chewing their food, waiting for that name. Whoosh! The moment the red curtain on the stone tablet disappeared, all the old students became restless. They hadn't expected that coming to grab a meal would lead to such a big event. The new students had actually made it to the top of the Earth ranking the very next day. A new student with over 10 million credits. Has that ever happened in history? This is definitely the new king. At this moment, the voices from the outer courtyard also rang out. The last new student. Earth ranking number 1, look. Credits 12,559,550. Now, all new students, welcome your king. Boom! The clear sky suddenly became overcast, with thunder and lightning flashing continuously. In front of the stone tablet, the prepared stone platform was radiating golden light. The light projected into the air, slowly revealing a peculiar scene. It was a golden giant crocodile, as large as a mountain, treading through the river waves. The splashing waves violently crashed against its body. Amidst the waves, one could vaguely see a man dressed in a blue-black mage robe with golden edges. He was stepping on the neck of the giant crocodile, looking ahead with an indifferent expression. The waves and wind swept past him. The raised robe resembled a pair of shadowy black wings. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The golden light gradually solidified. In the next moment, accompanied by a thunderclap striking the stone platform, Lin Chen stood with the title of Golden Supreme King above his head, surrounded by 9 golden stars. A giant golden crocodile appeared in front of the square. You received a reward from the Heavenly Thunder. 10 to all attributes. You received a reward from the Heavenly Thunder, level 1? Lin Chen was a bit dazed. Getting struck by lightning came with rewards. In the new student's secret realm, he had already eliminated 600 professionals, and there wasn't much time left until the trial ended. Originally, he planned to chat with Lu Qinghan and Shen Hongying, who were hurrying towards him from a distance, while waiting for the trial to conclude. However, after crossing a hill and walking just a few steps, Lin Chen saw an enormous golden crocodile corpse. It was longer than Elena and exuded a powerful aura. Without a doubt, it was a lord-level creature. Lin Chen immediately used the undead contract to add another contracted beast. Unfortunately, this guy seemed a bit smarter than the silly cow, but his intelligence was far inferior to Elena's. Fortunately, he had a strong presence. After Elena transformed, he could use it to command the scene. Once the contract was completed, Lin Chen suddenly felt playful. He led the golden crocodile to the river across the canyon, playing on its back. But while playing, he realized something was off. The trial time had clearly ended, yet he hadn't been teleported out. Just as Lin Chen was puzzled and dazed, the river he was walking on with the crocodile suddenly vanished. He found himself abruptly appearing in the stone tablet square of the campus. In front of him, over 1,000 people were gathered around tables filled with food, staring at him intently. Seeing everyone looking at him like guests at a wedding staring at the groom, yet not saying a word, Lin Chen calmly stored the golden crocodile in the contract space, chuckled awkwardly, and greeted, "Hee hee, enjoying the food?" Still, no one spoke, and Lin Chen didn't feel awkward. There was a small table nearby with some intact food. Feeling a bit hungry, Lin Chen stored all of it in his backpack space. Then, without caring, he walked towards the villa building. As he left, the name at the top of the stone tablet burst into golden light. The next moment, the credits above began to change. The points doubled, plus an additional rank reward. The first line of the stone tablet, the credits of Jun Bujian, finally settled at 26,119,100. Yulan. Countless second and third year professionals who had come to mooch off the food unconsciously swallowed their saliva. Over 20 million credits. Undoubtedly, it was the highest in the history of the Outer Academy. Once the credits were confirmed, the crowd in the square finally recovered from their earlier shock. The highest king in the new student trial needs 1 million credits. It's said that when the secret realm was established, this was considered an impossible rank to achieve. I didn't expect it to reach the tens of millions level. Yeah, Jun Bujian even triggered the Supreme King's Easter egg. After 1 million credits, for every additional million, a star will orbit around you. The older students were amazed, while the new students didn't understand but were greatly shocked. The new student trial secret realm was very large. Some people left the altar and, after passing through a small teleportation array, were sent to a very remote area within the secret realm. They had no idea so many significant events had occurred in the secret realm. Now, seeing Lin Chen's credits and listening to the explanations from those around them, they instantly felt that their trip to the trial secret realm was in vain. Most people expressed admiration for Lin Chen's strength, but a few remained unconvinced. Among them were many who had been specially recruited to Mingju University. Before entering the new student trial secret realm, they were at the silver rank. In their eyes, the top scorers of the college entrance examination could easily be surpassed. Unexpectedly, on the first day, they realized they had underestimated him. He has some strength. It seems we underestimated Jun Bujian. Yeah, we were too relaxed in the secret realm this time. Let's go back and have someone check Jun Bujian's information carefully. This person is not simple. Some were wary, while others admired him. At a dining table for new students, a slightly plump boy wearing a fox head was enjoying his meal heartily. Beside him was someone dressed similarly, but that person wore a crow head. Don't worry, bird brother. Jun Bujian is my roommate. He's a really nice person, not the kind who kills without blinking. Your friends mistakenly injured credits. They'll talk to him about it later, and he will most likely return them to you. No, the vet brother is being too polite. My friend was just joking. At that time, it was our fault. We accidentally ran into the skeleton soldier's blade and died. In the square, discussions about Lin Chen continued. He naturally had no idea about this. However, Lin Chen did not return to the villa. On the way, he encountered Li Ming. As the #1 shaman in the national server, Li Ming had a very calm demeanor. He congratulated Lin Chen and mentioned that he had something to discuss with him. Then, he took him to the office at Mingju University. During this time, Lin Chen's expression kept changing. Of course, it wasn't because he and Li Ming were discussing any special topics, but rather because of the credits. Why has the exchange credits for Supreme Rule increased? And my credits have turned into 20 million. Clearly, when riding the crocodile, it was just over 1 million. Tapping left and swiping right. The data on the wristband remained unchanged, and Lin Chen helplessly asked Li Ming ahead of him. Ultimately, the other party only told him that the dean saw that this year's freshmen performed well and decided to double all freshmen's credits. There's such good news. Lin Chen was delighted and asked, what about the exchange credits for the mythical magic card? Ahem, about that. Li Ming cleared his throat and explained. The items that can be exchanged for credits will be adjusted in real time by the school based on market prices. To prevent students from using credits to exchange for precious items in bulk and then selling them outside the school. At this point, Li Ming felt a bit embarrassed and didn't dare to say too much. The school's adjustment of the supreme rule was indeed a mistake. He could only hope that Lin Chen wouldn't be offended. Whether Lin Chen knows about this or not. Today, we must contact the vice president and find a way to make up for this. At the very least, we should give Lin Chen this magic card for free. Forget it, let's contact the dean now. He has a very good opinion of Lin Chen, and the double credits were his decision. Right now, the principal is in seclusion, and only the dean can go against the vice president. At this moment, Lin Chen naturally had no idea about the intricacies. After hearing the explanation, he didn't care. The supreme rule would indeed be a very sought-after item. Its enhancement effect would make anyone with a summoning profession eager. Although it couldn't be exchanged for the time being, it actually added a layer of insurance. The second place on the leaderboard only had a few million credits. It was impossible to catch up with him. The two chatted all the way and soon arrived at Li Ming's office. It was a large courtyard filled with strange plants. Upon entering the room, it was filled with various books fitting for Li Ming's stature. After sitting down, Lin Chen didn't ask Li Ming why he was looking for him but instead took the initiative to inquire about the transformation grass. Teacher Li, do you know about the transformation grass item? Transformation grass? Hearing his words, Li Ming was a bit surprised and asked back, why are you asking about this? Do you happen to have a divine beast? Planning to transform it? I don't have a divine beast, I want to transform a rare level pet. Rare. Li Ming shook his head upon hearing this, smiling lightly. As far as I know, only divine beasts can transform. I was present when Senior Li Jiangbai's divine beast, the White Phoenix, transformed. That's what he said himself. Isn't there any exceptions? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. The matter of transformation grass was something that Elena had mentioned herself, and she learned it from her instinctive memory. It shouldn't be false, right? No exceptions. As for transformation grass, I have two here. I have two transformation grasses here, and I've researched them for a long time. Li Ming talked about his research on transformation grass. The more Lin Chen listened, the brighter his eyes became. It turned out that the transformation of Senior Li Jiangbai's divine beast, the White Phoenix, was achieved using the transformation grass obtained from Li Ming. Upon learning this news, Lin Chen was quite curious to ask. After the White Phoenix transformed, was it male or female? After the failure of using the transformation grass, Senior Li found a living profession alchemist. Li Ming was still explaining. Using the 3 transformation herbs exchanged from me, I refined them into pills. After taking the pills, the divine beast by foam successfully transformed. Alchemists' pills. Lin Chen finally understood why a profession without combat power still had top universities willing to cultivate it. Their abilities might not be suitable for battle, but sometimes they could yield miraculous results. Teacher Li, I want to buy a transformation herb. What do you think of this price? Lin Chen smiled, playing the emotional card. Speaking of which, that unexpected magic card he obtained back then had directly saved him the effort of grinding monsters, leveling up, and making money. This made things much easier for him. Otherwise, just the blue potions he consumed while constantly stacking his life limit would have kept him busy for a while. Fortunately, he had money now. Transformation herbs seem to be of little use to many people, so they shouldn't be expensive. And even if they were, there should be a sentimental price, right? What do you mean buy or not? Li Ming chuckled. I've already finished researching the transformation herb, so we'll just give you some. But, you don't really have a divine beast, do you? As he spoke, Li Ming took out 2 palm-sized special herbs from his backpack. Lin Chen took them in his palm, examined them, and replied, no. I have a contract beast that's quite special, and I was thinking of letting her give it a try. Special? What's special about it? If Elena successfully transformed, she would inevitably walk around the campus in human form. Her uniqueness would soon be known. Lin Chen had no intention of hiding it. It's rare for pets to possess human-like intelligence, but it was still considered normal. For example, this teacher Li in front of him. Lin Chen had checked his information. His claim to fame was having a bull-headed priest with human-like intelligence. Her intelligence is a bit higher than other magical beasts, Lin Chen explained. Upon hearing this, Li Ming's eyes widened as he scanned Lin Chen up and down. You kid are quite lucky. Magical beasts with high intelligence are hard to come by. However, just being a bit smarter probably won't allow for transformation. How about this? If you really want to try, you can attempt to refine the transformation herb into a pill. Li Ming handed Lin Chen a card and explained, this is the address of that alchemist, you can give it a try. That old man may have a bad temper, but he really cherishes talent. I heard you joined the Spark Guild. The Spark badge, the stronger the power, the more one understands its value. When the badge is shown, he will help you refine it. In that case, thank you, Teacher Li. Lin Chen smiled, putting the card and the transformation herb into his backpack. Only then did he ask Li Ming why he was looking for him. Oh, I see. How much do you know about the College Professional League? Not much. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. The College League is a competition organized by various universities for professionals. Not only are the rewards generous, but it also represents how many resources the university can allocate in the second year. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't quite understand, Li Ming explained a bit more. Aren't you looking to exchange for that myth-level magic card, Supreme Domination? If you join the school's league team, this card can be given to you for free. At this point, Li Ming's face turned slightly red. The school's temporary increase in exchange credits was indeed somewhat inappropriate and dishonorable. But the principal had been busy breaking through these past few years, and the one with the most power was the vice principal. During his management, the school's league performance happened to be at a low point. If they couldn't win a championship, the vice principal would lose face. Thus, he thought of increasing the credits. But he quickly realized it was wrong. So he planned another way to make up for this mistake. Of course, it's not just the magic card. Do you remember the 2 level 50 epic equipment I promised you back then? The school can exchange them all for myth-level equipment without any level restrictions. On top of that, the school will also provide 2 additional pieces of myth-level gear. With 5 pieces of myth-level equipment, you can even specify that they all form a set. After Li Ming finished speaking, he looked at Lin Chen with a nervous heart. As the top shaman of Xia country, he was somewhat of a notable and powerful figure. It had been a long time since he cared so much about someone else's thoughts, especially since this person was a student. But after all, he was in a position to manage affairs. Mingzhu University was desperate to win a championship. The matter of 20 million credits would surely make Lin Chen feel disgusted. The current issue was how to make up for it. At this moment, Lin Chen was also a bit surprised. 5 selectable sets of mythical gear plus mythical magic cards, all given for free. This was indeed a significant gesture. However, he had learned yesterday that killing monsters in places like the trial tower and dungeons could earn credits. This made him feel that, in fact, he could exchange everything with his own credits. There was no need to participate in the professional competition. Teacher Lee, I'm not very interested in the competition. Let's forget it then. As for the magic cards, I'm planning to grind some credits in the trial tower. Just a few million, it should be manageable, right? This refusal left Li Ming momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that the vice principal's approach had indeed caused Lin Chen's aversion. He could only sigh inwardly, deciding that he must discuss with the dean when he returned today. The dean's strength was not much different from the vice principal's. The two had never really gotten along. But since it concerned the school's honor, the dean would definitely support it vigorously. If mythical equipment won't do, perhaps I can get the dean to produce a piece of equipment that surpasses the mythical level. And this compensation must be given unconditionally and directly. There's no need for Lin Chen to join the University League team. Just as Li Ming was thinking this, a commotion came from the entrance. Not interested in the University League? What about an exchange competition? At that moment, a tall and graceful woman walked in. Dressed in a fitted sports outfit, she appeared very capable. Hello, Jun Bujian. The woman stepped forward, extending her hand in introduction. I am your new practical teacher for the freshmen and also the coach for this year's freshman exchange competition. You can call me Teacher Chiu or Coach Cho. Seeing the teacher so close, Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. This was Ming University's practical teacher? In the freshman trial secret realm, those who attacked were either targeting the lower regions or striking at the face. Was this what he learned from her? Lin Chen had thought it would be some sinister big man. He never expected it to be a female teacher. Hello, Teacher Chiu. Lin Chen stood up and shook her hand. After they exchanged greetings, Teacher Chiu sat down opposite Lin Chen. She got straight to the point, saying, You want to exchange for supreme dominance, right? If you are willing to participate in the freshman exchange competition, the school can give you this magic card for free, and we will also customize 5 pieces of mythical gear for you at no cost. You can receive them as soon as you agree. Teacher Chiu's words were very tempting. Lin Chen was almost swayed. He naturally didn't know that Li Ming beside him had already thought of an even more enticing compensation. However, he wondered if this approach was a bit too flattering. It felt as if the other party had done something wrong to him. Lin Chen couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think about it. So he casually asked, What is the freshman exchange competition? Regarding the University Professional League, he had seen some competition clips in the Jiangcheng Dungeon Hall after finishing the college entrance examination. Those who could participate in the professional league were all very strong. Moreover, according to the discussions of other professionals in the hall at that time, the professional players were extremely cautious. Some even stayed stuck at the first tier, grinding attributes just to win the championship. Competing against such a group of people did not interest Lin Chen at all, although he was also constantly grinding to increase his life limit. However, he knew a little about the University Professional League. As for the freshman exchange competition, he was completely clueless. Upon hearing his inquiry, Teacher Chiu began to explain. The freshman exchange competition is held every year, but it covers not just the major universities in Xia country. It includes universities from all over the world. The full name of the event is the Global Freshman Professional Exchange Competition. Every year, the summer country uses a lottery system to select 2 schools to participate in this freshman exchange competition. This year, we were drawn along with Jingbei University. Although the rewards for the competition are not high, the event has escalated to a national level, making the competition very intense. The school is willing to offer any benefits you desire for the honor of the country, Teacher Chiu explained in detail. After hearing this, Lin Chen remained uninterested. An international event. It certainly wouldn't be resolved in a day or two. He was busy with other matters. Yelena transformed, allocating skill points for dungeon runs, leveling up skills to unlock more undead units. Of course, the most pressing issue was that his level was too low. He was only at level 41. This was after receiving a level-up reward from the Heavenly Thunder when he left the secret realm. Teacher Chiu, I have some matters to attend to recently. I think he'll pass on the competition. Lin Chen smiled and declined. Seeing his demeanor, the 2 teachers in the room had nothing more to say. Lin Chen noticed this and stood up to bid farewell to the 2 teachers. As he left, Teacher Chiu sighed. I heard that the Sakura country has sent 3 class talents this year. One is in class ninja, another in class pirate, and the last in class on Myoji. Their parents suffered losses against Mingzhu University at the exchange competition 30 years ago. Now that they've drawn Mingzhu, it's a case of enemies crossing paths. If it weren't for Lin Chen, I'd be worried about our school. Sakura country, ninja, on Myoji, pirate. Before the conversation in the room could finish, Lin Chen's figure returned. "Coach, when does the competition start?" Seeing Lin Chen come back, the two teachers were surprised. Upon hearing his question, they quickly understood. Lin Chen wanted to participate in the exchange competition. Knowing he had this intention, Teacher Chiu was the happiest. She had only joined Mingzhu University a few years ago. She had been responsible for teaching practical combat to freshmen and hadn't been assigned any important tasks, which almost made her think the school was questioning her abilities. The freshman exchange competition was the first significant task the school had arranged for her. Therefore, she had started researching the freshmen's profiles long ago. As the top student in the country, Lin Chen was naturally a priority. After Lin Chen's earlier refusal, she felt a bit regretful, worried about the team's performance in the exchange competition this year. Unexpectedly, he returned in the blink of an eye, which made her somewhat pleased. Collecting her thoughts, Teacher Chiu quickly began to explain the details of the exchange competition to Lin Chen. First was the competition date. Due to its wide coverage, the specific competition would take place a month later. Then, she went on to discuss the specific details of the event and the competition system. The competition was very intense. Occasionally, there were incidents where students went too far, resulting in injuries to others. Since it involved resource allocation, such matters were often treated as a lack of strength and went unspoken. Lin Chen listened attentively, nodding frequently. A month later. That would be October 1st. Since going all out was an accepted rule, he felt reassured. However, if they allowed people to be severely injured, what about more serious outcomes? Lin Chen flexed his hand bones and asked, with the competition being so intense, is there a chance of someone dying? Hearing his question, Teacher Chiu, who had been enthusiastically explaining, paused for a moment and replied, such incidents can indeed occur. The exchange competition consists of freshmen who have just transitioned into their new roles, and their control over extraordinary abilities is still lacking. Therefore, injuries and fatalities happen every few years. If you have concerns, then it's nothing to worry about. Lin Chen interrupted Teacher Chiu, a slight smile flashing across his face. Among the new professional practitioners, he didn't believe anyone could kill him, a person with millions of health points. In fact, if someone angered him, he could unleash 2 nuclear bombs on them. Of course, Lin Chen was speaking metaphorically. He didn't have nuclear bombs, but he had 2 weapons comparable to them, Li Jiangbai's sword pills. The exchange competition requires each participating team to have 5 to 7 members. Teacher Chiu continued to explain the competition system, discussing the team members. In the information she had gathered, Lin Chen's combat command ability is very strong. Therefore, she plans to appoint Lin Chen as the captain of the Ming team. For this reason, she wants to see if Lin Chen has any opinions regarding the team members. The competition is divided into individual matches, team matches, and dungeon speed races. So the lineup needs to be reasonable. You are a necromancer. Do you have suitable candidates for teammates? Teammates? Lin Chen thought for a moment. In individual and team competitions, he could handle it himself. As for the dungeon speed race, it seemed he wouldn't need anyone else, unless it was a particularly difficult dungeon. The monsters inside could take out his skeleton soldiers in just a couple of hits. However, that was a minor issue. There was still a month left. Enough time for him to level up his necromancy and unlock new units. Level 7 skeleton cavalry, level 8 skeleton knights, level 9 skeleton mages. The cavalry could charge, the knights could fight and tank, and the mages had a longer attack range than crossbowmen. As for teammates, let Teacher Chiu choose. After all, I'm invincible, the others can be random. Lin Chen and Teacher Chiu discussed the exchange competition a lot. In the end, Teacher Li Ming, who was standing by, persuaded Lin Chen to participate in the Intercollegiate League. Mentioning various benefits, Lin Chen still replied that he would think about it. Seeing this, Li Ming could only sigh slightly. After that, Lin Chen chatted with Teacher Chiu about some details of the exchange competition. It was getting close to noon. Just as he was preparing to leave, he felt a strange chill in his heart. It was as if the air in the world had been sucked away, creating a suffocating sensation. A powerful sense of oppression surged in. But soon, this feeling vanished without a trace, almost making Lin Chen think it was an illusion. Just as he was puzzled, Li Ming and Teacher Chiu exchanged glances, both showing a hint of a bitter smile. Lin Chen, I didn't expect the dean to value you so much. What do you mean? He had seen the dean before. At the stone tablet square, the dean was in a white robe with white hair, exuding an ethereal aura, just like when he first met Li Jiangbai. However, that was just a brief glance. To be the dean of Mingzhu University, his strength was definitely among the top 10 in the country. How could he be held in such high regard? Sigh. It seemed Li Ming understood something and sighed. He began to explain. You felt that fluctuation just now, right? It wasn't an illusion, someone started fighting. And it was because of you. Because of me? Lin Chen was completely bewildered and quickly asked what was going on. It's about that mythic level magic card. Seeing that Li Ming was a bit troubled, Teacher Chiu added a bit of explanation. Only then did Lin Chen realize that the supreme ruling magic card was specially acquired by the dean at great expense specifically for Lin Chen. Otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared so perfectly suited for necromancers and other summoning professions. His intention was, of course, to encourage Lin Chen to strengthen his abilities at school. However, when the vice president saw Lin Chen performing well in the secret realm, he thought about raising the exchange conditions, using this as a requirement for him to participate in the intercollegiate league. This approach seemed targeted. When the dean learned of this, he was immediately furious. But it was already too late. The school's exchange data could only be changed once a day. So, the dean directly ordered that all new students' credits be doubled this year. After that, he went to confront the vice president. And just now, Lin Chen repeatedly declined Li Ming's invitation to participate in the intercollegiate league. Li Ming thought he was averse to the school's actions, so he contacted the dean. And it was clear that the fluctuation just now was likely caused by two people whose stumps could shake the entire Xia country. After hearing this, Lin Chen fell silent, feeling a bit helpless. In fact, when he saw the credits for the supreme ruling magic card increase and Li Ming explained that the school would adjust credits based on market fluctuations, he thought it was because this item was too sought after. He felt a bit relieved that it was mentioned to be over 20 million, which was very secure for him. After all, the second place in the outer college only had 7 million credits. Lin Chen, this matter is the school's fault and we are willing to make any compensation to you. The magic card credits will be given to you for free. Besides that, as long as it's not something like a divine beast that is almost never seen, other schools can offer you compensation. After Teacher Chiu finished explaining, Li Ming finally brought up the matter of compensation. Lin Chen scratched his head. To be honest, hearing that he was targeted did make him feel a bit uncomfortable. But overall, there was no real loss. As for what kind of compensation he wanted, he truly didn't know. Just then, a commotion suddenly came from the entrance. An old man in a white robe was seen twisting the arm of another old man with a white beard, pushing him into the room like a criminal. Old fool, you almost ruined the school's reputation. Hurry up, apologized to Lin Chen. With a thud, Lin Chen felt like his worldview was in trouble. He recognized the old man in the white robe. He was the dean of the outer academy. So the one whose arm he was twisting, with a bruised face, was none other than the vice president of Mingju University. These two people could truly shake the Summer Kingdom with just a stomp of their feet? The way they entered made Lin Chen almost think he was back in elementary school, watching classmates fight and play during recess. Principal, Dean. Seeing the two enter, Li Ming and Teacher Chiu quickly stood up to greet them. Lin Chen also stood up, giving a dry laugh. He didn't know what to say. The scene before him was too bizarre. After all, this was a world where one could gain extraordinary power by leveling up through monster hunting. Strength was the real truth. The vice president's strength was beyond doubt. He was undoubtedly a top figure globally. Yet here was such a person being manhandled by another of the same level, apologizing to a mere student like him who was only at level 41. It had to be said, it was quite satisfying. At this moment, the old man with the white beard, his face flushed, stood in front of Lin Chen and awkwardly said, Lin Chen, right? I am the vice president. Be polite. Crack, Lin Chen could hear the sound of bones breaking. This was truly ruthless, the dean. However, even so, the vice president only managed a couple of dry laughs and changed his tone. Student Lin, I did something wrong to you before. The scene resembled elementary school kids fighting. Combined with those words, Lin Chen could only frantically think of all the unhappy things in his heart. He was really afraid he would burst out laughing. Looking at the few people in the room, the vice president was bowing his head to apologize, his attitude and tone very sincere. It was hard to tell he was the vice president of Mingju University, a person of high status and great power. Teacher Chiu and Teacher Li Ming were indeed impressive. They kept their heads down, showing no emotion. Lin Chen could only silently give a thumbs up. Truly, they were professionals. Their psychological resilience was strong. Meanwhile, the dean, who was twisting the vice president's arm, kept smiling at him. Lin Chen, this matter was wrong on the school's part. The school will definitely compensate you fully. Look at this apology. Principal, you're too kind, too kind. Lin Chen quickly reacted and stepped forward, engaging in pleasantries. The student understands your good intentions, wanting me to progress quickly and bring some honors to the school. The student can understand. After finishing a set of polite words, the dean was satisfied and released his grip. The vice president also stood up, awkwardly stroking his beard. The dean's hand clamped down again. Ahem. Student Lin, rest assured. This matter is my fault and it also tarnishes the school's reputation. This gourd is for you, consider it a small compensation. Later, I will formulate a compensation plan regarding your future career development that will absolutely satisfy you. After the apology and compensation were all said and done, Lin Chen indeed felt quite pleased. When he left teacher Li Ming's office, it was already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Fortunately, the school had given new students a day off today, so he didn't have to worry about missing classes. When Lin Chen returned to the villa, his roommate Ling Fei was inexplicably absent. He didn't pay it any mind and went straight back to his bedroom. He took out the food from his backpack space. Lin Chen planned to eat while planning some things. The materials for Elena's transformation are basically all prepared. The exchange competition is still a month away, which is enough time for me to prepare. However, it's best to level up to 50. Inside the secret realm, many professionals showcased their powerful awakening skills. Lin Chen was truly envious. He also wanted to know what his awakening skill was. It better be an output type. For the people from Sakura country who have been living well, I have to take matters into my own hands. Lin Chen thought about the journey to the exchange competition, a faint smile appearing on his face, especially when he thought of the 2 sword pills behind him. At that time, I hope no one will be foolish enough to cause trouble. I tend to be a bit impulsive. I should first resolve the matter of Irina transforming this afternoon. Lin Chen took a bite of a bun-like food. It seemed a bit cold and hard. This school is really a pit. They only mentioned that we could earn credits, then just threw the freshmen into the secret realm without saying anything about the seniors participating. Purely malicious. How many freshmen's confidence will this shatter? Do they think that after it ends, doubling the credits and arranging a meal is enough? Moreover, this meal is already cold. If I weren't hungry, I wouldn't. Eating level 6 cooked food bun, physique attribute 1? Eating just this hard bun. It's really fragrant. He finished an entire table of food in one go. Lin Chen comfortably patted his belly. The school is really nice to freshmen. That heavenly thunder seems to be a reward from the school. 10 points to all attributes, 1 level up. It felt amazing. Plus, after the meal, he gained 5 points in physique, 7 points in spirit, 3 points in strength, and 2 points in agility. Level 6 cooked food. It said that only 10 people in the world can make it. And food that adds attributes costs millions for a single dish. This school is truly extravagant. Lin Chen chuckled. Fortunately, he had been quick-witted at the time and packed up the entire table. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Chen lay on his bed and took out a palm-sized gourd. This was a compensation item from the vice principal. He hadn't felt comfortable checking it at the time. If it weren't for Li Ming and teacher Chiu explaining it to him beforehand, he might have been completely confused. He had gone to the trial tower to grind points, only to unexpectedly uncover such a big matter. However, he could understand. After the vice principal and the dean left, Li Ming and teacher Chiu also mentioned the current predicament of Mingzhu University. A school with a history of hundreds of years hasn't won a championship in 50 years. Especially compared to the nearby Magic City University. Magic City has won 3 championships in just the last 10 years. The vice dean was indeed anxious. After all, at his level, he had strength and power. What mattered was the performance of his students and the school. He also wanted to make progress. Lin Chen thought this as he opened the gourd panel. Item, blood gourd capacity, 1000000001000000000 effect, automatically absorbs elements from the air and converts them into health points stored in the gourd, which can be used at any time for health recovery, 100 million health potion. And it automatically absorbs air elements for replenishment. Lin Chen was somewhat shocked. This was just the first compensation. He still had a mythic level magic card of supreme domination in his pocket. Moreover, the school would provide him with other compensations later. Why do I suddenly feel like I got this for free? How about participating in the college league after the freshman exchange competition and see how it goes? If the college league is fun, then I'll join. Get 100% win rate and then retire. But with the blood gourd, I wonder if the vice principal has a mana gourd as well. I need to cast spells to stack my life limit, which means I have to buy a lot of blue potions each time, taking up too much backpack space. If there's a mana gourd, it would be much more convenient. The school still has some compensations to give me. I'll ask about it later. The blood gourd is indeed a good item, especially for Lin Chen. His health bar is too long. To fully replenish his health, he needs many health potions. Fortunately, he is currently at a low level. Every time, he could wait for the upgrade to automatically replenish his health. It was a problem when the level was high and upgrading was difficult. Health potions were an issue. Now, with this blood gourd, he could perfectly solve his problem. However, Lin Chen actually wanted a mana gourd even more. In almost all games, blue potions are more expensive than red ones. This is even more true in reality. The school will compensate me with 5 pieces of mythic gear in 3 items. I chose the sky set for the gear, and for the items, you'll ask about the mana gourd first. As for the other 2, let the school arrange them. The credit event of supreme dominance, in fact, he didn't lose anything. Lin Chen took these things. Not to mention guilt, he always felt a bit uneasy inside. However, since the other party had given them, he felt embarrassed to refuse. He could only do his best for the school's honor. The competition starts on October 1st, there's no reason to lose. Lin Chen silently made up his mind and opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Chen class, Necromancer level, LV 4192 health 5 152 665 mana 1 155 constitution 41, spirit 194, strength 59, agility 63 skills, summon undead LV 6 talent. Life Resonance SSS skill points, 1 magic card, inversion of heaven and earth mythic equipment, skeletal staff epic. Although his level had only increased by 1, his attributes had skyrocketed. Lin Chen used inversion of heaven and earth to transfer all the newly added constitution points to spirit. His spirit attribute had reached a terrifying 210 points. A full 20-point increase made his head feel a bit dizzy. After a moment of adjustment, Lin Chen clenched his fist in satisfaction. It's worth noting that for a first-tier class, adding all points to spirit at max level 99, the base attribute would only be this value. And he was only level 41 now. After adjusting his attributes, Lin Chen clicked on the magic card wheel. Looking at the spinning magic cards above, he was momentarily troubled. Before the vice principal and the dean left, they had given him that mythic level magic card. A mythic level magic card. Supreme Dominance. An invincible magic card for summoning. Such a powerful magic card made Lin Chen eager to test its power immediately. My current magic card functions are very practical, but which one should I replace? The assembly and disassembly of magic cards are limited. Otherwise, there would have been trading companies buying powerful magic cards and offering rental services. Each magic card can be freely assembled and disassembled 5 times. After 5 times, if the card is disassembled again, it will automatically shatter into fragments. Naturally, Lin Chen's magic cards had never been disassembled. Gold Inversion of Heaven and Earth LV5, Purple Lightning Power LV5, Purple Lucky Revolver LV5, Purple Skill Slot Expansion LV5, Purple Mechanical Eye LV5, Purple Experience Boost LV5, Purple Body Storage LV5, Orange Experience Boost LV5. All of these magic cards are very useful. I have 2 experience magic cards, but my level is too low to replace them. The Body Storage one is very useful, but I can't use it either. Then I'll go with the Mechanical Eye. The Mechanical Eye was obtained back in the Divine Grace Cemetery. It had been used several times since then. It was effective, but not significantly. After all, his skeleton soldiers could easily overpower all monsters of the same level without needing to check how much health the monsters had left. After deciding which magic card to replace, Lin Chen flipped his right hand, and a golden magic card appeared between his fingers. Magic card, Supreme Dominance type, skill quality, mythic level, LV1 cooldown, 120 seconds mana cost, none effect. Gain a special skill that does not consume a skill slot within 30 seconds of activation. All pets contract beasts summon beasts mounts receive an attribute enhancement. Enhancement effect, all attributes 100, attack power 100. Attack speed 100. The initial cooldown of the magic card is 2 minutes. After equipping it and leveling it up to 5, along with cooldown reduction gear, it could achieve a permanent enhancement. Not bad. The more Lin Chen looked at it, the more he liked it, and he chose to replace the Mechanical Eye. After the replacement was complete, Lin Chen summoned the Clumsy Cow, activate the Supreme Ruler effect. In an instant, black magical smoke surrounded the Clumsy Ox. Not bad. There are special effects. I can check for any buff effects at any time. After confirming the effect, Lin Chen directly upgraded the magic card to level 5. Sure enough, the cooldown time was only 60 seconds. After the equipment cooldown took effect, it was reduced to 30 seconds. The buff effect of the level 5 magic card could last for 100 seconds. Perfectly sufficient coverage. After testing the magic card effect, Lin Chen shared his idea about the mana gourd with Li Ming. He then tidied up his things and prepared to take a nap. He hadn't rested since yesterday during the day, and he was indeed a bit tired. Time flew by. As evening approached, Lin Chen woke up to the sound of vibrations. Li Ming had sent a message. The school had prepared his compensation. When Lin Chen arrived at Teacher Li Ming's office, he found it empty except for Li Ming. Seeing him come in, Li Ming greeted him with a smile. "You're here, Lin Chen, take a seat." Teacher Li. After Lin Chen sat down, Li Ming got straight to the point. "Lin Chen, this is the gourd you wanted. To compensate you, the vice principal and the others really went all out. There are only 7 of these gourds in the world, each with different functions. This mana gourd is even tempting to me." He chuckled, handing Lin Chen a gourd the size of a palm with blue and gold stripes. Lin Chen held it in his hand and checked its attributes. Besides restoring mana, it was the same as the blood gourd. One red and one blue gourd. Lin Chen felt like he could use it for a lifetime. Seeing that he was very satisfied, Li Ming nodded with a smile. Lin Chen was a key training target for the school. He even heard the dean say that Lin Chen's value was equivalent to the total of all the new students this year. Such talent. The school could not afford to let him feel any resentment. So, are you satisfied? Pretty satisfied. Lin Chen stroked the gourd, thinking about what Li Ming had just said. There were 7 gourds in the world. Now he had 2, one for restoring life and one for mana. What effects did the other 5 have? As long as you're satisfied. The school has also prepared these for you. Li Ming waved his hand. 5 pieces of equipment shimmering with golden light appeared on the table, along with 2 stones. These are 5 carefully selected set accessories based on your profession. A pair of wrist guards, a pair of bracelets, and a robe. All mythic level sky sets. But are you sure you want level 60? Your current level is only 41, and if you participate in the exchange competition, by then your level will probably just exceed 50. Wouldn't it be better to aim for level 50? Mythic equipment, and it's a set. Once equipped, it would be completely sufficient for levels below 30 without needing to change. Lin Chen wanted level 60 because he wanted to use it directly until level 90 before changing equipment. Since he couldn't wear it for now, he directly stored everything in his backpack and mentioned leveling up. It's okay, Teacher Li, gaining 20 levels in a month is a bit difficult, but I want to give it a try. In Jianhai City, there are 10 dungeons from level 40 to 60. If I can top the difficulty leaderboard in all of them, plus some experience cards and secret realm scrolls, theoretically, it's possible. Lin Chen shared his well-prepared plan. Li Ming was a bit surprised. He didn't doubt Lin Chen's strength. It was just that high-difficulty dungeons would limit the number of entrants. Experience would be divided among the team, making it still quite challenging for Lin Chen. Thinking of this, he tapped his fingers on the sofa. He took out a medal. Lin Chen, since you want to level up quickly, they'll lend you this for a month. With it, you should be able to reach level 60. A medal? Lin Chen took the item that Li Ming handed over. Its size and style were similar to the original Spark medal. Only this one had a line of small text engraved on it. Checking the attributes. Honor Medal, First Shaman of the Summer Kingdom Honor Holder, Reciprocity Effect, enjoys a 5-fold experience bonus when worn stackable. I already have double experience, and with the 5-fold bonus, Teacher Li, this. Lin Chen pushed the medal back. He really felt embarrassed to take any more items. Although this rental, I can designate someone else to use the effect of the medal. You can return it to me in a month. And with your strength, you might have a place in the national server when the sequence battle starts in the future. Besides, regarding that token from the Hong family, I still owe you a personal favor. Li Ming smiled and stepped back. Lin Chen thought for a moment and finally nodded to accept it. Personal favors are indeed the most valuable. But this item was also very suitable for his current situation. By the way, there are these 2. Seeing Lin Chen accept the medal, Li Ming picked up 2 stones from the table. These 2 items can be exchanged for academic credits, each worth tens of millions. The effects should be very suitable for you. This one is a 7th tier mount essence, which can upgrade a 6th tier or below mount to 7th tier. Many mounts will gain flying abilities once they reach 7th tier. I suggest you tame or purchase one of these mounts after reaching level 50. The venue for the exchange competition is on an island. In case of any unexpected events, having flying ability can solve many problems. Li Ming introduced, handing over a green stone. Lin Chen took it in his hand, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. The school really knew what he wanted. Mounts range from tier 1 to 9. 7th tier can be said to be the watershed for all mounts. If a 6th tier mount can sell for several million, then a 7th tier is worth several hundred million. The difference is that significant. Back then, I got a 6th tier gourd mount egg from the Xingho Guild, and when I reach level 50, I can just upgrade it to 7th tier and unlock flying. Lin Chen thought to himself, putting the stone away and looking at the last item on the table. I suggest you not use this item for now. Li Ming began to introduce the last item. It is a legendary level magic card evolution stone. It can evolve any epic level magic card into a legendary level. Remember, it can be any, which means even an epic level talent card can evolve into a legendary level. And a legendary level talent card corresponds to an S-level talent. Many people's S-level talents now come from using this to evolve. Of course, the reason I don't want you to use it now is mainly because your level is too low. Li Ming explained, handing the stone to Lin Chen. You've only just changed jobs for a little over 2 months, and you probably don't have many magic cards that match your profession. You can definitely wait a bit longer. Prepare a few more options, compare them carefully, and then choose the most suitable magic card for upgrading. You need to know that this evolution stone is very precious. Ming University can provide at most 2 each year. Li Ming explained, and Lin Chen nodded slightly, agreeing with this viewpoint. Generally, people would definitely keep the evolution stone for a long time, until they encounter a magic card that fits perfectly before using it. But he was not an ordinary person. He already had a very suitable magic card for enhancement. Lucky Revolver. The power of lightning could indeed strengthen his abilities. But compared to the epic level Lucky Revolver magic card that could enhance luck effects, it was completely incomparable. Don't worry, Teacher Li, I will definitely consider it carefully. Lin Chen smiled as he put the item away. By now, the school's compensation for him was all in place. Lin Chen was ready to leave. Don't rush. There's still one more thing. Another one. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He already had 3 items suitable for him from the 5-piece set. This is the school's incentive for you to participate in the exchange competition. Li Ming explained. This item is very precious. Lin Chen, if you want it, you must ensure that the school does not lose face in the exchange competition. Can you do that? If you are confident, the school can fully entrust this item to you. If not, the school will seal it. Li Ming's words were very serious. Lin Chen also realized that this item was probably not simple. I still don't know what kind of strength the opponents have, and I can't guarantee too much in terms of results. But can you let me see what the item is first? Well, now it's a bit difficult for you to make a guarantee, but don't blame the school. This item can be said to be the exclusive equipment of the necromancer. It's completely a national-level important strategic item. As Li Ming spoke, he flipped his right hand. In his palm lay a small scythe 2 centimeters long. Looking at this, combined with what was just said about the necromancer's exclusivity, Lin Chen also sensed that it was not simple. He picked up the small scythe and checked its attributes. Equipment: Death God Scythe quality, Mythical Ancient effect, Magic attack 100, Mana 100, Spirit 10 equipping requirement, Necromancer attribute 1, Soul Strike Soul Harvest, all attacks carry Soul Strike dealing 100 true damage, with a chance to cause confusion effect to interrupt spellcasting. Attribute 2, Truth of Death Truth of the Undead, comprehend the truth of death, all skill casting speed 100. Attribute 3, Life Siphon, all attacks hitting enemies have a chance to siphon a small portion of the enemy's life to restore one's own health. Attribute 4, Undead Legion, the number of summoned enslaved contracted undead creatures is doubled. Attribute 5, Ancient artifacts support the equipment form to change freely, basic attributes change with level, and breaking the limit requires devouring materials to enhance. With a buzzing sound, after Lin Chen finished reading this equipment, he felt like his head was about to explode. At first glance, the basic attributes seemed terrible. But these attributes were just too overpowered. They were even more ridiculous than what he had on this wall. Lin Chen silently put the weapon into his backpack and said seriously, Teacher Li, I still stand by what I said. I am invincible, others can do as they please. If I can't win the championship in this exchange competition, I will withdraw. Hey, what do you mean by withdraw? Li Ming quickly interrupted Lin Chen's words. Just joking, you just need to have some heart. No need to force the championship. He quickly laughed it off. It would be a joke if Lin Chen withdrew from school. All the efforts the school made would be in vain. Lin Chen, the school has high hopes for you. But the exchange competition is full of hidden talents. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Just do your best. Of course, it would be even better to place well. Li Ming laughed. Don't worry, Teacher Li, I can't say for sure about other things. But among the freshmen, I really don't believe anyone can kill me. Lin Chen smiled and made a guarantee, chatting with Li Ming for a few more moments. As he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Teacher Li, if I exchange credits for a talent card and then sell the talent card, is this practice allowed by the school? Are you short on money? Upon hearing this, Li Ming instantly understood and asked back. Lin Chen nodded. He had received 5 billion from the Lu family, of which 3 billion was spent on the Water of Life. 1 billion was spent on the skill book, Bullet Time, plus materials like magic card fragments. Now he had less than 5 billion left. Irina's transformation required Water of Life, soul summoning pills, and transformation grass. He had let Irina feel the Water of Life. It would take about 5 to 7 drops. If Irina used it, then his aunt's eyes would not heal quickly. So, Lin Chen needed money. Enough to buy at least 2 more drops of Water of Life. Items exchanged for credits are normally not managed by the school. But if you exchange a large number of precious items, causing market price fluctuations, the school will punish you. Then there shouldn't be any problem. Teacher Li, you are friends with President Shen from Jiangcheng, right? Could you help me ask how much the Shin family is willing to pay for a hidden profession scroll and a talent card for his daughter? As the sun set, it cast a shadow over the vast campus of Mingju University. The freshmen who had gone through the trials were gradually understanding the harsh competition at Mingju University. They wandered around the campus, preparing to enjoy the last day of their peaceful life. Before coming here, many people knew that the competition was fierce, but they didn't expect it to be this intense. Moreover, they encountered a freak. At Mingju University, credits represent resources. This is something many students in Xia country are aware of. As a result, on the second day after their arrival, some freshmen already possess 20 million credits. If converted into resources and sold for gold coins, the value would be around 100 billion. This is something most freshmen cannot even imagine. 100 billion in assets. Completely enough to create a medium-sized professional family. Are they still freshmen? Some were astonished, some curious, some envious. Of course, there were also many who wanted to challenge. At Mingju University, credits represent strength. But it's not absolute. After all, the leaderboard reflects real-time credits. Many strong individuals see their rankings drop after exchanging credits for items. In such cases, a drop in ranking does not mean a decrease in strength, rather, it indicates they have become even stronger. Thus, many believe that although Lin Shen has the highest credits, his strength is not enough to dominate the outer academy. Some freshmen even think he isn't worthy of being called a rookie king. After all, the rookie king each year is determined through the rookie challenge tournament. Consequently, some dissenters began to deliberately stir the pot, directly calling out, "See you at the rookie challenge tournament." The rookie challenge tournament adopts a voluntary registration system and is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is a free-for-all on transport ships. Participants will be evenly distributed across 8 large transport ships, and after 30 minutes, 1 person from each ship will advance. The 8 who advance will then be divided into 2 groups, entering the City of Vigilance using an attack and defense format. The final 4 victors will advance to the arena competition. There are only 2 matches in the arena competition, the semifinals, where 4 compete for 2 spots, and the finals. On campus, many people gathered in front of the rookie tournament announcement board, checking the rules. At this moment, a professional wearing a fox head and carrying a large hammer nodded repeatedly. This tournament format is great: free-for-all, attack and defense, arena. 3 modes test decision-making, teamwork, and individual strength. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, my foot. Are you planning to register to compete for Rookie King? Said a man beside the fox head, who carried a short stick and wore a crow head hat. I just said the format is good. Who said I was going to register? The fox head retorted, his face full of helplessness. This year's Rookie King, only a fool would think there will be other candidates. Just then, a red-haired man squeezed in beside them. His wine-red hair paired with a pale face gave him a somewhat sinister look. He glanced at the 2 and sneered, "Ha, 2 cowards. Jun Bujian is strong, but strong because of those lightning skeletons. If it's unknown, you can completely avoid the lightning splash effect of the skeletons. Without the threat of that lightning, dealing with him wouldn't be easy." The man analyzed to himself, and when he looked again, the fox head and crow head had already left. Who was that just now, rambling on? I don't know, I'm 6th on the Qianlong list, you're 9th. We've never seen or met him. How could he be some big shot? Can't say that. I think I heard him say he wants to deal with Jun Bujian. Oh, turns out he's a fool. Then let's not mention it. It's better to stay away from such fools. By the way, do you think we should form a duo? A duo? Sure. I heard that many mentors here observe students' performances at school. If they find someone satisfactory, they will take them as disciples. If we form a duo and make a name for ourselves, surely a bunch of mentors will be fighting to recruit us. The 2 figures gradually faded away. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, his face cold, muttering to himself, "Damn it. I will make you understand. Only those of us who were admitted early are worthy of being called geniuses." At this moment, Lin Chen was naturally unaware that his stepping stone had emerged. He was negotiating a deal worth over 100 billion. Due to the presence of magical elements in the air, electromagnetic waves were extremely unstable. This made communication between cities impossible via the internet or mobile phones. Jiang City was not short of distance from Jianghai, making communication difficult. After Lin Chen finished expressing his desire to exchange credits for a job change scroll and a talent card, he intended to leave and wait for news. However, Li Ming unexpectedly stopped him. He took out a horn-like item from his pocket and connected it to Shenwanhe from Jiangcheng. "Oldly, you just take charge, and you can cover the costs for now." From the horn item, a buzzing voice of Shenwanhe from Jiangcheng came through. It was deep and somewhat intermittent. Fortunately, they could indeed communicate. However, after the mention of covering the costs, Lin Chen noticed that Li Ming's face had clearly darkened a bit. Get lost. You want me to cover the costs again? Is Honging your daughter or mine? The voice transmitted. And soon a low voice responded. She's our daughter. There was a moment of silence in the room. Lin Chen pretended to look up, indicating he hadn't heard anything. But inside he was quite astonished. This great disaster truly was a disaster. Can men really have children now? The news was explosive, he needed to digest it. Li Ming slammed the horn down hard. Lin Chen glanced over. At that moment, Li Ming's demeanor was no longer calm and gentle but somewhat irritable. Damn you, Xinwanhe. What nonsense are you talking about? Is there someone else here with me? Speak clearly. What do you mean our child? I'm Hong Ying's godfather. He'll cover the costs for you first, and he'll go to Jiangcheng in a few days. Let you know what it means to be the #1 shaman in the national server. With that, Li Ming put the horn back into his backpack. He took a deep breath and returned to his usual demeanor. Hee, Lin Chen, don't misunderstand. Old Lu, Wanhe, and I, the three of us share a bond of life and death. We swore back then that whoever has a daughter must recognize the other two as godfathers. I understand, Teacher Li. Lin Chen nodded. You understand? What do you understand? Brotherhood, I get it. You get what? Never mind. Send me your account details according to the price we just discussed. The job change scroll for the hidden class Blue Fist, 9 billion. Epic talent card, 200 billion. For the credit exchange item, after you operate it on the wristband, the item will be sent to your residence. You just need to give the two items directly to Hong Ying. While Lin Chen was still in a daze, he seemed to have been, maybe, possibly, kicked out. No, Teacher Li. I really didn't misunderstand anything. Li Ming's courtyard was enveloped in a green light shield. Alright, fine. Lin Chen shrugged. The epic talent card cost 5 million credits and the hidden class scroll cost 2 million credits. In total, 7 million. Selling for 290 billion. It was a bit less than the legendary talent card at that time, but still acceptable. First, buy 2 drops of life water. 7 drops of life water, 5 drops of Elena's transformation. The remaining 2 drops are for my aunt to restore her eyesight. I hope the person who sold life water last time still has stock. After leaving Li Ming's office, Lin Chen first contacted the person he traded life water with last time. His identity was the head of the Treasure Pavilion, a large business organization in Jianhai City. The Treasure Pavilion's business was similar to a professional trading hall. However, since the trading hall could only be used in the main city, there were certain restrictions. What they did was utilize a large amount of manpower and resources to buy goods in the trading hall and acquire materials at low prices in the wild. They would then process them and sell them at high prices directly in the monster area outside the city. When Lin Chen was at the Divine Grace Cemetery, the trading area there was set up by the Treasure Pavilion. Beep beep, the call ended. Within Jianghai City, the mobile contact was relatively smooth. The other party indicated that he could go to the place of the last transaction. However, they could only provide a maximum of 3 drops. 3 drops, one more than I expected, that's enough. Lin Chen closed his phone and spent money to ride a tiger demon mount at the school gate to his destination. I need to level up quickly. Otherwise, in such narrow city streets, I can't ride my skeletal dragon. Walking is such a waste of time. And I can't rely on someone else's mount every time. Soon. After spending 2 credits, Lin Chen rode a tiger demon to the trading location. The transaction was quick and surprisingly smooth. The person he was trading with didn't even show up. 3 drops of life water. It was left here by that person, prepared for trading with others. It was said to be given directly to him out of consideration for Lin Chen. That's what they said. Lin Chen didn't believe he had that much influence. The most important thing for a trading association is credibility. The other party was likely doing it for the sake of the #1 person in Xia country, Li Jiangbai. Ever since the last transaction of life water, after learning that the other party's identity was not simple, Lin Chen had looked up some information. It turned out that the 4 people beside Li Jiangbai at the Xingho Association that day corresponded to the 4 major families of Jianghaishi, the Jiang, Song, Kong, and Chen families. They were also the heads of the 4 major trading associations in Jianhai. Years ago, due to some trading associations in Xia country deliberately inflating the prices of red and blue potions to profit from the national disaster, Li Jiangbai personally intervened, leading to the blood potion incident. The trading associations controlled by the 4 major families were the first targets to be cleaned up in that incident. However, their attitude at the time was very good. Later, they followed Li Jiangbai to deal with other associations, which is why they weren't completely eliminated. With the life water secured, Lin Chen carefully stored the 3 drops he had just obtained. He planned to visit Magic City University in a few days. His cousin Su Shan was there. It would be better for his cousin to hand over the life water to his aunt. If he went to deliver it himself, he might be turned away again. Just like that house during the college entrance examination. On his way back, Lin Chen didn't rush. He strolled leisurely, enjoying the beauty of the city while communicating with Elena in his mind. Elena, the transformation materials you mentioned last time are life water, soul calling pill, and transformation grass. I now have both life water and transformation grass. Can I replace the soul calling pill with soul calling grass? Not sure, but I can feel that the soul calling grass is useful to me. But whether it can complete the transformation, I'm not confident. Elena's voice echoed in his mind, filled with uncertainty. Lin Chen hesitated as well. He hadn't found any information about the soul calling pill online. Moreover, he had previously asked Li Ming, and he was also unclear. Almost forgot, when he gave me the transformation grass, he also provided an address. Lin Chen took out a business card. It read 312, Mingzhu Road. According to teacher Li Ming, Li Jiangbai's divine beast, the white phoenix, could transform. In the end, it was the transformation grass that was refined into a transformation pill that led to the successful transformation. The person who refined the transformation pill was a hidden profession alchemist. He was very likely to know about the soul calling pill. Perhaps this soul calling grass is the material for refining the soul calling pill. Lin Chen knew very little about alchemy. There wasn't much information online either. He steadied his mind, looked at the address, and then inquired along the way, arriving at the alchemist's residence. It was located in the suburbs, in a large estate. The estate's gate was made of bronze-colored metal, adorned with patterns Lin Chen had never seen before. It looked quite luxurious and grand. Standing in front of the gate, Lin Chen could see a red and white brick path through the hollow metal gate, leading directly to a huge villa inside. There were many low plants on either side of the path. Not far away, he could faintly see some rotating faucets sprinkling water. Next to the estate gate was an iron pillar with a sign hanging from it. The sign had Kong Family Estate written in white letters. This is the Kong family's property? Lin Chen was slightly surprised. He had looked up information about the 4 major families before. The Chen family was responsible for the treasure house, mainly handling various props, while the Kong family specialized in alchemy and potion making. There were quite a few practitioners of such professions in the family. No wonder Li Ming sent him here. But could it be that the alchemist he was looking for was the same person he encountered at the Xingho Association? Lin Chen thought to himself as he stepped forward to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, a female practitioner dressed in a maid outfit came to open the door. She was beautiful and had a stunning figure. On top of her head were 2 light blue cat ears. And behind her was a cat tail. She was a cat demon. The cat girl looked somewhat indifferent as she sized up Lin Chen. Who are you? What do you want? I am a student from Jiangcheng University. Teacher Li Ming sent me here. The cat girl frowned slightly, seeming a bit skeptical. Lin Chen took out his business card, and only then did the cat girl open the door to let him in. Follow me. The cat girl turned around, her long white legs leading the way. Lin Chen was astonished in his heart as he followed the cat girl into the manor. Upon entering the manor, the internal luxury was revealed. The red and white brick path underfoot was flat and neat. Flower beds on either side were blooming with various colorful flowers. Not far away, there was an artificial hill with water trickling down. This truly is a paradise on earth, Lin Chen marveled inwardly. No wonder it belonged to the Kong family. One of the 4 great families. Just this manor alone must be worth a fortune. But what intrigued him the most was this cat demon maid. She seemed to possess wisdom, just like Elena. Yet, such a wise being was being used as a maid. Ahem, it seems I also plan to have Elena become a dragon maid. Lin Chen shook his head, casting aside his distracting thoughts. The main purpose this time was to understand the matter of alchemy. He also wanted to ask this alchemist if he knew about the soul summoning pill. It would be even better if he could help refine the soul summoning grass. Teacher Li Ming said this person has a bit of a temper. If it doesn't work out, try the Starfire badge. As for Elena's transformation, I hope to resolve it today. We're here. The cat girl stopped and pointed to a villa ahead. The villa's door was tightly closed. But Lin Chen could faintly hear scolding from inside. It seemed they were being told they couldn't even take care of the herbs properly. This is where Master Kong lives. The cat girl shot Lin Chen a cold glance before turning to leave. Lin Chen stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door was quickly opened, revealing a middle-aged man in a white robe standing at the entrance. He had a stern face and sharp eyes. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he raised an eyebrow. Oh, Lin Chen. What brings you here? Senior Kong, it's good to see you again. This time, Teacher Li Ming introduced me to ask for your help with something, Lin Chen said with a smile and cupped his hands. The man was indeed Kong Tao, the head of the Kong family. Come with me. Kong Tao smiled faintly and turned to walk into the villa. Lin Chen followed Kong Tao inside. The interior was even more luxurious. Gorgeous crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and exquisite calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls. The carpet underfoot was soft and comfortable. Lin Chen followed Kong Tao all the way to the study. There, he saw the two boys who had been scolded by Kong Tao. They were around 12 or 13 years old, each holding two green plants, heads bowed, looking guilty. You two, go out first. If you don't copy the compendium of Materia Medica 3 times tonight, you won't be going to bed. Kong Tao frowned and scolded the two boys. Is there also a compendium of Materia Medica here? Lin Chen watched as the two left quickly, as if granted amnesty, feeling somewhat surprised. But then he thought about it. It didn't seem too strange. He had previously looked up information from before the Great Catastrophe. Although there wasn't much content, it was still evident that the cultures of the two worlds were quite similar. Lin Chen, you said you had something to discuss with me? Kong Tao sat in a chair, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen. Yes. Senior Kong, I would like to ask for your help in refining 2 pills. Lin Chen nodded. Oh, just that. Kong Tao replied casually. What kind of pills do you want to refine? Attribute enhancement, injury recovery, or some special effect pills? Lin Chen organized his thoughts and asked, does Senior know about the soul summoning pill? The soul summoning pill? Kong Tao frowned and thought for a moment, then a glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes. The soul summoning pill is a level 6 pill in the alchemist skill tree for life professions. Its effect is to heal damage caused by mental attacks. I happen to be able to refine it, but the materials are quite hard to find. Do you have the soul summoning grass? That's right. Lin Chen nodded and took out the soul summoning grass. Kong Tao's eyes flickered when he saw the grass. He carefully took it and began to examine it closely. After a moment, he handed the soul summoning grass back to Lin Chen. This is indeed soul summoning grass. No doubt about it. And it's quite aged. If you need soul summoning pills, I can help you refine them. As for other auxiliary materials, I can provide those as well. However, my rule is equal exchange. You just need to give me an equivalent amount of gold coins or items. Kong Tao's words brightened Lin Chen's eyes. He had come here just to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to be real and that it could be refined. How much gold coins do you need? Lin Chen asked. Gold coins, huh? Kong Tao pondered for a moment. Only 7 people in the world can refine 6th level pills. For you, he'll give a discounted price of 1 billion gold coins. 1 billion gold coins, still at a discounted price. Lin Chen was shocked. He didn't expect that refining the soul summoning pill would require so many gold coins. Fortunately, before coming, he had already exchanged credits for items. Moreover, Li Ming had transferred money to his account in advance. Lin Chen nodded. Just about to transfer the money. Kong Tao's voice rang out again. Lin Chen, do you understand agricultural culture? Agricultural culture. Lin Chen felt puzzled. Remembering the scolding he heard before entering, he nodded. Work at sunrise, rest at sunset. According to the seasons, weather, farming, sowing, watering, fertilizing, pest control, and harvesting. Agricultural culture should have been the largest economic and life support for the Xia kingdom before the Great Disaster. Yes, agriculture and food are our roots. But my 2 brats, at 12 years old, still can't tell chives from wheat. They insist on growing up to switch to combat professions. Combat. After hundreds of years of fighting, most cities in the Xia kingdom can only shrink within their walls. To change the current situation, we must start from the land and agriculture. Only by finding a way to reclaim the land can everyone freely walk outside the city. Kong Tao's face flushed, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. Lin Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Initially, he had some opinions about the 4 great families profiting from the national disaster. Now it seemed he had been one-sided. Senior Kong, I think Jianghai City is quite good, isn't it? It has expanded significantly based on the original main city. Can't this technology be applied to other cities? It's difficult. Jianghai City has absorbed talents from almost all over the country to develop to this scale. The expansion outside the city also used a very rare material. It cost a lot of manpower and resources. Now only the 5 super main cities can achieve this. Other cities find it hard to replicate. After saying this, Kong Tao shook his head. Let's not talk about that. Let's discuss the refining of the soul summoning pill. If you don't have enough money, you can help me collect 2 pet eggs. What pet eggs? Lin Chen, who was about to take out money, stopped his hand. In the southeast of Jianghai City, near the seaside, there's an abandoned fishing village. It's filled with mutated sea turtles and sea crabs. However, occasionally a hidden boss, the demonized earth dragon, will spawn. I need 2 demonized earth dragon pet eggs. Are you planning to use the earth dragons to improve the soil environment? Lin Chen recalled the herbs and plants he saw everywhere in the manor when he entered, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. Yes, that's the idea. Kong Tao nodded, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Ordinary earth dragons can no longer meet the soil environment I need for cultivating magical herbs. Senior Kong, how about this? Lin Chen smiled and took out a pet egg. The lava earth dragon pet egg. He had obtained it not long after entering the new student trial secret realm by defeating a lava earth dragon boss. At that time, he thought the beast was ugly and had no strong attributes, so he kept it, preparing to sell it. He even prepared himself for not selling it for much. I didn't expect today to be so useful. Kong Tao took the pet egg and checked its attributes. After a moment he looked up, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. What's wrong, senior? Is it not good? No, it's very good. Kong Tao nodded and put away the pet shop egg. Lava Earth Dragon, a nearly extinct magical beast in Xia country. Lin Chen, you're really lucky. I'll take this pet egg. I'll convert half of the gold coins for you. 500 million will do. The soul summoning pill, you can come pick it up tomorrow. Lin Chen didn't expect that a single earth dragon egg would save him 500 million. He immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior, I'll come back tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Kong Tao, Lin Chen was about to get up and leave when he suddenly stopped again. Senior Kong, could you help me refine another transformation pill? Back in school, Li Ming had given him 2 transformation herbs. According to him, the number 1 person in Xia country, Li Jiangbai, used it when transforming his divine beast, the White Phoenix. The effect of the transformation pill seemed to be better than that of the transformation herbs. Thinking of this, Lin Chen took out 1 herb and handed it over. Upon seeing the transformation herb, Kong Tao's expression changed again. Lin Chen, are you lucky enough to already have a divine beast? By the time Lin Chen left Kong Tao's study, it was already dark. He walked out of the manor under the guidance of the cat-eared maid. Everything was resolved very smoothly. Of course, this was still because he had a lot of money, plus a bit of luck. Indeed, no matter where you are, having money makes things easier. I have no classes tomorrow afternoon, so just come by after lunch to pick up the pills. Mingzhu University has very relaxed courses. According to the information prompt he received on his wristband, there would be a gathering at the Stone Tablet Square tomorrow morning, followed by division into colleges. At Mingzhu University, there are 6 colleges: Warrior, Assassin, Mage, Archer, Support, and Life Profession College. Students are not divided by profession but can voluntarily sign up. This means that support professions can also attend the Mage or Warrior colleges. After the colleges are assigned, the new student mentors from each college lead their respective new students to classrooms for class division and distribution of teaching materials. Of course, each college has a different teaching model and does not restrict students from auditing classes in other colleges. The morning was that simple: gathering, division into colleges, class division, and distribution of teaching materials. There are no classes in the afternoon. For the following weeks, there are only classes on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons. No early 8 o'clock classes. Many new students were moved to tears upon learning this. Compared to that, high school life was simply hell. When Lin Chen returned to the villa, he found it brightly lit. 2 people were drinking and singing in the living room on the first floor. You're back, Lao Lin. His roommate Ling Fei stood up to introduce the person beside him. Zhou Wen, from Shangchuan, codename Bird Brother, will be our roommate from now on. Hello, just call me Mosquito. The person named Zhou Wen wore a crow hood, which is the mark of the full raven set. He didn't seem like an ordinary person. Lin Chen grinned, shook his hand, and considered it a brief introduction. It's fine, Bird Brother is pretty good. In a good mood today, Lin Chen sat down and started drinking with the 2. Male friendship is very simple. After a few bottles of beer, the 3 became brothers and got familiar with each other. Bird Brother also lost the awkwardness he had when he first arrived. In the course of conversation, Lin Chen finally learned why he chose that name. He's such a bird. This Ming University really wants to implement a mentor observation system. If you want to find a powerful person to be your mentor, the other party has to take a liking to you first. What a hassle. Who says it isn't? Ling Fei chimed in with a complaint. I traveled so far from the South Sea just to apprentice under Mu Yucheng Feng, the number 1 gunner in the national server. With this, the difficulty has directly increased several levels. Gunner? Aren't you a holy light envoy? Why would you want to apprentice under her? Lin Chen took a sip of beer and asked. Lao Lin, you don't understand. Mu Yucheng Feng's beauty is breathtaking. To have such a person as a mentor, profession or not, it makes no difference. It's fine, veterinarian. I have a plan. Brother Bird slammed the table. The mentor observation system is just to get the mentors to notice you, right? With the 2 of us like this. As the 2 were getting into it, Lin Chen, who was listening nearby, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had a feeling that with these 2 hanging out together, the future would be a chaotic scene. Time flew by. After a night passed, it was 7 in the morning. The freshmen at Mingju University were about to experience their last early class. After today, they would only have classes in the afternoon. At the stone tablet square, the freshmen gathered again. Unlike the first day of school, the seniors waiting behind the stone tablet to play tricks on the younger students were not doing so today. Various clubs and guilds had set up recruitment promotions behind the stone tablet. There were all kinds of food laid out. Standing nearby were seniors and senior sisters dressed beautifully and handsomely. At exactly 8 o'clock, the dean made another appearance. This time he wasn't floating in midair but stood on the podium with a group of teachers. After a brief self-introduction and a promotion of school spirit and discipline, he praised Lin Chen's performance in the secret realm among the freshmen before getting to the main topic. Before we officially divide into colleges, I want to talk about Ming University's mentor system. I know many of you came to Ming University because of its teaching resources. There are quite a few national and even world-class professionals as mentors here, but there aren't enough for all of you. Therefore, we adopt a mentor observation system where mentors select students. Now, this is your first opportunity to show yourselves. If you want to be mentored by someone, step forward. State your strengths and who you wish to be mentored by. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire square fell silent. Talking about it was one thing, but when it came to actually doing it, they still lacked a bit of courage. Just then, 2 boys shuffled out of the line. One wore a fox head and the other wore a crow head. Lin Chen saw this and facepalmed. These 2 roommates, they really weren't just talking after drinking last night. Brother Bird, I heard you are a hidden class dark gunner with level talent, the law of all things, and you're even 9th on the hidden dragon list. Oh, come on, I can't compare to you, the only veterinarian in the whole village. The only veterinarian in the village not only has the hidden class light holy envoy and level talent but also managed to gather a complete set of sky gear so early. Look at this equipment, at least it's all orange legendary level, right? Hey, Brother Bird isn't bad either. The Raven set's effect is a bit worse than the Sky set, but it's also hard to gather. Still, the only veterinarian in the village is impressive. Brother Bird also. The only veterinarian in the village. Brother Bird. The 2 exchanged compliments, one praising the other's equipment while the other praised his talent, leaving the freshman in line behind them, preparing to step forward to seek mentorship, dumbfounded. Many whispered among themselves. Wait, these 2, their heads. Shoo, keep it down. Those who can gather the Sky and Raven sets this early are definitely not ordinary. Most likely the foolish son of a landlord. If he speaks carelessly and gets heard, it could lead to trouble. I avoid their brilliance. My family is also one of the top mineral tycoons in Yuncheng. No matter how much of a mineral tycoon your family is, are you a hidden class? Do you have level talent? Damn, these 2 have such thick skin. They actually want to be mentored by the great god Mu Yucheng Feng. Don't you want to be mentored? Can I be like them? I'm a gunner. On the stage, several mentors were watching everything unfold. So far, only these 2 boys who were engaging in mutual flattery had stepped forward to seek mentorship. No one else had moved. It was pretty much the same as in previous years. After all, it was just the start of the semester and most students had only learned about the mentors online. They generally wanted to understand more before seeking mentorship. What a pity, don't you see that kid? Does he not want to seek mentorship? Even if he wanted to, we couldn't teach him. Old Wang's necromancer is not even in the top 10 in Zhanghai City, let alone nationally. Hey, do you think he would want to be mentored by me? I'm a summoner and my skills are quite similar to his. I think he's a lot like me. I can tell he enjoys fighting. As a battle mage, I can teach him a lot. Alright then, I can see that Jun Bujian has the heart of a melee mage, so let me. Several mentors on stage were arguing. In the end, no one stepped forward to recruit. He was too sought after. Everyone felt it would be better to contact Jun Bujian privately and see his thoughts. At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware of the fierce competition among the mentors for him. He was focused on his phone messages. The soul summoning pill and the transformation pill were ready. His dragon maid was about to arrive. Time passed and no one in the entire school could impress the mentors on the podium. Lin Chen watched as his 2 roommates returned dejectedly. Sigh, our plan still didn't work. We didn't attract the mentors' attention. Yeah, it seems we need to execute the next plan. Give our group a catchy name and make it resonate throughout the campus. How about Beasts and Birds for the group name? I think it's good. What about you, Lao Lin? Beasts and Birds, abbreviated, would be Beast. This name. Lin Chen looked at his 2 roommates with wide eyes and finally nodded silently. Not bad. The matter of apprenticeship came to a close. Next was the division into colleges. The new mentors from the 6 colleges introduced themselves one by one. The first to step forward was a female mentor. Lu Qing, new mentor from the auxiliary college, profession, shaman. I have in-depth research on summoning. If you, Jun Bujian, are interested, you can contact me. As the female mentor finished speaking, the remaining mentors looked bewildered. When did a shaman study summoning? This was aimed at him. Devious. Everyone had just agreed to contact Jun Bujian privately. After the auxiliary college's introduction, it was the new mentor from the Archer College. He was incredibly handsome. As he stepped forward, his body trembled and a layer of armor instantly covered him. New mentor from the Archer College, Han Xiao, hidden profession, mechanic, skilled in summoning flow, Jun Bujian. Where there was one, there were two. The remaining new mentors either claimed to be skilled in summoning or said they had researched summoning. They all wanted Lin Chen to join their college. Alright, I believe everyone has met the new mentors from each college. Next, if you want to go to a particular college, stand behind the corresponding college mentor. With the director's words, the new students began to move. However, many had some complaints. Throughout the entire conference, what everyone remembered was not the 6 mentors but Jun Bujian, Bird Brother, and the veterinarian. But complaints were useless. Jun Bujian was one thing. Those two who wanted to form a beast group were both freshmen in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon list. They had already gathered a full set of Sky and Raven gear early on. If it came to a real fight, they might not be able to win. At this moment, those with ideas had already chosen the colleges they wanted to go to. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and walked straight towards the Mage College. The new mentor from the Mage College was a stunningly beautiful, voluptuous older sister named Tangyu. Her profession was the rare battle mage. As Lin Chen walked, he noticed his 2 roommates following him. Aren't you guys going to the Archer College? Ling Fei, sporting a fox head, said seriously, What Archer College? I'm a Holy Light Envoy, an auxiliary mage. Of course, it's more suitable to come to the Mage College. Right, I'm a dark gunner, using guns, spears, and sticks. I definitely need to learn more from Teacher Tang, the battle mage. The 2 roommates looked righteous, but their eyes never left Teacher Tang from the Mage College. Lin Chen understood. This wasn't about being studious. It was pure lust. Mu Yu Chengfeng from the Archer College was not a new mentor. Joining the Archer College would probably mean he wouldn't see her much. But Teacher Tang was a new mentor, someone close at hand who would guide them through their 4 years of college. Not far away, seeing Lin Chen with his 2 roommates join the Mage College, the happiest was, of course, Tangyu. She was still relatively inexperienced. Lin Chen was not good at summoning spells. He had thought he would join another academy. While secretly mocking the bad rules of the other academy's mentors, he was surprised to find Lin Chen heading straight to the Mage Academy. Moreover, he brought along 2 roommates. As a freshman mentor, he had naturally studied the new students' profiles. These 2 roommates were not ordinary either. They had high potential and deep backgrounds. With these 3 students, he felt that this year's freshmen could outperform the other academies. Soon, the academy assignments were completed. The 6 major academies had a relatively even distribution of students, with each academy having around 500 freshmen. The freshmen followed their respective mentors to their assigned academies teaching building. Here, the academy divided them into 5 classes, each with no more than 100 students. Lin Chen and his 3 roommates were placed in Class 3. Upon arriving in the classroom, the freshmen took turns introducing themselves. Then, they received their textbooks. After that, with the self-recommendation of Bird Brother and his roommate Ling Fei, one became the class monitor and the other the deputy monitor. Once everything was settled, the morning had passed. Lin Chen said goodbye to the 2 roommates who lingered in the classroom, asking the mentor questions, and headed straight to the Kong family manor. He rang the doorbell. The cat girl who greeted him seemed to have a better attitude than yesterday. Following her, he walked towards the villa. Lin Chen looked at the cat girl in her black silk-made outfit and suddenly realized he seemed to have overlooked something important. He forgot to prepare clothes for Elena after her transformation. Moreover, he had never asked Elena about her gender. Elena Bell, and that voice, it can't be a male, right? With this thought in mind, Lin Chen arrived at Kong Tao's study. Lin Chen, here are the pills you wanted. Kong Tao got straight to the point and handed over 2 jade bottles. The bottles were very much like those used in cultivation, only the size of a thumb. The labels indicated they contained transformation pills and soul summoning pills. Lin Chen had already given the money yesterday. The soul summoning pill cost 500 million gold coins, while the transformation pill was 1 billion. Spending 15 billion in a day made Lin Chen want to scold himself for being extravagant. Opening the jade bottle, he found 2 soul summoning pills and 5 transformation pills inside. This surprised him. He had originally thought there would only be 1. What, are you doubting my skills? I've refined the transformation pill twice, so I'm more familiar with it. The soul summoning pill is less familiar, just a guarantee. Thank you, Senior Kong. Lin Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. After receiving the pills, he chatted with Kong Tao for a few more minutes before hurrying back to the Ming University villa. On the way, Lin Chen conveniently bought some women's clothing. Of course, he felt embarrassed to go to a women's lingerie store, so he bought 2 sets of special underwear from an unattended roadside stall before returning to the villa. Today was Friday. Starting in the afternoon, there would be no classes for the next 2 days. Both roommates were not around, but Lin Chen still faced a dilemma. Elena's figure was too large, there was no way to practice here. Helpless, Lin Chen contacted teacher Li Ming. He then learned that the academy had training facilities specifically prepared for students. They ranged from a few dozen square meters to over 1,000 square meters, available for rent with credits. It seems that after Elena transforms, she will need to explore the school more. After expressing his gratitude over the phone, Lin Chen headed straight to the training facility. It was quite similar to the instance hall in Jiang City, but it had many levels. Upon entering the hall, Lin Chen found the front desk. He ultimately spent 1,000 credits to rent a sufficiently large training room. It was spacious, like a large indoor soccer field, just enough to accommodate Elena's size. Finding a good spot, Lin Chen waved his hand casually. A skeletal dragon, 30 meters high and over 50 meters long, appeared. My lord. Elena lowered her head, the green soul fire in her eyes flickering. No need to be excited. I came prepared this time. Lin Chen smiled and handed over 5 drops of life water, the soul summoning pill, and the transformation grass. Elena opened her massive mouth and swallowed everything. The next moment, the enormous venue erupted with dazzling light shooting up into the sky. Roar accompanied by a dragon's roar amidst the white light. As the brilliance gradually faded, it revealed, as the white light dissipated, a dragon human over 3 meters tall emerged, emerald green pupils, white dragon scales, and a tail like steel was thrashing behind. Although much smaller than a giant dragon, it was still significantly larger than an average human. It seemed that some transformation was incomplete. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly threw out a transformation pill. Sure enough, as Elena consumed the pill, her body began to change once again, shifting towards a human form. This process lasted a full 3 hours. Finally, under Lin Chen's satisfied gaze, Elena transformed into a beauty with white hair, standing at 1.70 meters, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, with black stockings hugging her long legs. However, her eyes remained emerald green, revealing a different kind of charm. Master, is this okay? Lin Chen looked at Elena's outfit and nodded in satisfaction. She resembled the dragon girl Toll from an anime in his past life, though hers was just white hair. Not bad. But the stockings are a bit tacky. Let's save them for when it's just the 2 of us. In front of others, it's better to wear tights. Understood, master. Elena nodded. After more than 3 hours of transformation time had passed, it was now evening. In the training hall, Lin Chen let Elena adapt to her body. After conducting physical training and skill exercises, they returned to the villa. His villa had 3 floors. The first floor was a large living room, while the second and third floors were bedrooms. Lin Chen and his roommate Ling Fei lived on the 3rd floor, while the newly arrived bird brother lived on the 2nd floor, directly below Ling Fei. Of course, he could move in entirely due to his extravagance. Only top scholars could reside here for free. Others had to spend credits to live here. According to Bird Brother, the credits needed to stay here for a month could be exchanged for millions of gold coins. If it weren't for the credits he earned in the freshman trial secret realm, he wouldn't dare to live here. Should I also spend credits to rent another bedroom? Now that Elena had transformed, it was no longer suitable for her to stay in the contract space. He still had over 10 million credits, which was definitely enough to spend. As her master, Lin Chen naturally wanted to treat his subordinates well. Of course, he could skip on the silly cow and frost giant. Since Elena had become a maid, he couldn't neglect her. Lin Chen immediately operated the control panel in the room. He remembered there was an artificial intelligence called Shaolan when he first entered school. Lin Chen awakened it, intending to rent the bedroom downstairs. After a moment, Lin Chen gave up. To live here, one had to be a student of Mingju University. There was no way around it. Lin Chen could only let Elena live with him. Elena, you can stay with me tonight. Do you understand these technological products? I can look at them more before resting. Lin Chen pointed to the large screen in the center of the room, which displayed many applications, such as movies, novels, games, and social media. Yes, master. Elena respectfully lowered her head. Lin Chen smiled and led her to a small room in the bedroom. The villa was very spacious. Although the 2nd and 3rd floors were called bedrooms, each room had over 100 square meters of space. The layout was complete with a small living room, study, kitchen, and a small guest room. The guest room was nearly 20 square meters, even equipped with a private bathroom. You can stay here from now on. After settling Elena, Lin Chen exited the room and went to the study to start researching. He didn't return to the bedroom to sleep until late at night. The next morning, Lin Chen took Elena straight to Mingju University to the Instance Hall. This place was generally similar to the Jiangcheng Instance Hall but much smaller. There was no central crystal in the middle of the hall. Instead, there was a large crystal screen similar to an LCD TV, constantly flashing various recruitment notices and tasks. At the edge of the hall, there was also a time-space vortex for entering instances. In front of the vortex was a crystal ball, which could be touched to select the difficulty for entry. From what Lin Chen knew, the reason the Jiangcheng Instance Hall had a time-space vortex was due to the power of the central crystal. However, the outer courtyard was already located outside the main city of Jianghai, so he didn't know what means were used here. Today is Saturday, the first weekend for the freshmen. There aren't many people here. Most are getting familiar with the campus environment, checking out any clubs or guilds that might interest them. No wonder it's one of the top 10 universities in the country. There are actually 3 dungeons for levels 40 to 50. Lin Chen casually scanned the hall. He found that wasn't all. Almost every 10-level stage has 2 to 3 dungeons. According to the information I found, there are 10 dungeons in Jianghai City for levels 40 to 60. Pearl University occupies 5 of them. Let's clear the records for the 3 dungeons at level 40 first. Lin Chen arrived at the crystal ball in front of the first dungeon. Dungeon Thunderous Ruins level 40 party 15 difficulty, normal hard hell nightmare apocalypse note, challenging normal difficulty requires 200 credits, hard 500. Hell. 200 credits. I remember the manual said that killing a monster in the dungeon only rewards 1 credit. Are there 200 monsters in normal difficulty? Lin Chen muttered to himself, not in a hurry to enter the dungeon. Instead, he first established a party relationship with the Elena behind him. Although his level was low, he had the 5-fold experience from teacher Li Ming's National Server Medal, along with 2 experience-boosting magic cards. Leveling up wouldn't be slow. Of course, bringing Elena along was not just to help her level up and strengthen her abilities. There was another reason. Lin Chen wanted to try something. His contracted beast had a partner attribute. Now that Elena had joined the party, the dungeon had already changed to 25. Would the clearing rewards also be distributed according to the 2 people? Lin Chen had asked Elena yesterday. She didn't have an attribute panel. So how would the rewards from the dungeon chest be distributed? With questions in his mind, Lin Chen entered the dungeon. The map of the Thunderous Ruins was quite simple. It was deep in the forest filled with ruins made of stones and wood. Various goblins wandered inside. The boss guarding the area was a white-skinned mutated goblin that could only use lightning magic. Upon entering the dungeon, Lin Chen waved his staff and instantly summoned 128 skeletons. Almost forgot, I have an ancient artifact. He let Elena command the skeletons in battle while Lin Chen leisurely followed behind, taking out a palm-sized scythe weapon. The Scythe of Death, an ancient artifact. Above legend, it was myth. Myths also had their ranks. Lin Chen hadn't known this information before, he only learned it when he got the scythe. It turned out that myths were divided into ordinary, ancient, primeval, and archaic. Ordinary myth gear, although with a very low drop rate, was common among many professionals. The number of monsters killed in dungeons cleared daily was countless, making it relatively common. But ancient was different. That was extremely rare. Moreover, each ancient artifact was almost tied to history. At this level of equipment, the simplest function was the ability to freely change form. Lin Chen's heart stirred. The Scythe of Death in his hand had already transformed into a length of 1 meter and 23 centimeters. With another twist, the scythe turned into a spear. This function is quite eerie. Lin Chen thought of the short staff his roommate, Bird Brother, carried. The first time he met him that night, he demonstrated it. That short staff could not only transform into a spear but also into nunchaku. That piece of equipment is probably an ancient artifact too. I really underestimated those wealthy families. Looks like I need to level up quickly. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, not far away, Elena had already led the skeletons to the boss. The goblin that could only use lightning magic in the Thunderous Ruins was recorded as a rather troublesome character in the strategy guide. However, as soon as Lin Chen approached, he saw Elena in her human form, open her mouth and unleash a breath of dragon fire. The next moment, the sound of dungeon settlement echoed. Lin Chen touched his nose, pondering whether he should craft a weapon for Elena. I remember there was a shadow assassin in the freshman trial secret realm who still owes me a piece of equipment, and they also said they would introduce me to a blacksmith who can forge set configurations. It's time to collect the final payment. After defeating the boss guarding the gate, Lin Chen did not receive a role point prompt. It seems that while Elena can team up as a partner for dungeons, there is still a difference compared to actual professionals. Next, it depends on whether the dungeon chest rewards are based on solo or group runs. For dungeons, unless you break a record, solo clearing will definitely yield fewer rewards than group clearing. When a group clears a dungeon, the experience and equipment drop rates increase based on the number of players. Generally speaking, for a level 40 dungeon, a solo run will yield 1 to 3 items, while a duo will yield 2 to 5. Next to the boss corpse was a glowing chest. Lin Chen thought for a moment but ultimately did not take out the lucky revolver. Click the chest opened and various items scattered around. 3 pieces of equipment and 2 items. Not bad. I can bring along the silly cows and not share the experience with them. I can enjoy the rewards of a 5-person dungeon all by myself, Lin Chen thought mischievously as he checked the items. The 3 pieces of equipment had average attributes, far from what he had. Not to mention he had 5 level 60 mythical items in his backpack. He had already replaced his gear before the school year started. There was no shortage of equipment when you had money. However, even a small mosquito is still meat. Regarding equipment for professionals, the enhancement function unlocks at level 50 and the amplification function unlocks at level 60. There has long been a saying about enhancement ruining 3 generations and amplification ruining a lifetime. That is when the big spending truly begins. The materials obtained from disassembling equipment are among the necessities for enhancement. So even the worst equipment can still be worth something. After looking at the equipment, Lin Chen turned his attention to the 2 items. These were 2 stones of different colors. The first stone was dark blue. Holding it in his hand, he felt a slight electric shock, a tingling sensation. Material: Thunderstone. Description: can be used to craft weapon necklaces and other equipment, granting the equipment a thunder strike effect. Not bad. The Thunderstone is considered a specialty material of this dungeon. It is said that many female mages are buying it. The drop rate is not high, but it is worth quite a bit. After putting away the Thunderstone, Lin Chen looked at the other stone. Item: strange stone. Description: collect 3 and there will be a special effect in the Thunder Ruins dungeon. The strange stone is indeed very strange. Lin Chen did not see any introduction to this item when he was researching last night. He had no idea what it was for. A special effect in the dungeon, probably just a hidden boss. Just 3, let's try to farm a few. After putting away the items, Lin Chen exited the dungeon with Elena. Thunder Ruins, cleared, difficulty, normal clear time, 00:07:09 rating, SSS rewards, experience 32400. The settlement did not yield any skill points or free attributes. Fortunately, after various experience bonuses, the experience was substantial. Blue Star has been digitized for over 100 years. The calculations for experience boosting items have long been thoroughly researched. Only 3 categories provide experience amplification effects: magic cards, items, and titles. Similar experience bonuses are additive. For example, if Lin Chen has a magic card that provides a 30% experience boost and another that provides a 70% boost, they add up to 100%. This effect allows him to gain double experience. Cross-category experience bonuses, however, are multiplicative. Teacher Li Ming's National Server Medal provides a 500% experience boost, which means 6 times the experience. Therefore, after equipping it, he would get double times 6, allowing him to gain 12 times the experience. To level up from 41 to 42, he would need nearly 400,000 experience before entering the dungeon. Due to daily settlements of the Goblin Castle and 10 Mile Slope Dungeon leaderboard experience, Lin Chen was just 1% away from leveling up. Thus, as soon as he returned to the dungeon hall, the level up prompt popped up. Accompanying it was also the notification of topping the Thunder Ruins speedrun leaderboard. The Thunderous Ruins on normal difficulty had a previous record of 30 minutes. Lin Chen was not surprised by this. He ignored it and prepared to enter the dungeon again to see what was strange about this peculiar stone. You have cleared the normal difficulty of the Thunderous Ruins. You need to wait 00:59:37. You can spend 100 credits to remove the cooldown for normal difficulty. The dungeon had a cooldown period, which Lin Chen was already aware of. This was mainly related to the early days of the Great Cataclysm. At that time, most professionals were at a low level and dared not venture outside the city. They stayed inside the city, continuously grinding dungeons. This led to many conflict incidents, eventually escalating to the point where a beast tide formed outside the city. Later, several powerful professionals around the world researched the dungeon cooldown mechanism, forcing professionals to go outside to kill monsters, which resolved the issue. Of course, dungeons below level 30 still had no cooldown to provide a protection period for novice professionals. What surprised Lin Chen was that removing the cooldown required so many credits. He had just cleared the normal difficulty of the Thunderous Ruins and only received 207 credits. Forget it, let's try other difficulties first. 100 credits was just a small amount for him now, but he didn't want to be so extravagant. Lin Chen chose the hard difficulty and was about to enter the dungeon when he suddenly noticed some changes in the data on his wristband. Originally, the wristband only recorded his credits at school. Now, there was an additional entry below, honor points. It displayed the number 11. He clicked to view. Honor points, 11 description. Contribute to Mingju University to earn honor points. After looking for a moment, Lin Chen searched for some information on the school forum and finally understood. Mingju University had established a higher-level point system based on credits. Honor points could also be exchanged for items, and the items within were very powerful. Of course, the most important use was to exchange for honor crystals. One honor crystal required 361 honor points, and possessing an honor crystal allowed customization of one's needs with Mingju University. This reward was indeed substantial. It was like holding a powerful weapon of a great force. Lin Chen's honor points details showed that 10 points came from breaking the freshman trial credit record. 1 point came from the recent dungeon record. The Rookie King of the Freshman Challenge awards 2 honor points. Looks like I need to participate. Lin Chen closed the wristband and entered the dungeon. The level 6 necromancy skill could summon 64 skeleton soldiers. With the death scythe equipped, the summons doubled. This time, 128 skeleton soldiers appeared. Just like in the normal dungeon, Lin Chen leisurely followed behind while Elena commanded the skeleton soldiers in battle. Soon, accompanied by a prompt sound, the dungeon was cleared again. This time, Lin Chen still chose not to use the lucky revolver. After obtaining the magic card evolution stone last time, the lucky revolver had changed from 6 shots to 7. 1 extra bullet and it was now fully equipped. However, the effect of this bullet was too strong. And Lin Chen didn't want to waste it. Since the school has 3 dungeons, he'll use all the bullets on the world-ending level dungeon today. Exiting the dungeon, he unsurprisingly topped the speedrun leaderboard again. Unfortunately, there were still no good drops, nor any strange stones. Lin Chen didn't care. He continued to enter the Hell level and Nightmare level. After the Nightmare ended, he finally obtained a strange stone. Entering the world-ending level, the skeleton soldiers already seemed a bit fragile. Lin Chen activated Supreme Domination for the first time. A powerful black-red mist enveloped the skeleton soldiers. The goblins in the dungeon, upon seeing this, surprisingly did not rush to attack. Supreme Domination actually has a deterrent effect. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he personally commanded the skeleton soldiers in battle. Soon, even in the world-ending level dungeon, under the enhancement of Supreme Domination, they were cutting through enemies like chopping vegetables. Bang! Standing in front of the treasure chest of the world-ending level dungeon, Lin Chen fired a lucky bullet and opened the chest. 3 strange stones have been obtained. About to open the Dark Thunder Ruins. The Dark Thunder Ruins are extremely dangerous. Do you wish to continue the challenge? It's actually a hidden map. Lin Chen decisively chose to continue the challenge. With his attributes and the skeleton soldiers, all difficulties at the same stage were not a problem. Crack! The jungle filled with ruins began to tremble. The previously impassable jungle ahead now opened a path. The dungeon space also started to resonate with faint sounds. Is this the BGM? Lin Chen touched his nose, becoming slightly more serious. He commanded Elena to direct the skeleton soldiers. The infantry and crossbowmen formed a battle formation, advancing in of shape. Of course, he himself stayed at the back, checking the items that had just dropped. A world-destroying treasure chest. And it had a lucky bullet bonus. It was definitely going to yield something. He had glanced at it before. The materials and items were still the same as in ordinary dungeons. Only the Thunder Stone and a strange stone remained. Now the strange stone had been consumed when activating the hidden mechanism. Lin Chen began to check the equipment one by one. There weren't many pieces, only 2, but their quality was quite good. One was Red Excellence, and the other was Orange Legend. The red one was a pair of shoes that could increase physical and casting attack speed by 10%. It was considered top-notch equipment. He currently had the Raven set shoes, so he didn't need them. As for the orange one, it was a wrist guard. Equipment: Thunder Wrist Guard. Quality: Legend Effect, Attack 100, Mana 200, All Attributes 3. Equipping requirement: Level 40 and above for all classes. Special effect: After equipping, gain a Palm Thunder skill that does not occupy a skill slot, universal for all classes, and it comes with a separate skill. Lin Chen immediately replaced his current wrist guard. He had a level 60 mythic wrist guard in his backpack along with a robe. This wrist guard would be great for ambushing others. It would be enough for him until level 60. Inside the Dark Thunder Ruins, the types of monsters were no longer goblins. Instead, there were various zombies and walking corpses. Jumping zombies, frozen walking corpses, bronze walking corpses. There were a lot of them. Although Lin Chen had received a danger warning before entering, it only made him a little more serious. As he advanced, Lin Chen summoned several waves of skeleton soldiers. With over 1,000 soldiers, he pushed forward to the guarding boss in just over 10 minutes. The boss was very large, nearly 5 meters tall. But it was not a walking corpse or zombie. Instead, it was a blue-skinned goblin. According to the Biological Encyclopedia, blue-skinned goblins belong to the minister or king level within the goblin race. Lin Chen had previously removed the mechanical eye for supreme domination, so it was not easy to check the data now. Roar! The blue-skinned goblin boss let out a furious roar and jumped towards the skeleton soldiers. Looking for death. Lin Chen chuckled lightly at this. The skeleton soldiers' shortcomings were their slow speed and attack. It was hard to get close to the boss. Unexpectedly, the boss came right to his face. The blue-skinned goblin had very high attack power and possessed a very shameless invulnerability. In just a moment, the skeleton soldiers couldn't do much to it. My current shortcoming is that I have no invulnerability skills. I need to look for relevant skill books when I get back, Lin Chen thought to himself, casually releasing a corpse explosion. At that moment, a blue-white halo appeared under the boss' feet. The skeleton soldiers swept by the halo were instantly frozen in place. Even Elena, who was directing from the side, was affected. A freezing halo, and it was a strong control type. Lin Chen timed it well, quickly using the invincibility frame from his teleport to dodge the attack. At the same time, he recalled Elena and the silly cow contract beasts back into the space. Then, with a loud bang, hundreds of skeleton soldiers executed the corpse explosion. The blue-skinned boss instantly lost half its health. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen released the bone cage and soul fire, interspersing the arrows of the crossbow skeleton soldiers. In a concentrated fire, the boss fell in less than 10 seconds. I must find a way to give Elena and the silly cow these contract beasts an immortal method when I get back. I can't always have to worry about their safety. Lin Chen was thinking about various magical creatures with life-saving skills as he approached the boss's corpse. The appearance of this boss had somewhat disrupted his rhythm. Originally, he planned to use 3 lucky bullets on the Doomsday-level treasure chests in 3 different dungeons at school today. Upon seeing this hidden boss, Lin Chen felt a stir of excitement. Bang! Without much hesitation, he fired a lucky bullet. Taking advantage of the luck boost, Lin Chen opened the treasure chest. Golden light. This time, golden light actually appeared. Lin Chen quickly checked the dropped items. There weren't many, just 2. A golden mythic armor and a red magic card. The magic card had decent attributes. Once equipped, it could reduce the casting time and cooldown of one of his skills. It was estimated to sell for a few million. As for the mythic armor's attributes, Lin Chen was absolutely thrilled. Equipment: Frostlight armor quality, mythic effect, health 5000, defense 500, constitution 10. Equipment requirement: level 40 or above. Mage, archer, assassin. Class attributes: frost resistance 50, all anomaly resistance 50. After being hit, there is a chance to trigger a frost aura, which can cause freezing effects. This was Lin Chen's first time obtaining mythic equipment. The attributes were simply out of this world. Frost resistance and the freezing aura were one thing, but the important part was the anomaly resistance. It was like having a weakened version of invincibility at all times. With the 2 resistances combined, it's 100% frost resistance. I remember Coach Chio from the freshman exchange competition said that this year there's a frost witch practitioner from Sakura country. I wonder what she would think if she saw my effect that adds up to 100% frost resistance. Lin Chen thought to himself as he equipped the armor and exited the dungeon. The settlement prompt appeared. This time, with the Doomsday level dungeon plus the hidden map and boss, he gained over 100,000 experience points in one go. Adding in the experience from the previous dungeons, Difficult, Hell, and Nightmare, Lin Chen's experience bar had already reached 95%. The leveling speed is even faster than I expected. Lin Chen nodded silently, very satisfied with teacher Li Ming's national server medal. Unfortunately, to have this, he would need to reach at least level 60 to participate in the arena and compete in the ladder matches, as well as engage in professional sequence battles. At this moment, there were still not many people in the dungeon hall. Indeed, there were no records about the Dark Thunder ruins in the school forum. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to run it a few more times. At the very least, after understanding the trigger mechanism, he could report the hidden map to the school. Information about hidden mechanisms and hidden bosses could earn him some glory points once uploaded. Lin Chen naturally valued these points. Not to mention the glory crystal that could get the school to do things. Even the ordinary glory points exchange items were of higher quality than credit exchange items. Of course, before that, Lin Chen needed to farm the Dark Thunder ruins a few more times. The armor's attributes were too outrageous. If he could farm a few more pieces, he could definitely sell them for a lot of money. After finalizing his plan, Lin Chen decisively consumed credits to refresh the dungeon cooldown and entered the dungeon. Time flew by. After clearing the dungeon more than 20 times, Lin Chen finally stopped. The drop rate for the strange stones was very low. Out of over 20 runs, he only met the conditions to unlock the hidden map once, and that was when he gathered 3 stones at the difficult level. In the end, even using a lucky bullet didn't yield another frostlight armor. Glancing at the time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lin Chen decided to switch dungeons. Fortunately, although he hadn't obtained any outrageous equipment during this time, he had gained 4 skill points. Now he had 5 skill points. With 2 more skill points, he could upgrade Summon Undead to level 7 and unlock the skeleton cavalry. With the skeleton cavalry plus my current summon creatures doubling, it's almost like having a small army. Lin Chen arrived at the second dungeon between level 40 and 50. The Ant Nest. This dungeon was quite famous on the Mingju University forum because it had 2 phases. The first phase could accommodate practitioners from level 40 to 14. The second phase would increase the level by 10. In fact, schools of this level like Mingju University, in the stage of 40 to 50, there are 3 dungeons, 2 of which have 2 phases. This is mainly related to the level of the enrolled students. Every year, the new students are generally around level 50. Dungeons below level 40 are merely a transition for those with lower entry levels and for life and literature exam candidates. The school's original intention is good. However, the difficulty of the Ant Nest dungeon is extremely high. This can be seen from the limited number of participants allowed in the dungeon. The team entering must consist of 5 to 12 people. This already qualifies as a medium-sized dungeon. Then I can start enjoying the 5-person reward, Lin Chen chuckled. Summoning his contract beasts. Elena, the clumsy cow, frost giant Shi Xiaoxiao, and the golden crocodile. Together with himself, that makes exactly 5. Let's go. A flash of white light. Lin Chen and his many contract beasts entered the dungeon space. This dungeon is quite special. The entire space is located within a massive ant nest. In other words, underground. Lin Chen checked the forum for strategies regarding the first phase of the ant nest. It only requires breaking through the 200 small nests ahead. It seems very simple. In reality, this is where the trap lies. The terrain of the ant nest is intricate and complex, with antacid and strange fungal mats visible everywhere along the path. Fortunately, the nest is high enough, somewhat like an underground passage. Lin Chen swung his scythe of death, summoning the undead. Over 200 skeleton soldiers appeared, instantly filling the passage ahead. However, due to Lin Chen summoning the golden crocodile, its massive size caused Lin Chen and the dragon girl Elena to be squeezed together. Clumsy cow, why did you squeeze over? Keep your horns to yourself. Lin Chen pushed the clumsy cow aside. Glancing at the blushing Elena, he quickly recalled the golden crocodile into the contract space. He is not the kind of lecherous person who wants to take advantage of others. Having Elena dress up as a maid serves 2 purposes: to better command the skeleton soldiers in battle and to give her an identity. She can help him with laundry, cooking, massages, cleaning, and warming the air. Frost giant, keep your cold air to yourself, you're freezing me. Lin Chen felt no embarrassment. He turned around and instructed the frost giant and clumsy cow to spread out. Of course, Elena quickly adjusted herself and stepped forward to command the skeleton soldiers to engage in scattered combat. In fact, Lin Chen truly had no thoughts about Elena. Although professionals are extraordinary beings, they are not at the level of not needing food, drink, or sleep. Even if they don't need to cultivate like cultivators do, frequently casting skills and consuming mana can still lead to mental fatigue. Rest is very important for professionals. At this moment, having a mate to share some trivial tasks would naturally make the profession easier. Crack, the skeleton soldiers are quite small. Without the golden crocodile, the entire space is still relatively spacious. Over 200 skeleton soldiers advance in an orderly manner. Under Elena's command, they pierce through the ant swarm like a sharp sword, leaving it riddled with wounds. Although these ants seem large and numerous, they are actually very fragile. They are easily killed by the skeleton soldiers. 20 minutes later, the space ahead began to be blocked by a light green liquid. The antacid liquid looks like slime. If professionals do not avoid this slime, they will also be attacked. The skeleton soldiers, being small and having low defense, will turn to shattered bones upon contact with the slime. For a moment, the skeleton soldiers were unable to withstand the ant swarm. Soon, the passage was completely blocked by the ant swarm. Lin Chen noticed this and ordered the remaining skeletons to self-destruct. At this moment, Elena's high intelligence was evident. The clumsy cow and frost giant were still foolishly pushing forward to slash at the ants. Elena took a step back, opened her small mouth, and small bursts of dragon breath spewed forth. The slime was quickly cleared away. Lin Chen nodded in approval and summoned over 200 skeleton soldiers to advance again. In the following section, dense and acid slime was visible everywhere. Lin Chen simply summoned 2 waves, over 600 skeletons filled the long corridor. Lin Chen could even see the battle situation at the front. It is said that necromancers have a skill that allows them to share the vision of their summons. Let's go back and see if we can exchange for some. Now the skeleton soldiers had increased in number and strength. But in this terrain, where the battle situation was unclear, it would ultimately be somewhat inappropriate. Taking advantage of the skeleton soldiers' advance, Lin Chen took out a mana gourd to restore his state. At the same time, he released a magical barrier, stacking an increase to his life limit. It had only been 2 or 3 days since the start of school. His life limit had already increased by over 100,000. By the end of the month, when he participated in the Global Freshman Exchange Competition, it was entirely possible to reach 6 million or even 7 million. Those practitioners from Sakura country whose parents had grievances with Mingju University would definitely participate in the freshman exchange competition. Lin Chen was still unclear about their methods, so he could only try to enhance his own strength. Today I cleared the Thunder Ruins over 20 times, and my level has increased by 3. If I can clear the ant nest and the last Black Wind Cave, I should be able to reach level 45 or even 46 today. Tomorrow is the weekend, so there's a good chance I can reach level 50 by Monday. Suddenly, with a bang, a commotion arose ahead. Lin Chen couldn't see the specific situation, but he could feel the skeleton soldiers rapidly decreasing. Did we encounter a boss? In the strategy for the ant nest, there were 3 types of boss: corrupted ants, crystal ants, and the strength type mutated horned ants. None of these ants had explosive abilities. Just as he was puzzled, half of the skeleton soldiers had already been lost. Elena and the other contracted beasts retreated. Only then did Lin Chen see the situation clearly. The skeleton soldiers at the front were covered in small yellow ants. Those ants had just reached the waist of the skeleton soldiers when, with a bang, they self-destructed. Self-destructing ants. The most difficult monsters to deal with in the ant nest. If it weren't for these monsters, the dungeon wouldn't refresh every time. The school had long since removed this dungeon. After all, the danger posed by these creatures was too great. Many practitioners would immediately exit the dungeon upon encountering them. They can self-destruct, huh? Then let's see who explodes faster. This was the second time Lin Chen encountered the nemesis of the skeleton soldiers. The first time was in the freshman trial secret realm, where many practitioners controlled them. This time, the skeleton soldiers hadn't even made a move before being destroyed by the ants' self-destruction. Fortunately, the ants ultimately lacked the intelligence of humans. Lin Chen spread out the formation of the skeleton soldiers. Once a certain skeleton soldier had enough self-destructing ants on it, he actively commanded the skeleton soldiers to swarm and kill the ants, and released a corpse explosion before they could. Boom! The number of self-destructing ants rapidly decreased, and soon this area was cleared. Lin Chen summoned the skeleton soldiers again and continued to advance. If only there were skeleton cavalry now. If the cavalry charged directly into the self-destructing ant formation, it would be much simpler. Looking at the debris scattered on the ground, Lin Chen felt an increased desire for skill upgrades. Without the self-destructing ants, the remaining journey progressed relatively smoothly. After dealing with a batch of larger ants, Lin Chen arrived at the guarding boss. It was a giant horned ant. According to the information, it had immense strength. Unfortunately, no matter how strong it was, it posed less of a threat to Lin Chen than the self-destructing ants. Bone Cage, Soulfire, Death Grip cleared the way. Crossbows fired in succession, and melee weapons followed. Soon, the clearing prompt sounded. Open the treasure chest, exit the dungeon. Level up and allocate points. Choose the difficulty level for the next dungeon. The entire process was seamless. With the experience from the first time, Lin Chen felt much more relaxed with the difficulty level. Elena commanded while he checked the treasure chest rewards from the back. The 5 of them cleared the dungeon, and many equipment items dropped. Unfortunately, their attributes were mediocre. The only valuable item inside was a skill book. Mighty Ant Fist. After releasing the skill, it could not only deliver a powerful punch forward but also grant a 3-fold strength buff for 5 seconds. It was a standard skill for melee professions like fighters. Lin Chen had looked up relevant information when preparing melee skill books for himself before and almost wanted to buy it. Later, he encountered a more suitable skill, Force Split Manhwa. Compared to this ordinary enhancement, the effect of Force Split Manhwa is that the more health one has, the greater the damage increase. It's a divine skill for many tanks to supplement their output in the later stages. Of course, for someone with millions of health, it's a divine skill right now. I heard that crystal ants have very high defense and hard shells. Let's test it out on you this time. After using reverse heaven and earth to change the attribute to strength, how much damage can I deal? Skill. Force split Manhwa LV1 cooldown, 60 seconds mana cost, 50 effect, deliver a powerful physical attack forward, dealing 100 of physical damage. Special effect, every 1000 health converts to a 10 physical damage bonus. The damage boost from the skill is quite average. Essentially, it can deal as much physical damage as one has. However, the special effect is extremely strong. 1000 health converts to 10, and 10,000 health doubles the bonus. He currently has over 5 million. So, with one punch, it's a physical damage boost of 500 times. Although he is a mage with low physical attack. Previously, in the secret realm, he had fought against a senior sister who was an assassin. At that time, he nearly knocked her to her knees with a single palm strike. This was without the attribute conversion effect. But I have the mythical magic card, reverse heaven and earth. Lin Shen decided he must test the full power of Force Split Manhwa today. This skill cost him 2 million, which is very rare and precious. Skills with special effects like this are extremely rare and usually only come from certain special places. For instance, Force Split Manhwa can only be produced near the Lotus Peak ruins around Manhwa, and most ruins are related to local mythological history. Similar ones include Mount Shu, which can produce the sword flying to the sky skill, and the gourd mount. Speaking of gourds, Lin Chen suddenly remembered that 7th tier mount essence. Tomorrow, when I reach level 50, I can unlock the mount function. First, I'll upgrade the purple gold gourd to 7th tier, then fly to the demon city to deliver the water of life to my cousin. Boom, boom, boom. There seemed to be another explosion from the self-destructing ants ahead. Lin Chen really couldn't figure out his luck. If he said his luck was bad, he occasionally got some valuable drops, but they were never top tier. If he said his luck was good, he encountered situations where he was countered every time he ran dungeons. No wonder so many people abandon the necromancer. I have such a compatible magic card, yet I still encounter this situation. It's indeed very difficult for others. Lin Shen thought silently, waving his hand to make the frontline skeleton soldiers self-destruct. Following the normal difficulty method, the area of the self-destructing ants was quickly pushed back. When they reached the boss, it was guarded by corrosive ants. Lin Shen had no interest and commanded the skeleton soldiers to swarm in. They quickly took it down. After finishing, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Lin Shen thought for a moment and decided to continue challenging the dungeon. This year, he must complete the 3 dungeons from level 40 to 50 at school. Each of these 3 dungeons, after topping the speedrun leaderboard for each difficulty, grants 4 experience points per minute. After topping all of them, he would have 15 first-place rankings. By the end of the day, the total would be 86,400 experience points. That's equivalent to clearing a dungeon once. Very cost-effective. The hell-level ant nest yielded all junk items, resulting in nothing. The nightmare-level items weren't good either, but he did receive a skill point. Just one more skill point was needed to unlock the skeleton cavalry. Entering the apocalyptic level ant nest, Lin Shen felt the strain for the first time. The number of ants increased dramatically, and there were even some magical ants that could spit fire, earth, and ice. For the first time, Lin Shen experienced the terror of a sea of people tactic. Towards the end, even with supreme dominance, the skeleton soldiers were quickly exhausted. To be safe, Lin Shen stored away all his contracted beasts, including Elena, and frantically summoned skeleton soldiers. He also personally entered the battle. The Grim Reaper's scythe granted him true damage on all attacks and a lifesteal function. Swish swish. Lin Shen completely disregarded defense, swinging the scythe to reap. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, which was very thrilling. However, this method of fighting consumed a lot of mana. Fortunately, he had the mana gourd. Soon, Lin Shen arrived at the boss's location. This time, the guardian was a giant blue and white mutated ant. The crystal ant. It was said to have skin harder than a turtle's shell. Headache. Isn't this aimed at me? Lin Shen watched as the skeleton soldier struck the boss without causing any damage. It was the first time he experienced the flaw in his talent. However, it was not without a solution. His damage included true damage. He just needed one shot of soul fire. With true damage, the boss's health bar would inevitably decrease. After that, the skeleton soldier could trigger the talent effect. Of course, encountering a boss with high defense and high recovery was another matter. Lin Shen had no time to waste with this boss. Just as he was about to unleash soul fire, he suddenly stopped. Your defense is tough, huh? Try this palm of mine. Boom! Lin Shen adjusted his attributes. Under the skill enhancement, he gathered all his strength and struck out with a palm. A blue light enveloped his hand, looking incredibly powerful. The force was so great that it caused the surrounding air to explode. Bang! 121-9325. Over 120,000 damage floated out. Instantly, it knocked off a third of the boss's health bar, directly putting it into a severely injured state. Still not violent enough, I can't take you down in one hit. Lin Chen shook his head. The damage numbers looked satisfying. Unfortunately, the skill was only at level 1, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. For professionals, the cooldown could be reduced by at least 80%. Lin Chen currently had a 70% reduction. This meant that the skill Force Split had a cooldown of over 10 seconds. Somewhat unsatisfying. If I level up Force Split to level 5, the cooldown will probably be around 5 seconds. At level 10, maybe 1 or 2 seconds. Not bad. In the future, my health limit will stack to the tens of millions. I need the skeleton soldier. I can walk sideways with just this palm. Even if I encounter a counterattack, I'm not afraid. The Grim Reaper's scythe gives me lifesteal ability. Haha. Just as he was thinking this, the remaining skeleton soldiers had already used their talent's true damage based on the percentage of lost health to eliminate the boss. Lin Chen took out his lucky revolver and fired a bullet. He opened the treasure chest. Since he had entered the dungeon in a 5-person team using a contract beast, a lot of equipment and materials dropped. Unfortunately, there was no golden glow. However, after checking one by one, Lin Chen found a top-tier piece of equipment. Equipment: Ant Queen Necklace, unique quality, legendary effect, health 5000, mana 1000, all attributes 5 equipping requirement, level 40 or above for all professions attribute, Heart of the Insectoid can share the vision of summon creatures, all attributes of summon creatures 50. What I say comes true. Lin Chen was delighted to see the shared vision. Unique items are exclusive to the boss. This equipment could only drop from it, making it extremely precious. After putting on the necklace, Lin Chen exited the dungeon. At this moment, the dungeon settlement occurred. The evaluation was still SSS level, and his level increased to 45. He also successfully gained a skill point. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all. He upgraded the Summon Undead skill to level 7. Skill: Summon Undead, level upgraded to 7, new unit type unlocked, Skeleton Cavalry. Description: Skeleton Cavalry will be divided into Ordinary Skeleton Cavalry, Elite Skeleton Mammoth Cavalry, Epic Skeleton Mammoth Cavalry, and Legendary Skeleton Bone Dragon Cavalry. 4 types of cavalry. Lin Chen's eyes widened, expressing great satisfaction. When he unlocked the Skeleton Crossbowman, there were only 3 types: Wooden Crossbow, Iron Crossbow, and Magical Crossbow. Of course, there were many types. Each time he summoned, it was random, and the higher the quality, the lower the summoning probability. For example, with Magical Crossbowman, Lin Chen summoned over 200 skeleton soldiers. The probability was that half of them would be skeleton crossbowmen, with only 3 to 5 being magical crossbowmen. That's enough, let me see the power of the cavalry. Lin Chen swung his hand. He entered Mingju University, the last dungeon from level 40 to 50 Black Wind Cave. Meanwhile, during Lin Chen's challenge in the dungeon, the campus of Mingju University was bustling with activity, due to the school's default rule that freshmen can snatch credits during the trial. Every year after the trial ends, freshmen and seniors clash. This year, the freshmen didn't suffer too much loss. However, conflict still arose between the two sides. After all, in the secret realm of the freshman trial, only 600 or 700 seniors suffered losses under Lin Chen's hands. There are still thousands of seniors in the outer academy. The remaining people, who had not fought Lin Chen and had no videos, naturally wanted to show the freshman who was boss. They wanted the freshmen to understand that seniors deserve respect. Senior sisters belong to senior brothers, and junior sisters also belong to senior brothers. This statement instantly enraged the freshmen. They were all geniuses from various cities, and no one was willing to back down. Among the seniors in the outer academy, most of those who clashed with the freshmen were second-year professionals. They were generally about 30 levels higher than the freshmen. The skill gap was limited. Now, the biggest difference between the two sides was in attributes. Therefore, the freshmen began to buy a large number of set equipment parts, preparing to form teams to grind dungeons. There might be a level gap, and they might not be able to defeat the seniors, but they could break their dungeon records. In the outer academy of Mingju University, the freshmen who had been bantering with the seniors all day shifted their focus to the dungeon hall. Let's go, let's grind dungeons. We must break the records of these second-year students on the leaderboard. Yes, we have to let the seniors know that senior sisters belong to junior brothers, and junior sisters belong to junior brothers. Good-looking seniors can also attribute to junior brothers. Are you from Rongcheng? How did you know? Never mind. The idiot has been kicked out of the team. What's up, bro? Not doing? No, brother Jia, Junbu Jian has started breaking records. With that one sentence from the idiot, the students who had just arrived at the Mingju dungeon hall were instantly shocked. They hurriedly looked at the central screen of the dungeon hall. In the upper right corner of the screen, information about Mingju University breaking dungeon records in the last 7 days was being updated in real time. Congratulations to the first-year professional Junbu Jian for ranking first on the speedrun leaderboard for the dungeon Thunder Ruins normal difficulty. Congratulations to the first-year professional Junbu Jian for ranking first on the speedrun leaderboard for the dungeon Thunder Ruins hard difficulty. Congratulations to the first-year professional Junbu Jian. Every 3 lines displayed for 10 seconds. While everyone was in a daze, it had already refreshed 3 times. Each time with information about Junbu Jian breaking the dungeon records. Wow, a 10-minute speedrun of Thunder Ruins. Is he even human? In less than 10 minutes, this must have broken the global record, right? Absolutely broken. I've seen the data from abroad. The fastest time for normal difficulty is 10 minutes and 7 seconds. Wait, Junbu Jian is soloing. Is the necromancer really that powerful? No, I was planning to grind dungeons to break records and slap those seniors in the face, but it seems like it's going to end before I even start. The freshmen were dumbfounded, and even some of the seniors who had come along were a bit surprised. However, someone frowned upon seeing the clearance information for the ant nest. This doesn't make sense. Isn't the ant nest supposed to require 5 people to enter? How come his record only shows 1 person? It's over. This situation can only mean that someone died after clearing the dungeon. Not good. Hurry and notify the instructor. Are you an idiot? You've been in school for a year and still don't know the rules of the dungeon hall? If someone dies inside, there will be a bell toll. The seniors' discussions quickly reached the freshmen. After hearing this, they also became puzzled. Wait, did Junbu Jian cheat? Could he be the principal's son, changing the dungeon rules? Damn! I want to report him for cheating. Cheating my ass. Junbu Jian is upright, honest, exceptionally skilled, and charming. Alright, enough flattery. Lin Chen pursed his lips, helplessly stopping those who were boasting about him ahead. He had already cleared the 4 difficulties of the Black Wind Cave, with only the world-destroying level left to clear. Unexpectedly, just as he came out, the dungeon hall, which was already close to 10 o'clock at night, was filled with so many people. Listening to their voices, they were still discussing his matters. Junbu Jian, it's Junbu Jian. Seeing him appear, many freshmen were momentarily stunned, then instantly excited. Today on campus, the freshmen and upperclassmen were in a ruckus. Some even challenged each other to duels in the arena. Although the arena would balance certain attributes, there was still a 30-level gap. The freshmen were almost entirely defeated. Only a few from the potential dragon list could defeat the upperclassmen in the arena. This naturally boosted the confidence of those who wanted to show the freshmen their place. The freshmen could only grit their teeth and swallow their frustration. Fortunately, later a strategist came up with an idea. They would not accept any challenges. As soon as an upperclassman mocked a freshman, they would counter with the incident of Junbu Jian single-handedly taking down over 600 upperclassmen. This directly made the upperclassmen grind their teeth in frustration. But since they didn't accept challenges, they could only suffer in silence. After all, the millions of credits Junbu Jian had earned were hard-won. Being able to use Junbu Jian's exploits to make the upperclassmen feel humiliated made the freshmen extremely happy. At this moment, seeing Lin Chen in person, everyone was very excited. Great God, want to duel? Great God, 10,000 gold coins. Can I borrow a dungeon record? What's 10,000 worth? If you make it into the top 3, you can automatically settle experience every day. He'll offer $1 million. Does the Great God lack money? Great God, I have a sister, long legs, loves to wear black stockings. Can I introduce her to you? Can you help me break a dungeon record? Great God, I love wearing them too. Take me along. You still have the nerve to say that? Isn't that just to cover your leg hair? The dungeon hall was overly enthusiastic. Lin Chen quickly chose the Black Wind Cave at the world-destroying difficulty. Entering the dungeon space. The Black Wind Cave. In the school forum, its origins were quite mysterious. It was said that a powerful being replicated it in a relic known as Journey to the West. Isn't the Journey to the West just the classic tale? If this was the Black Wind Cave from Journey to the West, Lin Chen was no stranger to it. And indeed, it was true. The Black Wind Cave was a large dungeon, but the number of entrants was limited to 5 to 30 people. Entering the Black Wind Cave dungeon space, the starting point was at the foot of Black Wind Mountain, in front of a temple courtyard. The temple was named Guanyin Zen Courtyard. Large dungeons would have several small bosses. Inside the Guanyin Zen Courtyard, there were many corrupted monks, as well as 3 small bosses, Jinshi, Guangmao, and Guangji. After defeating them, the path to the Black Wind Cave would open. There, one would need to eliminate the Black Bear Spirit. Lin Chen had already cleared the Black Wind Cave at 4 different difficulty levels. At this moment, he was extremely familiar with the process. The difficulty of this dungeon lay in the restriction on the number of recovery potions that practitioners could use. Therefore, many people entering the dungeon considered having a priest or alchemist as essential. Of course, this restriction was completely useless to Lin Chen. He hadn't used any life recovery potions in a long time. As for blue potions, both of Lin Chen's rings had automatic mana recovery attributes. The world-destroying Black Wind Mountain is actually on fire? A raging fire burned in the Guanyin Zen courtyard ahead. Thick black smoke billowed in the sky. The black wind howled, flames roared. The wandering monks outside had patches of orange-red fire spots appearing on their skin as if they were about to explode at any moment. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. No way, have I encountered self-destructing monsters again? He had naturally checked the strategy for the world-destroying Black Wind Cave. Like the ant nest, when encountering such anomalies, practitioners would choose to exit, especially in the Black Wind Cave. This dungeon produced a special item, the Fire Avoidance Pearl. Therefore, many major forces around the world had its entrance. It was said that in the early days, an elite team abroad ignored warnings. When they encountered a burning Black Wind Cave, they didn't exit the dungeon and insisted on challenging it. During the process, one careless mistake led to the death of 2 elite practitioners due to neglecting the priest's resurrection count. This had now become a classic cautionary tale in the practitioner community. You're scared, but I'm not. Lin Chen grinned. Summoning the undead had reached level 7 and he could summon 256 at a time. Plus, with the doubling attribute of the Grim Reaper's scythe, he could summon 512 skeleton soldiers at once, even reaching level 7. With various cooldown reductions, the interval for summoning the undead is only a little over 20 seconds each time. Of course, the mana consumption is also quite terrifying. Fortunately, he has invested all his points into spirit. This is enough for him to summon twice within a minute. Crack, thousands of skeleton soldiers crawled out from the magic circle. Lin Chen also summoned his contracted beasts, such as Elena and the clumsy cow, to follow behind. The front row consisted of ordinary skeleton cavalry, the middle was skeleton mammoths. Following them were skeleton swordsmen, and finally, skeleton crossbowmen. The formation was complete. The crossbowmen cleared the way, the cavalry charged, and the swordsmen followed. In this narrow mountain path, Lin Chen activated the push. The skeleton mammoths, as heavy cavalry, not only scattered those flame monks but also trampled the ruined Zen temple to pieces. Boom 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 explosions, electric shocks, the sound of hooves, and the trumpeting of elephants. The terrain of the Black Wind Cave dungeon is very vast. There are also many monsters. Currently, the world-ending level record for clearing it is a fully equipped team of 30 people, taking 5.5 hours to complete. Lin Chen roughly estimated that he should be able to reduce the time by at least half. Time flew by. After quickly dealing with the 3 mini-bosses of the Guanyin Zen Temple, Lin Chen advanced to the final stage. Here lies the biggest boss of this dungeon, the Black Bear Spirit. In front of the cave where the Black Bear Spirit resides, various flames and flowing fire surrounded it, creating an impenetrable barrier. As Lin Chen and the skeleton army approached, he immediately sensed something was wrong. You have entered a special area, entering a burning state, life 200. You have entered a special area, entering a burning state, life 210. You have entered a special area, entering a burning state, life 220. You have. Every 3 seconds, a prompt would pop up, continuously increasing the damage taken. Interesting. Lin Chen smiled and used a special item. It was something he obtained from other difficulty levels of the Black Wind Cave. You have used a Fire Avoidance Pearl, Fire Burn Resistance 10, lasts for 60 seconds. 1 pearl for a minute. The cost of this world-ending level dungeon is truly high. Lin Chen used another one, commanding the skeleton army to push forward. Unlike the Guanyin Zen Temple, there were no monks here, only mutated mountain spirits and wild monsters emerged. Their strength was indeed formidable, and with the flame's assistance, skeleton soldiers were dying every second. Fortunately, Lin Chen could now share the vision of his summoned creatures. Along the way, corpse explosions were frequently used. They quickly reached the boss guarding the gate. The Black Bear Spirit stood over 5 meters tall, exuding a powerful presence and possessing area damage skills. If it were an ordinary team of adventurers, they would definitely need water mages, priests, and shaman aura masters to counter and resolve abnormal states. Lin Chen, however, did not need to consider so much. Amidst the raging flames, the skeleton army charged at the Black Bear Spirit. Then came the deafening explosions. Before the Black Bear Spirit could react, Lin Chen summoned another batch of skeleton soldiers for corpse explosions. After 2 waves, the powerful Black Bear Spirit was already at low health. Boom! The strike hit the Black Bear Spirit. The dungeon prompt sounded. Job done, just wondering if I can reach level 50 after the dungeon settlement. Lin Chen glanced at his attribute panel and took out the lucky revolver. Now his leveling progress had reached level 14, still needing 17% to level up. Based on his previous experience clearing the Black Wind Cave, after leaving the dungeon for settlement, the progress might be at 99% or he could level up directly. After leveling up, he would reach level 50, unlocking powerful awakening skills. Awakening skills are a chance for adventurers to change their fate again after awakening their profession. Of course, it is also the moment when many adventurers widen the gap. The awakening is too random, some soar to great heights with their awakening skills, while others fall to the depths. I wonder what my awakening skill will be. Hopefully, it's a powerful area damage skill. Lin Chen thought to himself as he fired a bullet from the lucky revolver. After upgrading the lucky revolver to the orange legendary level, the bullets turned into 7 and were fully equipped. Today, it had already used the 4th bullet. Only 1 bullet can be automatically loaded each month. The rest need to be used sparingly. The smoke from the bullets enveloped Lin Chen. He bent down and opened the world-destroying level dungeon chest. With a clatter, more than 10 items scattered around. We got something. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy as he spotted a glimmer of gold among the many items. Another mythical item. I've exploded 2 golden myths in one day. Ignoring the other items, Lin Chen quickly checked the item glowing with gold. Equipment: fireproof robe quality, mythical effect, health 10,000, mana 3,000, all attributes 10 equipping requirement, universal for all classes attributes, fire element resistance 50, gain skill golden shield. Golden shield, after release, it can form a golden shield based on one's health. Diamond shield. Health conversion shield. It's simply tailor-made for me. Lin Chen's defense was permanently 0. If he encountered a high-level professional like the Dean, he would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Now, with a health conversion shield. A shield formed from 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million health points. How thick would that be? A complete sense of security. With this incredible equipment, Lin Chen instantly equipped it. I swapped a level 60 mythical sky robe from school back then. I wonder if I can return it. Lin Chen thought to himself as he exited the dungeon. Black Wind Cave, cleared, difficulty, world destroying clear time, 01:53:29 rating, SSS experience gained, 224000. Congratulations on clearing the world destroying difficulty Black Wind Cave dungeon, your clear time surpasses, congratulations, level increased to level 50, you can unlock awakening skills, congratulations, level. A series of information prompts appeared. Lin Chen ignored them all and went straight to the skill panel. He clicked to unlock the awakening skill. The next moment, his vision went black. The sky seemed to shatter, and as it reformed, the scene had changed. Immediately, an ancient voice echoed. Child. When you were born, Luo. An eagle soared over the bustling city, and the sound of bells resonated through the heavens and the earth. Child, I proudly watched you grow day by day. The ancient voice continued, and flowers began to fall. A line of people held out their palms, which transformed into snowflakes upon opening. The world changed dramatically, the bustling city turned into ruins, and figures fell on the battlefield. Knights in armor walked along the icy mountain paths. You must remember, we have always relied on wisdom and strength. At the mountain's peak, the frozen throne began to melt, revealing a dark, cold crown. The knight donned the helmet and raised the long sword. Snowflakes fell upon the great sword. A ghostly blue flame spread from the point of contact, enveloping the entire blade. The illusion in Lin Chen's vision vanished, and the ancient voice left a long echo in his mind. One day, my life will reach its end, and you will be crowned king. Boom! A cold power swept across the entire world, and a blizzard enveloped everything. At midnight, most students at Mingju University had already gone to rest. On campus, only a few new students were still experiencing the various facilities of the school. In the Ming University training hall, whoosh, 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 a red-haired woman used her agility to dodge punches among 5 or 6 dummies, training her skills. Hiya! Day. Rapid hurricane punch. The light purple fist wind gathered the dummies together. Bang, 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 with a series of strikes, all the dummies fell down. Achu Qinghan, your skills are so cold. You should give up this profession and play a melee one. Look at me now, how powerful I am at hitting people. Shen Hanying retracted her fists and excitedly shouted behind her. Behind her, Lu Qinghan sat in a chair, giving Shen Hanying a sidelong glance. You must be over the moon after changing to the blue fist class. I've been sitting here without moving. How could I have released any skills? I think you have a cold. Achoo. No, why is it so cold? Lu Qinghan instantly stood up, frowning and looking around. Shen Hanying also reacted upon seeing this. What's going on? How can it be this cold in September? Could it be snowing? Are you stupid? Zhanhai City is located in the southeast of the Summer Kingdom. Don't even mention September, it's hard to snow even in December. So what's happening? Could there be a frost sorcerer next door, just like you? Impossible, even if there was a frost sorcerer casting skills in front of me, I wouldn't feel cold. Something's wrong at the school. The two thought of this and hurriedly left the training hall. Inside the school, the training hall, teaching building, library, cafeteria, each building seemed frozen, covered with a thin layer of ice crystals. The sky was also raging with a blizzard. What on earth is happening? Shin Hongying stood on the playground, looking around in confusion. Lu Qinghan did not answer. She closed her eyes tightly, feeling the breath of the wind and snow in the world. Meanwhile, Mingzhu University Command Center. Since the outer courtyard of the school was outside the original city, during the early construction process, they had to face continuous monster attacks. A complete combat center was established here. At this moment, several on-duty instructors were having a heated discussion inside. The blizzard formed almost instantly. If it was an attack, it must be at least a third or even fourth-tier professional. Impossible, such a strong person attacking Shanghai would definitely trigger a warning. According to the Energy Center's display, the center of the storm originates from the Dungeon Hall. Dungeon Hall. Could there be an ice attribute boss dungeon that has been corrupted by the abyss? No, this frost power carries a breath of death, but it doesn't seem dangerous. It doesn't feel like a skill, but rather like an awakening phenomenon. The discussing teachers almost spoke in unison, voicing their speculation. Someone unlocked an awakening skill in the dungeon hall. Let's go take a look. An awakening skill that can produce anomalies hasn't appeared in the Summer Kingdom for over 100 years. The teachers confirmed their speculation, but the students had no idea what was going on. The blizzard ravaged the campus and rapidly spread outward. Many students were frozen awake. The students groggily got out of bed. Some released shields, while others unleashed fire skills. They arrived downstairs at the dormitory, instantly confused. What the hell? What's going on? Are we still in the country? Get up quickly. The school is under attack. No way. I've only been in college for 2 days. It can't be that the school is being attacked. Attack my ass. If someone really attacked, our health bars would have started dropping long ago. A group of people started to argue. Soon, they saw several instructors heading towards the dungeon hall. Under the instructors' explanations, they finally understood. It turned out that this blizzard was actually a phenomenon of the world. Unlocking an awakening skill can trigger an anomaly? I've never heard of that. In the year 325 of the new calendar, a 7-colored divine light phenomenon erupted on Mount Tai. At that time, many people thought it was a new relic being formed. But later, it was confirmed by the second largest guild in the Summer Kingdom, the Holy Hall. It was the phenomenon produced when their vice president unlocked the third awakening. Now, that person who can produce awakening phenomena has become the strongest in the Holy Hall. His many new students gasped in shock. Suddenly, a newcomer exclaimed in disbelief. Unlocking an awakening skill produces a phenomenon. At this time, still in the dungeon hall and on the verge of unlocking an awakening skill, it seems like only Jun Bujian is there. Jun Bujian. It can't be him. During the division yesterday, he was only level 41 on the credit leaderboard. It must be him. Before I returned to the dormitory from the dungeon hall, I saw he was already level 14 on the dungeon speedrun leaderboard. Impossible. In one day, even if he got 10 times the experience, he could only level up from 41 to around 47. How is that impossible? Don't forget that Junbu Jian has the ability to break limits and enter multiplayer scenarios. That Black Wind Mountain is a large dungeon, and the experience gained after clearing it is several times that of other dungeons. It must be him. The students were buzzing with discussion. At that moment, they happened to pass by the stone tablet square. Everyone looked at the leaderboard. Sure enough, the first entry showed that Junbu Jian's level had already reached 50. Seeing this, everyone rushed to the dungeon hall. At this moment, Lin Shen had just come back to his senses from the vision. Upon seeing the dungeon hall frozen by frost, he scratched his head. These can't be caused by me, right? Except for the area he was in, almost everywhere without magical elements had been covered in ice. Lin Shen pursed his lips, unsure of what to do for a moment. However, this was not the time to focus on those things. The illusion in the voice that had just appeared all proved that he had awakened a very powerful skill. I hope it's an output type. Lin Shen took a deep breath and checked the skill details. Awakening skill, Lich King awakening skill, Lich King descends cooldown, none mana cost, none effect, any attack or summon creature's death can accumulate fury value. Different progress of fury value can transform into different forms of the Lich King. Lich King Form 1, Fury Value Progress 10, All Attributes 100, Damage 10 Lich King Form 2, Fury Value Progress 30, All Attributes 130, Damage 30 Lich King Form 3, Fury value progress 50, all attributes 150, damage 50, and unlocks Frostmourne, unlocks melee skills like Frost Strike Lich King Form 4. Fury value progress 80, all attributes 180, damage 80, and unlocks Crown of Domination, unlocks skills like Dominate Undead Lich King Form 5. Fury value progress 100, all attributes 200, damage 100, unlocks Complete Lich King Form. Complete Lich King Form. All skills have undergone mutations and come with a Frost Domain. Powerful, invincible. Lin Chen couldn't think of any other words to describe his awakening skill. He never expected that his awakening skill would actually be a transformation type. Originally, when he saw those visions, he thought it was a summoning type. He was a bit displeased at the time. After all, while fighting monsters, it was indeed leisurely. But leaving everything to the summoned creatures made him feel somewhat redundant. A necromancer is not just a summoner. He also has a heart for output. Now, everything had come true. As long as he accumulated fury value, he could transform into the Lich King. Let's try it now. Lin Chen decided to enter the dungeon right away to test the skill's effect. Of course, his level had now reached 50. He could no longer enter the Black Wind Cave, and he was unfamiliar with the school's level 50 dungeons, the Lan Rua Temple and the Misty Forest. Lin Chen simply chose the previous ant nest. The ant nest had 2 stages. The second stage could accommodate professionals from level 50 to 59. Arriving at the time-space vortex in front of the ant nest dungeon, Lin Chen placed his hand on the crystal ball. He consumed credits to remove the cooldown for the Apocalypse level difficulty. You have chosen the Apocalypse level dungeon, Ant Nest. Do you wish to enter? Current team members, Jun Bu Jian, Yelena, Pumpkin Cow, Shi Xiao Xiao, Golden Giant Crocodile. Confirm entry. A flash of white light and Lin Chen reappeared in the dark. Damp ant nest. However, this time he was not here for a speed run, but to experiment with his awakening skill. He didn't summon skeleton soldiers as soon as he entered, so it wasn't crowded. He added the upgraded attributes to his mental attributes. To prevent any accidents, Lin Chen also put Yelena and the others contracted beasts back into the contract space and advanced alone into the ant nest. I remember some magical creatures have life-saving skills. I can contract 1 or 2 when I go back, or catch a pet-like creature. Otherwise, always worrying about the contracted beasts dying isn't a solution. After unlocking the pet feature, many professionals tend to choose complementary types of pets. For instance, mages usually opt for strength-type or tank-type pets. Warriors, on the other hand, select support-type pets that can provide buffs. As for priests and other support roles, they generally choose damage-dealing pets to assist them in battle. Lin Chen's own pet is a skeletal dragon, which he obtained from the pet egg that dropped when he defeated the true form of Elena. It belongs to the damage-dealing category. Now, he has many contracted beasts. If a contracted beast dies, the contract is lost forever. Lin Chen feels that having a pet or contracted beast that can assist with healing and protect the contracted beasts is an urgent matter. I remember that the Monster Encyclopedia has quite a few monsters with life-saving skills similar to Withering Wood meaning spring. I'll check which dungeons at the academy have such bosses tomorrow. Since he intends to form a contract, Lin Chen naturally has standards for quality. Ordinary magical beasts are not worth nurturing after a contract. Naturally, contracting a boss is preferable. Or I could check the ruins. The bosses that appear there are likely to be Lord level. Having some intelligent support-type contracted beasts would be more suitable. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Chen has already arrived near the mutated ants. The monsters roared and charged at him upon seeing his arrival. Whoosh, an ethereal green soul fire struck one ant on the forehead. Lin Chen noticed a faint circular outline appearing in his field of vision. Holding his breath and concentrating, the outline gradually became clearer. Upon closer inspection, it displayed the anger value, and the progress bar had reached 1%. One soul fire only accumulates 1% progress. Does that mean the complete form requires 100 times? This somewhat counters my talent. While releasing skills, Lin Chen pondered. His skill outputs are all true damage, and they come with a percentage-based true damage bonus based on the target's lost health. Typically, it wouldn't take 100 times to defeat the opponent. Soulfire, Grip of Death, Skeletal Cage. Lin Chen didn't move. He fought the monsters heeding. He even unleashed his skill, Forceful Split. After a moment, he sighed in relief. As long as the anger value accumulates, it won't dissipate. This means he can completely raise the anger value to 100% before a battle begins. Understanding these mechanics, Lin Chen directly raised the progress to 10%. Then, he released his awakening skill. Lich King, Descend. A massive wave of energy enveloped him. Lin Chen noticed that both his hands and feet were engulfed in ethereal blue flames, but he felt no burning sensation. Raising the Scythe of Death, the blade's tip was also ablaze with ethereal blue flames. All attributes increased by 130%. Don't be fooled by the current low value. This is a noble percentage. As his level increases and attributes grow, the awakening skill will become even stronger. Especially with the damage bonus, it will be absolutely devastating. Grip of Death. The originally faint white hand shadow now had an ethereal blue flame effect. With a single strike of this ordinary skill, he crushed the mutated ant. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded silently, glancing at the anger value progress bar. Since he clicked on Lich King, Descend, the 30% progress bar began to slowly decrease. In that case, doesn't it mean that the stronger the transformation, the longer the duration? Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. Waiting for the transformation to end, he directly summoned a skeleton soldier. The skill description mentioned that the death of summoned creatures can also accumulate anger value. Lin Chen commanded one of the skeleton soldiers to step forward and attack a mutated ant without retaliating. The world-destroying mutated ant quickly killed the skeleton soldier in just a few hits. Lin Chen noticed that the anger value progress bar did not change. It should be too little. However, since it's the death of a summoned creature, if I make the summoned creature self-destruct, can that also accumulate anger value? Lin Chen decided to act. This time, he commanded 10 skeleton soldiers to step forward 2 steps. Then, he unleashed Corpse Explosion. The progress bar reached 1%. Not bad, 100 of them equals 10%. Then let's self-destruct 500 of them and see Frostmourne. Boom! Lin Chen detonated all the remaining skeleton soldiers. The massive noise instantly attracted the magical beasts from the depths. However, as they advanced, crackly a layer of frost began to spread within the ant nest. The second stage of the ant nest compared to the first stage did not have any other types of monsters. Instead, the terrain was more complex and the number of monsters was greater. Adventurers entering the dungeon had to clear at least 500 small ant nests to complete it. Of course, Lin Chen wasn't entering this time to clear the dungeon. He was here to experiment with his awakening skill. At this moment, the awakening skill was released with 50% rage value. A blizzard began to swirl around Lin Chen. His clothes instantly transformed into dark armor. The scythe in his hand also morphed into a two-handed greatsword. In the next moment, his attribute panel suddenly popped up. You have been cursed by Frostmourne. During the curse, you must satisfy its desire to devour souls. Each time you unlock Frostmourne, you must devour 1,000 souls. Meeting the requirement will randomly grant you 1 permanent attribute point. Failure will randomly deduct 1 attribute point. Curse duration, 8 hours. Note, this curse can only be triggered once a day. At first glance, this curse was indeed a headache. 1,000 souls was no small number. Not to mention the 8 hours, finding 1,000 enemies was a challenge. Even killing 1,000 pigs would take some time. However, upon carefully examining the reward, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He instantly felt that the curse was a good thing. With 8 hours of time, it might be hard to meet the requirement outside the city. But in a dungeon like the Ant Nest, it was absolutely guaranteed to meet the requirement and earn 1 attribute point every day. Frostmourne. Lin Chen silently chanted the name of the greatsword and began to test its power. In the next moment, a frost rose from beneath his feet, freezing all the ants within 10 meters into ice sculptures. At the same time, a new row of melee class skills appeared in his skill bar. Frost Strike. Lin Chen swung the greatsword. With one swing, he split a small, empty ant nest in half. Not bad, it's indeed very strong. Lin Chen glanced at his attribute panel. With 50% rage value, his attribute bonus was 105%. Now his attributes were 2.5 times his original attributes. Such a value would make even newly promoted second-tier adventurers kneel in awe. Of course, the inflated values weren't the key. The additional skills were even more important. Lin Chen did not stop. He continued to swing the greatsword, unleashing other skills. With each swing, an ant nest around him was split in half. The remaining ants inside rushed out but were easily killed by Lin Chen in an instant. Until he split the last ant nest within 100 meters in half, he accumulated 50% rage value, transformed into the Lich King, and unlocked the powerful effects of Frostmourne. At that moment, the ants he had frozen and killed suddenly stood up, their bodies engulfed in ghostly blue flames. Moreover, Lin Chen could feel that they all obeyed his commands. Isn't this ability too overpowered? All those I killed have turned into my subordinates, who can stop me on the battlefield in the future. Rustle in the distance, from the nest's passage, swarms of ants surged out. Everywhere Lin Chen passed, the entire nest was covered in frost. He did not command the undead mutated ants to attack. Instead, he experimented with various melee skills unlocked by the Lich King form. Death Coil. Cross Slash. Frost Whirlwind Slash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Chen wielded Frostmourne like a windmill, spinning among the ant swarm. Wherever he went, the mutated ants died upon contact. Finally, Lin Chen felt bored. He was only 200 souls short of the curse requirement. He sheathed Frostmourne and commanded the controlled ants behind him to charge forward, pushing through everything. Frostmourne curse requirement completed. Strength attribute 1 strength, not bad, since Lin Chen acquired the ability to split Manhwa. Combined with the Lich King's form, he transformed into a melee fighter. He welcomed the power attribute with open arms. Lin Chen even thought that after returning he could practice his swordsmanship with his various skills and extraordinary equipment. He had the potential to become a melee mage. At this moment, the Lich King's form had faded with time. It was somewhat regrettable that the ants transformed into undead could not trigger the arc and paralysis effects of the magic card's lightning power. They also could not trigger the true damage from his talents. Furthermore, he could not use the corpse explosion skill on them. After the Lich King's form dissipated, those ants would revert back to corpses. Well, having something is better than having nothing. In the future, when my level is higher and I encounter stronger enemies, this method of transforming into undead will become even more powerful. Lin Chen did not dwell on it too much and employed the same trick again. He summoned skeleton soldiers. After 2 corpse explosions, he accumulated his rage value to over 80% and transformed into the Lich King once more. This time, Lin Chen not only wielded Frostmourne but also donned armor. A crown of domination appeared on his head, covering his face. At this moment, he felt his consciousness expanding wildly. The Frostmourne in his right hand burned with a ghostly blue flame, exuding overwhelming power. A desire for slaughter filled his mind. Your soul is under attack. Your health and mana will continuously decrease. Health decreasing by 10 points per second, mana decreasing by 1 point per second. Seeing the prompt, Lin Chen scratched his head. The decrease in health was inconsequential to him, but the mana was crucial. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to reverse the situation, utilizing modified attribute points. His mental attribute far exceeded the original attributes of the same level. This also resulted in his mana being exceptionally high. My ring can only restore 1 point per minute. Looks like I need to find some equipment to restore mana when I get back. He did not dwell on it too much. In this form, he ended battles very quickly. Even if his mana ran out, he had a mana gourd that could restore his state at any time. At the exit of the passage ahead, a swarm of elite ants charged forward. Lin Chen lightly waved his sword. Where the skill passed, the air emitted a crisp pop sound. Over 100 ants died instantly. Immediately after, they stood up again, engulfed in ghostly blue flames. These flames were even more potent than when he was at 50% progress. Their attributes after being turned into undead are stronger. Moreover, I can control the corpse explosion. Lin Chen sensed this slightly and was very satisfied with this form. Only one remained. The ultimate Lich King form when the rage value reached 100%. Time flew by. After the rage value was consumed, Lin Chen could hardly wait to sacrifice the skeleton soldiers one by one. In the blink of an eye, he accumulated his rage value to 90%. At this point, he had already advanced to the lair of the boss guarding the gate. It was a very large mutated ant queen. According to the strategy guide, it possessed immense strength. When the adventurer team challenged it, the priest had to constantly monitor the health of the front line. Lich King, let me see your limits. Lin Chen did not care about anything else. He detonated all the remaining skeletons, instantly filling his rage value to the max. The Lich King descended. The appearance was the same as the 80% transformation form, sword, armor, crown of domination. Only the aura around him was even more powerful. With stronger frost and ghostly blue flame effects, Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly. The next moment, the world turned upside down. A white light enveloped the entire ant lair. Lin Chen felt as if his soul was being pulled out of his body. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a realm of ice and snow. The entire area was a vast expanse of white, like an icy alternate space. Lin Chen looked down and saw that the ants transformed into undead stood obediently behind him. Even the ant boss was pulled into this space. Lin Chen scanned his surroundings and realized he could establish some connection with this icy realm. He could enter and exit this area freely. With a thought, Lin Chen left this realm. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the nest. The undead ants were still in the domain. Lin Chen used shared vision to look around. He saw those undead ants already rushing towards the boss. If I can pull the boss into another space, then the undead ants transformed by Frostmourne can stay inside as well. Does this mean I can stockpile troops in here in the future? He re-entered the frost domain. Since Lin Chen did not unleash corpse explosion, these undead ants could not trigger the power of lightning either. The mutated ant boss, for a moment, managed to kill thousands of undead ants, causing chaos. Lin Chen didn't care. He originally thought the domain would only create a special force field around him. He didn't expect it to directly reward him with another space. He was in a good mood now, ready to test the effect of the final awakening skill. The skill description says all my skills will undergo mutations. Let me see what they will turn into. Lin Chen thought to himself, aiming at the nearby ant boss to release soul fire. Whoosh, 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 3 fireballs shot out. Unlike before, the soul fire transformed from a single fireball into 3. Lin Chen's eyes lit up with joy. And he continued to release other skills. He saw 3 massive skeletons crawling up from the ground, surrounding the ant boss. The range of the skeletal cage had increased by more than 3 times. Goodness, now it's hard to even empty a skill. Lin Chen murmured, continuing his tests. Death Grip activated. The casting distance and range also increased threefold. Goodness, this enhancement is too significant. Lin Chen didn't stop, continuing to unleash Corpse Explosion. Boom! The power generated by Corpse Explosion directly pushed the ant boss back a bit. Although the distance wasn't much, it was indeed pushed back. Not bad, not bad. The Corpse Explosion in this form actually comes with a control effect. You have to know, the original Corpse Explosion only had damage, no control. Although the control effect isn't strong, at least it's there. The original Corpse Explosion had only damage, with no control effect. It was indeed too singular. He released several other skills in succession. Lin Chen was both surprised and delighted. The blink distance hadn't increased, but it turned into 3 segments of movement. It entered cooldown only after being used 3 times. The damage of Death Entanglement became even more ferocious. The range of Cross Slash and Frost Whirlwind Slash also expanded threefold. Finally, Lin Chen specifically noted the effects of summoning undead and the magical barrier. The summoned skeleton soldiers appeared with ghostly blue flames. He didn't experience any changes with the magical barrier, but it should have changed as well. He almost tested all the skills. Just before the ant boss died, Lin Chen discovered a surprise. The soul fire actually had an automatic tracking effect. You have to know, the flaw of the mage profession is aiming. Many skills require aiming before release. Once they encounter more agile monsters or enemies, it's easy to miss. Skills with tracking effects often have low damage and the skill books are very expensive. But the Lich King form directly compensated for this flaw. It was simply a divine skill. So satisfying. Seeing the boss die, but no dungeon settlement popped up, Lin Chen didn't panic. After all, this was his domain, and it was possible the dungeon hadn't detected it. With a thought, he exited the domain and returned to the nest. He found there was still no settlement, not even a boss treasure chest. Lin Chen frowned and returned to the Frost domain. Only then did he discover that the boss treasure chest was actually in the Frost domain. Interesting, if I don't open the treasure chest, can I store it here? When soloing a dungeon, if the treasure chest isn't opened, it drops into the backpack. Lin Chen was using a contracted beast for a group entry. The treasure chest must be opened within the dungeon. Now, having killed it in the domain, the treasure chest remained here. Naturally, Lin Chen had other ideas. After all, 10 consecutive fate changes. If feasible, he must store 10 treasure chests here. Forget it, it's too late today, they'll try again tomorrow. Lin Chen felt a slight stir in his heart and didn't continue to think further. He looked at the treasure chest in front of him, a smile appearing on his face. Although it was a level 50 apocalyptic dungeon, considering that he had already used 4 lucky bullets today, Lin Chen chose to open it directly. Tap tap tap. The treasure chest shook a few times. Immediately after, a burst of golden light erupted. Another gold drop. Picking up the scattered golden items on the ground, Lin Chen discovered that it was actually a golden magic card. Magic card, life and death contract type, pet quality, mythical level, 1 effect, linked to the life and death of the summoned creature. As long as one party does not die, all linked targets will not die. Holy crap. Seeing the effect of the magic card, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. If I find a hidden place, dig a pit, and bury a skeleton, wouldn't I be invincible? Not using any lucky bullets and still getting gold, and it's the hardest to obtain mythical magic card. Lin Chen was excited. With this magic card, he not only didn't have to worry about dying himself, but his contracted beast could also go all out. After going out, I can contract a few more magical creatures with healing skills. That way, I can let Elena take them out to grind monsters or do dungeons. I can just lie at home and share the experience. Lin Chen thought mischievously. After putting away the magic card and exiting the domain, Lin Chen prepared to go back and have a good sleep. However, when he returned to the ant nest again, the dungeon settlement still hadn't appeared, and Lin Chen was truly confused. What's going on? Isn't this supposed to be the boss guarding the gate? Some medium to large dungeons indeed require killing several bosses. Lin Chen thought for a moment and concluded that it could only be this situation. The undead ants remained in the domain. He summoned a skeleton and began searching inside the ant nest. This dungeon space was very large. Lin Chen didn't know if anyone in history had cleared it all, but it seemed that he would have to search for a while longer. Due to the appearance of the frost domain, Lin Chen spent the remaining time once again accumulating his anger value to 100%, activating the ultimate Lich King form. Along the way, he killed, transformed, and pulled the undead ants into the domain. Gradually, Lin Chen's heart sank. He felt he had been here for at least 2 hours. During this time, he had killed 2 bosses, but the dungeon settlement still hadn't sounded. No way, could there be a bug? Lin Chen was no longer calm. He opened his backpack and took out the purple gold gourd mount egg he had obtained earlier. Now that he was level 50, he could have his own mount. He chose to hatch it and bind it to himself. The 6th tier brown gourd mount floated in the air in front of him. His backpack also contained a spirit essence that could evolve the gourd into a 7th tier, unlocking the flying function. Lin Chen didn't rush to use it. This was in the underground ant nest. Even if he unlocked it, he couldn't fly. Riding the gourd, Lin Chen ignored the ant monsters along the way and quickly checked the ant nest. About half an hour later, he stopped in front of a stone door. The 6th tier gourd could reach supersonic speed. Even in the winding underground nest, the speed was still not slow. During this time, Lin Chen had almost explored the entire nest. All the bosses in other areas had been dealt with. Currently, only the space behind the stone door remained unresolved. From the sounds occasionally coming from inside, it could be determined that there was a boss hidden inside. Boom! Lin Chen directly used a powerful strike to open the stone door. To his surprise, there was a supersized ant inside. This is an ant queen. Upon seeing him enter, the ant queen let out a sharp screech. Instantly, a dozen ant bosses rushed out from around. Just in time, they'll take you out and then go back to sleep. Lin Chen chuckled, pulling all of them, including the ant queen, into the frost domain. Without any hesitation, in the Lich King form, with enhanced attributes and attacks, Lin Chen used a powerful strike. With ease, he killed all these little bosses along with the Ant Queen, Ant Nest Dungeon anomaly. You have been forcibly kicked out of the dungeon. After defeating the boss, Lin Chen returned to the ant nest, still dazed. Before he could gather his thoughts, he was suddenly pulled by a powerful force. Then, everything went dark. Lin Chen found himself teleported to the dungeon hall. Here, before he entered the dungeon, he had already been frozen by frost, and the once sparsely populated dungeon hall was now filled with students and teachers. Bang! A crisp sound. The crystal ball for entering the ant nest dungeon exploded in front of the time-space vortex. Instantly, a scream echoed through the dungeon hall. Holy crap! The dungeon exploded. Everyone, look! It's Jun Bujian. Lin Chen is out. He's the only one who teleported out of the ant nest. He didn't blow up the dungeon, did he? Such a strong frost power, it really is his awakening phenomenon. Seeing Lin Chen emerge, many students gasped in surprise. However, some older students who arrived after the explosion chuckled. The ant nest isn't just any dungeon. Now that he's blown it up, let's see how he compensates. Yeah, the ant nest dungeon produces power orbs, which permanently increase one's strength attribute when consumed. Each person can consume a maximum of 5 orbs, making it a must-do dungeon for melee classes. Now that the dungeon has exploded, the new students this year won't be able to TSK. Although the school year had just started, Lin Chen had already accumulated more academic credits than many older students, which naturally made some people envious. However, Lin Chen had earned those credits through his own strength, so they couldn't shamelessly bully him too much. More importantly, they realized they might not be able to defeat Lin Chen. Now, seeing him blow up an important dungeon for the school, they couldn't help but feel a bit schadenfreude. Brain dead. Not being able to farm power orbs is our new student's problem. What are you laughing about? Exactly, it's just 5 points of strength. What's the big deal? These old geezers are still trying to sow discord. Jun Bujian doesn't have to listen to them. We don't care. The new students who came here had already formed a united front. Hearing the older students' words, they instantly started to retort. The new students weren't foolish. The school prohibited any direct bullying incidents. According to Mingzhu University's regulations, if one wanted to challenge another and win their credits, they needed to use a challenge flag exchanged with credits. The flag would be marked with the opponent's name and placed in front of the target. As soon as the opponent pulled the flag, both parties would enter the arena. The points for the challenge would be agreed upon by both sides and put into a public challenge pool. The winner would take all the credits. During the day, many students had flags placed by older students and won credits. Later, the older students initiated arena challenges. The new students decisively refused and resorted to verbal sparring. They also prepared to shatter the older students' dungeon records to slap them in the face. Of course, just a few hours ago, many newcomers discovered that this strategy had already been executed by Lin Chen. Now, they thought of an even better countermeasure: resolving issues in the pet arena. Pets and professionals were different. Level didn't represent everything. At this moment, the new students' retorts ignited the anger of some older students, and they began to argue back. If you're tough, don't just talk, let's meet in the arena. Dare to accept the challenge. If I don't win all your credits, I'll recognize you as my father. If I can't beat Jun Bujin, I can't handle you little brats. If you're tough, pull the flag. Thus, the new and older students began to hurl insults at each other, neither side willing to back down. The teachers present didn't intervene. Such situations were commonplace at Mingju University and even at all credit-based universities in the country. What they were currently troubled by was how to deal with Jun Bujin. Meanwhile, Lin Chen looked at the crowd around him, his heart racing. In just a short time, he had heard a lot of news. Regarding the conflict between new and old students, he actually had some thoughts. This rule was indeed a means to motivate new students, but it had significant flaws. It's easy to plant seeds of hatred. If we can strike down the arrogance of these old students and curb this bad habit, Lin Chen is naturally very willing. However, those are matters for the future. Right now, he has a major dilemma. This time, I might have really caused trouble. The dungeon, being a place where resources can be farmed within the city, is of undeniable importance. Especially since the ant nest can be set up as a two-phase dungeon by Mingde naturally, the resources from the dungeon are extremely valuable. It seems that in the future, it's better to deal with the boss outside the domain when farming dungeons, or weaken it first within the domain, then move it to the dungeon space. Lin Chen felt a bit of a headache and didn't want to just leave like that. At this moment, 5 teachers from Mingde who had come to the dungeon hall had finished their discussion. They sent 2 of them to direct the students back to their dorms to rest. The remaining 3 approached Lin Chen. One of the slightly balding, chubby teachers stepped forward and smiled. It's getting late, you should go back and rest. Don't feel pressured, it's just a dungeon, the school can afford the loss. After the chubby teacher finished speaking, he turned and left with the other teachers. Lin Chen stood there in a daze. He hadn't even had the chance to express his gratitude before the teachers' figures disappeared. If the school treats me this way and I can't do something for the school, that would be inhumane. The new students entering Mingju University mostly have levels around 50. The ant nest, being a two-phase dungeon, encompasses mid-level dungeons from 40 to 60. Each year, it can definitely generate millions of points for the students. Converted into resources, it could even form a small professional family. Lin Chen decided to go back and take a look at the principles of dungeon creation or the tasks released by the school. Not to mention compensating the school with a dungeon, at the very least, he should find a way to make up for some losses. He glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the morning. Lin Chen stored the shattered crystal ball into his backpack space and walked out of the dungeon hall. Only then did he realize that the anomalies caused by his awakening skill had spread throughout the entire campus. Now, in the deep night, the campus was even livelier than during the day. Many students were running in the snow, taking photos, having snowball fights, and rolling around. Of course, there were also some students sitting together, watching the playful students with faint smiles. This is clearly from the north, I've seen it a lot. Lin Chen nodded slightly, not particularly interested, and headed straight for the villa. Ah, day. Ah, Qinghan, this snow is way more fun than the fake snow you made with your skill. Come on, join the evolution of the snowman. From a distance, Lin Chen saw a round, red-haired creature bouncing around the playground. Occasionally, the red-haired creature would use a skill to grab some snow and build a snowman with a nearby white-haired woman. Lin Chen, upon seeing this, rubbed his forehead. He didn't expect that his offhand comment would be taken seriously by Shen Hongying. After the college divisions were completed yesterday, Lin Chen received the information that the credit exchange for the job change scroll and talent card had arrived. So, before heading to the Kong family manor, he handed these items over to Shen Hongying. As he was leaving, he looked at Shen Hongying bouncing around in the white-haired Lu Qinghan, which inevitably reminded him of the classic characters from the game 8 Million Warriors on Earth manhole cover in Fat Zone. Of course, since manhole cover had red hair, Lin Chen casually remarked that red hair and blue fists matched better. As a result, today he saw Shen Hongying's red-haired blue fist lowly. Even more, she had recreated the classic snowman set using Blizzard. Ah, ha ha ha. Shen Hongying's laughter echoed across the playground. She used the dodging skill of the blue fist to keep moving around in the snow, playing with her classmates. Seeing her and Lu Qinghan having fun, Lin Chen didn't go over to greet them. He went straight back to the villa and summoned Elena. Lin Chen studied the dungeon creation methods for a while before finally falling into a deep sleep. It was a night without incident. The next day, Lin Chen woke up early. Elena, being very intelligent and deciding that today would be a good day to seek out that shadow assassin senior. She had sworn that she knew a powerful blacksmith. It was time to forge a weapon for Elena. Of course, before that, Lin Chen needed to pay a visit to Li Ming. Although the bald teacher who looked like a leader had told him last night not to feel any psychological pressure, it was still better to check the situation with Li Ming. The data shows that the main material for the dungeon's creation is the replica crystal. By the way, I should ask how to obtain this replica crystal. Arriving at Li Ming's office, it seemed that the other party had already anticipated his arrival and was waiting in the living room. Ha, you've certainly stirred up quite a commotion this time. The ant nest dungeon was personally seized by the dean back in the day. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Hearing Li Ming's words, Lin Chen revealed a wry smile. Teacher Li, will the school punish me? What? Are you scared? Li Ming looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Not scared, just a bit embarrassed. Ha ha. Don't worry. If you have the ability to break a dungeon, it means you have strength. The school would be more than happy. Naturally, they won't punish you. However, Li Ming shifted his tone, the ant nest dungeon is indeed quite precious. Although the school won't punish you, there will always be differing opinions, so I suggest you find a way to make some amends. Amends? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. I was just thinking about that. Do you have any suggestions, Teacher Li? Seeing his reaction, Li Ming nodded. Making amends is actually quite simple. Creating a dungeon is relatively difficult. What if you were to seize a dungeon for the school? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was still a bit confused. He originally thought he was being asked to create another dungeon. Just as he was about to ask about the source and method of the replica crystal, it turned out he was being asked to seize a dungeon. Sensing his confusion, Li Ming continued to explain. Professionals kill monsters and level up in places like the wilderness, dungeons, secret realms, catacombs, and ruins. You should be very familiar with the first three. The remaining ones are the catacombs and ruins. Let's not talk about the catacombs for now. You're not at the level to access them yet. Next, he'll mainly talk to you about the ruins. Li Ming spoke eloquently. Lin Chen listened attentively. This knowledge was not found in high school textbooks. It belonged to the realm of university education. Learning it in advance was certainly a good thing. Soon, under Li Ming's narration, Lin Chen gradually understood what ruins were and why Li Ming was discussing them. Ruins are typically various historical and cultural sites in Blue Star, formed through great disasters and mutations. These ruins are also the original sites of many dungeons. The origins of dungeons usually fall into three categories. One is the dungeons that come with the main cities after the Great Disaster. Another is those naturally formed in places rich in magical energy, like the Life Forbidden Zone. The last one is created using replica crystals. Among these, there is only one way to obtain replica crystals, by defeating world bosses. The formation of world bosses is also related to airborne magical elements. Therefore, it is easier for world bosses to form in ruins and the Life Forbidden Zone. Replica crystals are the core of dungeon creation. Although they are scarce, over 500 years of development have led to a set of methods being researched. That is to use replica crystals to replicate ruins. The replicated ruins, although the chances of world-class bosses appearing are small, and the chances of dropping replica crystals are also low. Having some is better than none. Thus, every year when the replicated ruins are open, it leads to fierce competition. Every year during the university enrollment season, 10 cities with universities are drawn nationwide to open different replicated ruins. This year, Jianhai City is among the selected cities. And the replicated ruins come from the Longmen Grottos in Luocheng. Your luck has always been good. If you can find a replica crystal in the replicated Longmen Grottos ruins, not only will the school teachers have no objections, but all the students will also have no complaints. So, what do you think? Of course, if you can really obtain the replica crystal, the school will reward you with a large batch of resources. After hearing Li Ming's suggestion, Lin Chen nodded. Teacher Li, is this ruin you mentioned dangerous? Ha, there is danger, but the rewards are also considerable. If you die inside the ruins, you will lose half of your current level's experience, and you will be forcibly teleported out of the ruins. To re-enter, you will need to wait 12 hours. Of course, the drop rate for various items inside is very high, especially for pet eggs and mount eggs. Every year, a large number of merchants gather at the entrance of the ruins. It can be said to be quite an event. Thank you, Teacher Li, I know what to do now. Lin Chen smiled slightly, feeling resolute in his heart. Not to mention just losing a level upon death. Even if he really died, he wouldn't back down. After all, he had just obtained a life-saving divine card, a bond of life and death. There was no place he couldn't take risks. Very good. Li Ming smiled at Lin Chen. However, there is one more thing I need to remind you. The opening time for the Longmen Grottos ruins is next Tuesday. Tomorrow, after your class. The instructor will explain it to you. The entrance to the ruins does not restrict the backgrounds of the adventurers, only their levels, which must be between 50 and 80. So, at that time, not only will there be students from various universities in Jianhai City, but also adventurers from outside and even from abroad. These people are well equipped, and their gear enhancement levels are very high. They come to snatch resources and will not show any mercy. So the battles will be very intense. You need to be prepared. Oh, there are foreign adventurers coming to snatch resources. Lin Chen became serious, nodded in agreement, and bid farewell to Li Ming. Longmen Grottos, Luo Chang. Geographically, it is very likely similar to the Longmen Grottos in Luoyang, Earth. Could their own things be snatched away by foreign adventurers? After all the gains from yesterday's dungeon run, it was time to teach them a lesson. Returning to the villa, his roommates Ling Fei and Bird Brother were still asleep. Both were from the south and had played hard in the snow yesterday. Lin Chen returned to his bedroom and went straight to the study. Before heading to Li Ming's office, he had left Elena here. The purpose was to let her choose some clothes and daily necessities online. He also wanted to jot down some ideas for his weapons. Among Elena's attributes, she specialized in 2 areas, strength and mana. She could be considered a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't let her just be a vase commanding from the back. Especially now that he had the Frost Domain, he could easily stock troops inside for simple training. Future Legion battles would be much simpler. So, have you made your selections? Lin Chen looked at the maid-dressed Elena sitting in front of the computer. I've chosen, Master, please take a look. Elena's voice was sweet and light. Very pleasant to hear. Lin Chen leaned over to look at the screen. He saw a row of stockings in the shopping cart. Black, white, gray, lace, fishnet. Lin Chen's face turned red. What is this for? Testing the cadres with this? What's wrong? Does Master not like it? Ahem. Lin Chen didn't answer directly. You want need to wear these outside. How did your weapon selection go? Please wait a moment, Master. Elena's eyes flashed and she began to busy herself at the computer. 3 minutes later, she finally pulled up an image of a weapon on the screen. It was an ancient-looking sword with a somewhat slender blade. You know swordsmanship? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Yes, after transforming, my memory has recovered a lot. Elena nodded. Most of the skills on Elena's attribute panel were ranged skills. Lin Chen instinctively thought she would lean more towards magic. He didn't expect her to be a dragon knight. Not bad. Can I learn some swordsmanship from her? After all, after transforming into the Lich King, I can be considered a death knight. Just swinging a sword and casting skills isn't enough. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen completed the payment for all of Irina's shopping cart. Then, he transferred the image of the sword to his phone. Let's go, Irina, they'll take you to forge a weapon. The idea of forging a weapon for Irina wasn't a sudden thought for Lin Chen. Although Irina and the silly cow were contract beasts, they had pet attributes. And pets, upon reaching level 50 and unlocking their awakening skills, would have a chance to unlock skills every 10 levels thereafter. The higher the potential, the greater the chance of unlocking skills. Therefore, after reaching level 50, if he wanted to enhance his pet strength, leveling up was secondary. Forging equipment was the key. Because after level 50, pets would unlock an equipment slot, enjoying the attribute bonuses of the gear. Although there was only one slot, unlike professionals, pets could equip any type of gear. Irina and the silly cow, being damage dealers, should equip weapons. As for the frost giant, he'll buy him some reflective armor later. Planning some things in his mind, Lin Chen opened his phone to contact the Shadow Assassin Senior from last time. They had exchanged contact information during the freshman trial Secret Realm. The Shadow Assassin Senior was named Chen Wanqiu. After receiving his message, she quickly replied to meet at the outer courtyard Stone Tablet Square. When they met, Lin Chen noticed that the socially anxious senior who had brought him to school, Guo Miao, was also there. Irina's ability to transform was indeed thanks to her soul summoning grass. After all, Lin Chen learned from the alchemist Kong Tao that the soul summoning grass hadn't appeared on the market for decades. Good morning, Junior Lin. Guo Miao greeted him with a smile. Lin Chen responded with a smile and then took out a piece of equipment from his backpack. Equipment and wristband quality, legendary effect, life 2000, mana 500, all attributes 5 attribute. For every 10 decrease in life, gain a 20 movement speed bonus. Equipping requirement, level 50 and above for all professions. The equipment was obtained from defeating a small boss while finding his way in the ant nest last night. The attributes and effects of the equipment were quite good, a little gem. However, for Lin Chen, it was rather useless. His health bar was too thick, making it hard to trigger the effect. But it was suitable for Guo Miao, who didn't like fighting, had a low level, yet managed to come to Mingzhu University. Lin Chen was naturally curious about her. Later, he specifically checked some of her information. Upon investigation, Lin Chen found that she was quite famous at Mingzhu University. Guo Miao was from Diannan City and was the top liberal arts student of her year. Of course, her fame wasn't just due to her academic achievements but also her background. Guo Miao lost both her parents at a young age, both dying during a disaster relief effort. As a child, she suffered severe trauma and it was said that her psychological age was stuck at 10. Therefore, most students on campus treated her quite well, seeing her as a little sister. Lin Chen considered himself not a good person, but he didn't want to be a villain either. He naturally felt the need to repay kindness. This wristband could enhance her survival means. Giving it to Guo Miaomio was also a way to return a favor. Of course, the value of the equipment was nothing compared to the soul summoning grass. It was just that this was the only piece of equipment he had that was suitable. Senior, your soul summoning grass helped me a lot last time. This equipment is a small token of gratitude. Lin Chen handed over the wristband. Ah, Junior, you should keep it. This wristband has such great attributes. Guo Miaomio didn't take it. She glanced at the wristband, her gaze shifting to Lin Chen. It's fine, I have something more suitable for my own profession. Guo Miaomio still wanted to refuse. Meanwhile, Chen Wanxiu, standing nearby, took it over for her. After whispering a few words in Guo Miaomio's ear, she no longer declined and happily accepted the wristband. Then thank you very much, Junior. After giving away the equipment, Lin Chen expressed his desire to customize 2 pieces of equipment. Chen Wanxiu, not one for many words, nodded in agreement. Then, the 3 set off to the residence of the blacksmith known to Chen Wanxiu. Lin Chen watched as Guo Miaomio summoned a pink fawn to ride and then summoned a brown fawn. It felt like a dream from 3 months ago. Senior. No need, Lin Chen summoned his own purple gold gourd. I've unlocked mounts at level 50. Ha! Junior actually has a gourd mount. Sister Chiu Chiu said she used to have one too, but her father gave it away. Hearing this, Lin Chen finally understood some things. A blacksmith capable of forging set-level equipment must be very powerful. Now, combining Chen Wanqia's surname with Guo Miaomio's words, Lin Chen realized Chen Wanqia's identity. The Chen family, one of the 4 great families of Jianhai City. He just didn't expect this coincidence. Chen Wanqia's father was actually the one who had given Li Jiangbai the 60-year mount, the purple gold gourd. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly and said nothing more. Chen Wanxiu seemed unaware that he had snatched the gourd. After glancing a couple of times, she summoned a Shadow Cat Demon mount. The Shadow Cat Demon was a very popular mount among female players. Lin Chen wasn't surprised. Soon, Chen Wanxiu led the way. And the 3 quickly arrived at the Chen family manor. Jiang, Song, Kong, and Chen, the 4 great families, all started from business. Lin Chen had met the heads of these 4 families at Li Jianbai's place. Later, he had further interactions with Kong Tao from the Kong family and the Zhang family who sold the water of life last time. Now it was the Chen family's turn. With Chen Wanxiu leading the way, they smoothly arrived at her father's workshop. Although it was called a workshop, it was mainly a small forging area. At that moment, Chen Wanqia's father, Chen Shi, was wearing work clothes, carving equipment. Hearing someone enter, he merely glanced over and continued studying the equipment. What's up? Out of breath? Don't worry, once I'm done in a few days, you'll go to Mount Shu and catch you another one. Lin Chen followed behind, his mouth twitching. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't have come today. No need, I already have a new mount target. Chen Wanxiu said coldly. Just about to introduce Lin Chen when Chen Qi's voice followed. Ah, that's right, just like your mother, you should get used to looking around more. What mount are you interested in this time? Panda. Oh my goodness, a panda is a 90-year mount. Your father and I, even if we want to buy it, we can't. If I had known this, I wouldn't have given that gourd away. Before he could finish, Chen Qi's head, which had just been raised, stopped. Lin Chen? What are you doing here? Chen Qi quickly put down the equipment and came over to the few of them. Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly, greeting him. Senior Chen, nice to see you again. This time I wanted to ask you to help forge 2 pieces of equipment. Ha, forging equipment, no problem, no problem. Xiao Qiu, are you friends? Oh, look at you, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry, sit down. Chen Qi's demeanor completely belied that he was the head of a prominent family. He was a total daughter slave. Under his warm invitation, Lin Chen quickly customized several sets of equipment: Elena's sword, the clumsy cow's axe, the frost giant's arm guards, and a giant double-bladed battle axe as an alternative for the golden giant crocodile. The golden giant crocodile was a corpse he had found in the new student trial secret realm. It must have been left behind after being killed by those seniors. Its size was too large to fit into the backpack space, so it remained in place. Like Elena, it was also a rare potential contract beast, but its size was too big. Lin Chen planned to feed it a transformation pill to see what would happen. Not to mention completely transforming into a human, even a half-human, half-beast form would be fine. Of course, Lin Chen had already thought of a name for the golden giant crocodile after its transformation. He would call it Recton. After discussing the equipment customization, all that was left was to wait a few days to pick it up. Lin Chen bid farewell to the others and left alone. Today was Sunday. In the afternoon, he had an important matter to attend to. That was the new student competition. Originally, he hadn't planned to participate in this event. After all, the newcomer king of the freshman competition only rewards 10,000 credits. It's basically just for the title. He still has over 10 million credits, so he doesn't care about this little amount. Now, he wants to participate mainly for the glory points. The newcomer king rewards 5 glory points, equivalent to a dungeon run. Of course, it's still early. It's not even 10 in the morning yet. Lin Chen thought about visiting Magic City University to hand over the water of life to his cousin. Mingzhu University is located east of Jianhai City, at the eastern gate of the main city. Magic City University, on the other hand, is situated at the southern gate of Jianhai City. As a super metropolis capable of accommodating over 100 million people, there is a bit of distance between the two schools. Fortunately, the Chen Manor he just left is located between the two, so he doesn't have to take a long detour. However, Lin Chen still took out the 7th tier mount essence. It was time to unlock the flying function of his mount. Ever since he leveled up to 50 last night and unlocked the mount, Lin Chen found that it wasn't as good as he had imagined. This is reality, and unlike game mounts, it naturally doesn't have an automatic pathfinding function. Moreover, it can't even use GPS for positioning and navigation like a car. A professional riding on it needs to stay connected with the mount at all times, just like driving a car. However, there is a reason why it can be called a mount. This thing knows the way. In other words, as long as he rides it frequently, it can gradually form an automatic navigation system. Therefore, Lin Chen planned to upgrade the gourd to the 7th tier. By flying in the air, he could quickly deepen the mount's route memory. Of course, more importantly, his cousin Su Shan is already in his 2nd year this year. The campus of Magic City University has moved to the aerial islands. To see him, he needs a teleportation array or to ride someone else's flying mount. If the gourd gains the ability to fly, it could save him some expenses. Do you want to consume the 7th tier mount essence to upgrade the 6th tier mount purple gold gourd to the 7th tier? After the essence fusion, the upgraded 7th tier purple gold gourd will unlock the flying function due to its characteristics. Lin Chen chose to confirm without hesitation. Ding, 7th tier mount essence fusion successful. Congratulations on obtaining the 7th tier mount purple gold gourd flying function activated. Accompanied by the prompt sound, the purple gold gourd beneath Lin Chen began to emit a faint purple light. At the same time, mysterious purple patterns spread across the surface of the gourd. With a flash of light, the gourd's size instantly doubled. Originally, Lin Chen's size fit perfectly on it, but now it seemed much smaller. This feeling is truly wonderful. After reaching the 7th tier, the purple gold gourd seemed to have gained some intelligence. Compared to when it was at the 6th tier, it became easier to control. Lin Chen patted the gourd and lightly commanded, "Rise." With a whoosh, the purple gold gourd lifted him into the sky. At first, the speed was not fast, rising smoothly like an elevator. But once they reached several hundred meters in the air, the flying speed suddenly increased. However, Lin Chen, sitting on top, felt incredibly stable, just like being on a plane. Not bad, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Looking down at the bustling city below, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, it was somewhat good. Professionals can only unlock flying abilities at level 150, but he could soar at level 50. Whoosh, 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 objects around him rapidly receded. Lin Chen maneuvered the purple gold gourd, performing shaped flights in midair. This feeling was exhilarating. After half an hour of play, Lin Chen finally reined in his playful spirit and directed the purple gold gourd towards the southern gate. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the humans below were no longer visible, but the entire view of Jianhai City was laid out before him. And now, below him was the Magic City University campus, similar to the entrance of Mingzhu University. Magic City and Mingzhu University are equally renowned in Jianhai City. However, in recent years, Magic City University has developed rapidly, subtly overshadowing Mingzhu University. From the aerial islands ahead, one could see that these islands were formed after the Great Cataclysm. Similarly, they are also a symbol of the super metropolis. There are a total of 7 aerial islands in Jianhai City. They are neither too big nor too small. They do not block the sunlight in the air, but they are sufficient to accommodate thousands of people for free activities and living. Lin Chen rode the purple gold gourd, and in just 2 or 3 minutes, he arrived at the aerial island campus of Magic City University. In front of the entrance to the aerial island campus, there was a huge square. There were 3 large teleportation arrays responsible for the transport between the island and the mainland. Of course, the square also had quite a few flying mounts like griffins and flying cranes, waiting to carry passengers like taxis. Today was Sunday, and at this time, many students were coming and going. Before Lin Chen arrived, he had messaged his cousin Su Shan. Even before landing, he spotted his cousin waiting in the square. The purple gold gourd slowly descended. Su Shan looked astonished and exclaimed, "A Xian, is this a 7th tier flying mount?" "Yeah," Lin Chen replied as he jumped down from the gourd, patted it, and smiled. "What do you think? Cool, right?" "Cool, it's really freaking cool." Su Shan couldn't help but curse, circling around the purple gold gourd several times. "This thing isn't cheap. Not only is it expensive, but it's also extremely rare. For students like us, having a 5th tier mount is already considered a rich kid. In the entire Magic City University, there are no more than a handful of students with flying mounts." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the rarity of 7th tier mounts. Su Shan's tone was filled with shock and disbelief. He and Lin Chen had been very close relatives and friends since childhood. He never expected that after just a job change in 3 months, his cousin would seem like a completely different person. Lin Chen smiled and said nothing more. He gently patted the purple gold gourd, which quickly shrank in size, transforming into a purple streak of light that entered Lin Chen's body. Seeing this, Su Shan showed a hint of envy and quickly said, "Let's go, A Xian, I'll take you around the aerial island of Magic City. Our Magic City is different from Mingzhu. You can only go to the aerial island campus after being promoted to the inner academy at Mingzhu University. In our Magic City, except for freshmen, all other students are here." By the time they left Magic City, it was already close to noon. After experiencing the specialty dishes of Magic City University in the cafeteria, Lin Chen handed the water of life to his cousin. Now, he had resolved one of his worries. Although he was a person from another world, the feelings he experienced after the college entrance examination were very real. After seeing his aunt go blind, he always felt a knot in his heart. Now, Lin Chen felt an immense sense of relief. Riding the gourd all the way back to Mingzhu University, the rules and specific start time for the newcomer competition had already been announced. Since there were only 2 participants this year, the newcomer competition had changed from 3 different formats to a single arena match, aiming to conclude the competition in 1 match. Seeing the change in competition rules and that there were only 2 participants, Lin Chen felt a bit surprised. The title of newcomer king didn't matter much. The credits and honor points were tangible resources. Li Sen, professional ID, Sanmu. Hidden profession, martial artist, level 55. Lin Chen looked at his opponent's information and nodded. He didn't know this person, but judging by the information, he should be quite strong. After level 50, the experience requirements increase significantly. Normally, at this point in time, reaching level 53 would place one in the top 100 nationwide. Level 55, however, would likely be in the top 10. This person shouldn't be a nobody. Reaching level 55 was no longer just a matter of personal strength. Lin Chen wasn't foolish enough to go directly into the arena without checking anything first. With that thought, Lin Chen opened his phone and found a list published by the Penguin Organization, the Hidden Dragon List. This was a list compiled annually by the Penguin Organization, gathering the latest information on job changers in Xia country. Based on the strength of the professionals, talent compatibility, and other data, it ranked potential. The credibility was decent. After finishing his college entrance examination, Lin Chen had looked at the top 10. This time, he focused on those ranked after the 10th. 22nd place, Li Sun, hidden profession martial artist, class talent. Undisclosed. It seems this undisclosed talent should be quite strong. Or perhaps the opposing family's influence is substantial, having purchased many secret realm scrolls. There was little information available. Lin Chen simply turned off his phone. With his current attribute data, within the same tier, Lin Chen couldn't think of any way he could lose. Researching information was just a cautious habit he had developed. The arena competition would start at 2 in the afternoon. The venue was right in front of the stone tablet square. It was still early. Lin Chen planned to return to the villa for a nap. As he passed by the stone tablet square, a ring similar to a boxing match had already been set up. It was somewhat rudimentary but quite large, covering over 100 square meters. It was evident that the school had prepared in a hurry. Back at the villa, Lin Chen lay on the bed for a brief rest. As the competition time approached, he made his way to the arena. By this time, the stone tablet square was already surrounded by a considerable crowd. Most of them were freshmen. Many had long been convinced of Lin Chen's strength. Now, they were just curious to see what abilities this challenger named Li Sun possessed that made him confident enough to compete with Lin Chen for the title of newcomer king. This person shouldn't be simple. I heard he didn't even take the college entrance exam and is a special recruit. So what if he's a special recruit? I thought it was like before the Great Cataclysm, relying on expertise in a certain field. He became a special recruit, but it was just because he relied on his talent and profession after changing jobs, and he was swayed by the conditions offered by the school early on. In terms of these things, isn't Jun Bujin better than him? That's true, but you know that the martial artist profession has a very perverse awakening skill. Are you talking about the awakening skill that unleashes explosive power? Turning hair golden and standing up? If he really has that awakening skill, it would be hard to say how he would fare against Jun Bujian. Yeah, that transformation type awakening skill can significantly enhance combat power. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Chen listened in. It reminded him of a rumor he had heard before. It was said that a second-tier martial artist, relying on a powerful transformation-type awakening skill, had crossed tiers to slay a third-tier holy knight. One must know that holy knights are already tough and capable fighters, not to mention crossing a major tier. This kind of transformation skill is probably similar to my Lich King form, capable of greatly amplifying attributes. I just wonder what the triggering conditions for this transformation skill are. Lin Chen scratched his head. His Lich King form required accumulating anger points. Although self-destructing skeletons could also work, it needed to inflict damage on the enemy during self-detonation to accumulate points. While Lin Chen was pondering this, the students saw him approaching and instantly became excited. Jun Bujian, you're here. You have to do your best. I bet 500 credits on you. Go crush him. I heard some news that kid Sanmu is planning to pull a trick on you. Come on, I went all in on you. Lin Chen was surrounded in the middle, with classmates firing questions at him one after another. Lin Chen smiled slightly but did not respond. He directly stepped onto the arena. There were still 10 minutes until the competition officially began. 3 mentors arrived at the arena. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised upon seeing them. According to the information he had found online, the freshman competition was not actually an official school event. It was something that the freshmen had spontaneously organized years ago. Later, the school saw that it could stimulate some students' fighting spirit and motivation, so they stepped in to manage it simply, adding some credit and glory point rewards. However, despite some support, every year the school would only provide a venue and one mentor to act as a referee for the freshman competition. Lin Chen didn't expect that this year there would be 3 mentors, and they were all of notable status. One was the coach for the freshman competition he had met at Li Ming's office, Teacher Chiu. The other 2 were the freshman mentors from the Warrior Academy and the Mage Academy. As soon as the 3 mentors appeared, they instantly ignited the students' enthusiasm. Coach Chiu had an outstanding demeanor, looking heroic and spirited. The Mage Academy mentor had a hot figure, alluring and sexy. The combat school mentor was handsome and charming. For the freshmen, the 3 were simply irresistible. The competition had a podium, and after the 3 mentors took their seats, they all nodded at Lin Chen on the arena. Lin Chen smiled back, feeling a bit puzzled in his heart. Why hasn't Li Xin arrived yet? Just as he was wondering, a sound of gongs and drums came from not far away. Everyone turned to look. A tall man dressed in combat gear was leading a group of people towards them. The people behind him were carrying instruments like guitars and swanas. Their clothes were colorful and eye-catching. Of course, the most prominent was the banner they were holding above their heads. Real men only engage in close combat. Hot-blooded men should strive for strength. Only summoners are fake men. With righteous spirit, I will break the evil spirits. Lin Chen widened his eyes slightly. He had underestimated the people of this world. Back during the freshman trial in the Secret Realm, the leader of the Black Sand Guild had analyzed his combat methods with great insight. It was clear he had studied military strategy. Now this Li Xin was actually creating a buzz before the match. The slogans on the banner clearly indicated an analysis of his class characteristics, aimed specifically at him. Interesting. Lin Chen smiled faintly, not paying much attention. However, the display of the banner sparked intense discussions among many freshmen. Damn! Shameless! This banner is just missing the words, "You shall not summon undead skeletons." I can't believe it. How dare he call me a summoner, a fake man? I want to plant my flag. So damn shameless. Hey, you can't deny it. This banner is full of provocation. Do you think Jun Bujian will agree? Agree to what? Mages and melee fighters in close combat? Cough. Why can't mages engage in close combat? What do you think, bird brother? Get lost. Don't cast skills at me, you veterinarian. Meanwhile, Li Xin had already arrived at the arena. He lightly leaped and easily jumped in front of Lin Chen. So, Jun Bujian, do you dare to have a unknown, real man melee battle with me? What's wrong, scared? As a man, do you only dare to show off using your summons? On the stage, Li Xin looked at Lin Chen with a cold smile. Lin Chen pursed his lips. This kid was quite clever. If it were an ordinary person, they might really fall for this provocation. However, in close combat, I don't seem to be weak either. Ever since he acquired the ability to reverse the heavens and earth, Lin Chen no longer considered himself just a simple mage. It would be more accurate to say he was a versatile talent. It's still early, so I can play with him a bit. Lin Chen thought to himself, frowning. What's there to be afraid of? It's just summons, I can take you down quickly without them. With that, a wave of discussions erupted around them. Some people exclaimed they had misjudged Lin Chen. They didn't expect him to be so easily provoked. Jun Bujian, don't fall for it. That kid is just trying to provoke you. Bro, don't mess around. I bet on your victory. What's wrong with Jun Bujian? Hasn't he read any military books? How can he fall for such a simple trick? The students debated fiercely. The three mentors sitting on the front podium shook their heads gently. They had seen Lin Chen's performance in the dungeon. He had shattered the ant nest dungeon with 3 punches, defeating the most defensive crystal ant boss. Can you believe that this is something a mage can do? Hee, Jun Bujian, this is what you said. On the stage, Lee Sin laughed upon hearing Lin Chen's reply. He truly admired his father. When he was young, his father had forced him to study military strategy. Now it was really coming in handy. Jun Bujian, I am a warrior. And you are a mage. Since we are going for a unknown close combat, I want bully you. If you don't use your summons, then I want use weapons. And, Lee Sin smiled, I can give you 10 moves. 10 moves is too much. Lin Chen shook his head, I'm afraid you won't last even 1 move. How about this, I'll let you have 50 moves. Lin Chen casually said. Arrogant. Lee Sin's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Jun Bujian, don't think I haven't checked your information. Although your talent hasn't been made public. But based on your various performances, it's clear it's related to your health. Do you really think having a long health bar makes you invincible? I'll show you what percentage damage is today. Lee Sen's eyes gleamed with disdain. He then spread his legs and squatted down. In the next moment, with a loud boom, a wave of air surged around Lee Senator. His entire body was enveloped in a golden yellow aura. His hair instantly turned golden and stood on end. Lin Chen had a big question mark over his head. He almost thought he had walked into the wrong set. This posture, it was like a scion. You see, 50 moves, right? Ha, this punch of mine deals 2% of maximum health damage. Let you know what talent countering is. Whoosh! Lee Sin struck first. He directly punched towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. So it's a talent? He had still underestimated this world. When he first learned about his talent that permanently increased health, Lin Chen had searched online for information. But at that time, he didn't find any equipment that could deal percentage health damage to targets. Lin Chen had sighed in relief then. He just didn't expect that while there was no equipment, such a talent existed. That makes sense, my talent has percentage damage, others must have it too, so it's reasonable. 2%, not bad. Lin Chen nodded. If Lee Sen's punch could deal 2% of someone else's maximum health damage, then it wouldn't be surprising for that person to reach level 55. All he needed was someone to control and break the defense. With this talent he could kill any strong boss. Thinking about breaking the defense, Lin Chen was about to regret letting go of the 30 moves, but he paused again. Yesterday in the Black Wind Cave dungeon he had dropped a mythic grade top tier robe. Equipment, fireproof robe quality, mythic effect, health 10,000, mana 3,000, all attributes 10 equipping requirement, universal for all classes attributes, fire element resistance 50, gain skill golden light shield. Golden light shield, after release, it can form a golden light shield based on one's own health. It's a pity it's an active skill. If it were passive, it would be invincible. Lin Chen thought to himself, quickly activating the golden light shield skill. In an instant, a circle of golden airwaves enveloped him as well. However, compared to Lee Sin, Lin Chen's golden aura was even more impressive. What? Lee Sin was instantly taken aback upon seeing the golden light. At that moment, his fist had already struck Lin Chen. Clang! It sounded like a giant bell being struck, and a booming sound echoed on the arena. Lee Sin took 2 steps back, looking at Lin Chen, who was enveloped in golden light, with astonishment. But soon he adjusted himself. Heh, a shield, huh? Let's see how many moves you can withstand. Lee Sin sneered twice and launched another attack. Lin Chen remained completely still. The golden light shield was not an ordinary shield-type skill, it could actually reflect a variant of the health bar. The shield value was 80% of his current health. This meant that even if Lee Sin could deal 2% maximum health damage each time, since it wasn't true damage, he would need 40 hits just to break through Lin Chen's shield value. The remaining 10 hits would at most cause Lin Chen a 20% health loss. Bang bang bang! Lee Sin used melee skills, punching towards Lin Chen one after another. Soon, he realized that he couldn't break through Lin Chen's defense at all. No matter what skill he used, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not hurting Lin Chen in the slightest. This left him utterly shocked. But equally shocked were the students. At this moment, they were starting to feel restless. The arena where the two were competing was not casually built. Below the arena, the health percentage of both combatants was displayed. The arena match had no complicated rules, just one: as long as you knock your opponent off the stage or reduce their health to a critical level, you win. Knocking someone off the stage was easy to understand. A critical health state meant that when a contestant's health was reduced to 1%, they would be turned into an invincible state immune to all damage and teleported off the stage. At this moment, Lee Sen was quite bold. He used aggressive punches and did not release any charge-type control skills to knock Lin Chen away. However, after dozens of punches, Lin Chen's health bar hadn't even budged. "No, buddy, you're a city wall. This doesn't even take away health. Could it be that you're afraid of pain, so you put all your points into defense? If even the defense isn't broken, it must be a high defense build for a body-focused necromancer. Hey, he's moving. As the students discussed, Lin Chen's health bar finally started to drop. Unfortunately, after just a moment, the health drop stopped. 50 punches had passed, and Lin Chen was still standing. Thick-skinned crab. A genius from Xia country, too abnormal. Oh my god, this student has such a strong physique, his strength must be incredible. Why does Xia country produce an extraordinary genius every few years? This is really not a normal mage. Nowadays, countries in Blue Star do not restrict the interactions of their respective professionals. As long as they are not particularly high in combat power or in large numbers, professionals from all countries can come and go freely. The ruins in Jianghai City are about to open this year, and many foreign professionals have already arrived. Their levels are almost all 79 just for this grand event of the ruins. Unexpectedly, before the ruins even opened, they discovered a super invincible opponent. Had enough? Lin Chen grinned on the arena. If you've had enough, it's my turn. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Then, with a palm strike, he attacked, splitting the mountain with force. Clang! Li Sen, with his golden hair, was surrounded by waves of energy. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew off the arena. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. One palm, instant kill. If it weren't for the invincibility effect of the arena, Li Sen would have already perished. Those gathered here, whether new students, old students, or outside professionals who came to join the fun, were all frozen in place. They could imagine that Lin Chen wouldn't lose. They could also imagine that Lin Chen had thick health, so Li Sen wouldn't defeat him in just a few moves. But they never expected Lin Chen could kill someone with a single palm. No, a mage killed a warrior with one palm. Who do you go to for justice about this? At this moment, Li Sen outside the arena had already stood up. Taking advantage of the invincibility effect still being active, he quickly consumed a life potion to recover his health. Although the arena could save his life, the damage dealt by Lin Chen's palm had exceeded 50%. He directly entered a severely injured state. If he didn't recover his health, once the invincibility effect wore off, he would faint instantly. Gulp, 2 bottles of life potions down. Li Sen's health recovered to over 50%. He looked at Lin Chen. His eyes filled with terror. If a professional chooses to hide their information, it's hard for others to know exactly how much health they have. However, damage can be roughly estimated. And now, his estimation of Lin Chen's health was at least over 1 million. Is this really a level 50 professional? More importantly, what the hell is this terrifying physical damage? If Lin Chen were an assassin or a chi master, it would be reasonable for him to one-punch him. But he's a necromancer. Even if he maxed out strength, he shouldn't be able to kill him in one hit. Wait, could it be splitting the mountain with force? Li Sen was startled, thinking of a possibility. This skill book, although rare, wasn't completely unknown. If it really was this book, then it would make sense if Lin Chen maxed out strength and combined it with an extremely high energy value. No matter how thick the health, the physical damage skills a mage can learn are just a few. A strength-focused necromancer. Wouldn't that be useless? With this thought, Li Sen felt much better. He stood up and bowed to Lin Chen. I admit defeat. You are this year's rookie king. After saying that, Li Sen consumed another life potion and left with the group of people banging drums and gongs. At this moment, the 3 mentors on the podium nodded. Seeing Lin Chen's display of strength again, they also made the same guess as Li Sen in their hearts. Lin Chen must have learned the splitting the mountain with force skill to match his health, and his attribute points were allocated to strength. Not useless, just the upper limit might not be very high. It's not necessarily the case. I see him as a smart person, not someone who just adds strength to deal damage. You're thinking too far ahead. First of all, he's an extremely powerful summoner of undead, and only then is he a melee mage with thick blood and added strength. The 3 teachers exchanged a few simple words. Then, the teacher in the middle, Ms. Chiu, who was in charge of the Manga Global Freshman Exchange Competition, stepped forward. The Mingju University Freshman Challenge has concluded, and the final winner is Jun Bujian. Congratulations to Jun Bujian for earning the title of Ming's Newcomer King. The rewards will be credited to your school account shortly. Alright, now you can disperse. With Ms. Chio's words, the challenge came to an end. Lin Chen jumped down from the stage. He was met with thunderous applause and various dungeon invitations. The arena competition ended too quickly. To be honest, Lin Chen was a bit eager to run some dungeons. Mingzhu University had 3 dungeons ranging from level 50 to 60. Now, only 2 remained after he had cleared the others, Lanrua Temple and Misty Forest. Both of these dungeons were medium-sized and had special boss-unique equipment. Forget it, he'll talk about it tomorrow. After running so many dungeons yesterday and leveling up to 50, he hadn't had the chance to organize his things properly. He decided to head back and take stock. I remember there are still a dozen small boss chests in the Frost domain, as well as the Ant Queen's chest. Let's go for 10 consecutive draws when I get back. After bidding farewell to his classmates, Lin Chen didn't rush back to the villa. Instead, he went to the training hall. Spending 1,000 credits, he rented an ultra-large training room. Then, Lin Chen summoned the golden crocodile. Back at the Kong family manor, Kong Tao had refined 5 shapeshifting pills while using his transformation grass. When Elena transformed, she took one. Now, 4 remained. Normally, these shapeshifting pills could help divine beasts change into human form. Moreover, after transforming, they could switch between the 2 forms at any time. Lin Chen didn't expect the golden crocodile to fully turn into a human. Half human, half beast would suffice. After all, the golden crocodile was too large now. Taking it out would make it a living target. At this moment, in the training hall, the golden crocodile stood 6 to 7 meters tall and 50 meters long. Its body was covered in hard, golden armor, and its tail was like a giant whip. The eyes on its head resembled 2 golden lanterns. Its limbs were robust, each over 2 meters thick. Its toes were covered with sharp claws, as if they could tear everything apart at any moment. It was imposing, very imposing. Its massive body resembled a moving small mountain, giving a strong sense of oppression. But when it moved, it appeared quite clumsy. As it shifted, the ground trembled slightly beneath its weight, and its speed on land was very slow. Although it's imposing, it's too conspicuous and it moves too clumsily. Lin Chen looked at the giant creature before him and couldn't help but shake his head. Hearing his words, the golden crocodile flashed a hint of innocence in its eyes. It wanted to shrink too, but its strength didn't allow it. Lin Chen could communicate with his contracted beast. He chuckled softly, patted the golden crocodile's large head, and handed over a shapeshifting pill. Eat this and see if it can help you shrink a bit. Crunch crunch. Without any hesitation, the golden crocodile swallowed the pill whole. The pill melted in its mouth, and a warm power surged within the golden crocodile. It let out a low roar, and its body shone brightly. Beneath its scales, it seemed as if some power was surging and changing. As the light gradually faded, the golden crocodile's size began to change. Its originally massive body gradually shrank, but it still retained its imposing presence. Eventually, its size reduced to about 1/10 of its original. Although it was still large, it was much better than before. Moreover, its appearance also changed. The once hard scales became more delicate, shimmering with a faint golden glow. Its head became more refined, and its eyes shone brighter. More importantly, its limbs began to transform towards a human shape. This change lasted a long time. It was only after about an hour that it gradually came to a stop. At this point, looking at the golden giant crocodile again, its upper body resembled a muscular man clad in golden armor. The lower half remained in crocodile form. Its thick tail swung back and forth behind it. On its head, there were a few golden crocodile horns. 2 large golden eyes were positioned on either side of its head. Standing over 2 meters tall and measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, it was strikingly handsome. My lord, the golden giant crocodile spoke in a deep voice. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This creature, as a lord-level being, indeed possessed some intelligence, which was one of the reasons he wanted to transform it into a humanoid form. Not bad, not bad. Do you have memories? Do you have a name? The golden giant crocodile shook its head. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Very good. Then from now on, you shall be called Recton. In the future, if there's a chance, he'll find a goblin for you to be brothers with. Oh no! I just let that slip. What will I do during the day? The transformation of the golden giant crocodile was complete. With this new form, it would be able to participate in battles normally. Moreover, due to the use of the transformation elixir, it could freely switch between crocodile and half-beast forms. Given this, Lin Chen decided to elevate its importance. After all, there were too many contracted beasts now, and it was impossible to attend to the levels of all of them. It's time for them to go farm dungeons and kill monsters to level up. With this thought, Lin Chen summoned his contracted beasts, Elena, the silly cow, and the frost giant. Then, he activated the wooden stake training mode in the training hall. He summoned skeleton soldiers and unleashed soul fire, death grip, and corpse explosion. Soon, his anger value reached 100%. Lin Chen transformed into the Lich King form. Last time in the ant nest he hadn't calculated the duration of the transformation. Now was a perfect opportunity to test it. Of course, that wasn't his main purpose. What Lin Chen planned to do was use the mythic level magic card, Life and Death Bond. He noted the time of the transformation. Lin Chen waved his hand to unfold his magic card wheel. Golden version of Heaven and Earth LV5, Gold Supreme Rule LV5, Orange Lucky Revolver LV5, Purple Skill Slot Expansion LV5, Purple Lightning Power LV5, Purple Experience Boost LV5, Purple Corpse Storage LV5, Orange Experience Boost LV5. Now he had 2 gold mythic magic cards. In version of Heaven and Earth and Supreme Rule, these 2 magic cards felt like they could be used for a lifetime. Of course, there were also the remaining Orange Magic Card Lucky Revolver and Purple Magic Card Lightning Power, which could also be used for a lifetime. However, now he had an additional mythic magic card. Lin Chen looked at the information of his existing magic cards and hesitated. Which one should I replace? The skill slot expansion definitely couldn't be swapped out. If he replaced this magic card, he would lose the corresponding skill. So the remaining options were Corpse Storage and the 2 Experience Boost magic cards. After thinking it over, Lin Chen ultimately decided to replace the Corpse Storage. This was purchased to complement its Undead Resurrection and Corpse Explosion abilities. Once the Corpse Explosion skill reached level 5, it would unlock its skill characteristics, allowing it to unleash Corpse Explosion on all corpses. Now that summoning the undead had unlocked cavalry, there wouldn't be any fatigue in the short term. It was time to enhance the levels of other skills. Moreover, initially he had bought the Corpse Storage because he couldn't find items like body bags in the Divine Grace Cemetery. Now at Pearl University he could easily exchange for it with credits. Having thought this through, Lin Chen took out the Corpse Storage magic card and replaced it with Life and Death Bond. Magic card, Life and Death Bond type, pet quality, mythic level 1 effect, links the life and death of summoned creatures forming a branch. As long as one party does not die, all linked targets will not die. Note, the number of linked targets increases with level. Current level can link one target. Checking the magic card information, Lin Chen frowned slightly. At level 1, it could only link one target. He had already consumed the magic card fragments he bought earlier. It seems I need to buy some more. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly opened the trading hall and purchased enough fragments to upgrade 5 magic cards to their maximum level. The address filled in was a villa, with an expected delivery time of 8 o'clock in the evening. After completing these purchases, Lin Chen looked at the skill panel. He noticed a new skill icon had appeared, Death and Life Contract. With a slight intuition, Lin Chen understood how to use the skill. He called Irina over. Then, he released the skill. Soon, a thin line of energy formed between the two of them. Branching completed. With the prompt appearing, Lin Chen could sense that his connection with Irina had deepened. Not bad, Lin Chen said, very satisfied, and then looked at the anger value. Still 80%? The consumption of anger value was surprisingly much slower than before in the ant nest. Could it be that the more intense the battle, the faster it consumes? Lin Chen casually released a skill, Soulfire, towards the front. 3 fireballs automatically navigated and hit a wooden stake. Looking at the anger value again, it indeed consumed faster. Seeing this, Lin Chen conducted other experiments in the training hall. After estimating, he found that in the ultimate Lich King form, he could maintain it for 30 minutes without fighting. In battle, however, it was only 10 minutes. The time was short, but it was enough to use. After all, when the Lich King state disappeared and he transformed back, it was just a matter of self-destructing 2 waves of skeleton soldiers. However, since discovering that the Frost Domain could stockpile troops, Lin Chen no longer cared about how much damage he could output. He released the skill to summon the undead, bringing his skeleton soldiers into the Frost Domain. Lin Chen also arrived there. The current Frost Domain was not large, but not small either. The area was sufficient to stockpile hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers or transformed undead creatures. Walking into this snowy world, all he could see was a blanket of white. Amidst the vast ice and snow, thousands of undead ants and skeleton soldiers stood still. In addition, there were a dozen ants the size of small cars, which looked quite out of place. These were the bosses from the ant nest. Of course, the most eye-catching was the giant ant boss, resembling a small mountain. The lord-level creature, the Ant Queen. Its massive size was indeed impressive. Just its head was the size of a small car. With huge mandibles and 2 antennae like sharp long knives, its body was covered in black armor. Even in death, transformed into an undead creature, its limbs still exuded explosive power. At this moment, it stood quietly in place. Behind it were nearly 10,000 skeleton soldiers summoned by Lin Chen. These skeleton soldiers were arranged neatly by type, resembling an army. Dense and numerous, they looked quite shocking. Lin Chen was unsure if his frost domain could continue to expand. If it could expand and he could stockpile tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of undead creatures in here later, that would be. He shook his head. Lin Chen dispelled some restless thoughts in his mind. Thanks to the cooldown equipment, the cooldown time for summoning the undead had already ended after this short while. Lin Chen increased his troop strength again. Then, he approached the Ant Queen. With 50% of the anger value, he could unlock the Frostmourne in the Lich King form. This sword was indeed powerful, but it had too much intelligence. Creatures killed would turn into undead. This was a good thing. But it also meant Lin Chen lost the opportunity for a contract. This was a lord-level creature. If contracted, he might have been able to add a wise general. Now, transformed into an undead, it could only serve as a decoration in this frost domain. Besides being a bit intimidating, Lin Chen felt it didn't possess any particularly strong power. Fortunately, it wasn't a loss. When clearing the last stone chamber where the Ant Queen was located in the ant nest, there were the Ant Queen and a dozen small bosses. That was a dozen treasure chests. Now, they lay quietly in front of him. Lin Chen scanned around, and his gaze finally landed on a super large treasure chest. A chest 2 meters high. It was the first time he had seen one. Whoosh. Taking a deep breath to adjust his state, Lin Chen suppressed his inner excitement and reached out to open all the small treasure chests. Soon, a pile of equipment and magic cards accumulated in front of him. 2 orange items? When did legendary equipment become so worthless? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. After all, he hadn't used the lucky revolver. It really has to be a 10 consecutive draw. Lin Chen nodded, then took out the lucky revolver. Although the small treasure chests yielded decent rewards, facing such a large lord-level treasure chest, Lin Chen preferred to trust this handgun rather than his own luck. Snap! Lin Chen loaded the revolver with his thumb and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bullet shot out and exploded in the air, forming a ring of smoke that enveloped him. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together and stepped forward to open the treasure chest. The upgraded lucky revolver refreshed with a full 7 bullets. Just 2 days had passed and he had already consumed 5. Fortunately, each one had yielded good results. This time, it exploded with golden light. Item: Taunt Pearl type magical artifact effect applies a taunt status to the target, causing all enemy attacks and damage to hit the taunter. It's actually a magical artifact. Lin Chen was astonished. This was an item that could only be equipped after reaching level 70. Moreover, only people from the Summer Kingdom would have this special magical artifact slot. Of course, other countries had similar item slots based on their historical and cultural backgrounds. For example, the Sakura Kingdom had shrines, while most of the European and American continents had talismans, and the non-continent had totem statues. Unfortunately, the Pearl's effect is taunt. If only it enhanced spells or physical damage. Magical artifacts were key knowledge in high school. For practitioners from the Summer Kingdom, they were crucial. It was said that among the top-tier magical artifacts there would even be items like the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Fan Tian Seal, and the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, which were similar to those in Summer Kingdom myths. I remember the textbook said that the easiest place to obtain magical artifacts is ruins. I wonder if the upcoming replica ruins of the Longmen Grottos in Jianhai City can yield any magical artifacts. Although the Taunt Pearl wasn't an attack type, it was still decent. After all, when facing a boss, he could designate his skeleton to taunt and attract firepower, or when encountering more than 2 bosses, make them fight each other. He could even contract a fast monster in the future. After entering a dungeon, he could apply taunt to it, then let the monster gather enemies. Too bad equipping requires level 70. I need to level up quickly. Lin Chen thought to himself as he stored the Taunt Pearl in his backpack and exited the Frost Domain. At this point, it was already nearing evening. Lin Chen practiced swordsmanship with Elena in the training hall. Once the rental time was up, he headed straight back to the villa. Although he hadn't run a dungeon today, he had resolved some trivial matters. After checking some information about the ruins online in the evening, he used the magic cards that had arrived, breaking them down into fragments to upgrade the Death and Life contract to max level. Each upgrade doubled the total number of branches for the Death and Life contract. After reaching max level, Lin Chen could branch out to 16 entities. He contracted the Clumsy Bull, Frost Giant Stone, Crocodile Rexeye, and several other skeletal dragons. After completing all the branches, Lin Chen went to bed early. The next morning, as soon as Lin Chen woke up, he received a message from the blacksmith Chen Qi. The customized equipment had been completed and would be delivered by his daughter, Chen Wanqiu. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Chen waited in the villa. Of course, he wasn't idle in his room. The Frost Domain could only be opened in Lich King form. However, to accumulate anger points, he needed a target to attack. Lin Chen discovered a way to exploit a bug. He summoned a skeleton soldier and attacked his own summon to accumulate anger points. After that, he transformed into the Lich King, gathering troops while checking information. Near noon, the doorbell rang downstairs. It was the assassin's senior sister Chen Wanqiu and Guo Miaomiao. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two handed the items to Lin Chen and then left. He distributed the equipment to the corresponding contracted beasts. Lin Chen felt completely relaxed. After the school started, he hardly took a break. Now he finally finished all the trivial matters. It was time to focus on improving himself. Level 50 has unlocked equipment enhancement. After class this afternoon, they'll go check out the enhancement hall. Unlike normal games, equipment enhancement requires going to the enhancement hall in the main city. That was a special building similar to a dungeon hall that appeared alongside the main city after the great catastrophe began. Finally, I've reached this stage that even the luckiest can't handle, Lin Chen sighed. Enhancement, amplification, enchanting. These three functions directly widened the gap between professionals. Of course, they were also things that all professionals had to do. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the freshmen's first official class began. However, it wasn't a theory class but a practical class. The instructor teaching at the Mage Academy was none other than Teacher Chiu, whom Lin Chen had met before. She was dressed in combat gear, with short hair, looking very fresh and capable. However, the content and method of teaching were quite unusual. The moves she demonstrated were all aimed at vital points, whether it was the lower body, face, ear holes, or neck. In short, everyone watching turned red in the face. Terrifying, too terrifying. We're all students, is it really necessary to fight like this? What do you know? This is called efficiency. The surrounding students were buzzing with discussion. Lin Chen felt something was off. Since arriving in Jianghai City, he had always felt he was overlooking something. The atmosphere here was completely different from Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng focused on how professionals battled monsters, while Jianghai City emphasized the conflicts between professionals. Something's not right. This has transcended mere conflict. It seems like they are focusing on training students on how to kill other professionals. Lin Chen vaguely thought of some key points. At this moment, Teacher Chiu was looking for students to demonstrate some practical moves. Some of these moves relied on professional skills, while others were purely personal combat techniques. Remember, any attack you make must have effective damage. In a world where health bars exist, even if you take away half of your opponent's health, if it doesn't hit a vital point, it's just a matter of a health potion for them. In the future, when you face an enemy, the first thing you must think about is how to kill them quickly. Remember, quickly. Teacher Chiu was speaking passionately at the front. Upon hearing the word enemy, Lin Chen suddenly had an epiphany. Now, Blue Star was a world where everyone could change jobs, level up by fighting monsters, and undergo extraordinary evolution. Although there were frictions between countries, they didn't have a significant impact. This was not normal. One must know that having backpack space meant that if there were large-scale national conflicts, it could easily lead to major wars. Currently, various countries seemed to be subtly forming alliances. So there was only one possibility. Blue Star has a powerful external enemy. And it's not a mindless enemy like monsters, but an intelligent race similar to professionals. Lin Chen recalled a puppeteer he had encountered in Jiangcheng. It was said that the person came from the Black Holy See, a sect that worshipped an evil god. It seemed this evil god was not just simply evil. I can't find this information online. It seems that although the external enemy is powerful, it hasn't reached the point where everyone is a soldier. Lin Chen thought silently as the demonstration on stage came to an end. Soon, they entered the training mode. Lin Chen studied very seriously, recognizing many vital points on the human body. Time passed like this. As the class was nearing its end, Teacher Chiu gathered everyone and talked about the ruins. Longmen Grottos, Wagon. How did you bring the ruins from our Luo city here? Ruins. It's actually ruins. Ruins that can drop divine beasts and magical treasures. Back in the day, Li Jianbai's White Phoenix and Einstein's Divine Beast were both obtained in the ruins. They actually limited the level to 79. No wonder so many seniors are at this level. Insidious, but everyone, don't be afraid. Contact me after class. I will sell the explored area map of Longmen Grottos at a low price. The students were discussing animatedly, and it was clear that most of the newcomers were somewhat tempted. Don't think that just because the ruins have rich rewards, you can just rush in. This matter must be approached with caution. Inside, dying will cause you to lose half of your current level's experience. Note that it's the current level, not the experience you've accumulated. In other words, if you die twice, your experience will be negative. Professionals cannot level down, but their experience can be negative. This is basic knowledge. No one is surprised. After all, in high-difficulty dungeons, with a resurrection mechanism in place, it's possible for professionals to have their experience deducted to a negative value. It's just that the death penalty in the ruins is unexpectedly harsh. Also, the ruins are not only open to students but also to professionals from outside and even abroad. Those people fighting you are not just playing house. If you want to go, make sure to master the skills I taught you today. Alright, dismissed. As Teacher Cho's words fell, the class bell rang to signal the end. Starting at 2 and ending at 5, the duration is still considered normal for professionals. The students dispersed, each attending to their own matters. Lin Chen greeted his 2 roommates and summoned the purple gold gourd, flying straight to the Zhonghai City Enhancement Hall. Today is Saturday, there might even be 1 or 2 chapters during the day. The Enhancement Hall is an oval-shaped building. The main structure is made of silvery white special rock, with patterns carved from a light blue unknown material. The pattern style is somewhat similar to the city walls of the main city, but more complex and aesthetically pleasing. As the main city that followed the arrival of the Great Cataclysm, almost all special buildings within the city have protective measures. The most basic is that they cannot be destroyed. However, this rule is somewhat special in the Enhancement Hall. When Lin Chen arrived, the first thing that caught his eye were the cracks on the crystal floor tiles at the entrance, as well as various sized pits on some of the outer wall rock faces. At this moment, many professionals were coming and going at the entrance, looking quite spirited. Of course, this is the spirit of madness. Damn it! I spent 2 million on enhancements and didn't get a single upgrade. Wah, am never enhancing again, give me back my weapon. Ha ha ha, I did it, I got a full set to 9. These enhancement gems from the Chun Merchant Guild are toxic. I put in 8 pieces of equipment and they still broke. Bang! Professionals cannot use attack skills in the main city, but their strength remains. These professionals cursed fiercely, punching the outer wall. Seeing this, Lin Chen swallowed hard. This kind of display makes it feel like the Enhancement Hall is just a casino. Those who come here lose 9 out of 10 times. They usually enter with smiles and leave in tears. But there's no helping it. Not everyone is like him, lucky enough to obtain high-quality equipment. Ordinary people need to enhance their gear to improve. Enhancing weapons can increase attributes like damage, durability, and penetration. Enhancing armor increases toughness and defense. The enhancement probability is very low. But as long as you succeed and achieve a high-level enhancement, it can definitely boost your combat power significantly. After that, you can use the high combat power to make up for your enhancement losses. He walked straight into the interior of the Enhancement Hall. The internal structure was somewhat different from what Lin Chen had imagined. It was very spacious, with the ceiling towering 40 to 50 meters above the ground. Numerous machines similar to those in gaming halls were neatly arranged inside. Those are the enhancement pods. Professionals only need to stand in front of an enhancement pod and grip a handle similar to a control stick to enhance their attributes. Of course, the prerequisite is that there are enough enhancement materials in their backpack. At this moment, hundreds and thousands of professionals were in front of the enhancement pods. They were either crying, laughing, or wearing serious expressions. If there were performing arts students here, they would definitely learn a lot. Lin Chen approached an empty enhancement pod. The operation of this facility is very simple. It's all knowledge learned from high school textbooks. There are mainly 3 types of enhancement materials: the universal material, colorless crystal blocks, enhancement gems needed for weapons and jewelry, and enhancement crystals needed for armor. Lin Chen gripped the control stick. In the next moment, the enhancement pod's display screen instantly listed his equipment information: weapon, Death God Scythe, mythical ancient scholar's hat, legendary fireproof robe, mythical sage's pants, legendary calm boots. The equipment was arranged on the screen according to its respective parts. Damn, bro, this guy's loaded, such good gear. At that moment, someone nearby saw the equipment information and exclaimed in surprise. The exclamation drew the attention of many. Some glanced over without much thought, while others came closer. Ah, what a pity, such good equipment. It's probably going to be dismantled here. Someone remarked with regret upon seeing it. Lin Chen silently shook his head, not paying it any mind. The way they spoke made it sound like he was going to fail the enhancement and break the equipment. Could he really break it? I didn't plan to enhance to 10 so recklessly. Let's enhance the weapon first. Lin Chen selected the Death God Scythe and chose to enhance it. Do you want to consume 6 enhancement gems and 10 colorless crystal blocks to enhance the weapon Death God Scythe? Current weapon enhancement level is 0. Handling fee 1000 gold coins. 20% chance to enhance 1. Level 1 only has a 20% chance. So shady. Colorless crystal blocks and enhancement gems can be obtained through dismantling equipment. Dismantling requires a forge. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't waste time on that. He still had 100 billion in bonuses, so money was not an issue. He had already bought the items before coming. Enhance. Death God Scythe enhancement 1 successful. Starting off with good luck, Lin Chen continued to enhance. He needed to worry about the equipment until it reached 10. If the enhancement failed, the worst that could happen was losing the enhancement level. After reaching 10, it was different. A failed enhancement could very likely lead to the equipment being destroyed. To preserve the equipment, one would need to use a special enhancement talisman. This item is very precious. Dismantling equipment has a very, very small chance of obtaining it. Of course, enhancement materials can also be obtained by defeating bosses. After level 50, defeating monsters will have a chance to drop enhancement materials. Among them, enhancement talismans and enhancement probability starstones can only be dropped by bosses. Each time enhancement materials are used, they will double. Enhancing to level 2 requires 20 colorless crystal blocks and 12 enhancement gems. The probability is only 10% and Lin Chen chose to enhance. In no time, the weapon had already been enhanced to level 5. And not a single failure. This left the onlookers who had gathered around feeling deflated. Damn, another lucky guy, I'm outta here. Dude, hurry up and enhance, heh, I want to use your machine later. The people around were both praising and envious. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his confidence soaring. Enhancement bonus, weapon damage 5, penetration 5, durability 500 not bad, pretty strong. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and began enhancing the other equipment. Enhancing adds basic attributes to more parts. After level 60, amplification is unlocked, allowing for the addition of 4-dimensional attributes. He enhanced all the equipment he had in one go. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. The probability of enhancing from level 4 to level 5 is only 1%. The other pieces didn't have the same luck as the Death God scythe. 12 pieces of equipment, all enhanced to level 5. It cost him nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. And this was just for 5. A full set enhanced to 7 would have special enhancement effects. Without hesitation, Lin Chen started enhancing again. The subsequent luck was very poor. If it didn't succeed, that was fine. But it also triggered the probability of losing enhancement levels upon failure. At the worst moment, the Death God scythe dropped directly to enhancement level 0. Lin Chen almost turned red with anger. Fortunately, since it wasn't above level 10, the equipment wouldn't break. Otherwise, he would have pulled out a gun or dismantled the enhancement chamber. In the end, after 2 to 3 hours of enhancement, along with various losses, he spent a total of 20 million. Lin Chen obtained a complete set of equipment enhanced to 7 and unlocked the equipment enhancement resonance. Enhancement resonance, all damage 7, all defense 10, all resistances 7. A full set enhanced to 7 had already surpassed 90% of novice professionals. Lin Chen nodded and left the enhancement hall, satisfied. Watching him leave, the people around instantly rushed to grab the machine. Despite Lin Chen spending so much money, when all was said and done, he had made a significant profit. Someone had calculated that a complete set of level 7 gear would require at least 30 million gold coins. Back at school, Lin Chen first went to the task hall to accept a relic mission. The relic of the Longmen Grottos would be open for a total of 2 days. With the mission, not only could he earn credits and glory points, but he also wouldn't have to attend classes for the next 2 days. Of course, the most important thing was to complete the mission. Returning to the villa, Lin Chen spent his time studying the relic information. Time flew by quickly. Early the next morning, Lin Chen got up early and rode his purple gold gourd to the outskirts of Jianghai City. At 10 in the morning, it was the day the Longmen Grottos would be opened for this year's replica relic. The purple gold gourd, with its flying ability, was very fast. In just half an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the Qingpu district of Jianghai City. This area was already the outskirts of Jianghai City before the Great Cataclysm. After the cataclysm, it became a wilderness teeming with magical beasts. Now, with the expansion of the outer city of Jianghai, it had been successfully purified and reclaimed. Lin Chen landed in a square in the suburbs. The area was not large, only a few thousand square meters. In the center stood a high platform with a semicircular archway. This should be the entrance to the Longmen Grottos relic, Lin Chen thought, retracting his gaze to look below. The square was already filled with thousands of professionals. Before the relic opened, everyone was taking out some items for free trading. Seeing this, Lin Chen jumped down as well. Upon entering the relic, it was not like the random dispersal in the new student trial secret realm. Instead, everyone would be gathered together. To obtain good items, it all depended on who was faster. In terms of speed, my level 7 gourd mount is just in time for an upgrade. The relics were special areas formed from the myths and legends of famous scenic spots after the Great Cataclysm. The true relics had very large internal spaces and were extremely dangerous. Once inside, it felt like stepping into another world. The magical creatures inside were not only powerful, at least equivalent to those in hell-level dungeons, but some relics even had special rules. Because of this, almost all relics had unexplored areas. The internal space of the Longmen Grottos relic was quite special. Besides the surface's Ishiway River in various Buddha sculptures, it extended downwards, revealing 5 layers of space explored by professionals. These underground spaces were also very large, resembling a massive underground city. Of course, the 5th layer had not been fully explored. It was said that deep within, it resembled a life-restricted area like the Divine Grace Cemetery, filled with great terrors. Even someone of Li Jiangbai's strength could not handle it. The replica of the Longmen Grotto's relic naturally only included the surface and the first 4 underground layers. Lin Chen spent 2,000 gold coins to buy a map claimed to be sold by a local from Luochang. The terrain of the surface inside the relic was very simple. It was a large canyon with a river called Ishiway flowing through it, headless and tailless. On both sides were stone caves and mountain paths filled with Buddha statues. The surface magical creatures are mainly mermaids and Buddha stone statues. The first underground layer has pangolins and bat spirits. The second and third layers have fire crows, goat-head monsters, peony flower spirits, and golden-head monks. The fourth underground layer has tiger-headed monsters and lotus flower female spirits. Lin Chen looked at the map information, feeling a sense of assurance and ideas forming in his mind. Although professionals could only bring 1 pet into battle, they could have 2 pets on standby. If 1 pet died, the standby pet would come out next. Thus, pets were also a significant way for professionals to enhance their own strength. The Longmen Grotto's relic was quite famous in Xia country and even the whole world. It was mainly related to the magical creatures inside. The tiger-headed monsters and golden-head monks had very high power growth. The fire crows had very high spell growth. Additionally, the very rare support-type pets, the peony flower spirits and lotus flower female spirits, were all very suitable for professionals. Almost every professional would have 1 or 2 of them. Both the peony flower spirit and the lotus flower female spirit possess healing skills. If we encounter a boss, we could contract it. The contracted beasts do not have a panel, and naturally, they do not have backpack space. If we want them to level up by fighting dungeons on their own, there must be 1 or 2 support contracted beasts in the team that can help with healing and mana recovery. 3 days should be enough to explore the 3rd and 4th underground levels, right? Lin Chen thought silently as time slowly passed. Approaching 10 in the morning, the square was already bustling with people, growing noisy. The professionals were rolling up their sleeves, eager to try their luck. The only 2 divine beasts in the world were obtained from ruins. Although the Longmen Grottos in Zhanghai City is a replica of the ruins, there is still a chance to encounter divine beasts. I don't need a divine beast, just give me a mutated golden monk. TCH, are you satisfied with just 1 mutated golden monk? The ruins are so vast, if foreigners hear about it, they'll think our Xia country ruins are subpar. Tiger-headed monsters, golden monks, flower spirits, let's get 1 of each. All of them are rare quality. Dude, you really dare to dream. Do you know why no ruins in the world have been fully explored? Let's talk after we reach the 3rd underground level. Boom! On a clear day, dark clouds suddenly gathered. The archway in the center of the square changed abruptly. A time-space vortex unfolded within its empty frame. In the next moment, with a buzzing sound, the vortex expanded. A giant vortex 30 meters high appeared in the center of the entire square. Charge! Someone shouted, and almost everyone in the square rushed into the vortex. At this moment, Lin Chen had already mounted his 7th-tier gourd mount, being among the first batch to enter the Longmen Grotto's ruins. The entire space was filled with a gray mist. The visibility was only 50 meters. Even so, Lin Chen could tell that this ruined space was very large. Beneath his feet was the shimmering Ishiway River, flanked by towering mountains. The river water was a greenish blue, its depth unknown. On both sides were steep mountain bodies, with caves carved into their stone walls. Inside each cave sat a massive Buddha statue. Some statues were broken, with missing heads and cracked bodies, while others were intact, majestic, and benevolent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! People kept rushing in. They initially found themselves on a circular giant platform with a radius of 500 meters. In front of the giant platform was a long corridor, and at the end of the corridor, another corridor crossed it. The overall structure resembled a shaped stone bridge. On the other end of the bridge was the riverbank leading to the sides of the canyon. At this moment, on the stone bridge, many mutated mermaid monsters could be seen, their colors shifting to pale pink. Carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate Bridge. This is quite similar to the Longmen Grottos. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and looked around. There were too many people. The giant platform was packed with people, a sea of black heads. There are too many people, should we clear a way first? He thought. It seemed that someone ahead had already started to interact aggressively. On the stone bridge leading to the canyon paths, there were mermaid monsters everywhere. Those without flying mounts had already begun to push forward. But compared to the battle with the monsters, the situation on the stone platform was even more intense. Baka! I'm going this way first. Screw you. When you come to Xia country, you better behave. Bang, bang, bang. Similar conflicts quickly spread across the stone platform. Dying in the ruins meant waiting 12 hours to re-enter. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly unanimous. Clear the people. A large area attack skill was thrown into the crowd. Great and extraordinary, one and the same. Raging waves. Aurora shattering clouds. Ninja kill extreme. Tonight's pearl color should bloom with the full moon. On the stones, various awakened skills were unleashed recklessly. Not killing monsters, only killing people. The entire stone platform resembled a special effects battle. Lin Chen, originally riding his gourd, was almost flying to one side of the mountain path but turned back. It was too exhilarating. So, he decided to send all these people home. Crack, crack. Thousands of skeleton soldiers were summoned by him, entering the secret realm. Overall, there are still more professionals above level 70. Most of them participated in last year's secret realm. This year, they are deliberately holding back from reaching level 80 just to reap more benefits. Lin Chen's skeleton soldiers, of course, seem a bit inadequate against these professionals. However, he wasn't using the skeleton soldiers to kill. Instead, he was stacking up his rage value. The moment the skeleton soldiers appeared, before any other attacks could land on them, Lin Chen had already unleashed a corpse explosion. Boom! After one wave of corpse explosions, Lin Chen released 2 more waves in quick succession. Soon, his rage value reached 100%. In the next moment, the turbulent river suddenly slowed down. Ice blocks formed on both sides of the riverbank and snowflakes began to fall from the stones. On the stone platform, new professionals kept entering. In the face of the chaotic battle above, very few could stand out and enter the stone bridge. Of course, as the fighting intensified, the professionals who had originally banded together for national solidarity began to turn on each other. Eliminating one person would reduce a competitor for the next 12 hours. Lin Chen watched from midair, a faint smile on his face. The Lich King form had already descended. It was time to test the amassed forces. With a thought, Lin Chen summoned all the undead skeletons and undead ants within the frost domain, excluding the boss. Damn! Why are there so many skeleton soldiers? Wait, when did Longmen Grottos have so many undead ants? Run! A group of undead mages has come to the ruins. The stone platform instantly erupted in chaos. Undead mages are a common profession, and many people change to this class every year. Many professionals are familiar with their skills. With so many undead creatures on such a small stone platform, if a corpse explosion were to be released, what one fears most often comes true. Lin Chen didn't hold back, unleashing an artistic explosion. Crack! No smoke, no screams. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the entire stone platform was almost cleared. Nearly 10,000 professionals died and left the ruins. What awaited them was 12 hours of torturous waiting. On the stones, there were still some professionals who had timely used life-saving skills. Lin Chen shook his head, lamenting the loss. He no longer paid attention and casually summoned another wave of skeleton soldiers, transferring them to the frost domain. He turned and flew towards the right mountain path. The way to enter the underground layer of Longmen Grottos is not through a teleportation array, but by meeting specific requirements. Lin Chen landed on the right mountain path. According to the map, this place is called the Fish King Pool. The legend of Longmen Bridge is that carp leap over the Dragon Gate, a place of transformation into dragons. The mutated merfolk here are the monsters that failed to transform into dragons. Naturally, the Fish King Pool is the largest gathering place for merfolk. Deep within the Fish King Pool, a merfolk king boss can randomly spawn. The type of boss is very random. There is a high probability of it being an ordinary boss-level boss, a low probability of it being a lord-level boss, and a very small probability of it being a world-level boss. The requirements to enter the underground layer of Longmen Grottos are also related to the boss. Kill 3,000 merfolk, 3,000 Buddha statues, and kill one of each type of boss on the surface. After killing them, you will automatically receive a teleportation talisman. Using the teleportation talisman will allow you to enter the underground layer. Reflecting on the strategy in his mind, Lin Chen had already begun to fight. In the replicated ruins, the monster levels range from 60 to 90. Even the most ordinary merfolk have attributes comparable to hell-level difficulty dungeon monsters. However, facing Lin Chen, who had now transformed into the Lich King form, with doubled attributes and newly added melee skills of the Death Knight class plus the true damage, Lin Chen swung Frostmourne, slashing through the monster horde. Death Whirlwind, Death Grip, bang bang bang. The skills struck the merfolk, producing a series of impact sounds. All the monsters that were killed quickly transformed into undead merfolk. Lin Chen did not command them to fight but instead collected them one by one into the frost domain. Successfully killed elite merfolk, experienced 36,000 obtained material, merfolk eyeball, successfully killed an elite level mermaid demon, experience notifications kept popping up on the panel. Lin Chen hadn't felt this good in a long time. Previously, when he killed monsters in dungeons, they didn't drop materials, nor could he gain experience. Only after the dungeon settlement could he open treasure chests to obtain rewards. Now, in the ruins, there were no such restrictions. With various experience-boosting items, it was incredibly satisfying. Not bad, at this rate, I can level up quite a bit in 3 days. In the distance, many players without flying mounts began to appear on the mountain path, having to fight their way through the monsters on the stone bridge. Upon seeing Lin Chen in his Lich King form, some almost made a move. After all, many had just witnessed Lin Chen waving his hand in midair. Then, countless skeleton soldiers appeared on the stone platform, ready to self-destruct. Some of them were their teammates. However, Lin Chen's Lich King form was too intimidating now. They could only swallow their anger and avoid him, hurrying deeper into the mountain path. Here at the Longmen Grotto's surface, although there were mountain paths on both sides, the area was quite large. Some mountain walls even had inward-facing caves. Inside were mutated Buddha statues of monsters. No one dared to provoke Lin Chen. He couldn't be bothered either. His short-term goal was to clear the Fish King pool. At the very least, he needed to kill 3,000 mermaid demons and the Fish King boss here. Lin Chen was in high spirits as he slaughtered in the ruins. Outside, things were not so peaceful. The cleared-out players were cursing loudly. Which faction had gathered so many necromancers? Because of this, factions even started fighting directly at the entrance. However, it quickly became apparent that no faction had sent out more than 2 necromancer teams today. With this realization, the players at the entrance calmed down. Many recalled the events inside the ruins and noticed something was off. Among the undead creatures that appeared, while there were skeleton soldiers, there were even more undead ants. Those ants were surrounded by a ghostly blue flame. This was different from the green flames of the undead creatures summoned and enslaved by necromancers. The blue flame likely indicates that this necromancer has a magic card that resonates with their skills. You mean the top necromancer of the Summer Kingdom, Master Shueibua? His skeleton soldiers are heavily infused with water elements. And this year's national champion, Lin Chen. His skeletons have electric arcs. So, those with blue flames should be similar to them. Some made guesses, and many nodded in agreement. However, some students from Mingju University frowned. The undead ants were one thing, but the drifting snowflakes and the chilling necromantic energy in the ruins felt somewhat familiar. Could it be Junsha? Someone quickly covered the mouth of the one about to voice their guess. Although they were likely cleared out by Jun Bujian, they were all alumni. If Jun Bujian could gain something in the ruins, even obtaining a replica crystal, it would definitely benefit all the students of Mingju University. After all, a replica crystal meant the school could add a new dungeon. Although before this, Jun Bujian had blown up a learning dungeon. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this. He was now in a killing frenzy. A thick layer of undead had already piled up around the Fish King pool. The only pity was that the equipment and materials dropped by these monsters were quite mediocre. His backpack space was nearly full. Most of his time was spent sorting through the dropped items. However, later on, Lin Chen discovered that these materials could also be transferred to the Frost Domain. This delighted him. He had originally planned to save up to buy some backpack expansion, but now he could save that money. When I get back, they'll find an architect to buy a movable house to place in the Frost Domain, which can serve as a small warehouse. Lin Chen thought to himself, timing his skill cooldown perfectly, and summoned another wave of skeleton soldiers. Along with the transformed undead mermaids behind him, he stored them all in the Frost Domain. Then, Lin Chen looked towards the Fish King pool. The Fish King pool is a large lake, but it is not an empty expanse of water. The lake is dotted with numerous rocks and giant lotus leaves. There is even a long corridor leading to the center of the lake. At this moment, several merfolk are leaping ashore, charging towards him. Lin Chen pays them no mind. He has just summoned Irina and the clumsy cow, his contracted beasts, allowing them to team up and start training to level up by hunting monsters. Splash! Just as Lin Chen is about to push towards the center of the lake, he faintly sees a massive wave rising. The first boss of the Longmen Grottos is here. Blub blub! Large bubbles rise from the lake, making it hard to see the target. But through the surface, a huge shadow can be seen. It should be a boss. However, this mermaid has been staying underwater, never coming ashore. There are no nearby rocks to approach. Puff! A small jet of water appears. Lin Chen's eyes widen. Damn! This mermaid is actually provoking him. With a wave of his right hand, he releases a soul fire towards the mermaid. The ghostly green flames are shot down by an ice arrow from a distance before they even reach the surface of the lake. Lin Chen furrows his brow slightly, looking towards the direction the ice arrow came from. Not far away, 5 figures are rushing towards him. They are all equipped with flashy gear, in orange and purple, even with golden glimmers. Judging by their weapons, there are mages, warriors, and priests among them. Clearly, they are a well-coordinated team. Quick, a boss has spawned here. One of them shouts excitedly. With such a large size, it must be the Fish King. Another agrees. Ha, what luck, we just entered the ruins and found a boss. The one who looks like the leader laughs heartily. The 5 quickly arrive beside Lin Chen, eagerly watching the lake. However, they do not mention the ice arrow incident at all. Seeing this, Lin Chen chuckles inwardly. It seems he has encountered some boss stealers. Bro, you should leave. We're lucky, so we won't make it hard for you, says one of the assassins, holding a dagger, looking at Lin Chen. Before Lin Chen can respond, a female player among the 5 chimes in. Yeah, you dare to enter the ruins alone. Only our team is nice, otherwise, we would have kicked you out already. Stop wasting time with him. If he doesn't leave, just clear him out. You guys chat first. Haha, there's a white-haired foreign girl over there. Looks like a summoner. They'll go get to know her. The players chatter among themselves, completely disregarding Lin Chen. Lin Chen squints his eyes and chuckles. If you want to steal the boss, just say so. Why all the nonsense? What do you mean steal the boss? Did you trigger a battle just now? If you can't talk. Whoosh! Before he could finish, Lin Chen stops wasting words with them. The soul fire is instantly released. Following that, over 500 skeleton soldiers appear. What guts! You dare to attack us. So it's a necromancer. No wonder he dares to enter the ruins alone. Stop talking, let's go. The group has ample combat experience and works well together. The skeleton soldiers can't even touch them before a large portion is cleared out. However, Lin Chen has no time to waste with them. The speed of entering the underground space of the ruins depends on how quickly the players can kill the monsters. He doesn't want to waste time. Swish! The assassin from the 5-man team sneaks up behind him. The dagger slices through the air, aiming for Lin Chen's back, corresponding to his heart. 9,600. As the damage value of nearly 10,000 appears, Lin Chen has already blinked backward, appearing behind the assassin. How is that possible? I triggered a critical hit and you didn't die. The assassin looks incredulous. Lin Chen chuckles lightly, releasing a bone cage to trap the assassin inside. Following that, he unleashes soul fire and grasp of death. With 2 attacks, the assassin is left with almost no health. Kneeling on the spot. He didn't die. Lin Chen is somewhat surprised but quickly understands. The members of this team should all be level 79 players. Their gear is likely all part of a set, and the assassin had just released a life-saving skill. In the distance, the priest in the team saw the assassin's low health and quickly cast a healing spell. Lin Chen finally realized his shortcomings. He lacked offensive skills. Aside from the mountain splitter, none of his other skills could take someone out in one hit. Of course, this might be related to his early focus on developing summoning skills. From now on, he'll prioritize unlocking explosive attack skills when I level up. Far away, Elena and the clumsy bull had already noticed the battle here and were about to rush over. Lin Chen waved his hand. He wanted to deal with these few people personally. The summon undead skill had refreshed. With a loud boom, the first batch of skeleton soldiers exploded. Immediately after, another batch of skeleton soldiers appeared and exploded again. After 2 waves of corpse explosions, the 5-person team was almost all at low health. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It seemed these people were still an elite team. They all had life-saving skills. Meanwhile, although Lin Chen had cleared a large crowd at the entrance, it was only the first wave. In this world, hundreds of people continued to stream in. Some who saw the conflict here intended to bypass it, but upon seeing the huge shadow drifting beneath the lake, they instantly understood that there was a boss. Boss monsters in the ruins represented speed, the most important resource. At this time, at least 3 teams were rushing towards them, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Even Elena's side had already engaged in battle with one of the teams. Lin Chen watched and no longer held back. However, as the 5 people with low health retreated, recovering from their injuries while clearing the skeleton soldiers, the captain quickly waved his hand. Little brother, stop. More connections mean more paths. How about we coexist peacefully? The teams coming are all foreign forces. If we fight among ourselves, it would be bad if they reap the benefits. Whoosh! Soulfire, Death Grip, and Bone Cage skills were unleashed. Lin Chen showed no mercy. Seeing his attack, the 5-person team quickly dodged. Among them, the female priest looked furious. What's wrong with you? When foreign forces arrive, we should unite against them. You really don't know what's good for you. Yeah, little brother, how about we cooperate? Heh, cooperate with you? Lin Chen smiled. You don't want to unite against the enemy, you're just afraid of dying. Boom! Around the Fish King pool, suddenly the world fell into darkness. Immediately after, countless snowflakes began to fall. The lake water near the shore started to freeze. Everyone close to this area found their vision drastically changed in an instant. Dozens of professionals realized they had entered a snowy space. Is this an alternate dimension? Is this a domain? Have we encountered a world-class boss? Look over there, such a large figure, it's a queen ant. Why are there so many undead mermaids? Why can't we get out? Oh no, it's a super large awakening skill of the professionals. After entering, the professionals were thrown into a panic. However, soon someone managed to clear their thoughts. But no matter how they tried, they couldn't leave this space. They could only start killing thousands of undead mermaids within the frost domain. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had transformed into the Lich King form. After pulling all nearby professionals into the frost domain, he didn't enter to kill them. Instead, he stayed outside, preparing to kill the boss first. In the Longmen Grotto's ruins, to explore deeper, every level of boss must be killed. This boss was his, no one could take it away. Such a big commotion, and it's still in that position. The icy effects brought by the frost domain had almost spread over half of the Fish King pool's surface. Yet the underwater Mermaid King boss was still drifting beneath the original lake surface. This situation seemed to be guarding something. Could it be that it has offspring down there? But the size doesn't match. According to the information he had checked about the Longmen Grottos, the female Mermaid King boss would be larger, about 5 meters long. Now, the Mermaid King drifting underwater appears to be only 3 meters long. Unable to comprehend, Lin Chen stopped thinking further. He released the soul fire and attacked the shadow in the lake. In the Lich King form, the soul fire split into 3 bursts and flew towards the shadow. However, as it approached the surface of the lake, it was immediately extinguished by a water arrow. Lin Chen did not hold back. Stepping on the ice, he took the opportunity to jump onto a rock near the shadow. Then, the skeletal cage and grip of death were unleashed. A massive area of skeletal spikes emerged. The Mermaid King below was instantly enraged, roaring as it emerged from the waves. Yet, it still did not attack Lin Chen. It was then that Lin Chen noticed. Beneath the lake, there was an even larger shadow. Its size was so vast that if the Mermaid King hadn't jumped out of the water, revealing its large pink belly, Lin Chen would have thought this shadow was just the normal lake bottom. Such a large Mermaid King, it must be a Lord level or even a world level boss. Lin Chen smiled slightly. He finally understood why this Mermaid King had been drifting in place. It was not guarding its offspring. It was likely the Lord level or even world level Mermaid King boss that was about to give birth down below. Just perfect for a clean sweep. When facing monsters, there was no need to speak of humanity. Lin Chen immediately called over Elena and the crocodile Rek'Sai. He then launched a fierce attack on the lake. At this moment, the enormous Mermaid King below seemed to sense danger. The water was stirred up by it, creating towering waves. Almost all the mermaid monsters around became agitated. Roar! After Elena arrived, she instantly unleashed a dragon breath. The little boss, riding the waves, leaped up sharply to block the dragon breath that was about to plunge into the water. Following that, the figure waved its fish fin-like arms. A magic circle lit up on the shore. Water arrows fell from the sky. Lin Chen blinked away to dodge. While releasing Soulfire, he summoned new skeleton soldiers. Since the Mermaid King was still in the water, only the arrows from the skeletal archers could inflict damage on it. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to move the skeleton soldiers to the frost domain to deal with those professionals. He then commanded the crocodile Rek'Sai to transform into its beast form and swim into the Mermaid King's pool. Blade Storm, Judgment of Death. Lin Chen leaped onto the body of the golden giant crocodile. Using the 50-meter-long body of the golden giant crocodile as a battleground, he began to fight the Mermaid King. In the Lich King form with 100% rage, the attributes and damage were off the charts. Moreover, even though the weapon had transformed into Frostmourne, the effects of the Grim Reaper's scythe still applied. Every attack from Lin Chen dealt true damage. In just a few rounds, the Mermaid King was slain. Successfully killed the Lord-level boss mermaid monster. Experience 240000. Congratulations on obtaining materials. Fishman Tiers 1. Congratulations on obtaining Fishman Necklace Epic. A series of prompts appeared. Lin Chen hadn't had the chance to check the dropped equipment information when he heard a loud splash. The enormous shadow below rolled out. The golden giant crocodile was instantly sent flying by the shadow below. Seeing this, Lin Chen took a quick step and jumped off the golden giant crocodile. Just as he was about to fall into the water, Lin Chen released a freezing impact, freezing the water's surface. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he jumped onto a nearby rock. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he returned to the shore. In the lake, the golden giant crocodile, now enraged, was already battling the oversized Mermaid King. It even employed the classic death roll. On the shore, Elena and several smaller skeletal dragons were releasing dragon breaths to provide support. Meanwhile, the clumsy bull and frost giant were anxiously pacing nearby. Seeing them like this, Lin Chen simply had them clear out the ordinary mermaid monsters to level up. Were a bit lacking in ranged attacks, Lin Chen thought to himself, looking at the battlefield and the lake. The size of this mermaid king boss was truly enormous. Just its tail was nearly 10 meters long. Coupled with its round, bulging belly, it looked like a giant pink balloon fish. Every time it whipped its tail, it would create massive waves. Although the golden giant crocodile had tough skin and thick flesh, its size was still somewhat lacking compared to the suspected world-class mermaid king boss. Even when using death roll, it only served to anger the mermaid king, while it itself was sent flying by the fish fins. Lin Chen watched this unfold and knew it was not a solution. On the shore, he continued to summon skeleton soldiers. However, this time, he only left behind the crossbowmen. All other melee skeletons were withdrawn into the frost domain. The skeleton crossbowman unleashed a volley of arrows. At this moment, Lin Chen's talent for true damage was revealed. The Mermaid King had high defenses, but it had already lost health and lacked any life recovery skills. A series of arrows struck it, almost instantly reducing its health by half. The lower its health, the higher the damage the arrows inflicted. No matter how powerful the Mermaid King was, after several rounds of damage from the crossbowman, this big boss ultimately fell, unwillingly. Successfully killed the world-class boss Mermaid Demon, experience 600000. Congratulations on the first kill of a world-class boss. Free attributes 20. Skill points 10. Congratulations on obtaining mythic level equipment. As expected of a world-class boss, this is quite a haul. Not even 10 minutes. Lin Chen, clad in the Lich King's armor and wielding Frostmourne, chuckled. He didn't rush to check the dropped items. Lin Chen turned and entered the frost domain. At this moment, the professionals here had long been killed by the undead creatures. He entered mainly for an unexpected surprise. Just now, when he moved the skeleton soldiers, he noticed that amidst the white, snowy landscape there were quite a few scattered equipment and materials. It was clear that these were left behind by the professionals who had been pulled into the frost domain upon their deaths. This was definitely an unexpected delight. It should be noted that in secret realms and such replicated ruins, professionals do not drop items upon death. The occurrence of this situation was likely a change in some rules. Similar to what happened in the ant nest, the dropped items were quite good. Those brave enough to enter the ruins, whether as individuals or teams, had decent strength. Lin Chen didn't check the specific attributes. Just looking at the quality, he found 2 level 70 orange legendary weapons. It was likely that the two who dropped these items were furious. Checking his personal attribute panel, Lin Chen discovered that his profession ID, Jun Bujian, did not have a red name. Being able to loot others' bags represented an act of killing. Normally, this would increase the malice value, turning the character's name red. But now, it was absent. It turned out this was due to the Lich King's awakening skill. It's not about the attribute boost after transformation, but the Frost Domain. The Frost Domain can stock troops and store resources. It's also a good place for killing and looting. I just wonder if they are really dead. Or, if they aren't truly dead. Whether being killed in here still carries the 12-hour restriction on entering the ruins. Lin Chen thought to himself as he stored some ordinary materials and equipment in a corner of the Frost Domain. Then, he pulled the world-class boss that had been transformed into undead, along with the ordinary Mermaid King boss, into the Frost Domain. He ordered them to cooperate with the Queen Ant to guard these resources. After that, Lin Chen exited the Frost Domain and continued along the mountain path. Now, he had completed 3 conditions to enter the underground layer from the surface of the Buddha's Dragon Cave. 3,000 ordinary mermaid demons had been killed. The ordinary leader level and world level Mermaid King boss had also been completed. What remained were 3,000 Buddha statue monsters, the Lord level Mermaid King, and 3 different levels of Buddha statue boss. Accompanied by his contracted beast and leading the skeleton soldiers, Lin Chen began to slay the Buddha statue monsters that roamed the mountain path. However, he had not walked far when he saw, not far away, by the central Ishui River, several professionals with small mustaches under their noses were fiercely surrounding and killing a 10-meter-tall Mermaid King. The hardest to encounter world-class Mermaid King has already been killed, Lord level, why not take down someone else's boss? Lin Chen looked at the Mermaid King, whose health bar was still at 20%, feeling a bit tempted. That girl was right just now. Now that we're in the ruins, we should teach these foreigners a lesson. Irina, Dragon Breath. They'll try to add another chapter during the day. The Buddha statue, resembling a human in size, was made entirely of stone. Its defense was very high and its strength was formidable. If an ordinary meat shield went up alone, it would be very difficult to withstand. Fortunately, this type of monster moved slowly and had a heavy body. As it walked, it rumbled. Because of this, when Lin Chen approached this group of foreign professionals, they did not notice him. The team members fighting below were similar to those he had encountered before. It was an elite team of 5. With just a glance, Lin Chen could tell which country they were from. Yellow skin, short stature, and a beard growing below the nose. If that wasn't enough to confirm, then there was also a female priest holding a staff and wearing a kimono. It perfectly matched the image of Sakura country. Seeing this, a surge of impulse welled up in Lin Chen's heart. Irina initiated Dragon Breath, the archers fired in unison, and the cavalry charged. After the order was given, Lin Chen immediately rushed forward. Be careful! The enemy is coming! Baka! Enemy attack! A few professionals from Sakura country remained relatively calm. They quickly adjusted their positions. However, this gave the Mermaid King boss behind them an opportunity. A large wave formed behind it, crashing down on the 5 members of the Sakura team. Oh, not bad. Lin Chen smiled lightly at this. He decided to leave this Lord-level boss intact. When he killed the world-class boss at the Mermaid Pool, it was in the Lich King form, so it was later transformed into the Undead Mermaid King. This prevented him from using the Undead contract to turn it into a contracted beast. Fortunately, the Undead Mermaid King was also quite good. There was no need to level it up, and it retained its strength from before death, even becoming slightly stronger after the transformation. The only flaw was its lack of intelligence. The Lord level 1 in front of him was performing well. After the contract, it could add some power for future underwater battles. Thud thud thud. Since it was downhill towards the river, the cavalry charged quickly. The moment the arrows fell, the skeleton cavalry had already rushed in. However, these people indeed matched Lin Chen's expectations. They were an absolute elite team. In the face of a 3-way ambush, one member of the 5-person team stomped his right foot. In an instant, a giant green python's phantom appeared, wrapping around the 5 of them. Then, all attacks were deflected by this phantom. Is this a shrine? Lin Chen's eyes flashed, and he stopped in his tracks. A shrine was a special item similar to the treasures of Xia country, possessing very powerful abilities. Of course, its drop rate was extremely low. Normally, between levels 70 and 100, only the top 1,000 professionals in the world could possess it. It's important to note that there are over 100 million professionals at levels 70 to 100 each year. Rich people. Seeing the special effect released by this shrine, which seemed to only have a defensive effect, Lin Chen smiled lightly. He directly commanded all his summons to shift their attacks to the Mermaid King. Almost instantly, the already low-health Mermaid King fell. Bastard! The professionals from Xia country are so rude. Upon seeing the boss fall, the 5 professionals protected by the giant python's phantom began to curse. Lin Chen didn't care what they said. The Mermaid King was dead. He could easily deal with these few before making a contract. What are you babbling about? Pray that your shrine doesn't get revealed. Lin Chen laughed heartily. He directly ordered the skeleton soldiers to self-destruct, activating the Lich King form. Not good. The faces of the 5-person team changed dramatically. However, facing the effects of Lin Chen's awakened skill, they had no way to counter it. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in a vast, white frost domain. Inside, if their frost resistance was low, they would continuously lose health. Even if Lin Chen didn't take action, he could wear them down. However, he didn't want these few people to die so comfortably. He didn't even make a move himself. Instead, he directly commanded the mermaid army he had transformed into undead to charge forward. Once they surrounded the area, he unleashed a corpse explosion. What a pity it didn't explode into a shrine. Shrines from abroad couldn't be used by domestic practitioners, but they could be used to upgrade magical artifacts. Lin Chen entered the frost domain and examined the props and secret passages of the few people from Sakura country, feeling regretful. Oh, this shield is good. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This last piece of equipment was a purple epic item. He hadn't intended to look at it at all. After all, for him now, it was very easy to buy orange gear. But this last purple equipment was a pleasant surprise. Equipment, Thorn Round Shield Unique Quality, Epic Effect, Defense 5000, Life 10,000, Constitution 20 Equipment Requirement. Level 70 and above for all professions. Attribute Thorn Spike generates a thorn shield with the same value based on one's own health. The thorns of the shield can automatically attack surrounding targets, and the shield has a 50 damage reduction and reflection. Strong, very strong. This is clearly a frontline warrior's equipment dropped from the boss in the Sakura Country dungeon. It all depends on luck, something that can't be sought after. This attribute is probably better than many ordinary mythical items. Lin Chen stored the round shield in his backpack. He was actually a bit troubled. Every practitioner has 2 weapon slots for main and secondary weapons. Shield-type weapons can be equipped in the secondary weapon slot by all practitioners. However, his current life limit was too high. He was stable enough to face boss attacks, standing still while casting soul fire. Carrying a shield and hiding at the back was no longer his way of thinking or doing things. Selling it is impossible, better keep it for now. In the future, I can contract a flexible meat shield type contract beast. With this shield combined with the previous taunting orb, invincible. After obtaining a top-notch piece of equipment, Lin Chen was in a good mood. Leaving the Frost Domain, he approached the corpse of the Mermaid King to use the undead contract to transform it into a contract beast. Unfortunately, this Lord-level Mermaid King, after transformation, only became a mutated level. Compared to the rare levels of Elena and the Golden Giant Crocodile, it was somewhat weaker. However, it was still good. Its intelligence was decent, allowing for simple communication, much smarter than the clumsy cow and the Frost Giant. Compared to the quality of the contract beast, Lin Chen valued the intelligence of the contract beast more. After all, with higher intelligence, it could better work and level up on its own. Moreover, the duration of the ruins was still long. There might still be encounters with Lord-level or even World-level Mermaid King bosses later on. A lower quality was not a big deal. Of course, if it were a divine beast, that would be another story. After passing the Mermaid King's pool, the surface layer of the Longmen Grottos transformed into hundreds of Buddha caves on the right mountain path. Lin Chen kept moving, pushing forward with the skeleton soldiers and contract beast. The Buddha statues were much easier to find than the mermaid monsters. Mermaids would hide in the water. For Buddha statues, one only needed to look up and sweep forward. If they saw a large figure, it was likely to be a boss. Therefore, many teams that had checked the information on the Longmen Grottos beforehand would choose to rush forward upon entering. First, they would clear the Buddha statue bosses. Oh, there's another low-health boss. Just as Lin Chen collected the Buddha statues that had been transformed into undead around him into the Frost Domain, he saw a dozen practitioners in the distance besieging a 10-meter-tall giant Buddha statue. Judging by their team leader's appearance, they should be practitioners from the European continent. As someone who had visited the old summer palace in a past life and seen the ruins, Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. This size is at least lord level. I'll take it. Crossing over the Mermaid King's pool, he arrived at the Binyang 3 caves in the Longmen Grottos. Here were 3 entrances to the caves within the mountain wall. The space inside was large, filled with many Buddha statue-type monsters. It was also the place where bosses were most likely to appear. Lin Chen had now arrived at the second cave entrance. At the entrance, a 12-person team was engaged in battle with a nearly 10-meter-tall Buddha statue boss. Unlike the team from Sakura country he had encountered earlier, Lin Chen did not rush to intervene this time. It wasn't because this European team had more members, but because the Lord-level Buddha statue they were besieging still had a safe amount of health. Without a detection spell, he couldn't see the exact health points. However, once a battle began, the health percentage would be displayed. Currently, the boss's health bar was still at 50%. It wasn't the right time to act. The data shows that the monsters on this surface layer are mostly level 60, but there are quite a few above level 70. If this Buddha statue is a level 70 boss, its health might reach the tens of millions. My talent deals 5 true damage based on the opponent's lost health. Calculating this, I only need to strike when its health is down to 10%. I can use the skill Fission's 3 soul fires to trigger the true damage effect 3 times at once and take down the boss. However, that would require transforming into the Lich King, and once killed, it can't be turned into a contract beast. Forget it, this thing has too low growth. I won't waste a contract slot. Lin Chen thought to himself, leaving Elena and the silly cow at the first cave entrance and leisurely moving forward. Upon seeing Lin Chen approach, 2 members of the 12-person team became alert. They stepped out of the battle circle and kept a close watch on Lin Chen. Since they were already in the ruins, there was no need for any sense of propriety. Moreover, they were a group of foreigners. Lin Chen glanced at them casually, pretending to pass by, and headed straight for the 3rd cave. The small team relaxed their vigilance when they saw he didn't come over and continued to focus on the boss. At the entrance of the 3rd cave, there were also signs of battle. Someone might have been fighting inside. However, further ahead was the 10,000 Buddha cave. It was larger than the Binyang 3 caves and had more monsters. Most adventurers would likely choose to go there. The commotion inside this 3rd cave was minimal. There probably wasn't a boss battle going on. But just to be safe, Lin Chen quietly slipped in for a look. Sure enough, there was only a 5-person team battling a group of ordinary Buddha statues. The pet egg drop rate in the ruins was very high. The Buddha statue, as a pet, had slightly lower growth in various aspects. However, it would produce a group defense skill called Iron Wall, which was very powerful and favored by support and tank warriors. But the drop rate was very low, making it quite expensive. These few people were likely farming skill books. Confirming there was no boss, Lin Chen exited the cave and stayed at the entrance, leisurely battling while waiting for the neighboring boss to be low on health. This 12-person team from the European continent seemed to have been hastily assembled. Their coordination was very poor. After the boss's health dropped to 30%, its attacks became somewhat frenzied. These people had spent nearly an hour bringing its health down to 10%. Watching them struggle so hard, Lin Chen almost didn't want to intervene. However, ruins were not a place for sentiment, it was a place for fighting and killing. Every year, when the ruins opened in Xia country, there were no restrictions on foreign adventurers entering. Yet in some countries, their ruins only allowed domestic adventurers to enter when opened. Claiming their country was too small and resources were limited. They praised Xia country for being large and generous in sharing ruin resources, for which they were very grateful. It sounded nice, but in reality, foreign adventurer teams coming to Xia country's ruins wouldn't even express gratitude. They would even get into conflicts with many people. Lin Chen didn't know what the upper echelons of Xia country were thinking. He certainly wouldn't indulge those who came to Xia country to snatch resources. Just as this 12-person team was gearing up to slay the boss, 3 shots of ghostly green flames curved and struck the boss's body. Successfully killed the Lord-level Buddha statue, experience 450000. Congratulations, gained free attribute 1, skill point 1. Current level experience has reached 100%, level increased to 52. Congratulations on obtaining the pet egg Buddha statue, which can be hatched to whatever is said comes true. This time, not only did the boss drop a pet egg, but it also dropped a very rare skill book. More importantly, it also granted attribute and skill points. It's important to note that every time a professional kills a monster for the first time, there is a chance to gain attribute and skill points. However, the probability is very low, even lower than the chance of completing a dungeon for the first time. Since Lin Chen changed jobs and killed so many monsters, this was only the 3rd time he had received them. Thick crab. Fuck. Don't eat the sour radish. The boss was stolen, and the 12-person team instantly erupted in anger and launched an attack. Lin Chen, of course, didn't waste words. However, he hadn't yet transferred these few people to the frost domain. Suddenly, the mountain path around them began to shake violently. The stones, trees, and flowers on both sides of the path all swayed violently. Boom! Boom! Mixed in with the rumbling were various gasps and curses. This commotion caused Lin Chen and the professional team in front of him to stop their attacks. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the greater disturbance along the mountain path. After a series of more than 10 booms, in everyone's line of sight, hundreds of professionals were frantically fleeing. Behind them stood countless statues. Some of these statues were intact, while others were missing arms and legs. However, behind all the statues was a massive shadow. Damn it! This boss is over the top. Run, run fast. It's all that masked man's fault for wiping out my 1000-man team. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Who startled it so quickly? I'd like to thank him. Some members of the professional team shouted in terror. Lin Chen, however, narrowed his pupils and smiled slightly. The ruins were shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see far. But that huge shadow clearly indicated that a big guy had arrived. Coupled with the words of these professionals, it was evident that the shadow must be the world-class Buddha statue within the Longmen Grottos. Boom! Accompanied by the rumbling and cries, it drew closer. The rocks, soil, trees, and flowers on both sides of the mountain path shook even more violently. The ground beneath Lin Chen and the others seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Some professionals couldn't even stand and could only crawl on the ground. Finally, the massive shadow emerged from the mist, appearing in Lin Chen's line of sight. When it fully revealed its true form, Lin Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was so damn big. The Buddha statue stood 100 meters tall, entirely black, with a majestic face and drooping eyes. Its body was carved with complex and mysterious patterns, emitting a faint golden light. As it approached, a heavy and oppressive aura enveloped the world. The air seemed to solidify, making even breathing difficult. Is this the world-class giant boss? I've never seen a 50-meter Ultraman, but I've seen a 100-meter Buddha. Even if Digga came, he'd have to call it brother. Fuck! Run! Upon seeing this giant world-class boss, the few professionals from the European continent who initially wanted to attack Lin Chen saw this boss and didn't even think about fixing its big feet. They turned and ran. Rumble, the mountain path was collapsing. Everyone hurriedly fled down towards the Yishui River. Lin Chen didn't hesitate either. Although he wasn't afraid of this boss, the nearby terrain was damaged and unsuitable for battle. Following the slope, he ran to the rushing Yishui River below. Just as Lin Chen steadied himself, he noticed that the Yishui River beside him suddenly began to boil. Immediately after, a gigantic shadow over 100 meters tall, with the river water cascading down like an ordinary waterfall, stood up. 2 world-class bosses appeared simultaneously. World-class bosses also vary in strength. For example, this Mermaid King boss was twice the size of the Fish King pool. Lin Shen could be sure that its strength was definitely much higher than that of the Fish King pool. Of course, this 100-meturtle Mermaid King was somewhat weaker compared to the 100-meturtle Buddha statue. With two major world-class bosses appearing at the same time, almost all the professionals present looked ashen. In fact, most of them had been to the ruins several times, considered seasoned veterans. But today, they were truly in trouble. A group of people was fleeing along the riverbed, now intercepted by the Fish King, only able to dodge skills while cursing. Damn it! It's all that masked man at the entrance's fault. If my 1,000-man team were here, would this boss be so arrogant? Someone shouted in anger. But was quickly interrupted. Keep it down, look over there. Doesn't that look like the masked man at the entrance? What are you talking about? What masked man? That's my idol. They blinked away from a falling rock skill attack. Lin Shen had already made it behind the Buddha statue. At this moment his Lich King form had disappeared, but he felt no fear of the 100-meter-tall Buddha statue. If he ran along the Buddha statue, he would soon reach the Fish King's pool, and then the entrance. Once there, the terrain would be even worse, leaving no place to hide. So many began to turn around and run. They all had one thought: survive. Once their large group re-entered the ruins, they would counterattack. Lin Shen, of course, had a different mindset. Since arriving at the ruins, in less than 8 hours, he had leveled up twice. This was thanks to the special rules of the ruins. Normally, if the monster's level was more than 9 levels higher than the professional's, the professional could not gain experience. However, it was different inside the ruins. In this replicated ruin, the experience penalty mechanism was relaxed to 19 levels. This was just a replicated ruin. In a true ruin, the penalty mechanism was even more lenient. Some ruins even allowed professionals to gain experience from monsters 50 levels above their own. Of course, such ruins were also very difficult. The more famous ones were the Journey to the West ruins in the Summer Kingdom and the Yapuyuan ruins in the European continent. The monsters within could be said to stir up the winds and clouds of Blue Star with just a small fry. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, these monsters had never left their respective ruins. However, even if they did not leave, almost all forces on Blue Star were very wary of them. These powerful ruins hung like a guillotine over everyone's heads. They had to be guarded against. Luckily, such overwhelmingly powerful ruins that looked like they would explode at a glance were rare. Most ruins could actually be accessed from the outside. Rich experience and extremely high drop rates. Ruins greatly increased the growth rate of professionals. Therefore, compared to the Hardtubten Secret Realm scrolls, many strong professionals would form elite teams to conquer ruins around the world. Maybe I can try a few real ruins in the future. Lin Shen, now at level 52, could only be considered above average among professionals of the same level. Even with 12 times the experience, thinking of the badge made his desire to level up rise again. Level 60 unlocks the arena, then I can compete in the ladder. The honor medal of the main city, I remember, has a twofold experience bonus. Then I'll aim to be the first undead in Jianhai City. With these thoughts, Lin Shen reached the foot of the Buddha statue. The fleeing professionals numbered at least 300, if not 500. If they joined forces, they could completely block this 100-meter-tall boss. But now there was also a Fish King. Everyone could only flee. Lin Shen was different from them. To him, two bosses were just slightly larger monsters. World-class boss, with at least 15 million health. My current health is 7,900,000, and my split mountain can amplify physical damage by 790 times. If I use reverse heaven and earth and transform into the Lich King, attributes double, damage doubles. Then with this palm down. At this moment, the massive Buddha statue noticed Lin Shen at its feet. It lifted its foot and pressed down. Lin Shen blinked away from the attack and summoned skeleton soldiers. Boom! The damage from the corpse explosion was like a tickle to the Buddha statue. Lin Shen didn't mind. After releasing his soul fire and other attack skills, he quickly took out a mana gourd to restore his state. Then he dodged another attack and repeated the same trick. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Shen's anger value once again reached its peak. Lich King, descend! A whisper echoed in his heart. In an instant, the sky around darkened. Snowflakes began to drift through the air. Immediately, the fleeing adventurers passing by were momentarily stunned. It seemed as if the world had transformed into a frozen lake. Beneath the ice was a Death Knight clad in dark armor. On the surface of the icy lake stood a young black-robed mage. Before anyone could clearly see the face hidden beneath the robe's hood, the entire world began to spin rapidly. In a daze, the black-robed mage fused with the Death Knight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A blizzard began to rage. Such powerful strength. At this moment, Lin Shen had already used reverse heaven and earth to adjust his attributes to strength. Now, combined with the Lich King's form, which doubled his attributes, His strength had reached a terrifying 620 points. Although I've modified my attributes, my profession is ultimately that of a mage. The physical damage from strength amplification is probably between 7 to 10 points. That means the damage is between 4,300 and 6,200. The mountain split can be enhanced by 790 times, plus the Lich King's form doubles the damage. The maximum damage can almost reach 9 million. Lin Chen calculated the damage and couldn't help but gasp. This number, he felt, would make even second or third tier adventurers kneel. The first level mountain split has a cooldown of 60 seconds. My current cooldown equipment is fully equipped, which can reduce it by 70%. That means I can deal nearly 10 million damage every 18 seconds. Too slow. Level up. After entering the ruins, Lin Chen had gained a total of 6 skill points. Along with the 3 points saved from the previous dungeon, he had a total of 9 skill points. Now, among all the skills, the Summon Undead was at the highest level, already reaching level 7. To upgrade it would require 8 skill points. However, an 8th level Summon Undead would unlock the unit type of Undead Knight, a frontline tank type. Lin Chen hesitated and did not rush to upgrade. For now, he could use the points to enhance Mountain Split. Consume skill points 2, Mountain Split level 1 consume skill points 3, Mountain Split level 1 consume skill points 4, Mountain Split level 1 skill points consumed, Mountain Split's level increased to 4. The cooldown time was reduced to 30 seconds. After deducting the 70% cooldown reduction from the equipment, Mountain Split could now be released every 9 seconds. That's enough. Lin Chen's heart stirred as he struck out fiercely at the massive foot descending towards him. Bang! A dull thud reverberated, causing the surrounding adventurers to cover their ears. They saw that the giant hand, originally made of rock and just 2 meters from crashing down, was shattered by a single strike. Is this a world boss? How is that possible? A world-class boss can still be interrupted? Damn! Just say it outright. In the distance, the fleeing adventurers widened their eyes in shock, completely unable to believe that such a strike could be delivered by an adventurer capable of entering this ruin. Lin Chen did not care about their gazes. The Buddha statue had lost a foot and was now staggering on the ground, struggling to rise. Death Whirlwind, Death Sentence, Blade Storm. Lin Chen held nothing back. He unleashed the melee attack skills unlocked by the Lich King's form in succession. After a flurry of attacks, the boss's health bar rapidly decreased, nearing 10%. Boom, 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 the severely weakened boss entered a berserk state. It slammed down hard. A massive shockwave spread outwards. The surrounding mountains trembled violently, and the entire canyon seemed on the verge of collapse. This commotion even attracted those adventurers with flying mounts who had already entered the depths of the Long Men grottos. Upon seeing the enormous Buddha statue, they were first startled, then filled with joy. To enter the underground layer, this was the must-kill boss. Now that the boss was severely weakened, they would not stand by and watch. Lin Chen also noticed several professionals hovering in the sky. Some of them had already begun to unleash ranged skills to attack the Buddha statue boss. Get lost! Lin Chen shouted softly, sending Death Grip and Soulfire towards the attacking professional. Looking for death? How dare you tell me to get lost? The attacker was a slender man standing on the back of a crane. Upon seeing Lin Chen's attack, he wore a disdainful expression. He casually released a shield, focusing his attacks on the boss. However, the massive shadow of a hand clenched fiercely, and then 3 Soulfires automatically hit their target. The professional's shield shattered instantly, and his health plummeted. If it weren't for a sudden flash of light around him, he would have likely been killed and left the ruins. Seeing this, Lin Chen dodged the enraged boss's attack and released another Soulfire at that man. The Soulfire, equipped with automatic navigation targeting, whistled towards the man. Upon seeing this, the man's expression changed, and he hurriedly urged the crane to fly quickly while rapidly drinking a health potion. However, the speed of the Soulfire was too fast. Before he could finish his potion, the attack had already reached him. In the next moment, his figure vanished completely. At this time, several other professionals with flying mounts had also made their moves. Having such mounts indicated that their power and wealth were extraordinary. It was just like when Lin Chen noticed those professionals flaunting their flying mounts outside the gate of Magic City University, akin to those who parked luxury cars at university gates on Earth in his past life. They weren't there to pick up customers for profit, they were there to spend money. Of course, their wealth and power also represented their luxurious equipment. The boss's health had dropped from 10% to 7%. If Lin Chen were delayed by others any longer, it was indeed possible that he would be robbed. Clang! A professional threw an item resembling a pipe, hitting the world-class boss on the forehead. Instantly, the boss was knocked to the ground and its health dropped to 5%. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This was likely a very powerful treasure. That made things easier. Lin Chen used 3 segments of movement to approach the fallen Buddha statue without hesitation and struck its forehead with a palm. Whoosh! His palm, carrying immense damage, smashed into the statue's forehead. The 100-meter-high Buddha statue swayed and then began to shatter. In less than 2 seconds, it was reduced to rubble. Successfully killed the world-class Buddha statue. Experience 720000. Congratulations, you have gained 1 skill point. Congratulations, you have obtained a pet egg, Buddha statue, which can be hatched to. Congratulations, you have obtained a skill book. Great, congratulations. Holy crap. A fleeing professional in the distance stopped in shock. This big guy was shattered by him with just 2 palms? A man over 3 meters tall was now dumbfounded. Other professionals, seeing this, revealed expressions of wariness and fear. Meanwhile, those riding mounts looked frustrated. The professional who had used the pipe-like treasure turned red with anger and flew towards Lin Chen. I was just about to deal with you, and you came over. Lin Chen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the man flying in the sky vanished in an instant. At this moment, 50 meters away, the Mermaid King boss, who was attacking the professionals, saw the Buddha statue's death and hurriedly ran towards the Yishui River. It knows to run away? Lin Chen's eyes lit up at this sight. Such high intelligence absolutely could not be let go. He quickly commanded Elena and the summoned creatures like the clumsy cow to intercept. Then, using the Lich King's form, he activated the mutated blink skill and made 3 segments of movement to catch up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Lin Chen seemed to traverse space, appearing behind the Mermaid King in the blink of an eye. He's going to kill that Mermaid King boss. Right, let's focus fire on it. Steal the boss. Are you crazy? How dare you provoke someone like him? So what if we provoke him? This isn't a real ruin, we can respawn if we die. The voices of the crowd entered Lin Chen's ears without missing a word. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. Want to steal the boss? Better pray it doesn't drop any good gear. Frost Domain. In the blink of an eye, all the players around Lin Chen vanished. The area near the bustling Binyang cave was now left with only 100-meter Mermaid King boss running wild. Behind it was Lin Chen, using the death spin and the warrior's windmill skill to catch up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The windmill skill provided a 70% movement speed boost, and hitting the target would cause it to slow down continuously. The moment the first attack hit the Mermaid King, it signified that its downfall was just a matter of time. However, Lin Chen was cautious this time. When the Mermaid King was low on health, he kept it occupied. Once the Lich King form passed, he swiftly ended its life. Successfully killed the world-class Mermaid King. Experience 600000. Congratulations, you have gained 1 skill point. Congratulations, you have obtained a pet egg, Mermaid Demon, which can hatch into. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill book, Raging Waves. Congratulations, you have obtained a replica crystal 1. Congratulations, you have obtained the Fish King Pearl. Damn! Seeing the panel notification, Lin Chen instantly lost his composure. This was the surface of the Longmen Grottos, the outermost part of the ruins. Yet, he had unexpectedly obtained one of the most important resources within the ruins, the replica crystal. And he hadn't even used the lucky revolver. Awesome! Lin Chen closed the panel and, after casually killing the world-class Mermaid King boss, entered the Frost Domain. At this moment, the players inside were battling various undead creatures. Due to the strength of those with flying mounts, almost all the small bosses had been defeated. Even the Ant Queen, which had previously transformed into an undead, had fallen. The only one still fighting was the Mermaid King, which could only transform into an undead. Lin Chen nodded silently. He didn't mind. The Ant Queen was indeed a bit weak. Moreover, after transforming into an undead creature, it had lost its reproductive ability. Lin Chen didn't feel sorry for it. However, the undead Mermaid King could not be allowed to die. If I use the lucky revolver to kill these people in the Frost Domain, will it drop their underwear? With this thought, Lin Chen suddenly felt tempted. That guy's pipe-shaped item earlier must be a magical artifact. It looked so much like the legendary artifact, the Hunyuan Golden Bowl. I still have 2 lucky bullets left, let's give it a try. Bang! Lin Chen struck out with his palm, clearing the last player in the Frost Domain. In the end, he still didn't use the lucky revolver. The Hunyuan Golden Bowl resembled an ancient bowl, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, shaped like an inverted trapezoid. The rim was inlaid with 7 treasures, with a small beast head and celestial carvings at the front, and the entire surface was engraved with Taoist symbols. Lin Chen had clearly seen the item's appearance before making his move. The pipe-shaped item in that person's hand was just a bowl size, with a thick handle, somewhat resembling a shrunken Hunyuan Golden Bowl. However, when enlarged, it looked quite different. Nevertheless, the pipe seemed effective. Once it flew out, it could push back the Mermaid King that had transformed in the Fish King pool with a single hit. Unfortunately, after killing the opponent, the pipe item did not drop. Instead, a very special magic card appeared. Magic card, skill forgetting type, mysterious quality, epic level, none effect. Consumable magic card, no need for equipping. This epic magic card can be used to erase learned skills while keeping the skill slots empty. Usable times. 35 mysterious magic cards have very unique functions and are quite rare. In terms of functionality, this magic card isn't powerful, but it's incredibly useful. After all, who hasn't learned a wrong skill early on? When Lin Chen first changed jobs, he learned a skill called Magic Barrier to quickly increase his health. Now, his health was about to break the 8 million mark. The Magic Barrier was just a level 1 skill, and the health increase it provided was negligible. With this magic card, he could just replace it. There are 3 uses left. I remember blowing up a few skill books just now. I can take a look at them later. The magic card effect was quite good. It was even more practical compared to the unknown ability of the pipe. Lin Chen checked the items dropped by others before exiting the Frost Domain. After defeating these bosses, only one boss-level Buddha statue remained. As for the ordinary Buddha statues, he still needed to kill 3,000 of them. There was still a long way to go. However, ahead lay the 10,000 Buddha cave, where there should be plenty of Buddha statues to quickly meet this requirement. I wonder who figured out this method of entering the underground. 3,000 mermaid demons, 3,000 Buddha statues, and one of each level of boss must be killed. Lin Chen truly admired the person who researched this pattern. Just as he was thinking this, a bullet suddenly shot past. Lin Chen dodged with a blink. In midair, he saw a young man in a leather jacket riding a griffin, holding a smoking handgun, with a playful grin on his face. Hey, what's going on here? Why is this ruin in such disarray? Lin Chen didn't waste words and shot back with a soulfire. Hey, don't shoot. I was just joking. Seeing Lin Chen make a move, the young man quickly waved his hands. But at the same time, he fired a few shots at Lin Chen. Joking? I don't think so. Lin Chen smiled lightly and continued to unleash skills at the man. If he hadn't dodged with lightning just now, that bullet would have hit his temple. Such a vital R if it were a joke, that would be too much. The man on the griffin was quite agile. After a few exchanges, Lin Chen found himself unable to take him down. Him still lacking in offensive means, Lin Chen thought to himself, summoning skeleton soldiers. As soon as the skeletons appeared, the young man realized the danger and quickly turned to escape. Lin Chen didn't give him the chance. The crossbowmen fired in succession, and in just one round, the man in the air was killed. Calculating the time, the first batch of people I cleared out will soon be able to re-enter. Should I clear them out again? Just as he was thinking, the surroundings suddenly trembled again. Another big guy is coming? Lin Chen's expression changed, and he quickly retreated to a distance. Before long, he saw that the tremors were coming from the scattered stones. At that moment, they began to float and reassemble. In just a moment, they transformed into a 100-meter-high Buddha statue. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This Buddha statue was different from the previous ones. It was surrounded by a ghostly blue flame. That ghostly blue flame even made Lin Chen's heart race. The Lich King form was too powerful. Even a world-class boss that had been shattered could be transformed into the undead. If that's the case, if I turn into the Lich King and take a stroll around the graveyard, wouldn't that be a windfall? The Divine Grace Cemetery near Jianghai City was a life-restricted zone. Lin Chen didn't believe there wouldn't be powerful magical creatures remains inside. Awesome! Lin Chen circled around the undead Buddha, feeling quite pleased. The imposing presence of this big guy was substantial. It looked even stronger than in life. As a contract beast, the Buddha statue wasn't worth nurturing. Now it seemed that transforming it into the undead was a good helper. With a world-class boss turned undead in hand, Lin Chen no longer hesitated about whether to clear out the entrance. He directly summoned the 2 mermaid kings he had just contracted. First, he formed a team with them. Then, Lin Chen led them all the way to the entrance of the ruins. The journey was smooth, and the Buddha statue demonstrated its powerful strength. It was almost a kick for every mermaid demon and small Buddha statue. Of course, even though the Buddha ruins had been open for 8 or 9 hours now, they still encountered 6 or 7 newly arrived professionals along the way. However, under the long-range skills of the Buddha statue, they were easily wiped out. Stopping near the circular platform at the entrance of the ruins, the massive Buddha loomed like a great mountain. If it weren't for the ghostly blue flames flickering around it, one might mistake it for a real statue rather than a magical creature. If this Buddha were to be besieged by regular professionals, it would require at least a large team of 600 or 700 people. Now transformed into a spirit, its strength is even greater. I estimate it can hold off a 1,000-person team. Having it guard this entrance while also helping the Merfolk King level up should be sufficient. With his 12 times experience boost, when he arrived at the entrance of the ruins, the 2 mermaid contract beasts had already reached level 20. For the remaining time, Lin Chen planned to have them team up with the Buddha statue, letting the statue act as a power leveler to help them level up. Afterwards, he intended to explore the lower levels of the Buddhist caves. Although he had already obtained the replication crystal, ruins were rare. And Lin Chen still wanted to contract a tiger-headed monster or a golden-head monk as a contract beast. Or perhaps get a few more peony flower demons and lotus flower female demons. These two support-type pets are almost always snatched up the moment they hit the market. This time, I can take the opportunity to contract a few more. Using the life and death contract to link branches, he ensured that the Buddha statue and the two contract beasts would not die. After issuing some simple commands, Lin Chen left the area. He needed to clear the last ordinary Buddha statue that needed to be killed. Of course, Lin Chen dared to let the contract beasts roam freely, not out of arrogance, but because he discovered that the Buddha statue had a healing skill. The light of the Buddha shines, providing group control removal and healing skills. This was a skill very suitable for a contract beast team to develop independently. After seeing this, Lin Chen felt a bit regretful for not contracting this world-class Buddha statue. Fortunately, the linking skill could connect with undead creatures, ensuring it wouldn't die. For the remaining time, let's speed up. There aren't any good resources on the first and second underground levels, so we can push through quickly. Let's go! In the following time, Lin Chen had good luck. Upon arriving at the 10,000 Buddha cave, he quickly killed 3,000 Buddha statues and successfully encountered a boss-level Buddha statue deep within the cave. Once everything was completed, Lin Chen opened his backpack and indeed found a teleportation talisman that resembled a bookmark. He clicked to use it. In the next moment, Lin Chen found himself in an underground space. The sky here was a dull gray, with no sun in sight. Fortunately, there was some light, so he could see his surroundings clearly. Lin Chen glanced at his status panel. There were no poison or abnormal conditions. The air was fine. So he began to survey the area. The entire first underground level resembled the surface, with mist filling the air, limiting visibility. However, from the nearby ruins of buildings, it seemed this underground space was a dungeon. Summoning Irina and the clumsy cow, he let them level up on their own. Lin Chen followed behind the skeleton soldiers and began to advance. The monsters on the first underground level were mainly bat spirits and mutated pangolins. They had no special skills or resources, and were ugly with no potential to be cultivated as pets. Upon seeing them, Lin Chen didn't even consider transforming into a Lich King to convert them into undead. Instead, he directly summoned thousands of skeleton soldiers and let Irina command the battle. He sat on the purple gold gourd, observing the ancient city ruins around him. Luochang was once known as the ancient capital of 13 dynasties. The ruins are a special domain formed by the fusion of local cultural history and mythological legends. From the state of this ancient city, these 13 ancient capitals should be well deserved. Time flew by. Currently, only he had entered the first underground level of the Buddha ruins, so the subsequent progress was very smooth. In less than 2 hours, Lin Chen met the conditions to enter the second underground level. The monsters on the second underground level were fire crows and goat-head monsters. The goat-head monsters were of no concern. Lin Chen had developed a bit of interest in the fire crows. During the battle at the Fish King pool on the surface of the Longmen Buddhist caves, he had suffered a bit in the water. If I could transform into thousands of fire crows, I wouldn't have to worry about these battles in the future, unless the battle occurs underwater. With this plan in mind, Lin Chen directly activated the Lich King form. He began to slash away on the second underground level. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the ruins, a large number of professionals were cracking their knuckles. The cooldown time restricting entry into the ruins was about to expire. They started to get restless. Of course, this time they entered the ruins not just for resources. They were also looking to find and eliminate a young professional. Even though they had just heard many people say that the professional they were targeting had killed a world-class boss with 2 strikes, that was merely talk. Such a slight display of strength was already the limit of current professionals. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe it. Get ready, everyone. When we encounter that kid later, well, focus fire. How dare he keep us from the exploding sky gang? He must be tired of living. Don't worry, boss. I have a myth-level consumable magic card here that can seal professional summoning skills for half an hour. This time, he will definitely taste death. There were many others preparing as well. Most of them were fixed teams, some even elite teams specifically formed to conquer ruins globally. As a result, they had just entered the ruins today and were cleared out. Naturally, they felt indignant. Time slowly passed. The professionals at the entrance began to re-enter the ruins one after another. However, as soon as they entered, before they could even steady themselves, stones began to fall from above. What the hell? What's going on? It's an ambush. Quick! Who the hell is this? This is too sneaky. Before they could finish their words, they looked up and saw a 100-meter-tall Buddha statue swinging its golden giant palm towards them. How could a world-class Buddha statue boss appear here? Damn it, this is a summoned statue. It must be that kid. Kill him. Many professionals were shocked, but more were filled with anger. They had just entered the ruins and wanted to assess the situation when suddenly huge stones fell from above, followed by a 100-meter-tall statue attacking them. This is outrageous. However, before they could organize a counterattack, when the statue's other hand also swung its golden giant palm towards them, these newly entered professionals were completely dumbfounded. This was the Great Buddha's hand. In the professional circle, among the universal skills with no class restrictions, several powerful ones were well known. The Great Buddha's hand was one of them. It was a skill book favored by almost all professions except for support and life classes. The main reason was that this skill had 3 attack forms capable of amplifying the 3 attributes of strength, spirit, and agility. Now, the golden palm pressing down on everyone was a long-range attack of the Great Buddha's hand, enhanced by the spirit attribute. Damn it, who can withstand this? This boss is too shameless. With such a wide attack range, who the hell can dodge it? After the shock came the overwhelming shadow of the giant palm. In less than 3 minutes, almost everyone at the entrance was cleared out of the ruins space again. The professionals who had just entered the ruins didn't even have the chance to scratch the statue before being wiped out. Damn it! Who summoned that statue? I won't let it go with him. The entrance of the ruins was in chaos. Although no one had died, the situation was incredibly frustrating. How could it be like this? The ruins were supposed to be developed for 3 days. They were kicked out again. Not only did their experience points turn negative, but they also had to wait another 12 hours. What should we do? This boss is too powerful, we can't defeat it at all. Something's not right. Why does the Buddha statue have water-type attacks? What water-type attacks? Wasn't it falling rocks in the Great Buddha's hand just now? No, I was cleared out by a water tornado. Don't think about it, there was also a 100-meter-tall mermaid king at the entrance just now. Everyone looked at each other, helpless. 2 world-class bosses. Unless all the professional teams at the entrance cooperated, and at the same time, they entered the ruins. But is such a situation possible? Not to mention that everyone is not from the same country. Even if they were from the same country, teams and guilds are basically rivals. Sigh, forget it, this ruin is probably a lost cause. We can only go back and report to the president, see if he has any solutions. It can only be this way. Many professionals sighed, feeling a sense of retreat. But just then, the world changed dramatically. Boom! The originally clear sky suddenly darkened. The ground began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. An earthquake? What's going on? Just as the voices of confusion arose, they felt the earth sway. Fortunately, it only lasted half a minute before it stopped. The crowd hadn't even caught their breath when they saw the southeastern part of Jianhai City. The wind howled, and dark clouds gathered. Various phenomena of nature appeared, as if the apocalypse had arrived. What's happening? Why did the world suddenly change? That direction is the Life Forbidden Zone, the Divine Grace Cemetery. Someone recognized the direction of the phenomenon and said with a trembling voice. Immediately, his expression changed. He rushed towards the Divine Grace Cemetery. Almost all the professionals present followed closely behind. The change in the world likely indicated the appearance of a great treasure. Of course, such a commotion was not limited to the professionals at the entrance of the ruins. At this moment, everyone in Jianhai City witnessed the phenomena. Oh no, is there going to be an earthquake? This wind, is a typhoon coming? The thunderclouds in the sky are terrifying. Quick, take a picture and post it on social media. The people of Jianhai City exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, although these phenomena were frightening, they did not affect the residential areas of Jianhai City. They only occurred in the southeastern part of Jianhai City. Otherwise, it would have caused massive panic. Not just Jianhai City. In Sakura Country, Yokohama, a volcano suddenly erupted. Volcanic ash covered a large part of the city. In Eagle Country, Manhattan, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the city. Although it only obscured a street, it still startled the local authorities. In Bear Country, Oma State, the ground seemed to be heaved up by a 100-meter giant beast from below, then quickly fell back down. In just half a minute, dozens of pits of various sizes appeared in Oma State, with flames burning inside them. In the Great White Elephant Country, almost everywhere in the world, different anomalies occurred at the same time. Fortunately, most of these anomalies were localized, scattered outside the cities, and did not affect human survival. Only in Sakura Country, Yokohama City near the volcano, was the damage severe. In Jianhai City, at the headquarters of the Guard Army, the command center, the commander looked at the information in front of him, his expression serious. This anomaly involves 25 locations worldwide. According to preliminary detection by people near the anomaly, it seems to be a special method used by that group underground. Can that group still be called human? Someone snorted, just a bunch of abyss-corrupted demons, they'll come to their lair sooner or later. Alright, stop boasting. Someone interrupted him, if you could really reach their lair, you wouldn't be here talking big. We should quickly think of a way to deal with this anomaly. Aren't I just trying to boost everyone's morale? Do you understand what a shaman's prayer is? Bang bang, the commander knocked on the table, interrupting the two arguing in the room. Then, he looked at the burly man beside him. Hi, since you are so eager, you will be in charge of investigating this anomaly at the Divine Grace Cemetery. No way, I'm just a big brute. Besides, once I enter the Divine Grace Cemetery, the old guy sleeping inside will wake up and stare at me. It gives me the creeps. Don't you have a shaman disciple in the national server teaching at Pearl University? Go ask him for help. What can he help with? That kid is just a lazy bum. Clearly has strength and potential, yet chooses to stay at Pearl University to retire. The God's Grace Cemetery will not attract the attention of the old fellows inside as long as no more than first-tier practitioners enter. I have a feeling this anomaly is related to the Underground Palace. After all, the Underground Palace is a passage connecting two worlds. If it really is that group of people underground creating a new palace in the God's Grace Cemetery, and we high-level fighters cannot enter the cemetery, that would be quite troublesome. Have your apprentice find some excellent first-tier practitioners within the Pearl. Tell him the military is willing to pay any price for this operation. Jiang Haisher quickly arranged matters regarding the anomaly. Lin Chen, currently within the Longmen Grotto's ruins, was naturally unaware of this. At this point in time, he had nearly cut through the entire second underground level. In the Frost Domain, there were nearly 10,000 undead fire crows. Fire crows, this type of monster, were quite famous in the practitioner community. They were bathed in flames, looking very cool. Moreover, their spell attack growth was also very high. They were a very suitable pet for dealing damage. Lin Chen did not let them go. When killing the flame boss on the second underground level, he deliberately held back. Only after the Lich King form disappeared did he proceed to kill. Bang! With a powerful strike, Lin Chen instantly killed a severely wounded goathead monster. Successfully killed the Lord-level Buddha statue, experience 120000. Congratulations, level 1, current level 54. Congratulations, gained free attribute 1. Congratulations, obtained pet egg Firecrow, which can randomly yield different quality corresponding pets upon hatching. Congratulations, obtained item Flame Pearl, which permanently increases all 4 attributes by 1 when consumed. Congratulations, obtained Flame Dagger. The drop rate for pet eggs is indeed high. Lin Chen glanced at his panel, feeling quite pleased. After killing these monsters, he could enter the third underground level. And in the third underground level, there were humanoid monsters like the Peony Flower Demon and the Golden-Headed Monk. These two were highly sought-after pets. The Peony Flower Demon was a support-type healing pet. Not only did it possess healing skills, but it also had a rare mana recovery skill. Lin Chen wanted to form a legion in the Frost Domain. He had to go to the third level. There was no hesitation or entanglement. Lin Chen clicked to use the teleportation talisman in his backpack and entered the third underground level. This place was similar to the second level. It was also an underground ancient city. However, this ancient city was even more dilapidated than the second level. The city walls were a yellowish-brown, as if made from piled yellow earth. Various Buddha statues were carved into the walls, their expressions solemn. The carving craftsmanship was very fine, with even the lines of the robes on the statues clearly visible. Not only that, but around the city walls there were many Buddhist stories, such as cutting flesh to feed eagles and sacrificing oneself to feed tigers. Lin Chen glanced around and then withdrew his gaze. He had seen the Buddha statues of the Longmen Grottos during his travels in his past life. The carvings here were different from those of the Longmen Grottos, but overall they were similar. The only major difference was that this ancient city bore many signs of battle. Many of the city walls had collapsed significantly. Most of the stone doors on either side of the streets were also in ruins. Even the Buddha statues on the walls had many broken and missing parts. It seems this place has experienced a great battle. Lin Chen murmured to himself. His gaze swept over, and he noticed many streets and houses still contained eerie white bones. Some were human, while others were unusually large. Not something a human could possess. Moreover, on some walls there were traces of fire burns. These battle scars seemed to tell a story. Before the fall of this ancient city, it had undergone a large-scale war. It's strange, if this is a relic generated by the Longmen Grottos, why are there such special bones here? Could it be that in this world, myths are not legends but truly exist? Just then, a sound of running footsteps echoed. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to look. About 100 meters away from him, hundreds of golden-headed monks, resembling the Shaolin 18 bronze men, rushed over, wielding demon-slaying staffs. Behind them, there were also over 100 graceful peony flower demons. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen quickly waved to Elena and the skeleton soldiers. "You all step back. I'll handle these monsters myself." 3 updates today, and I will try to update more in the future. Longmen Grottos. Underground Level 3. Lin Chen collected the materials that had fallen to the ground into the frost domain. Then he exited the Lich King form. Since entering the ancient city underground, his pace had quickened significantly, mainly because of the sheer number of bosses here, far exceeding those on the surface. Of course, the requirements for each level were also increasing. Once he entered level 3, the number of monsters he needed to kill to access the next level doubled. Fortunately, he was the only one here. No one was competing with him for monsters. His progress was relatively smooth. Now, within the frost domain, there were thousands of golden head monks and peony flower demons. Just one more ordinary goat head boss to kill, and I can enter underground level 4. But why has no one entered the ruins after all this time? Lin Chen had previously obtained a unique equipment from a dungeon boss during the ant nest instance at school. The Heart of the Insectoid. This equipment allowed him to share the vision of summoned creatures. Since entering the ancient city underground, he had occasionally checked the situation at the ruins entrance through the vision of the undead Buddha boss. At that time, seeing those 2 bosses wipe out thousands of people felt quite satisfying. However, Lin Chen gradually noticed something was off, because after that he found that no one else had entered the ruins. This was quite illogical. It can't be that they were scared off, right? Lin Chen thought, but then felt it was unlikely. He just couldn't figure out the reason and decided to put it out of his mind. With only the last underground level 4 remaining, let's clear it out quickly and leave the ruins. Since entering the ruins, the high experience monsters had been irresistible to him. His level was now close to 57. At this level, Lin Chen felt he should be among the top in the new students. Level 4 has tiger head monsters and lotus flower demons. Both of these are also quite promising monsters. The tiger head monster, as the name suggests, is a creature with a tiger's head and a human body. Its strength and speed growth are very high. It is said that in the professional circle, as a strength-type pet, it ranks among the top 3. Of course, the lotus flower demon is not bad either. The peony flower demon on level 3 has a human upper body and a lower body of peony flowers. Overall, it is a half-human type. The lotus flower demon, however, is different. It is fully human-shaped. The only distinguishing feature that sets it apart from humans is a petal at its earlobe. This detail, in fact, enhances its beauty, similar to the cat ears of catgirls. I can catch a few to be my maids. At Mingju University, ever since Lin Chen learned from Bird Brother, who had just moved into a villa, that credits could be used to rent school villas, he had been thinking of renting one by himself. After all, now that he had Elena, who could transform into human form, it would be more convenient. Through shared vision, Lin Chen observed for a while longer. Seeing that no one was at the ruins entrance, he simply stopped paying attention. He communicated with the world-class boss, the Mermaid King, in his mind and instructed it to follow the Buddha statue and sweep through the surface layer for upgrades. Then, Lin Chen mounted his gourd and began searching for the leader-level goat head boss in underground level 3. Having a flying mount was indeed convenient. The buildings in the underground ancient city were generally not very tall. From his mount, Lin Chen quickly spotted a larger goat head monster. Even without detection skills, the intensity of its magical aura clearly indicated it was a boss. For the remaining time, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. A few swift strikes took it down. Then, using a teleportation scroll from his backpack, he entered underground level 4. The streets of this ancient city appeared wider than those of the previous levels. As soon as Lin Chen appeared, he saw a few tiger head monsters sleeping not far away. Crack skeleton soldiers were summoned. Elena skillfully led the contracted beasts like the clumsy bull, crocodile recton, and frost giant into battle. It is worth mentioning that, during this time in the Dragon Gate ruins, they all experienced significant upgrades, with most reaching above level 60. Of course, it was a pity that only Elena and the crocodile Rek'Sai unlocked new skills upon breaking through level 60. Elena was fortunate, she unlocked a sword technique called Sword Chi Storm. The crocodile Rek'Sai, on the other hand, gained an attack skill named Tyrant's Rampage. It seems that quality indeed affects the probability of pets unlocking new skills after level 50. I wonder if there's a way to enhance the potential of the Dum Dum Bull and the Frost Giant. As the first 2 contracted beasts, Lin Chen had some feelings for them. However, their mutation level, combined with their low intelligence, made their strength quite lacking. I remember there's a pet section in the exchange mall for credits. Let's check it out when we get back. The contracted beasts and skeleton soldiers advanced ahead. This time, Lin Chen didn't rush to transform into the Lich King to collect these monsters into the Frost Domain. There was still plenty of time. So far, he had been in the ruins for less than a day. Let's take a look at the skills. Lin Chen decided to take this opportunity to switch up his skills. He opened the panel, revealing his personal attributes that he hadn't examined closely in a long time. Ever since he switched his attribute points to strength to kill the Buddha statue on the surface, he hadn't changed them again. The damage he dealt was too violent and satisfying, whether it was millions without transformation or tens of millions with transformation. Skill points: 3 skills: Summon Undead LV7, Magic Barrier LV2, Undead Pact LV6, Corpse Explosion LV2, Undead Resurrection LV2, Blink LV1, Soulfire LV2, Death Grip LV2, Soul Void after reaching level 100. Professionals would face the same situation as pets after level 50. That is, every 10 levels, the probability of unlocking skills would no longer be 100%. Even the skill bar for professionals would no longer be 100%. Therefore, the skills learned before level 100 were crucial. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the skills he had learned. He had a good number of skills, and each one was useful. Of course, the magic barrier currently seemed a bit underwhelming. Ignoring the skill information for now, Lin Chen switched to his backpack. He prepared to take stock of the skill books obtained from killing various monsters along the way to see if any suited him. After all, this was a ruin, and the resources inside were rarely subpar. Skill: Raging Waves effect after casting forms a water vortex around the target, dealing high magical damage. Skill: Golden Gravel effect after casting forms a summoning array around the target that can call down small meteors, dealing high magical damage and stunning effects to targets within the array. Skill: Peony Bloom effect after casting. Skill: Great Buddha's Hand effect can obtain different attack forms based on different amplification attributes. Great Buddha's Hand. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was a treasure. Before coming here, he had researched a lot of ruin information and had some understanding of the top resources in the Dragon Gate Grotto. Among the skill books, this Great Buddha's Hand was the most top tier. 3 attributes correspond to 3 attack forms. This skill book is simply tailored for me. Lin Chen chuckled. He opened his backpack, took out the skill Forgetting Magic card, and chose to forget the skill, Magic Barrier. You have forgotten the skill, Magic Barrier, returning skill points. 2. Skill forgotten. Skill slot is now empty. It even returns skill points. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chen nodded and used the skill book from his backpack. You have mastered the skill. Great Buddha's skill. Great Buddha's Hand cooldown, 60 seconds mana cost, 100 effect, can obtain different attack forms based on different amplification attributes, with each form having different effects. Not bad. I have a mythical magic card that can change my attributes, turning the world upside down. I can maximize all 3 attack forms. Lin Chen nodded and looked at the specific enhancement effects. Spirit: a golden Buddhist light condenses into a massive golden hand, striking enemies in any direction within range, capable of dealing high spell damage, stunning, and reducing the target's spell resistance. This description is a bit like the Tathagata poem, and it doesn't require me to jump up. Before Lin Chen could read further, he instinctively thrust his hand forward. The golden hand descended from the sky. Boom! Its powerful skill directly killed several low-health tiger-headed monsters in front of him. The skill effect was impressive. At least it looked powerful and stylish. Lin Chen glanced at the other attack form. Strength: the golden Buddhist light gathers on the palm, granting it resistance to a certain degree of magical damage and a significant boost to physical damage. It actually grants immunity to magical damage with both hands. It's a universal skill similar to the Tathagata palm. Every practitioner experiences some mutation when learning it. Of course, these mutations are not infinitely varied but are fixed in a few types. Among them, the strength characteristic effect of the Tathagata palm, which grants immunity to magical damage, is one of the least probable. Many practitioners spend a fortune to acquire the Tathagata palm, only to forget the skill afterward just to gamble on this skill. Not bad. From now on, casting fireballs won't just be for myself. I can cast for others too. Surrounded by tiger-headed monsters, Lin Chen did not see the Lotus Demoness. He temporarily refrained from testing the skill. He then looked down. Agility generates multiple rapidly moving golden hand shadows that continuously strike enemies, significantly increasing movement speed, attack speed, and critical hit rate during the process. Compared to the strength characteristic, this one is a bit weaker. However, boosting speed and critical hits is still quite good. After forgetting the magic barrier, he returned 2 skill points. Along with the 3 he obtained earlier in the ruins, he had just enough to upgrade the Tathagata palm to level 3. After reaching level 3, the skill cooldown was reduced to just 40 seconds. Coupled with the cooldown of his equipment, he could release the Tathagata palm once every 12 seconds. Combined with several other attack skills, he could quickly form a cycle of attack skills. After clearing 4 layers, I should be able to reach level 58. Once I return to school, if I finish the 2 dungeons from level 50 to 60, I should be able to hit level 60. At level 60, I can learn another attack skill. After finishing the skill learning, there was a considerable commotion not far away. It seemed he had encountered a boss. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and quickly rushed to the battlefield. A lord-level tiger-headed monster. Lin Chen's heart raced with excitement. He ordered the skeleton soldiers and the contract to retreat, stepping forward to challenge it alone. No small talk. He immediately used the bone cage as his first move, following up with soul fire, death grip, and finally the Tathagata palm. After a series of skills, the tiger-headed boss had lost 10% of its health before it even approached. This was a lord-level boss. Lin Chen was very satisfied with his current strength. This was without even using the output of the mountain splitter. The next period of time, Lin Chen also tried the strength type and agility type Tathagata palm. The effects were very satisfying. The strength type could almost be described as catching a blade in midair. After receiving the opponent's magical attack, he could throw it back as a counterattack. Of course, the agility type Tathagata palm was not bad either. After using it, the attack speed was extremely fast. Moreover, with each palm strike, a golden Buddha hand appeared, even with a knockback effect. Combined, it allowed him to control the tiger-headed boss infinitely. It was only when the tiger-headed monster activated its invulnerability skill that it gained the ability to counterattack. Otherwise, Lin Chen felt he could have killed it continuously. After testing the 3 attack forms, Lin Chen finally used the mountain splitter to end the battle. Watching the terrifying damage numbers pop up above the boss's head, Lin Chen thought he could look for similar skills at level 60. After all, his health pool was too thick. Such skills were very suitable for him. That skill magic card still has 2 uses left. My blink only has 1 segment of displacement. It only becomes 3 segments in the Lich King form. Perhaps I can replace the blink skill with one that has multiple segments of displacement. The harvest from this ruin can be considered extremely rich. Replica crystals, the Great Luo Buddha's hand, world-class boss contract beasts. Lin Chen has almost exhausted all the good resources of the Longmen Grottos. Even the items dropped from the professionals were quite good. The thorned round shield and the skill for getting magic card. Of course, the biggest gain is the level. Before entering the ruins, he had just advanced to level 50. Now he is already at level 57. One must know, only a day has passed. All of this is thanks to teacher Li Ming's 5-fold experience national server badge. The national server badge, combined with his own experience-boosting magic card, doubled each other, resulting in 12 times the experience. This is what allowed him to level up as if he were on a rocket. Lin Chen is naturally very grateful for teacher Li Ming's national server badge. Without the badge, he would probably still be in the 40s now. After finishing the level 50 dungeon at school, I can reach level 60. Then he'll return the national server badge to teacher Li Ming. Lin Chen is not overly attached to the national server badge. What he wants is a national server badge that completely belongs to him. After defeating the Lord-level boss, Lin Chen did not count the other gains but transformed the Lord-level boss into a contract beast. He then had Elena and the others take it to level up. He himself directly activated the Lich King form. He began to kill and transform the tiger-headed monsters and lotus female demons on this level. Since entering the underground ancient city, Lin Chen has not consumed the undead army in the Frost Domain. So far, the number has approached 50,000. That's equivalent to a large military district. Of course, undead creatures cannot be compared to the militarized professionals. But Lin Chen feels that if given a little more time, it's hard to say. After all, the Frost Domain is vast enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of troops. Lin Chen even has a faint feeling that this space will continue to expand. Perhaps when it can accommodate millions, tens of millions, or even billions of undead creatures, that will be his ultimate power. The terrain of the 4th underground level is very simple. Lin Chen felt like he was constantly climbing uphill. This is naturally a good thing. The slope proves that the closer he gets to the center, the more it was once the wealthy area of the ancient city. They had the money to solidify the foundation. Of course, this also means that as he moves higher, the probability of encountering world-class bosses increases. Ding! Just as he was engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters, a long bell sound suddenly came from afar. Morning bells and evening drums, it seems I have been in the ruins for nearly a day. It's time to end all this and go out. Lin Chen exited the Lich King form and stopped transforming monsters into undead. Then, he summoned skeleton soldiers and headed towards the source of the bell sound. The source of the morning bells and evening drums should be at the center of the ruins. Upon hearing the sound, the monsters inside the ruins went crazy, their combat power doubling. As he got closer, Lin Chen discovered that the sound was coming from a temple. The temple looked somewhat dilapidated, and the plaque still read Cursed Tiger Temple. Cursed Tiger Temple? Aren't the temples in the Longmen Grottos all named after certain courtyards? Lin Chen looked at the temple with some confusion. However, he didn't think too much about it. He walked into the temple with the Grim Reaper's scythe in hand. As soon as he entered, he saw a tiger-headed monster squatting on the ground like a human. It was holding a stick with meat skewered on it, feasting heartily, occasionally lifting a wine jug beside it to take a sip. The food looked incredibly delicious. Even when it saw Lin Chen enter, the tiger-headed monster showed no reaction. Still eating. I'm coming for you, too busy, working overtime, and have to work overtime on Sunday too. But everyone rest assured, the author will not stop updating. Tomorrow we'll be out all day, just staying in the house to update. The tiger-headed monster in front of him looked about 3 meters tall, with muscles all over. This physique is quite a bit weaker compared to the Lord-level boss he encountered before. Normally, among monsters, the larger the size, the stronger the power. If one were to glance quickly, they might think that the tiger-headed monster here is at most elite level. However, after careful observation, Lin Chen did not underestimate it. The discovery of fire was a significant milestone in human evolutionary history. It transformed humans from ordinary animals that consumed raw flesh into higher-level beings adept at using tools. The tiger-headed creature before me not only wielded flames but also consumed cooked food. Watching it devour the roasted meat, it was evident that it was quite skilled at it. Clearly, it had done this many times before. I'm afraid this guy's intelligence is about the same as Irina's, Lin Chen murmured, feeling a desire to recruit it. The world-class boss, the Mermaid King and the Buddha statue, were massive and powerful, yet their intelligence was lacking. Now encountering a highly intelligent monster again, how could Lin Chen let it go? Chomp, chomp, chomp. The tiger-headed creature was feasting just 5 meters away from Lin Chen, enjoying its meal immensely. At this distance, it was completely focused on eating, showing no signs of aggression. Lin Chen pursed his lips, wondering if he had misunderstood. This guy only knows how to eat. Has its IQ evolved solely for the purpose of eating? Lin Chen had initially thought the tiger-headed creature would be similar to the black myth tiger vanguard he had faced in his past life in a game imposing and fierce. However, 3 minutes passed and the creature was still munching away. No, it really only knew how to eat. Lin Chen realized he had already closed the distance to 3 meters. At this range, nearly all his skills could hit it with 100 accuracy. He could even teleport and strike it directly, leaving it dazed. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Hoa the tiger-headed creature continued to eat while drinking, clearly enjoying itself. Lin Chen pursed his lips. He felt his guess was correct. Its IQ had definitely evolved to focus on eating. Still eating? I really want to recruit you. Lin Chen couldn't bear to launch a sneak attack and shouted instead. Why? The tiger-headed creature looked up, its mouth covered in meat scraps. Damn! Lin Chen was startled by its words and instinctively took a step back. But then, as he calmed down, he felt a surge of joy. It could speak human language. Its intelligence was indeed comparable to Irina's. Once tamed, it would undoubtedly be a formidable ally. But that gaze, why did it seem off? The whiskers around the tiger-headed creature's mouth were greasy and covered in meat scraps, giving it a brutal appearance. Yet its eyes held a clear, foolish innocence, reminiscent of Lin Chen when he had just graduated from university. Lin Chen gently furrowed his brow. Just a moment ago, he had almost believed the tiger-headed creature's intelligence rivaled Irina's. Now it seemed he had overestimated it. However, the ability to speak and communicate was a good thing. Seeing that the tiger-headed creature could converse, Lin Chen took the opportunity to put away the Grim Reaper's scythe. Then he smiled and said, "Because I want to take you out to see the world." See the world? The tiger-headed creature's eyes lit up, and it tossed aside the wine jug and roasted meat. Yes, don't you want to? Lin Chen asked. I do. Then come with me. No way. The tiger-headed creature suddenly became alert, shaking its head like a rattle. Why not? My mom said I can't go with strangers. Still just a Central Plains tiger, Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. Just a moment ago, it had said it wanted to see the world, and now it was backing out. Wait, you just said you were here to recruit me, so doesn't that mean I can go with you? The tiger-headed creature's eyes suddenly brightened. Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. This tiger-headed creature seemed like a simple-minded big boy. Yes, I'm here to recruit you, come on. Lin Chen extended his hand. No way. My mom said I can't just go with anyone unless. The tiger-headed creature shook its head again. Unless what? Unless you defeat me. The tiger-headed creature stomped its foot, causing the ground to tremble. Is it that simple? Simple? No one in this city has ever defeated me. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. This fool had set a flag for himself. But it didn't matter. He was determined to recruit this little tiger today. Not even Jesus could stop him. Of course it's easy. Quite impressive. Lin Chen smiled, flexing his arm to show off his bicep. What are we waiting for? I'm going to make my move. The tiger-headed monster grinned widely, adopting a stance like a martial arts master ready to attack. This Central Plains tiger is quite polite. Lin Chen nodded silently. However, his movements did not stop. The death scythe had already been summoned. No matter the situation with the tiger-headed monster, he would take it down first. Just in case. During the fight, its intelligence kicked in. That would definitely make it a formidable opponent. Of course, even if the opponent's intelligence did kick in, it would only be a matter of time before it became his defeated foe. Sorry, little kitty. Only those who die at my hands can I trust to transform into contract beasts. Lin Chen swung the death scythe. Bone Cage, Soulfire, Grip of Death. A series of skills covered the tiger-headed monster. Swish, swish, swish. The Bone Cage arrived first, trapping the tiger-headed monster inside. However, the Soulfire and Grip of Death had yet to hit. Suddenly, two roars of the tiger echoed. Crack, crack, crack. The Bone Cage was actually shattered. In the next second, the tiger-headed monster lay at an odd angle on the ground. Its head raised, eyes narrowed. Its two front paws crossed and stretched forward, its gaze turning fierce. The look in its eyes was no longer the clear foolishness but rather ferocity. Finally serious? That's more like it. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. That earlier silly appearance could never be his contract beast. This posture was exactly what he wanted in a contract beast. Moreover, with just a casual roar, it had shattered the Bone Cage. This strength was definitely that of a world-class boss. If it became his contract beast, it would surely be a rare find. No more holding back. Great Buddha's hand, splitting Manhwa, various skills were unleashed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the tiger-headed monster found it hard to defend itself. Just as it seemed the tiger-headed monster was about to die, it let out a furious roar, its muscles bulging. Immediately after, its health was completely restored. Lin Chen was stunned. Wait. You, a strength-type tiger-headed monster, have such a strong recovery skill? Is that right? Of course, Lin Chen didn't voice these thoughts. Instead, he directly used reverse heaven and earth to switch to agility attributes. Then, he unleashed the agile Great Buddha's hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Now, with every punch, Lin Chen could form a golden Buddha's hand, and each punch dealt true damage with a knockback effect. This tiger-headed monster didn't use weapons, it relied solely on its physical strength and skills. Lin Chen could easily overpower it. Bang, bang, bang. The feeling of each punch landing was incredibly satisfying. Lin Chen transformed into a boxing king, directly executing Buddha Mountain's shadowless hand. Over 200 punches landed on the tiger-headed monster in a minute. No matter how strong the tiger-headed monster was or how high its health recovery was, it could only roar in frustration. But no matter how it roared, its healing skill was still on cooldown. As the tiger-headed monster's health dwindled, Lin Chen's attacks grew fiercer. Finally, the tiger-headed monster was left with barely any health. Lin Chen stopped playing around and delivered a powerful splitting Manhwa to send it to meet the Buddha. Successfully killed world-class BOSS tiger-headed monster. Experience 720000. Congratulations. Free attribute 1. Gain skill point 1. Congratulations. Obtained pet egg tiger-headed monster can hatch 2. Congratulations. Obtained skill book Yama's Pursuit. Congratulations. Obtained item, replica crystal 1. Congratulations. Level up. Not bad. Another replica crystal dropped and I got a skill point too. Now, the contract beast could basically fend for itself. Lin Chen's future plans would mainly focus on enhancing his own strength. Currently, he had over a dozen skills, but only 2 had reached level 5 or above. With 2 replica crystals, he could bring 2 dungeons to the school. That would give him 2 more opportunities for first kills and breaking dungeon records. Naturally, that meant more skill points. Killing a world-class boss yielded a lot of rewards. Lin Chen did not rush to check. Instead, he released the skill Necromancer's contract, transforming this special tiger-headed monster into a contracted beast. Contract completed. Please name the contracted beast. As for the name, Lin Chen thought tiger-head monster was quite good, so he decided not to name it. He checked its attributes. The tiger-headed monster's quality was rare. Lin Chen secretly lamented. Just now, he had a fleeting fantasy that this guy was a divine beast. The harvest was decent. Lin Chen directly summoned it. As soon as the tiger-headed monster appeared, its expression changed back to its original state. It looked left and right, then began to dance with excitement. Hee hee, I can go out now. Looking at the dazed tiger-headed monster, Lin Chen also pursed his lips. He couldn't tell if it was worth it. He simply summoned the other contracted beasts, letting it follow the clumsy cow and the crocodile recton to kill monsters and level up. The 4th level's clearance is the same as the 3rd level. It requires killing various quality bosses twice. Now there are 2 types of bosses here, each missing 1 world-class boss. Once we kill them, we can leave. Switching perspectives, Lin Chen glanced at the entrance of the ruins. There were still no other professionals entering. This made him a bit anxious. This was also the reason he was eager to leave such a prime leveling spot, even though he still had 2 days left. I just have a feeling something is happening outside. I hope it's not just my illusion. Lin Chen muttered to himself and summoned the undead skeleton to advance quickly. Time passed swiftly. In the following time, luck was not on his side. He encountered quite a few ordinary and lord-level bosses. However, he could not find any world-class bosses at all. Finally, based on the time he had entered, Lin Chen had been in the ruins for nearly 30 hours. Now at the terrifying level of 59, he found a world-class boss. Moreover, it was a rare sight to see 3 world-class bosses gathered together at once. This was a huge lotus pond. In the center of the pond, there was a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, 2 world-class bosses, the Lotus Sirens, were sitting together enjoying tea. Opposite them was another highly intelligent tiger-headed monster. Seeing this, Lin Chen's heart was filled with joy. What a great harvest! 1 chapter for tonight, more during the day. Facing the watery environment of the Lotus Pond, Lin Chen did not rush to make a move. When he was on the 1st level, he had suffered quite a bit at the Fish King pool. Of course, the outcome was good. Later, he transformed quite a few undead mermaids and even contracted the Mermaid King. Swish, swish. Swish. Lin Chen turned around and summoned the 2 Mermaid Kings and the Buddha statue from a distance into the summoning space. Then, he approached the Lotus Pond and directly summoned the 2 Mermaid Kings. The Lotus Pond was simply a natural battlefield for the Mermaid Kings. Upon their appearance, the Lotus Sirens and the tiger-headed monster in the pavilion shouted and rushed out of the pavilion. Soon, the 2 world-class Lotus Sirens and the Mermaid Kings began to fight. As for the tiger-headed monster in the pavilion, it couldn't swim, so it was naturally of no help. However, its intelligence was not low. After scanning the area for a moment, it spotted Lin Chen and quickly charged towards him. This tiger-headed monster looked even fiercer than the one from the Tsanghu Temple. It was wielding a long-handled broadsword. Lin Chen was too lazy to fight it. In the Longmen Grotto's ruins, he had captured more than just the Mermaid King. There were also the Buddha statue and the bosses from the lower levels. Since the tiger-headed monster was charging at him with a weapon and wanted to fight, Lin Chen naturally obliged. He directly summoned the world-class golden-headed demon boss from the 3rd underground level. As the golden-headed demon, wielding a demon-slaying staff and surrounded by ghostly blue flames, appeared, it immediately engaged in battle with the tiger-headed monster. The 2 monsters seemed evenly matched. Why fight unknown when you can have a group fight? Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly summoned a strength-type world-class goat-headed monster and the pangolin from the 1st underground level. With 3 world-class bosses surrounding the tiger-headed monster, the situation quickly turned one-sided. The end of the tiger-headed monster's battle was just a matter of time. Lin Chen was not idle either. He summoned flying monsters. The Bat Spirit and the Fire Crow, the 2 types of magical creatures with flying abilities and aerial strike capabilities, are important undead forces for Lin Chen. He doesn't want to waste them. Summoning them is merely a way to instill some combat tactics in advance. They only need to attack from a distance. Of course, the danger isn't that great. The Lotus Demon and the Peony Demon are both support-type creatures. They have very few offensive skills and their damage isn't high. Lin Chen stood by the shore, directing the flying creatures and conducting on-site teaching of some aerial combat formations he had seen in his past life. Soon, with the help of the flying creatures, the battlefield for the Mermaid King became much easier. When Lin Chen felt it was about time, he summoned skeleton soldiers to lead them in clearing out ordinary magical creatures. Irina and the clumsy cow were basically in a free-range state. Switching perspectives, one could see a large group of contract beasts surrounding a lord-level tiger-headed monster. There were also quite a few materials scattered on the ground. Lin Chen glanced a few times and was very satisfied with the situation. The Dragon Gate Grotto ruins were indeed a great deal. The resources on the 4th underground level were very rich. Time passed quickly. In less than an hour, a series of kill notifications popped up on the panel. All 3 world-class bosses in the Lotus Pool were dealt with. Lin Chen checked his backpack and saw the extra teleportation talismans inside, letting out a sigh of relief. Ever since he noticed that no professionals had entered the ruins for a long time, he had been a bit worried. He feared he might get trapped in the replicated ruins. Fortunately, that misunderstanding was now resolved. It's time to leave, Lin Chen said with a gentle smile, transforming these world-class bosses into contract beasts. The 2 Lotus Demons were named Little Red and Little Green. There was already one tiger-headed monster, and this one, holding a knife, had a fierce look in its eyes and was quite aggressive. It resembled the previous tiger-headed monster's mother? However, this one didn't seem like a mother tiger, it looked more like the previous tiger-headed monster's brother. After some thought, Lin Chen recalled its valiant appearance and simply named it Tiger Vanguard. In future battles of the Undead Legion, it could serve as a leading vanguard general. With the contract completed, Lin Chen communicated with Irina, asking her to take these newly transformed contract beasts to level up. He then transformed into the Lich King form and quickly rode the purple gold gourd around the ancient city. His backpack space was already filled with various precious materials and items. Along the way, the materials and equipment dropped from the slain magical creatures could only be left on the ground. However, even though he still had over 10 billion gold coins, he couldn't afford to discard these items. Now that he was about to leave, Lin Chen naturally planned to collect them all into the Frost Domain. The speed of the 7th tier mount was very fast. Plus, having flown over the route before, he had already memorized the map. Lin Chen didn't need to steer. The purple gold gourd collected all the materials along the way. "Let's go," Lin Chen said, looking at the pile of items and equipment in the Frost Domain, nodding in satisfaction. He then exited the space, gathering all contract beasts and summoned creatures into the summoning space. Using the backpack teleportation talisman, he exited the ruins. In the next moment, Lin Chen's figure vanished. He arrived at the entrance of the ruins, looking at the empty square, and for a moment, he was taken aback. There were clearly crowds here when I came in before? Lin Chen was a bit curious, but in the blink of an eye, he noticed something unusual in the sky. He looked up towards the southeast. The sky was somewhat dark. Looking up, he saw the southeast sky was shrouded in darkness. Staring for too long gave him a sense of suffocation. What direction is that? The Graveyard of Divine Grace. As a life-restricted zone near Jianghai City, Lin Chen had a fairly deep impression of the Graveyard of Divine Grace. After all, he had leveled up there for more than 2 months after the college entrance examination. His capable aide, Irina, also came from there. Such a significant change has occurred in the life-restricted zone of the Graveyard of Divine Grace. Those people must have rushed over. Lin Chen murmured to himself. He was somewhat curious about the changes happening in the Graveyard of Divine Grace. However, after thinking it over, he decided not to go. After all, the life-restricted zone was too dangerous. Even if countless professionals were to pass by at this moment, it would still be fraught with danger. He didn't want to get involved in this mess too easily. It was better to first understand the specific situation, then act accordingly. Forget it, let's just head back to school for now. Lin Chen sighed lightly and patted the purple gold gourd beneath him. The 7th tier mount activated and swiftly flew towards the professional school. Along the way, he noticed many professionals heading towards the Divine Grace Tomb. When Lin Chen returned to the school, he was stunned by the scene before him. At this time, it should have been the afternoon class period. The once bustling campus was now sparsely populated. Were there no classes? Lin Chen felt a bit puzzled. However, thinking about the situation at the relic entrance and the life-restricted area of the Divine Grace Tomb, he soon understood. It seems the anomalies happening there have had a significant impact. Lin Chen murmured as he returned to his residence. At this moment, the villa was also empty. He checked the records on the central control panel of the villa. The last door lock time was this morning. His 2 roommates hadn't left for long. Lin Chen thought for a moment and didn't rush. He first returned to his room. He had fought almost a whole day and night at the Longmen Grotto's relic and he was feeling very mentally exhausted. Whatever it was, he would deal with it after a good sleep. Just as he finished washing up and was about to rest, his phone rang. It was a call from teacher Li Ming. Upon answering the call, he quickly heard the other party's greeting. It turned out that the information relayed through the villa's large screen informed him of Lin Chen's return, and he wanted to discuss some matters. Lin Chen had some questions in his mind, so he nodded in agreement. He asked Elena to check the information in the villa while he headed alone to teacher Li Ming's office. Since coming to Mingzhou University, Lin Chen had become somewhat of a regular here. Now he knew that this office was also teacher Li Ming's residence. Having an independent courtyard at Mingzhou University showed his strength and status. Upon entering the reception room, Li Ming was already waiting inside. The two were somewhat familiar with each other. After Lin Chen sat down, he first returned the National Service Medal and expressed his gratitude. On the underground 4th floor, due to the last 3 world-class bosses, his level had already reached 59 before leaving, just 7% of experience away from level 60. After returning the National Service Medal, Lin Chen got straight to the point and inquired about the sky anomaly in the southeast and the situation at the school. The cause of the anomaly has not yet been determined. However, the military has issued related detection bounties with generous rewards, so the school took this opportunity to give students a short break. After receiving the reply, Lin Chen nodded and asked why teacher Li Ming had called him. Lin Chen, do you know why many people choose to participate in professional leagues and are willing to level cap for the championship? Hearing this question, Lin Chen was momentarily surprised. He had indeed been curious about this before, but he couldn't find any information online. He didn't know anyone participating in the professional league, so he naturally didn't know the specific reasons. For honor? Lin Chen thought of titles and items similar to the National Service Medal and replied, "That's just one of the reasons. The real reason is of life and death importance, and I can tell you right now. However, after I tell you, I hope you will think carefully about whether you can represent Ming University in this professional league." Li Ming spoke very seriously. Lin Chen nodded. In fact, during this time, he had received many resources from the school. He had already had the idea of bringing some honor to the school in his heart. Even if Li Ming didn't mention it, he might have brought up the matter of participating in the competition himself after a while. Seeing Lin Chen nod, Li Ming began to explain. The professional league is similar to many events before the Great Cataclysm. World-class champion players will receive a championship ring, and this championship ring can provide professionals with an additional ring equipment slot. An additional equipment slot. Whoosh! Hearing this, Lin Chen instantly stood up. Teacher Li, I've loved watching, participating in competitions since I was a child. As he left teacher Li Ming's office, Lin Chen successfully obtained a substitute position in a professional league team. The reason it's a substitute is that the rules for professional players state that each contestant's level must be between 90 and 99. Moreover, this year's domestic professional league has already concluded. Mingju University's points also do not meet the requirements to qualify for the World Championship. Lin Chen wants to participate in the league, but he will have to wait until next year. The domestic league starts in February next year. I have 5 months to level up. There's a bit of pressure. It seems necessary to get a badge that increases experience. Professional players unlock the arena feature at level 60. They can teleport to the Void Arena for unknown 3-3 or 5-5 matches. The arena balances certain attributes and has rank distinctions: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Emerald, Master, and King. Each rank has 9 stars, and filling all 9 stars triggers a promotion match. When the rank reaches master level, the ladder matches can be unlocked. Winning in ladder matches allows players to accumulate ladder points. The top-ranked professional players in ladder points are the municipal or national level professionals from various cities and countries. Balancing attributes. I wonder how my health will be balanced. Lin Chen is not worried about his arena performance. With his current attributes, equipment, and skills, he would dare to challenge even a second or third tier professional. Fighting above his level is no longer his limit, surpassing levels is. Of course, this time with Li Ming, Lin Chen also discussed the matter of the replica crystals. When he took out 2 replica crystals, Li Ming was stunned. According to the calculations of the Professional Players Guild, the probability of obtaining a replica crystal by defeating a world-class boss is 1 in 200 million. The annual global output is roughly around 10. Yet, Lin Chen managed to obtain 2 at once. At that moment, when Lin Chen heard that probability, he was also taken aback. In that instant, Lin Chen vaguely felt that his lifespan had decreased a bit. Because when those 2 replica crystals dropped, he hadn't even used the lucky revolver. It was all based on personal luck. I still need to level up quickly. First-tier professionals have a lifespan of only 150 years. But second-tier can reach 300 years. Third-tier is 500 years. Fourth-tier is said to have an even longer lifespan, reaching over 1,000 years. I need to buy some food from a chef to replenish. Then I'll focus on leveling up. Back at the villa, after a long day of exhaustion, Lin Chen quickly fell into a deep sleep. At 10 o'clock at night, Lin Chen stretched comfortably. When Irina saw him awake, she came in wearing a white maid outfit, bringing a drink. Master. You're learning pretty quickly. Lin Chen smiled as he took it and asked, how's it going? What discussions are there online about the recent anomaly at the Divine Grace Cemetery? There are all sorts of opinions, and the discussions are very heated. However, the 2 most intense topics are the underground palace and the ruins. Irina is very intelligent. Not only did she research the information, but she also summarized it. From her, Lin Chen gradually learned some key information. It turns out the anomaly didn't just occur at the Divine Grace Cemetery in Jianghai City, it also appeared in Xiangchuan City in Xia Country. Moreover, it's not just in Xia Country, other countries on Blue Star have different anomalies as well. The places where these anomalies occurred are almost all in life-restricted zones. For example, the Sangsingui in Xiangchuan City, the Metropolis Museum in Manhwa of the Blue Eagle Country, and the Werewolf Castle in the Omsk region of the Bear Country. These are all very dangerous life-restricted zones. It is said that there are great horrors within. Many speculate that new ruins have emerged in these life-restricted zones. Comparing these life-restricted zones, many are also related to local historical and cultural contexts. Professionals naturally believe that life-restricted zones have birthed new ruins. This viewpoint has received the most affirmation online. Of course, there's another topic, the underground palace. There is very little information about the underground palace. Lin Chen only remembers a brief description of it from his high school textbooks. The underground palace is divided into 9 levels. Each level has exceptionally powerful and numerous resources and monsters, and no resurrection mechanisms can be used. It is recommended that professionals reach level 150, unlock flying abilities, and then choose to enter. This is a place he cannot access for now. Lin Chen thought for a moment and ultimately gave up on the plan to go to the Divine Grace Cemetery. It was Wednesday evening, and he had 4 days to rest until classes resumed next week. He planned to clear the 2 dungeons at school in the next few days. After that, he would participate in the arena. The rewards from the arena, of course, included more than just honor medals. With each victory in the arena, there was a chance to earn attribute and skill points. The higher the rank, the greater the probability, though it was still quite low overall. Winning 100 matches and getting even 1 attribute point would be considered lucky. After understanding the situation with the anomalies, Lin Chen left the villa and had a simple dinner at the school cafeteria. On his way back to the villa, he took a moment to observe the villa area at school and found that there were still many empty villas. This gave him the idea of renting a villa by himself. Since he had been carrying the school wristband, he also earned credits by defeating monsters in the ruins. Although it was nothing compared to his current 10 million points, it made Lin Chen realize that credits were sufficient for everyone as long as they didn't slack off or exchange for overly special items. Renting a villa alone, the monthly rent in credits is 10,000. That's acceptable. After checking the information on the school forum, Lin Chen indeed rented a whole villa in a quiet, remote location. He had also considered buying a house outside the school with gold coins, but living outside made him worry about convenience. Anyway, he still had over 12 million credits. Even if he slacked off, it would be enough. Moreover, he had brought back 2 replica crystals for the school this time and had already submitted the task at the mission hall. After the settlement, he expected to receive a massive amount of credits. The new villa number was 0615. Lin Chen directly spent 120,000 credits to rent it for a whole year. After leaving a message for his 2 roommates, he moved his belongings from the old villa to the new one. The style of the villa was the same as the previous one. Lin Chen settled into the large bedroom on the left side of the 3rd floor, while Elena stayed across from him with her 2 flower fairy sisters. As for the 2 rooms on the 2nd floor, he hadn't decided yet. Among his remaining contracted beasts, there were half-beast half-human and full-beast forms, which were not very convenient for living in human society. Of course, if he had a cat-eared girl, it would be a different story. Staying in the summoning space all the time isn't a problem either. Maybe I should buy a castle later and move it to the Frost Realm. Once everything was arranged, Elena took the 2 lotus flower fairies to learn about human knowledge. In fact, when they were on the 4th underground level, the 2 fairies having tea in the pavilion was enough to show that their intelligence was not low, and they were aware of some human habits. Teaching them was very simple. Lin Chen wasn't worried about them at all and even planned to get a bank card for Elena and the others. They didn't have backpack space, so carrying a large amount of gold coins when going out to buy things would be inconvenient. In the following time, Lin Chen stayed alone in his bedroom, briefly tallying the gains from the ruins. The biggest harvest from the Longmen Grottos was, of course, these highly intelligent contracted beasts. The second was the 2 replica crystals. However, other items, skills, and materials were also quite good. Roughly estimated, he could sell them for at least 100 billion gold coins. He had seen a purple epic level talent magic card and a magical artifact inside. Magic card, Wrath of Flames type talent quality, epic level, LV1 effect. After equipping, you can gain the talent Wrath of Flames. Wrath of Flames, after activating the talent, flames will wrap around your body, significantly increasing attack power and movement speed. The epic level talent magic card, according to the rating of the professional guild, grants an 11 talent upon equipping. An 11 talent is already a very high talent level and is highly valuable. Of course, attack type and active talents are not as valuable as defensive passive talents, but having one is better than none, and the skill description doesn't seem bad either. After all, this talent may not seem very strong, but it definitely looks cool. It should be worth a couple of 100 billion. This magic card was obtained by defeating the world-class Fire Crow on the 3rd underground level. At that time, I didn't use any lucky bullets. I really want to visit the ruins again. But before that, I need to buy some supplements to increase my lifespan. After reviewing the talent card, Lin Chen checked the information on the magical artifacts. Item: Sun and Moon Dual Wheels type magical artifact effect. When worn, it creates a sun and moon phenomenon around the wearer, each with different effects. The Sun and Moon Dual Wheels, another powerful multiform artifact. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the magical artifact. The only downside was that he couldn't see the specific effects right now. He would only know after wearing it at level 70. He searched online. This magical artifact turned out to be a brand new one. This surprised Lin Chen a bit. A brand new artifact represents the unknown. This holds a significant advantage in combat. The two most valuable items were temporarily unusable. Lin Chen wasn't disappointed, though. After all, he had already used what he could in the ruins. After finishing the inventory of items in the Frost domain, Lin Chen kept the useful ones. He then looked up information on the level 50 to 60 dungeons and the arena. It was only until 2 in the morning that he fell into a deep sleep again. The next morning, Lin Chen finished the breakfast made by Elena and headed to the trading hall. After retrieving a mountain of supplies, the person in charge of the trading hall almost called for someone to arrest him, thinking he had robbed someone else's treasury. In the end, after the other party apologized and offered to buy at a higher price, Lin Chen successfully sold all the items for 250 billion. When leaving, Lin Chen also posted some of his own requests in the trading hall. He could enchant equipment at level 60. He purchased a lot of enhancement and enchantment materials, as well as equipment evolution materials. Currently, the equipment Lin Chen had, aside from the Death Scythe which had growth potential and would increase with the wearer's level, were all ordinary items fixed at levels 40 and 50. Naturally, Lin Chen couldn't discard them all. There were quite a few very useful pieces of equipment among them. Therefore, upgrading the equipment through evolution was very necessary. Equipment evolution unlocked at level 60 and was rarer and more expensive than enhancement and enchantment materials. Lin Chen wasn't short on money. He posted many orders in the trading hall and also put up a request for custom castle buildings. After handling the supplies, Lin Chen returned to school and headed straight to the dungeon hall. There were 2 dungeons from level 50 to 60, Lanrua Temple and Misty Forest. To prevent leveling up to 60 in between and being unable to complete all difficulties of both dungeons, Lin Chen removed both experience-boosting magic cards. Then, he challenged each difficulty of the dungeons one by one. He had thoroughly studied the information on the 2 dungeons last night. By 5 in the afternoon, Lin Chen successfully cleared all difficulty levels of the dungeons, and his experience progress reached 99% of level 59. He just needed a bit more experience. Lin Chen rode his 7th tier gourd and flew towards the outskirts of Jianhai City. In a place where monsters could still spawn, he killed monsters to level up. Before long, he successfully advanced to level 60. He allocated his attribute points to the mental attribute and temporarily ignored the new skills unlocked at level 60. Lin Chen headed straight back to the school villa and opened the arena. Tip: you have opened the arena and the teleportation will begin in 10 seconds. Please ensure that you are in a non-special space and will not be disturbed. During the teleportation process, the attributes of the practitioner will be balanced. Please do not operate any attribute points or change equipment. The moment the 10 seconds ended, Lin Chen felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. He felt dazed. By the time he reacted, he had already appeared in a void. Surrounding him was endless darkness. He couldn't move, but he could feel his attributes changing. This feeling dissipated very quickly. Just 2 breaths later, Lin Chen found himself in the middle of an arena. The environment here is somewhat reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, surrounded by rows of spectator seats. The venue is vast, feeling capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands. Lin Chen stands in the center of the arena, waiting for his opponent to appear. There is no panic in his heart. He has checked the arena's information. Although it looks rough, its actual functions are far beyond that. When the duel begins, the 2 combatants can determine the battle map. The terrain here can change, and the surrounding spectator seats are not fake. Combatants can spend gold to enter the stands and watch others duel. Of course, Lin Chen's rank is too low at the moment, so there is no one in the stands. Tip: arena opponent matching completed. Combatants: Uluru, Druid LV60. Attributes have been balanced. Please both sides choose a battle map, otherwise it will be randomly selected. Current selectable maps: Mountain Snowfield, Polar Canyon, Pirate Ship, Moonlit Forest, Maple Forest. A ripple spread through the air. With a pop, Lin Chen saw a young man with black curly hair appear before him. He looked like he was from the European continent. After the other party appeared, he smiled lightly at Lin Chen without greeting him and began selecting a map on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Chen retracted his hand that was about to wave. The map chosen by the other party was the Moonlit Forest. Druids are known as the gods of nature, possessing the ability to communicate with plants. This map is set at night and within a forest, making it very suitable for druids. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to choose the moonlit forest as well. For him, it didn't matter what class or map, he could crush them all. Because he had just checked his balanced attributes. With 8 million health after balancing, he had 2 million health. This didn't significantly affect him in the arena. It was merely a matter of whether his power strike was 800 times or 200 times. It was basically enough to one-shot the opposing combatant. Of course, the balance wasn't entirely a nerf for him. His four-dimensional attributes each increased by 20%. Seeing Lin Chen choose the moonlit forest, Uluru revealed a slight smile. Heh, foolish. Daring to choose this map, I will show you what the power of nature is. Whoosh! The map selection was completed. In just a breath, the arena environment changed dramatically. The two appeared in a forest illuminated by moonlight, less than 10 meters apart. Lin Chen didn't waste any words. He directly blinked and executed a power strike. Ding! Congratulations on defeating opponent Uluru. Your rank has been upgraded. Current rank, Black Iron 1 star. Congratulations on obtaining the first duel ended. After the settlement, Lin Chen received a skill point. It was a good start. Since it was still early, Lin Chen planned to keep battling in the arena before going to sleep. Received a message from the arena opponent. Would you like to check it? Seeing the prompt pop up on the panel, Lin Chen was not overly surprised. He had thoroughly researched before entering the arena. Many people would leave messages after being defeated or winning against others. Lin Chen thought for a moment and opened the message. Hey, how do you sell the hacks for the arena? Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. Did this guy see himself get one-shotted and lose his mind? Ignoring the message, Lin Chen continued with the arena battles. This time, the matched opponent was from the Xia country, as indicated in the opponent's information bar. Similarly, he blinked to start, executed a power strike, and easily one-shotted the opponent. After the duel ended, he received another message. With the experience from the first time, Lin Chen chose not to open it this time. He continued to challenge. In fact, regarding the content of the messages, someone had already summarized them online. They were mostly taunts, sob stories, insults, and attempts to recruit. Of course, some would leave messages expressing admiration, but those were very few. After all, this was a balanced arena. Even if a level 60 fought a level 100, there was still a chance to win. Naturally, everyone would have the mindset of not backing down from each other. Blink. Power strike. Blink. Power strike. Under the effect of a 100-fold power damage increase, Lin Chen almost achieved a one-hit kill in every match. After winning 9 consecutive games, his rank reached Black Iron 9 stars, and it was only during the promotion match that he encountered a slightly troublesome professional player. The opponent was a shadow assassin. Not only had he awakened the shadow shifting ability, allowing him to move through shadows, but he also possessed a life-saving skill. To deal with him, Lin Chen made extensive use of the bone cage and the great Buddha's palm skills. Congratulations! Rank successfully promoted. Current arena rank, Bronze 1 star. Rank promotion increases the probability of gaining skill points, attribute points, and mysterious rewards. Would you like to continue challenging? No. Lin Chen exited the arena. It wasn't that he was tired, but rather that he was preparing to choose 2 skill books for himself. First, there was the skill tree for level 60. The unlockable skills were Slow Curse and Scythe of Death. Slow Curse was a control skill, and as the name suggests, it could inflict a slowing effect on targets within a certain range. Lin Chen chose to decline it. If he wanted to control his opponent, he could simply summon skeleton soldiers. Moreover, he already had the strong control of Bone Cage. As for the Scythe of Death, Lin Chen hesitated. This skill was offensive. Swinging the weapon forward would create a phantom of the Scythe of Death. Upon hitting the enemy, there was a chance to refresh the cooldown of the skill. It looked quite good. After all, if luck was on his side, he might be able to refresh it continuously. However, the casting range of the skill was too small. In the end, Lin Chen chose to give it up, deciding to save the level 60 skill slot for other skills. Besides, this skill was available for sale in the trading hall. If he really wanted to learn it later, it wouldn't be too late. After giving up, Lin Chen had an extra skill slot. With only a single displacement in his normal state, it was time to buy a multi-segment displacement skill. Lin Chen first opened the school's credit exchange shop. There were many skill books inside. Unfortunately, good items were exchanged quickly. Unless they were precious items like talent cards that required a lot of credits. After flipping through for half an hour, Lin Chen finally settled on a skill called Swallow Return. This skill had 2 segments of displacement but was somewhat special. The displacement could only be made in a semicircular position with himself as the origin. In other words, during a battle, if he wanted to displace in front of the enemy, he would first have to turn his back to them. Let's keep it as a backup for now. Lin Chen closed the school exchange shop and opened the trading hall. Although the school's resources were abundant, they still paled in comparison to the trading hall, which operated on a national scale. Of course, resources in the trading hall were also more expensive. Lin Chen flipped through for another half hour before finding 2 suitable skill books. Skill, Space Shifting cooldown, 60 seconds mana cost, 100 effect, short distance space shifting, after release can be released again within 5 seconds, up to 3 times in a single use. Skill, Void Walking cooldown, 30 seconds mana cost, 100 effect, short distance blink to the target area, after release, reduces the skill's cooldown by half. 2 very powerful displacement skill books. However, Lin Chen did not find them in the trading hall but in the auction house. Each skill book had a starting bid of 50 billion. They were listed last night at 8 o'clock, with a duration of 24 hours. Now, there were only 2 hours left. The bidding price for both skill books had already reached 190 billion. This was an extremely high price, approaching that of an A-grade talent card. It was hard to say which of the 2 skills was stronger or weaker. Space shifting was equivalent to 3 segments of displacement, while void walking seemed to be 1 segment. However, a level 1 skill had only a 30-second cooldown. If it were upgraded to level 10 and with the cooldown reduced by half, Lin Chen even had a premonition that he could achieve infinite displacement. Of course, this was just a guess. There was no information about the 2 skill books online. New skill books were even more precious. At this moment, many people were likely in a dilemma. Naturally, as an adult, Lin Chen wanted them all. However, when he glanced at his bank account, the balance was only 350 billion. After much contemplation, Lin Chen ultimately decided to participate in the auction for the skill book of Voidwalk. He was betting on this skill, believing that after leveling up, the cooldown time would be very short. Each bid for Voidwalk must not be less than 10 million. The skill book did not have a set price. Therefore, the highest bid would be taken after the auction ends. If there were ties, it would be random. There were still 2 hours left until the auction ended. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. He just followed the bidding, increasing by 10 million each time. During this time, Lin Chen planned to continue playing a few rounds in the arena. After all, each battle lasted no more than 5 seconds. It wouldn't waste time. Time slowly passed. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Chen had achieved 60 consecutive wins in the arena. He successfully advanced to Emerald 1 star. He was just 1 rank away from opening the ladder competition to earn honor points for himself. At this moment, there were 3 minutes left until the auction ended. The bidding price for time travel was 27 billion. Voidwalk was 30 billion. At this price, if it weren't for the gains from the ruins this time, Lin Chen really couldn't afford it. 31 billion, 32 billion, 35 billion. The auction price was rising rapidly. Lin Chen watched, his heart racing. He only had a little over 35 billion on him. With this momentum, it felt unstable. After 60 seconds, there were only 2 minutes left in the auction. Time travel was at 30 billion, Voidwalk at 32 billion. At 1 minute, 32 billion, 33 billion. 10 seconds remaining. 33 billion, 34 billion. 2 seconds left. Lin Chen directly withdrew all his previous trading orders from the trading hall. All in on Voidwalk. Ding ding ding. The moment he paid all the gold coins, the phone rang, suddenly interrupting the auction screen. Damn! Lin Chen almost dropped his phone on the spot. This situation was no different from receiving a nuisance call while gaming back on Earth. However, when he saw the caller ID, Lin Chen calmed down. The caller was his cousin Su Shan. When the call connected, his cousin's cheerful laughter came through. Ha, Xiao Xian, your school should be on break now, right? So, how about taking advantage of this 3-day holiday to return to Jiangcheng? Su Shan explained over the phone. Lin Chen understood what was going on. It turned out that a few days ago he had sent the water of life. Originally, his cousin Su Shan planned to return to Jiangcheng during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday to treat his mother's eyes. Unexpectedly, due to the recent changes, all universities in Jianghai City had a short holiday. Su Shan was preparing to take this time to return to Jiangcheng. Lin Chen naturally agreed. Now that his level had risen to 60, he didn't plan to join the crowd at the Divine Grace Cemetery. He indeed had some free time. It was time to go back and check in on his aunt and resolve her eye issues. After agreeing, the two decided to set off at 7 o'clock the next morning. They would take the teleportation array from Jianghai City and would arrive in Jiangcheng around 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. With everything arranged, Lin Chen turned off his phone. For a moment, he hesitated to check the auction results from earlier. I must win. At the moment the call connected, Lin Chen saw that the auction time had ended, but there were results with 10 people bidding at the same price. This meant that the final transaction would be a random choice among those 10. He opened his phone, closed his eyes, and pulled down the notification bar. If he failed the auction, the notification bar would show a return of the auction gold. If successful, it would be a success notification. Hu Lin-chan let out a long breath. He placed his palm over the phone screen and slowly moved it. You participated in the auction item at the auction house skill book void walk. The auction has ended. Congratulations. You have obtained. Got it. Lin-chan's heart finally settled. Today I ran 2 dungeons, each difficulty once, and earned a total of 2 skill points. I just got 3 from the arena. Just enough to level up void walk to level 3. Lin-chan was in a good mood as he checked the auction information. He had bought the skill book void walk for 350 billion and 5 million. Seems a bit extravagant. Lin-chan thought he was making money fast enough. As a result, in just a short time, he went from a billionaire to a millionaire. He was left with only over 3 million gold coins. Of course, if he sold some valuable materials and items from his backpack, he could still have over 100 billion. After all, he had 2 magic treasures alone. However, the remaining items were useful to him and not suitable for sale. 2 replica crystals, according to Teacher Lee, should be worth at least 20 million credits. I currently have 12 million, which adds up to over 30 million. I can exchange some resources to sell. Lin-chan was already scared of being poor. With his net worth drastically reduced, he naturally wanted to have more money in his pocket. He just didn't know if the school allowed it. After all, it had only been a week since he last exchanged resources for money. Lin-chan was not a person prone to internal conflict. He immediately called Li Ming. Upon learning that he was out of money and wanted to exchange credits for some items to sell, Li Ming fell silent for a moment. After a while, he slowly asked, "Didn't you just sell over 100 billion a week ago? Lin-chan, you didn't get involved in something you shouldn't have, did you?" Faced with Li Ming's slightly suspicious inquiry, Lin-chan instantly understood that he had misunderstood something. It made sense. Spending money so quickly was indeed a bit suspicious. Lin-chan immediately denied it. "Teacher Li, you've misunderstood me. I'm someone who can't stand gambling and drugs. What about the other one?" "What other one?" Lin-chan's tone was firm. "Teacher Li, you've misunderstood me. I'm not a casual person." "What do you mean by casual person?" Li Ming's puzzled voice came from the phone. "I'm asking if you've been involved in equipment enhancement and enchantment." Oh, it's enhancement and enchantment." Lin-chan smiled awkwardly. All things considered, he had only been in this world for a little over 3 months. Some of his thoughts were still stuck on Earth. After all, the most expensive things on Earth were those 3. In this world, however, it was different. Equipment enhancement and enchantment could ruin a family if not done properly. After chatting with Teacher Lee for a while, Lin-chan ultimately received some permissions. He could exchange resources but should avoid exchanging enhancement gems, as they could easily affect external prices. Lin-chan naturally knew the rules. He spent 5 million credits to exchange for an A-level talent card, preparing to list it in the auction house. He had sold the previous talent card directly to the trading house, which was a bit of a loss. Once everything was done, Lin-chan still had over 7 million credits. He remained the top of the outer academy. Every day he could automatically settle and earn 100 credits. Back to the days of working hard to earn money and credits. The auction for the skill book was shipped from Nanhai City, which was very far from Jianghai. It would probably take 2 or 3 days to arrive. Lin-chan stretched lazily and chose to enter the arena. Among the 9 ranks, he was currently an emerald. After reaching 9 stars and completing the promotion match, he would be in the master rank. At that point, he could participate in the ladder matches. Lin-chan roughly estimated that he should be able to earn the honor medal of Jianghai City by the end of the month during the Freshman World Exchange competition. By the time he reached the emerald rank, his opponents were already quite strong. Especially since Lin-chan had achieved 60 consecutive wins. His opponents did not seem like people from this rank at all. Their levels reached as high as 99. Even though it was balanced, the opponents had many more skills. This time, Lin-chan took nearly 10 seconds to defeat his opponent. No surprises. After the match, the opponent had already sent a message. Lin-chan was in a good mood. He clicked to check. "Hey, interested in joining the Sanctuary? The second best guild in Xia country." It turned out to be someone from the Sanctuary. This guild, as the name suggested, was terrifyingly strong. Lin-chan had considered it before his college entrance exams. However, he later joined Starfire and didn't think about joining other guilds. Although Starfire was more like a special organization and did not prevent members from joining other guilds, Lin-chan had felt a bit embarrassed since he met Li Jiangbai and received some benefits. Naturally, he couldn't bring himself to join another guild. He closed the message and continued to focus on his challenges. The rank quickly reached Emerald 9 stars. During this time, the wasted time on teleportation, waiting to enter, and selecting maps far exceeded that of the official matches. The promotion matches for the Emerald rank began, requiring 2 wins out of 3 games. A loss would deduct 2 stars. Lin Chen easily secured his victories and successfully advanced to the Master rank. Congratulations on your successful rank promotion. Current arena rank, Master 1 star. The ladder competition has begun. After the ladder competition started, Lin Chen did not rush into battle. Now that he was at Master 1 star, he could first play in the arena to raise his rank to King. To earn honors, professionals needed to accumulate battle points, which were the arena combat power. Above the ordinary arena, every victory would add points, while a loss would deduct points, with a maximum score of 3,000, while the ladder had a maximum score of 5,000. In addition, there were performance points, with a maximum of 2,000. This meant that the normal combat power for professionals was 10,000. Of course, 10,000 combat power would not earn an honor medal. To obtain an honor medal, one needed to fill these points and continue playing. Both arena modes would provide additional combat power based on victories and losses after reaching full points. Naturally, the ladder competition scores were higher than those of the ordinary arena. Without hesitation, Lin Chen continued to choose the ordinary arena. It was still not difficult. The battles could be concluded in about 10 seconds. Similarly, after 2 promotion matches, Lin Chen's rank successfully reached King rank. Since he had not played in the ladder competition, his arena combat power was still 0. Lin Chen first tried a normal competitive mode. After defeating his opponent, his rank successfully reached King 2 stars. At the same time, his arena combat power points began to accumulate. Congratulations on your victory. Battle points 100, performance points 100, current combat power 200, a level up kill, yet still only 200. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. It seemed there was still a long way to go before obtaining the honor medal. After all, according to the information he found, the top 100 necromancers in Zhonghai City had a combat power of 98,000. As for the entire mage class, the highest combat power was 125,000. City-level personal profession medals grant double experience, while city-level general profession medals grant triple experience. 98,000, it seems I can't slack off. Once the combat power points exceeded the corresponding mode's upper limit, the points gained would decrease significantly. Lin Chen felt that before the end of the month, leading up to the World Exchange competition, it would be difficult for him to obtain the honor medal. After all, in the latter competition, he might encounter 2nd and 3rd tier professionals. Even if certain attributes were balanced, those who reached the 3rd tier were all seasoned veterans, some having lived for over 100 years. Lin Chen did not know how long he would continue winning. He could only try his best. Matching opponents for the ladder competition. Match complete. Opponent's ladder ranking 21, 205, 616.20 million rank. Normally speaking, since this is my first time opening, my rank should be close to mine. How is it so high? Lin Chen had just glanced at his own ladder ranking. He was ranked 37 million in the ladder. This meant that among nearly 10 billion professionals globally, about 4,500 had opened the ladder competition. Yet he was placed in the middle of this ranking in his first match. It seemed he had to take this seriously. Lin Chen glanced at his rage value and teleported into the arena after activating the Lich King form. Not bad, the attribute boost from the Lich King form is still active. Now my 200 times damage from splitting Manhwa will increase significantly again. The map selection was random. Lin Chen quietly waited for his opponent to enter the arena. Go, Cho Cho Jia. Xiao Qiu will definitely win. Wow, the opponent's armor looks so scary. Hearing the noisy voices around him, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. There were cheerleaders in the audience. He knew that the audience was allowed to watch the professionals, and this rule required spending gold coins, with higher ranks costing more. Lin Chen had never encountered this while playing in the arena. He didn't expect to face such a situation in his first ladder match, especially with friends and family watching. But why does this cheering voice feel a bit familiar? Lin Chen looked towards the audience with some confusion. To his right, he saw 3 or 5 girls cheering enthusiastically. Among them was a short girl with twin ponytails, the senior who had previously guided him into school. Wa Miao Miao. If it's her, then my opponent. Lin Chen turned around just in time to see his opponent, who had finished selecting the map. The shadow assassin, Chen Wanqiu. Well, it was indeed someone he knew. The map was chosen. Lin Chen selected random. Chen Wanqiu chose the Moon Forest. For assassins, especially the shadow assassin who had awakened the shadow step skill, this map was undoubtedly the most suitable. Chen Wanqiu was also quite lucky. Since the two had chosen different maps, in the end, the random selection happened to land on the Moon Forest. It was evident that Chen Wanqiu had solid skills to reach this rank and level. As soon as the match began, the opponent immediately activated the assassin's exclusive stealth skill. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. He really didn't have any large-scale control skills. However, just because he didn't have one didn't mean his contracted beast didn't. Lin Chen didn't summon Elena but instead called forth his pet, Little Bone. This was hatched from the skeletal dragon pet egg he obtained when defeating Elena. Its appearance was a favorable manifestation of being 10 times stronger in darkness and 3 times weaker in light. The other skeletal dragons obtained through the necromancer contract were 3 to 5 times larger than it. Thus, Lin Chen named it Little Bone. As soon as Little Bone appeared and received Lin Chen's instructions, it instantly unleashed the roar of the mountains and rivers. This was a super large-scale control skill. The first time he met Chen Wanqiu in the freshman trial secret realm, it was also triggered by this. But back then, it was released by Elena. As soon as the skill appeared, Lin Chen immediately saw a figure swaying unsteadily 2 meters in front of him. It was clear that the person was being controlled in place. Lin Chen didn't hold back and immediately blinked forward, ready to follow up with a strike. However, just as the skill was about to hit, the figure suddenly blurred and vanished from sight. An enviable skill, Lin Chen thought, watching Chen Wanqiu, who had once again entered stealth under the moonlight's shadow, feeling a bit envious. If I had void walk now, I should be able to catch up, right? Just as Lin Chen was pondering this, a dagger shot straight towards his face. Goodness! Chen Wanqiu was still as sneaky as ever. Lin Chen slightly sidestepped, easily dodging the attack. Immediately after, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. A series of loud bangs echoed as Chen Wanqiu crashed into a tree, finally stabilizing herself. 1% of her health bar remained. It was obvious she had some life-saving gear. In the arena, he couldn't open his backpack or use recovery potions. Normally, in this situation, the outcome would be decided. It would be best for Chen Wanqiu to concede. However, she seemed to be quite stubborn. Struggling to get up, she surprisingly cast several healing skills on herself. Then, pursing her lips, she entered stealth once more. Assassins learned healing skills. Lin Chen could only say, as expected of someone from one of the 4 great families, wealthy and extravagant. Since that was the case, Lin Chen prepared to deliver a big blow to her. He gently raised his hand. Above the moon forest, a massive golden hand began to form. Fall. With a loud boom, almost all the trees in the combat area of the moon forest were flattened. Wow, a wealthy family, and she has life-saving items? Lin Chen still hadn't heard the victory prompt. Not wanting to waste time, he directly summoned 2 more skeletal dragons and unleashed the roar of the mountains and rivers again. Under the control skill, Chen Wanqiu's figure appeared 3 meters away. Lin Chen blinked again and followed up with a strike. Chen Wanqiu's figure was sent flying once more. Lin Chen fell silent. He felt like he had been played by capital. Was this the worth of a young lady from one of the 4 great families? Chen Wanqiu still had life-saving items. However, Lin Chen looked at Chen Wanqiu, who was getting back up, and awkwardly scratched his head. He saw that after getting up, Chen Wanqiu, with both hands protecting his chest, he wore a face full of grievance. His eyes sparkled. Is this crying? Lin Chen recalled the position of the last strike. It felt a bit ominous. Fortunately, just before entering the ladder match, he had transformed into the Lich King form. At this moment, Lin Chen only hoped that the other party did not recognize him. The more they fought, the easier it was to expose himself. Lin Chen prepared to use the Great Buddha's hand again for battle. The golden palm began to coalesce once more. Chen Wanqiu bit her small white teeth tightly, wiped her eyes, and slipped into the distant shadows. Immediately after, Lin Chen received a notification. Opponent Wanqiu has initiated a surrender, do you accept? If only it had been this simple earlier. Lin Chen chose to agree and exited the ladder match. Congratulations, you have won. Battle points 200, performance points 100, current combat power 500, current ladder ranking 352322286, battle points doubled. Not bad. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with the ladder match. Just as he was about to enter the ladder match again, he received a message from his opponent. Where have you moved to? I'm coming to find you. Recognized? Lin Chen remained silent. He closed the message and chose to ignore it. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. There was still time. Lin Chen opened the credit exchange store on his wristband. After exchanging for some resources that ordinary people could also use, he continued with the ladder match. He kept challenging until dawn, reaching a ranking of 12 million before stopping. The next morning, the exchanged resources had already been delivered. Lin Chen took the items to the teleportation array to meet his cousin Su Shan and return to Zhang City together. Zhang City teleportation array. Auntie, uncle. Lin Chen waved to the 2 middle-aged people not far away. The journey back with his cousin went smoothly. After arriving in Jiangnan City near Zhang City, the phone could finally communicate intermittently. The two submitted their return message to their aunt. Upon hearing his greeting, the uncle and aunt made their way over to Lin Chen. As soon as they met, the aunt grabbed Lin Chen's hand and began to ask about his well-being. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. While responding, he returned home with his cousin. Due to her eye problems, Lin Chen noticed that his aunt, in her early 40s, already had some gray at her temples. Fortunately, the effect of the water of life was powerful. It could not only treat eye issues but also extend life. Lin Chen and his cousin Su Shan exchanged glances, deciding to help his aunt with her eyes as soon as they got home. Lin Chen's uncle used to work as a technician at a water conservancy company. The salary was not high, just enough to get by. After Lin Chen became the top scorer in the college entrance examination last year, he was promoted to management. His salary increased fivefold. Last week he bought a family SUV. At this moment, the uncle was driving, with cousin Su Shan in the passenger seat. Lin Chen sat in the back chatting with his aunt. Shen, becoming a professional is certainly good, but everything has its pros and cons. I've heard that being a professional can be very dangerous. You must be careful in everything you do, think twice before acting, don't rush in, seek victory steadily, understand? Don't be like your cousin, who just knows how to charge to the front in everything. Listening to his aunt's concern, Lin Chen felt warm in his heart and nodded repeatedly. I understand, aunt. Don't worry, I'm very steady in what I do. Hearing Lin Chen say this, his aunt finally felt relieved. At that moment, the vehicle passed by Shanhua No. 1 Middle School. The uncle parked the car by the roadside. Checking the time, it was just right for his cousin Su Yunyun to finish school. At this moment, they could see Su Yunyun walking with her classmates, carrying her backpack. Yunyun, the uncle called out. Through the car window, Lin Chen also saw his cousin Su Yunyun. Dressed in a simple school uniform, she radiated youthful energy. Yunyun, it's really your cousin Lin Chen, the top scorer. So envious. He's handsome and strong. I heard from my cousin in Mingzhu a few days ago that Lin Chen broke the record at Mingzhu University. I wish I had a brother like that. Listening to the sour words beside him, Su Yunyun held her head high and felt quite pleased. Hearing the call, she excitedly ran over to the car. Dad, Mom, brother. Su Yunyun opened the car door and jumped in, directly sitting next to Lin Chen, wrapping her arms around his. Lin Chen had lost his parents at a young age and had lived with his aunt for a long time. He was very close to the Su siblings. At this moment, there was no sense of distance between him and Su Yunyun. Lin Chen ruffled his cousin's hair affectionately and took out a gift box he had prepared earlier. Inside was an exquisite platinum bracelet adorned with a deep blue gemstone, looking extremely beautiful. This was a special item that ordinary people could use, capable of forming a shield to protect the wearer. Lin Chen had prepared one for each member of his aunt's family when he returned this time. Now was just the right moment to present it. Su Yunyun's face lit up with surprise. This item was not only beautiful but also served as a life-saving tool. It was simply perfect. After they returned home, Lin Chen took out the life-saving items he had prepared for his aunt and uncle, casually bringing out the water of life. Originally, these were with his cousin Su Shan, but after much persuasion, they had eventually returned to Lin Chen's hands. Aunt, this is a gift I specially prepared for you in Mingzhu. Lin Chen took out 2 porcelain vials, each about the thickness of a thumb. Inside was the processed water of life. I heard this potion is very helpful for restoring eyesight. You should try it. Lin Chen briefly explained the effects of the water of life. Both his uncle and aunt were very surprised. Cousin Su Shan took the water of life with a smile, opened it, and carefully dripped it into his mother's eyes. Lin Chen's aunt felt a cool sensation. The blurriness in her vision caused by years of eye strain, cataracts, and glaucoma began to visibly improve at an astonishing speed. She even felt a warm sensation in her body, as if she had become a few years younger. This medicine is too effective, right? As soon as it was dripped in, I felt my vision clear up. Me too, this medicine must be expensive, right? Lin Chen's uncle was beaming, feeling as if he had returned to the peak of his life. It's nothing, I'm a professional now, and there are plenty of opportunities to make money. Alright. Hearing Lin Chen say this, his aunt and uncle were not polite and expressed their gratitude to him. In the following time, Lin Chen's aunt, whose eyesight had recovered, made the dry pot bullfrog that Lin Chen loved to eat the most when he was a child. After dinner, Lin Chen went to sleep at his aunt's house. The next day, after lunch, Lin Chen bid farewell to his aunt and then returned to Jianghaishi with his cousin. By the time they got back to Mingzhu University, it was already 9 in the evening. Today was Saturday. Mingzhu University had a short holiday that lasted until tomorrow. Lin Chen had been traveling back and forth between Jiangcheng and Jianghaishi these past 2 days, giving him a feeling reminiscent of when he was on Earth, having to rush home during the 3-day holidays of Dragon Boat Festival and Mid-Autumn Festival. Back then, even if he returned home alone and had nothing to do, he still wanted to go back and take a look. At this moment, the campus was bustling compared to the previous days. On his way back to the villa, most of the conversations he overheard were about the strange occurrences at the Divine Grace Cemetery. There were only snippets of information, but he could tell that it was very dangerous there. Lin Chen felt indifferent. After all, he had no intention of wading into murky waters. He made his way back to the new villa he had rented. As he approached, he saw a handsome figure standing at the door. No way, how did they find me? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately awkwardly stepped forward. There was no choice, the person was none other than Chen Wanqiu, whom he had brutally defeated in the arena's ladder mode. The awkwardness stemmed from the fact that it seemed he had indeed hit an embarrassing spot that day. Of course, there was also the gourd he was currently writing, which could also be seen as a love rival. "Hello, senior," Lin Chen greeted softly, without any unusual expression. "You?" Chen Wanqiu bit her silver teeth lightly and fiercely swung her arm. "Take me inside, I have something to discuss with you." "What can't be said here?" Seeing her like this, Lin Chen was uncertain about what she wanted from him and naturally did not want to invite her anyway. The location of the villa is relatively remote, so if anything happens, there's no fear of being overheard by others. Seeing Lin Chen refuse, Chen Wanqiu pursed her lips. "Lin Chen, you wouldn't want your equipment to be unable to evolve, would you?" Lin Chen was a bit confused upon hearing this. "What does that mean? Senior, is that really how you are?" Lin Chen invited Chen Wanqiu to the living room. Of course, it wasn't because he had any particular thoughts about her. He just wanted to understand what she meant by her earlier words. What does she mean by him not wanting his equipment to be unable to evolve? Such alarming words. It's simply sensationalism. Upon arriving in the living room, Lin Chen summoned a flower spirit to serve tea. As for the tea art, the flower spirits had learned from the books in the ancient city back in the 4th underground level of the Longmen Grottos. The results were quite good. Especially evident from the shocked expression on Chen Wanqiu's face. Chen Wanqiu had a very unique temperament. She lacked the sharpness of a young lady, wasn't as cold as Lu Qinghan, and certainly wasn't as fiery as Shin Hongying. She was very gentle. It was an indescribable feeling. Perhaps it was due to her being an assassin. Chen Wanqiu was dressed in a tight black night suit, which highlighted her figure very clearly. Lin Chen glanced at her a couple of times and then lost interest. In terms of looks, Chen Wanqiu might be a bit fresher and prettier. But in terms of figure, his dragon maid, Elena, could outshine her by a mile. At this moment, the tea was ready. Lin Chen picked up a cup of tea by himself, didn't savor it, and after drinking it in one go, he casually asked, "What did you mean by that just now?" Chen Wanqiu slightly composed her emotions and said, "You should know that for equipment to evolve, it requires evolution stones. And the source of evolution stones mainly comes from the Life Forbidden Zone. Our Chen family business has a base in the Divine Grace Cemetery. A lot of evolution stones are produced there. However, there have been recent anomalies in the Divine Grace Cemetery, and the base has lost contact with the family. The family has been looking for some experts to investigate. I've seen your strength, you're almost invincible at the first tier. I just wanted to ask if you could help me with this." Lin Chen was a bit puzzled upon hearing this and said, "The Chen family business is so large, with so many talents. Why look for a student like me? And what does this have to do with me? If the Chen family business can't provide evolution stones, can't I just buy them from others? The Chen family business is a top financial conglomerate in the entire Great Xia. There are countless professionals among them. Who needs to look for an outsider like him? Most importantly, this matter has nothing to do with him. If he can't get evolution stones from the Chen family business, can't he just buy them from others? The Chen family business can't possibly monopolize the evolution stones in Jianhai City, right?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Wanqiu pursed her lips and continued to explain. In the entire Jianhai city, almost all evolution stones are provided by the Chen family business. The evolution stones provided by other small suppliers are mostly sourced from the Chen family business. If you go to nearby cities to buy, they are also provided by the Chen family business. Moreover, due to transportation and other issues, the prices are even higher. Lin Chen stroked his chin upon hearing this and said, "Then can't I just buy from a farther city? If it's a bit more expensive, then so be it." Lin Chen didn't want to get involved in this matter. Chen Wanqiu had just said he was invincible at the first tier, but he didn't think so. Especially after realizing during the freshman competition that some people's talents could achieve percentage damage. Hearing this, Chen Wanqiu felt a bit helpless. Finding Lin Chen for this matter was something her father had instructed. Her father said that Lin Chen's strength was unmatched among his peers. He could even win against those of higher tiers. At first, she didn't believe it. But after experiencing Lin Chen's 3 punches in the ladder match, she understood. This person is truly abnormal. Of course, she was referring to his strength. After thinking for a moment, Chen Wanqiu explained again. Evolution stones are extremely precious, and almost all major forces produce and sell them themselves. Even if you go to other cities, they will prioritize supplying their own city's professionals. Moreover, evolution stones cannot be stored in spatial backpacks. If you want to buy them, you can only go to other cities yourself and bring them back manually, going back and forth, not to mention the time it takes. The danger level is also not low. At this point, Chen Wanqiu's tone became much more sincere. Junior, I know this request is a bit abrupt, but right now, there really isn't a good way. The Divine Grace Cemetery is a forbidden zone for life. After the recent changes, only first-tier professionals can enter. The guild has already sent many people in, but none have returned. Your equipment must be among the best of the same level. If you are willing to help resolve this, the Chen Merchant Association is willing to offer 1/5 of the stock from the Divine Grace Cemetery base as a reward. So, at this point, Chen Wanqiu didn't continue, but the meaning was already very clear. The Divine Grace Cemetery is extremely important to the Chen Merchant Association. Only 1/5? That's too little. 1/5 is actually quite a lot. The Divine Grace Cemetery base holds 80% of the Chen Merchant Association's evolution stones. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen finally lost his composure. 80% of the stock. Wouldn't that mean the entire Jianghai city would run out of evolution stones? However, 1/5 was still too little. 1/4. Before Lin Chen could speak, Chen Wanqiu gritted her teeth and raised the reward. This price was already very high. Based on market prices, Lin Chen estimated it would definitely be above 5 billion gold coins. The Chen Merchant Association was essentially giving him a legendary level talent card. But did he really want to go to the Divine Grace Cemetery? After coming out of the ruins, he had learned about the changes in the Divine Grace Cemetery. He was reluctant to wade into this murky water. Now, 1/2. Chen Wanqiu took a deep breath and offered a price that Lin Chen couldn't refuse. 1/2. Equivalent to 40% of the entire Chen Merchant Association's evolution stone stock. Can you make that decision? Lin Chen didn't agree directly but asked in return. Chen Wanqiu's heart raced. She took a deep breath and said with difficulty, yes, my father has already agreed. Good. Lin Chen nodded and accepted. He hadn't planned to refuse anyway. This reward was very generous. Although the Divine Grace Cemetery was dangerous, his strength was not weak. Especially after learning that only first-tier professionals could enter now. Lin Chen felt he could walk through it with ease. Of course, the Chen Merchant Association offering such a high price for him to go to the Divine Grace Cemetery made Lin Chen feel that things might not be so simple. It seems there is something the Chen Merchant Association must retrieve from the base in the Divine Grace Cemetery. Since he had agreed, Lin Chen didn't hesitate. When do we leave? Today? Chen Wanqiu was taken aback for a moment, then said, there's no rush. But if you're free today, you can. Let's go tomorrow then. It's too late today. Lin Chen stroked his chin and suggested a time. In fact, Lin Chen was thinking about the skill book he had auctioned earlier. Calculating the time, it should arrive tonight or tomorrow morning. Alright, they'll come find you when we set off tomorrow. Chen Wanqiu breathed a sigh of relief and then stood up. What do you mean? Lin Chen also stood up and stopped her. Are you going too? Chen Wanqiu nodded. My strength is also not weak among first-tier professionals. Very few can withstand my assassin. Except for you. At this point, Chen Wanqiu shot Lin Chen a resentful glance and left the villa. By the way, as a reward, tomorrow we'll send someone to bring 10% of the association's evolution stones. After her words fell, Lin Chen remained silent in the room for a long time. The Chen Merchant Association was really putting in a lot of effort. There must be something very important in the Divine Grace Cemetery base for the association. Moreover, this item was definitely not as simple as evolution stones. Interesting. I want to see what kind of thing is so valuable there. Sometimes, surprises always come the next day. At 2:30 in the morning, Lin Chen suddenly woke up. A very special feeling spread in his heart. The world seemed to be filled with some kind of power. Very familiar. Is this the power of necromancy? Lin Chen frowned slightly and walked to the window. The villa faced south. It was the standard orientation of summer country architecture. At this moment, Lin Chen opened the window and looked towards the southeast. In the sky to the southeast, a massive purple-black magic circle was slowly rotating. Even from dozens of miles away, Lin Chen could still see clearly the enormous skull at the center of the magic circle. This is... Upon seeing this, Lin Chen instantly understood. The Divine Grace Cemetery had undergone another anomaly. Unlike the changes from a few days ago, Lin Chen had heard a bit about this latest anomaly. The Divine Grace Cemetery, as a forbidden zone of life, would change its terrain periodically. Each time the terrain changed, such phenomena would erupt. It seems the terrain has changed again, Lin Chen murmured, gazing at the magic circle in the sky. He had witnessed it once after his college entrance examination. However, this time it seemed that the change was much greater than before. It looks like what's happening in the Divine Grace Cemetery is bigger than I imagined, Lin Chen muttered just as he was about to withdraw his gaze. At that moment, the skull at the center of the magic circle suddenly opened its eyes. Two beams of purple-black light seemed to pierce through the void, staring directly at Lin Chen. His heart trembled, and he instinctively took a step back. When he looked again, the magic circle had already begun to slowly dissipate. There was no longer any anomaly in the world. An illusion? Lin Chen frowned slightly. He believed in his feelings. It was definitely not an illusion. Could it be that? Just as Lin Chen was still pondering, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Chen Wanqiu. It seems the plan for tomorrow has changed. Lin Chen smiled slightly and answered the call. Junior, did you see the anomaly in the southeast? I saw it. Due to the terrain change, the plan to go to the Divine Grace Cemetery tomorrow has to be cancelled. Chen Wanqiu's tone was somewhat helpless. Without needing to think, Lin Chen knew that this anomaly in the Divine Grace Cemetery would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the Chen family business. They were willing to spend such a high price to invite him, and they must have invited others as well. Now that the promises regarding compensation had been made, some people might have even paid their deposit. This sudden anomaly would surely cause them considerable losses. Sure enough, just as Lin Chen nodded in agreement, Chen Wanqiu's words about compensation rang out. Don't worry, I will personally deliver 10% of the compensation in evolution stones to you tomorrow. The trip to the Divine Grace Cemetery was something the Chen family business would not give up on. However, with the anomaly just occurring, the cemetery was definitely very dangerous. Although the danger level was already high, entering without any information about the new map was definitely asking for trouble. All right. Lin Chen did not refuse. Then Junior, you should rest early. After Chen Wanqiu finished speaking, she hung up the phone. After ending the call, Lin Chen felt somewhat serious. That feeling from the magic circle earlier was indeed not very good. I need to prepare more things. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided not to rest any longer. He opened the school's exchange shop. In terms of strength, Lin Chen was quite confident in himself. However, there was indeed still a lot of room for improvement. First was the magic cards. Aside from his talent magic card, among the 8 remaining magic cards, 2 had overlapping functions as experience enhancement cards. Now that his level had reached 60, he could see from the school's external ranking stone tablet that he was already in first place. However, that was not enough. Lin Chen's goal was to reach level 90 or above before the new year, aiming to enter the Ming University League team before the year ended. Next spring, he would directly compete in the spring tournament. After that, the Intercontinental Tournament, the Summer Tournament, and finally, win the World Championship. Of course, to achieve this goal, experience enhancement items were essential. Lin Chen's short-term goal was to obtain the Professional Honor Medal from Jianghai City. Secondly, he needed to exchange the experience enhancement of the magic cards. Opening the magic card exchange list, Lin Chen suddenly discovered that the credits for the replication crystal had already been credited. The school's rewards were indeed generous. It should be noted that the replication crystal was just one of the core materials for creating dungeons, not the entirety. Yet the school still rewarded him with a whopping 30 million credits. This allowed Lin Chen, who originally had only a few million credits after exchanging his talent card for gold coins, to return to the tens of millions level. Lin Chen was very satisfied. He even felt a slight sense of indebtedness to the school. After all, he had truly blown up one of the school's dungeons. The school's magic card exchange list was not overly detailed. All types of magic cards were piled together. It was said that this was to prevent someone from specifically hoarding a certain hot-selling item in bulk. Lin Chen scrolled for a long time before finally finding a suitable magic card. Magic card, triple experience type, item quality, mythical effect. After equipping, experience gain 200. The function introduction was very simple. It provided double the experience on top of the original experience gain. Just as the name of the magic card suggested, triple experience. This magic card's effect was equivalent to a city-level all-profession honor medal. If he obtained the medal in the future and stacked it with this magic card, that would be 3 times 3, 9 times the experience. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen spent 1 million credits to exchange for it. 1 million credits. That was quite expensive. But for someone like him who wanted to level up quickly, it was very worthwhile. He had already equipped 2 experience magic cards. One was purple epic and the other was orange legendary. Lin Chen planned to exchange the purple one after the school delivered the mythical magic card during the day. The orange one had a 70% bonus. Together, the two provided a total of 3.7 times experience. Perhaps I could also exchange the orange one, Lin Shen thought, flipping through other magic cards. After searching for a long time without finding anything suitable, he simply gave up. There was no rush for this. Before breaking through to the second tier, as long as these magic cards were unequipped no more than 5 times, they could be freely changed. After looking at the magic cards, Lin Shen shifted his focus to items. This year, he had already exchanged all the magic card evolution stones. Lin Shen couldn't help but marvel at the strength of the people at the school. Magic card evolution stones required over 1 million credits. Besides him, it seemed someone was quite willing to spend. It was likely that the other person had encountered a magic card that suited them very well. As for the red and blue potions, Lin Shen didn't need them, so he exchanged for quite a few buff-related potions. Don't underestimate these potions. Many times, relying on buff potions can turn the tide in a losing situation. There were many items in the exchange. After exchanging for the potions, Lin Shen also exchanged for some cooking food and drinks, then opened the equipment exchange section. The equipment he currently had was quite good. Among them, a few were the mythical sky set equipment that the school had compensated him with initially. For now, his plan was to upgrade most of the equipment without replacing it. Now, he just wanted to see if there was any equipment that suited him better. After all, the school's resources were vast and there might be surprises. Sure enough, Lin Shen didn't look for long before he found a very suitable wristband. Equipment, Voldemort's wristband quality, mythical effect equipment, Voldemort's wristband quality, mythical effect, attack 500, mana 1000, all attributes 10 equipping requirement, level 60 and above for all professions special effect. After equipping, gain Voldemort's spatial treasure chest, which can be used to equip corpses, undead, and other creatures. The Voldemort's wristband was an extremely rare wristband for necromancers. The exchange requirement was as high as 500,000 credits. 500,000 was no small amount. Lin Shen felt that if it weren't for such a high price, the wristband would have definitely been exchanged by someone else long ago. After completing the equipment exchange, Lin Shen continued to check. There were quite a few pieces of equipment suitable for necromancers. However, compared to what he had, they were a bit weaker. Lin Shen looked for a while and then shifted his gaze to the skill books. With the Great Buddha's hand, his offensive methods were already sufficient. Instead, he could look for control-type skill books. Of course, flying-type ones would be even better. Unfortunately, such skill books would be snatched up as soon as they appeared, something even the school's mentors would envy. After browsing for a while, Lin Shen finally confirmed a group control skill, like a different world mana cost 200 effect. After casting, the target can be put into a state of forgetfulness, a temporary state of forgetting oneself, ranging from mild to severe, manifested as being able to use only basic attacks, unable to move, and falling into a state of rigidity. Note, the control effect of this skill is influenced by the mental attribute. The higher it is compared to the opponents, the greater the success rate and the stronger the forgetfulness effect. A good skill. Lin Shen remembered that during the freshman trial in the secret realm, his skeleton soldier had been controlled by someone using this skill. At that time, the skeleton soldier had simply stood still and turned into a wooden post. Lin Shen exchanged for it. Of course, he was now reserving his level 60 skill slots for the upcoming Void Walk. This skill was intended to utilize the magic card of that forgetfulness skill. With Void Walk, blinking was optional for him. After reviewing the skills, Lin Shen felt unsatisfied. He glanced at the Glory Points exchange shop again. Now his Glory Points had reached 50. It had been less than 2 weeks since he enrolled. He was definitely an unprecedented existence. The strongest item in the Glory Points exchange shop was, of course, the Glory Crystal. This was something that could make Mingzhu University do one thing for you. What does this mean? One must know that the president of Mingzhu University is said to be among the top 10 in the world. Of course, the Glory Shop also had many other items worth exchanging. Lin Shen looked for a while and finally spent 5 points to exchange for a space bag. This was an item that could expand personal backpack space by 5 times. Although Lin Shen had the Frost Domain, it was still considered a battlefield. It was better to keep valuable items and equipment in his own backpack space. After the exchange, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Lin Shen had lost all desire to sleep. He simply started researching information. Today was Sunday, and he naturally wouldn't let himself be idle. He had already reached level 60. Besides participating in the arena, he planned to clear 2 dungeons from level 60 to 70 at school tomorrow. The 2 dungeons were Frostwolf Snowfield and Sandstone Fortress. Both were medium-sized dungeons. Each dungeon had unique sets. For example, the Snow Wolf set could add frost damage to any of his skills. Lin Shen didn't pay much attention to the set but was interested in one of the boss-exclusive items. According to the forum, after killing the boss in Sandstone Fortress, there was a very small chance of obtaining the boss exclusive equipment, the Eagle Boots. The Eagle Boots came with a unique skill, Eagle Tread, which allowed a person to hover briefly in the air. This equipment is nice, a bit like the flying skills in the Dunhuang ruins. They all allow professionals to hover briefly. I'll farm you tomorrow. The lucky revolver still had 2 bullets left, and there were still 2 weeks until the end of the month for the refresh time. Lin Chen originally planned to save a bit, but now seeing this equipment, he naturally wouldn't stop until he farmed it out. Time passed little by little. By 7 in the morning, the school had delivered the exchanged items. Lin Chen immediately used the skill Forgetfulness to equip like a different world. Next were the newly arrived wrist guards. The school had prepared 2 mythic level sky set wrist guards for him. One reduced skill cooldowns, and the other increased spell damage by 5%. Lin Chen was now very wealthy. If he gave up this damage boost, he could completely enhance his equipment to make up for it. After putting on the Voldemort wrist guards, Lin Chen experimented a bit. He found that the internal space of this space bag was as large as an underground parking lot. If he stored some suitable corpses of shadowy monsters there. Thinking of this, Lin Chen put the space bag into his backpack space. After expanding it 5 times, he categorized and organized his items, then bought some special monster corpses at the trading hall. For example, mutated spiders that could produce toxic mist or acidic liquid, and mutated fireflies that would flash when they exploded. These corpses could definitely have miraculous effects at critical moments. After finishing all this, Irina and the other maids had prepared breakfast. Lin Chen was eating when the delivery of Voidwalk arrived at his door. This had cost him hundreds of billions for the skill book. After Lin Chen signed for the package, he skipped his meal and directly opened the delivery. The ancient scroll unfolded in his hands. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen learned the skill. Skill, Voidwalk LV1 cooldown, 30 seconds mana cost, 100 effect, short distance blink to the target area. After release, reduce the cooldown time of the skill by half. Note, distance and direction can be manipulated freely. 30 seconds. 70% cooldown reduction. This means he could release the skill every 9 seconds. Whoosh! Lin Chen immediately released it, his figure appearing 3 meters away. After releasing, the cooldown time was halved. The second time was 4.5 seconds. When the time was up, Lin Chen released it again. In the following time, Lin Chen spent his time familiarizing himself with the skill. During this time, he also understood the skill mechanism. Each time, he could reduce the skill cooldown by half, and there were no restrictions. This meant that after releasing Voidwalk 6 times, the cooldown time of the skill would drop to mere seconds. As long as Lin Chen kept releasing it, he could teleport infinitely. Of course, he also discovered that if he did not release the skill again within 10 seconds after each use, the effect of having the cooldown would disappear. Voidwalk would re-enter a 9-second cooldown. But this was only the first level of Voidwalk. Lin Chen couldn't wait to experience the upgraded version of Voidwalk. After all, if the cooldown of the skill was only 3 seconds, his first cooldown reduction could directly turn into under 1 second. More importantly, this 10-second interval might also be longer. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Lin Chen teleported to the door. Upon opening it, he found it was Chen Wanxiu. Behind her was a large truck. This was indeed a rare sight. Thinking about the truck being filled with evolution stones, Lin Chen quickly welcomed Chen Wanxiu inside. No need, I have things to do today. Chen Wanxiu glanced at the living room, where Elena and 2 flower spirits were dressed in maid outfits tidying up the dining table. She immediately declined, tossed the keys of the truck to Lin Chen, and turned to leave. Lin Chen didn't mind. With these evolution stones, he had enough to upgrade all his previous level 40 good equipment to level 60. Not bad. My strength can increase significantly again. There's still a chapter left unwritten, so I can only post it during the day. Compared to mounts in the Warcraft genre, large trucks are actually more precious. After the cataclysm, many records have been lost. Especially with the interference from electromagnetic fields in the air, many mechanical vehicles could not start. Blue Star even went through a period of steam age because of this. However, with the rise of the mechanic profession, cars and other mechanical vehicles gradually returned to their original appearance. But large heavy trucks like this were still quite rare. Unless custom ordered by a merchant association, ordinary people couldn't even buy them. Naturally, Lin Chen didn't want to miss out on these 2 heavy trucks. He just needed to release Voidwalk once within 10 seconds. And the effect of cooldown reduction would be maintained. He had already released it continuously over a dozen times. The cooldown time of the skill was already negligible. Lin Chen used Voidwalk to quickly move the evolution stones from the truck into the villa. Then, he handed the large truck over to the staff from the Merchant Association who had come with Chen Wanxiu. 500 boxes of evolution stones. This is a real fortune. Evolving equipment means upgrading the level of the gear. For example, level 40 equipment can be upgraded to level 50 or even 60. Of course, the attributes corresponding to the level increase will also improve. An evolution stone has a chance to upgrade the equipment by one level. This probability is somewhat better than enhancement, and failing won't drop the level but will accumulate a progress bar. Once the progress bar is full, the equipment can evolve. Lin Shen decided to use all the evolution stones today. Evolving equipment does not require going to the enhancement hall, it can be done directly. Lin Shen used the skill bullet time to instantly open all the boxes. They were all filled to the brim, each containing 100 evolution stones. 500 boxes meant 50,000 stones. That should be enough to evolve all the equipment to level 60, right? Lin Shen didn't have a secondary weapon, so he had a total of 11 pieces of equipment. Among the weapons, the Death Scythe, being an ancient artifact, can change with its owner's level and can be removed. There are 7 remaining pieces of level 60 equipment. 3 pieces are left: the shoes from the Raven set, which can add flames to weapons, the unique necklace of the Ant Queen, which grants the ability to see through summon creatures, and the fireproof robe, which can provide a shield equal to the wearer's health. Let's talk about the shoes after we finish the dungeon. First, let's evolve the necklace and the robe. Lin Shen really wanted the unique item from the Sandstone Fortress boss. It was equipment that allowed professionals to step in midair. It might not be powerful, but it was definitely cool. However, he heard that the drop rate was pitifully low. Fireproof robe evolution successful, level 1. Fireproof robe evolution successful, level 1. Fireproof robe evolution successful, level 1. 3 consecutive successes put Lin Shen in a great mood as he held the evolution stones, continuously clicking the evolution button on the equipment panel. Fireproof robe evolution successful, level 1. Fireproof robe evolution successful, level 1. 13 consecutive evolutions were all successful. The wearing level of the fireproof robe had reached level 53. Continue. Fireproof robe evolution successful, level 1. Fireproof robe evolution failed. Current progress 2. Fireproof robe evolution failed. Current progress 4. Fireproof robe evolution failed. Current progress 6. Every failure only increases the progress by 2 points. Lin Shen looked at the 500 boxes of evolution stones in the room, suddenly feeling uncertain. Forget it, continue evolving. Fireproof robe evolution successful, level 1. Damn! Awesome! After a failure, each use of an evolution stone had a chance to succeed directly, but usually, the higher the progress, the greater the probability. This time, it succeeded with only 6%. Lin Shen felt that his luck was really quite good. He continued to evolve the equipment. Soon, after spending nearly 200 boxes, he successfully evolved 2 pieces of equipment to level 60. That was nearly 20,000 evolution stones. Lin Shen felt a pang of regret. There was no choice, the subsequent equipment evolutions were almost all failures, and he could only accumulate the progress bar. Moreover, as the level increased, the accumulated progress from each failure became very low. From 59 to 60, each failure only accumulated 0.2 of the progress. No wonder ancient artifacts are valuable yet hard to find. Lin Shen shook his head and entered the Lich King form. He transferred the remaining 309 boxes to the Frost domain, but they remained completely still. This surprised Lin Shen a bit. However, considering that the evolution stones couldn't even fit into his backpack space, it made sense. The villa had enough space, and Mingzhu University was safe enough. Lin Shen simply transferred the remaining evolution stones to the bedroom compartment and then left the villa. The morning at Mingzhu University was not very lively. Most students had a habit of being night owls. Lin Shen did not rush to the dungeon hall but first went to the enhancement hall. The evolved equipment had this one advantage. Enhancement and enchantment could be inherited. He only needed to enhance the equipment to a certain level, and after evolution, the enhancement level would also be retained. Of course, every 10 levels, the enhancement level would decrease by 1. Upon arriving at the enhancement hall, professionals could not release attack skills within the main city. However, the physical strength granted by attributes was still present. Lin Shen felt that the tiles at the entrance were even more damaged than before. At the very least, the last time he came here, the entrance path was not smooth, but it was walkable. Now, it was full of pits and bumps. Some were so deep that one could lie in them and use them as a grave. Don't stop me. Even if I die today, I have to see if this enhancement to 10 can succeed. Young master, calm down. This is the last batch of enhancement stones we have. We really can't try anymore. It's precisely because this is the last batch of stones that I must enhance. These people want to blame the failure rate of enhancements on our trading company. Not a chance. A commotion came from a distance. It was a blond youth and a white-haired middle-aged man. From their conversation, Lin Chen could gather their identities. It turned out to be the Song family, one of the four great families of Jiang, Song, Kong, and Chen, which he had not yet encountered. Listening to their argument, it seemed to be about the recent significant increase in the probability of professionals enhancing their equipment. This led them to believe that there was a problem with the enhancement gems from the Song Merchant Association. The young man suspected to be from the Song family was unconvinced and wanted to prove that it wasn't the items that were lacking, but rather the people. However, he himself had been failing continuously. Lin Chen listened for a while and lost interest. Enhancing was just a matter of luck. He still remembered the last time he was in the enhancement hall. He heard someone complaining about the gems from the Chen Merchant Association. However, in Lin Chen's eyes, this young master from the Song family seemed a bit diminished. The blonde-haired boy looked to be about the same age as him and should also be in college. If that was the case, comparing him to Chen Wanqiu, the daughter of the Chen family, Lin Chen felt that Chen Wanqiu was definitely better. At least Chen Wanqiu wouldn't use the last enhancement gem from the association to prove that it wasn't the stones that were the problem, because that was already the final batch. If it succeeded, it would be fine. But if it failed, wouldn't that just prove that there was a problem with the association's items? Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to the commotion at the entrance and walked straight into the enhancement hall. The atmosphere inside seemed a bit more frantic than before. Many people looked almost mad, some were smashing machines, some were crying and laughing, and others were struggling to breathe and being treated. Lin Chen was starting to have second thoughts. He had always believed that events like enhancing equipment and opening treasure chests involved a certain degree of metaphysics. For example, at certain times the probability was very low. Forget it, enhance. Lin Chen had previously collected nearly 1 billion enhancement items, preparing to enhance his entire set to level 10. Death Scythe enhancement successful, enhancement level 1. Not bad, this is level 8 now. Lin Chen smiled lightly, feeling that today was truly his lucky day. Sure enough, after continuing to enhance, the weapon Death Scythe smoothly reached enhancement level 10. Lin Chen chose to continue enhancing. When he left the enhancement hall, Lin Chen's expression was somewhat grim. Now, his equipment had indeed all been enhanced and the levels had all reached enhancement 10. He had gained the enhancement resonance attributes. Enhancement resonance. All damage 10, all attributes 10, spell critical hit rate 10. All 4 resonance attributes were perfect. It should be noted that resonance attributes are not unique. They include various random resonance effects such as genre restraint, attack bonuses, speed bonuses, and attribute bonuses. This time, Lin Chen's resonance attributes were much better than those of enhancement level 7. This was originally something to be happy about, but Lin Chen felt a bit depressed. The cost had been too high. 1 billion in enhancement items, all gone. And not a single one reached enhancement 11. Is there really a problem with these enhancement gems and crystals? The probability can't be this low. Lin Chen grumbled a couple of times, ordered some more enhancement items at the trading hall, and stopped paying attention. 2 replica crystals. Plus the evolution stones promised by the Chen Merchant Association. What he lacked the least now was money. The discomfort in his heart mainly stemmed from his belief that his luck was not bad at all. It must be that the machines and items have problems. Lin Chen muttered as he headed to the school instance hall. The level 60 instance Frostwolf Snowfield and the Sandstone Fortress map were not large. With a straightforward approach, by 3 in the afternoon, Lin Chen had already cleared all difficulties of the 2 instances. By now, he had topped the difficulty rankings of 10 instances. Of course, he had blown up the ant nest, which caused him to lose the top spot in 2 instances. Now, with 5 difficulties for each instance, Lin Chen had a total of 40 speedrun first places. According to the experience settlement mechanism, instances below level 10 grant 1 point per minute, from level 10 to 20, 2 points per minute, and so on. Lin Chen could automatically earn over 230,000 experience every night at midnight. And now he was level 60. He needed over 7 million experience to level up. Even if he just lay there for a month, he could almost level up. Not bad. Maybe I should go to the instance hall in Jianghaishi and get a few more speedrun first places. Lin Chen chuckled and continued into the dungeon of Sandstone Fortress. It wasn't until 10 o'clock at night that he wrapped up his busy day. The rewards were quite decent. He had acquired a good amount of equipment, items, and magic cards. He even gained 7 skill points. However, despite such good luck and high drop rates, he still hadn't successfully obtained the unique equipment from Sandstone Fortress. Lin Chen didn't mind. After resting for a night, he entered the dungeon again the next day. Finally, around noon, during his first dungeon run after leveling up to 61, the unique equipment appeared. Equipment Falcon Boots quality, mythical effect, speed 60, mana 500, agility 30, resilience 20. Requirements, level 60 or above for all classes attributes, cooldown reduction 10, and gain a temporary skill Falcon Step. Falcon Step consumes a small amount of mana and a large amount of health to condense a cyclone beneath the feet, allowing for stepping in midair. Note: Falcon Step is a backup skill, has no cooldown, and the duration and distance of the midair step depend on the mana and health values. During the release of Falcon Step, recovery ability is reduced by 50%. Got it! Lin Chen clenched his fist tightly. This piece of equipment had a drawback. After using the skill, his recovery ability would be reduced by 50%. But for him, that was completely not an issue. He wasn't afraid of health consumption. His mana was also far beyond that of others at the same level. It was more than enough. Paired with my current void walk, it's like moving through heaven and earth. No one can stop me. Lin Chen was very satisfied. After directly replacing the equipment, he released a midair step. It was a peculiar feeling. After lifting his foot, as long as Lin Chen thought about stepping down in midair, a blueward intertwined cyclone would form beneath him. It felt as if he was stepping on a staircase in the air. Lin Chen slowly stood suspended in midair. Whoosh! Void walk activated. Lin Chen appeared 5 meters away in the air. The moment his figure appeared, a cyclone had already formed beneath his feet, preventing him from falling. Not bad. Lin Chen slightly felt the speed of health and mana consumption. It felt acceptable. After the experiment, Lin Chen did not head to the school cafeteria. The villa already had 3 maids, the dragon girl Elena and 2 lotus fairies. They had been learning culinary skills during this time, and the food they made was quite decent. After finishing lunch, Lin Chen took a short break before heading to class. Once at university, the courses were actually quite similar to high school. However, compared to high school, the knowledge learned here was more in-depth. Of course, one shouldn't think it was easier than before the Great Cataclysm. In this world, subjects like physics, chemistry, history, and geography still needed to be studied, and even more than before the Great Cataclysm. There was no way around it. Not everyone could go out and slay monsters. In a world of brute force, who would build houses, who would solve food and other living issues? All of these required a lot of knowledge to support them. For example, the world's #1 professional, Einstein. It is said that his combat power is inferior to the second best, Li Jiangbai, but his knowledge surpasses all ages. The continuity of human civilization owes much to his contributions, which are no less than those of Li Jiangbai. Of course, nowadays, the school curriculum has increased. Students were not overly fatigued. Professionals already belong to extraordinary beings, and their memory and comprehension have naturally evolved. Students had little complaint. A week passed by in such a mundane manner. During this week, Chen Wanqiu did not come to find Lin Chen. Lin Chen, of course, was incredibly relaxed. He spent his mornings grinding dungeons, attended classes in the afternoons, and participated in arenas and ladder matches at night. Naturally, Lin Chen's life was calm. However, the entire Jianghai city and even the whole world were not at peace. A week ago, after the strange occurrences in various countries, explorations began. In Jianghai City, due to the recent changes in the terrain of the Divine Grace Cemetery, the exploration progress lagged far behind other countries. There were even significant casualties. First, many solo players and small guild professionals went missing in the Divine Grace Cemetery. Then, large guilds entered and lost all contact. Various signs indicate that the God's Grace Cemetery is very dangerous. Consequently, the military district stationed in Jianghai City has issued a staggering bounty. In order to maintain public order and resist the demonic creatures, the army's practitioners generally have high levels. Currently, only first-tier practitioners are allowed to enter the God's Grace Cemetery. The army has no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. The shocking bounty has directly stirred many practitioners, even catching the attention of professional league players. It's worth noting that professional players are willing to refrain from leveling up, continuously grinding dungeons and accumulating attributes for the sake of the championship. Some with attributes in the 90s can rival those at levels 150 or 60. When professional players make their appearance, many in Jianghai City believe victory is almost guaranteed. But on Friday, while Lin Chen was attending class, the bell at Mingzhu University suddenly rang. Following that, amidst the astonished gazes of many new students, the freshman mentor from the mage school entered the classroom and solemnly announced that a substitute player from Mingzhu University's professional league team had gone missing in the God's Grace Cemetery. Moreover, one main player had died. The death of a practitioner is no small matter. Each school invests significant resources to cultivate its professional players. Furthermore, their value extends far beyond the school itself. For instance, currently, 80% of the heads of major cities in Xia country were once professional players. Teacher Li Ming from Mingzhu University, whom Lin Chen knows, was also a professional player. Of course, even Li Ming, who earned the title of the #1 shaman in the national server, did not win a championship at the world competition back then. He didn't even secure a domestic tournament championship. The competition in the professional league is simply too fierce. The people there are very earnest, driven solely by the desire for the world champion ring. The mentor's words sparked a significant reaction among the students. Although this world is dangerous, they are still students. Many have never witnessed true death. For example, Lin Chen, despite his experiences, had never seen a practitioner truly die, whether during the college entrance examination, the freshman trials, or the Longmen Buddha cave ruins. However, not having seen death does not mean one is unafraid of it. Professional players have always been synonymous with invincibility at the same tier. Yet, such individuals have died in the life-restricted zone where only first-tier practitioners can enter just 2 days after the incident. What on earth is going on? What happened inside the God's Grace Cemetery? Countless questions filled people's minds. The class ended abruptly. Before dismissing, the instructors solemnly stated that if any students plan to visit the God's Grace Cemetery over the weekend, they must think it through carefully. It is best to purchase a secondary weapon called the Soul Lantern before going. The Soul Lantern is a weapon that can only be produced in the God's Grace Cemetery and is highly sought after. Practitioners have 2 equipment slots, one for the main weapon and one for the secondary weapon. The Soul Lantern is a secondary weapon configuration very suitable for adventuring practitioners. The Soul Lantern consists of 2 parts, the lantern and the pole, which can be disassembled. The pole can be equipped separately in the practitioner's secondary weapon slot. The Soul Lantern can be placed far away from the practitioner. When a practitioner drips their blood onto the Soul Lantern, if they die, the lantern will automatically extinguish. Of course, if it were merely a means to convey life and death information, the Soul Lantern wouldn't be so popular. The Soul Lantern has a skill that locks health to save life. This skill allows practitioners to be immune to all damage for 3 seconds. Moreover, during these 3 seconds, if you carve words on the lantern pole of the secondary weapon, the Soul Lantern, even from thousands of miles away, will project the corresponding content. This is the reason for its popularity. The moment Lin Chen heard the teacher say this, he thought for a moment and quickly opened the credit exchange store. Sure enough, he saw the newly listed equipment, the Soul Lantern. It required 100,000 credits to exchange, with a limit of 99, and each person could only purchase one. Lin Chen decisively exchanged for it. Even if he was confident in his health bar, he didn't want to waste this opportunity. He could do without it. But he couldn't be without it. However, the God's Grace Cemetery is so dangerous now. Will the Chen Chamber of Commerce still organize people to go? If not, then what about the 10% of the evolution stones? We can't just return them, right? Thinking of this, Lin Chen was at a loss for words. He really wanted to profit from this batch of evolution stones from the Chen Chamber of Commerce. Whoosh 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 whoosh, his phone suddenly pinged with a series of message notifications. Lin Chen opened it to find that Chen Wanqiu had added him to a group chat. There weren't many members, only about 30 people. But the messages were constantly refreshing. Miss Chen, I won't be going this time, I'll return the deposit to you tonight. Yes, Miss Chen, that's too dangerous. 5 professional players died today. Exactly, if Guotai is out, then I won't go either. He was almost a professional player. Without him as the tank, I'm not going. Miss Chen, if you double my pay, I'll go. There were many messages in the group, and Lin Chen glanced through a few. It turned out that the professional players who died at the Divine Grace Cemetery today were not just from Mingzhu University. The local rival, Modu University, also lost 2 professional players, both of whom were starting main team members. There were even 2 retired players. This was a significant loss for Jianhai City. These 10 professional players could have grown to be pillars of the community in the future. Of course, with the deaths of these professional players, many in the group were tempted to reconsider. Some wanted to increase their offers, while others wanted to withdraw. Chen Wanqiu was replying to various messages in the group. Lin Chen casually looked for a while and then lost interest. The offer from the Chen Chamber of Commerce was high enough for him. He wasn't the type to take advantage of others' misfortunes. The class ended abruptly. There were still more than 2 hours until dinner. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then headed to the instance hall. Over the past week, Lin Chen's level had already reached level 63, far exceeding the average level of 55 among his peers. But that wasn't enough. With Mingzhu University losing 2 professional players, it meant 2 spots had opened up. Lin Chen knew that there were many students at Mingzhu University who could enter the inner courtyard at level 99. For example, he had never met them, but he often saw them on the instance speedrun leaderboard. Xiao Fu Feng and Doflamingo. Both of them had records in the top 10 of almost every instance speedrun at Mingzhu University. Moreover, they were both already in their 4th year and had reached level 99. Their entry into the outer courtyard was entirely based on strength, not level. Lin Shin felt that if he wanted to join the school's league team, these two were his biggest competitors. Teacher Lee's plan is to spend a year grinding attributes, half a year as a substitute, and then half a year to integrate with professional players before entering the starting lineup in the 3rd year. That's too slow for me. When I compete, I absolutely want to speedrun directly in a year. The world champion of the professional league can receive a championship ring. The championship ring allows professionals to unlock an additional ring equipment slot. Each person can only unlock one extra slot, so Lin Shin didn't plan to waste much time in the professional league. The best plan, of course, was to reach level 90 before the end of the year. Then he would join a team, prove himself with strength, and compete as a starter in the spring tournament next year. There were only 2 level 60 instances, Frostwolf Snowfield and Shale Fortress. Lin Shin didn't know how many times he had run through them this week. Today, he came here mainly because there was a new instance. That's right. Mingju University had used the replica crystal he obtained from the ruins to create a new instance. The instance was called the Nest of Beasts. It was said to be one of the prerequisite instances for the level 90 large raid dungeon, Anchuan. Large raid dungeons typically required at least 50 people and could go up to thousands. The bosses inside could easily wipe out entire teams. Of course, the rewards were also very rich. Lin Shen would definitely run it once he reached level 90. At this moment, he just wanted to experience the content of this prerequisite instance. The instance hall wasn't crowded. Most students were discussing the deaths of the professional players in small groups. Lin Shen didn't hesitate. He selected normal difficulty and entered the instance. It was 10 o'clock at night. Lin Shen returned to the villa. The Beast's Nest dungeon truly lived up to its reputation as a high-level raid's precursor. The difficulty was extremely high. Lin Shin spent 5 hours to clear all 5 difficulty levels. To put it in perspective, he could clear the other 2 level 60 dungeons at school in just 3 hours. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Out of the 5 dungeons, Lin Shen earned 2 skill points. The drop rate was incredibly high. With the 2 skill points added to the previous 7, Lin Shen was able to upgrade his Voidwalk to level 4. The cooldown time was reduced to 15 seconds, achieving a 70% cooldown reduction on his equipment. The Voidwalk skill could now be cast every 4.5 seconds. Initially, the cooldown time wasn't an issue. What mattered was the interval. Previously, if he didn't use Voidwalk within 10 seconds, the cooldown reduction effect would disappear. Now, he could maintain it for 2 minutes. This meant that as long as he used Voidwalk once within those 2 minutes, he could keep the skill off cooldown indefinitely. Not bad, I can use Voidwalk to travel from now on. 2 minutes was more than enough to cast the skill infinitely, and unlike Blink, he could rest for 2 minutes before continuing with unlimited movement without cooldown. Still lacking skill points, though. Lin Shen found himself reminiscing about the days spent in the Long Men Grottos. There were so many bosses there, making it a great place to farm skill points. Unfortunately, it was now closed, and there were no ruins in Jianhai City. He could only farm skill points by running dungeons. After dinner and washing up, Lin Shen lay in bed, enjoying some rare leisure time on his phone. The next 2 days were a weekend. After a week of intense dungeon runs and arena battles, he was feeling a bit tired. He planned to see if there were any fun places around Jianhai City. Just then, his phone rang. It was Chen Wanxiu. Looks like the travel plans are going to fall through. Lin Shen had glanced at the group messages earlier. The group that originally had over 30 people was down to 17. Excluding himself and Chen Wanxiu, there were exactly 3 standardized professional teams left. Compared to before, half the people were gone. Of course, the remaining members had received appropriate compensation from the Chun Corporation. Chen Wanxiu hadn't mentioned anything about it, and he hadn't asked. But since the group had already come to an agreement, this call was likely to inform him that they were about to set off. Sure enough, once the call connected, Chen Wanxiu first mentioned that Lin Shen would receive an additional 5% of evolution stones as compensation. Then, she informed him that they would be departing tomorrow morning. Although a large number of people had died in the Divine Grace Cemetery today, someone had sent out a message along with an updated map of the area after the terrain changes. This was crucial for the Chen Corporation. After the anomaly in the Divine Grace Cemetery, black mist enveloped the entire life restriction zone and continued to spread outward. This was also why the military was anxious. Because wherever the black mist spread, only first-tier professionals could operate within it. If a second-tier professional got too close, they would be forcefully teleported to the edge of the black mist. Jianhai City could not allow the black mist to spread indefinitely. This was near a super city. If it spread to residential areas, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, with the newly appeared map, the military issued a mobilization order today. They commanded the professional teams from various universities in Jianghai City to forcibly dispatch 2 to 3 professionals into the Divine Grace Cemetery. The Chen family planned to take advantage of this situation to transport supplies from their base in the cemetery. With a rough map and the military leading the charge, Lin Chen felt much more at ease. However, just to be safe, Lin Chen made a phone call to order some special supplies before falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, after picking up the supplies in Jianghai City, he headed to the meeting point of the Chen Corporation. The meeting point was at the south gate of Jianghai City. When Lin Chen arrived, the Chen Corporation's team had already gathered. There were quite a few people, nearly 100. There were also 5 or 6 large unicorn-drawn bronze carts, presumably for transporting goods. Looks like there's a lot of cargo to transport this time. Lin Chen squinted and then spotted Chen Wanqiu in the crowd. At this moment, Chen Wanqiu was standing next to a middle-aged man. The man wore a luxurious velvet robe, had an average build, and his features bore some resemblance to Chen Wanqiu, though there was a hint of worry in his brows. Chen Qi, the current leader of the Chen Merchant Association, was quite well known in Jianghai City. Not only did he excel in forging skills that ranked nationally, but he was also formidable in martial prowess. The purple gold gourd in Lin Chen's hand was obtained after he killed a demon serpent in the ruins of Mount Shu. Senior Chen, Lin Chen greeted with a smile. "Ha, Lin Chen, you're here," Chen Qi said, his expression relaxing upon seeing Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, I'm counting on you this time." "Not at all, Uncle Chen, you're being too polite. I'm just doing my job for the money," Lin Chen replied with a smile. At that moment, a man rushed over and whispered a few words in Chen Qi's ear. Chen Qi frowned slightly, then patted Chen Wanqiu's shoulder. "Wanqiu, be careful in the Divine Grace Cemetery this time. Try to listen to Lin Chen, alright?" "Dad, don't worry, I understand," she replied, as if there was something urgent. After a brief conversation with Lin Chen, Chen Qi left. Once her father was gone, Chen Wanqiu turned to Lin Chen and waved her delicate hand. A fish-shaped jade pendant appeared in her palm, which she then handed to Lin Chen. "This is the fish dragon jade. Once you enter the life-restricted zone, the black mist will obscure your vision. The fish dragon jade will allow you to see your teammates' real-time locations." Fish dragon jade? Lin Chen was taken aback, accepting it. This girl, Chen Wanqiu, was quite generous. This jade was not just a simple tool for sensing teammates' positions. When he prepared gifts for his aunt's family, he specifically researched life-saving items. The fish dragon jade was one of them. By simply dripping his blood onto it and storing it in his personal professional backpack, it could lock his health 3 times. Such a powerful item was extremely rare and precious. Even the credit exchange store at Mingzhu University didn't have it. "Thank you," Lin Chen nodded in appreciation. Just as he stowed it in his backpack, another 15 people hired by the Chen Merchant Association arrived. Lin Chen looked over. Among the 15, there were swordsmen, shield warriors, hunters, and priests, making for a well-rounded and balanced team. It made sense, given how dangerous the Divine Grace Cemetery was now. The teams that remained were mostly professional mercenary organizations. However, it was somewhat different from what Lin Chen had imagined. These 15 were not 3 small teams, but 2. One consisted of 10 people, and the other 5. Judging by their attire, it was clear they belonged to 2 different organizations. The captains of both teams came over to greet them, and Lin Chen got to know them briefly. The captain of the 10-person team was a level 99 berserker named Su Bin. He was a boisterous man, flashing a big gold tooth and saying to just call him Bin Gu. The captain of the 5-person team was a paladin named Wang Chang. He looked quite mature, with crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, and spoke warmly, with everyone in the team calling him Old Wang. After getting acquainted, Chen Wanqiu waved her hand, distributing a potion pack to each person. Following a brief exchange of words, the 100-person team set off towards the Divine Grace restricted zone. Led by a man from the Chen Merchant Association riding a white horse and clad in silver armor. Due to the mobilization order, there were many professionals heading to the Divine Grace Cemetery. Along the way, Lin Chen saw numerous teams heading in the same direction. There were large merchant caravans like the Chen Merchant Association, small exploration teams of a dozen people, and even some students. They were likely responding to military bounty tasks, forming groups to explore. Lin Chen even spotted teams bearing the flags of the Kong and Song families. However, their numbers were only around 30 to 50 people, clearly not as invested as the Chen Merchant Association. The Kong and Song family's main businesses have little to do with the Divine Grace Cemetery. They must be here to respond to the military's mobilization order, Chen Wanqiu explained as she rode a panda beside Lin Chen. Noticing his gaze towards the Kong and Song families. Does the Chen family not need to respond to the mobilization order? The 4 prominent families in Jianghai City were Jiang, Song, Kong, and Chen. Since both the Kong family and the Chen family have contributed, what about the rest? Our Chen family will also contribute. The team we dispatched is already waiting for orders from the military near the Divine Grace Cemetery. I see. Lin Chen nodded. He then turned his gaze to Chen Wanqiu beside him. The girl's cheeks were delicate, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. It seemed that the Chen Merchant Association was under a lot of pressure for this operation. Yet, such a dangerous task was assigned to the young lady of the Chen family. Could it be that Chen Wanqiu was not a biological child? Lin Chen felt a moment of curiosity. But upon further thought, that didn't make sense. If she weren't a biological child, how could they afford to buy her a panda mount? The last time he visited Chen Wanqiu's father to forge equipment, she was riding a shadow cat. This time, she had switched to a panda. This thing was beyond expensive. A 9th tier mount. Just one step below a divine beast. It could fight and be ridden. More importantly, it could fly. It can fly? Lin Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if he had thought of something, and turned to ask, "Does your Chen family have any news about the anomalies in this forbidden zone? For example, speculations about the underground palace and ruins?" Hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, Chen Wanqiu was taken aback. "There are some rumors, but they are all just speculations. We won't know for sure until we enter." Chen Wanqiu didn't elaborate further, and Lin Chen didn't press for more. It seemed that everything the Chen family had was based on speculation. After all, if the other party knew the facts, they wouldn't have gathered so many powerful individuals to handle it. Just like that leading silver-armored man ahead, Lin Chen had just checked the information. He was a professional player from Mingju University 10 years ago and had made it to the finals of the World Championship. That year, Mingju University entered the World Championship as the 4th seed, advancing through the rounds to the finals. Just when everyone thought they were about to create a miracle, they were utterly defeated in the finals. After that battle, the professional league of Mingju University fell into a slump. In the past 10 years, they hadn't even made it to the World Championship, let alone won a domestic championship. However, that was just a side note. What Lin Chen cared about was the man's strength. 10 years ago, he had already been stuck at level 99 for professional competition. Now, after another 10 years, how terrifying would his attributes be among first-tier professionals? Such a person had been invited by the Chen Merchant Association. Lin Chen felt that things were probably not simple. The group continued forward. As they got closer to the Divine Grace Cemetery, the number of people traveling with them increased. "We've arrived." After several hours of progress, the leading silver-armored man suddenly stopped, pointing ahead. Lin Chen and the others quickly looked forward. They saw that several hundred meters ahead, black mist was surging, seemingly connecting to the sky. And at the edge of the black mist, there were quite a few military troops stationed. "This is a temporary camp set up by the military. We will rest here for a bit and wait for the military to give the signal before entering," Chen Wanqiu explained. Lin Chen nodded, indicating he understood. Then, everyone settled down next to the temporary camp, waiting for the military's actions. "Let's go, Lin Chen. Let's take a look around first." Chen Wanqiu put away her panda. "This temporary camp must have many vendors. We might find something useful." Hearing Chen Wanqiu's invitation, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he had originally planned to use the waiting time to compete in the arena. After all, the Global Freshman Exchange Competition on October 1st was approaching, and he needed to seize the time to improve his strength. He aimed to earn a city-level honor medal before heading to the exchange competition. But now that Chen Wanqiu had invited him, he felt a bit conflicted. However, thinking it over, he was currently an employed individual, and Chen Wanqiu was his employer. So he nodded in agreement. To be honest, it was indeed easy to find good things near such a life-forbidden zone. Many professionals would have some gains after entering the forbidden zone, whether or not they could use the items themselves or wanted to exchange them for gold coins. But they couldn't bring them back to the city to sell at the trading post. So they could only set up a stall nearby to sell it. In such cases, it was common to find a good deal. Of course, it was also easy to get scammed. After all, the area near the forbidden zone was a mixed bag, with all sorts of things available. "Let's go," Lin Chen smiled and walked with Chen Wanqiu towards the temporary camp. At that moment, many professionals were already setting up stalls in the camp. They were either sitting or standing, displaying a variety of items in front of them. There were equipment, materials, potions, and all kinds of skill books. Lin Chen and Chen Wanqiu strolled around the camp, occasionally stopping to inquire about items that caught their interest. "Lin Chen, look at this." Chen Wanqiu suddenly stopped, pointing at a pair of bullhorns on a stall ahead. Lin Chen turned to look. It was a pair of white bones shaped like bullhorns, intricately carved with complex magical patterns. "What is this?" Lin Chen was a bit surprised. He seemed to have seen this before. Back when he exchanged credits for talent cards and job change books at school, Teacher Li Ming had used this kind of item to contact Shen Hongying's father, who was far away in Jiangcheng. Due to the influence of magical energy on electromagnetic waves in the air, long-distance mobile communication was completely impossible. However, this magical item could work. The area ahead, the Divine Grace Cemetery, was shrouded in thick black mist, making it easy to get lost once inside. Even with the fish dragon pendant for positioning, the inability to communicate always felt lacking. Good stuff, buy it. Lin Chen immediately went to the stall with Chen Wanqiu. The bullhorn stall was more than 20 meters away from them. Before Lin Chen could get closer, he heard a commotion ahead. Damn it, you dare sell fake goods? I bought 5 enhancement crystal gems from you, enhanced my equipment 5 times, and not once did it succeed. What the hell is this if not fake? Hearing the man's words, the stall owner was displeased and immediately retorted, Brother, don't blame society for your bad luck. I've had my stall for so long, how come others have successfully enhanced with my gems? Why is it just you who can't? Also, enhancement gems only increase the success rate. When did I say it was guaranteed to succeed? I've never heard of fake enhancement items. Get lost, hurry up, don't waste my time. As the stall owner's voice fell, a crowd quickly gathered around. After all, it was rare for enhancement crystal gems to break. Most people were just there to watch the excitement. Lin Chen and Chen Wanqiu exchanged glances and quickly squeezed in. With their entry into the Divine Grace Cemetery imminent, that pair of bullhorns was crucial. With so many people around, it might be hard to buy them now. They pushed into the crowd. Lin Chen saw the stall owner behind the stall. He was a frail middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap with a sallow complexion and very large ears. At that moment he was calmly looking at the man opposite him. On the stall there were many bottles and jars, as well as magical items. Among them were a few gems emitting a faint glow. Damn it, you still say it's not fake? This gem's light is different from the others. What do you mean the light is the same? Just turn your head and look at the stall next door, the stall owner said, standing up and grabbing an enhancement gem from the neighboring stall to place on his own stall. Open your eyes and see if there's any difference. Anyone selling goods couldn't stand being accused of selling fakes, especially enhancement items. These things were dropped by slain magical creatures. How could there be fakes? It was clearly an attempt to stir trouble. The gems were displayed and everyone present turned their attention to them. Clearly, there was no difference. Some onlookers began to whisper, Hey, I told you not to mess with enhancement and amplification. Look, another one has gone crazy. This guy thinks it's still before the great cataclysm, selling fakes. Faced with the discussions around him and the comparison of the gems, the burly man's expression darkened. Fake, all fake. The gems from you merchants in the Divine Grace Cemetery are all fake. The burly man looked furious, ready to explode. The stall owner pursed his lips and tossed out a money pouch. All right. You're wasting my time. It's bad luck to run into someone like you who can't take a loss. Take your money and get lost. After receiving the money, the burly man said nothing more and turned to leave. The onlookers gradually dispersed. However, some stayed behind, pointing and discussing the cow horns. Lin Chen and Chen Wanqiu exchanged glances, preparing to ask the stall owner about the price of the cow horns. At that moment, Lin Chen noticed something interesting. He seemed to recognize the stall owner with the big ears. After the college entrance examination, he had spent a large sum of money at the Divine Grace Cemetery to buy a batch of magic cards, which he had obtained from this stall owner. Lin Chen remembered that the stall owner's surname was Liu. Brother Liu, how much for this pair of cow horns? As soon as he asked the price, the people around who were pointing at the cow horns changed their expressions and began to inquire as well. Well, take these cow horns, what's the price? The speaker was a man with a center-part hairstyle, and hearing his accent, Lin Chen realized they were not from Xia country. They must be part of the group that had previously tried to take advantage of Xia country's relics. Both groups quoted prices simultaneously. This was a great opportunity for any stall owner to make a fortune. After all, with competition, prices could rise. However, when he heard Lin Chen call him Brother Liu, he was momentarily taken aback. He stared at Lin Chen for a while before reacting. Oh, so it's young Master Lin. Ever since Lin Chen had done over 10 million in business with him, the stall owner had regarded him as a young master from some family. Lin Chen knew he had explained himself before, but the other party just wouldn't believe it. Eventually, he had to clarify that he was the national champion, and only then did the stall owner believe him. However, the title of young Master Lin remained unchanged. What young master? Brother Liu. Your business seems to be doing well. You didn't use to sell enhancement materials. That's thanks to you. I've got some startup capital now. The two chatted back and forth, appearing quite familiar, which surprised Chen Wanqiu beside them. She thought Lin Chen had never been to the Divine Grace Cemetery. Just on the way here, he had shared a lot of information with her. She didn't expect Lin Chen had actually been here after the college entrance examination. After a brief chat, the stall owner, Liu with the big ears, began to introduce the cow horn props. These cow horns were obtained from a dual-horned skeletal rhinoceros. They can facilitate communication over very long distances. As for the price, they are sold in pairs for 60 million. 60 million for just a pair of communication props. To be honest, that was very expensive. Even Lin Chen, who had a lot of money, hesitated. Meanwhile, the foreign professionals turned and left upon hearing the price. Brother Liu, we're all acquaintances, I understand you. You were trying to scare off those foreigners, right? Just tell me the real price. Hee, you're a smart guy. A flat price of 30 million. If you want it, I'll give you a 20% discount. 24 million? Lin Chen shook his head. This thing only had communication functions, and he had seen it at Li Ming's place before. It seemed that every time you used it, you had to wait a while. It wasn't instant communication. Lower it a bit. 4 million. Damn. Brother, you're really tough on the bargaining. This thing is very expensive. Take it for 20 million. 3 million. That trick won't work. This isn't the purple magic card for storing corpses from last time. Now that the Divine Grace Cemetery is so dangerous, this thing might have miraculous effects. Alright, 5 million is fine. We're all acquaintances. No matter how familiar, it doesn't matter. 19 million. I spent 15 million to acquire this. The stall owner shook his head. And just as Lin Chen was about to negotiate again, Chen Wanqiu beside him spoke up first. I'll take it for 19 million. Alright, deal. The stall owner agreed on the spot. Lin Chen waved his hand, saying no more. With a little rich lady making a move, he felt it was inappropriate to say anything further. The transaction was confirmed. Lu with the big ears, unaware of Chen Wanqiu's identity, took the two to the trading area established by the military for safety. There, a magic circle protected the transaction, preventing anyone from taking the goods and running off without paying. The transaction went smoothly, and soon, the group left the trading area. At this moment, the sky had already darkened a bit. Lin Chen suggested they grab a meal together and casually inquire about the situation at the Divine Grace Cemetery. After all, this person had been doing business there for many years and should have more information. The vendor, Lu de Erdwa, was in a good mood and agreed. However, just as they had not walked far, a group of people approached from behind when they reached a secluded area. Young master, it's him. Half of the enhancement items I prepared for you last time were sourced from him. That kid just lost money to another buyer of his enhancement items. It's obvious he's feeling guilty. About 30 people surrounded them, each looking quite capable, with levels likely above 90. The speaker was a young man who was pushing his way into the inner circle. You, Lu de Erdwa, how dare you sell counterfeit goods? Our Song clan has purchased quite a few enhancement items from you, but you caused our Song clan to lose a lot of money. Hurry up and compensate. Hearing the name of the Song clan, Lin Chen was taken aback. When he saw the person pushing in, he realized it was the young master of the Song family he had encountered a week ago at the enhancement hall entrance. At that time, this person had been adamant and quite foolishly tried to prove that the items from the Song clan were fine. It seemed he had failed back then and had since brought in a lot of stock. Interesting, could it be that all the stock he brought in failed? This guy is quite unlucky. Lin Chen chuckled to himself. At that moment, after squeezing in, the young master of the Song family looked somewhat stunned. He naturally did not recognize Lin Chen, but he did know Chen Wanqiu beside him. Chen Wanqiu was a leading figure among their 4 great families. Moreover, because Chen Wanqiu was exceptionally talented, he often heard his elders compare her to others at home. Now seeing Chen Wanqiu standing with the vendor, he frowned. Chen Wanqiu, this wouldn't be a scheme from your Chen family, would it? Fool. Lin Chen gently shook his head. The so-called young master of the Song family before him was truly far inferior to Chen Wanqiu in terms of cunning and thought process. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanqiu frowned slightly. Song Ming, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? The Chen family's warehouse has so many items. If you had any brains at all, you wouldn't do something as foolish as depleting half the family's stock to enhance equipment. Being called foolish by the woman he liked made Song Ming's face turn bright red, then quickly pale. Lin Chen was also quite surprised. Indeed, it's not the wealthy second generation who indulge in debauchery that one should fear, but those who are ambitious. Depleting half the family's stock to enhance equipment was truly insane. Enough. What I do is none of your business. Regardless of your relationship with this vendor, I will take both of these people away. Lin Chen straightened up. How did this involve him? Hey, friend, it's a misunderstanding, He's not a merchant. At this moment, seeing the other side was numerous, Lu de Erdwa stood in front, facing over 30 people. He was not afraid at all. Not to mention that there were military personnel stationed not far away. It was impossible for a big disturbance to occur here. The key was that this group consisted of first-tier professionals. He was over level 130. So what if you were wealthy? A first-tier professional, unless you were a professional player in a league, would be no match for a second-tier person. Young Master Song, as I said, don't blame society for your bad luck. I've used enhancement stones up to level 130, but I've never heard of any counterfeit goods. What's the matter? The Song clan can't afford to compensate and wants to cause trouble instead. Every year, there are quite a few people who go mad over enhancements and amplifications. It was clear that this young master of the Song family had a poor mindset. Lu de Erdwa had seen many such people. He extended his hand to display his professional panel. It clearly showed that he was a level 130 gunner. Upon seeing the 130 level, Song Ming's expression changed. He had come to the Divine Grace Cemetery in response to the military's call-up order, bringing along first-tier professionals from his family. Don't be fooled by the 30 or so people here. Facing a level 130 opponent is truly insufficient. Let's go! Song Ming's expression was grim, but he decisively led the group away. Phew, what bad luck to run into such a madman, Lu Daer said, shaking his head. I apologize for the trouble, but tonight we've encountered two waves of crazed individuals. Lin Chen and Chen Wanxiu exchanged a smile. Saying nothing more, the group began searching for a place to eat. It turned out that the camp established next to the Divine Grace Cemetery had already been swallowed up. Fortunately, many Life-type players had been conducting business here for some time. In recent days, architects had made quite a bit of money by building houses. A few minutes later, the three arrived at a makeshift restaurant. Although it looked quite simple, it had everything it needed. They requested a small private room and casually ordered a few dishes, which turned out to be quite tasty. Come on, Miss Chen, Brother Lin, let me pour you some wine. It's truly an honor to meet you both this time. Lu Daer laughed heartily, pouring wine for the two. Lin Chen raised his glass and took a small sip. His tolerance for alcohol was average, but given the occasion, he drank a few more sips. Chen Wanxiu, however, did not drink. She merely raised her glass symbolically. She then began to inquire about the Divine Grace Cemetery. Lu Daer, having done business here for many years, knew quite a bit. He began to share everything he knew. You've come to the right person with your questions. The recent changes at the Divine Grace Cemetery are very mysterious and quite dangerous. I've been doing business at the camp for years and usually don't enter forbidden areas. However, on the day the changes occurred, I happened to be inside the forbidden area. Lu Daer's words surprised Lin Chen. Indeed, having multiple friends opens many paths. He hadn't expected Lu Daer to be an eyewitness. As Lu Daer recounted his experience, Lin Chen gradually learned some information that wasn't available online. It turned out that when the changes happened, it was just as the sun was rising. The sky was dim, with dark clouds flashing with lightning. Many people naturally looked up at the sky. But at that time, Lu Daer was making a deal. Squatting on the ground to check the goods, he glanced up once and then returned his gaze to the ground. It was then that he noticed some mysterious patterns made of runes appearing on the stones below. These patterns disappeared quickly, but he could vaguely make out the shape of a tower. Looking back, that tower seemed to be 9 stories high, but I couldn't find any information about it online. There's something else you might not know. You're aware that the terrain of the Divine Grace Cemetery changed a few days ago, right? In fact, after the changes, someone vaguely saw a full moon hanging in the sky above the cemetery, along with a palace. That palace looked quite ancient. I suspect that this change is indeed related to ruins. Ruins are associated with historical sites or mythological legends. There are very few historical sites near Zhonghai City. If it really is ruins, then its value would be immense. Lin Chen nodded in appreciation. After discussing some more details, the group parted ways. They returned to the temporary encampment of the Chen Merchant Association. Tents had already been set up here. It seemed the military was currently counting the personnel who entered the Divine Grace Cemetery, preparing to formulate some strategies. They did not plan to rush in abruptly. Therefore, the Chen Merchant Association was not in a hurry. However, just as Lin Chen crawled into the temporary tent arranged for him, Chen Wanxiu followed him in. It's so late, aren't you going to sleep? Lin Chen was speechless. This could easily lead to misunderstandings. Although Chen Wanxiu was indeed quite attractive, he had no interest. Inside the tent, there were no tables or chairs, only a bed sold by an architect. After entering, Chen Wanxiu directly sat on the bed, looking serious as she said, Lin Chen, this time the Divine Grace Cemetery might be very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go? Lin Chen was curious. Oh, did you discover something? Chen Wanxiu nodded. The anomaly at the Divine Grace Cemetery may not be a relic, nor is it the underground palace rumored online. It could be both. Both? Lin Chen was surprised but quickly came to realize. This possibility was indeed very high. But how did she know about the underground palace? There were very few rumors about it online. Facing Lin Chen's puzzled gaze, Chen Wanqiu explained, I only learned about the underground palace not long ago, and I know very little about it. This matter is significant. We may need to report to the military. Alright, but before that, I need to know about the underground palace. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Wanqiu fell silent for a moment. She didn't know much about the underground palace either, and the confidentiality surrounding it was very high. It was only when her father mentioned the current situation that she became aware. Her father had said that normally, one would need to reach level 150 to learn about the underground palace. However, for those with flying mounts, it was an exception. At that time, her father had explicitly stated that if Lin Chen inquired about this matter, he could tell him. However, knowing this would inevitably come with some responsibilities. Chen Wanqiu thought for a moment and made a decision. Lin Chen, the confidentiality of the underground palace's information is very high. If you learn about it, you will have to take on some responsibilities. This responsibility may come with some constraints. Do you still want to know? Chen Wanqiu made it very clear, handing the choice to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was somewhat taken aback but quickly reacted. In fact, he had already had some speculations about the underground palace. It likely involved external enemies. However, he wasn't sure about the specifics. At this moment, hearing Chen Wanqiu's words, Lin Chen confirmed his suspicions. The underground palace should be related to the anomalies on our blue star or external enemies, right? How do you? Chen Wanqiu's eyes widened, then she calmed down. Lin Chen, you are very clever. The underground palace is indeed related to these matters, but not entirely. Is, or is it not? Lin Chen shrugged. He really didn't like people who played coy. Hurry up and say it. If you take too long, it will be easy for others to misunderstand when you leave my tent. Chen Wanqiu naturally understood what Lin Chen was implying. Her face slightly flushed. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was always good. She adjusted in 2 or 3 breaths and began to explain. The underground palace was previously interpreted as the tombs of emperors and nobles, but now it more often refers to a tower or passage with a special space. I don't know if you have studied cultural knowledge before the Great Cataclysm, but there are themes related to tomb raiding that mention the 9-story demon tower. Chen Wanqiu explained in detail, almost telling Lin Chen everything she knew. Lin Chen was increasingly shocked as he listened. So the underground palace was a subterranean tower with 9 layers of space. And this tower was a passage connecting Blue Star to a super large alternate space. In this underground palace, as long as one held ownership of more than half of the layers, they could freely open this passage, achieving mutual access between the 2 worlds. Is there a powerful monster on the other end of the passage? Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked. Not monsters, there is also a civilization with high intelligence there. My father said that the development of that civilization is similar to that of humans. They can also kill monsters to gain experience and level up. But they are extremely bloodthirsty and warlike, very dangerous. If you encounter them, unless your numbers are 3 times that of the enemy, you can only run to survive. As Chen Wanqiu finished her explanation, Lin Chen also calmed down. He had indeed guessed correctly. There was a powerful enemy on Blue Star, and this enemy was an entire civilization. However, since they were a civilization with high intelligence, couldn't they communicate? I don't know much either. I only know that every year, various countries dispatch a batch of level 150 or above professionals to the underground palace to prevent the enemy from mastering more than 4 layers of space. However, my father said that in recent years, the enemy's forces have grown significantly and the pressure on various countries has increased. Countries on Blue Star are preparing to lower the mobilization level and appropriately disclose some information about the underground palace. This time, the anomaly at the Divine Grace Cemetery is suspected to be related to the underground palace. So before coming here, my father informed me in advance. Based on what you just said, the 9-layer tower pattern that Lu Dayer saw is very likely a brand new underground palace? Lin Chen asked. Chen Wanqiu nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up. At this moment, Lin Chen also realized the seriousness of the situation. If the military had previously speculated, then what Lu Dayer saw confirmed that speculation. Unfortunately, Lu Dayer was only at level 130 and couldn't access the core information of the underground palace. Otherwise, the military would have known this information long ago and launched a strong advance into the Divine Grace Cemetery. It should be noted that currently, only first-tier professionals can enter the Divine Grace Cemetery. If there really is a new underground palace, it could easily be controlled by enemy forces. After all, there are more second-tier professionals on Blue Star. Exiting the tent, Lin Chen and Chen Wanqiu hurried towards the military camp. The military camp was not far from them. After 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the military camp. However, as soon as they got there, they encountered a problem. They couldn't get in. Halt! Military camp, unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. The guard directly stopped the two of them. Chen Wanqiu said, I am Chen Wanqiu from the Chen family of Zhanghai and I have important matters to report. Chen family? What Chen family? I don't care who you are. Hurry up and leave. The leaders are currently deploying the combat plan for entering the Divine Grace Cemetery. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. The guard held a long gun, showing no leniency. Clearly, the two in front of him were categorized as unauthorized personnel. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. The Chen family should have considerable influence in Zhanghai. He didn't expect the military to show no respect at all. Upon further reflection, Lin Chen understood. This was no longer the time before the Great Disaster. After the rise of extraordinary powers, the military had undergone multiple reforms and had formed a new system. This army, composed of extraordinary professionals, was almost like a war machine that obeyed military orders with exceptionally strict management. It was normal that they couldn't get in. However, how could they convey the information? The information about the underground palace was too important to tell the guards. If they didn't tell them, they couldn't get in. Just then, a figure jogged past within the camp. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the person, and just as he was about to look away, he suddenly took another glance. That figure looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that his friend Zhang Fan? As Lin Chen recognized the figure, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, Zhang Fan. As soon as the voice fell, the figure running in the military camp instantly stopped. Then, after glancing at the entrance of the camp, he hurried over. Haha, Xian, what are you doing here? Indeed. The person was Lin Chen's close friend from high school, Zhang Fan. After awakening the rare profession of Wind Knight, he had left Jiangcheng. It was said that Zhang Fan's family background was related to the military. After the college entrance examination, the two had kept in touch by phone. Lin Chen learned that Zhang Fan had entered a military academy in Hangcheng. He didn't expect to run into him here today. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were in Hangcheng? Lin Chen asked. Isn't there a change in Zhanghai? The leaders said to take us for some training. Xian, you haven't said why you're at the camp. After greeting his old friend, Lin Chen casually asked, Can I get in? Get in? Zhang Fan was taken aback. He glanced at the two guards beside him. The two guards quickly said, Captain Zhang, they said they want to see the leaders and that they have important matters to report. Whatever it is, just tell me. The two guards are just following the rules. Zhang Fan nodded, fully understanding the military's regulations. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly said, It's about the information regarding the Divine Grace Cemetery. Information about the Divine Grace Cemetery? Zhang Fan's expression turned somewhat puzzled. What aspect is it about? Specific aspects are inconvenient to discuss, but it's very critical and has a significant impact. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's expression changed. He had been with Lin Chen for 2.5 years, and they were quite familiar with each other. In Zhang Fan's eyes, Lin Chen was a very hardworking and intelligent person. Now that he had come to the camp claiming to have important information, it was likely not false intelligence. Thinking this, Zhang Fan nodded. You wait here for a moment, you'll go in and report. After saying this, he turned and ran into the huge tent in the middle. Lin Chen and Chen Wanqiu waited outside. Soon, Zhang Fan ran back and led the two of them into the tent. Upon entering the tent, they saw a large long table with a sand table on it, which seemed to display a map of the Divine Grace Cemetery. Around the table, there were a dozen people, both men and women, discussing something. At the table opposite the entrance, a middle-aged man was leaning on the table, looking at them. He had a square face, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, exuding righteousness. Judging by his badge, he was at least a general. However, upon seeing how young Lin Chen and the others looked, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes as he casually asked, Are you the ones who said you have important information? Lin Chen nodded, and just as he was about to speak, his arm was suddenly nudged. Chen Wanqiu tugged at his arm and glanced at the people by the table. Lin Chen realized there were too many people here. And half of them were not military personnel but representatives from extraordinary forces that had been summoned. They were here to discuss matters related to entering the Divine Grace Cemetery. Although, according to Chen Wanqiu, the country had recently planned to announce information regarding the underground palace, it was still in a lockdown phase. The country wasn't making any announcements, so he should try to spread as little information as possible. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen lowered his voice and said, My information is somewhat important, could you? The rest of his words were left unfinished, but the meaning was very clear. The middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly. He had seen many young people before. There were plenty like Lin Chen, eager to take credit for a bit of insider information. But this kid came in at such a critical moment and didn't provide key information. Wasn't that a waste of time? If it weren't for the sake of old Zhang's son, He would never have let a young brat like Lin Chen in. At this moment, seeing the person in charge hesitating, Lin Chen sensed something was off. We can't waste any more time. Lin Chen suddenly thought that he was also someone with a special identity. General, I wonder if you recognize this. Lin Chen flipped his right hand and held up a 5-star badge engulfed in flames. Upon seeing this, the leader's expression changed. He glanced at the people around him and pondered for a moment. Come with me. The Starfire Guild. A special organization formed by the 2 strongest professionals in the world. Guild members are only nominally affiliated and are not required to undertake tasks. Lin Chen learned that the guild's philosophy was to protect the seeds of civilization. However, he didn't fully understand what that meant at the time. Now, knowing about the underground palace, he realized that Blue Star was indeed very dangerous. The establishment of this guild likely indicated that they had prepared for the worst. I hope everything goes smoothly. Lin Chen followed the middle-aged man to a small tent at the back of the main tent. You are Lin Chen? The middle-aged man's attitude improved significantly and a faint smile appeared on his face. Lin Chen nodded. Yes, indeed very young. My name is Li Yunfei and I am also a member of Starfire. As he spoke, the middle-aged man took out a Starfire badge. Seeing the badge in Li Yunfei's hand, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Li Yunfei to be a member of Starfire as well. Since that was the case, it would be much easier. He directly recounted what he had seen regarding Lu Dare. After listening to Lin Chen's account, Li Yunfei's brows furrowed slightly and his voice became somewhat heavy. Is what you said true? Lin Chen nodded. Absolutely true. For 2 or 3 months after I graduated, I was always trading with him in the Divine Grace Cemetery. Although he is a bit sneaky, he is still a decent person. Hearing Lin Chen's reply, Li Yunfei nodded, his expression somewhat grim. This matter is of great importance. I need to inquire further in person. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. After all, he was merely a messenger. Soon, the two returned to the central tent. At this moment, everyone in the central tent turned their gaze towards them. They had all witnessed the Starfire badge that Lin Chen had just presented. They were still reeling from the shock. Those who could sit here had certainly seen a lot. The members of the Starfire Guild represented the true foundation of the Xia Kingdom. What did it mean to possess a Starfire badge? It was someone who was said to be protected even if the Xia Kingdom were to fall. There were probably very few such individuals in the entire Xia Kingdom, or even globally. They never expected that Lin Chen was also a member of Starfire. And at such a young age. Upon returning to the tent, Li Yunfei did not explain directly. Instead, he called Zhang Fan over and whispered a few words in his ear. Zhang Fan nodded and approached Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen understood the implication. He left the central tent with Zhang Fan and Chen Wanxiu. Once outside the military tent, Zhang Fan's face was full of smiles as he lightly punched Lin Chen on the chest, laughing, "You kid are impressive. Ha, so you actually joined the Starfire Guild. It can't be that you really have the legendary SS-level talent, right?" SS-level talent was a legendary gift. Currently, there were only 2 people in Blue Star with such talent, ranked 1st and 2nd in the world. Lin Chen laughed heartily but did not respond directly. Just luck, just luck. Zhang Fan rolled his eyes. You kid, still as humble as ever. Do you know that the Starfire Guild is a global organization, but it is said that there are only a little over 100 official members? And they are not just ordinary second-tier members, they are all top-tier second-tier, even. At this point, Zhang Fan did not continue, but the implication was very clear. For Lin Chen to join Starfire at such a young age, there must be something special about him. As for what that special thing was, combined with the earlier speculations from the Penguin organization about Lin Chen's talent, it was obvious there was only one possibility. Realizing this, Lin Chen understood his friend's meaning. If Zhang Fan could deduce it, then some knowledgeable people would likely be able to infer it just by seeing his Starfire badge. It seems that this Starfire badge shouldn't be too ostentatious in the future. With external enemies, there is no longer strong cooperation among the countries of Blue Star, which proves that the situation here is probably not simple. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude to his friend with a glance. Chen Wanxiu, on the other hand, remained calm. In fact, she had long known about Lin Chen's talent and the Starfire Guild from her father. She was very shocked at the time, but now she had already adjusted her mindset. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three began to focus on the task at hand. This matter is of great importance. We need to find Lu Dare. Let him explain the more specific details to the commander in person. Zhang Fan's expression was serious as he spoke in a low voice. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. After all, he was just a messenger. Some matters needed to be explained by the parties involved to be more convincing. Due to the changes in the Divine Grace Cemetery, the electromagnetic waves in the air were significantly affected. There was no signal for mobile phones in this area at all. So the three decided to take the simple approach and find him in person. Naturally, the trading area would be the best place to look for Lu Daer. After all, he had been a businessman in the Divine Grace Cemetery for many years. After parting ways with Lin Chen, he was likely to return to his old profession. However, this temporary camp was established 30 kilometers from the edge of the expanding black mist of the Divine Grace Cemetery. Although it was a temporary setup, it could not hide the fact that the most numerous profession globally was the life category. They had built this temporary camp quite large. It was just that there was no unified planning, and it was very chaotic. Various areas had no clear divisions. The three exited the camp and asked a few people for directions. Currently, there were 4 trading areas in the north, south, east, and west. As for the underground palace, it was naturally better for fewer people to know about it. The 3 agreed to each find a direction and meet at the South Market in 10 minutes. If someone hadn't arrived at the South Market after 10 minutes, it would mean Lu Daer was with the person who hadn't shown up. They divided their respective areas and went their separate ways. Lin Chen headed east. By this time, the sky had darkened. Various magical lights illuminated the surroundings, making the search more difficult. Fortunately, the Eastern trading market wasn't large and it was a place he had visited before with Chen Wanqiu. Lin Chen kept his eyes peeled and quickly patrolled the market. He didn't spot Lu Daer. At this point, 3 minutes had already passed since their agreed time. Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to head to the South Market. The Southeast and South Markets were a bit far apart. Lin Chen summoned the purple gold gourd, ready to rush over. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the nearby darkness. It sounded like a fight. Lin Chen frowned. In such situations, he usually wouldn't want to get involved, as it was none of his business. But then he recalled Lu Daer being troubled by the Song family at the market earlier. To be safe, Lin Chen decisively rushed over. However, as he got closer, he heard a sudden cry and the noise of the scuffle ceased. Lin Chen sensed something was off and instantly activated bullet time. He arrived in the dark area and found a masked figure in a black robe about to turn and leave. Behind the figure lay a strong man with a gaping blood hole the size of a bull in his chest. It was clear he was completely dead. Seeing this, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although the deceased wasn't Lu Daer, he was still somewhat connected to him. This strong man was the one who had claimed that the enhancement gems at Lu Daer's stall were fake. Afterward, to avoid affecting his business, Lu Daer had reluctantly thrown a bag of gold coins at him. Could it be that Lu Daer is a ruthless person? Lin Chen looked at the black-robed figure, whose back indeed bore some resemblance to Lu Daer. Forget it, it doesn't matter. In the profession of killing, there are currently no legal constraints, but there are red names and punishment mechanisms. Lin Chen no longer hesitated about whether this person was Lu Daer. Instead, he approached him directly. In bullet time, everything slowed down immensely. He could easily remove the mask to check. If it was him, he would subdue Lu Daer. If not, he would leave. The mask of the black-clad person was simple, just a black scarf covering most of his face. Lin Chen reached out and yanked it off. The next moment, upon seeing the face of the black-clad man, Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This person was not Lu Daer, but someone he was somewhat familiar with. A person he had dealt with before and had a somewhat antagonistic relationship with. Tick-tock. Just as Lin Chen was engulfed in shock, he suddenly heard the sound of 2 clocks ticking. Immediately after, he watched in disbelief as the black-clad man before him erupted in flames, slowly bursting apart. The explosion was powerful. Lin Chen even felt that bullet time was becoming unstable. So it's you, Puppet Man. Lin Chen was horrified, but fortunately he still had bullet time. He quickly used the equipment he had received earlier to store the strong man's corpse in the body storage space. Then, utilizing the remaining time and bullet time, he sliced away from the scene. Boom! The explosion's flames nearly destroyed the makeshift stalls around. Fortunately, this area was relatively remote. When Lin Chen withdrew, he quickly checked and found no one else around. However, such a loud commotion soon attracted the attention of many professionals in the camp. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't linger but continued on to the South Market. The Puppet Man, being part of the Dark Forces, was someone Lin Chen had specifically researched after encountering him unexpectedly in Jiang City. He was a madman, causing explosions wherever he went. Why would such a lunatic go and kill an ordinary person? Lin Chen felt something was off, but now wasn't the time to think deeply. He had more important matters to attend to. The tendency to watch the excitement and gossip would never fade away. On the way to the South Market, many professionals were rushing towards the explosion at the East Market. Lin Chen was observing all the while. He did not spot Lu Daer. When he arrived at the South Market, there were still 5 minutes until the meeting time. Lin Chen noticed that there weren't many people here. They must have all gone to see the commotion. Since there were few people, Lin Chen thought he would take a look around the market. With fewer people, his field of vision would be broader. Lin Chen moved quickly, and in just over a minute he found that Lu Daer was not at the South Market. It seems he should be at the market where Chen Wanqiu or Zhang Fan is looking. Lin Chen nodded. Just as he was about to head towards the meeting point to see who hadn't arrived after 10 minutes, unexpectedly he faintly heard a commotion and screams. To the south, in the direction of the Divine Grace Cemetery. Lin Chen initially thought it was a conflict over something from the cemetery, so he planned to ignore it. However, right after, he heard a curse that made Lin Chen stop in his tracks. Song Ming, damn it. That voice was indeed Lu Daer's. And judging by the content of the curse, it was exactly as he had guessed. The Song family had sent someone to cause trouble. After all, on the way here, Lin Chen had heard Chen Wanqiu mention that the Song Chamber of Commerce had also invited a former professional player to assist. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and hurried towards the source of the sound. Soon, Lin Chen saw a man about 2 kilometers away in the mountains viciously stomping on someone's face. He twisted his toes while cursing. Damn it! Don't you know your own status? How dare you curse at me? The person being stomped on had a tough temper and retorted, damn, you're just a coward. You only dare to bully me because you're a professional player. If you have the guts, let me up, and we'll settle this unknown. The person being stomped on was indeed Lu Daer. His curse instantly made the man on top of him even more aggressive. He kicked Lu Daer hard in the face, causing him to spit out blood. Normally, a professional with data-based health wouldn't bleed from a beating. But Lu Daer was different. He had been severely injured by the professional player invited by the Song Chamber of Commerce. In this state, not only could he bleed, but if the blows were a bit harsher, he could be crippled. He could only rely on the water of life to recover from such injuries. If it got worse, it could easily lead to death. Cough, cough. Lu Daer, pinned to the ground, was breathing heavily. He glared at the man beside him holding a large knife. Wu Bing, I curse you. As a professional player, how can you bully the weak like this? No wonder you've been in the game for 10 years without winning a championship. You deserve it. Damn. Ha! Lu Daer's words enraged the man with the knife, his eyes turning cold as he swept a kick towards Lu Daer. Holding a large knife, it was clear that this man named Wu Bing was a melee fighter. Melee professionals had terrifying physical strength. This kick was powerful and fast. Most importantly, it was accompanied by a blade's aura. If this kick landed, Lu Daer's chest would likely be crushed, or even severed in half. Seeing this scene, Lu Daer turned pale with fear, struggling to dodge. However, he was pinned down by Song Ming and couldn't move. Wu Bing, how dare you? If you kill. However, he hadn't finished his sentence when a series of whooshing sounds cut through the air. That was the sound of something breaking through the air, moving too fast to be seen. Before Lu Daer and Wu Bing could react, boom! A series of explosions erupted. The man holding the knife, with terrifying physical strength, was directly blasted away. The immense force sent Wu Bing flying 7 or 8 meters, crashing into a large tree before slowly sliding down. Damn it, who? The sudden ambush left everyone present stunned. Before they could react, another golden palm struck, sending the blonde Song Ming flying as well. After being hit, Song Ming fell like a scarecrow, crashing into a large tree. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he slowly landed on the ground. At this moment, everyone could finally see the newcomer. It turned out that the fallen Lu Daer had already been helped up by someone. The one who had struck was a very young man. Young Master Lin, thank you, Lu Daer said. Having taken a powerful recovery potion, his condition now mostly restored. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Lin Chen, who nodded and looked with interest at the knife-wielding man not far away. Wu Bing, a professional player from Magic City University. He had retired. During his time competing in Magic City, the team had never won a championship trophy. However, after his retirement, the team went on to win 3 consecutive domestic league championships. It was said that someone had seen him at a bar drinking heavily for 30 days. Whether it was joy or sorrow was unclear. Of course, Lin Chen wasn't particularly interested in this person's past. What he was more interested in was the opportunity to fight this person and test the depth of a professional player's skills. He had often heard that professional players were very strong, but from the earlier strike he couldn't see it. At this moment, Wu Bing looked at Lin Chen with both shock and anger. He had never expected someone to attack at this moment. He had been caught completely off guard. However, he realized that the damage he had just taken was very unusual. It shouldn't have been that high. Wu Bing was astonished. Now that the God's Grace Cemetery had undergone a change, most of the people coming here were first-tier professionals. Even if there were second or third-tier ones, they were here for business or as leaders of various factions. The person in front of him was very young, likely a first-tier professional. But could a first-tier professional deal such high damage? Although he had retired from the professional league, he was sure that this person was not one of them. Who are you? Wu Bing asked. Hee hee, you need to know who I am, Lin Chen replied with a light laugh. I heard you used to be a professional player, want to practice a bit? Don't worry, I know how to control my strength. I won't kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen made his move. A golden hand descended from the sky. In the center of the golden hand were black patterns, with lines of Sanskrit entwined around it, pressing down fiercely towards the front. Lin Chen, you dare! Song Ming was completely stunned by this scene. When he was at Lu Daer's stall, he had naturally checked the information of the young man beside Chen Wanqiu. He never expected that it would be Lin Chen, the recently famous freshman from Jianghai City. As someone who had taken the college entrance examination, he felt somewhat unconvinced by Lin Chen. After all, the title of college entrance examination champion could easily be obtained by those with powerful backing who prepared strong summoning equipment before the exam. They could easily brush through the core area and achieve high scores. But this era was different from before the Great Disaster, no matter how impressive one was in the college entrance examination. Society valued the abilities one had after university. There were geniuses every year, but how many actually grew up? However, feeling unconvinced was one thing. Lin Chen's powerful performance at Mingzhou University was another matter entirely. Lin Chen, a necromancer. High attack, high defense, high health, and numerous summons. No one wanted to face Lin Chen directly. But now he had encountered him, and after taking a high damage skill Hedon, he was already in a severely injured state, spitting blood. Now, as the golden hand pressed down again, if he didn't quickly recover his health or dodge the attack, he could very well die. I can't withstand this. Song Ming was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. He quickly used a mysterious item that wrapped him in golden light, and with a whoosh, he fled into the distance. Before he could escape very far, boom! He was sent flying again. Fortunately, the golden light protected him, and he only fell into a state of unconsciousness. Unlike Song Ming's predicament, Wu Bing was now filled with fighting spirit. The moment he heard Lin Chen's name, he recognized the young man's background. He had heard of Lin Chen and knew that such a young person might one day compete in the professional league. Thinking of the professional league, a wave of annoyance surged within Wu Bing. He slashed through the golden light with his knife. Is this the demon-breaking blade? Lin Chen was taken aback to see his self-built house spell attack being countered by the opponent. Fortunately, he was quite knowledgeable. He had heard of this man's trick before. Hidden profession, money-adding swordsman. Spending money can make such professionals' attacks stronger. At level 50, there's a chance to awaken a powerful skill, the demon-breaking blade. When the demon-breaking blade is unleashed, it not only has a powerful attack effect but can also nullify the opponent's magical assaults. This perverse mechanism had once led countries around the world to invest huge financial resources in its cultivation. Unfortunately, the costs were simply too high. The investment and returns were far from proportional. With the same resources spent, 3 equally powerful other hidden professions could be created. Gradually, countries began to abandon it. Of course, more importantly, someone discovered that the probability of the demon-breaking blade nullifying an enemy's magical attack was not 100%. At this moment, Wu Bing saw Lin Chen's attack being neutralized with a single strike, and he smirked coldly, leaping forward to slash. Interesting, still daring to come close? Since you can break spells, then let's see how you handle my 800 times physical attack, the forceful slash. He jumped and slashed. Wu Bing, as a former professional player, rarely used this move, because at the moment of leaping, he was full of openings. However, facing Lin Chen, he had no such worries. After all, this method of exploiting openings was part of professional players' training. Ordinary professionals rarely thought in this direction. In fact, Lin Chen didn't really understand either. He had never studied martial arts-related knowledge and had rarely fought against professionals in earnest. After all, under 800 times the punching power, all beings are equal. Of course, Lin Chen's lack of understanding was predicated on his indifference. At this moment, watching Wu Bing's fierce strike, he didn't even bother to dodge. If I were to take you out in a second, that would be too quick. Let me see your strength. Lin Chen smiled lightly and braced himself for the blow. 96,800. The moment the damage value appeared, Lin Chen used Voidwalk to flash beside the man and kicked him with a whip leg. At this moment, the man once again showed a lack of professional standards. After landing, he didn't even use a displacement skill to dodge and was kicked solidly by Lin Chen, staggering back nearly 10 meters before stabilizing himself. How is that possible? How much health do you have? Wu Bing looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, feeling his worldview collapse. That strike he just made, although full of openings, was a max-level skill. It was a skill specifically prepared to deal with magical creatures, capable of dealing 6 times physical damage. With such high damage, let alone Lin Chen, a fragile level 60 undead mage, even the level 103 big-eared character beside Lin Chen couldn't withstand it. Only top-tier tank-type warriors among professional players could endure 2 strikes. There's no blow on him, so it shouldn't be a full health trigger for the famous blade. So what's going on with that strike? Could he really have over 100,000 health? Wu Bing couldn't believe it, and he couldn't even begin to accept it. This was completely unscientific, no, not magical. So this is the strength of professional players? Lin Chen flicked his shoulder, indicating his clothes were slightly dirty, and smiled, a bit weak. Lin Chen didn't know Wu Bing's attributes and damage enhancement ratios. He could only make a rough estimate. If Wu Bing's strength attribute added 20 points of physical damage, excluding skill enhancements, then his strength attribute might be around 870 points. According to the professional player information Lin Chen had checked, that was considered mid-to-upper tier. To be honest, that was really weak. A first-tier professional, if they focused on a single attribute, would have a bare attribute of around 210 points at level 99. If fully equipped with a complete set of level 99 gear, the attribute would be around 350 points. This is normal for professionals. If they were a bit luckier, gaining some attributes from dungeons or boss kills, stronger professionals would have attributes around 450 points. After that, it becomes a watershed. Typically, with equipment added, a single attribute breaking 500 is the entry point for professional players. Normally, after playing for a year or two, someone like Wu Bing should have attributes around 700 points. Now, Wu Bing has been retired for over a decade, and his attributes have only increased to 800 points. It's clear that he has become too comfortable after retirement or has lost his ambition due to a collapse in mindset. One must know that when a first-tier professional breaks through to the second tier, their attributes double. This means that the higher the attributes accumulated while stuck at level 99, the higher the starting point upon breaking through to the second tier. Because of this, many people intentionally stall their levels to grind attributes for a year or two. As of now, the person who has been stuck at level 99 the longest globally is a professional from Xia country named Wang Wenjin. He has been stuck at level 99 for a full 109 years. Now over 130 years old, with a head full of white hair, he refuses to level up. His classic saying is that if he hasn't used up his 150 years as a first tier, it feels like a bit of a loss. Of course, lifespan is one thing. The doubling of attributes after advancement is a substantial boost in combat power. Wu Bing chose not to level up after retirement, likely wanting to grind more attributes. But now it seems he has become useless. Weak? Wu Bing gritted his teeth. Do you dare to say I'm weak? Looking at Lin Chen's disdainful expression, Wu Bing felt a surge of anger. Although he was a retired player and had never won a championship, he had never been called weak by a non-professional player. His long knife trembled in his hand, making a ringing sound. Lin Chen, is it? Since you say I'm weak, then I'll show you what a professional strength is. Whoosh! The long knife was suddenly raised high in the air. Immediately, golden magical energy surged into the long knife. Demon breaking blade, break the limits. Break the limits. This is a technique that transcends the skill after comprehending its essence at level 10. It can greatly enhance the power of the skill. The demon breaking blade skill can increase physical damage up to 10 times and has a chance to break the opponent's magical attacks. After breaking the limits, it could potentially increase to around 20 times. Such damage, with one strike, was aimed at killing Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook his head. He had already tested the strength of professional players earlier and had lost interest in this move. Activating Void Walk, he unleashed an 800 times physical damage enhanced strike. Boom! One palm down, Wu Bing's figure flew back like a broken sack. He crashed into a small mountain before finally landing on the ground, his life unknown. And here, only a trench several dozen meters long remained, along with a few professionals invited by the Song Clan Chamber of Commerce. A few professionals, witnessing this scene, were dumbfounded. Spare us, Great One, spare us. Thud. Several of them knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads. Lin Chen waved his hand, indicating he was not interested in them. Even if Wu Bing was not dead at this moment, he couldn't be bothered. Because if he were dead, he should have received a kill notification and turned red. Lin Chen glanced at the side. At this moment, Lu de Erdwa looked like a wooden chicken. He knew Lin Chen was very strong, but he never expected him to be this strong. With one slap, he made a professional player vanish? Is this really the kind of power a human can possess? Moreover, he remembered Lin Chen was a necromancer, right? How could a necromancer have such high physical damage? Lu de Erdwa was stunned. Seeing his dazed expression, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He still remembered the purpose of coming here and quickly patted Lu de Erdwa on the shoulder. After being patted on the shoulder, Lu de Erdwa came to his senses and hurriedly bowed to Lin Chen in thanks. He even prepared to open his little treasury, allowing Lin Chen to choose any items and equipment inside as a token of gratitude. Lin Chen was not interested in this and pulled Lu de Erdwa aside. Seeing that the people from the Song Clan Chamber of Commerce could not hear, he then conveyed the information about the anomaly at the Divine Grace Cemetery to the military. Upon hearing this, Lu de Erdwa hesitated for a moment. As small merchants, they had, to some extent, done things that violated the laws of professionals. However, there was currently insufficient regulation, and as long as it wasn't too serious, many people could coexist peacefully. Lu de Erdwa was naturally a bit timid, but he was a grateful person, and after thinking it over, he agreed to go to the military camp with Lin Chen. Lin Chen and Lu de Erdwa had just agreed when a shout came from not far away. Lin Chen turned to look and saw it was Chen Wanqiu and Zhang Fan. "We saw the commotion here, and it turns out it's you guys." Zhang Fan smiled at Lin Chen and sized up Lu de Erdwa. "This is Lu de. Brother Lu, right? So, has Lin Chen told you about the situation?" Lu de Erdwa looked at Zhang Fan in his military uniform, swallowed hard, and nodded. "All right. Let's hurry up then." Zhang Fan waved his hand. "Time is tight. Do you all have flying mounts? Let's fly directly to the camp." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan summoned a griffin. Lin Chen's eyes lit up at the sight and he almost jumped on it. "Nice one, Lao Zhang, very cool. Hee hee, just lucky I found this Mount Egg. So, how about it? Want me to take you flying? TCH. Lin Chen pursed his lips and summoned his own purple gold gourd. "Come on, don't talk about me. This gourd is way rarer than my griffin. It's just average, a gift from someone else. I didn't even want it at the time, but they insisted on giving it to me." Lin Chen chuckled and leaped onto the purple gold gourd, but then he suddenly realized something was off. He quickly looked at Chen Wanqiu. Chen Wanqiu had no expression on her face as she calmly mounted a black and white panda. Lu de Erdwa felt numb. He glanced at his little vault and silently summoned a flying broom. In comparison, he suddenly felt he wasn't a businessman at all. These few people in front of him were. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four mounts had just taken off and hadn't even started moving. Suddenly, a strong wind swept in. Immediately, the sky darkened and everything around them turned into thick black fog. "The 2 chapters for tomorrow will be delayed. You'll get home after 10 tonight." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the black fog descended, Lin Chen and the others shot forward. Only Lu de Erdwa remained on his flying broom, dazed. However, after just 2 breaths of rushing forward, he saw Lin Chen and the others returning the way they came and flying behind him. What's going on? Lu de Erdwa was confused, stuck on the broom with no way forward or backward. Just as he hesitated, Lin Chen and the others returned again. After they had run in all 4 directions, the 4 finally regrouped. At this point, even the dullest person could see that something was wrong. "Is it a ghost wall?" Lu de Erdwa asked. Lin Chen jumped down from the gourd and nodded uncertainly. He wasn't sure if it was a ghost wall, but after their circle of testing, they were indeed trapped in this black fog. They had only been a few hundred meters from the camp before the fog descended. Yet, at the speed of their flying mounts, they couldn't find the camp. "It should be a folded space," Zhang Fan, who had participated in some military operations at the military academy and had seen more, explained. "In this world, besides a ghost domain-like ruin near Dachang City, no other places have been found with ghost-related rules like a ghost wall. Moreover, I sensed just now that the wind speeds in all 4 directions are different, so it's not a ghost wall, but rather this place is shrouded by a ruin, turning it into a folded space." Dachang City. Ghost domain. Lin Chen pursed his lips. The combination of these 2 terms made him feel that a certain youngster named Handsome Guy's coffin board was about to collapse. Folded space? Ruin? Hearing Zhang Fan's speculation, Lu de Erdwa became excited. If it really is a ruin, then we're going to strike it rich. Real ruins are not the kind made from replicated crystals, which have a very low drop rate. Rare pets, mounts, magical artifacts, divine beasts. The top tier of these categories globally all come from real ruins. Many people have become wealthy by exploring ruins. Of course, many professional players are strong and have attributes far exceeding others because they often explore real ruins around the world. Lu de Erdwa rubbed his hands excitedly and began rummaging through his backpack. As a businessman, he had quite a few treasure hunting tools. If we get pulled into the real ruins, then we're in big trouble. Lin Chen, Zhang Fan, and Chen Wanqiu were not feeling very optimistic at the moment. They knew the purpose of finding Lu de. It was to confirm the news about the possible appearance of an underground palace at the Divine Grace Cemetery with the military. Now that they were trapped inside the ruins, it would definitely delay this intelligence. And once this intelligence was delayed, if an underground palace completely controlled by the opposite world appeared at the Divine Grace Cemetery, the entire Blue Star would probably be thrown into chaos. However, why was it such a coincidence that the ruins and the underground palace appeared at the same time? Was it a coincidence, or was it some kind of tactic or scheme from the opposite world of the underground palace? Lin Chen felt he needed to reassess the danger level of this world. If it really is the ruins, we need to act quickly to find a way out. Chen Wanqiu waved her hand, releasing 2 black crows, which immediately began to circle around and investigate. Lin Chen and Zhang Fan nodded and called over Lu Daer, who was fiddling with a divination plate nearby. What are you doing with that? Were you a master of the underground before? Lin Chen asked, noticing that the divination plate looked a bit like the tools used to find tunes in the tune rating notes he had read before. Not really. But this divination plate was indeed obtained from a friend of a local practitioner, and it has some functions for locating valuable spots. Locating valuable spots. We're looking for an exit, not a tomb. Lin Chen shot Lu Daer a glance. He had spent quite a bit of time with Lu Daer and was somewhat familiar with him. This guy could be quite the unreliable old hand at times, and other times he was just plain silly. No, the locating function is a skill of this treasure. Once released, it can detect nearby people or places of high value. I started picking up good finds thanks to this treasure. Lu Daer finished speaking and didn't elaborate further, directly operating the divination plate. A golden light emitted from the plate, spreading outwards, and soon the compass on it began to rotate. Let's go, this way, Lu Daer urged, his face full of excitement. Lin Chen and the others exchanged smiles and quickly followed. They weren't really that eager for any treasures, mainly, being trapped in these ruins, finding any clues would be good. Moreover, following this divination plate might lead them to some unexpected good finds. The group moved forward, passing through layers of black mist, with the pointer of the divination plate steadily pointing in one direction. This divination plate really has some tricks to it, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, just look at whose treasure it is. Lin Chen and the others clicked their tongues in amazement, even feeling a bit envious. Such a treasure with treasure hunting functions would be fine if it were just a tool, as it might have limitations and wouldn't be worth much. But since Lu Daer said it was a magical treasure, its value was incredibly high. Once the news got out, this magical treasure would definitely be sought after by the top global guilds. Of course, it was just envy. In terms of treasures and financial resources, the 3 of them were not lacking at all. Wait, what about those people from the Song Clan Commerce? Chen Wanqiu suddenly frowned and asked. Lin Chen and Zhang Fan also realized that while they had been following Lu Daer's divination plate, they had overlooked this point. At the moment the black mist descended, they had not been far from those people from the Song Clan Commerce. Even if it was a folded space, they should have encountered each other by now. They wouldn't have gone in the opposite direction, would they? Lu Daer speculated. Unlikely. After I knocked that professional player away, those few instantly knelt down. Their actions weren't out of fear, but rather they were smart enough. After the black mist descended, they would definitely rush towards the camp first. Lin Chen sensed something was off, and while speaking, he summoned skeleton soldiers. Then, he instructed one of the skeleton cavalry to search the surroundings while he occasionally switched perspectives using the Ant Queen's unique necklace point. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen summoned the skeletal cavalry to guard the area nearby, frowning as he said, "There's no sign of them. I'm afraid there's danger around here." As he spoke, Lu Daer looked at the divination plate in his hand, and the pointer suddenly began to shake violently. This is... Lu Daer's expression changed. Lin Chen and the others also sensed something was off and quickly gathered around. What does it mean that it's spinning so fast? Is there a great treasure? No. It's a great terror. Just as Lu Daer finished speaking, Lin Chen suddenly sensed that over a dozen of his skeletal soldiers had disappeared. There's danger. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, warning everyone. Zhang Fan and Chen Wanqiu instantly went on high alert, shifting into battle mode. At that moment, Lin Chen finally realized Lu Daer's profession. Indeed. After knowing Lu Daer for so long, it was the first time Lin Chen learned about his profession. This guy was truly not to be underestimated. He pulled out a Luoyang shovel as a weapon. As expected. In the series I Have a Friend, all the friends are oneself. Now was not the time to think too much. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Lin Chen noticed that his skeletal soldiers had lost another 10 or so. However, there was not a hint of fighting noise around. The black mist was very thick, making visibility only about 20 to 30 meters. Lin Chen had previously spread out his skeletal soldiers to form a large guard circle. At this moment, over a dozen skeletal soldiers had silently perished. Lin Chen did not rush to summon more but quickly shrank the protective circle of skeletal soldiers. He wanted to see what kind of existence had wiped out these skeletal soldiers. As the skeletal soldiers contracted to a visible range, Lin Chen and the others finally realized the seriousness of the situation. The black mist was actually blocking the transmission of sound. This was completely inconsistent with the information about the Divine Grace Cemetery before they entered. In other words, the ruin they had been pulled into had undergone some kind of mutation in relation to the Divine Grace Cemetery. Bang bang bang. A series of sonic booms erupted, and like bowling pins, a large number of skeletal soldiers fell instantly. At this moment, Lin Chen and the others also saw what was attacking the skeletal soldiers. It was an axe. The speed of the axe was incredibly fast, and there was not even a hint of magical fluctuation. With pure strength, it eliminated numerous skeletal soldiers in an instant before returning to the black mist. If I'm not mistaken, the one using this axe should be a monster from within the ruin, not from the Divine Grace Cemetery, Chen Wanqiu analyzed from the side. Since it comes from the ruin, it must be related to the history and mythology of our Xia country. Let's all share our guesses about the person who uses an axe as a weapon and quickly analyze what kind of ruin this is. I have to say, girls can sometimes be more meticulous. Lin Chen had just wanted to create a corpse explosion to lure someone out. Analyzing the axe was indeed a good idea. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the axe flew again, shattering another group of skeletal soldiers. Lin Chen calmly summoned over 200 more skeletal soldiers, and the group began to analyze characters associated with using axes as weapons. Lu de Erdwa was the first to speak. The most famous axe users should be the legendary Chen Xiang and the historical Chang Yao Jin. Also Su Huang from the Three Kingdoms, and Li Kuei and Suo Chao from Water Margin, Zhang Fan added. Pangu and Xing Tian also used axes, Chen Wanqiu suggested. Lin Chen shook his head after hearing this. It shouldn't be them. All of their axes are large battle axes, while this one is smaller. A small axe as a weapon. Everyone fell silent for a moment. This was indeed hard to think of. Is it possible that it's not a weapon, but a tool? Chen Wanqiu suddenly said. As soon as she spoke, Lin Chen turned to look at her. This girl was truly exceptional. As a direct descendant of a prominent family, she definitely had talent and strength. After all, Chen Wanqiu's guess could be very accurate. If it's a tool, then it's very likely to be Wu Gang. So, this ruin might be the Palace of Eternal Longevity. The group exchanged glances, all agreeing with this speculation. They recalled the scene of the mutation that had occurred in the Divine Grace Cemetery earlier. A huge round moon, a massive palace. It really could be the Guanhan Palace, Lu Derduo exclaimed with delight. I was in the Divine Grace Cemetery at the time, and I do remember seeing a gigantic tree. I didn't think much of it back then, but looking at it now, that must be the laurel tree. With their guess confirmed, everyone's heart raced a little faster. After all, if their speculation was true, they might be facing figures from myth and legend. But could the four of them handle such beings? So, what do we do? Should we fight or avoid them? Zhang Fan asked from the side, looking at Lin Chen. At this moment, everyone unconsciously regarded Lin Chen as their leader. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Let's retreat for now. The axe didn't have any additional skills and didn't attack us directly. It was probably just a warning. And we don't know what level of monster he is or how strong he is. It's best not to disturb him. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Zhang Fan nodded and said, I understand what you mean. Our main goal right now is to leave here and return to the military base, so it's indeed better to keep a low profile. After saying that, he and Lin Chen both looked at Lu Derduo. Lu Derduo felt a bit uneasy under their gaze and instinctively tightened his grip on the divination plate in his hand. What are you looking at me for? I'm not a woman. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Who's looking at you? We're looking at your divination plate. Since the divination plate can find treasures, the biggest treasure in the Guanhan Palace ruins must be inside the palace. If we find the palace, we might find the treasure and also a way to leave the ruins. Upon hearing this, Lu Derduo's eyes lit up. Right. How did I not think of that? Saying this, he began to fiddle with the divination plate, muttering to himself, Xian Sanlian, Kuan Liuduan, Zhenyangyu, Zhen Fuan. Lin Chen and the others watched Lu Derduo mumbling to himself without interrupting, patiently waiting. As he recited these few incantations, the divination plate, which had been spinning uncontrollably under Wu Gang's influence, finally came to a stop. After a while, Lu Derduo suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of joy flashing in them. Found it, over here. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up. They saw the pointer of the divination plate tremblingly pointing to the right behind them. The group hurriedly followed Lu Derduo in the direction he indicated. As they moved away, Lin Chen noticed that the axe no longer flew over to attack the skeleton soldiers. It seemed that it had indeed been a warning. Could it be near the laurel tree? Lin Chen speculated in his heart, directing a few skeleton cavalry to scout ahead. Soon, he discovered the situation. From the switched perspective, he saw the bodies of the black-robed subordinates of the Song Clan Merchant Association, sprawled in disarray. After informing the other three, Lin Chen shared his speculation. From this direction, it seems they didn't die at Wu Gang's hands. There are probably powerful monsters within this black mist. Let's take a look, Zhang Fan suggested, and the group then approached the bodies. However, upon seeing the state of these corpses, Zhang Fan's pupils constricted, and he said in a low voice, they're not monsters, they're enemies from over there. Enemies from over there? Where? Lu Derduo asked curiously. Zheng Fan remained silent. Lin Chen thought for a moment and suggested, we should tell him. If he can leave the Guanghan Palace, he will also learn about the underground palace when he meets the commander. All right. Zheng Fan understood the matter and briefly explained it to Lu Derduo. Lu Derduo seemed to be quite perceptive. After hearing it, he wasn't overly shocked. I knew the country was hiding something from us. Actually, I had already guessed some news, but I didn't expect it to be true. But how did you figure out that these people died from a hostile civilization? After Lu Derduo asked, Lin Chen and Chen Wanxiu also looked at Zheng Fan with curiosity. The two of them indeed knew some information about the underground palace, but they had only learned it recently. Their understanding of the opposing civilization was still too limited. Seeing this, Zheng Fan squatted down and began to explain while rummaging through the 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. The civilization across from the underground palace, we call them the Moro civilization. And their race is the demon race. The demon race looks similar to our human race overall, but they are born with demonic patterns on their faces. These demonic patterns cannot be concealed or eliminated. This is the most obvious characteristic that distinguishes the demon race from humans. Of course, there are actually several other distinguishing methods, one of which involves their means of attack. As Zheng Fan spoke, he pointed to the wound on one of the corpses. In battles between us professionals, due to the datization of health bars, it's hard to leave wounds. However, there is a mutual restraint relationship between the demon race and humans. When people from the two civilizations fight, the datization of health bars becomes ineffective. This means that every slash, as long as it is sharp enough to break through defenses, will leave a wound. After Zheng Fan finished speaking, Lin Chen and the others also had a moment of realization. No wonder the condition of these corpses was so tragic. Lin Chen initially thought that powerful monsters had killed a few people and then gnawed on the bodies. Confirming the presence of the demon race, the group heightened their vigilance and continued forward. Before leaving, Lin Chen stored the bodies of these individuals into the corpse space. Of course, he didn't have any peculiar hobbies. Instead, he thought of his skill, necromantic resurrection. All along, he had been using this skill to resurrect monsters. Now, in the corpse space, there was the body of the member of the Song Merchant Association from earlier, as well as the body of the strong man killed by the puppet. If he used necromantic resurrection on them, could he obtain some crucial information? Lin Chen pondered, just about to take action, when he noticed a huge shadow resembling a small mountain appearing ahead of the group. Meanwhile, the Bagua plate in Lu Derduo's hand was radiating golden light. We're almost there. Upon hearing Lu Derduo's words, Lin Chen temporarily set aside his intention to use the skill. The group walked forward for about 3 to 5 minutes. The outline of a palace gradually emerged from the thick fog, and everyone felt a surge of joy, hastening their steps. As they got closer, the 4 of them could also see the plaque in front of the main hall, which bore 3 large characters. Guanghan Palace. Tomorrow, the 2 chapters can only be posted tomorrow night. I will adjust as soon as possible and strive to release 2 chapters at midnight in the future. Lin Chen and the others did not rush forward. They carefully observed the surroundings. After all, there are many myths and legends about Guanghan Palace. For example, the story of Change flying to the moon. Change, whose full name is Henge, is the wife of Hou-Yi in mythological tales. In the legend, Hou-Yi shot down 9 sons, angering the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor banished Hou-Yi and Change to the mortal realm to suffer. Later, unable to endure the hardships, Change secretly consumed the elixir and ascended to the Moon Palace, becoming a fairy there. Thus, the story of flying to the moon was born. Of course, this is just one of the stories. There are also tales of Wu Gang chopping the osmanthus tree, the jade rabbit pounding medicine, and the celestial dog eating the moon, among others. There are even alternative legends regarding Guanghan Palace. Lin Chen recalled that in the myth of Journey to the West, the Moon Palace, also known as Guanghan Palace, is actually the residence of the Moonstar Lord. Change is a general term for the maidens of Guanghan Palace. Moreover, the Change fairy that Zhu Beiji once teased had a true identity as a maiden named Enai Chang. Just the widely circulated stories have 2 different versions. Coupled with other folk legends, the group felt it was best to be cautious before uncovering the truth. At the very least, they needed to roughly deduce whether the mythological figures in this palace were good or bad. Of course, they were all adults and understood that good and bad are relative concepts. Therefore, their analysis focused solely on the attitudes of mythological figures towards humans. After all, in the past 500 years of development on Blue Star, they had encountered many relics formed from myths and legends. Some of these had a gentle attitude towards humans, while others entered a hostile state upon first meeting. Just now, Wu Gang only used his axe to warn us, so this Guanghan Palace should be inhabited by gentle mythological figures, right? Lu Derduo said while looking around. After discovering there was no danger, he was the first to walk towards the square in front of the palace. His level was the highest among the group. Over 130. Not being expelled by the Black Mist proved that the rules of this ruin were above those of the Divine Grace Cemetery. Therefore, if there were monsters inside, their levels could very likely exceed 100. For safety's sake, it was most appropriate for him, being the highest level, to lead the way. "I'll go take a look," Lu de Erdwa said, holding the bagua plate in his left hand and a loyang shovel in his right, slowly moving forward. After taking 2 or 3 steps, he crouched down and used the shovel to dig a hole in the ground, then took another 2 steps forward and dug another hole. The square was large. Lu de Erdwa continued to dig a hole every 3 to 5 meters, having already walked nearly 100 meters. Lin Chen and the others speculated that this was Lu de Erdwa's skill, so they didn't ask. "Why is there a fishy smell?" Zhang Fan sniffed and frowned. "The smell is really bad, can you guys smell it?" Lin Chen and Chen Wanqiu shook their heads. No, this fishy smell is wrong. "Lu Gu, come back quickly!" Zhang Fan shouted loudly, his eyes fixed on the palace ahead. At this moment, Lu de Erdwa had already reached the halfway point of the square and hesitated upon hearing this. He looked around and checked the bagua plate, noticing that the pointer wasn't spinning rapidly, and replied, "What's wrong?" "There's no danger. Come back, the airflow and the smell are off," Zhang Fan said anxiously. After taking a deep breath to calm down, he closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. Lin Chen, seeing this, didn't disturb him. Zhang Fan had talked to him about some things after the college entrance examination. His family had arranged for him an S-level talent card after the exam. That talent card was called Wind's Rhythm, which complemented Zhang Fan's Wind Knight very well. Not only did it provide enhancements related to wind elements, but it could also sense information in the wind. Since Zhang Fan said the wind was off, it meant there was indeed unknown danger ahead. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and directly transformed into the Lich King form. Earlier, Wu Gang had killed quite a few of his skeleton soldiers with an axe, and his anger value had already accumulated to 100. However, this transformation wasn't for combat. With a wave of his arm, Lin Chen summoned 2 transformed undead peony demons and a lotus demon. These 2 types of monsters had healing skills, making them suitable for this dangerous situation. "Lu Gu, don't go any further. I'll send these healing pets over," Lin Chen said, directing the monsters to walk towards Lu de Erdwa in the square. The 2 monsters weren't as cautious as Lu de Erdwa. In the blink of an eye, they covered the distance of over 100 meters. At this moment, Zhang Fan also opened his eyes. "A Xian, you're a necromancer. Can you sense whether the palace ahead is a living being or a dead one?" Zhang Fan's expression was serious. "I sensed a fishy stench, heat, and rage in the wind. It feels like information that doesn't belong to a palace. More like a living creature." Upon hearing Zhang Fan's explanation, Lin Chen also became serious. In his Lich King form, he could sense even more. As he extended his perception slightly forward, he discovered that the palace was indeed not a dead object. Not a dead object. Lin Chen shook his head. At this moment, Chen Wanqiu, hearing Lin Chen's response, also didn't remain idle. A huge shadow emerged from her own shadow, floating behind her. After 2 or 3 breaths, Chen Wanqiu retracted the shadow and whitened her eyes. "There's a heartbeat. And the shadow of the palace isn't that of a palace. It seems to be a toad." Chen Wanqiu slowly uttered 2 words. Lin Chen and Zhang Fan quickly shouted to Lu de Erdwa, "Come back." At this point, Lu de Erdwa had almost reached the opposite side of the square, just a few steps away from the palace's steps. Upon hearing the call, he quickly realized something was wrong. However, just as he was about to turn back, the massive Guanghan Palace ahead suddenly trembled. Immediately, to the shock of the group, the originally towering Guanghan Palace transformed into a gigantic dark green toad. The toad stood about 30 to 40 meters tall, its body covered in disgusting warts and slime. As it opened its mouth, a tongue as long as its body shot out instantly, curling towards Lu de Erdwa. The toad's attack speed was incredibly fast. Fortunately, the 2 magical creatures sent by Lin Chen had an effect. Although both were Black Iron level 5, they were auxiliary-type pets. Not only did they have healing skills, but they also possessed powerful control and support abilities. When they saw the toad attack, the 2 magical creatures did not hesitate. The peony flower demon stretched out both hands, and several flower vines instantly wrapped around the toad's tongue in midair. Meanwhile, the lotus flower demon beside her cast acceleration and recovery skills on Lu de Erdwa. "Damn it, what the hell is this thing?" Lu de Erdwa cursed and turned to run. With the acceleration skill, his speed had increased significantly. However, the toad's tongue was even faster. The flower vines only slightly hindered it for a moment before being broken. With a burst of speed, the tongue struck Lu de Erdwa's back. He felt a tremendous force hit him, and his whole body flew up. Fortunately, the lotus flower demon had cast a recovery spell on him, otherwise that blow would have seriously injured him. Wind Blade. Zheng Fan, seeing Lu de Erdwa in danger, conjured a cyan short blade formed from wind elements in his hand. With a swing of his arm, the short blade sliced through the air and flew toward the giant tongue. 1, 1, 1. The wind blade hit the giant tongue, leaving not even a mark before disappearing. Damage value is 1. Damn, what the hell is this thing, so resistant? Zheng Fan couldn't help but curse. Lin Chen was also not idle at this moment. If Lu de Erdwa died, then their efforts today would have been in vain. Holding Frostmourne, he was about to release the control skill Death Grip. He saw that Lu de Erdwa had actually escaped the second attack of the tongue. The way he escaped was by burrowing into a small hole he had left earlier, like a groundhog. Using these small holes, Lu de Erdwa managed to escape to the side of the group in just 2 or 3 breaths. Is this Earth Escape? Indeed, the localized profession of Earth Master has its own lore, Lin Chen thought to himself. Marveling. This was his second experience of the charm of professions derived from various cultures. The first was when he encountered a sword cultivator in Jiangchang. In just a week, we will participate in the Global Freshman Exchange Competition. According to previous news, this year, the Sakura country is mostly sending out practitioners of their own unique professions. I heard there's a profession called Hokage over there. I need to study this well when I get back. Lu de Erdwa escaped to Lin Chen's side, and seeing that the toad's tongue had not come after him, he let out a long breath. Phew, fortunately, my buddy left a backup plan and ran fast. Otherwise, I would have really been done for today. But what the hell is this toad, that it can transform into a palace? Saying this, Lu de Erdwa took out a few potions and drank them. Although he had been hit by the toad's tongue, Lin Chen's summoned creature had provided healing. But that was only enough to keep his health from dropping too low. What do we do now? This damn place has such monsters. Lu de Erdwa's tone was somewhat helpless. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The toad was positioned 200 meters in front of them. Its massive body exuded a strong sense of oppression. Seeing that no one was speaking, Lu de Erdwa continued, how about we retreat? This is a fake palace, we can look for another direction. After Lu de Erdwa finished speaking, Zhang Fan and Chen Wanqiu nodded in agreement. They had all witnessed the toad's attack. Such a size was definitely a world-class boss. As for its level, it was very likely above level 100. The 4 of them had no chance against such a monster. Seeing the reactions of the 3, Lin Chen shook his head. Don't you find it strange? That toad hasn't attacked. This indicates that either there are restrictions around it, or it has a reason it cannot leave. As Lin Chen said this, his eyes lit up. In ancient mythology, toads have always represented wealth and treasure. Coupled with Lu de Erdwa's earlier divination showing that there were treasures here, he felt the latter possibility was more likely. You all stay back, let me test its damage, Lin Chen said, preparing to command a few skeleton soldiers to approach the toad. Hearing this, Lu de was startled and quickly said, Bro, what are you doing? This monster is so strong, we don't need to take this risk. Zheng Fan and Chen Wanqiu also hurriedly said, Yeah, Lin Chen, we really shouldn't take this risk. It's too dangerous here, we should retreat. Lin Chen, however, smiled, You don't need to worry. I know what I'm doing. Upon hearing Lin Chen say this, Lu de and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. They could only step back a few paces, choosing to trust him. Damn, this guy is really something. Lu de couldn't help but click his tongue. Just now, facing that toad's tongue, he had almost felt the threat of death. The fact that Lin Chen dared to go up and test it made him admire him. He's on par with my third brother. Your third brother? He's not some big bearded brute, is he? Zhang Fan asked. How did you know? Just a guess. The 3 of them stepped back a dozen paces, preparing to watch Lin Chen's next move. Just then, they heard some commotion behind them. Turning around, they saw 7 or 8 professionals running towards them. In the 30-meter visibility, the other side had also spotted them. One of the men in black armor waved at them. Run, quick, there are monsters. Just as he finished speaking, the man spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed forward. A long arrow was still embedded in his body. Shan Gu. The 7 or 8 people who had run over stopped. One of them pulled out the arrow, while another cast a healing spell. Monsters? Lin Chen and the others realized something was wrong. These people were clearly like them, trapped professionals from the Xia country. And at this moment, the only ones they could refer to as monsters were. Whoosh! Just then, another arrow shot out from the black mist, heading straight for the female priest who was healing the man in black armor. Watch out! Someone next to her pushed the female priest aside, and the arrow struck the ground where she had been standing. The arrow was half embedded in the ground, showing its tremendous force. Carry Shan Gu, quick, let's go! The person who pushed the priest aside was also wearing black armor, but he was a bit slimmer than the Shan Gu he mentioned. He said this while helping the priest up and directing another tall person nearby to carry the fallen man. However, just as they got up and were about to run again, they saw a scene that would be hard to forget. In the direction they wanted to escape, there was actually a huge palace. The Palace of Guanghan. Great, let's get into the palace, maybe there's a way to leave. The few of them stood up, ready to move forward. But from behind, several arrows shot over again. This time, there were a lot of arrows, over 30 of them. They not only targeted the 7 or 8 professionals but also included Lin Chen and his group. Lin Chen and the others exchanged glances. Each of them had some guesses in their hearts. The enemies in the black mist were probably the alien demon race. They actually included us in their attack range. These aliens are really arrogant, Zhang Fan cursed, turning to look at Lin Chen, Chen Wanxiu, and Lu Daer. What should we do? Lu Daer also said, these demons actually dare to underestimate us? Damn it, let me test the level of these demons, Lu Daer said, preparing to summon his pet. He was a level 130 professional and could summon 2 pets to fight at the same time. A few days ago, he had just dug up a grave and obtained a ghost with extremely high magical growth. Seeing Lu Daer's actions, Lin Chen waved his hand, not giving him the chance. Let me handle this, Lin Chen said, directly summoning the Buddha statue. Boom! A 100-meter-high Buddha statue suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen. The golden light of the Buddha dispelled some of the black mist. The moment the statue appeared, its enormous hand pushed forward. Boom! The golden light transformed into a massive barrier, blocking all the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Arrows struck the barrier, all bouncing off and flying away. Hiss! This scene made everyone present gasp in shock. This summoned creature is too strong, Lu Daer Duo exclaimed as he looked at Lin Chen's summon. Zhang Fan and Chen Wanxiu also wore expressions of astonishment. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful summon. With such a large size, it can't be a world-class boss, right? Lu Daer Duo swallowed hard. The Buddha statue towered 100 meters high, twice the height of the toad behind them that was pretending to be the Palace of Eternal Cold. Lin Chen nodded, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, the 7 or 8 rescued professionals stood frozen in place. Fortunately, they were an elite team with strong mental fortitude, quickly approaching Lin Chen and the others to express their gratitude. Thank you for saving our lives, Your Excellency. The thin man who had been in charge of directing them stepped forward to express his thanks and asked, did you just arrive here as well? Let's run together. There's a group of strange people behind us, and they are very powerful. Their attacks can easily leave wounds and are laced with deadly poison. As he finished speaking, Lin Chen and the others did not rush to respond but instead looked toward the black mist. At that moment, Lu Daer Duo leaned in and asked the thin man, how many people are chasing you? Not many. About a dozen. But their skills and strength are really strange, very dangerous. It feels like each one is as strong as a professional player. Even with this summon, they might not be able to handle them. After the thin man finished speaking, he turned to look at the black mist, his expression growing anxious. They're coming. We need to escape. There's no way to escape. Lu Daer Duo shook his head. What do you mean there's no way to escape? Isn't this the Palace of Eternal Cold? The exit of ruins can usually be found at the corresponding core location. After we go in. Before he could finish, Lin Chen smiled gently and interrupted him. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. What's behind us is even more terrifying than those chasing you. As Lin Chen spoke, he waved his arm, and suddenly over 200 skeleton soldiers appeared around them. They're here, Zhang Fan slowly uttered, drawing his knight's longsword. Seeing this, Lu Daer Duo raised his Luoyang shovel, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Chen Wanxiu had already entered a state of concealment. Forget it, if you guys aren't running, we will. The thin man's face turned pale as he directed his teammates to run toward the Palace of Eternal Cold. Lin Chen frowned, and with a flick of Frostmourne, a frost spike appeared in the direction they were heading. At that moment, from the thick black mist, several figures slowly emerged. A group of 7 or 8 people were startled by Lin Chen's ice spike. Was this a skill effect? The casting speed was too fast. They hadn't even sensed the skill's fluctuation before being blocked by the ice spike. Hey, friend, could you clear the way? A man with darker skin cautiously pointed at the ice spike. Seeing this, Lu Daer Duo revealed his level and whispered a few words to the group. Moments later, these people looked at the Palace of Eternal Cold with disbelief. Is this for real? Why would I lie to you? I'm a merchant, honesty is my priority. Just because you're a merchant, we don't believe you. Lu Daer Duo was speechless and didn't know how to persuade them. Seeing the figures in the black mist getting closer, Lin Chen quietly said, wait a moment, you guys. He briefly explained a few things. The group quieted down and stopped advancing. In fact, the moment they saw Lu Daer Duo's level, their thoughts had already changed. Based on their experience fighting the strange people in the black mist, their levels wouldn't exceed 100. And now, there was a level 130 professional beside them. They definitely weren't going to back down. Of course, compared to this 130-level person with somewhat large ears, they were also wary of Lin Chen, who was clad in heavy armor, making it impossible to discern his appearance or level, but whether it was the towering Buddha statue beside them or the ice spikes that had just been unleashed, they felt an immense sense of oppression. The group steadied their hearts. After laying their injured teammate flat, they quickly regrouped. Thud thud, a series of chaotic footsteps approached. The figures in the black mist finally stepped into the visible range of the crowd. There were about 17 or 18 of them. Their height and build were similar to that of normal humans. However, this group had their upper bodies exposed, with demonic patterns etched on the sides of their faces. It was vaguely visible that they resembled a mountain. As the group drew closer, a string of unintelligible murmurs reached Lin Chen's ears. It felt like a scene from a movie he had seen in a past life, encountering tribal savages while traveling. Although he couldn't understand the words, he could grasp their actions. The leader of the group was a very tall and robust man, over 2 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, somewhat resembling the movie star Dwayne Johnson from his past life. He first glanced at the Buddha statue beside Lin Chen, showing no signs of fear. Instead, upon seeing the 7 or 8 people who had been rescued, as well as Chen Wanqiu, he revealed a look of surprise. Then, the leader stepped forward, a look of disdain on his face. He gestured as if to cut his throat. Then he directly turned around and took 2 items from the hands of his companions behind him, tossing them casually. When the items hit the ground, Lin Chen and the others realized with horror that they were 2 severed heads. A provocation. A blatant provocation. Seeing this scene, the 7 or 8 people who had been chased earlier displayed expressions of anger. Those were indeed their companions. However, no matter how furious they were, they did not step forward. They were all too aware of the terror of this group. They were completely different from the people and monsters they had encountered before. Not only were they immensely strong, but the damage they inflicted seemed to disregard the numerical health bars. In short, it was utterly unreasonable. Crack crack, the temperature around them plummeted, and the ground gradually froze over. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes flickered with a ghostly blue flame. This was the first time he felt such anger since his crossing. In this foreign land, among the demon race, he had felt little upon hearing about it before, always thinking they were just slightly more advanced monsters. But seeing the heads on the ground, Lin Chen was enraged. At this moment, compared to Lin Chen's fury, Lu Daer couldn't hold back any longer. He immediately stepped forward, ready to attack. But just as he took a step, whoosh, a stone spear shot directly at him. The speed was not fast, yet Lu Daer narrowly dodged it. Lu Daer's expression changed, swinging his Luoyang shovel to attack, but Zhang Fan stopped him. These are the demon race from another realm. The mountain tribe. They are immensely strong and can be immune to 90% of magical damage. To hurt them, you need to win in strength. Let me handle this, Zhang Fan explained quietly as he stepped forward with his sword. Lin Chen and the others heard something different. Immune to 90% of magical damage. What a perverse attribute. Mountain tribe, are there many different races in this foreign realm? The other side did not launch an attack again, and Lin Chen stopped Zhang Fan. Competing in strength, no one present could match him. At this point, just share all the information you have, Lu Daer urged Zhang Fan anxiously from the side. Zhang Fan nodded. With such a significant event happening in the Divine Grace Tomb, the matters of the underground palace could no longer be concealed. And in the current situation, it was evident that the ruins of the Moon Palace had drawn in many from both the foreign realm and Blue Star. The 2 civilizations were mortal enemies. Conflict and slaughter were inevitable. Since that was the case, it would be better to spread this information out sooner rather than later. The foreign realm indeed has other different races. However, there are only 5 in total, namely the mountain, forest, fire, wind, and thunder tribes. Among them, the thunder tribe is the strongest, very versatile, and is also known as the All-One tribe. Each of these 5 tribes has its own unique 4-dimensional attribute specialization, corresponding to strength, body, spirit, and agility, covering all attributes. The strength attribute corresponds to the mountain tribe, whose strength is more than double that of Blue Star practitioners of the same level. And they can be immune to 90% of magical damage. The Lin clan corresponding to the physical attributes has 5 times our health. Zhang Fan explained in a low voice, as the people from the foreign mountain clan did not attack. Lin Chen was not in a hurry either. Everyone understood the situation. It was simply that they were unsure about how to deal with Lin Chen and his companions, trying to lure everyone to disperse and use the black mist to create distance for a sniping attack. Of course, Lin Chen believed the other side was waiting for someone. After all, the anomaly at the Divine Grace Tomb seemed to be the work of the foreign invaders. Their presence here surely meant they had control over the underground palace and had sent many people through it to reach the Divine Grace Tomb, only to be enveloped by the ruins. In any case, when encountering foreign demons, we must first see what clan they belong to. and then target them based on their corresponding attributes. Zheng Fan briefly shared some key information. The 7 or 8 people who had been rescued gasped. Typically, when elite teams were formed, they would recruit fewer melee fighters. After all, the mage was the core damage dealer of the team. They were too. The entire team consisted only of a physical melee tank, a berserker, and an assassin. The rest were mages and priests. No wonder they couldn't win. Foolish humans, you really aren't running away, just waiting to die here. Suddenly, a clumsy remark startled everyone. The foreign invaders actually understood their language. Everyone looked at Zhang Fan. Our war with them has lasted for hundreds of years. Their language aptitude is very high, so they generally learn the language and writing of our civilization. Then we are a bit behind. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He felt there was something wrong with the decisions made by the higher-ups of Blue Star. From the perspective of language and writing, it could be said that once the two civilizations fully went to war, the advantage would be heavily in favor of the foreign invaders. Who suggested hiding information about the foreign invaders? Now it's good, they understand our language, but we don't understand theirs. This is too much of a delay. Lu de Erdwa grumbled angrily from the side. Zheng Fan scratched his head. Did you misunderstand something? Actually, Zheng Fan glanced at the two severed heads on the ground and then scanned the crowd, feeling a bit awkward. Actually, during these hundreds of years, our Blue Star has become stronger, and we have captured 5 large cities in the world where their civilization is located. Among them, our Xia kingdom occupies 2, which is also the biggest reason why they can speak our Xia language. Silence. A few people fell silent. Lin Chen was a bit dazed. Just now, he almost shouted out the slogan of non-tribe must be exterminated. So, Blue Star was the aggressor between the two civilizations. The great powers were actually ourselves? Actually, it can't be counted like that. Zheng Fan could tell what everyone was thinking just by looking at their expressions. He had thought the same way back then. Their civilization's resources are very scarce. You should have seen that stone spear. Many of them still use weapons made of this stone and ordinary metals. Of course, a lack of resources doesn't mean they are weak. The other side is connected to our world through the underground palace. Currently, there are many underground palaces globally. We are barely holding on thanks to our large numbers and rich resources. Moreover, the vast majority of underground palaces are occupied by each side on 4 levels, with a prolonged tug-of-war on the middle 5 levels. In such a situation, the other side has managed to hold on for hundreds of years. If they ever gain control of a complete underground palace and develop for some time on Blue Star, it would probably be us facing extinction. Of course, there's one more important point. The strongest beings of their civilization, like those of Blue Star, are also 2 4th-tier professionals. But their professions are very special. They can utilize the underground palace to influence the environment of our Blue Star. This is also the biggest obstacle preventing us from cultivating land outside the main city and fully stepping out to enjoy freedom. After Zhang Fan's explanation, everyone finally understood the plight of all humanity on Blue Star. Despite the invading civilization already having invaded, the pressure was still immense. Then we need to act quickly. If the black mist just now pulled us into the ruins, it must have enveloped the camp as well. Lin Chen said slowly, preparing to take action. He had already seen dozens of figures emerging from the black mist opposite them. It seemed he was right. The other side had called for reinforcements. Another group of strong men appeared, about 70 or 80 of them. Each one bore magical patterns on their faces, still members of the mountain tribe. 100 against 12. The other side had a significant advantage. It was still that tall man. He pointed at Lin Chen, revealing a mocking expression, and spoke in broken Xia country language. Truly foolish Blue Star people, we are waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? Ha ha ha. Zheng Fan tightened his grip on the spear. Ready to strike. Lin Chen pressed down on his shoulder, gently shaking his head. Let me handle this. Quick battle, quick resolution. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, a rush of demons surged from the black mist on their left and right sides. There were quite a few, with hundreds on each side. Adding them up, the total number could be close to 500. Be careful, their levels are all at 99. Chen Wanqia's voice suddenly rang out. As an assassin, she naturally had no shortage of detection skills. They came so fast. Lu Dayer swallowed hard. It seems they have some way of connecting with each other. This time, they intend to keep us here for good. Zhang Fan's expression was grave. There were too many of them. Can we fight? Zhang Fan asked Lin Chen. He knew that this high school partner had gained quite a reputation recently, but that was all hearsay. He had never seen it for himself. He wasn't the only one with doubts. The few people they had rescued were also starting to panic. What now, great God? Do you want to use that move you mentioned earlier? A thin man whispered. Lin Chen shook his head. Not for now. There are too many of them. Hearing this, the 7 or 8 people looked somewhat disappointed, even conflicted. The move Lin Chen mentioned was the one he had secretly told them about, using the toad that transformed into the Palace of the Moon behind them to ambush these people. Forget it, if it really comes to it, well, run to the back and take a few down with us. The thin man gritted his teeth, instructing his teammates to prepare for battle. You all hide well, I'm about to start. As his words fell, Lin Chen took 2 steps forward. Heh, you think you can deal with us all by yourself? The leader, a 2-meter-tall man from the mountain tribe, chuckled lightly. 500 against 1. You Blue Star people are truly cunning. Are you trying to use this numerical disadvantage to force me into a unknown? He, I'm not one of those thick-blooded fools from the Lin tribe. Since you dare to step forward, be prepared to face our 500 in a group fight. Ha ha ha. The man laughed heartily, and the surrounding members of the mountain tribe drew their weapons, ready for battle. Lin Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand at them. No, 500 against 1, the advantage is actually mine. Killing you would only take a second. Of course, since you like group fights, I'll indulge your wishes. With that, Lin Chen lightly stomped his foot. Whoosh, 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 over 200 skeleton soldiers appeared around them in an instant. Following that, several hundred undead creatures surrounded by ghostly blue flames emerged. There were Buddha statues, mutated pangolins, golden-head monks, all physical-type magical creatures that Lin Chen had transformed into undead in the Longmen Buddhist cave ruins. As thousands of undead creatures appeared, the members of the mountain tribe froze in place. Even the 2-meter-tall leader was momentarily stunned. But soon, cold smiles reappeared on their faces. Ha, are you trying to scare us with so many undead creatures? I see your strength isn't that great. The undead you can summon aren't high level. Most of them are only at level 60 or 70. The highest is just over 80. At that level, I could take down 7 or 8 with a single punch. The leader glanced at Lin Chen and laughed heartily. It seems your strength isn't that impressive either. With so many undead, I almost thought you were a hidden big shot. Brothers, don't be afraid, they're too low level. Kill. The surrounding demons didn't care about anything else. They just wanted to kill the enemy in front of them and earn rewards. Lin Chen smiled but didn't respond. With a whoosh, another batch of undead creatures was summoned. Unlike the previous physical types, this time it was all support types, the healing lotus wraiths and peony wraiths. Their levels weren't high either, all just over 80. But there were quite a few of them, totaling around 200 to 300. They lined up around them, providing rear protection while also healing the undead creatures. Finished summoning? Zhang Fan exclaimed in surprise. How do you have so many summons? Not yet. As soon as Zhang Fan's words fell, Lin Chen summoned another batch of skeleton soldiers. Altogether, the number of undead creatures had already exceeded 2,000. Damn, how did another batch come out? But thankfully, they're all low level. The leader thought Lin Chen could continue summoning by stomping his foot. So he stretched his neck and waited for a while. After noticing no movement, he breathed a sigh of relief. But still holding his large knife, he didn't rush to attack. Lin Chen saw that these guys weren't attacking but were looking at him, and guessed what they were thinking. He smiled and, once his skill was ready, summoned another batch of undead creatures from the frost domain. Now, the other side was truly panicking. 3,000 of them. We can't let him summon anymore. Charge. The leader waved his long arm, and 500 people charged forward. Lin Chen waved his hand lightly, and the battle erupted instantly. He loved this kind of chaotic multi-person battle. It allowed him to maximize the effect of his lightning skeleton. Zzz in the moment of engagement, many of the mountain tribe demons were connected by electric arcs and triggered paralysis effects, trembling in place. Seeing this, Lin Chen unleashed a physical attack type, the Great Buddha's Hand. He gently pushed forward. And a kill notification appeared. Successfully killed 99 level mountain tribe Mountain 77, experience 50,000. First kill of the demon tribe, free attribute 10, skill point 1, strength 1. Successfully killed 99 level mountain tribe Mountain Furnace, experience 50,000, strength 1. Successfully killed 99 level mountain tribe Mountain Straight, experience 50,000, strength 1, skill point 1. Successfully killed. What the hell? After killing 5 demon tribe members with one hand, Lin Chen was stunned. Out of the 5, 3 dropped attributes or skill points. The drop rate was a bit insane. Zhang Fan, did you kill demon tribe members in the underground palace while in the army? After we get out, can you help me get a spot at the front line? The underground palace is a special tower-like structure with 9 levels connecting 2 worlds. It is the border where Blue Star and the Foreign Realm battle. According to Zhang Fan, over 90% of the underground palaces globally are occupied by Blue Star in the upper 4 levels and the Foreign Realm in the lower 4 levels. The 5th level in the middle is the most direct battlefield between the two civilizations. Currently, the battles at the border are very intense, with a large-scale battle occurring almost every 6 months. Zhang Fan entered military school a month after the college entrance examination and went to the underground palace near Hangzhou for his first battle with the foreign demons in August. Hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, he naturally understood the reason. Seeing Lin Chen fighting so easily, Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said, "Killing demon tribe members has no experience penalty mechanism, and they won't turn red. Moreover, their attribute and skill point drop rates are very high. However, once we blue star professionals are killed by them, all items in our backpack will drop. This is also the biggest reason they crazily attack our civilization. We see them as monsters for farming attributes, and they see us as a treasure trove for dropping equipment materials. The front line is very dangerous, and normally, non-military personnel and professionals below level 100 are not allowed to enter. However, you have a flying mount and are a necromancer, so applying for a spot should be quite simple." A necromancer. Lin Chen caught a hint of unusual information from Zhang Fan's words. He had a slight understanding of flying mounts beforehand. It was said that among the same level of demon race, they were generally faster than the professionals from Blue Star. Having a flying mount would provide some safety. Lin Chen could understand what Zhang Fan meant. But what was the situation with necromancers? Did this profession have preferential treatment in the dungeon? Seemingly noticing Lin Chen's confusion, Zhang Fan continued to explain. Once a necromancer develops to the mid to late stages, their ability to summon minions is extremely strong. These summon creatures may not be powerful individually, but they are very suitable for forming lines and conducting early warning and interception tactics on the battlefield. That's why the military recruits some necromancers every year to guard the dungeon. After listening to Zhang Fan's explanation, Lin Chen finally understood. No wonder necromancers, as an ordinary profession, should have many people changing jobs normally, yet in reality they were rarely encountered. It turned out they had all been reassigned by the military. He had previously thought that most people had changed to other professions, which was why he rarely saw them. How do I apply for a spot? Lin Chen smiled lightly, inquiring about the way to enter the dungeon. After all, the drop rate was too enticing. In the 2 minutes of conversation with Zhang Fan, around 500 members of the mountain tribe had been almost completely slaughtered. He had just glanced briefly and had already obtained 13 attribute points and 13 skill points. The experience had directly leveled him up to 64. It was simply explosive. No wonder Zhang Fan was already at 79. The advantages of military school were indeed significant. Zhang Fan quickly told Lin Chen the application process. Of course, he didn't say it privately. This made Qin Wanxiu and the 7 or 8 people who had been rescued also intrigued. Meanwhile, the more than 500 members of the mountain tribe had already collapsed. Over 2,000 undead creatures couldn't handle them. During his conversation, Lin Chen had summoned quite a few undead creatures, directly overwhelming these demons. However, during this time, Lin Chen intentionally let go of the leading member of the mountain tribe and even hit a chameleon undead creature on him. This was a special monster corpse he had specifically acquired before coming to the Divine Grace Cemetery. After using the necromantic contract for transformation, it could be used for lurking and gathering intelligence. Thank you for your help, my lord. Otherwise, we would probably have died here today. Seeing that the members of the mountain tribe had already fled, the 7 or 8 rescued individuals also relaxed, expressing their gratitude to Lin Chen. One thin man said, "Do you all have any plans next? Why not take us with you?" "We." The man wanted to say more, but Lin Chen merely smiled faintly and did not answer, instead taking a few steps forward. He looked up at the Guanghan Palace behind the crowd. In such a chaotic battlefield just now, this toad had shown no movement at all. It seemed the rules restricting it were very strict. It was highly likely that it was harvesting some precious items. Otherwise, this special monster wouldn't just stay put. It would have charged out to fight. Zhang Fan, Chen Wanxiu, and the only archer, Lu Daer, saw Lin Chen's actions and understood what he meant. Originally, before these few arrived, they wanted to advise Lin Chen. But seeing the dense crowd of skeletal undead creatures around, the words of advice got swallowed back down. This fierce man, Lin Chen, it seemed he really might be able to take down this boss solo. Seeing Lin Chen not speaking and walking towards the palace, Xian Mu and the others were slightly taken aback, not knowing what Lin Chen meant. They looked at the palace behind them. Hadn't it just been said that this was a massive toad transformed? With such a large size, it was definitely a world-class boss. At least a team of over 1,000 would be needed to tackle it. Did Lin Chen intend to rely on the skeleton soldiers? As they were pondering, Lin Chen was already preparing to take action. Just now, to deal with the 500 foreign demons he had summoned and commanded over 10,000 undead creatures. During the battle, they lost nearly half. But that was enough. Lin Chen's talent allowed him to deal a percentage of true damage based on the target's lost health. The thicker the opponent's health bar, the faster the kills. This was incredibly useful against such a large world-class boss. Lin Chen only needed to first use the Scythe of Death, or all attacks would deal true damage. With a powerful strike, he could knock the toad's health down. Then, his summons would trigger the talent effect, quickly clearing the boss's health bar. Without hesitation, he first summoned 2 batches of flying monsters from the Frost Domain, the Bat Spirit and the Fire Crow. Utilizing the flying abilities of these 2 monsters, he initiated the attack to draw the boss's fire. Both types of monsters flew at incredible speeds. Skimming over the 200 meters of the square, they quickly approached the Moon Palace. Whoosh! Sensing the monster's approach, the massive Moon Palace instantly transformed into a dark green toad. This toad was at least 70 to 80 meters tall. Its wide-open mouth resembled a black hole, as if it could swallow everything. As soon as it appeared, it shot out a long tongue that whipped around, adorned with barbs and coated in slime. It was clearly highly toxic. This commotion startled Qian Mu and the others, causing them to retreat repeatedly. It really is a toad. The thin man, named Qian Mu, swallowed hard in terror. Just moments ago, their team had doubted Lin Chen and the others, claiming the palace was a toad's trick to fool them. Now it seemed that it was indeed true. If they hadn't listened to Lin Chen and the others and had gone to the palace, they would have likely been dead. The thought sent chills down Qian Mu's spine. The moment the toad appeared, they felt the overwhelming pressure of its size. It was just too massive. With a few flicks of its long tongue, it instantly snatched up several flying monsters. In just a few breaths, the Fire Crow and Bat Spirit were swallowed whole. The toad's gaze then turned towards Lin Chen and the others. At that moment, the female priest from Qian Mu's team whispered, "Brother Qian, doesn't this monster look a lot like the phantom toad we encountered in the journey to the West Ruins?" Hearing this, Qian Mu's eyes lit up. Indeed, aside from being 10 times larger than the one they encountered in the ruins, it seemed almost identical in every other aspect. It should be. Qian Mu nodded and quickly moved to Lin Chen's side, relaying the relevant information. "Lord Lin, this should be a phantom toad. It can transform into things it has seen. Its weakness is located in the middle of its back, where there's a colorful stone." After listening, Lin Chen nodded in appreciation. He then looked at the phantom toad. From the previous attempt, he saw that the attacks from the Fire Crow and Bat Spirit had landed on the toad but didn't even break its defenses. The toad didn't lose any health. Without losing health, he naturally couldn't trigger his talent. However, this was all part of the plan to draw out the enemy. Lin Chen began commanding the skeleton soldiers to form a battle formation. The skeleton cavalry moved forward, followed by the infantry, while the archers aimed at the toad. Then, he continuously used Voidwalk to flash forward. As Lin Chen approached, the toad once again flicked its tongue to launch an attack. At this point, Lin Chen's Voidwalk had triggered many times, and the cooldown was negligible. He kept flashing, dodging these attacks until he reached the toad's front. Once close, a foul stench assaulted his senses. In just 2 breaths, Lin Chen noticed he had entered a poisoned state, with his health steadily declining. However, he didn't care at all. His health was about to break the 9 million mark. As long as it wasn't percentage-based damage, it felt like a mere tickle to him. With a powerful strike, before launching his attack, Lin Chen had already allocated all his gained attributes to strength. Under 800 times damage, boom! This strike landed directly on the toad's left front leg. 22,550,202. Lin Chen dealt nearly 20 million damage. The damage left him momentarily stunned. It was higher than he had expected. Of course, what was even better was, with this strike, the toad's health dropped by 5%. The summoned creatures could now trigger the true damage effect of the talent. However, this hit also attracted its ire. The toad slammed its 2 front claws forward. Although it was fast, Lin Chen successfully dodged it with Voidwalk thanks to his prediction. At that moment, the skeleton soldiers, empowered by Lin Chen's death god's will, also launched their attack. A rain of arrows was the first to strike. Following that was the charge of the skeleton cavalry, with blades close behind. The dense array of bone sabers surged like a white tide, instantly engulfing the phantom toad. Seeing this, Lin Chen retreated using Voidwalk. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to dispel the Lich King form. The phantom toad looked decent, but its combat power was too weak to reach the level required to use the Undead Pact. It was sufficient to transform into an undead creature using the Lich King form. One had to admit, this toad was quite troublesome. Its health was genuinely thick. Based on the damage calculated earlier, it had a whopping 400 million health. It was definitely a level 99 or even 100 plus boss. I hope the punishment mechanism of the Guanghan Palace ruins has a smaller range, Lin Chen thought, watching the health bar above the boss jump continuously. He summoned some flying magical creatures for auxiliary attacks. Before long, under the effect of the true damage talent, the Phantom Toad fell. Successfully killed level 99 world boss Phantom Toad, experience 20,000, skill point 1. Congratulations on obtaining Toad Skin 1, Toad Beast Egg 1, Toad Tongue. Congratulations on obtaining the magical artifact Phantom Pearl. Congratulations on obtaining legendary equipment. What a pity, there's actually a punishment mechanism. Although it didn't take much effort, Lin Chen still felt it was a shame upon seeing the notification. Fortunately, luck was on his side. Not only did he get a pet drop, but he also obtained a magical artifact. The magical artifact was the highlight of the ruins. Item: Phantom Pearl type. Magical artifact effect, after equipping, can transform into the appearance of a selected target. When using damage type skills, true form will be revealed. Not bad, it only reveals the true form when using damage type skills. Lin Chen looked at the notification and already envisioned its usage scenario. This pearl, combined with the ability to achieve infinite displacement through void walk, was definitely a spy's tool. It seems that once I go out, I can start heading to the underground palace. Lin Chen chuckled and put away the pearl. After the equipment drops, Chen Mu and the others also recovered from their shock. Except for Chen Wanxiu, who knew some of Lin Chen's background, the others were all stunned by his methods. It was too outrageous. It was their first time seeing someone capable of summoning so many skeleton soldiers. Zhang Fan's eyes widened in shock. He knew that he had encountered many necromancers in the underground palace, but never had anyone like Lin Chen. A one-man army. Moreover, he felt that Lin Chen was far from reaching his limit. Zhang Fan had an elder in his family who was a necromancer and was somewhat familiar with the profession. It was clear that Lin Chen had not fully upgraded his summoning of the undead, unlocking skeleton knights, skeleton mages, and skeleton priests. One must know that the strength of a late-game necromancer lies in these three types of units. Skeleton knights are different from skeleton cavalry, they are a tank-type unit. However, there are special knight units among them that are similar to cavalry and possess warhorses. In addition to high mobility, they also have heavy defensive panels, completely compensating for the skeleton's fragility. Of course, there are also skeleton mages, which make up for the skeleton's lack of magical damage. Skeleton priests possess auxiliary skills such as healing, acceleration, and increasing critical hit rates. With skeleton priests, the entire skeleton army's sustainability would receive a terrifying boost. Naturally, Zhang Fan also noticed the differences between Lin Chen and the others. He wasn't referring to the lightning emitted by the skeletons but rather the groups of undead creatures entwined with ghostly blue flames. This guy is becoming increasingly inscrutable, Zhang Fan murmured. Lin the Great, you are truly amazing. Shen Mu and the others couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of awe and admiration. Just average, Lin Chen chuckled lightly and after a simple reply he used void walking to reach the spot where the toad's corpse lay. First, he transformed it into an undead creature and stored it in the frost domain. Then, he began to carefully search the ground. This toad had never left its position from start to finish. That was too abnormal. Something must have restricted it. After the phantom toad died, the square, over 200 meters long, did not disappear. Instead, the place it occupied left behind some ruins. This proved that there had originally been a palace here, which was now in a state of destruction. The toad's continuous presence likely meant it had left something behind. Whatever it was that made the money-absorbing toad guard, it must be a valuable item. Lin Chen searched meticulously. Soon, beside a fallen stone block, he spotted an arrow. The arrow was only the size of a palm and somewhat damaged. At first glance, it didn't seem like a valuable item. However, Lin Chen noticed that every time he looked at it, the memory of the arrow in his mind faded very quickly. If it weren't for the perspective switch he made while searching just now, he would have completely forgotten he had seen this arrow. Realizing this was an extraordinary treasure, Lin Chen hurriedly stored it in his backpack and checked its attributes. Item: Sun-Shooting Divine Arrow Xuanwu Effect. Rumored to be one of the divine arrows left by Hui after shooting the sun, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, must be used with the Sun-Shooting Divine Bow. Sun-Shooting Divine Arrow. Lin Chen's breath quickened. This was something from myth and legend, and he had obtained it just like that. Although the note stated it could only be used with the Sun-Shooting Divine Bow, that was enough. After all, this was the ruins of the Guanghan Palace, the residence of change. To find an arrow here might also mean he could find the bow. After storing the arrow in his backpack, Lin Chen continued his search. The suffix of the divine arrow contained the characters for Xuanwu. He guessed there should be more than one. The people behind him, seeing Lin Chen's actions, wisely refrained from approaching. The phantom toad had never left, so they could roughly guess what was happening. 5 minutes later, having found no other items, Lin Chen gave up the search. It seems necessary to buy a treasure-hunting mouse, Lin Chen muttered as he walked back to the group. On the way, he tried to switch back to the chameleon perspective he had placed on that fleeing foreign demon. he discovered that the chameleon had actually died. He had been so focused on treasure hunting that he hadn't noticed. But it didn't matter. According to the stories in myth and legend, ruins like the Gwanghwan Palace should only form small to medium-sized relics. The space was probably about the same size as the Longmen Grottos. He would encounter the other party sooner or later. Returning to the group, the rescued individuals looked at Lin Chen with hesitant expressions. One person stepped forward, rubbing his hands, and asked, "Great ones, where are you planning to go next? We intend to follow you." Their strength was weak, and they found it difficult to move in the ruins. Continuing on, they would likely encounter danger. They felt that as long as they followed Lin Chen and didn't act recklessly, their lives would at least be safe. Lin Chen glanced at everyone and, not refusing, nodded, "It's up to you." Thank you. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd immediately lit up with joy. Lin Chen didn't say much more but turned to Lu Daer, "Brother Lu, try using the Bagua plate again." The crowd looked at Lu Daer upon hearing this. Lu Daer took out the Bagua plate, then closed his eyes and began to form hand seals. As he performed the actions, the Bagua plate emitted a faint glow, the light flickering as if stirred by the wind. But in less than 2 seconds, the light vanished. The pointer in the plate also stopped at one direction. Lu Daer opened his eyes. "Just like before, we should go left." Usually, to leave a ruin, one must kill the corresponding monsters at specific locations, after which a teleportation portal would appear. Since the toad had not produced one after its death, it meant they needed to continue searching. Lu Daer's treasure was crucial in this regard. Lin Chen called out and then walked to the left, with the crowd following behind. After passing the place where the phantom toad had died, other magical creatures began to appear within the ruins. Without exception, they were all various types of toads. Lin Chen had just lost quite a few undead creatures in his effort to kill those from the foreign mountain tribe. Even though the toads were a bit ugly, he could only choose to transform them into undead creatures and collect them into the frost domain. Fortunately, there were many types of toads in the ruins. There were the high-defense diamond toads, the venomous toads that could continuously drain health, and various others with immense strength and lightning abilities. Considering that toads were amphibious creatures, after a round of transformations, Lin Chen still felt a bit unsatisfied. He kept chopping away. When he started to feel a bit tired, Lin Chen summoned the purple gold gourd and sat on it to rest. Zhang Fan, Chen Wanxiu, and Lu Big Ears were also busy killing monsters. After all, this was a ruin, and one could never tell when a good item might drop. Seeing Lin Chen resting, Chen Wanxiu came over, thinking he had encountered some problem. Lin Chen waved his hand and summoned his contracted beasts, including Elena, the clumsy cow, and Crocodile Recton. "It's nothing, just a bit tired. Just taking a break to let them level up," Lin Chen briefly explained. Chen Wanxiu and Zhang Fan nodded and continued to hunt magical creatures. In reality, as members of a major force, they were not lacking in equipment. What they lacked were attributes and levels. This ruin had an experience penalty mechanism for Lin Chen, but for Zhang Fan and Chen Wanxiu, it was just right, maximizing their experience and item drop rates. Lin Chen naturally understood this. The reason he was resting was partly due to this. After all, he had just transformed the undead to make up for the loss of his summoned creatures. Now that he had killed enough, he couldn't keep monopolizing these magical creature resources. On the other side, among the 7 or 8 people who had been rescued, the heavily injured man had already woken up. He was the captain of this small team, named Su Xiu. After waking up, Su Xiu came over to express his gratitude to Lin Chen and informed him about his team's information and experiences. They were second-year students from Hangzhou University of Science and Technology. Their team was called Lazy Worm Charge, and their overall strength was quite decent. So, taking advantage of the anomaly at the Divine Grace Cemetery, they accepted an exploration mission issued by the military. The Divine Grace Cemetery was the largest life forbidden zone in the eastern coastal area of the Summer Kingdom, not far from Hangzhou. Their team had entered it several times before. Therefore, upon arriving here, they didn't wait for the military and entered directly. Unexpectedly, within less than half an hour of entering, they were pulled into this ruin. After arriving at the ruin, they hadn't even reacted when they encountered the demon race. That group of demon race was only about twice their number. Upon seeing them, thinking they were similar to humans, they not only did not retreat but approached to communicate. As a result, the other side attacked directly. They quickly realized that this group was not right. Not only could they not fight back, but 2 of their teammates also died. The team could only flee. And it was during their escape that they encountered Lin Chen and the others. Lazy Worm Charge. Lin Chen had a decent impression of this small team and remembered their name. During the rest period, Lin Chen did not remain idle. The purple gold gourd's abilities were not limited to flying, nor could it only carry one person. He controlled the gourd to enlarge it 5 times. Then, he moved out several corpses he had encountered before being pulled into the ruins. There were a total of 6 corpses. 5 of them were bodyguards from the Song Clan Chamber of Commerce or hired professionals. The other one was a victim of the Puppet Master's attack. The Puppet Master was a member of the anti-human force, the Black Holy See. He was one of the most wanted criminals globally. Such a criminal had actually sent puppets to assassinate a professional near the makeshift military camp in Jianhai City. Lin Chen felt that things were not that simple. Without undead enslavement. I hope this undead can play a role in revival. Lin Chen first looked at the corpse of the muscular man who had been killed by the puppet. He was a muscular man, standing at about 1.8 meters tall, with very strong muscles. Looking at the corpse of the muscular man, there was a hole the size of a bowl in his chest, which should have been the cause of his death. It seemed that the puppet master's methods were quite cruel. Of course, the manner of death was easy to deduce. Lin Chen was actually more curious about the cause of death. The methods that necromancers use on corpses are widely known, and aside from corpse explosions, there's also necromantic enslavement. Necromantic enslavement allows for temporary control over a corpse. With this skill, one can learn some details about the events leading up to the corpse's death. Lin Chen had not unlocked this skill. However, he had a necromantic contract and necromantic resurrection, as well as a lich transformation into the undead. He first tried the necromantic contract. There was no response. The prompt indicated that only non-human monsters could be contracted. Lin Chen then switched to necromantic resurrection. This time, it worked. The corpse of the burly man merely trembled a couple of times before sitting up. A creature resurrected through necromantic means would have its attributes enhanced, but its health would only be half of its maximum. Moreover, the duration would decrease as health diminished. It was only after resurrecting the burly man that Lin Chen learned of his profession. He was a berserker, which was just right for a longer duration. The burly man, now sitting up, looked somewhat dazed. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and asked, "How do you feel? Can you talk?" "I can," the burly man stammered. "Am I resurrected now? If there are no time limits, then yes." Lin Chen smiled and briefly explained the reasons and limitations of resurrection. Of course, there was also the most important reason. The burly man listened calmly. "I seem to have lost my emotions, but I am still very grateful. As for the cause and circumstances of my death, it goes like this." As the burly man recounted his story, Lin Chen gradually learned some details about the cause and circumstances of his death. The burly man's name was Tian Yong, and he was also from Lin Chen's hometown, Jiangcheng. However, he had poor exam results back in the day. He attended an ordinary university. After graduation, he stayed in Jianghaishi to develop his career. The berserker profession was relatively popular among adventurers, so he formed a fixed team with 5 others. Initially, things were going well. But later, during an adventure, 3 members of the fixed team died and 2 were disabled. Only he, thanks to his robust stats, suffered minimal losses. After that, the team disbanded. The burly man felt guilty, believing that his lack of toughness led to these tragedies. So, he went to a newly discovered ruin abroad, Olympus. It was very dangerous inside. Fortunately, he was lucky and found a very powerful piece of equipment shortly after entering. A ring that could increase luck and charm, with dual hidden attribute bonuses. He knew the value of this ring. He managed to survive and safely left Olympus. Upon returning to the country, he didn't rush to sell it. Instead, he used the ring's attributes to start enhancing equipment. He made money by enhancing others' gear and selling his own enhanced items. With the money earned, he compensated the families of his lost teammates and the disabled teammate. Everything was going smoothly. But recently, he noticed that his lucky ring seemed to have lost its effectiveness. The success rate for enhancements was extremely low. This was abnormal. That's why he suspected that the enhancement materials sold by Lu de Air Duo were problematic. Of course, he had bought materials from more than just Lu de Air Duo. The reason he sought out Lu de Air Duo was that he had heard rumors of a new ruin possibly appearing in the Divine Grace Cemetery. Having tasted the benefits of new ruins before, he was naturally prepared to follow the military to explore the ruins in the Divine Grace Cemetery. It was during this time that he happened to encounter Lu de Air Duo and thought to ask him about it. However, it was this very question that cost him his life. At that time, I thought de Air Duo had come to reclaim that bag of gold coins. I didn't expect that the man confirmed my suspicion with just 2 sentences. Tian Yong looked down at his chest and said solemnly, "At that moment, the man said I almost ruined a major event." He also said that the enhancement gem was clearly replicated perfectly, so how could I have discovered it? After saying this, I was stunned, and it was then that he killed me with a single blow. After hearing Tian Yong's explanation, Lin Chen was also somewhat shocked. He seemed to have uncovered a shocking truth. The Black Church actually possessed the method to replicate enhancement materials. This is too unbelievable. However, after analyzing it, Lin Chen quickly calmed down. This method must have emerged recently. Otherwise, with just the replicated enhancement materials, the Black Holy See would already possess wealth and power comparable to all major nations globally. But from what I hear, it seems that these replicated enhancement materials have defects. The success rate of enhancement is very low. This matter is a bit troublesome. You must know that failure in enhancement can directly lead to the equipment shattering. If the Black Holy See's enhancement materials flood the market, it would likely cause panic among all professionals. By then, not just Shanghai City, but the entire Blue Star might descend into chaos. Lin Chen took a deep breath and asked a few more questions. However, Tian Yong didn't know much more. After finishing his questions, Tian Yong glanced at his health, hesitating a bit. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Lin Chen asked. Master, I don't have much time left," Tian Yong said. "I have a few things I want to ask of you." "Go ahead." "The first thing is that lucky ring. It can increase luck and charm, but it must drop upon death. That person took the ring after I died." At this point, Tian Yong quickly conjured two images in the air with his magic. "This is what the ring looks like, and this is what the puppeteer looks like. I hope this helps you." The second request is, I still have some money in my bank card, about 5 to 6 billion. I don't need it myself. I originally planned to buy the water of life for my teammates, but it seems I won't be able to wait for that now. I am willing to offer half as a reward to thank you. And for the other half, I hope you can help me deliver it to my teammates. 5 to 6 billion. I didn't expect this guy to have made so much money from enhancements. Lin Chen didn't mind the trouble and nodded in agreement. Seeing him agree, the burly man told Lin Chen the address and then took out everything from his backpack. There wasn't much, after all, he had been killed by the puppeteer once before. Lin Chen didn't care. The main purpose of resurrecting the burly man was for the information. At this moment, Tian Yong's health had dropped to only 10%. The undead resurrection monster couldn't be healed and couldn't be summoned back into the summoning space. Lin Chen tried to transfer him to the Frost Realm. However, his health continued to drop there as well. With no other options, Lin Chen reassured him and prepared to say goodbye. Just as Tian Yong's life was about to completely vanish, he suddenly looked up. "Master, I just thought of something. Before I die, I seem to have vaguely seen the ring rise into the air. And I also heard him say that the next step is to find the Song Clan Chamber of Commerce." Before he could finish his sentence, Tian Yong's life completely dissipated. With his death, his body slowly disintegrated into fragments. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed, reflecting on the last two sentences. The ring rising into the air indicated that it was very likely the puppeteer himself was controlling his puppet from above. This meant his real body was near the Divine Grace Cemetery. As for the Song Clan Chamber of Commerce, could it be that the Black Holy See was planning to take action against them? The Song Clan Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Shanghai City. The Song family behind it is also one of the 4 great families of Shanghai. If something happens to the Song Clan Chamber of Commerce, the entire Shanghai City would tremble. However, it is also possible that the Song Clan Chamber of Commerce is in collusion with them. Either way, both scenarios are extremely important. What a troublesome time. Lin Chen thought of the demon race from another realm, shaking his head slightly, his gaze shifting to the remaining 5 corpses. These people were all from the Song Clan Chamber of Commerce. Wait a minute. Lin Chen suddenly realized. The last sentence from the puppeteer's controlled puppet was likely aimed at dealing with this group of people. The ones who went to the stall to cause trouble for Lu de Air were not only the burly man but also this group led by the young master of the Song family. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly felt anxious. If he used undead resurrection, he might be able to learn from these temporarily revived individuals that it was the puppeteer who killed them. At that time, Lin Chen was not far from this group of people. Suddenly pulled into the ruins. It was very likely. The murderer who killed this group was the notorious Black Church practitioner at level 199, the puppeteer. He was also pulled into the Guanhan Palace ruins. In fact, his true body was right here. The puppeteer. His real name was Matthias Chenin. As he was a hidden class puppeteer, his combat power was the highest in the world. Everyone simply referred to him as the puppeteer. It was said that he had been stuck at level 199 for nearly 200 years. His attributes were nearly invincible at the 2nd tier. Of course, he was a member of the 2 major dark forces, the Black Church. He had committed countless crimes globally. Currently, the bounty on him from various countries had reached 5 billion. However, such a top dark force practitioner was very likely to be present in the Guanhan Palace ruins. Just thinking about it sent chills down Lin Chen's spine. His health bar was high. But for a practitioner like the puppeteer, it was wise to be cautious. After all, according to his actual age, the opponent was a dark practitioner who had lived for over 200 years and was still roaming freely. Who knows what powerful moves or underhanded tricks he might have. This was a serious matter. Lin Chen used the skill Rebirth of the Undead to briefly revive the members of the Song Clan Merchant Association. Their corpses looked quite tragic. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were dismembered. Fortunately, the Rebirth of the Undead skill was powerful enough. After Lin Chen cast the skill on them, these people still trembled and sat up. Only 2 of them could not speak normally because their necks had been severed. The other practitioners could communicate normally. Lin Chen got straight to the point. After briefly explaining the method and limitations of their revival, he directly asked them about the cause and process of their deaths. Soon, as the questioning concluded, Lin Chen confirmed everything. The situation had reached the most serious point. The practitioner who killed them was indeed the Puppeteer. And it was him in person. According to what these people said, at that time, Lin Chen had turned around and mounted the gourd, and only then did they dare to get up. But as soon as they stood up, they found themselves enveloped in black mist. Before they could understand what was happening, they saw their bodies entangled by strands of white silk. Before they could break free, they lost consciousness and died completely. Dying in the black mist, white silk strands, it seems to be the Puppeteer himself. While the health bars of these revived people were still sufficient, Lin Chen called over Zhang Fan, Chen Wanqiu, and the others. He quickly explained the situation regarding the Puppeteer. Of course, he kept the information about the Black Chicha's control over replication enhancement materials to himself. This matter was too significant and could only be reported to the military once they got out. Let the national team take action. After explaining everything, the members of the Song Clan Merchant Association were completely dead. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhang Fan and the others also realized the danger. The lazy team members who were saved were even more frightened. After all, they had heard that the Puppeteer had killed 2 third-tier practitioners in Sakura country half a month ago. Those were third-tier practitioners. The strongest practitioners in the world were only 4th tier, and there were only 2 of them. I never expected we would get involved with such a big figure. One short assassin practitioner shrank his neck. That was a dark practitioner with a bounty of 5 billion. He regretted coming here with the team. No wonder we didn't hear a thing when they died. Chen Wanqiu sighed. Yes, the Puppeteer is very dangerous. Next time we encounter black mist, we should try to avoid it. Zhang Fan's expression also became serious. Danger was close at hand. Everyone became solemn. Fortunately, the deceased were employed by the Song Clan Merchant Association. Before they died, they had taken out the items from their backpacks. Among them were several soul lamps that could save lives and convey messages. They were all from Xia country, and since the members of the Song Clan Merchant Association were also victims, Lin Chen and the others did not want to be the bad guys. After some discussion, the lazy charge team from Hang City took some life-saving soul lamps and was responsible for delivering the belongings of the deceased to their families. The rest belonged to Lin Chen. Everything was settled. Lin Chen clapped his hands. There are dangers around us now, so it's better for us to leave the ruins as soon as possible. Everyone, mount your steeds and follow Brother Lu. On the way, let's try to avoid battles except for killing world-class bosses that might unlock teleportation portals. I agree. Seconded one. After that, everyone mounted their steeds, trying to avoid combat. When encountering monsters, they would detour if possible. Their priority was to find the Palace of Eternal Cold. As Lin Chen hurried along, he simply organized his belongings. Since arriving at the ruins, he had gained 15 skill points. Adding the ones he had previously obtained, he currently had 19. It was time to increase his strength. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the skill panel. Skills: Summon Undead LV7, Voidwalk LV4, Undead Pact LV6, Corpse Explosion LV2, Undead Resurrection LV2, Blink LV1, Soulfire LV2, Death Grip LV2, Soul Phasing LV1, Mountain Splitter LV1. 19 skill points seemed like a lot. But looking at the number of skills, Lin Chen instantly felt it was very few, especially since he only had 2 skills above level 5. Which skills should I upgrade? Lin Chen scanned through the skill descriptions one by one. As an undead mage, Summon Undead was undoubtedly a core skill. Earlier, when facing the otherworldly demon and the phantom toad, Lin Chen had lost quite a few undead creatures. The main reason was the lack of a frontline. Upgrading Summon Undead to level 8 would unlock the Skeleton Knight. The Skeleton Knight was different from the Skeleton Cavalry unlocked at level 7. Lin Chen remembered that they had both foot soldiers with shields and mounted lance knights. The shield and lance knights could perfectly compensate for the lack of a frontline. Do you want to spend 8 skill points to upgrade Summon Undead to level 8? Yes. Skill: Summon Undead has been successfully upgraded to level 8. New unit type unlocked: Skeleton Knight. Description: Skeleton Knights will be divided into regular Sword and Shield Knights, Elite Lance Knights, Epic Skeleton Elemental Knights, and Legendary Skeleton Dragon Knights. Not bad, for unit types, 2 frontlines and 2 damage dealers. Lin Chen nodded. With level 8 summon undead, combined with the effect of the Grim Reaper's scythe, he could summon 512 skeletons each time, which was very helpful for troop deployment. After spending 8 skill points, he had 11 left. Lin Chen first spent 5 skill points to upgrade Voidwalk to level 5. With 6 skill points remaining, he spent 5 to upgrade Mountain Splitter to level 3. At level 3, Mountain Splitter had a cooldown of only 30 seconds. Combined with skill cooldown reduction, Lin Chen could release it every 9 seconds. Coupled with the Great Buddha's Hand, it was enough to achieve seamless output of skills. After finishing the skill upgrades, Lin Chen glanced at his attribute panel. His health had successfully surpassed 9 million. In the future, a single Mountain Splitter would deal 900 times the damage. Of course, he was somewhat lacking in levels and experience. Lin Chen was currently level 64, with 10% of the experience bar filled. He was the lowest level among their group. I kind of missed that group of demons. Lin Chen chuckled, closing the panel. The following time passed without much incident. Everyone rode on their steeds, following Ludayer as they moved forward. They encountered 2 ordinary boss-level monsters along the way but ignored them. After all, according to the rules of the ruins summarized by humans, the teleportation portal to leave was generally unlocked by killing specific world-class bosses. What kind of unique boss could the Palace of Eternal Cold have? It was nothing more than toads, jade rabbits, heavenly soldiers, Wu Gang, and change. They had encountered Wu Gang before and he seemed harmless. This proved that the mythological figures in this ruin had a gentle attitude and belonged to the lawful side. Such ruins were the easiest to deal with. To leave, one might not even need to kill a boss. They could go to a specific location to trigger the teleportation portal. Lin Chen and the others aimed to find the Palace of Eternal Cold and trigger the portal to leave. Of course, everyone secretly had their own thoughts. When they reached the Palace of Eternal Cold, should they take a look at the legendary change? The group continued forward. Finally, after half an hour, the team's pace slowed down. Lin Chen noticed that Ludayer was looking a bit excited. He pointed at the divination plate and then ahead. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fan asked curiously. Ludayer excitedly spoke. "This must be the Palace of the Moon, there's no doubt about it." Lin Chen followed his gaze. Sure enough, a giant palace appeared 100 meters ahead. The palace was silver-white, emanating a chilling aura. From a distance, it seemed to be encased in ice, surrounded by spirit herbs that glowed with a silvery light. Upon closer inspection, there were several puppets in silver armor patrolling at the entrance of the palace. Everyone's eyes lit up. They had finally found it. Ever since they learned that there were puppeteers in the ruins of the Palace of the Moon, everyone felt a bit uncertain. At that moment, the captain of the Lazy Worm team approached Lin Chen. He waved his hand to reveal a panel. Name: Silver Armored Celestial Soldier Elite Level, LV-99. Description: a patrolling guardian of the Palace of the Moon, crafted by Change of the Moon Palace using Moonlight in Essence Soil with extraordinary strength. Skills: Silver Moon / Moonlight Shield, Force Breaking Thousands, Whirlwind / they're all elite monsters at level 99. Everyone was startled as they saw the monster information. Normally, boss monsters would be at a higher level than regular monsters. The gatekeepers were all level 99. What about those inside? Let's go! Lin Chen waved his hand. The group quickly moved to the front of the palace. At this point, they were only 50 meters from the main gate. The patrolling guards had not triggered a battle, but everyone noticed a problem. The palace's main door was closed, and on it was a huge bagua pattern. The bagua pattern had 2 grooves. It seems that to enter the Palace of the Moon, we need something specific, Chen Wanqiu said. From the shape, it should be related to the moon. Zhang Fan analyzed the 2 grooves. The round one should be a moonstone, likely requiring us to kill these celestial soldiers to obtain it. As for the long one, I have no idea. Could it be a branch of the osmanthus tree? After hearing Zhang Fan's analysis, everyone fell silent. The pattern did indeed resemble a thicker branch. However, they had just come from the direction of Wu Gang. Did they really have to run back again? Lin Chen frowned slightly. He had a feeling it wasn't like that. Just then, the female priest of the Lazy Worm team quietly said, "What if it's a carrot? Since this is the ruins of the Palace of the Moon, we only needed to collect toads along the way. Normally, there should also be the jade rabbit. This long pattern, round on top and thin on the bottom, also has 2 leaves. It's very likely that we need to kill the jade rabbit to obtain the carrot." After the female priest finished her analysis, for some reason, she lowered her head slightly, her face a bit flushed. But no one paid attention to that, as her analysis was indeed somewhat correct. Lin Chen glanced a few times and basically agreed with the female priest's statement. We came from the front of the Palace of the Moon, and along the way, it was all toads. If it really is a carrot, then the jade rabbit-type monsters are likely behind the Palace of the Moon. You all stay here and work with the skeleton soldiers to take down these celestial soldiers first. I'll go check the other side. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he directly began to summon skeleton soldiers. Now, with the necromancy skill, he could release it in less than 10 seconds. He summoned a total of 30,000 skeleton soldiers and transferred 100 peony flower spirits from the frost space to act as healers. Only then did Lin Chen signal to Chen Wanqiu, mount the purple gold gourd, and fly towards the back of the Palace of the Moon. Although the Palace of the Moon had only one palace, its area was quite large. Fortunately, Lin Chen's purple gold gourd was of the 7th rank, so it was very fast. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Lin Chen circled to the back of the Palace of the Moon and explored a distance of 1,000 meters. Finally, he began to encounter monsters. They were some rabbit-like monsters with big ears. These monsters were not too high in level, probably similar to the previous toads, with the highest being level 99. Lin Chen did not hesitate. He summoned skeleton soldiers and began to take down the jade rabbit-type monsters. Of course, during this time, he wasn't idle either. Before entering this ruin, Lin Chen had just bought a pair of communicating horns from Lu Daer. After taking the horns out of his backpack and informing Chen Wanqiu about it, he began to speed up his killing pace. The ordinary jade rabbit-type monsters didn't have high health. Even the highest level had just over 1,000,000 health points. With a single strike of his force split, he could take them down instantly. Even elite level ones didn't require a second hit. Unfortunately, the drop rate for carrots was very low. If Chen Wanqiu hadn't mentioned that they had already dropped moonstones, Lin Chen would have doubted his judgment. Just as he was considering whether to use the lucky revolver, a supergiant rabbit caught his eye ahead. The rabbit was about the same size as a phantom toad, holding a gigantic carrot in its hands. At one end of the carrot, a few green leaves were growing. It looked quite extraordinary. Looks like this is the world-class boss corresponding to the jade rabbit. Just the right carrot, it's you. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, directly using void walking to flash forward and execute the force split. For others, the bigger the boss, the stronger it was, the thicker its health bar, and the harder it was to kill. But for him, with 900 times the force split, adding true damage and the percentage damage based on the target's lost health, he took down the world-class boss Jade Rabbit in less than a minute. Ignoring the reward information for now, Lin Chen directly looked into his backpack space. Sure enough, there was a carrot there. Checking the information. Name, Jade Rabbit's carrot. Specialty of the Moon Palace. Description: the favorite food of the Jade Rabbit from the Moon Palace, containing strands of spiritual energy, one of the keys to opening the Moon Palace. Just as I thought. Lin Chen smiled, mounted his gourd, and hurried back. When Lin Chen returned to the square in front of the Moon Palace, Zheng Fan and the others were working together with the skeleton soldiers to kill the heavenly soldiers. There weren't many heavenly soldiers, only less than 1,000. By the time Lin Chen returned, only about 30 remained. Fortunately, they had already dropped moonstones. After Lin Chen learned this, he didn't join the battle. He plunged his sword into the ground. In an instant, the power of death covered the entire square. Those fallen heavenly soldiers all turned into undead creatures. These heavenly soldiers looked quite strong. They would be perfect as elite troops for the Frost Domain. Just as the transformation was completed, Zheng Fan and the others also finished the battle. Not bad luck, I easily got the moonstone after killing just 3 heavenly soldiers. Zheng Fan walked over, smiling as he handed Lin Chen a pearl radiating a silvery light. Lin Chen took it and shot a glance at his friend. The way he said it made it sound like he was some kind of African. Ignoring his friend's show-off, Lin Chen approached the palace gate. He embedded the carrot and moonstone into the 2 grooves of the Bagua pattern. Buzz! The Bagua pattern suddenly emitted a burst of bright light. Accompanied by the light, the huge door of the Moon Palace slowly opened to both sides. It's open. We can go in now. Lin Chen waved his hand and led everyone into the palace. Upon entering, there were no candles inside the palace. Everyone could only rely on the starry sky above to see some nearby scenes. But after a quick scan, they were all stunned. The vast palace indeed had a very large space, but it was somewhat chaotic inside. The ground was littered with various broken wooden frames, stones, and even quite a few broken weapons. Looking up, they didn't see the palace's ceiling, but rather the endless void of countless stars. It was breathtakingly beautiful, but that was all. Because they didn't find a teleportation portal. This meant they were very likely to have to experience a battle with mythical figures to leave the ruins. Let me take a look first. Lin Chen reassured everyone, summoning a fire crow to fly towards the palace. At the same time, he bent down and casually picked up an item to check it. Item: Sun-Shooting Divine Arrow Vermilion Bird Effect. One of the divine arrows left behind by Hui after shooting the sun, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, must be used with the Sun-Shooting Divine Bow. What's going on? Lin Chen was stunned. He really just picked it up casually. This vermilion bird arrow is completely different in shape from the previous black tortoise arrow. Before picking it up, Lin Chen had not thought about the sun-shooting divine arrow at all. Casually picking up the arrow, Lin Chen looked around at the other scattered equipment on the ground. What he had just picked up were all mythological items. And it was the sun-shooting divine arrow. So, could there be a sun-shooting divine bow? Lin Chen's heart raced. Sure enough, he spotted a bow 50 meters away. 50 meters is neither too far nor too close. At this moment, the others around saw Lin Chen squatting on the ground examining the scattered discarded weapons and began to imitate him. They weren't sensing anything wrong, rather. Throughout the journey here, they had relied almost entirely on Lin Chen's efforts. Now that they had entered the palace of Guanhan, Lin Chen was still personally checking for abnormalities around them. If they didn't show some initiative, their faces would start to feel hot. Seeing their actions, Lin Chen's expression turned bitter. Fortunately, according to the distance, he was closest to the bow. Moreover, not everything around was a mythological item. For instance, there was a broken spear nearby. The information showed it was just an ordinary weapon used by a demonic celestial soldier. Lin Chen continued his inspection and soon arrived next to the bow. He reached out and picked it up. Equipment: sun-shooting divine bow. Damaged quality, mythical. Ancient description: the divine bow used by Hou-Yi to shoot the suns, now damaged. Damaged? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the bow had cracks and lacked a bowstring. No wonder it felt strange in his hands. He had been too excited earlier to notice this detail. But even in a damaged state, it's of ancient artifact quality. If it were complete, wouldn't it be a relic from the ancient or even primordial times? Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and stored it in his backpack. Sun-shooting divine bow has been bound, special quest activated. The Lost Primordial Artifact quest. The Lost Primordial Artifact description: after the divine war, the gods fell, and civilization collapsed. As one of the supreme artifacts, the sun-shooting divine bow was shattered in the divine war. For the survival of civilization, please restore the supreme glory. Objective: find the missing parts to repair the primordial artifact and restore it. Reward: supreme artifact sun-shooting divine bow. All attributes 200. Currently, no repair materials available in the vicinity. Ongoing detection. Thump, thump. Lin Chen felt the world spinning, and all he could hear was the sound of his own heartbeat. It really is a primordial artifact. It's important to know that currently, there are only 2 known primordial artifacts in the world. Moreover, these 2 are not in human hands but in the hands of mythological figures within ruins. One is the Thunder God Hammer, which caused the heavens and earth to thunder when the Olympus ruins in the European continent opened a few years ago. The other is the first to appear globally, the Rui Jindu Bang, which split the heavens and earth when the journey to the west ruins in the Xia Kingdom opened, making all practitioners aware of the dangers of the journey to the west. Just circling around the outskirts made them too afraid to step further in. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly rising to look at Chen Wanqiu. Originally, he had come to the Divine Grace Cemetery to ask for the evolution stone rewards that Chen Wanqiu had promised. He never expected that a twist of fate would soon make him the first practitioner in the world to possess a primordial artifact. Even if he couldn't possess the primordial artifact, the terrifying attribute reward of 200 to all attributes was still incredible. After all, he had a mythical magic card that could reverse the universe. With an increase of 200 to all attributes, wouldn't that mean a total of 800 in a single attribute? This time, he was truly going to strike it rich. What's wrong? Noticing Lin Chen's gaze, Chen Wanqiu furrowed her brows and asked. It's nothing. Lin Chen grinned, not explaining further, and then looked deeper into the palace of Guanhan. The broken weapons, armor, and other items at the entrance had basically been checked by everyone. Naturally, they hadn't noticed anything. Lin Chen hadn't either. However, the underground was different from the depths and the sky. Thanks to the diversity of the demonic creatures in the Longmen grottos, Lin Chen had sent out a bat spirit that excelled in stealth and speed as soon as he entered. There weren't many, only 10 were sent out. 6 spread out to explore deeper, while 4 ventured into the night sky, which sparkled like countless stars. Of course, don't ask why not 5 in each wave. 3 minutes had passed since the release of the bat spirits. Lin Chen used the entry from the Ant Queen's unique necklace to switch to the summoned creature's perspective for observation. Nothing unusual was found in the depths. The interior of the Guanghan Palace should be a folded space. The 6 bat spirits kept flying, and apart from some pillars, they saw nothing. However, the sky was different. Lin Chen discovered that one of the 4 bat spirits had died. That bat spirit was an elite level 1, faster than the others. After it flew high into the sky, it quickly perished completely. It didn't even sense how it died. Fortunately, there were still 3 left. Lin Chen controlled one of them, increasing its speed. Whoosh! Just in the blink of an eye, the bat spirit was completely dead. This time, Lin Chen saw something, but he wasn't quite sure. Now only 2 remained. Lin Chen controlled the other one, keeping a close watch on this bat spirit. Whoosh! Similarly, with a slight sound, the bat spirit vanished into thin air. This time, Lin Chen clearly saw what it was. It was a black ribbon. Lin Chen hurriedly controlled the only remaining one to retreat. At the same time, he looked up at the Guanghan Palace above. The ribbon. If he wasn't mistaken, then the countless stars in the sky were not real stars. They were the enchanted flying maidens of the Guanghan Palace. In mythology, the Guanghan Palace is exceptionally cold, with only one fairy residing in the Guanghan Palace, namely Change. She often felt lonely. And when she sensed someone was coming, she transformed the stars above the Guanghan Palace into countless maidens who sang and danced, descending from the sky to welcome them, only to instantly turn back into twinkling stars. Thinking of this possibility, Lin Chen's expression changed drastically and his scalp tingled. One must know that the stars above numbered in the tens of thousands. This trouble might be a bit big. Lin Chen swallowed hard, feeling a bit of pressure but also some excitement. From entering the Guanghan Palace ruins to entering the Guanghan Palace itself, he had gained a lot along the way, but he had also lost quite a few undead creatures. Although the cooldown time for summoning undead skills was short and the number of summons was large, powerful magical creatures transformed into undead had absolutely impressive effects, just like these bat spirits. Lin Chen was tempted. The enchanted heavenly soldiers outside were not enough this time. He would collect all the enchanted flying maidens inside. What about you, Xian? Did you find anything? Zhang Fan walked over to Lin Chen and said, I sensed some wind with my talent earlier and it felt strange up there. You're right, there is indeed a problem above. Lin Chen smiled and gathered everyone around, briefly explaining the discoveries from the bat spirit's perspective. No way, really? So many. Upon hearing Lin Chen's findings, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Especially the lazy worm team, who instinctively bared their teeth and gasped. While they were shocked, they truly admired Lin Chen. Their team, although not strong among the first-tier practitioners in Hang City, was not weak either. They could barely rank in the top 100. Yet, after entering, they had squatted with Lin Chen to look at some broken equipment and had not noticed anything unusual. Then they observed the starry sky above. And that female priest had even enthusiastically pulled them to take group photos with her phone. They had been observing without noticing anything wrong and thought Lin Chen was being overly cautious. They didn't expect that he wasn't just cautious, he was genuinely capable and had thought things through thoroughly. One word, impressive. What should we do? Zhang Fan frowned tightly. Right now, we haven't sensed a teleportation portal. If we want to leave, we definitely need to defeat the boss inside. If we disturb it, those enchanted flying maidens might awaken too, and the number. Just thinking about facing countless magical creatures at once made everyone's scalp tingle. Unconsciously, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Chen. What's the big deal about having a lot? Lin Chen licked his cracked lips. If there are many, doesn't that just mean they're coming to deliver monsters to me? As soon as Lin Chen said this, Chen Wanxiu, Zhang Fan, Lu Dareduo, and the members of the lazy bug team all nodded instinctively, expressing their agreement while looking speechless. While others entered the ruins worried about encountering monsters, this guy was just fine with it. The more monsters, the better for him. That thought was truly bold. However, recalling the various monsters Lin Chen had transformed along the way, as well as the method he had just used to transform the fallen demonized heavenly soldiers, they felt that perhaps the real concern should be those demonized flying maidens above. Shen, what should we do? Yeah, big guy, you say it, well follow your lead. Realizing that a great battle was about to unfold, everyone stopped talking and expressed their willingness to listen to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, scanning the crowd. He said seriously, you all just wait for me here at the entrance. There are too many, and I might not be able to ensure your safety. After hearing Lin Chen's words, the group fell silent. It wasn't that Lin Chen's words were arrogant, but they realized that facing such a number of monsters, their involvement might not only be unhelpful but could also be a liability. Chen Wanxiu was the first to break the silence. She handed Lin Chen 2 vials of potion, saying lightly, this is the steel elixir, which can increase all attributes by 20% within 3 minutes. After speaking, Chen Wanxiu put away her assassin's dagger and retreated to the entrance of the hall, leaning against the door. Lin Chen accepted the steel elixir with a smile. The steel elixir was a high-grade potion, with 1 vial costing over 1,000,000 gold coins, and one could only drink 2 vials a day. Lin Chen had prepared some before coming, but since this was a gift from Chen Wanxiu, he certainly wouldn't be polite. After all, she was a little rich girl, why not take advantage of it? I have 2 vials of enhancement potion as well. Zhang Fan also handed over a vial, saying, this was issued by the military and I have some left. Lin Chen didn't refuse and accepted it. He knew this potion too, it was called the witchcraft elixir. Its effect was similar to the steel elixir, but it enhanced damage. Within 3 minutes, all damage would increase by 50%, with a chance to inflict a voodoo state on the target. After Zhang Fan handed over the potion, Lu Dareduo and the Lazy Bug team also stepped forward. No need, my attributes are stronger now. And besides, I won't be the one to strike later. Lin Chen smiled faintly, pushing their offerings away. However, Lu Dareduo did not back off. Lin Xiao. This was the title Lu Dareduo had been using since he first met Lin Chen, and he had grown accustomed to it. He stepped in front of Lin Chen and took out a capsule-shaped item. This is an experience capsule. Using it will double the experience gained within half an hour. Just right for you. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. I'll take it. Yes, in the ruins around the world, some special items can be produced. This experience capsule was obtained from a massive underground ruin. It's quite rare, but a merchant collected one for the sake of his reputation. Great, thanks, Lu Gu. Lin Chen smiled and directly used the capsule. Seeing him use the capsule, Lu Dareduo stepped back to the entrance of the hall. With this, Lin Chen began to prepare. There were too many monsters in the sky. Normally, the best tactic would be to lure them down separately and take them out one by one. But Lin Chen didn't think that way. His summoned creatures could trigger lightning power. Unless these flying maidens were immune to control, otherwise, in a large-scale battle, they would be waiting to be enveloped in an electric net, enjoying the pleasure of paralysis. Of course, with so many monsters, Lin Chen wouldn't just charge in recklessly. He had some plans. First was the battlefield's range. Naturally, it would be better to move deeper into the hall. One reason was to prevent the battle from spreading too far outside the palace, and the other was to avoid friendly fire. With this in mind, Lin Chen exchanged a few words with those behind him, activated void walking, and moved forward into the depths of the Guanghan Palace, the folded space of the Moon Palace. At present, it seems that the monsters are the demonized flying maidens from the sky, as well as the mythical figure change that may exist deep within. To prevent triggering a battle with the mythical figure, Lin Chen dared not venture too deep. Of course, ever since the death of the undead creature, the bat spirit, and learning that the flying maidens were above, Lin Chen felt he might not encounter any mythical figures. Most likely, he only needed to defeat these world-class bosses among the maidens. However, there could also be special circumstances. This relic of the Moon Palace formed by myth and legend has changed as the maid of the true Lord of the Moon. If it were just that, it could still trigger a battle with a mythical figure. Lin Chen could only pray it wouldn't be so. After all, according to the history books, the mythical figures encountered by Blue Star are all incredibly powerful. No practitioner has ever won against the mythical figures in these relics. Even the world's number 1, Einstein, and number 2, Li Jiangbai, have both been defeated by the mythical figures within the relics. There are even rumors that there were originally 3 practitioners who broke through to the 4th tier, but the third one coveted the ancient artifact, the Rui Jingu Bang, in the Journey to the West relic. In the end, everyone knows what happened. One can only say that Monkey King is still fierce. That person, as the third in the world, if he doesn't court death, he won't die. If he courts death, then there are only 2 4th-tier practitioners in the world. As for who the third is? Bali, who has never appeared. That's about it. Let's stop here. Lin Chen left a skeletal soldier at the palace gate. At this moment, he sensed a bit. The entrance should be about 500 meters away. With the location decided, Lin Chen began to summon skeletal soldiers and transformed into the Lich King form, transferring the undead creatures. He even summoned his contracted beasts, including Elena and the clumsy cow. Among them was the frost giant, Shishao. Lin Chen gave it the thorn round shield he had obtained earlier. Equipment: Thorn round shield. Unique quality: Epic effect, defense 5000, life 10,000, constitution 20. Equipment requirement: level 70 and above for all professions. Attribute: Thorn spike generates a thorn spike shield with an equal value based on its own health. The thorns of the shield can automatically attack surrounding targets. And the shield has a 50 damage reduction and reflection. This was obtained from killing a Sakura country practitioner in the Longmen Grotto's relic. Lin Chen's level was not enough to equip it. However, Elena and the other contracted beasts had just leveled up to 70 in this Moon Palace relic. This shield was clearly a meat shield artifact. Now at level 70, the frost giant, Shishao, which grows primarily in health and defense, was just right to wear this equipment. With this equipment, Shishao could easily run around here to draw aggro, gathering the demonized flying maidens that were descending. Where there is a tank, there must be healing. Lin Chen also summoned some peony flower demons and had Elena protect them. Then he continuously summoned skeletal soldiers. Crack time flew by quickly. Chen Wanqiu and the others waiting at the door couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Now, over 10 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of battle. Could something have gone wrong? Chen Wanqiu frowned, planning to use shadow travel to take a look. Just then, sounds came from deep within the hall. All archers, aim above and shoot. Shishao, run and gather them all here. Elena, dragon breath. Cavalry, charge. As Lin Chen's commands fell, countless sounds of breaking air followed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, arrows from the skeletal archers and dragon breath surged towards the starry sky above the hall. Soon, thousands of lights fell from the sky like a meteor shower. Who is it? Who dares to disturb our slumber? Eliminate him in the name of the moon. Accompanied by angry shouts, one by one, the demonized flying maidens materialized from the void, attacking the frost giant, Shishao, which had taunting abilities to draw aggro. The battle erupted instantly. At this moment, Lin Chen also saw the image of the demonized flying maid clearly. They were very similar to humans. With beautiful and charming faces, graceful figures, they looked almost like human women. What set them apart from humans was that they wore gauzy garments made of silk, revealing skin as white as jade, and their feet were bare and equally white, capable of briefly soaring into the air. Behind them trailed ribbons, which were likely their weapons. They had high damage and high defense. Similar to the demonized heavenly soldiers outside, they included both melee fighters and mages. There were even surprisingly supportive flying maids. Not bad. The demonized flying maids, with their petite figures and stunningly cute faces, complemented by the flowing white gauze ribbons behind them, would truly be both powerful and pleasing to the eye if transformed into undead minions. However, Lin Chen gradually discovered that these demonized flying maids, once combat was triggered, could not stay airborne for long. This saved Lin Chen quite a bit of effort in battling them. But there was also some regret. It seemed that their hovering in the air was part of the mechanism of this Guanghan Palace. Boom! While the skeleton soldiers and various summoned creatures fought against the flying maids, Lin Chen was not idle. He controlled the low-health skeleton soldiers to prioritize self-destruct attacks on those supportive flying maids. At the same time, he continuously summoned undead. One skeleton after another crawled out from the ground, quickly splitting up to join different battlefields. Successfully killed 109 level elite demonized flying maid, experienced 72,000. Congratulations on obtaining material. Flying Silk 1 successfully killed 109 level elite demonized flying maid, experienced 72,000. Successfully killed 109 level boss demonized flying maid, experience 150000. Congratulations on obtaining equipment. Embroidered Silk Legend kill notifications kept appearing. Experience, equipment, materials, skill books, magic cards, various resources kept popping out. Even with a level gap of over 40, relying on experience capsules combined with his experience-enhancing magic cards, Lin Chen quickly reached level 65. This level was definitely enough to leave others in the dust among the new students of Ming University. Of course, he still couldn't compare to someone like Zhang Fan, a military academy student. After all, Zhang Fan could go to the underground palace to kill the demons from other realms. The experience, attributes, and experience drop rates of those demons were incredibly high. Strange, it's been so long. Why hasn't the fish I released bitten yet? Don't they want to avenge their compatriots? Lin Chen missed the astonishing attributes and skill point drop rates of the demon race. Despite facing thousands of 109 level monsters with ease, he still felt a bit of pressure. After all, these monsters dealt high damage. Basically, once he activated Supreme Domination, the skeleton soldiers could only withstand 2 or 3 attacks from these flying maids before dissipating. Fortunately, Shishao was doing a great job constantly drawing aggro. Coupled with the buzzing electric net on the battlefield, this stabilized the entire fight. However, if he had already unlocked skeleton mages and skeleton priests, the battle would be much easier. Mages could deal area damage, and priests could provide various support skills. Together, that would be true legion warfare. Could it be that those demons who came to Blue Star through the Divine Grace Tomb's underground palace were originally few in number? And even fewer were drawn into the ruins? Were those 500 just now the entirety of them? Lin Chen thought of this and felt a pang of frustration. Forget it, the main task is important. I need to hurry and get the news of the underground palace to the military. Steeling himself, Lin Chen continued to focus on the battle. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Guanghan Palace Hall, Zhang Fan, Chen Wanqiu, and others were also sweating for Lin Chen. They had naturally witnessed the scene that resembled a meteor shower. The numbers were absolutely something only a group of 10,000 or even a military unit could resist. Even the Lazy Worm Squad, as a fixed team, had specialized in detection skills. After their detection, they found that those flying maids were actually as high as level 109. Level 109. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? This is too perverse. Isn't Lin the Great only around level 60? Ridiculous, our new rich students at Honda have plenty of money. He's stacked his level, equipment, and skills with cash. He probably can only face off against 30 to 50 level 99 professionals at once. This Lin the Great. The members of the Lazy Worm team exchanged words, their tones revealing shock. In fact, not many students were paying attention to the national champion. They were part of the group that hadn't been paying attention. Just after Lin Chen left, the captain quietly asked about it and learned that Lin Chen was this year's national champion. Considering Lin Chen's performance along the way, they began to recognize his strength. But they never expected him to be this strong. From just now until now, he had already summoned tens of thousands of monsters. The key was that their levels were so high. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and personally used skills to investigate, they absolutely wouldn't have believed it was something a level 60 professional could achieve. Even in their assessments, they figured that even a 5-member professional player team couldn't manage it. How could they not be shocked? Just as they were marveling, another group of people entered from outside the square. By their appearance, they were not from the Dragon Country, but from the Cherry Blossom Country. There were quite a few of them, more than 20. Their strength looked decent. Haha, yo, it's actually the Guanghan Palace. Zhang Fan's expression tightened upon hearing the voice. By their looks, he wasn't sure if they were from the Cherry Blossom Country. But that poor Chinese and the accent of a major could not be mistaken. Among this group, the two leading individuals looked to be around 35 or 36. The others seemed to be about the same age as Zhang Fan and his team. Their strength looked decent. However, before they could get closer, the Lazy Worm team captain, Su Xiu, recognized two of them. It's actually them? Su Xiu said in surprise. Who? Zhang Fan frowned and asked. Two professional players who rigged matches. Which two? The two leaders over there. Su Xiu pointed to the two leading individuals walking from the square. These two are professionals from the Cherry Blossom Country, one named Yamamoto Chuan, and the other Sasaki. They both came from average families when they were young, but fortunately, they had good luck. At 18, they quickly changed their family circumstances with their class talent awakened during their job change. However, resources are scarce in the Cherry Blossom Country, and their universities are different from those in the Summer Country. They don't have a credit system. So students need to form teams to hunt monsters and buy materials to develop. But they weren't satisfied with such a tedious academic life. They joined the professional league early on thanks to their talent. In fact, their strength is quite good, and their talent matches their profession well. If they focused on playing, not to mention winning championships, they could definitely change their social class. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, they did something notorious in the professional circle. Because they rigged a match during the world competition. Be careful. After these two were exposed for match fixing, their personalities changed drastically. They've done quite a bit of harm in the wild. The Lazy Worm team captain, Su Xiu, finished explaining in a low voice. He then signaled to his team members with his eyes. Despite their recent disastrous escape from the foreign demons, in Hang City, their small team could still rank among the top 100. They usually fought quite well together. At this moment, seeing that they might encounter an external enemy, they naturally perked up. Lin Chen was engaged in intense combat inside. They at least had to protect Zhang Fan, Chen Wanqiu, and Lu Derduo. After hearing the explanation, Zhang Fan and Chen Wanqiu also became serious. Although Blue Star was generally peaceful, there had always been conflicts between the Cherry Blossom Country and the Summer Country. Now that the other side had two professional players and they had none, there was a gap in strength. If the other side had any ill intentions, facing off against them could indeed be dangerous. Of course, they weren't without a chance. At the very least, they had Lin Chen behind them. It was just that Lin Chen was currently busy. They felt embarrassed to disturb so abruptly. Strange, retired professional players from Sakura Country have come to our Zhanghai City in Xia Country. Could it be related to the incident at Longmen Grottos? Lu Derduo frowned slightly. I heard that a famous active professional player from Sakura Country lent a piece of equipment to his cousin. That equipment is said to be a core item for professional players, and many strategies of their team are based on that item. As a result, his cousin inexplicably lost the equipment at Longmen Grottos. Is that really the case? The people around were somewhat surprised. They were still students and didn't really understand this matter. Of course, this is what a friend of mine who often goes to Sakura Country told me. Apparently, it caused quite a stir. Because the team of the professional player who lost the equipment qualified for this year's World Championship. This time is precisely when they are preparing for the World Championship. I'm afraid these two retired players are sent to find the equipment. What kind of equipment could be worth doing this? I don't know, but the rumors say it's a shield. As for whether it's true or not, I can't say. After all, such an important piece of equipment, the other side is likely to release some false information to prevent other teams from finding it early. Lu Derduo was explaining. The more than 20 professionals from Sakura Country also crossed the 100-meter wide square. They arrived at the palace entrance. To their surprise, there was a palace radiating moonlight ahead. They were all very excited. Ha ha ha, we struck gold. This Guanghan Palace is the residence of change in myth and legend. There must be plenty of treasures inside. Yo, if we finish this job, we can save ourselves many years of hard work. Ha ha ha. The two very strong individuals walked at the front, looking at the palace and shouting arrogantly. They noticed that there were other people inside. The strongest among them, Yamamoto Chuan, looked at Zheng Fan and the others. You guys, hurry up and leave here. This place is ours. Upon hearing this, Zheng Fan and the others frowned. Let us leave? Who are you? Who are you to tell us to leave? Lazy Worm Squad leader Su Xiu directly asked. Exactly, on what grounds? This is Xia country's territory. Just because we are stronger than you. The treasures in this Guanhan palace are not for you to touch. Be sensible and get lost. Otherwise, we won't be polite. The people from Sakura country shouted. Yamamoto-kun, why waste words with them? Just take action. Zheng Fan and the others' faces darkened. These people from Sakura country really intended to fight. No rush. Next to Yamamoto Chuan, another professional player with a sideswept fringe, Sasaki, stopped him. Sasaki-kun, why are you stopping us? These Xia country people are only at level 100 and they still want to compete with us for treasures? Exactly, they are too overconfident. Sasaki didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Zheng Fan and the others and asked in broken Chinese, have you seen a professional player wearing black armor and wielding a great sword? As he spoke, he took out a portrait. Upon seeing the portrait, Zheng Fan and the others were shocked. Isn't this the Lich King form of Lin Chen? They were actually looking for Lin Chen. They exchanged glances. Could it be that Lin Chen encountered the professionals from Sakura country while hunting monsters in the wild? Perhaps he even killed them, creating enmity? Or could it be that those two active professional players from Sakura country really came to Xia country to find equipment and now they are looking for Lin Chen because the equipment was dropped by him? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It really is true that enemies meet face to face. However, if that's the case, they definitely couldn't let this group from Sakura country in easily. Lin Chen had just entered the palace to thoroughly eliminate the corrupted flying maidens precisely to avoid harming them. This means that Lin Chen was also somewhat strained. If they let these people in to cause trouble, that could pose a life-threatening danger to Lin Chen. Zheng Fan, Chen Wanqiu, and the others exchanged glances. They all realized the seriousness of the situation. No matter what, they had to stop this group before Lin Chen resolved the battle inside. You lot. Do you know the person in the picture? Do you recognize them? Sasaki frowned as they remained silent, his voice growing much colder. Zheng Fan and the others looked at each other. Naturally, they couldn't tell each other about such matters. Seeing that they still wouldn't speak, Yamamoto grew angry. Baka, are you looking for death? We were speaking to you nicely. If you ignore us, that's one thing. But to remain silent in the face of Sasaki-kun's inquiry is unacceptable. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from Yamamoto. Zheng Fan and the others felt this aura and their expressions changed drastically. So strong. This sense of oppression was absolutely over 500 points higher than their average attributes. Moreover, there were two people on their side with such strength. Feeling the overwhelming power of the opponent, Zheng Fan and the others sensed a faint pressure. Their own strength was still too low. However, even so, they could not reveal Lin Chen's whereabouts. They would fight to block them. I'll give you one last chance. Will you speak or not? Yamamoto shouted fiercely, his powerful aura bursting forth. But just then, a commotion arose not far from the palace square. The noise was quite loud, likely involving 100 or so people. As they approached, Zheng Fan and the others were shocked. These people were all from the foreign demon race. Moreover, there were no members of the mountain tribe who had escaped earlier, but rather, the Lin tribe demons with patterns shaped like the character for Lin on their faces. This tribe was known among the foreign demon races as warriors. Although their speed was relatively slower, they had exceptionally high health and were very strong. They ranked second in strength among the foreign demon races. This is troublesome. Zheng Fan whispered. Seeing this, Chen Wanqiu took out the horn from her backpack. In this situation, only Lin Chen could resolve it. To avoid disturbing Lin Chen, she could only use this horn for communication. However, before she could act, the group of professionals from Sakura country lost their composure. Seeing another wave of people arriving, and in considerable numbers, they naturally worried about competing for resources in the Guanhan Palace. One of the Sakura country professionals stepped forward. Baka! What are you? Bang! Before this Sakura country professional could finish speaking, a demon pierced through his heart with a hand. At that moment, the communication horn in Chen Wanqiu's hand vibrated twice. In the depths of the Guanghan Palace, thanks to the unique equipment, the Ant Queen necklace, Lin Chen could switch to the summoning perspective using the Bug Race Heart attribute. Thus, he naturally knew about some of the events happening in front of the palace gate. I didn't expect this shield to be such a rare item. Lin Chen glanced at the frost giant, Shi Xiao, wrapped in a blue thorn shield not far away. It was now like a moving sea urchin, with thorns constantly bursting forth from the shield, stabbing at the surroundings and continuously attracting the hatred of monsters. Such a useful piece of equipment, Lin Chen had recognized its value back at the Longmen Buddhist cave. He just didn't expect it to be worth this much. Sakura Country even went so far as to invite 2 retired professional players to Jianghai City to find people and equipment. Since it's so valuable, it definitely can't be returned. Lin Chen smiled lightly and briefly spoke a few words to Chen Wanqiu through the communication horn. 2 waves of people had arrived outside the palace gate, and neither Chen Wanqiu nor Zhang Fan could handle them. Lin Chen was not a cold-hearted person. Moreover, these were all his friends. Currently, only 1/10 of the demonized flying maidens inside the palace remained. It wouldn't take long to eliminate them. But considering the strength of the incoming foreign demon race, Lin Chen planned to use the skeleton soldiers to hold them off first, then go to the palace gate to resolve the trouble himself. Irina, I'll leave them in your command. Lin Chen briefly assigned the task to Irina and then prepared to walk towards the palace gate. However, just as he was about to turn around, a beam of light suddenly shot towards him. Lin Chen's expression tightened. Immediately after, he saw a pair of bare, delicate jade feet in the light. The 10 toes were crystal clear, like jade carvings, radiating an enticing pink glow. These feet were incredibly beautiful, yet also very dangerous. They were kicking towards his face at an extremely fast speed. The speed was too quick. Lin Chen couldn't dodge in time and hurriedly activated void walking. However, that pair of jade feet, or rather, their owner, seemed to have a tracking ability. They maintained a straight kicking posture, continuing to strike. Wherever Lin Chen appeared, those jade feet would follow and kick in that direction. Fortunately, the advantage of void walking was significant. Lin Chen's skill level was not low, and he had been continuously releasing it during the previous battle, so the cooldown reduction effect was still in place. As long as his mana was sufficient, he could use void walking indefinitely. Faced with this situation, Lin Chen could only keep using void walking, while those jade feet kicked at him like the legendary shadowless kick of the Buddhist mountain. Lin Chen tried to flash to several different positions but couldn't evade them. For a moment he felt a bit helpless. What was going on? He had no intention of having an epic showdown with those jade feet. Whoosh, 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 those jade feet were kicking rapidly in front of his face. Lin Chen wrinkled his nose. Fortunately, although they were close, there was no unpleasant odor. Moreover, Lin Chen noticed that above the jade feet were a pair of pure white calves. Further up was a flowing, luminous dress. Of course, looking even higher, there stood a stunning woman with 2 rabbit ears. She had a decent appearance and an acceptable demeanor, but her eyes were red, coldly staring at him. All right. Lin Chen pursed his lips. He already knew who this was. Gong San Li. No, it was the real Jade Rabbit. No wonder I've been fighting for so long without seeing a world-class flying maid. So, the head maid is you. Lin Chen kept using void walking, taking the opportunity to switch his perspective to check the situation at the palace gate. What was happening there didn't seem to require him to head to the entrance just yet. Exactly, I was just worried about how to unlock the relic exit. While Lin Chen contacted Chen Wanqiu with his horn to inform her he would be late, he continued to use void walking to evade the Jade Rabbit's relentless kicks. In the midst of it all, Lin Chen even took the chance to scratch the sole of the Jade Rabbit's foot. This naturally angered the Jade Rabbit. Her eyes turned even redder and her kicks became faster. However, Lin Chen had a magical gourd, allowing him to use void walking indefinitely. Confirming that there was no immediate danger at the palace gate and realizing that this might be the key boss to trigger the relic exit, Lin Chen no longer hesitated. Utilizing void walking, the Jade Rabbit pressed forward again, and he seized her ankle. Meanwhile, at the palace gate, while Lin Chen was engaged in a fierce battle with the Jade Feet, things were far from calm. The sudden appearance of the foreign demon caught everyone off guard. Chen Wanqiu, Zhang Fan, and others wore serious expressions. The demon race had actually appeared. They naturally knew the terror of the demon race but didn't expect that this time it wasn't the mountain tribe that had fled before, but rather the Lin tribe, which had high health and could immunize against both physical and magical damage by 50%. Baka! Who are you? How dare you attack the great practitioners of Sakura Country? Die, die, die! The practitioners of Sakura Country were furious. They hadn't expected that this group of seemingly foolish, pig-like people would dare to attack them directly, and without holding back, they had killed one practitioner. Whoosh! A practitioner from Sakura Country roared, raising a large hammer in his hand and charging at the foreign demon. Among the foreign demons, the one who struck to kill the practitioner was a fat, burly demon. He grinned wickedly and charged forward, holding 2 massive wolf-toothed clubs in his hands. He exuded a sense of immense power. Boom! The 2 weapons collided with a tremendous force. The sound reverberated, making everyone around want to cover their ears. However, a similarly robust figure, wielding a hammer and seemingly a special profession sumo from the cherry blossom country, was met with a single strike. The fat man smashed the sumo's head with a wolf-tooth club. Damn it! This person is incredibly strong. The professionals from the cherry blossom country were enraged. They never expected their opponent to possess such terrifying strength. The sumo wrestler who had just fallen was ranked among the top 10 in the new generation of first-tier professionals in the cherry blossom country. You bastards! The remaining cherry blossom professional, a close friend of the fallen sumo, roared and charged at the fat man. However, his strength was utterly insufficient before the fat man. In just 2 breaths, he was smashed to pieces by another wolf-tooth club. Baka! These demons dare to be so arrogant. Charge! Kill them all! The remaining professionals from the cherry blossom country were furious. They wanted to rush in and eliminate all these foreign demons. However, at that moment, Sasaki blocked their way. Wait! Sasaki looked at the foreign demons with a serious expression, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Although he was a retired professional player, he was still at level 99. He hadn't encountered much information about the underground palace and the foreign realms. However, despite not having direct experience, as someone who had participated in the World Championships, he still understood a bit. It seemed that only he and Yamamotokawa were qualified to take action against these people. Sasaki and Yamamotokawa exchanged glances, both realizing the strength of the individuals before them. Yamamotokawa, let's discuss a strategy, Sasaki said in a deep voice. However, before he could finish, Yamamotokawa had already charged out. Baka! These damned demons dare to be so arrogant. I, Yamamotokawa, will make them understand the might of our great Yamato. Yamamotokawa roared as he rushed towards the foreign demons. Seeing this, Sasaki's expression changed slightly, but he didn't hesitate and followed right behind. Yamamotokawa was a wandering samurai. Although a rare profession, his talent and profession were highly compatible. Overall, his strength was slightly greater than Sasaki's. Of course, he also had more knowledge about these demons. His fiancée's family had military connections, and he had learned more about the underground palace and foreign realms from her. At this moment, he engaged in battle, not only for revenge for his teammate but also because he remembered his fiancée mentioning that killing these foreign beings came with high rewards. Whoosh! Yamamotokawa's blade was swift, and his attacks were sharp. He fought against the demons. Boom! Yamamotokawa slashed at one of the fat demons. The demon snorted coldly and swung its wolf-tooth club in response. However, Yamamotokawa's figure moved like a ghost, dodging to the side just as the club came crashing down. Whoosh! The blade flashed, and the demon's arm was severed by Yamamotokawa. Damn it! The demon let out a scream, not expecting Yamamotokawa to be so fast. Too weak. Yamamotokawa snorted coldly and slashed again at the demon. The demon roared, swinging the wolf-toothed club in its other hand fiercely at Yamamotokawa. However, Yamamotokawa did not dodge at all. Just as the club was about to hit him, he swung his blade fiercely. Whoosh! The blade flashed and the demon's head flew off. Good! The surrounding professionals from the cherry blossom country cheered excitedly. This was the strength of a professional player. At that moment, Zhang Fan and Chen Wanxiu were slightly stunned. They never expected Yamamotokawa to be so powerful. Killing a demon with just 2 strikes. Vagura! In the demon group, upon seeing their companion's death, there was no anger or sadness. They simply sent out 2 more demons. One of them, also wielding a wolf fawn club, charged at Yamamoto Chuan. The other, bare-handed, confronted Sasaki, who had just stepped forward. Sasaki's profession is a unique one from Sakura country, the Hokage. This profession requires no weapons. All output relies on shouting in various hand seals. Of course, shouting is no joke. The louder the shout when releasing skills, the higher the output. Phoenix Fire Technique. Sakura Fall Slash. Yamamoto Chuan and Sasaki shouted loudly, engaging in battle with their respective demons. Boom! The clash of blades and wolf fawn clubs echoed. The Hokage's various ninjutsu bombarded the demons. The fight was extremely intense. However, for a while, neither side could gain the upper hand. This left the ordinary professionals from Sakura country behind feeling a bit alarmed. After all, there were dozens of demons that had come. The 2 sent out just now, judging by their positions, were clearly not core personnel. Yet, these seemingly random 2 were able to hold their own against 2 retired professionals who had been grinding their attributes for over a decade. How strong must the incoming foreign demons be? These people began to feel a bit scared. Although they were angry and xenophobic, it didn't mean they were foolish. On the contrary, their intelligence was not low, as they had become professionals. At this moment, they realized they might have kicked a steel plate. Sure enough, what they feared came to pass. A sudden change occurred on the battlefield. The two demons roared, their bodies suddenly swelling to twice their size. Their figures grew larger, but their movements became even faster. And their strength increased. Yamamoto Chuan and Sasaki were immediately suppressed. Damn it, what kind of ability is this? Yamamoto Chuan roared, dodging the Wolf Fang Club once more. He swung his blade at the demon. However, this time, the demon reacted very quickly. The other Wolf Fang Club directly blocked the attack. Bang! The immense force knocked Yamamoto Chuan back several steps. Even the air around them produced explosive sounds. Damn it! Yamamoto Chuan shouted, wanting to charge again. However, at that moment, the demon suddenly jumped up, swinging the Wolf Fang Club down hard towards Yamamoto Chuan. He couldn't dodge in time and was struck heavily. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Put! Yamamoto Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling utterly defeated. On the other side, Sasaki was not faring any better. Although he was a Hokage professional, the demon's speed was too fast. He couldn't even form seals before the demon closed in. A massive fist slammed into him. Sasaki's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Baka! Sasaki shouted in anger, trying to get up. However, the demon gave him no chance. It charged in and delivered another punch. Put! Sasaki spat out another mouthful of blood and hurriedly released fire release. The strength of this forest tribe demon was far too powerful. He was completely outmatched. If he didn't escape, he might die here today. Whoosh! Sasaki transformed into a flash of fire, retreating backward. However, soon, the fire changed direction. That was the place where Yamamoto Chuan had fallen. At this moment, Yamamoto Chuan was in a severely injured state, just having taken a potion to recover. Before he could get up, the Wolf Fang Club came crashing down towards his face. In a critical moment, a flash of fire enveloped him and brought him to safety. Huff Huff Sasaki and Yamamoto Chuan, two professionals stuck at level 99 for nearly 30 years, were now crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. The pressure from the demons was too great for them. Fortunately, the demons that had just been attacking not far away showed no intention of pursuing. They were no longer in immediate danger. However, the demons' gazes seemed a bit off. They were staring in the direction of, "Hee, is this all you've got? I thought you guys were so arrogant coming to Xia country. How impressive could you be?" Sasaki and Yamamoto Chuan were taken aback simultaneously, turning their heads in anger towards the source of the voice. Baka! Damn Xia people, do you dare to mock us? Sasaki and Yamamoto Chuan bared their teeth, their eyes filled with resentment. When they had just arrived here, after roughly observing the strength of the group at the palace entrance, it was clear that not a single professional player was among them. With such weak abilities, how dare they mock them? The two of them roared in anger and stood up, heading towards the palace entrance, ready to teach this group of ignorant people from the Xia country a lesson. However, at that moment, Sasaki and Yamamoto were both taken aback. They realized that the light laughter was not coming from the palace entrance, but from within the palace behind them. With a loud clang, Sasaki and Yamamoto felt as if someone had pressed the pause button on them, their bodies suddenly stiffening. They slowly turned to look behind them. The palace was dark, and nothing was visible. But the sound of laughter grew clearer, coming closer, from darkness to light. Step by step, a man in dark blue-black heavy armor, exuding a chilling aura and an overwhelming sense of pressure, emerged from the shadows. The moment Lin Chen's figure appeared before the two, the air around them seemed to grow colder. A sudden tightness gripped Sasaki and Yamamoto's hearts, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged within them. Then, upon seeing Lin Chen's attire, they were shocked once more. "Damn it, it's you!" Yamamoto, who had just taken a potion to recover, shouted angrily. Although he had just faced life-threatening danger, he had not forgotten the reason and purpose for coming to Xia country. The head of the professional team that sent them to Xia country had said that if they could find the shield and bring it back, they could apply to lift the ban on him and Sasaki. They knew well why they had not advanced to the second tier in 10 years since retiring. Grinding attributes was one thing, but more importantly, they hoped to lift the ban one day and return to the arena. The Sakura country was too small, and resources were too scarce. They needed to make a name for themselves in the league to turn their fortunes around. "Hand over the shield!" Yamamoto shouted as he swung his sword towards Lin Chen. He already knew the special nature of that shield. It would only drop if the holder died. This was his hope for returning to the arena. First, kill this damned Xia country person. Grab the shield and escape. With Sasaki in here, no one can catch up to his fire escape. Whoosh! Sakura fall slash. Yamamoto roared, delivering a swift strike towards Lin Chen. However, he was fast, but Lin Chen was faster. The moment Yamamoto charged, Lin Chen's figure suddenly vanished from sight. But he didn't use a void walk to evade. Instead, he executed a quick step, appearing at Yamamoto's side. Slap! It was like a heavy whip striking Yamamoto's body. Boom! Yamamoto crashed directly into the bronze wall of the Guanhan Palace. Clang! The deafening sound echoed throughout the palace. Damn it, Yamamoto-kun! Sasaki's face changed drastically as he rushed over. Meanwhile, nearly everyone else had their expressions changed dramatically, staring in shock at Lin Chen. His speed is incredible. Lin Chen's sudden appearance, coupled with his mask, had left most of them stunned by the overwhelming pressure. It wasn't until he attacked Yamamoto that they finally reacted. But even so, from the moment he struck to the end, it was merely a blink of an eye. Too fast. Of course, what shocked them the most was not the speed, but Yamamoto. They were well aware of the strength of Sasaki and Yamamoto. After all, in the past 10 years, since retiring, they had not advanced to the second tier but had chosen to continue grinding attributes, frequently challenging members of other teams during that time. Although they lost more than they won, their strength was undoubtedly among the best of the 100-level players. However, at this moment, after crashing into the bronze wall, Yamamoto had not gotten back up but had instead fallen into a state of severe injury and unconsciousness. One strike. Just one strike had left Yamamoto severely injured and unconscious. Moreover, they had not seen Lin Chen release any skills just now. This meant that it was merely Lin Chen's basic attack. A single basic attack had incapacitated a retired professional player of 10 years. Is this even human? Everyone looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with horror. Lin Chen was too strong, many among them could see Lin Chen's level. But they could never have imagined that Lin Chen was such a powerful being. He was only level 67. What kind of monster was he? He had taken down a professional player in an instant. Under the mask, Lin Chen curled his lip. Trash. With this kind of strength, how dare you be arrogant in Xia country? You don't know when to quit. Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Sasaki's body suddenly trembled, and he turned sharply to look at Lin Chen. Damn Xia country person, how dare you hurt Yamamoto-kun? I will kill you. Sasaki roared, charging towards Lin Chen. Although his profession was a fire shadow, which was classified as a mage, his melee capabilities were not weak due to his talent. In fact, overall, he was even stronger than ranged magic attacks. It was precisely because of this that he had achieved remarkable results in professional competitions. After all, not many people would pay attention to a melee mage in a professional arena. Those who could compete professionally all had unique abilities in their respective fields. Whoosh! Sasaki transformed into a flash of fire, rushing towards Lin Chen at an incredible speed. Fire escape. An extremely powerful displacement skill. But it could be used not only for escape. It was equally powerful for attack. Ah, damn Xia country person, die for me. Sasaki's speed reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Chen. Looking at the Xia country person so close, Sasaki grinned savagely. This strike, if it hit the opponent and triggered a critical hit, could take down a level 99 monster with 1,000,000 health points in an instant. He didn't believe Lin Chen's health could exceed 1,000,000. Be careful. Quick, dodge. Chen Wanqiu and Zhang Fan's faces changed dramatically as they shouted towards Lin Chen. Just now, after recognizing these two Sakura country professionals, they exchanged information. Among them, the assassin from the Lazy Worm team had seen Sasaki's data. It recorded that Sasaki's talent could enhance damage based on speed. Notably, in a certain professional match during a monster speedrun competition, Sasaki dealt 1,000,000 damage with a fire escape, snatching the boss from another team that had just weakened it. This brought his team ahead in points and successfully advanced to the World Championship. Although luck and critical hits played a role, being able to deal 1,000,000 damage at the first level was enough to demonstrate the terror of Sasaki's fire escape. Of course, later, some people specifically verified that Sasaki's skill seemed to only deal such high damage under certain critical conditions. This naturally led people to associate it with his talent. Whoosh! The speed of fire escape was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached Lin Chen. However, facing the rapidly approaching Sasaki, Lin Chen seemed frozen, not moving at all. Oh no, is he unable to react? Chen Wanqiu's face changed suddenly, but then she relaxed. She didn't believe Lin Chen would die under the fire escape. After all, the scene of Lin Chen taking down Yamamoto was still fresh in her memory. But she knew that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Chen to withstand the fire escape. He might even have to use the soul lamp she had given him before the God's Grace graveyard. Are you scared, silly? But even if you dodge, it won't matter. The cooldown for fire escape is only 10 seconds. Next time, you will still die. Sasaki saw this scene, and a hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He saw Lin Chen standing still, calmly ignoring his skill. You dare to underestimate me. Sasaki's face was filled with ferocity. Die. However, the next second, Lin Chen moved. With his right hand gripping the Frostmourne greatsword, he extended his left hand forward and directly slapped Sasaki on the head as he charged in. Then, he slightly raised his arm and slammed it down hard onto the ground. Boom! The ground in front of the Gwanghwan Palace was directly smashed into a large pit. Hard-hitting damage. Violent. This method of attack was too brutal. Everyone gasped in shock, looking at Lin Chen. He stood calmly in place, his left hand wrapped in golden light, looking disdainfully at Sasaki in the pit. Cough cough, damn it. How is this possible? Why is there no damage? Sasaki shouted angrily while lying on the ground. That last strike had come too suddenly. Fire release. That was supposed to have fire damage. But it seemed the opponent ignored it. It must be related to the golden light in Lin Chen's hand. But what was that hand wrapped in golden light? How could it break his technique? More importantly, he hadn't seen Lin Chen lose any health. Sasaki couldn't understand. But he knew that his ultimate skill, fire release, was gone. Was he really going to fall here today? Sasaki was unwilling to accept it. Of course, there was one more thing. He looked at the severely injured Yamamotokawa not far away, feeling a pang of heartache. No one knew the relationship between the two of them. It was a bond that transcended mere friendship. Bastard! Damn it, I will kill you! Sasaki downed a bottle of potion, roaring in his heart. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow when he saw him make a move. He's not unconscious. As expected, the characteristic of the splitting mountain technique can only be applied to normal attacks. Earlier, he had gained quite a few skill points inside the Gwanghwan Palace, so he prioritized leveling Splitting Mountain to level 5, unlocking the skill effect. The effect of Splitting Mountain allows the amplification effect to be transferred. This means that he didn't need to release the Splitting Mountain skill to enjoy the effect of doubling physical damage for every 10,000 health points. Lin Chen was able to use a normal attack to take down Yamamotokawa in one hit precisely because of this characteristic. He just didn't expect that after using the physical attack of the Great Luo Buddha's hand, which immunized him from mage damage, he would slam Sasaki into the ground. This time, he didn't take him out instantly. It was clear that the 900 times damage effect hadn't been applied. Only his own strength remained. At this moment, Sasaki, who had recovered and was ready to attack, didn't release a skill. Instead, he created some distance and came to Yamamotokawa's side. Lin Chen didn't stop him. He didn't care. In fact, he hadn't intended to kill either of them. As a retired professional player, the other party might have life-saving items. They hadn't died, they were merely in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness, which was a manifestation of the life-saving items. Of course, not killing them was only temporary. If they continued to provoke him, he wouldn't mind directly eliminating these practitioners from the Sakura Nation. Thud Yamamotokawa had already been treated and woke up. He glared fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Dong casually glanced over, no longer paying attention, but instead looking at the foreign demon race standing not far away. However, he didn't care. Yamamotokawa and Sasaki didn't think so. Especially Yamamotokawa. He was a person who valued his pride immensely. Being taken out so easily just now was absolutely an accident. If he had been more serious, that situation would never have happened. Now that he had recovered, Yamamotokawa felt capable again. He chugged down 2 bottles of buff potions and directly slashed at Lin Chen, who had just turned around, looking for death. Lin Chen laughed. He had already given them a chance. Since they didn't cherish it, then they couldn't blame him. Lin Chen didn't consider himself a good person. What era was this? An era of extraordinary beings with external enemies. In this world, it's all about whose fist is bigger, who can stand and speak. Don't think just because you're from the Sakura Nation, or even a practitioner from the Summer Nation, that Lin Chen would hold back if they attacked him again. This time, Lin Chen didn't take it heeding. Instead, he used void walking to slightly shift his position. He unleashed the true Splitting Mountain, striking at Yamamotokawa's heart. No! Yamamotokawa was filled with terror. But what awaited him was only a hand enveloped in golden waves of energy. Bang! A muffled sound. Yamamotokawa was sent flying to the square of the Gwanghwan Palace, crashing down over 100 meters away. Then, a pile of equipment appeared at the spot where he fell. This was the manifestation of dropped equipment upon death. Yamamoto-kun! Sasaki cried out in anguish. Boom! Suddenly, the world went dark. A powerful aura erupted from Sasaki. The Hokage profession. A roar can increase damage. But his overwhelming aura at this moment wasn't due to his profession's characteristics. He had chosen to break through. Level 99 practitioners can hit a wall in 2 ways. One is to consume a ceiling pill. Each ceiling pill lasts for 10 years. After consuming it, killing monsters will not yield experience, and the drop rate of all items is halved. Additionally, it deducts 10 years from one's lifespan. It can be said that it is a trait of lifespan for attributes. The other method is after completing the first tier breakthrough to the second tier task. One can choose not to finish the task. This breakthrough task also has a time limit of 10 years. For this reason, many professionals choose to complete the breakthrough task and then go on adventures to grind for attributes. After all, if danger arises, completing the task on the spot and breaking through to the second tier can help escape danger. Sasaki chose the second option. Of course, to prevent unexpected events, if a professional player is at level 99 and their experience is above 50%, they must consume a ceiling pill to compete. Sasaki, during his professional career, was in the first category. After retiring for 5 years, the effect of the ceiling pill faded. Sasaki leveled up by grinding monsters and filled his experience, but he did not complete the promotion task. He thought that this temporary breakthrough to the second tier would be used when the time was close in 5 years. After all, that would maximize the advantage. But today, it must be used. Ah! Sasaki howled to the sky. Damn it, I want you dead. With this roar, his aura became even more powerful, completing the transition from the first tier to the second tier. A second-tier professional is already considered an upper-class person in Blue Star. After all, there are only 2 fourth-tier professionals in the world. Second tier, he has broken through to the second tier. The strength of the second tier is much higher than that of the first tier. For someone like Ludier, who is not stuck at a level, it may not be obvious, but for someone like Sasaki, who has been stuck for nearly 30 years, it's a world-changing transformation. Zhang Fan murmured. Although Lin Chen is very strong and can take down Yamamoto Chuan in one strike, can he handle Sasaki at the second tier? Chen Wanxiu was also a bit worried. She looked at an item in her backpack and made a decision. If Lin Chen fell into danger, she would use it. This was an item her father gave her before she came out and instructed her that its effect was not like the soul lamp, which only immunizes damage. Its effect is very powerful. It can only be used once and should only be used at the most critical and dangerous moments. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, on the side, quietly pinched an item in his palm. This was his life-saving item, very precious, and could only be used once. Moreover, the outstanding descendants of the Zhang family could only possess one in their lifetime. But if his good brother Lin Chen encountered danger, he would use it without hesitation. I want you all to die. At this moment, Sasaki had been promoted to a second-tier professional. With his current strength, he could defeat 10 of his previous selves. This was not only due to the exponential increase in attributes and skills after the promotion but also because of the ultimate skills unlocked at level 100. Ultimate skills are different from awakening skills at level 50. They are absolute violent output skills. Even a priest healer would have an output skill at level 100, powerful enough to take down fragile professionals below level 100. Sasaki reserved enough skill points and directly upgraded his ultimate skill to level 5. Then, he continuously formed hand seals, combining with the characteristics of the Fire Shadow's roar to increase damage, unleashing his newly unlocked powerful ultimate skill, Earth Explosion Star. Boom! After Sasaki loudly shouted the ultimate skill Earth Explosion Star, the entire world began to tremble. Cracks appeared in the ground of the square in front of the Moon Palace. Clods of earth and stones flew into the sky, gathering together. Quick, hide inside the palace. Lin Chen saw this scene and hurriedly shouted to Zhang Fan and Chen Wanxiu. However, it was already too late. As the Fire Shadow profession, which can almost be said to have the strongest sealing technique, the power of Earth Explosion Star is immense. It directly swept Zhang Fan into the air. Ha ha ha. Die, all of you. Sasaki laughed maniacally. The power of this ultimate skill is tremendous and has a very strong backlash. After using this move, there will be a 1-hour cooldown, and during that hour, recovery potions cannot be used. It can be said that without teammates' healing skills, there was almost no fighting power left. But he didn't care. He wanted everyone here to die, to make Lin Chen feel pain. How many floors can a bag of rice carry? Sasaki roared, continuing to unleash his skills. However, Lin Chen directly blinked in front of Sasaki. A whip kick was unleashed. Bang! Ah! Sasaki felt a sharp pain all over his body, and like a cannonball, he flew backward. Still bragging about carrying rice. Lin Chen sniffed. He didn't pay attention to the disappearing Sasaki. He looked up into the air. There, Zhang Fan and Chen Wanxiu were being swept into the sky by the power of the Earth Explosion Star. The surrounding gravity was immense, as if the entire world was squeezing them. Zhang Fan, Lu Big Ears, and a few members of the Lazy Worm Squad could still hold on. But Chen Wanxiu was struggling a bit. Among everyone here, her level was just slightly higher than Lin Chen and Zhang Fan. But her class was an assassin, fragile and weak. The effect of the Earth Explosion Star was not just a seal. Just now, Zhang Fan and the others had tried to attack in midair, but they were quickly wrapped in dirt. That overwhelming pressure would likely lead to Chen Wanxiu being the first to die. What a hassle. It seems battles need to be resolved quickly in the future. Lin Chen scanned the surroundings, not rashly interrupting. the upward gravity was still very strong. Clearly, the effect of the Earth explosion star had not dissipated. The shock effect from the death scythe could cause additional skill interruptions. The effect was still active. It seemed he had to kill Sasaki to rescue them. With that thought, Lin Chen began searching for Sasaki. At this moment, Sasaki had completely lost his mind. The Earth explosion star not only swept Zhang Fan and the others into the sky, but even the Sakura country professionals who had come with him were caught up as well. These people were also dragged in. However, the group of demons from another realm was quite safe. They huddled together, forming a green protective shield around them. In the center of the shield was a small green sapling. What a good thing! Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He temporarily ignored them and stomped down hard. In an instant, boom! The entire fractured ground turned to dust. This was Lin Chen's awakened skill from the world-class Buddha statue at level 50 in the Longmen Buddha cave contract. Footsteps of the 8 Desolations. It was a large area attack control skill. The skill swept across the entire square, even causing the green barrier of the foreign Lin clan not far away to flicker. The demons immediately glared at Lin Chen fiercely. One even made a throat-slitting gesture towards him. What are you looking at? I'll deal with you later. Lin Chen chuckled, ignoring them. Since Footsteps of the 8 Desolations didn't force Sasaki out, he would try something else. Just earlier, deep in the palace of the Moon Palace, after killing the demonized Jade Rabbit, he obtained a myth-level magic card. The card was called Skill Sharing. Its effect was to share the skills of summoned creatures without occupying skill slots. This was one of the most compatible skills for summoning-type professionals. Lin Chen immediately switched to an Experience Amplification magic card. While testing the skill's effect, he walked towards the palace exit. During this time, Lin Chen found the skill's flaws to be minimal. Each summoned creature could only use one skill per minute. Of course, this meant using one skill per minute, not just once. And this was a level 1 myth magic card limitation. If the myth magic card were leveled up to max, these limitations could almost be ignored. Even without leveling up, Lin Chen could disregard this flaw. After all, what he lacked the least was summoned creatures. With this in mind, Lin Chen opened his mouth and faced the sky. Now that the large area control skill of the Buddha statue had been released, it proved that Sasaki was not hiding underground. He could be in the air. Roar! A dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, instantly shattering the small stones in low air. This was the skill of the bone dragon, Elena. Roaring mountains and rivers. An indiscriminate large area control. With this roar hiding on a piece of shattered rock in midair, Sasaki felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, his mind shaking violently. But now, he had completely lost his sanity and didn't care about any of that. He was waiting for the cooldown of his fire release skill. Once it was ready, he would unleash it again, determined to make Lin Chen suffer. The first tier million damage had been immune to Lin Chen. He didn't believe the second tier could be immune as well. Not coming out yet? Lin Chen frowned slightly, but felt no worry. The roar of the mountains and rivers couldn't shake you out. Then let's try something else. Thanks to the necromancer contract skill he obtained during his rebirth phase, his advantage was immense. After all, back in the Dragon Gate Buddhist ruins, the monsters on the first underground level were the pangolin and the bat spirit. One could burrow underground, while the other could fly and had an advantage in the dark. Of course, the bat spirit's greatest advantage was its unique echolocation. Now, the situation in midair was complex. Lin Chen did not rule out the possibility of Sasaki hiding behind the rock. Besides using the pangolin skill underground, he also needed to use the bat's echolocation in midair. Boom! Lin Chen raised the Grim Reaper's scythe and swung it down fiercely. In an instant, the square, which had been lifted with large chunks of earth, cracked open again. Many stones were swept into the air. This was the pangolin's awakening skill, Earthquake. It could shatter the ground and cause a collapse. TSK. This guy is hiding pretty deep underground. Lin Chen sensed for a moment, not finding Sasaki's figure underground, and without any hesitation, opened his mouth towards the sky again. Oh whoa! The dragon's roar echoed continuously in the air. This time, not only was there the roar of mountains and rivers, but also the bat spirit's echolocation technique. Suddenly, the large stones that had been shaken into the air were enveloped by a mysterious force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the stones exploded violently. The Sakura country professionals wrapped in the Earth explosion star, as well as Zhang Fan and the others, all changed their expressions drastically. In their ears, it was as if countless flying insects were buzzing rapidly. The fine and rapid trembling sound made their scalps tingle. At that moment, even the demons hiding behind the green barrier instinctively looked up. In an instant, countless stone fragments seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force, floating in midair. Lin Chen closed his eyes, sensing the images feedbacking in his mind. Interesting. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. Many monsters had their unique skills. Skill-sharing magic cards, combined with the necromancer contract, were absolutely invincible. Lin Chen smiled. He was very satisfied with the skill-sharing. Now, in his mind, the surrounding space appeared like a miniature three-dimensional space. Whether it was the hundreds of meters of soil underground or the hundreds of meters of sky above, everything appeared in his mind. Every stone, every monster. Those professionals wrapped in the Earth explosion star. He could even sense their life signs. They were very weak now, but thankfully there was no danger to their lives. Found it. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, looking towards a piece of inconspicuous rubble floating 400 meters behind him. Behind the stone, however, was the completely twisted Sasaki. The moment he sensed Sasaki's position, Lin Chen activated the skill of the contract monster, the Tiger Head Monster. Tiger Leap. This was a passive skill. Its original effect allowed the Tiger Head Monster to continuously leap and jump using the surrounding terrain. Once the skill was activated, Lin Chen seemed to fly across walls, constantly appearing and disappearing among the surrounding rocks. In just a few breaths, he appeared in midair 100 meters away. During this time, after releasing the Tiger Leap, he also combined it with the Void Walking skill. Almost in the instant Sasaki didn't react, he arrived in front of the hidden rock. How is this possible? At that moment, Sasaki's mouth twitched violently, his eyes filled with resentment. Have I been discovered? Damn it! Sasaki roared, gritting his teeth, and could only forcefully unleash fire release. Although it didn't have a speed boost, the second-tier enhancement of attributes and damage was still formidable. Under normal circumstances, he could deal 3 to 5 million health points. He couldn't believe it. Lin Chen could remain immune to his fire escape. In an instant, Lin Chen saw a blazing fire erupting from Sasaki's mouth. That was a second-tier fire escape. It was twice as powerful as before. The temperature instantly distorted the air around it. Lin Chen even caught a whiff of a burnt smell. According to his calculations, if he got hit by this guy and triggered a critical hit, it could indeed be dangerous. Fortunately, it was already too late. Lin Chen smirked. The moment he activated the golden light shield with equal health points, he unleashed a golden light-wrapped strike forward. The strike, enhanced by 900 times physical damage, could almost obliterate everything. Coupled with the physical form that could immunize against all magical damage, the great Luo Buddha's hand, Lin Chen chose to meet force with force. Boom! The massive golden fist directly struck down on Sasaki's head amidst the fire escape. At that moment, flames soared hundreds of meters high. The heat wave swept across. Lin Chen even saw Sasaki's twisted features filled with resentment and unwillingness. In the next second, the golden fist, like a giant golden cannonball carrying enough power to shatter mountains and rocks, slammed directly into Sasaki. Crack! A chilling sound of bones cracking echoed. Immediately after, the immense force sent Sasaki crashing down like a cannonball. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ground trembled violently. Sasaki's body smashed into the ground, instantly creating a massive meteorite crater. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Lin Chen squinted. He didn't die. There were no dropped items around the meteorite crater. And he didn't receive a kill notification. But then he realized. Many top-tier talents from powerful factions had life-saving items similar to soul lamps. Lin Chen was not surprised by this. With that thought, Lin Chen did not hesitate and released the diving skill of the demonic fire crow in midair, shooting towards the meteorite crater like a bolt of golden lightning. However, someone seemed to be faster than him. Just as Lin Chen launched his attack, nearly 100 figures suddenly flew out from within the green barrier where Sasaki had fallen. These individuals moved at incredible speed, wrapped in black robes. Their cheeks bore special magical patterns, and their faces were sinister. They were not human but members of the Lin clan among the otherworldly demons. For demons, killing Blue Star professionals could cause all items in the Blue Star professional's backpack to drop. Clearly, these demons, who still used very primitive equipment, had the intention to snatch the kill. Oh! Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He thought of this characteristic of demons, and instead of rushing to kill, he remained calm. After all, Sasaki was a professional player who had competed in world championships in Sakura country. His strength was one thing, his wealth would naturally not be low. Lin Chen did not accelerate his dive, allowing those demons to rush towards Sasaki. The Lin clan. Lin Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Just now, when facing Sasaki's Earth explosion star, this group of guys chose to hide immediately. It proved their strength. They probably didn't have confidence even against the second-tier Sasaki. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just watched as Sasaki was beaten to a pulp by him. For Lin Chen, he naturally wasn't afraid of them. To be precise, within this Guanghan Palace relic, Lin Chen only had some concerns about the mythological figures Change and Wu Gang. Even that second-tier puppet he didn't take seriously. Even if the opponent's damage was high enough, he could have millions of health points. As long as he was hit by his strike, unless they had high-level life-saving items like Sasaki's, even if they did, it would just mean taking another hit. Lin Chen chuckled to himself, preparing to wait like a yellow sparrow. Below, in the meteorite crater, Sasaki was almost turned into minced meat, gasping for breath, clearly on the verge of death. Meanwhile, a group of demons moved swiftly, wrapped in black robes, with the magical patterns on their cheeks faintly glowing. The foremost demon was the one who had just made a throat-slitting gesture towards Lin Chen. He was the fastest and had already reached the side of Sasaki's body, which had nearly become a pile of mush. Looking at Lin Chen diving down from a distance, there were still 30 meters to go. This guy, with a mocking grin, once again made a throat-cutting gesture towards Lin Chen. Suddenly, he raised the wolf fawn club in his hand. Bang! With a dull sound, Sasaki's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Then, a pile of props, equipment, and materials scattered everywhere. Ha ha ha! The demon with the wolf fawn club laughed. At this moment, Lin Chen had already arrived above the crater created by his attack, less than 10 meters away from the demon. You dare to be so arrogant? Lin Chen executed a 360-degree turn in midair and delivered a flying kick towards the demon's head. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that it almost tore the air apart with a thunderous sound. However, the demon seemed completely unconcerned, even stretching his neck to meet the attack. As a member of the Lin clan, their innate talent was their health. His level was 99, but his health was 2 to 3 times higher than that of a 199 level Blue Star human profession. Facing Lin Chen's seemingly ordinary flying kick, he didn't take it seriously at all. Lin Chen found the demon's actions amusing. He had seen those who were unafraid of death, but never someone so eager to meet it. Did he think his head was harder than his wolf fawn club? His newly unlocked ability after reaching level 5 of the split mountain technique allowed him to apply amplification effects to other areas. This meant that any of his ordinary attacks could deal 900 times the damage. Of course, due to the attributes of the Grim Reaper's side, all his attacks could inflict soul damage, which meant true damage. With this kick, not to mention the demon in front of him, even he had to weigh the consequences. If you want to die, I'll grant you that. Lin Chen's flying kick struck fiercely at the demon's neck. Crack! The sound of a neck breaking echoed in everyone's ears. The demon, with his neck stretched out and a mocking expression, hadn't even had time to change his face before his head spun 180 degrees and most of his neck exploded. Even the spine showed cracks. The demon's eyes bulged out suddenly, filled with disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Chen's casual strike could be so terrifying. At this moment, those other demons rushing in to collect equipment suddenly trembled, stopping in their tracks, their body hair standing on end. What was happening? A human professioner had actually taken out their elite Lin clan member with a single ordinary attack. The reason the Lin clan could rank second in the foreign demon realm was precisely because their group had a 50% damage reduction. Moreover, their health at the same level was comparable to that of monsters. High defense, high damage reduction, and high resilience made them invincible in battle. Against Blue Star human professioners, they could easily take on 3, 5, or even 10 at the same level. Yet the elite who had just been killed by Lin Chen's kick was one of the Lin clan's best. They could easily handle 5 human professioners of the same level. Yet, this elite demon was actually killed in an instant. From what had just happened, it was still an ordinary attack. Why you? Who are you? One demon finally couldn't hold back, trembling as he asked. Could it be that you are a top professioner from Blue Star? The other demons looked at Lin Chen with fear, their eyes filled with trepidation. A top professioner? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. These guys even knew this. It made sense to think about it. The two civilizations had been at odds for over 500 years. The other side could even communicate with him in the summer language, so there must be a traitor. No, it was a ball traitor. Without thinking, the infamous Black Holy See and the ancient God Church couldn't be excluded. According to what Zheng Fan had said earlier, these two forces had one advocating for the world to return to nothingness, while the other, the ancient God Church, worshipped mythological figures from the foreign demon realm. Ah, Yakula! The Lin clan demons surrounding him whispered among themselves. Lin Chen didn't understand their language, but it was clear they were discussing some tactical response based on his earlier performance. Lin Chen remained calm. He glanced over. There were 73 demon people from the Lin clan. In terms of strength, aside from the leader, a demon with a hint of white in his hair who exuded a sense of oppression, the others were rather average. If he were to take action, it would only be like performing the 70 times force split once more. Estimating, the battle would last around 7 to 8 minutes. If only the 70 times force split had a group attack effect right now. Upgrading the 70 times force split to level 5 only unlocked the ability to transfer the amplification effect to normal attacks. If he could kick 2 at once, that would indeed deal double damage to both. But now, with over 70 demon people, he was somewhat limited. However, Lin Chen was not worried. Once the 70 times 4 split reached its maximum level of 10, completing the skill's extreme task would allow him to externalize the skill. At that time, not only could he deal area damage, but it would also be difficult to release it from a distance. By then, combined with voidwalking, he could single-handedly push through everyone. I still need to grind for more skill points, Lin Chen thought, feeling intrigued by the Lin clan's demon people before him. Previously, over 500 mountain clan demons had dropped 13 skill points. The drop rate was much higher than grinding dungeons or fighting world bosses. Now, with over 70 in front of him, if he could get 3 or 5, that would be great. The Lin clan demons no longer dared to underestimate Lin Chen, all adopting a serious stance. Their eyes darted towards the items dropped by Sasaki, their hearts secretly anxious. Inside, there were many items and materials they urgently needed. As long as they could bring them back to the demon realm, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. In fact, due to resource issues, the demon realm had clear levels. As the first batch of demons to enter Blue Star through the underground palace connection, they were basically cannon fodder. In the entire team, only the captain possessed 2 pieces of equipment. And for Sasaki, a retired professional player, the items he dropped were like a gold mine to them. Yet at this moment, they did not dare to act recklessly. After all, Lin Chen's previous strike was too shocking, leaving them filled with trepidation. Boom! Just then, the earth-shattering balls of soil created by Sasaki scattered from the sky and fell down. These soil balls plummeted from nearly 1,000 meters high, resembling a meteor shower with astonishing power. The Lin clan demons were delighted at the sight. 1,000 meters is not noticeable on the ground. But from that height, the massive rocks falling down were not something ordinary people could withstand. It was important to note that among the scattered soil and stone spheres in the sky, many were oversized. Moreover, a crucial point was that many of Lin Chen's companions had just been wrapped up and taken into the sky by the soil and stone blocks. Those people had no flying ability. Once they fell from 1,000 meters, they would likely either die or be severely injured. This was an opportunity. Thud, thud, thud. The falling boulders made a tremendous rumbling sound, like the collapse of the heavens, accompanied by a howling wind, crashing violently to the ground. In that instant, the demon people moved in perfect unison. They all launched an attack on Lin Chen. And right from the start, they used fierce moves. These guys swelled up, their skin reddening, clearly casting some kind of secret technique. This state evidently maximized their attributes and combat power. Clearly, they intended to take this opportunity to crush Lin Chen in one fell swoop. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He was not surprised by the sudden attack from these demons. If one regarded demons as intelligent underground monsters, that would be a grave mistake. Not all demons were like the one earlier, stretching his neck with mysterious confidence. Quick battle, quick resolution. Lin Chen had already formulated a plan in his mind. His figure flickered, activating voidwalking, and he directly flashed out of the demon's encirclement. At the same time, he expanded his form, delivering a horizontal kick that struck 2 demons like a gale sweeping away leaves, violently hitting them. These 2 demons didn't even have time to scream before being torn to pieces by the overwhelming force. A one-hit kill. Lin Chen's strength once again left the remaining demons trembling in fear. However, Lin Chen had no intention of continuing the fight. At this moment, the safety of Zhang Fan and Shen Wanqiu was the most important thing. If he got entangled with this group of demons, it would likely be quite dangerous. After all, once they fell from such a height, the consequences would be unimaginable. He evaded an attack with voidwalking. Lin Chen activated a sense of detachment, directly controlling a large portion of the demons. Then, after unleashing skills like the Great Buddha's Hand and Death's Entanglement, Lin Chen quickly distanced himself. Utilizing Tiger Leap and voidwalking, and aided by the continuously falling boulders, he darted between the descending rocks like the snow leopard escaping from the dungeon in Kung Fu Panda. Damn it! He's just like Superman. Why does he have so many skills? The demons were astonished. They never expected Lin Chen's strength to be so terrifying. In just 2 or 3 breaths, Lin Chen unleashed no less than 10 skills. It was completely unreasonable. Moreover, due to the Lin clan's deficiencies in speed and agility, they couldn't catch up at all. Find his companions and snipe them from the air. The demons quickly devised a countermeasure. Lin Chen glanced down but paid them no mind. While dodging the demons' attacks, he weaved between the boulders, searching for Zhang Fan and the others. Soon, he spotted Zhang Fan and Shen Wanqiu, who were both falling. They had been sealed by Sasaki with stones and had fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Go! Lin Chen leaped to catch Shen Wanqiu, then released a skill, Peony Bloom, for his friend Zhang Fan. This was a skill of the peony demon from the Longmen Grottos, capable of generating a peony flower beneath the feet of the practitioner. Although it didn't have an ascending effect, it could at least slow Zhang Fan's fall. After casting the skill, Lin Chen used the peony demon's healing skill on Shen Wanqiu. Once she woke up, He said nothing more and placed her on a falling boulder. Chen Wanqiu had a 9th tier mount, a panda, which could fly. As long as she reacted quickly and mounted her mount, she would be safe. After securing Chen Wanqiu, Lin Chen once again used Tiger Leap and Void Walking to reach Zhang Fan's side. However, just as he woke Zhang Fan, 3 wind blades came slicing in from a distance. After dodging the attack, Lin Chen focused his gaze and discovered that many demons below had sprouted wings and were flying up towards him. These are demons of the Wind Clan. The Wind Clan demons had attributes related to talent and agility. Their speed and attack were more than double that of practitioners of the same level on Blue Star. Practitioners had already transcended ordinary people with their extraordinary abilities. Even though it was only double, the gap was enough for the Wind Clan members to easily defeat their opponents of the same level. Of course, their advantage was not just in speed. Once the Wind Clan demons reached level 100, they unlocked the ability to fly, which was a full 50 levels ahead of Blue Star practitioners. These flying demons were clearly from the Wind Clan. Lin Chen glanced around and saw that there were more than 50 of them. They were divided into 2 waves. One wave charged towards Chen Wanqiu, who had already mounted her panda not far away. The other wave came towards Lin Chen and Zhang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Fan had already woken up. He looked around and quickly whistled to summon his flying mount, a griffin, and then mounted it. Ah, Xian! Zhang Fan saw Lin Chen beside him and showed a look of relief after surviving the ordeal. He had almost been scared to death just now. That feeling of helplessness was truly despairing. He was about to use the life-saving item taught to him by his clan. Fortunately, he chose to trust his good brother. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Chen had rescued him. Lin Chen, relieved to see Zhang Fan safe, said, "Old Zhang, you and Chen Wanqiu go save Lu Gu first. You both have flying mounts, so go rescue those lazy team members who are falling down. I'll handle these Wind Clan demons." After saying that, Lin Chen unleashed a great Buddha's hand towards the demons flying up from below. A massive golden Buddha's hand appeared, smashing several boulders to pieces. The falling boulders obstructed several demons. At that moment, a demon from the Wind Clan dodged a falling rock and rushed towards Lin Chen. He revealed a sinister smile, and a blade formed from black mist appeared in his hand, stabbing fiercely towards Lin Chen's chest. However, just then, Lin Chen's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Activating Void Walk, he appeared directly beside the demon. A whip kick tore through the air like a battle axe, striking the demon hard. Boom! The immense force exploded the demon's body. One strike, instant kill. As Lin Chen launched his attack, his gaze continuously swept around. He saw several members of the Lazy Worm squad plummeting rapidly. With a thought, Lin Chen released peony blooms several times in succession. Gorgeous peonies blossomed beneath the falling members of the Lazy Worm squad. Although they couldn't stop their fall, it did slow their descent. Damn it! Another demon from the Wind Clan charged over. Their wings were different from those of Blue Star's practitioners. Blue Star's practitioners, upon reaching level 150, transformed their internal magic into wings. In contrast, the Wind Clan demons resembled thunderbirds, sprouting fleshy wings from their backs. Seeing this Wind Clan demon wielding a phoenix beak knife, Lin Chen activated Void Walk and charged directly at him. Then, with a heavy punch, like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, he smashed towards the demon's chest. No! The Wind Clan demon let out a terrified scream. But there was no time to dodge. With a loud crash, Lin Chen's punch shattered his chest, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string. Another one-hit kill. Witnessing this scene, all the Wind Clan demons surrounding Lin Chen charged at him. Just in time, Lin Chen smiled lightly and activated the equipment skill he had obtained earlier, Eagle Tread. Eagle Tread was a unique boss equipment he acquired from the 60-level dungeon, Sandstone Fortress, at Ningzhu University. It allowed him to generate a cyclone beneath his feet, enabling him to walk in the air at the cost of mana. This skill had no cooldown but consumed a tremendous amount of mana. With the mana gourd he received from the vice principal, Lin Chen was naturally not worried about mana consumption. Stepping on the cyclone, Lin Chen did not use the surrounding boulders as a springboard this time but charged straight at the nearest Wind Clan demon. This demon was swinging a scythe, preparing to strike Lin Chen, but Lin Chen suddenly vanished from his spot. As he approached the demon, Lin Chen activated Void Walk, instantly appearing behind him. At that moment, the scythe in the demon's hand had already swung out. The immense inertia caused his body to lean forward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen retracted the death scythe, grabbed the demon's wings with both hands, and yanked hard. The demon let out a piercing wail. One pair of fleshy wings was brutally torn off by Lin Chen. The demon's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had imagined countless ways to die, but never thought he would be killed by having his wings ripped off. At this moment, the demon was still alive, but he was left with nothing but blood and skin. Lin Chen naturally wouldn't hold back. A soul fire triggered the execution effect, directly taking the severely injured demon away. This scene startled many Wind Clan demons. Damn, how is this guy so powerful? Don't panic. Everyone attack together, he's just one person, can he really defy the heavens? Although their companion was killed instantly, causing some fear among the Wind Clan demons, they would never let it go after losing a comrade. Several demons unleashed their skills, and waves of black energy shot towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not dodge or evade. Now, he had a shield with health equal to his life points. He was completely unafraid of the damage. Enduring all the skills, Lin Chen used Void Walk and Eagle Tread to constantly maneuver. In just 2 breaths, the number of Wind Clan demons that had died at Lin Chen's hands exceeded 10. Is this guy a monster? The people of the Wind Clan sensed danger and scattered. They no longer attacked Lin Chen but turned to assault his companions instead. One of the demons pointed at Chen Wanqiu and the others, a fierce expression on his face, die. Seeing this, Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. He naturally could not sit idly by while they attacked Chen Wanqiu and the others. With a thought, Lin Chen quickly unleashed his only area control skill, like a different world. A light circle rapidly expanded from Lin Chen, covering all the demons of the Wind Clan around him. Those affected by the like a different world skill could not release their skills. Moreover, if the attribute difference between both sides was too great, it could even render the opponent immobile. These Wind Clan demons were all level 100 professionals, so their attributes were not too different. After being covered by the skill, they could only not release their skills. But that was enough. Lin Chen moved, appearing like a ghost in front of one demon. A heavy punch struck his head, exploding it instantly. These ordinary demons, unable to release their skills, were like lambs to the slaughter before Lin Chen. In just 2 breaths, more than a dozen Wind Clan demons had died at Lin Chen's hands. At that moment, the effect of like a different world ended. The Wind Clan demons regained their ability to act, each one filled with terror. They had never seen such a ruthless person. He didn't even dodge skills, fighting with his life on the line. Yet, they were killed in an instant, while Lin Chen didn't even lose a drop of blood. Damn it, he's coming for me. Run. Don't panic, let's all attack together. He's just one person. Damn it, hurry and use your skills. Seeing those Wind Clan demons wanting to scatter, Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Want to run? Although he had only learned one area control skill, he had plenty of contracted monsters. Lin Chen released his skill to create distance. Then, he clasped his hands together. Buddha's light shines. This was another area control skill from the Buddha statue. It could emit Buddha light, blinding professionals. As Buddha's light shines activated, a golden radiance emanated from Lin Chen's body. The demons illuminated by the light screamed in agony. Ah, my eyes. Damn it, I can't see. What kind of skill is this? Buddha's light shines directly blinded all the demons. Then, Lin Chen charged into the midst of these demons. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he eliminated all of them. At this time, Zhang Fan, Chen Wanqiu, and Lu de Erdwa had already flown down with the members of the Lazy Worm Squad. During their flight, they had to dodge attacks from the underground Lin Clan demons. Lin Chen employed the same tactic again. After diving down, he directly released Buddha's light shines. Then, a descending Great Buddha's hand pressed down on all the demons. Without the 900 times damage bonus, the Great Buddha's hand merely interrupted their attacks. But it was enough. Chen Wanqiu and the others had successfully landed on the ground. Boom! Just then, the giant rocks in the sky all fell. Huge craters appeared one after another, and the earth seemed to tremble. After landing, Lin Chen did not hold back and charged towards the Lin Clan members. However, just as he moved, he heard a strange female laugh. Ah, what a truly stunning genius. As this voice rang out, a wave of dizziness hit him. Lin Chen's body froze, and he hurriedly attempted to use void walking to flash back. But it was too late. After just 2 skill releases, Lin Chen found himself immobilized in place. His limbs were bound by transparent threads, unable to move. Coming to his senses, Lin Chen saw that Zhang Fan was also bound by the threads, just like him. Not far away, a woman in a black long dress was swaying her waist, smiling as she walked towards him. It's the Puppeteer. The moment he saw the newcomer, Lin Chen was shocked. The current state of him and Zhang Fan was clearly that of the Puppeteer. But wasn't the Puppeteer originally named Matthias Chenin? That name sounds like it should belong to a man. Isn't the Puppeteer himself here, but rather a puppet? Lin Chen wondered, refraining from acting rashly. At this moment, in front of the dilapidated palace, apart from him and Zhang Fan, the others were all controlled by the Puppeteer's strings. The surviving members of the Lin clan were equally immobilized. The Black Church and the Ancient God Church had different attitudes towards outsiders. The Ancient God Church acted like a lapdog for the foreign entities, while the Black Church seemed more like a partnership. The Puppeteer had control over the Lin clan's demons. It appeared that he and the forces represented by these demons were not in a cooperative relationship. My dear, with your strength, how interesting it would be to make you my puppet. Matthias sauntered over, twisting her waist. She had the appearance of a very standard European noblewoman. At first glance, she looked like a 30-year-old matron, still possessing charm. She did not resemble someone who had lived for 200 years at all. Tap, tap. The puppeteer approached, wearing black high-slit long skirts and high heels, twisting her slender waist. As she drew near, the air was instantly filled with enticing giggles and gasps. Everyone controlled in the square felt parched. Beautiful lady, how about you let me go, and we can have a little baby together? One of the Lin clan's demons said, looking at the approaching Matthias with a lewd grin. There was a hint of teasing in his words. However, before he could finish, the puppeteer's eyes darted sideways. Ha! Do you dare to speak to me like that? With her sharp reprimand, the Lin clan demon was instantly torn apart by the strings. Everyone in the square fell silent. What a disgusting fellow, the puppeteer giggled, taking another step forward. As she walked, she even stuck out her pink tongue to lick her lips. Geniuses often perish due to their arrogance. Be a good little puppet for me, okay? By the time she finished speaking, the puppeteer had already reached Lin Chen and extended a hand towards his face. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, remaining motionless. In fact, he couldn't move at all. The effect of the puppeteer's strings was somewhat akin to a skill that rendered one in a trance. Those controlled could not release skills or even move. Fortunately, this control skill was not perfect. Lin Chen was currently in his Lich King form. He had just tried it and could completely shift his summons into the frost domain. My dear, I love young and strong men the most. Come, let me see what you look like. A delicate hand grasped Lin Chen's chin. Their eyes met. Lin Chen also took the opportunity to closely examine the puppeteer. Her blue pupils sparkled like gems. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Besides her exquisite features, she also had a pleasant fragrance. Unfortunately, she was a femme fatale. Lin Chen remained silent, lifting his Lich King's helmet. Of course, this was not a compromise. Just now, when he turned back and saw Zhang Fan and the others controlled by the strings, he realized that he too was completely ensnared by the puppeteer. After that, he could no longer turn his head. He couldn't look back and see Zhang Fan's condition. Naturally, Lin Chen couldn't transfer them to the frost domain. Fortunately, when he left the Moon Palace, there were still contract beasts like Elena and the clumsy cow, as well as skeleton soldiers inside the palace. He had secretly controlled a bat spirit just now. As soon as the bat spirit approached the palace entrance, he would be able to switch to the summoned beast's perspective and transfer everyone on his side to the frost domain. Crack! The heavy blue-black helmet opened. Lin Chen's face was revealed. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Lin Chen grinned, as a form of greeting. The contracted bat spirit had quietly arrived at the back of the palace entrance. Switching perspectives, he could already see Zhang Fan and the others, their stiff figures controlled by the strings. Lin Chen quietly spread the power of frost. TSK, so handsome. I'm getting a little excited, sister. The puppeteer said, preparing to plant a kiss on Lin Chen's face with her red lips. Lin Chen panicked. He didn't even know whether the puppeteer was male or female. If she was female, then that would be one thing, suffer a little loss. If he were a man, he certainly wouldn't want to perform a Sichuan opera. Big sister, I won't accompany you anymore, okay? Just as the puppeteer was about to kiss his face, Lin Chen's heart stirred. Immediately, Zhang Fan and the other 10 or so people behind him vanished in an instant. Lin Chen also prepared to enter the frost domain space. However, he was still a bit slow. Want to run? The puppeteer giggled. Her voice seemed to echo in Lin Chen's mind. A wave of dizziness washed over him. Lin Chen's frost domain skill was interrupted. He remained standing in place. The puppeteer, somewhat surprised, said, "Little darling, you have some skill. You almost got away." Lin Chen's expression darkened. That voice had actually interrupted his skill release. The most critical part was that he felt the threads on his body tightening. If it weren't for the Lich King form with its armor, he might have already been strangled into pieces. Little brother, do you really think I didn't notice your little tricks? The puppeteer grabbed one of Lin Chen's arms and giggled. With this performance, I'm going to punish you severely. As her words fell, Lin Chen felt the threads on his body tighten even more. So ruthless. Just now, she called him little darling. Now she wants me dead. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chen coldly snorted in his heart, preparing to test this rumored second-tier invincible puppeteer. These threads indeed prevented him from releasing skills, but he had equipment that came with skills. Boom! The moment his consciousness returned, Lin Chen had summoned a shining spider from the corpse space. The blinding effect of the shining spider triggered instantly. The puppeteer was blinded for a second. Lin Chen seized the opportunity, transferring the 900 times damage bonus from the skill forceful strike to the arm grabbed by the puppeteer. Boom! Lin Chen's arm instantly swelled, and the terrifying power directly snapped the threads. The puppeteer was also sent flying by the overwhelming force. After all, 900 times the power bonus was terrifying. Although the puppeteer was only knocked back 3 or 4 meters, it was enough for Lin Chen to break all the threads on the other parts of his body. Not bad. The puppeteer quickly stabilized herself in midair and softly exclaimed, "No wonder you dared to refuse me." However, Lin Chen, who was still struggling to free himself from the threads on other parts of his body, was somewhat surprised. He saw the spot where he had elbowed the puppeteer. It was her face. The right side of her face instantly caved in from the impact. However, instead of being angry, the puppeteer looked delighted. She stood in midair, lowered her head, and began to laugh. Her voice was melodious, but to Lin Chen's ears, it sounded like a demon's whisper. He, I really didn't misjudge you. Not bad. You actually managed to hurt me, and that excites me. The puppeteer covered her right face with one hand, trembling in midair. Lin Chen was a bit dazed. What the hell? Is this woman out of her mind? She got hit and is still laughing? Did my elbow actually excite this woman? Moreover, in this state, it seemed like an M? The puppeteer seemed to know what Lin Chen was thinking. She raised her head, revealing a frenzied expression while covering her injured right face. Are you curious? It's fine to tell you. My ability is to control threads. These threads can not only control people but also serve as my health bar and defense. Ordinary first and second tier attacks can't break my defense at all. But you're different. You actually managed to hurt me. That excites me. Lin Chen? To be honest, he was very surprised. The 900 times physical damage didn't take her out, proving that the puppeteer's health had reached the tens of millions level. No wonder this guy could be so reckless for over 200 years. From what the puppeteer said, her threads were very similar to his talent. They could stack health. However, she was an type pervert and he was not. Little guy, you are the first person below level 200 who can hurt me. The puppeteer extended her crimson tongue and licked her lips. You qualify to be my plaything. Tell me, what is your name? Lin Chen. This guy is not just an M, he's also a Yandere. So you're that kind of puppeteer. Less nonsense, I have nothing to say to someone from your dark forces. He, little brother, you're quite stubborn. The puppeteer raised her head, looking at Lin Chen, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. It seems that sister needs to properly train you. As her words fell, she moved and lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't dare to be careless. This person had been stuck at level 199 for 200 years. Her attributes were definitely explosive. However, Lin Chen noticed something unexpected. The woman's black dress was not high-slit but rather torn. One must know, as such a powerful professional, what she wore was definitely not ordinary but equipment. For the equipment to become so tattered, it likely indicated that its durability was below 10%. This meant that before the puppeteer came here, she had engaged in a fierce battle with someone else. Could it be Wu Gang? Inside the Guanghan Palace ruins, he had seen the Jade Rabbit. Change must be deep within the Guanghan Palace. Other than that, the only possibility was Wu Gang, whom she encountered when entering the ruins. Lin Chen made a rough guess in his mind. He calmed down. After dodging several attacks with voidwalking, he prepared to test the opponent's damage intensity. Once durability drops below 10%, professionals can no longer enjoy the attribute bonuses of that equipment. The opponent's dress was already torn, her other equipment couldn't be in much better shape. This was a ruin, and there would basically be no living players entering. The opponent was now in a stage of significantly reduced strength. A great opportunity. One must know that the global bounty on the puppeteer totaled at least 5 billion. That's no small amount. As a level 199 professional, the puppeteer was very skilled in flying. Lin Chen found himself at a disadvantage in the confrontation. After dodging a few times with voidwalking, Lin Chen began to feel a bit fatigued. Forget it, let's give it a try. Lin Chen seized an opportunity, activated the diamond shield, and took a skill Hedon. Boom! Terrifying damage numbers floated above Lin Chen's head, reaching over 9 million. The shield with the same life value was shattered, and he lost over 20,000 health points. Lin Chen inwardly cursed. This was not good. He couldn't just take hits mindlessly. Although the shield would regenerate quickly, if the opponent hit him continuously, it would be dangerous. You really are a tough little guy. The puppeteer licked her lips. Sister likes you. As her words fell, she manipulated the threads to launch even more ferocious attacks at Lin Chen. He could only rely on voidwalking and the diamond shield to hold on desperately. What terrifying attack power! While dodging, Lin Chen observed the puppeteer's attack patterns. He found that her attacks were very strange, not only fast but also with tricky angles. No, if this continues, he'll eventually be hit by her. Lin Chen's heart tightened, preparing to change his approach. The opponent was flying in the air, making it hard for him to hit her. Since that was the case, he would force her down. Lin Chen waved his hand. Instantly, a dense mass of white bones erupted from the ground. In the blink of an eye, thousands of skeleton soldiers appeared around him. After reaching level 65, he noticed that the space of the frost domain had expanded significantly. Since then, Lin Chen had been summoning undead, keeping the skeleton soldiers within the frost domain. Now, there were about 100,000 skeleton soldiers alone, not counting those undead creatures transformed through Frostmourne. Whoosh! As soon as the skeleton soldiers appeared, the puppeteer sneered. With a wave of her jade hand, she unleashed a skill. Instantly, a large number of skeleton soldiers were killed. Faced with such a high-attribute professional, the skeleton soldiers were like paper. However, Lin Chen's goal was not for these. He continued to summon until the area was filled with a dense mass of skeleton soldiers, then he stopped. Lin Chen, shoot for me. As his words fell, all the skeleton soldiers armed with crossbows turned their direction and launched an attack on the puppeteer in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense barrage of crossbow bolts shot towards the puppeteer. Poof. The puppeteer snorted coldly, waving her jade hand, and a barrier appeared in front of her. Tap, tap, tap. The crossbow bolts struck the barrier, producing a crisp sound. The puppeteer chuckled disdainfully, a mere parlor trick. Lin Chen ignored her and continued to command the skeleton soldiers to attack. The skeleton soldiers naturally couldn't harm the puppeteer, but what he wanted was the paralysis effect from the lightning skeleton. He didn't believe that the opponent's mana could hold out forever. Sure enough, under the continuous assault of the skeleton soldiers, in less than 10 seconds, the puppeteer's barrier began to tremble. Damn it! The puppeteer's expression changed slightly, and with another wave of her jade hand, another barrier appeared. But this barrier lasted less than 5 seconds before it also began to tremble. Damn! The puppeteer's face darkened. She hadn't expected the attacks from these skeleton soldiers to be so fierce. Of course, the puppeteer's combat experience was indeed very rich. She began to unleash large-scale attack skills. Lin Chen had no choice but to continue summoning skeletons and directing the skeleton soldiers to attack, launching a relentless barrage. The puppeteer was getting anxious. Although she had plenty of blue potions, she had consumed quite a bit during her earlier battle with Wu Gang. She couldn't withstand prolonged depletion. Stinky little brother, I really underestimated you. The puppeteer fixed her gaze on Lin Chen, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. But do you think I have only this little trick? If I weren't afraid of hurting you, my little treasure, you would have died just now. Is that so? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, then come at me. He secretly smiled, hoping she wouldn't come down. He launched attack skills at the puppeteer, who was darting around in the air. Grip of Death, Great Buddha's Hand, Soulfire. Although these skills were somewhat ticklish, all he wanted was to break the puppeteer's shield. Only when the arrows from the skeleton soldiers hit the puppeteer and triggered the paralysis effect would it be her end. Of course, besides that, Lin Chen had another way to firmly grasp the puppeteer's fate. Whoosh! In the air, the puppeteer waved her jade hand. Instantly, countless threads surged towards Lin Chen from all directions. Heavenly net! The puppeteer called out lightly. In an instant, the sky was filled with threads falling like blades. Wherever they passed, the skeleton soldiers were sliced into pieces. In the blink of an eye, all the skeleton soldiers were killed. Even Lin Chen's shield was shattered and he lost half of his health. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, this skill had a wind-up time and he reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have been dead or severely injured just now. Lin Chen hurriedly drank a health potion. A new shield was generated as well. At the same time, he continued to summon skeletons, preparing to repeat his previous tactics. But at that moment, the puppeteer no longer hovered in the air. She flapped her energy wings and flew right in front of Lin Chen in the blink of an eye. Stinky little brother, tonight I'm going to ravage you thoroughly. The puppeteer waved her jade hand and a sharp thread shot towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen did not dodge or evade. Watching the incoming thread, he curled his lips. Taking a deep breath, everything around him slowed down as if time had stopped. Even the puppeteer's movements became incredibly slow. Bullet time. After activating bullet time, the skill allowed the surrounding time to slow down for a short period without affecting Lin Chen himself. This might be the most worthwhile skill he had purchased, even more so than the Mountain Splitter and Void Walk. After all, this skill book had cost him very little. It was like finding a treasure. Time stop lasted only 3 seconds. Lin Chen did not hesitate. He moved and appeared in front of the slow-moving puppeteer. A graceful young woman frozen in time before him. It would be a lie to say he had no ulterior motives. Of course, Lin Chen might be worse than others. He wasn't interested in taking advantage, instead, he was preparing to kill her. Lin Chen looked the puppeteer up and down. He had to admit, this puppeteer was indeed very beautiful. A curvaceous figure. The combination of her physique and presence was perfectly suited to her. If it weren't for the fact that the other party wanted to kill him, Lin Chen might have even wanted to be friends with her. Of course, the serious kind. However, it was a pity. Their paths were different. Lin Chen would not show mercy to those involved with dark forces. In fact, he was not the kind of person who saw things in black and white. But when faced with a war between two civilizations colluding with enemy forces, Lin Chen would unreasonably declare the other party's death sentence. At this moment, the puppeteer's alluring eyes widened slightly. There was a hint of shock. Lin Chen noticed some changes in the puppeteer's pupils. Clearly, she had sensed the situation around her. This power was truly terrifying. He remembered that during his time in the freshman's secret realm at Pearl University, he had used a time stop to make those seniors bite their own fingers, and the opponents couldn't even react. Yet the puppeteer not only had her pupils dilated, but her entire form was moving at 1,000th of the normal speed, as if she were stuck in a quagmire. She was trying to break free from the effects of the time stop. Lin Chen quietly noted this information. It seemed that skills were not invincible. If the opponent's strength exceeded his by too much, they could sense it. Moreover, they had a chance to resist. With this in mind, Lin Chen pointed his hand at the puppeteer's heart. During the time stop, he couldn't release skills, but he could unleash them at the moment it ended, catching the puppeteer off guard. 1 second, 2 seconds. As the third second arrived, the puppeteer's form returned to normal. She waved her jade hand, intending to attack Lin Chen. But at that moment, Lin Chen was quicker, raising his palm. Suddenly, a powerful strike surged forth, crashing into the puppeteer's chest. Due to the close distance, the puppeteer had no way to evade. Boom! A loud sound echoed as the skill struck the puppeteer's delicate body. She flew back like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Her health dropped by about a third. However, Lin Chen did not stop. The arrows from the crossbowman had already been fired. The fallen puppeteer hadn't even reacted when she was hit by a rain of arrows. Then the paralysis effect triggered. Z's electric arcs splattered. It even caused paralysis to the Lin clan demon nearby, who had previously been controlled by the puppeteer. Taking advantage of the paralysis, Lin Chen's skeleton soldiers launched another round of arrow attacks. Soon, the Lin clan demon was killed. As for the puppeteer, she lay on the ground, trembling all over, continuously letting out soft moans that stirred the imagination. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. The paralysis state didn't mean being completely unable to move, like being electrocuted? Why was this puppeteer moaning so seductively? Lin Chen was bewildered. He commanded the skeleton soldiers to accelerate their attacks on the puppeteer. The puppeteer's health bar probably had millions. He had just knocked off a third of it. It was the perfect time to trigger the talent effect. However, Lin Chen soon realized that while the puppeteer's health was dropping quickly, her moans were getting even more enthusiastic. Lin Chen? What the hell is this? Lin Chen walked over and took a closer look at the puppeteer. He was completely stunned. At this moment, the puppeteer not only showed no signs of pain in her eyes, but instead had a hint of enjoyment. Slap! Lin Chen slapped his own head. He had forgotten. This person was a masochist. The electric arcs had probably thrilled her. Lin Chen was somewhat speechless. But fortunately, the puppeteer's health was rapidly declining and was about to hit the bottom. He had no time to listen to her seductive sounds. The great Buddha's hand gathered and slammed toward her head. He intended to kill her and would not show any mercy. However, just then, an unexpected change occurred. A layer of black mist suddenly emerged around the puppeteer. This mist seemed to have its own consciousness, spreading rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the puppeteer. Little brother, if I had known earlier, I would have let you touch me sooner. Accompanied by a shy, delicate laugh, the puppeteer's figure twisted within the black mist. In the next second, all the arrows from the archers hit her. Not only did they fail to inflict any control effects, but they also bounced back, killing a large number of skeleton soldiers. Alright, I admit my fault. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. He had just been interrupted in his attack strategy by that intermittent gasping sound. Now, it seemed he would have to fight her for several hundred more rounds. Fortunately, his health was thick, and his strength was formidable enough to last until the next bullet time. This black mist. It actually has immunity to control and reflects damage. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. The defense of this black mist was clearly not invincible. The arrows could still inflict damage, but it was very low. The most critical aspect was the reflection. Once he attacked, it would definitely cause heavy losses to Lin Chen's skeleton soldiers. Lin Chen did not rush to attack. The puppeteer was merely standing still, not launching any attacks against him. This was naturally a significant advantage for him. After all, he could wait for his skills to cool down. As for the puppeteer, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Today, facing this Dark Forces top-tier practitioner who had been roaming Blue Star for over 200 years, he felt like his worldview had been refreshed. The puppeteer was shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see her exact form. However, judging by her movements, she was clearly changing clothes. What are you changing clothes for? We're still in a fight here. Can't you show some respect for your opponent? Wait a minute. Lin Chen glanced at the spot where the puppeteer had just lain down. All right. It seemed he had just electrified the puppeteer. Lin Chen pursed his lips, feeling quite speechless. What a perverted freak. He waved his hand in front of his nose and commanded the skeleton soldiers to pause their attacks. There was no skill in the world that could maintain immunity to control indefinitely. He just needed to wait to continue taking down the puppeteer. Today, he was determined to take her life. Even the Archbishop of the Black Holy See couldn't stop him, he said. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the black mist surrounding the puppeteer dissipated. Lin Chen looked her up and down, and his eyes widened in shock. Previously, the puppeteer had been wearing an elegant black long dress that showcased her figure. Now, however, she had changed into a short white silk JK outfit. Moreover, the clothes were very short, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. The corners of the puppeteer's mouth lifted slightly. She raised her delicate hand and playfully beckoned. Come on, little brother, come attack me. I remember who you are now. This is a special school beauty outfit prepared just for you. Lin Chen's face turned red. He had to admit the puppeteer had some tricks up her sleeve. This series of actions had actually made him forget to command the skeleton archers to shoot. By the time he realized, the puppeteer had already charged in front of him. Lin Chen was startled. He quickly used Void Walk to dodge while simultaneously launching various attacks: Great Buddha's Hand, Bone Cage, Death Entanglement, and so on. All sorts of control and damage skills were unleashed. However, these had very little effect on the puppeteer. Meanwhile, the puppeteer's attacks posed a significant threat to Lin Chen. Both of their health bars were quite thick. After a fierce battle, they were surprisingly evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Little brother Lin Chen, I want to capture you and turn you into my most beloved puppet. You are my most perfect masterpiece in this world. The puppeteer laughed with a sickly sweet tone while attacking. Upon hearing that laughter and seeing the puppeteer's ghastly expression, Lin Chen shivered. She really knew the identity of this sickly sweet character. It made sense. With just a slight effort, he had already reached the output limit of a first or even second-tier practitioner. Who else on Blue Star could achieve that? Lin Chen did not believe that the Black Holy See had not researched him. The national champion. 3 minutes. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, glancing at the skill cooldown time. The next bullet time was approaching fast. This time, he would not give the puppeteer any chance. It was important to know that the puppeteer not only had a huge bounty on her head but also possessed a lucky ring that could drive all practitioners worldwide crazy, increasing luck and charm. That ring was just like the thorn shield he had given to the frost giant. Sure, Xiao, death is bound to drop. Thud thud. Lin Chen maneuvered the skeleton soldier while dodging the puppeteer's skills with void walking. At the same time, he took 2 hefty swigs from the mana gourd. Instantly, his blue bar was filled to the brim. Today's battle was truly intense, draining Lin Chen significantly. His blood gourd and mana gourd each had only 100 million left. And now, the blood gourd had only 30 million remaining, while the mana gourd had 50 million left. According to previous tests, if both gourds were to be completely refilled, it would take at least a week to recover slowly. However, even so, Lin Chen felt satisfied. If it weren't for the blood gourd and mana gourd, today's battle would have forced him to retreat into the frost domain, or worse, he would have gone bankrupt due to the blue and red potions. Lin Chen stowed away the gourd and used void walking to evade the strings controlled by the puppeteer. At this moment, the cooldown for bullet time was down to just 1 minute. This made things a lot easier for Lin Chen. However, just as he relaxed a bit, he felt as if he had crashed into something. Looking up, he realized that, at some point, the puppeteer had set up a web of strings around him. Lin Chen, not paying attention, crashed right into it. He found himself stuck to the web. These strings were also laced with poison. The moment Lin Chen realized he was stuck, he found he couldn't even use his void walking skill, and his consciousness began to blur. Little brother, you're still so young, daring to let your guard down in front of me. The puppeteer giggled. With a wave of her hand, countless strings bound Lin Chen layer upon layer. Controlling the strings, she lifted Lin Chen like a marionette, bringing him before her. Lin Chen felt his head spinning. He felt weak all over, unable to muster any strength. He could only let the puppeteer manipulate him. The puppeteer looked at Lin Chen and licked her lips. After Lin Chen had removed his helmet, he hadn't put it back on. This made it convenient for her. She pinched Lin Chen's chin with her jade-like hand, her face flushed with excitement as she giggled. Hee hee, what a cute and handsome little face. Sister can't help but want to pamper you, my little treasure, for 100 years. As she spoke, the puppeteer extended her snake-like tongue, preparing to make her move. 100 years. Lin Chen felt a bitter pang in his heart. What a big deal. He hadn't dodged just now. However, as a benchmark of the era, what should we say in the face of bad temptations? Lin Chen's gaze was resolute, showing no signs of compromise. Seeing the hungry look in Lin Chen's eyes, the puppeteer shivered all over. Her skin flushed red. The puppeteer trembled as she said, "Little brother, I really like your gaze, Lin Chen." This girl gets excited over just a look? Is that high or low in the M circle? Lin Chen was left dumbfounded. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an exciting little treasure. The puppeteer finally snapped back from her excitement. Sister really wants to cherish you right now. As she spoke, she controlled the fine strings to lift Lin Chen's arm, pulling it towards herself. Hey, wait. Is that still my hand? Hand. What are you doing? Come back. That's a dangerous area. Lin Chen felt anxious. He almost lost track of the time he was silently counting down. Just as his right hand was about to be controlled, it brushed past the beautiful white silk legs. Lin Chen could only feel anxious. There was nothing he could do. He had armor on his hands, so he couldn't feel anything. However, even though he couldn't feel it, it must have felt nice. Cough cough. What time is it? What the hell is this bastard's brain thinking about? At this moment, the puppeteer seemed to notice the change in Lin Chen's gaze. She giggled. Looks like my stinky little brother really likes this white silk schoolgirl outfit. What about the bad thoughts that disrespect sister? Hee hee, it's okay. Once I turn you into a marionette, everything about you will belong to sister. By then, all you'll think about is how to pamper sister. Hee hee, be good now, little guy. The puppeteer began to manipulate Lin Chen's right hand to sway again with the strings. Come on, little darling. Come and love your sister. Lin Chen was speechless. He wanted to stop it, but his body couldn't muster even a bit of strength. Lin Chen could only silently count down in his mind. Only 3 seconds left until the cooldown of the bullet time skill. 3, 2, 1. Bullet time, activate. In the eyes of the puppeteer, Lin Chen's speed of movement surged instantly, and the right hand that had just been controlled and squeezed by her silk thread slammed violently towards her head. At that moment, Lin Chen broke free from the control of the silk thread. The puppeteer might be similar to Lin Chen. She could stack health bars through the silk thread. But the other party didn't have a health potion like the blood gourd. After breaking free from the control of the lightning power, even though she was continuously recovering due to the previous consumption of the potion, her current health was less than half. And attacking vital areas could cause critical damage. This time, Lin Chen held nothing back, delivering a strike with 900 times the damage directly to the puppeteer's head. Crack! A chilling sound of bones breaking echoed. The puppeteer was sent flying. Her health bar was almost empty. The damage was so high that it directly put the puppeteer into a severely injured state. Lin Chen pressed the attack, releasing the agile attack form of the Great Buddha's hand. In this form, he could accelerate his palm strike speed. In an instant, dozens of golden palm prints smashed towards the puppeteer. These attacks, combined with Lin Chen's talent to deal 5% true damage based on lost life, would land on the puppeteer. Even if the opponent had a famous blade or a soul fire skill for survival, it could be resolved in an instant. As the attack was about to land, the puppeteer's face turned pale, seemingly making a final struggle, shouting, "If you don't strike now, it will be too late." As the voice fell, Lin Chen's expression changed drastically. All the skills he released were instantly extinguished. A suffocating feeling rushed over him. Lin Chen was not controlled by the silk thread, but he found himself completely unable to move. And in his line of sight, a magnificent shadow seemed to appear in the sky. It was a figure, 100 meters tall, with a body engulfed in black, fierce demonic flames. This is a 3rd tier, no, wait. This is a 4th tier practitioner. In the distance, the demonic flames surged, burning away the black mist within the ruins. The pitch-black shadow, hundreds of meters high, resembled a dark cloud, obscuring half the sky. The overwhelming sense of oppression and momentum made Lin Chen feel as if his soul was trembling. That was the power of a 4th tier practitioner. The movements of the other world are so fast. Lin Chen's face changed suddenly, his eyes wide open. He looked at the tall figure in the distance, unable to believe it. According to his friend Zhang Fan, the other world had been confronting Blue Star for over 500 years precisely because they possessed demon beings with the same combat power as Blue Star's highest fighters, namely 4th tier practitioners. It should be noted that among the hundreds of billions of people in the two civilizations, there were only 4 fourth-tier practitioners in total, 2 from each civilization. As a result, as soon as the passage between the two civilizations was open, the other side sent one over. Didn't they fear an ambush? Zhang Fan said that the combat power of the fourth-tier practitioners from the two civilizations is on par. And there was a great war 100 years ago. Since then, neither side's fourth-tier practitioners have appeared on the battlefield for nearly 100 years. Now, they are so eager to come over. Could it be that the other side has some means, or that both fourth-tier practitioners have come? Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly. The figure of the practitioner shrouded in the surging demonic flames in the distance was still somewhat ethereal, indicating that the other party was currently in the layer between the ruins and reality. This was something Lin Chen had just learned in university. He didn't expect to use it today. However, if it was as he guessed, and both fourth-tier practitioners had come to Blue Star, a shocking battle was about to erupt. I wonder if my frost domain can withstand it. Lin Chen had tried before. At this stage, he couldn't hide in the frost domain. This was naturally related to the pressure from the other party. Under normal circumstances, the physique of the demon race was similar to that of Blue Star humans, unable to enlarge their bodies. But nothing is absolute. As long as a professional reaches the fourth tier, they can enlarge their body. It is said that this is a sign of becoming a god. Because of this, many professionals refer to the fourth tier as the demigod realm. Besides the enlargement of the body, another characteristic of the demigod realm is the domain. The opponent is a demigod, and before fully entering the ruins, he has already extinguished his attack and pinned him in place. This is all due to the power of the domain. Of course, Lin Chen's current frost domain is different from the domain of a demigod. His is at most a semi-finished domain, which naturally gets suppressed by the opponent. However, Lin Chen is not afraid. Although his body cannot move, his mind remains active. He quietly projected his consciousness and pulled out 2 iron balls from the backpack space. This is a precaution. In fact, with the aura of a demigod, Lin Chen believes that the 2 fourth-tier powerhouses from Blue Star, Li Jiangbai and Einstein, will soon notice and come over. He, little brother, you really are not obedient. Sister is really angry this time, you know, not far away. The puppeteer struggled to get up, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Lin Chen's previous attack had directly put her in a severely injured state. In this state, she could either be unable to move or fall into a coma. At this moment, her health bar was hovering just above 50%. Although she had escaped the severely injured state, she still felt unwell. There was nothing she could do, she had no healing potions left. The puppeteer straightened her head, which had been knocked askew by Lin Chen's punch, and gasped as she approached Lin Chen. Her hot breath brushed against Lin Chen's neck, tickling him. It's not like you can just recover from your injuries and then start gasping, Lin Chen said, speechless. He was considering whether to break free now and cut down this demoness first. However, if he were to do that, he would have to release the iron balls from his backpack. This was the life-saving trump card that Li Jiangbai had given him. One sword ball could unleash 3 attacks from Li Jiangbai. The other could withstand 3 attacks from a fourth-tier professional. Such a powerful trump card was the reason Lin Chen could act so recklessly. Lin Chen believed that once released, it would definitely help him break free from the current predicament. But that would be a bit too wasteful. He decided to wait a little longer. Based on what this demoness had shouted before dying, it seemed she had been in contact with this foreign fourth-tier professional for a long time. And now, not only had the fourth-tier professional not killed him, but even the recovering puppeteer had come to tease him. Lin Chen felt there was an opportunity to exploit. The sword ball should buy quite a bit of time. It should definitely be enough for Senior Li and the others to get here. The puppeteer gasped a few times. Seeing that Lin Chen could not move, she lost interest in teasing him and instead sat cross-legged, forming hand seals. It seemed she was about to release some kind of skill. Lin Chen noticed that the health bar above her head was slowly increasing. This recovery speed. Is there equipment that restores health? It is well known that monsters have terrifying automatic health recovery, especially bosses. But professionals are very weak. In the later stages, they can almost be considered to have none. For someone like the puppeteer, standing still could allow her to recover health. The speed was even faster than some bosses. This was not the normal recovery speed for professionals. Lin Chen thought for a moment and felt it made sense. After all, she was a top-tier second-level professional and had lived for over 200 years. It was possible she had equipment similar to the berserker's heavy armor that automatically restores health out of combat. However, Lin Chen frowned slightly. The puppeteer was quite tall, nearly 1 meter 80. Now that she sat in front of him, her head was just at waist level. This position is quite awkward. Lin Chen glanced down a couple of times. The JK top she had just changed into was one size too small and was even a sexy version. As he looked down, he saw a large expanse of white. Not a bad benefit. However, Lin Chen quickly shifted his gaze. He always remembered that the puppeteer's name was Matthias Chenin. This was way too masculine. Crack crack. In the distant sky, a series of sounds like breaking glass echoed. Lin Chen's heart raced. That was not glass, but it is the boundary barrier between the ruins and reality. Currently known, only a demigod of the 4th rank can break through a little. Yes, just a little. Lin Chen still remembers. 3 days ago, during a class at Mingju University, the teacher mentioned that a 4th rank could break through a few boundary barriers. It could be argued that the strength range of mythological figures within the ruins is also around the 4th rank. After all, ordinary magical creatures within the ruins cannot leave the ruins. However, there have been instances where mythological figures broke through the ruins' barriers and quickly returned after disappearing from Blue Star. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly froze. I was really foolish. There's no need to wait for Senior Li to come. This is a ruin. If the demigod dares to come, it means invading the Guanhan Palace ruins. Isn't Wu Gang going to make a move? Lin Chen thought to himself, no longer paying attention to the puppet master who had sat down, but instead looking into the distance. That was the location where the 4th rank practitioner from another realm had appeared. It was also the place where Wu Gang's axe had appeared earlier. Boom! Lin Chen was watching when a loud noise echoed through the heavens and the earth. It's here! Lin Chen's expression tightened. In the distance, a demon, hundreds of meters tall and shrouded in demonic flames, descended upon the Guanhan Palace ruins. After the other party arrived, they first scanned the area, then glanced over at Lin Chen. The next second, Lin Chen felt as if he had fallen into a furnace. His whole body was hot, as if on fire, and his vision blurred again. Not good. Lin Chen was startled and quickly looked at his health bar. He found that it was still continuously dropping, and at a rapid speed. Nearly 1,000 per second. Who dares to intrude upon the Guanhan Palace? At that moment, a voice of authority echoed through the heavens and the earth. The voice was vast like smoke, and its majesty was like that of a prison. It was as if an ancient deity was questioning. Immediately after, Lin Chen saw the sky split open, and a giant axis phantom cleave down from it, directly striking towards the hundreds of meters tall demonic figure shrouded in demonic flames. However, in the face of this powerful blow, the demigod-level demon merely lowered its head slightly. A mere old god from the east dares to stop me? How ridiculous! Boom! The battle erupted. Using your hand to catch it? Lin Chen was stunned, thinking he had seen it wrong. However, that was indeed the case. The hundreds of meters tall demigod-level demon actually reached out its hand to catch Wu Gang's attack. With a clang, the giant axis phantom was actually dispersed by the demon. So strong! Lin Chen was momentarily dazed. No wonder it dared to invade the ruins. No wonder it could break through the boundary barriers. No wonder it dared to mock Wu Gang. However, just as he was lost in thought, Lin Chen suddenly noticed that after the demon dispersed the axe attack, it did not hold back. Instead, it slapped down with its large hand. In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled. The force was so great that even Lin Chen lost control. However, Lin Chen, who had lost control, was not happy. Instead, his expression changed drastically, and without thinking, he directly punched the puppet master. Boom! In the astonished gaze of the puppet master, Lin Chen's 900 times physical damage once again severely injured the puppet master, knocking him to the ground. Then, he used void walking to move forward, preparing to end the puppet master's life completely. Save me! The puppet master cried out. The cry drew the attention of the 4th rank demon in the distance back to this place. Lin Chen noticed that his health bar was dropping even faster. Of course, compared to the health bar, he discovered something even more shocking. In the other party's hand, they were actually holding a human figure over 10 meters tall. That's Wu Gang. Lin Chen's face changed dramatically. Without stopping, he unleashed skills from a distance, such as Soul Fire, Death Grip, and Great Buddha's Hand, all aimed at the puppet master. Then, without looking back, he prepared to enter the Frost Domain. However, it was ultimately too late. For a demigod, a distance of hundreds of kilometers could be covered in the blink of an eye. If the other party had not noticed Wu Gang's figure, they would have probably arrived at Lin Chen's location just now. Although he realized it a bit late, Lin Chen still could not escape. Boom! The next second, all of Lin Chen's attacks were completely extinguished. Even entering the Frost Domain was unsuccessful. Damn it! Lin Chen gritted his teeth, his skin cracking, and the smell of burnt blood filled the air. His health bar was plummeting. I still don't believe it. Lin Chen's heart hardened as he prepared to use the sword pellet. Suddenly, a celestial melody echoed through the heavens and the earth. The sound was clear and melodious like a spring, a stark contrast to the dead silence in the ruins. Lin Shen strained to turn his head, wanting to see the source of the sound. Then, he saw a blue ribbon flying from behind him towards the demigod-level demon. The moment the blue ribbon appeared, the temperature in the air plummeted. The heat on Lin Shen's body vanished without a trace. What is this? Lin Shen was startled, trying hard to see what the blue ribbon was, but he found it impossible to make it out. Undoubtedly, this should be the attack of the master of the Guanhan Palace. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Shen decisively moved forward and delivered a powerful strike that completely ended the puppet's life. The farce is over, Lin Shen silently thought, looking towards the distant sky. He saw that, facing the blue ribbon, the demigod-level demon still attempted to use the same trick he had used against Wu Gang, directly trying to block it with his hand. Boom! The opponent clearly underestimated the strength of the true master of this ruin. The blue ribbon pierced through the demon's palm and, without any pause, slammed into his chest. The demonic flames surged up immediately, trying to stop the blue ribbon, but it was of no use. The blue ribbon charged through, instantly creating a transparent hole in the hundreds of meters tall demon. Damn it, how dare you hurt me? The demigod-level demon roared in anger. His entire body was engulfed in demonic flames, and the severed arm began to visibly regenerate. Yet even so, the demon could not stop the blue ribbon and could only let it continue its assault. Boom! The next moment, the blue ribbon struck the demon again. This time it did not penetrate, but it sent the demon flying. However, once he steadied himself, Lin Shen noticed that the opponent had not sustained any real damage. Ha ha ha, what Guanhan Palace Master? An old god, is this all the strength you have? Truly a name without substance. The demigod-level demon sneered, showing no anger from the sneak attack. He raised both hands, and countless meteors suddenly fell from the heavens. Heavenly fire meteor shower. The moment the meteors appeared, Lin Shen felt a terrifying aura. Infused with a violent flame, he knew without thinking that being hit would mean death. Lin Shen's expression changed slightly as he wanted to enter the frost domain, but after glancing at the distant battle he felt a bit regretful. It was clear that the one attacking was the master of the ruins, the legendary change. The opponent had pierced through the body of the demigod-level demon with just a ribbon. Although the demon had strong regenerative abilities and had not taken much damage, there was no doubt that Change's overall strength was superior. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to severely injure him with a single attack. Lin Shen rarely encountered battles of this level and naturally did not want to miss it. Rumbling, the heavenly fire meteor shower descended. Lin Shen dodged while keeping an eye on the distant fight. He saw the ribbon fluttering, and before the heavenly fire could approach it, it was extinguished. Even so, the speed of the blue ribbon was affected. On the other side, the demon waved his hand, and countless demonic flames surged, transforming into a giant demonic hand reaching for the blue ribbon, trying to crush it. However, the blue ribbon was too agile, and the demonic hand couldn't touch it at all. For a moment, the hundreds of meters tall demon was entangled with a single ribbon. Lin Shen glanced a couple of times, then paused his attention. He turned and walked towards the puppeteer, transferring all the items that exploded from the opponent's death into the frost domain. Then he retreated to the entrance of the Guanhan Palace. It was very safe here, a perfect spot to watch the battle. I wonder what Change looks like. Lin Shen looked back at the dark palace. Inside, it was pitch black. Switching to the summoned creature's perspective, he saw that Elena and the others were still inside, clearing the demonized flying maidens. With no sign of Change. I also wonder if this Change can defeat that demigod demon. If she can win and bring him to a near-death state. Lin Shen touched the sword pellet, a very reckless thought forming in his mind. The battle in the distance was extremely fierce, with magical flames and blue ribbons constantly colliding, shaking the very foundations of the secret realm. Lin Shen's eyes turned red from watching. But this wasn't jealousy. He was injured by the power of the opponent's domain. Lin Shen rubbed his eyes and glanced again at the fighting demon in the distance. Strange, Lin Shen suddenly frowned. Zhang Fan said there are 2 fourth-tier professionals from the foreign realm. One is from the strongest race in the foreign realm, the demons of the Quan family, and the other is from the Lin family. The Quan family specializes in lightning attributes, also known as the Thunder family, while the Lin family is related to wood attributes and the natural system. This fourth-tier professional has been setting fires all this time? Wait a minute. As Lin Shen thought of this, his body suddenly stiffened. He seemed to have discovered something monumental, something even more serious than being trapped in a dungeon controlled by the foreign realm. If Zhang Fan's information was correct, then the demon appearing in the ruins was very likely a third-tier demon from the foreign realm that had broken through to the fourth tier. This is a big problem. Lin Shen's expression changed. He quickly moved Zhang Fan and the others out of the frost domain. The next second, Zhang Fan and the others appeared at the palace entrance, looking excited. Ah Shen, what was that just now? How do you carry a space with you? That's amazing. It's just that it's cold inside and you can't even enter the castle, Zhang Fan said, rubbing his hands. Lu Dare and the Lazy Worm team also chimed in. After they entered the frost domain, the puppet strings controlling them had all snapped. Before they could celebrate, they saw thousands of undead creatures inside and almost thought they had fallen into a new ruined space. Just as they were about to take action, they saw 2 lotus flower succubi. After the succubi explained, they realized it was Lin Chen's doing. After hearing this, they were extremely shocked. They had known Lin Chen was strong and had many methods, but now it seemed they had underestimated him. He even had a portable space. This was not an ordinary ability. It should be noted that many prominent families in Blue Star also reside in such extra-dimensional spaces. The difference is that no secret realm can be carried around. The entrance cannot be moved. Yet Lin Chen could enter the extra-dimensional space anytime, anywhere. This ability was just like that of a protagonist from a novel. Lin Chen didn't explain, just smiled, and changed the subject. Let's not talk too much, we might be in big trouble. Lin Chen skipped over the death of the puppeteer and directly mentioned the blue ribbons shot from the palace and the 4th-tier powerhouse from the foreign realm. That demon over there is a 4th-tier powerhouse. Look, does it match the characteristics of the demigod realm demons recorded by the military? Zhang Fan and the others were taken aback and looked up. Upon seeing this, they were all shocked. In the distance, magical flames soared and a demon hundreds of meters tall was rampaging. With every move, it exuded a terrifying aura, like a world-destroying demon. I can't believe it. Zhang Fan and the others gasped. They had seen many magical creatures, but this was the first time they encountered one so massive. Moreover, they could sense the terrifying aura emanating from it. That was definitely the aura of a 4th-tier being. However, compared to the shock of Lu Dare and the Lazy Worm team, Zhang Fan's brows furrowed. Seeing his expression, Lin Chen immediately realized something was wrong. The worst-case scenario had occurred. A new 4th-tier professional had emerged from the foreign realm. No wonder it had taken so long for Senior Li Jiangbai and the strongest professional in Blue Star, Einstein, to appear. They had been stopped by the 2 previous 4th-tier demons from the foreign realm. Now, between Blue Star and the foreign realm's demon world, there was a significant imbalance in combat power. Lu Dare looked at Zhang Fan, stammering and unable to speak, but his eyes said it all. The others also looked at him. Zhang Fan remained silent. A heavy silence fell over everyone. They had all heard Zhang Fan mention information about the foreign realm before. They knew about the 2 4th-tier demons from the foreign realm. At first, they were somewhat shocked to see the 4th-tier demon. But they could still accept it. But as they digested the information and continued to watch the distant battle, they sensed something was off. This demon seemed different from what Zhang Fan had described. Lu Dare, Chen Wanxiu, and the members of the Lazy Worm team squinted, not daring to stare for too long. The demon was engulfed in magical flames, like a world-destroying fiend. Although their eyes felt hot and painful, preventing them from watching for long, it was enough for them to notice that this demon was using fire-based skills the entire time. This completely contradicted the information Zhang Fan had previously mentioned about the top-tier beings from another realm. This demon has been using fire-based skills from start to finish. Zhang Fan, didn't you say that in the other realm, the Forest of Wind and Fire, among the 5 demon clans the 4th-tier powerhouses are the leaders of the Thunder Clan and the Forest Clan? This one is clearly not. The expressions of Lu Dare and the others turned extremely serious. Zhang Fan was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, he is indeed not. He should be the Grand Elder of the Fire Clan, Hua Yunfei. Zhang Fan's expression was grave. Hua Yunfei? Lu Dare and the others frowned slightly, unfamiliar with the name. Lin Chen furrowed his brow as well. It seemed he had heard this name before. After the freshman trials ended, when he was at the office of Teacher Li Ming at Mingzhu University, the vice president and the dean of the foreign college had mentioned this name while discussing the principal's matters during the compensation rewards. The strongest of the Fire Clan, who fought fiercely with your principal 50 years ago. In that battle, both sides suffered heavy losses, hanging by a thread, and the fight was interrupted by 4th-tier powerhouses from both civilizations. At that time, there were rumors that your principal and Hua Yunfei would need to seclude themselves for 100 years to recover from their injuries. I didn't expect that 50 years later, not only has he healed, but his strength has also improved. This is troublesome, Zhang Fan said, letting out a rare sigh. The others' expressions changed dramatically as well. 4th-tier beings are referred to as demigods. This already illustrates the power of professionals at this level. Their ability to live so safely now relies entirely on the 4th-tier demon being held back by that ribbon, unable to divert its attention. Moreover, the special nature of the Guanhan Palace adds to this. It can be said that if 100 3rd-tier professionals faced a single 4th-tier powerhouse, the 4th tier could eliminate all the 3rd tier with just one move. And to eliminate them, It would only take a glance. Such a terrifying gap in combat power creates an imbalance between the two civilizations. Blue Star is likely about to enter an era of global turmoil. Even more seriously, Blue Star may very well enter a phase of defensive warfare. Boom! Just then, a rumbling sound came from the distance again. Lin Chen looked up and found that the demon had stopped entangling with the blue ribbon. Instead, with a wave of its hand, it conjured a fire giant hundreds of meters tall to grab at the blue ribbon. The moment the fire giant appeared, the temperature in the world surged again. The emergence of the giant was abrupt. Faced with the combined assault of the demon and the fire giant, the blue ribbon began to struggle. It was caught multiple times by the demon and the beast. This everyone gasped in shock. No, it can't be. Everyone felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Among the lazy worm team, someone even flashed a hint of despair in their eyes. The emergence of top-tier combat power imbalance between the two civilizations had not yet fully developed. If it truly came to a confrontation, Blue Star would definitely have a higher probability of defeat. However, it was different within the ruins. Every college student learns about top-tier combat power after entering university. If ranked by combat power, Blue Star does not belong to humanity, nor does the other realm belong to demons. Instead, everything belongs to the beings within the ruins. After all, under normal circumstances, Blue Star was the first civilization to produce a third fourth-tier professional. But unfortunately, that person was rather reckless. After advancing to the fourth tier, he was overly confident in his strength and insisted on entering the Summer Kingdom's journey to the West Ruins to seize the supreme artifact that had appeared in Blue Star, the Rui Jingu Bang. The result was that he was beaten to death by the staff. Blue Star missed the opportunity to suppress the other realm. It was from that incident that everyone realized the creatures within the ruins were the strongest. Because of this, everyone had just been looking forward to change resolving this foreign fourth-tier powerhouse. But, unexpectedly, the situation was now off. Lin Chen frowned at the scene. But the next moment, he waved his hand, signaling everyone not to panic. This is just the blue ribbon. The main figure hasn't appeared yet, so why are you all in a rush? Maybe. Before Lin Chen could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly stopped. He saw a flash at the edge of the battle group in the distance. A crescent moon suddenly appeared. Just as the fiery giant beast was about to grab the blue ribbon, that crescent moon extended a delicate jade hand, tightly grasping the blue ribbon, and with a slight movement, the blue ribbon instantly transformed into moonlight and flowed into the palm of the jade hand. In the next moment, the crescent moon dissipated. A figure appeared. It was a black-haired woman dressed in a light blue gown. Her features were indistinct, but her aura was exceptionally outstanding, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. As soon as she appeared, she took the blue ribbon into her palm and began to fight the fourth-tier demon with her ribbons. This is change. Everyone guessed the woman's identity and couldn't help but exclaim, change. It was definitely change. In myth, the weapon of the fairy change is indeed ribbons. Boom! The battle erupted again. Compared to before, the fight was even more intense. After the black mist in the Guanghan Palace ruins dissipated, the view was very open. The most captivating sight, of course, was the battle group of the fourth-tier powerhouse. Everyone could see a figure lying beneath that battle group. Lin Chen had explained before. That was Wu Gang. Now it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Of course, besides the battle group, they could also see a very thick tree in the distance. It should be the cassia tree that Wu Gang had felled. Aside from that, the ruins appeared quite empty. Apart from the jade rabbit and toad monsters that were frantically running around inside the ruins, there were only a few dark shadows in the northwest corner. They seemed to be foreign demons and Blue Star professionals. These professionals and demons did not have the luck of Lin Chen and the others. Although they were relatively far from the battlefield, the range of the semi-divine realm's battle was too vast. They had long been suppressed by the semi-divine realm's domain and could not move freely. Even due to the intensity of the battle, in just this short time, several professionals had already fallen, subsequently exploding various equipment and materials. The remaining demons and professionals were frantically consuming recovery potions. Boom! The sky shattered and the earth trembled. The two semi-divine beings seemed to have unleashed their fury, throwing various techniques outwards. Inside this ruin, one half was a sea of fire and the other half was moonlight. It seems a bit difficult, Zhang Fan couldn't help but say. Lin Chen and the others watched Change and the fourth-tier fire tribe battle, sweating nervously. Just now, Change was able to fight the demon with just her ribbons, and everyone thought her combat power would be much higher than that of the demon. But, unexpectedly, once Change herself entered the fray facing the demon and the fiery giant beast, she actually fell into a disadvantage for a moment. Not good. The situation was very dire. Lin Chen quietly pinched a sword pellet in his palm. he was a bit tempted to join the fray. Li Jiangbai was an old-school fourth-tier powerhouse. His strike could definitely catch the opponent off guard. As long as he could hold the opponent for a second or two, Change would surely seize the opportunity to deal a heavy blow. Even more so, he could snatch a kill. This was a semi-divine realm demon. If he really killed it, how many attributes and experience would that reward? Of course, the risk was also quite high. His own strength was still too weak. If he went up, that demon could probably take him out with a single blow. Just as Lin Chen was contemplating, a light shout suddenly came from the battle group. Full moon. The voice was crisp and pleasant, like the song of a lark. As soon as the voice sounded, a full moon appeared above the fiery giant beast's head. The full moon cast down moonlight. In just the blink of an eye, the fiery giant beast was directly killed. Good. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Advantage. Great advantage. Lin Chen was also delighted in his heart and quietly dispersed the sword pellet in his hand just now. When the blue ribbon was fighting that demon, he quietly observed the demon. He found that although the opponent had a thick vitality, his attacks should be able to inflict damage. At that moment, a very reckless idea sprang to his mind: to use void walking to ambush the demon. Then, utilizing his talent, he could deal true damage equal to 5% of the target's lost health and secure a kill. However, before Lin Chen could implement this plan, the demon suddenly erupted, summoning Change, and he had to abandon the thought. Later, when Change found herself in a predicament, he indeed wanted to take a risk. Using Li Jiangbai's sword pill, he aimed to ambush the demon and create an opportunity for Change. But unexpectedly, Change proved to be so formidable that she eliminated the demon's summon in one strike. At that moment, seeing Change's display of combat power, Lin Chen naturally dared not entertain any thoughts of securing a kill. After all, she was a mythological figure. If he helped her, she might not even be grateful. But if he tried to take her kill, Lin Chen felt that Change would not spare him just because of his handsome face. Moreover, when he first entered the palace of the Moon Palace, he had already stashed Hoi's sun-shooting divine bow in his backpack. Not good. Just as he was deep in thought, Zhang Fan and the others gasped again. Lin Chen frowned and looked towards the battlefield. He saw that the demon had summoned 2 more fire giant beasts. Compared to the previous fire giant, these 2 seemed to be slightly weaker, but their numbers were significant. In battles of such top-tier power, once there is an imbalance in numbers, it would quickly turn one-sided. Sure enough, as soon as the 2 fire giant beasts appeared, combined with the demon's attacks, Change could only passively defend for a time. It was obvious that the strike that had just eliminated the fire giant had a skill cooldown. Bang! A skill collision occurred in the center of the battlefield. With this clash, Lin Chen and the others clearly heard a soft grunt. The sound was pleasant, but it contained pain. Change was in danger. Whew! Lin Chen let out a long breath. He had to take action. The thought of securing a kill was just a thought. If he really had to act, he didn't have the courage. After all, Change was a mythological figure. If he angered her, he would probably face dire consequences in the future. He prepared to follow the plan from earlier. He would take a risk to create an opportunity for Change. In fact, he wasn't entirely confident in his own operations, but it should be quite feasible. Just now, he had taken the time to organize his attributes and items. In terms of health limit, he had successfully broken through 10 million. Of course, that wasn't the key. The focus was on killing those demons. Their skill levels had also improved. Lin Chen had gained confidence in his ambush. However, that wasn't the key either. Lin Chen glanced at everyone, said nothing, and directly used void walking to leave the palace. At this moment, meteors from the heavenly fire meteor shower skill were continuously crashing down from the sky. The skills of a 4th-tier powerhouse were absolutely lethal to them. Lin Chen took a glance, completely unfazed, and headed straight to a spot that was about to be struck. Then, to everyone's shock, the meteor that was about to fall and hit Lin Chen suddenly turned. Very good, ha ha ha. Lin Chen felt a wave of relief as he stashed the defensive sword pill into his backpack. Now, he had some absolute confidence to take action. Just now, he had consumed all the buff potions he had on him. Then, Lin Chen equipped the lucky ring that had dropped from the Puppeteer. He also activated the lucky revolver. Double luck bonus. Now, I will strike in my strongest form. Equipment: Taika's Fate Ring Quality, Mythical Ancient Effect, Health 50,000, Mana 10,000, All Attributes 50 Assembly Requirement, None Attribute, Fate's Gift. All gifts of Fate are secretly marked with a price. Wearing the Ring of Fate can enhance hidden attributes such as luck and charm. The Fate Ring was, of course, the item obtained from the Puppeteer. This is the fellow named Tian Yong, who died at the hands of the Puppeteer in Jiangchang, obtained from the Olympus ruins of the European continent. According to myth, Taichi is the goddess of fortune in the Olympus mythos, also known as the goddess of fate. Although the ring does not specify how much luck it can increase, it is enough to change the direction of an impending meteorite about to strike him, demonstrating the power of luck. Without the effect of this ring, combined with the lucky revolver, Lin Chen wouldn't dare to engage in battle with a 4th-tier professional. Fortunately, he has it. With this ring, Lin Chen has effectively replaced the magic frog ring he obtained at level 5. That magic frog ring could only restore a bit of mana every minute, which is no longer suitable for his current attributes. He just hadn't found a replacement before. Whoosh! Lin Chen used Void Walk, flashing forward, narrowly dodging a meteor shower falling from the sky. The fiery rain came within a centimeter of hitting Lin Chen. Upon hitting the ground, it cracked the earth within the ruins. Such a thrilling scene has become routine for Lin Chen. In fact, his skill, Void Walk, grants him invincibility frames during the displacement. However, this invincibility requires precise timing, much like in a video game. Normally, Lin Chen might pay attention to these perilous scenes. But now it's different. He is about to face a 4th-tier professional, a being of demigod strength. Naturally, he must employ some special means, namely, luck. Luck is not just something that manifests in rewards after battle. It can have effects in various aspects, such as enhancing critical hit rates and evasion skills. In fact, Lin Chen believes these two types of bonuses are far stronger than the rewards from opening treasure chests. With high luck, even a mere 1% critical hit rate can trigger frequently, and evasion is even more terrifying. Lin Chen remembers a movie clip he watched in his past life about luck. In it, a person was recruiting members for a superpower team, and one woman claimed her superpower was luck. Initially, the recruiter didn't take her seriously, but later, during a dangerous mission, all the other team members died. This lucky individual simply went about the task at a normal pace, managing to evade various dangers and successfully complete the mission. Because of this clip, ever since Lin Chen obtained the lucky revolver, he has been trying to find equipment and items to increase his luck. Unexpectedly, the first ring turned out to be a gift from a fellow villager. Before Tianyong died, he had asked Lin Chen for some things. Although this ring was something he fought hard to obtain, Lin Chen is not the kind of person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. If Tianyong hadn't told him about the fate ring, Lin Chen wouldn't have dared to entertain such dangerous thoughts of killing the puppeteer. Once I resolve the recent troubles, I'll go to Jiangqing to find your teammates and compensate them accordingly, Lin Chen thought to himself as a skill exploded beside him. The flames from the explosion surged toward Lin Chen, but before they could touch him, they dissipated into the air. This is luck. Indeed, high luck is a powerful ability. Lin Chen smiled confidently, continuing to dodge. In just a minute, he had crossed thousands of meters. Finally, Lin Chen arrived a kilometer away from that demon. This distance is already within his attack range. However, a kilometer is also a distance from which a 4th-tier professional can strike him with a skill. Lin Chen did not dare to be careless and did not rush to attack. He was waiting for an opportunity to help turn the tide. In fact, Lin Chen was certain that the 4th-tier demon named Hui Yunfei nearby had definitely noticed his presence. However, in the eyes of the other party, his level of over 60 was like that of an ant. Since he is an ant, of course, they wouldn't care about an ant watching. Ants are great. Lin Chen didn't mind the disdainful gaze of the demon. He raised the indestructible shield with a value in the millions. A unique piece of equipment obtained in the Black Wind Cave IT had almost become the key equipment for him to kill the 2nd-tier puppet master. The more health he had, the more shield value he could obtain. Moreover, once the shield was broken, it could quickly regenerate. One more minute, Lin Chen silently timed in his heart. His lucky revolver currently had only 2 bullets left. After using one just now, the effective luck was reduced to just 1 minute. In the next minute, if he couldn't find an opportunity, he would have to use the last bullet. If he still couldn't find an opportunity after using the last one, Lin Chen was prepared to forcibly release the sword pellet and quickly hide into the frost domain. There was no other way. If he only had the enhancement of the lucky revolver or the fate ring, he wouldn't be able to automatically evade any attacks. Only with both items enhancing him could Lin Chen dare to be so bold. Leveling up was still too slow. Just as Lin Chen sighed, an opportunity suddenly appeared ahead. Die for me. The demonic energy on Hui Yunfei surged wildly towards the flaming long knife. Even the illusory demonic shadow hundreds of meters above his head was gripping its hands, condensing a similarly gigantic flaming demon knife. Good grief. It's not that I'm afraid of a mage not dealing damage, but I'm terrified of a mage playing melee. This 4th-tier demon, Hui Yunfei, had actually hidden the fact that he was a melee mage from the very beginning. No wonder it had taken so long. Lin Chen noticed that Hui Yunfei's fire skills were nothing but meteor showers and large fireballs. He didn't expect the opponent to be so cunning. Today, I shall be the Godslayer. Hua Yunfei let out a sinister laugh, and at that moment the demonic energy on him actually shrank by half. Even the shadow above his head became much less substantial. But that flaming demon knife became even more solid, with flames almost turning into substance, condensing into a ferocious fire dragon shadow. Boom! The flaming long knife mixed with the hundreds of meters high flaming demon knife slashed towards Change. This strike was undoubtedly the strongest blow that Hua Yunfei could unleash. The scorching flames were so intense that even Lin Chen, 1,000 meters away, could feel the burning heat. He had no doubt that if the blade's light brushed against him, even with the diamond shield, he would still die. As for Change, in her current state, she couldn't possibly evade this earth-shattering strike. Before this, she had already been surrounded by 2 flaming behemoths, and their attacks were like a torrential storm, leaving her no chance to escape. The opportunity was coming. Lin Chen gently squeezed the sword pellet in his palm. Change would definitely not be able to evade this attack and would be severely injured. In that case, after this strike, the 4th-tier demon would enter a brief state of excitement. Excitement also meant that the opponent might become arrogant and thus make a mistake. At that time, it would be Lin Chen's best chance to strike. Not good. In the distance, Zhang Fan and the others, who were frantically fleeing, also saw Change's state. Each of them had their hearts in their throats. What should we do? Is Fairy Change going to be unable to hold on? Useless Wu Gang. If he hadn't been injured and unconscious, this situation wouldn't have happened. Strange, hasn't Change always been accompanied by the Jade Rabbit? Where is the Jade Rabbit from the Moon Palace? Oh no, Lin Chen is too close, it's dangerous. Some here were anxious for Change, while others were worried about Lin Chen. Of course, there were not only these people in the ruins. Under the osmanthus tree, there were 2 dark shadows. They were the practitioners from Blue Star and the foreign demons. The Blue Star practitioners, seeing Change's situation, all became tense. Of course, compared to them, the demons huddled together, using the osmanthus tree to avoid the aftermath of the battle of the 4th-tier strongman, were rather excited. Ha ha ha. Our clan's elder just advanced to the 4th tier and is about to slay a god. Little brats, when Lord Fire God kills that old god, it will be your time to die. He he he. A 2nd-tier demon youth licked his lips. I really want to taste those Blue Star people. I wonder if they are delicious. As soon as this was said, it immediately amused the other demons. I don't know if it's delicious or not, but all I know is that this group of Blue Star people's backpacks can make us stronger. Ha ha ha. They laughed, looking at the Blue Star professionals also hiding under the osmanthus tree. Many Blue Star professionals wanted to say something after hearing this, but could only clench their fists. Among them, only a few professional players from Magic City and Mingzhu University knew some information about the demons, so they had just shared this news with all the Blue Star professionals present. Now everyone naturally understood the consequences if Change were defeated. Many sighed inwardly, a glimmer of despair flashing in their eyes. The old gods are indeed the old gods, still too strong, dragging it out to this point. Hee hee, if it weren't for that Wu Gang getting injured, this old god Change could probably hold on even longer. Even if it could be dragged out, so what? It would still be slaughtered. Sigh. The crowd sighed in unison. Many felt regret and despair. However, at that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that reckless person is moving." Everyone looked up. Sure enough, they saw a flickering figure at the edge of the battlefield. The professional player from Magic City University, Zhao Feng, who had spoken earlier, showed a look of confusion. This guy. Is he out of his mind? Does he want to save Change? Beside him, a young professional scoffed, "Save? With what? That's a 4th-tier demon, and he's just a little over level 60 in the 3rd tier, isn't he just asking for death?" That's true. Zhao Feng shook his head. He didn't believe that a 1st-tier professional could play any role in a 4th-tier battle. He guessed that this guy must have been scared silly. In fact, many people here had noticed Lin Chen's figure earlier. At that time, Lin Chen had repeatedly dodged the meteor attacks from the sky, shocking everyone. They thought Lin Chen was using an invincibility frame skill, executing it so skillfully. Everyone assumed Lin Chen was a professional player from some team. But then they learned from others that Lin Chen was just a student who had entered Mingzhu University this year, with a level just over 60. I think he wants to pick up the kill on Change, right? Hee hee, what a lucky guy. Lucky? I think it's more like foolish. Many people saw Lin Chen's figure and began to mock him. That's how many people are. When faced with opponents stronger than themselves, they might not dare to say much. But when facing someone they perceive as weaker, they wouldn't hold back their words. However, just as they were speaking, Lin Chen's figure had already flickered several times, approaching the several hundred metertal 4th-tier demon. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen stepped onto a cyclone and unleashed the floating skill of the demonized flying maid. What does he want to do? He can't be thinking of attacking the 4th-tier demon, right? What a joke! Just as everyone was incredulous, Lin Chen's entire being shot forward like a drawn sword, plunging straight towards the demon's forehead. The next second, a dazzling sword light illuminated the entire ruined space. Everyone felt a flash of white before their eyes. When they regained their senses, they heard a thunderous roar echoing through the heavens and earth. No! This was the voice of the fourth-tier demon. What happened? Everyone no longer cared about the danger of observing the battle of the Solar Realm experts for too long, which would burn their eyes, and turned to look at the battlefield. However, when they saw clearly, everyone gasped in shock, unable to speak. They saw that the half-god realm demon's head had actually been sliced off halfway. Crimson flames of demonic blood poured down from the air like a volcanic eruption. The demon, clutching its wound, let out a painful howl. How is this possible? The demons hiding under the osmanthus tree went crazy. They rubbed their eyes, hardly believing what was happening before them. That is our clan's elder. He actually got injured. Damn it. That's a half-god realm. How could he be injured by a first-tier professional? Damn. The demons were both shocked and furious, hardly able to believe what was unfolding before their eyes. In contrast, the Blue Star professionals were also wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were seeing. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? A first-tier professional injured a fourth-tier demon? How is that possible? He's slashing at a demigod. That was the demigod realm. From the looks of it, Lin Chen's strike was extremely severe, rendering the terrifying self-healing of the demigod unable to heal the wound. Not just them. In the distance, Zheng Fan and the others were also wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. I can't be mistaken, can I? Was that just a Shen? Damn, could he be a hidden fourth-tier powerhouse just living life? Many people rubbed their eyes, thinking they must have seen it wrong. Chen Wanqiu, however, was relatively calm. Although she was shocked, she quickly realized this should be what her father mentioned before coming here. Lin Chen had a trump card, and it was a very significant one. This sword light might be unfamiliar to others, but as a member of the Chen family, she was not unfamiliar with it. Li Jiangbai was a sharp sword hanging over their entire family. Every member of the family had to learn and respect the awe of Li Jiangbai. Therefore, since childhood, they had to watch the battle videos of Senior Li experiencing his strength. Naturally, Chen Wanqiu was very familiar with this sword light. I'm going to kill you. In the distance, the demon with half a head let out a furious roar. Lin Chen looked at the demon, feeling a bit regretful. This sword strike actually didn't kill the opponent. It was likely that although this move was powerful, it ultimately wasn't his skill. It couldn't trigger the true damage effect of his talent. Otherwise, that sword just now would have been enough to slay this demigod. However, being severely injured was enough. As long as he took down more than half of the opponent's health, he would have plenty of opportunities to slay this demigod. At this moment, although the demon was fierce in words, he couldn't kill Lin Chen right now. Taking advantage of the demon's serious injury, Change had quickly dealt with the two flame beasts and was charging towards the demon. This time, the offensive and defensive momentum was easy to shift. The ribbons in Change's hands moved like silver lightning, darting back and forth around the demon. She either attacked the demon's heart or the remaining half of its head. The demon hurriedly defended. The battle was extremely intense. In just a few seconds, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. The entire relic space was filled with the booming sounds generated by their fight. Lin Chen had already used void walking to dodge. In the face of such a level of battle, just being grazed would mean death. However, he didn't retreat. Instead, he used the last bullet from his lucky revolver. Utilizing void walking, he constantly observed his surroundings. He was looking for an opportunity. As long as he was given a moment of time, according to his talent effect, he could slay this demigod. Damn it! The demon was being pressed by Change, with no chance to fight back. He was both shocked and angry. Shocked that he never expected such a powerful ancient god to exist in Blue Star. Just now, the opponent had been fleeing, and he thought the opponent was weak. Now it seemed, it was all part of the opponent's scheme, to make him lower his guard. Angry that he never expected to fall into the hands of a first-tier professional like an ant. If it weren't for that guy's sneak attack, how could he have fallen into such a perilous situation? Damn it! The fourth-tier demon, Hua Yunfei, silently lamented. This was his debut battle. He never expected it to turn out like this. Was he going to have to escape? Change's offensive was extremely sharp. He glanced at his own health, fearing he wouldn't last much longer. It was all that ant's fault. The demon roared in his heart. While simultaneously dealing with Change's attacks, he began searching for Lin Chen's figure. He had already decided to retreat for the time being. But before leaving, he wanted to capture Lin Chen into the Demon Luo realm. Let Lin Chen experience the terror of the 18 layers of hell in the Demon Luo. Ha! Where is that kid? The 4th tier demon Hua scanned the area but didn't see Lin Chen's figure. "Hey, old man, who are you looking for?" Just then, a cheeky voice rang in his ear. The next second, Lin Chen's figure appeared in Hua Yunfei's line of sight. This guy had somehow hidden right next to him. He stood on his shoulders, constantly waving at him. "You're looking for death." Hua Yunfei roared, flames igniting all over his body, disregarding Change's attack, wanting to kill Lin Chen first. "Ha ha ha. This is good." Lin Chen was delighted to see Hua Yunfei turn to face him. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. In the next second, Lin Chen aimed at the recovering center of Hua Yunfei's brow. Force split Mount Hua. With 1,000 times the physical enhancement from the skill entry combined with various potion effects, Lin Chen's palm strike was 2,000 times his current damage. Of course, even so, this amount of damage was not enough to pose a threat to a 4th tier demigod. The real threat was the talent effect. Now, the 4th tier demon Hua Yunfei had less than 10% health. With this strike, Lin Chen could definitely kill him. He wanted to slay a god. Boom! At such a close distance, Lin Chen struck solidly at Hua Yunfei's brow. At that moment, an infinite regret rose in Hua Yunfei's heart. No matter how he calculated, he never expected Lin Chen to be so bold, daring to strike at him repeatedly. Didn't he fear death at all? However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Hua Yunfei could only watch helplessly as the skill effect that terrified him lit up at his brow. In the next second, he felt his life force rapidly draining away, and the demonic blood in his body surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. No, Hua Yunfei let out a desperate roar. He was unwilling. As the Grand Elder of the Fire Clan in the Demon Realm, how could he die here after becoming the 3rd demigod of the Demon Realm? Save me! As a demigod, his eyes were filled with terror. It had been over 1,000 years. He was experiencing the horror of death once again. Not good. Seeing the damage had already hit the opponent, but after the opponent shouted for help, the panel did not pop up with a kill notification. Lin Chen quickly retreated. He couldn't understand what method had blocked him from killing Hua Yunfei, nor did he know who the other party was calling for help. But without any warning, his attack was extinguished. It was obvious that another 4th tier powerhouse had arrived. There was no way to fight. He had to run. However, even though Lin Chen moved very quickly, it was still too late. Above the ruins, thunder and lightning suddenly erupted, and then a figure appeared. Crack! The space above the ruins shattered. A figure stepped out from the broken space. Lin Chen found that he was unable to move again. Moreover, he could not enter the frost domain. At that moment, Change, who had originally seen Lin Chen appear and was afraid of accidentally injuring him, gently furrowed her brows. How is this possible? In this era, a divine tier can still appear? Boom! Lin Chen felt like his head was about to explode. What was Change saying? Divine tier. Divine tier. Didn't that mean the newcomer was a 5th tier professional? How could this be possible? The other world had not only given birth to the 3rd 4th tier demon but also a 5th tier. What a waste. You can't even handle this little matter. The voice of the figure surrounded by heavenly thunder resonated like thunder, shaking the entire ruin space with a buzzing sound. Lin Chen felt every hair on his body stand on end. He sensed an indescribable sense of crisis enveloping him. He couldn't understand. Something major must have happened in the otherworld demon realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to give birth to a new 4th tier or even promote to 5th tier. Then, it caused a huge change across various regions of Blue Star. What to do? Lin Chen's brain was racing. It seemed he had played a bit too big this time. He just wanted to kill a 4th tier demon. How did a 5th tier suddenly appear? Who could have predicted such a situation? Suddenly, Lin Chen noticed that the 5th tier demon in the sky was not approaching here. He was just standing in midair, gazing into the distance with a serious expression. Not just him. Even Change looked up in that direction. Lin Chen glanced over but found he could see nothing. Strange, what's over there? Lin Chen was curious in his heart. Suddenly, Lin Chen found that he could move again. However, before he could feel happy about it, Lin Chen saw Change and the demon fixated on a certain direction, and suddenly, the heavens and earth split in two. Boom! In an instant, the colors of the world changed. The winds and clouds rolled back. The entire relic space trembled violently. The 5th tier demon's expression changed drastically, and without a second thought, it seemed ready to tear apart space to escape. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The heavens and earth were instantly divided. Then, a golden iron rod, as if piercing through the sky, suddenly appeared from the rift in the heavens and earth, charging straight at the 5th tier demon. This is the Rui Jingubang. In the deep mountains, 300 kilometers north of Jiangnan in the Xia Kingdom. This place is shrouded in mist year-round, rarely visited by people. However, although there are few people here, a high security fence has been built around the perimeter of 10 kilometers. Outside the fence, there are heavily armed guards. Every 10 miles has a sentry post. Each post has a 100-man team. Such strength is almost equivalent to half of Jiangnan City's defense force. Of course, the heavy guard is not to prevent powerful demons from coming out, but to stop anyone from accidentally intruding and disturbing the demons inside. After all, inside is one of the most powerful relics in the Xia Kingdom, the Journey to the West relic. Buzz! A startling sound made the soldiers guarding here nervously look into the deep mountains. They saw 2 white pillars over 100 meters high in the previously misty and extremely quiet mountains. They stood like pillars supporting the sky, ancient and abandoned, existing for who knows how many years. At this moment, these 2 white pillars actually emitted dazzling light. What's going on? Quick, hurry to report to the general, the relic is undergoing a change. The soldiers stationed here were all shocked at this scene. In an instant, all the soldiers who saw the white pillars glowing sprang into action. As the light grew stronger, they saw transparent ripples appearing in the void between the 2 pillars. A void passage. Whoosh! A beam of golden light suddenly shot out from the void passage, flying towards the southeast. The golden light moved incredibly fast, like a golden lightning bolt piercing through the heavens and earth, arriving in the southeastern edge of Jianghai City's Divine Grace Cemetery in the blink of an eye. Boom! As the golden light arrived, it cleaved through the black mist surrounding the cemetery like a sharp blade. The black mist surged like giant waves, but it could not hinder the golden light in the slightest. The golden light split the heavens and earth, directly rushing into the Divine Grace Cemetery. In the temporary camp set up in front of the Divine Grace Cemetery, all the professionals looked up at the celestial phenomenon, their faces filled with surprise. They did not know what was happening. They felt that this celestial phenomenon might not be a good thing, yet there was an indescribable excitement. However, ordinary professionals were unaware, while the military was different. In the temporary combat command center, the military bigwigs who were originally discussing how to enter the cemetery for exploration suddenly stood up, beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. Just a few hours ago, the black mist of the Divine Grace Cemetery had suddenly spread to the edge of the temporary camp. This sudden change caused quite a stir, but as the black mist stopped, everything returned to normal. It seemed nothing was wrong. However, they soon discovered that they had lost contact with Lin Chen and Zhang Fan. After inquiring, they learned that before the black mist spread, someone had noticed that Lin Chen and the others had gone outside the camp. This relieved the military command. They then prepared to enter the black mist for military action. Unexpectedly, before they could set off, they received even more serious news. The Sakura Kingdom was in turmoil. A volcanic eruption anomaly had expanded in front of Hangbin City a few days ago, directly revealing the figures of foreign demons. This news directly indicated that the foreign realm had taken control of a subterranean palace. This was very bad news for the entire Blue Star. However, the bad news did not stop there. Soon, they received more comprehensive information. Numerous second-tier and third-tier foreign demons had appeared there. Even fourth-tier demons showed up. The appearance of the fourth tier caught the Sakura Kingdom off guard, resulting in significant losses of third-tier professionals. Then, Li Jiangbai, who was relatively close to the Sakura country, went to provide support. This stabilized the situation on the battlefield. However, stability or not, the camp was sweating with tension. The anomalies in the Sakura country confirmed that the news brought by Lin Chen was indeed correct. In other words, the changes in the Divine Grace Tomb were truly related to the underground palace. Moreover, just like the Sakura country, the foreign realm had gained control over the underground palace. After confirming this news, the military commander immediately reported to the Jianghai City Military District, requesting large-scale support. Subsequently, a new combat plan was hastily formulated. However, just as they began to implement it, a golden light appeared in the sky, causing their pressure to explode instantly. This golden light was too familiar to them. It should be noted that the fall of the four-tiered professional from Blue Star occurred within the territory of the Summer Country. Moreover, it was precisely under this golden light that he died. What kind of existence could cause the appearance of this golden light? It had to be a four-tiered being. In other words, a four-tiered powerhouse from the foreign realm had appeared right before their eyes. Requesting support. The military commander quickly informed the senior Li Jiangbai, who was thousands of miles away supporting the Sakura country. The Sakura country could do without it, but the Summer country must not be disturbed. Meanwhile, within the ruins of the Guanghan Palace, Lin Chen's originally calm face instantly revealed joy upon seeing the golden light. This is... Lin Chen squinted his eyes, looking at the iron rod within the golden light. The iron rod was about 2 zhan long, as thick as a bowl, with clouds and mist swirling around the golden hoops at both ends, exuding an overwhelming aura. Although it moved quickly, just one glance was enough for the 5 golden characters Rui Jingu Bang on the iron rod to imprint themselves into his mind. Ha ha ha. It's the Great Sage. We're saved. Lin Chen laughed out loud. Previously, he had worried that if the 5-tiered demon appeared, they would all die. He even thought that Blue Star was finished and would fall. After all, a 4-tiered being could take on 100 3-tiered ones. A 5-tiered being could definitely take on dozens of 4-tiered ones. A 5-tiered demon. It was absolutely an existence that the professionals of Blue Star could not resist. Even if he had Li Jiangbai's sword pill, he feared it would not be enough. However, Blue Star did not only have human professionals. There was also the Great Sage. In fact, there was no indication that the mythical figures within the ruins would help humanity. But previously, when a 4-tiered professional provoked the Great Sage simply killed that professional and attacked others from Blue Star. This was enough to indicate their attitude. Moreover, the only recorded instance globally of a ruins monster leaving the ruins was also the Great Sage, who killed that 4-tiered professional at the time. Many people caught a glimpse of this event. Although they only saw a figure wrapped in golden light, that aura was enough for everyone to remember this powerful being. Therefore, the Summer Country deployed heavy troops to guard the journey to the West Ruins to prevent anyone from disturbing him. I wonder if I will see the Great Sage's true form. Lin Chen looked at the golden light rushing towards the 5-tiered demon bathed in thunder, feeling a bit hopeful. Boom! The speed of the golden light did not decrease despite its massive size. Instead, it became even faster, like golden lightning. The 5-tiered demon, originally surrounded by thunder and resembling a god or demon, appeared so small under this golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, the golden rod collided with it. What shocked everyone was that the demon did not evade at all. It wasn't that it didn't want to dodge. It was that the speed of the golden iron rod was too fast. The demon was struck and directly spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, flying backward. This scene left everyone in shock. They had considered many possibilities, such as the 5-tiered demon entangling with the golden rod, or the Great Sage's true form appearing, wielding the golden rod to battle the demon for 300 rounds. But they never imagined this possibility. The 5-tiered demon was knocked away, and it was flying backward. Was this even a situation that could occur in Blue Star? It should be noted that this was a 5-tiered being. In Blue Star, it was absolutely an invincible existence. Yet, such an existence was knocked away under the golden iron rod? This scene left everyone dumbfounded. But it wasn't over yet. After being knocked away, the demon tore open a black crack in the sky and dove into it. It escaped. The 5th-tier demon, after being heavily injured, tore open a rift and escaped. With just one strike. Just one strike. It severely wounded the 5th-tier practitioner, forcing him to flee. This scene nearly left everyone dumbfounded. He is still as formidable as ever. Lin Chen was lost in thought when a light sigh reached his ears. The voice was ethereal, like the sound of a celestial being. In fact, the speaker was indeed a fairy. Lin Chen turned to glance at Change, feeling that some things seemed to be beyond the understanding of practitioners from Blue Star. Change appeared to be acquainted with the Great Sage. It should be noted that if this journey to the West Relic had Change and the Great Sage knowing each other, Lin Chen could understand. But this was the independent palace of eternal cold. How could they know each other? Could it be that there is some connection between all these relics? Lin Chen recalled the appearance of the ancient city several layers underground in the Longmen Buddhist cave relic, which resembled a battlefield from a past war. However, there were no records of such events in the local cultural legends of Luochang. Unable to make sense of it, Lin Chen felt he must research more upon returning. Suddenly, Change, who had just sighed, turned and flung out a blue ribbon. What the hell? Steal the kill! Lin Chen's eyes widened, and then his figure transformed into an afterimage as he abruptly changed direction and charged towards the back. The 5th-tier demon had escaped. The golden cudgel had also vanished into the horizon. Although it was somewhat regrettable not to have seen the Great Sage's true form, there was still a severely wounded 4th-tier demon behind. Just before the 5th-tier demon appeared, this 4th-tier demon named Hui Yunfei from another realm had almost been killed by him. Damn it! Damn it all! Why is this happening? Behind him, the demon with half its head chopped off was now filled with rage and disbelief, its face twisted. Lin Chen's previous strike had already landed on him, directly putting him in a severely injured state. Although the appearance of the 5th-tier demon had saved his life, with the emergence of golden light he found himself unable to move, let alone use any healing potions. Damn it! You dare? The 4th-tier demon was furious and incredulous. He had just regained some ability to act and was about to take the potion when he noticed a blue ribbon rushing towards him. However, not only that, Lin Chen, this ant, was also charging at him. Boom! Lin Chen's attack and the blue ribbon struck simultaneously at the 4th-tier demon lying on the ground. Unable to move. No! The demon let out a mournful howl, and just as a few golden lights appeared on its body, it completely lost its breath. Seeing the golden light, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy, waving his hand to instantly transfer all the dropped items into the frost domain. Just as he finished this, a shadow loomed in front of him. Change appeared before him. "You little rascal, your movements are quite nimble." Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. In fact, regarding the mythical figures of the relics, practitioners from Blue Star generally categorized them based on their attitudes towards humanity into Order and Chaos factions. Lin Chen naturally regarded Change as part of the Order faction. That cold remark made his heart skip a beat. He seemed to have been a bit hasty. Sure enough, Change then pointed at Lin Chen. "Follow me." As her words fell, Lin Chen's figure vanished along with Change. Lin Chen. At the entrance of the Palace of Eternal Cold, Zhang Fan, Chen Wanxiu, and the others were momentarily stunned. When they reacted and tried to turn back to enter the palace for a deeper look, a sudden gust of wind blew them all out of the palace. What was happening? Lin Chen had been taken away by Change? The group was shocked. Don't worry. After all, Change is a figure from our Xia country's mythology. She shouldn't do anything to Lin Chen. At most, she might give him a slight punishment for stealing a demigod's kill, Lu Dayer said solemnly. Hearing Lu Dayer's words, everyone fell silent for a moment. They had been so focused on Lin Chen being captured that they almost forgot what had just happened. Lin Chen had actually completed a godslaying. Moreover, he had killed her enemy in front of a deity. Even if it was a demigod, that was still a god. Lin Chen actually completed a godslaying at the first level. Moreover, it was under the watchful eye of a true deity. For a moment, the others felt a bit dizzy. This guy Lin Chen seemed to have grown to an awe-inspiring level without them even realizing it. They had to know that if it were any one of them in that situation, they probably wouldn't dare to attack that 4th-level demon. After all, that was Change from myth and legend. A true deity. What if they angered her? But Lin Chen actually dared to strike. And he succeeded. Of course, looking at the current situation, Change seemed somewhat displeased with Lin Chen's actions, capturing him and then driving them out of the palace. This left everyone feeling quite complicated. They had a sense that something ominous might happen inside the palace. However, they couldn't help even if they wanted to. Change's strength was beyond doubt. She was definitely at the level of Li Jiangbai, perhaps even stronger. All they could do was pray that Lin Chen would perform well inside and actively admit his mistakes. Sigh. I hope a Xian can hold on. Zhang Fan and the others shook their heads. Lin Chen's performance just now completely overturned their understanding. Of course, they weren't the only ones shocked. There was another group of people. In the ruins of the Guanghan Palace, on the other side, under the towering osmanthus tree, two distinct groups of people were clearly divided. One group consisted of about 70 to 80 professionals from Blue Star. They were elite teams that had previously accepted military bounties to explore the Black Mist. Among them were quite a few professional players. Naturally, there were also people who knew Lin Chen. The young master of the Song family was among them, along with several students from Mingzhu University. The young master of the Song family had checked some information afterward and learned about Lin Chen's identity. The Mingzhu students recognized him because of Lin Chen's earlier performance in the freshman secret realm. After all, Lin Chen had set a historical record for Mingzhu. It was hard not to know about it. What the hell? Damn, this kid actually slayed a god? Am I seeing things? The young master of the Song family had his eyes wide open, disbelief written all over his face, mumbling to himself. Before this, he had had a conflict with Lin Chen. It's over. Once we get out, I must find a way to make amends. The young master of the Song family had a complex expression. He had previously investigated Lin Chen and knew he seemed to have some abilities, but he never expected him to be this strong. Although there was a suspicion of him stealing the kill from a demigod-level powerhouse, the mere fact that he dared to act already represented his strength. After all, there were about 70 to 80 Blue Star professionals here, including several active professional players. Active professional players almost represented the invincible strength of the first level in Blue Star. Yet, they couldn't even think about stealing kills. During the battle of the 4th level powerhouse, they couldn't even manage to observe for long. Meanwhile, under the osmanthus tree, the other group of people consisted of demons who had previously encountered the Blue Star professionals at the Divine Grace Cemetery and had fought with them. There were over 100 of them, including the burly man from the mountain clan that Lin Chen had seen before. The two groups had been hurling insults at each other, struggling to communicate, and their language was quite crude. Moreover, while dodging the aftermath of the 4th level battle, they were testing each other's strength with skills. Their desire to fight was very strong. They had originally planned to wait for the 4th level battle to end and then have a big fight. But now, with the 4th level battle over, they all stood frozen in place. Damn, was that guy really at the 1st level? I want to know too. It's completely unreasonable. His attack could actually break defenses. He must have real damage. A group of demons were filled with anger and shock. Some of the Fire Clan demons even started to cry. The one who died was their clan's elder. Before the elder appeared, they didn't even know that he had advanced to the 4th level. Unexpectedly, the elder's debut battle as a demigod ended in his direct fall, killed by an ant who was only over 60 levels. Kill these humans and make them pay in blood. The Fire Clan demons were furious, they roared. The great elder was dead now. His body had been taken away by the master of this ruin, along with the first-tier human who had delivered the final blow to kill the great elder. They did not dare provoke the terrifying presence within the palace of the Moon Palace. But the humans, they dared. Now, there were only 70 or 80 human practitioners under the osmanthus tree, and they had over 100. In terms of numbers, they had a clear advantage. In terms of quality, they had 15 second-tier practitioners. Although the humans had 2 teams of professional players, those teams could only hold back 10 second-tier opponents. The remaining 2 second-tier practitioners were more than enough to slaughter them. Kill! With a roar, the demons charged towards the practitioners under the osmanthus tree. Damn it, this group of demons has gone mad. They actually dare to attack first. Prepare for battle. In an instant, the young master of the Song family and the other Blue Star practitioners were taken aback. Just moments ago, they had been shocked by Lin Chen's godslaying and had not noticed that the demons had stealthily approached. Not far away, Zhang Fan and the others saw this scene and hurriedly rushed over to help. Although they were not familiar with the young master of the Song family, they were all from Blue Star. Now that the demons were charging in, they naturally could not just stand by and watch. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Lin Chen and Change faced each other. Lin Chen felt a bit awkward. When he was pulled in by Change, he was quite flustered. After all, she was a powerful figure from the myths of the Xia Kingdom. Although in the myths of the primordial era, Change's combat power leaned more towards support and was not particularly strong in battle, as evidenced by her recent fight against a 4th-tier demigod. However, that was still in comparison to the demigod ruins. Overall, Change was definitely more formidable than Li Jiangbai from the Xia Kingdom. Lin Chen was worried he might be crushed. But upon actual contact, Change merely looked at him curiously. "Little guy, take out the treasure." "Treasure? What treasure?" Lin Chen scratched his head, unsure of what Change meant. "Hee, you little rascal, not being honest, huh?" "I'm not." Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. It was truly unfair to say that. He had quite a few treasures on him. Without clarification, how could he know what treasure she was referring to? Lin Chen thought to himself but did not dare to say that Change was speaking in riddles. Based on her realm, Change was likely 5th tier. Even if her strength was a bit lacking, only able to face a newly promoted 4th-tier demon that was still beyond his current capabilities. However, if he wanted to leave the ruins, he probably couldn't do so without Change. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then finally cleared his throat and said, "If the fairy wants something, feel free to say it directly. I'm an orphan, my life is a bit miserable, and I'm a bit poor. Fortunately, I have quite a few friends, and I can ask them for help after we get out to buy the treasure the fairy wants." As soon as he said this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at himself. Playing the poor and pitiful card while trying his best to be helpful, this set of lines flowed out effortlessly. Change chuckled in surprise. "Hee, you little guy is quite interesting. You look pretty handsome, but your words are full of nonsense." Being called out like this by Change made Lin Chen's face flush. But fortunately, Change did not say anything more. She floated and lay down on a nearby bed. Her white stockings wrapped around her delicate jade feet, her embroidered shoes half fallen off, and her slender jade legs slightly bent. After lying down comfortably, Change propped her fragrant cheek with one hand and gently waved a jade-colored fan with the other, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and remained silent. Just now, he had been pulled into the palace and hadn't had the chance to observe. Now that Change was lying down, he began to take in his surroundings. This should be the inner hall of the Moon Palace. Candles were lit on both sides. Strangely, the candlelight emitted a faint cool fragrance. Taking a whiff was refreshing. However, the hall was quite simple. There was only a bed, a table, and a chair. Aside from that, there was nothing else. As Lin Chen was looking around, Change, half leaning on the bed, waved her hand casually. In an instant, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body, as if a great mountain was pressing down on his back. The treasures of the gods are not so easy to snatch. This is just a small punishment for you. Of course, if you perform well enough, you might receive quite a reward. Change's voice was light and pleasant. But the content of her words made Lin Chen's heart tighten, and he quickly checked his status. "You have been punished by the deity, effect, burdened with 10,000 pounds of pressure, speed 50, casting speed 50, effect lasts for 72 hours, remaining time, 72:00:00 tip. If the punishment ends early, you will permanently gain the effect, speed 50, casting speed 50. This Lin Chen's pupils widened. This is not a punishment at all. It's clearly a reward. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Does the fairy want me to show some performance? To be honest, I interned at a bathhouse before, and am proficient in massage, foot washing, and ear cleaning. Of course, if the fairy needs, I can first buy a few air conditioners and then renovate this Guanhan palace. Hee hee, little one, you are quite interesting. What if I say I want you to stay in this Guanhan palace with me? Change laughed. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. There was only Change in this Guanhan palace. Having him stay here to accompany her was no different from being imprisoned. Moreover, if he stayed in this Guanhan palace with Change, wouldn't Hui kill him? Lin Chen scratched his head and smiled. This isn't appropriate, right? If the fairy really wants me to accompany you, it's not impossible. I just don't know if Brother Hui would agree. Ha ha ha. Change chuckled again. You little one, you are indeed quite interesting. At this point, Change fell into a brief silence and sighed lightly. However, since you mentioned him, and even took his treasure, you should hand it over quickly upon seeing me. After Change finished speaking, Lin Chen suddenly realized. He had thought Change wanted the items dropped by the demon. It turned out to be the sun-shooting divine bow. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. He had almost prepared to apologize to Brother Hui just now. However, the sun-shooting divine bow was something he picked up at the entrance of Guanhan Palace. It had also triggered the task to repair the supreme artifact. Lin Chen felt that it would be better to let Change take the items dropped by the fourth-tier demon instead. So this is what the fairy meant. Lin Chen thought for a moment and took out the divine bow. After all, she was a deity. Her fist was powerful. Lin Chen took out the Hui divine bow. Upon seeing the divine bow, Change waved her jade hand, and the bow fell into her grasp. Gently stroking the bow's body, a look of nostalgia appeared in Change's eyes. Alas, things have changed. But since it chose you, it is your fortune. Hurry up and repair it, time is running out. As Change spoke, she waved her jade hand. The divine bow transformed into a streak of light and returned to Lin Chen's hand. Looking at the divine bow in his hand, Lin Chen was somewhat dazed. He had just prepared himself mentally to lose the treasure. Unexpectedly, Change only took a glance, chatted for a bit, and then returned it to him. However, what did Change's earlier words mean? Time is running out? Did that mean this ruin was about to close? Or did it mean something else? While Lin Chen was deep in thought, Change's voice rang out again. There are materials to repair the bowstring under the osmanthus tree. However, there is a rabbit there that is grinding medicine. With your strength, it should be just right to deal with it. After killing it, burn its remains and bury them in the medicine pot under the osmanthus tree. If you accomplish this task, I will not only help you lift the punishment but also send you and the people you brought out. As soon as Change said this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He had a task to repair the divine bow. It would be even better to lift the punishment. Plus, he could conveniently leave the ruins. It was a threefold gain. However, there were too many rabbits in this Guanhan palace. Alright. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Change gently waved her jade hand. Lin Chen felt a flash before his eyes. When he reappeared, he had already left the palace and was outside. Not only him, but also the contract beasts like Elena, who had been left in the depths of the palace to kill the flying maidens, along with those undead creatures. The skeleton soldiers all emerged as well. My lord. Elena and the contracted beasts bowed. Lin Chen waved his hand. He realized that he was right in front of the palace. Due to the fourth-tier demon that had appeared earlier, the black mist of the ruins had dissipated, and visibility had improved significantly. Of course, the terrain had also changed quite a bit. It was pockmarked everywhere, which actually suited the ruins of the Moon Palace better. After all, this uneven ground, combined with the ash-white land from the burning, resembled the surface of the moon. Where are Zhang Fan and the others? Lin Chen looked around and found that there were no signs of Zhang Fan or Chen Wanqiu in front of the palace. Master, they are over there. Hearing Elena's reminder, Lin Chen finally noticed that under the osmanthus tree hundreds of miles away, not only was there a giant lying down, but many figures were also engaged in battle. The distance was too far. Lin Chen had thought that was the medicine-pounding rabbit mentioned by Change. There are so many demons. Let's go, this is a lot of experience points and skill points. Lin Chen waved his hand, pulling Elena and the others into the frost domain, then took out the purple gold gourd and rushed over. At that moment, under the osmanthus tree, the battle between the Blue Star professionals and the foreign demons was exceptionally fierce. Both sides had suffered considerable casualties, especially on the Blue Star side. When the ruins first opened, the enemy had many second-tier demons, while here, due to the previous black mist, only first-tier demons could enter. Thus, their overall strength was significantly weaker. Even though there were professional players who could withstand these foreign demons with their powerful abilities, the enemy also had elite demons. So even though the battle hadn't lasted long, the Blue Star side had already lost 3 professionals. Fortunately, Zhang Fan and the others had come to relieve some pressure, but it was still not enough. As time passed, it was feared that none of them would survive. Damn! These demons are really tough, their blood is too thick. A tall professional wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cursed. He was a professional player from the representative team of Magic City University and had been fighting for 5 years. His attributes were not something an ordinary second-tier professional could compare to. Based on his damage output, if he were facing monsters over level 100, he would have killed them long ago. But these foreign demons had thicker blood than monsters. What should we do, Captain? The burly man swung his weapon, pushing back a demon, and asked a bespectacled mage not far away. The terrain here is too flat, we need to spread them out. Wait for me to unleash my awakening skill. If we can't deal with them, it'll break through to the second tier. The bespectacled man had a gentle appearance and a calm voice, but his words were sharp. Breaking through to the second tier was undoubtedly a path that would end their professional careers and even jeopardize their future potential. They would only choose this option when faced with life-threatening danger. No, you can't take that risk. You've only been fighting for 2 years, your potential is limitless. If it comes to that, you'll break through instead. Besides, my skills aren't as strong as yours, but my attributes are higher. Breaking through to the second tier would double my attributes, which is perfect. After the burly man finished speaking, he swung his weapon and charged at the demon in front of him. The others around remained silent. In fact, they all knew that to break the deadlock, it could only be these professional players who broke through to the second tier. But would breaking through to the second tier really solve the problem? Whoosh! Just as many were mentally preparing for death, a flash of light suddenly streaked across the sky. Many were startled, thinking the golden cudgel had returned. However, when they saw clearly, some sighed in relief, some were shocked, and others gritted their teeth. It's Lin Chin. Great! With this guy here, all demons will die. Those who sighed in relief were naturally Zhang Fan and the others, as well as the Blue Star professionals. After all, they had witnessed the strength of the newcomer. This was someone who dared to slay gods. Meanwhile, those who were shocked and gritting their teeth were the Fire Tribe demons among the foreign demons. Lin Chen had killed their clan's elder. He was their deity. Kill! Seeing Lin Chen arrive, these Fire Tribe demons immediately abandoned their opponents and charged at Lin Chen. I am so popular. Lin Chen smiled as he saw over 20 Fire Tribe demons charging at him. He then leaped into the air, executing a spinning flying kick. Bang! The foremost Fire Tribe demon was struck in the head by Lin Chen's kick, exploding on impact. Instant kill. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Let's all attack together and kill him. The other demons were startled, abandoning their opponents to roar and charge at him. After all, despite the friction among the 5 great tribes, Lin Chen had just killed a demigod from their world. This was a mortal enemy. Meanwhile, the other Blue Star professionals were dumbfounded. With Lin Chen's arrival, they had no opponents left. They all rushed to kill Lin Chen instead. Of course, what shocked them even more was Lin Chen's strength. Previously, when Lin Chen had taken down a 4th-tier foreign demon, they speculated that it was just luck. After all, Lin Chen's earlier performance of dodging meteors had led them to think he was using a high-level lucky item. But now, this strike made it clear just how violent Lin Chen truly was. Wow! That flying kick! So cool! What's going on? Isn't he a necromancer? This looks like a normal attack. Unbelievable! Is he really over level 60? Even the burly man from the professional team, who had been fighting for 5 years, swallowed hard and said enviously, damn, I've been fighting for so long, and my damage isn't even close to his. It's not just the damage, how does he have so many skills? Upon hearing this, everyone began to observe Lin Chen closely. They found that, just as the mage had said, Lin Chen was weaving through the demons using various skills. Every few seconds, he would take down another one. The key was that when the demons attacked him, it felt like mere tickles. Such high health. Is he really a fragile necromancer? His damage is so high, no wonder he dares to slay gods. But how many skills does he actually have? Lin Chen's attack methods were incredibly diverse. He had ranged attacks, melee attacks, control skills, damage output, and even healing skills. Damn, I'm so envious. Envious my ass. Are we even in the same world as him? True, we can only worship someone like him. Successfully killed level 99 Fire Tribe Fire bye-bye, experience 50,000. Killed Demon Fire Tribe, skill point 1, spirit 1. Successfully killed level 179 Mountain Tribe Mountain not far, experience 150000. Killed Demon Mountain Tribe. 3 minutes passed. The nearly 100 demons, who had been so aggressive, were now all lying on the ground. So comfortable. Lin Chen glanced at his panel information and was surprised to find he had gained 9 skill points. After killing the puppet master, he had already used all the skill points from the wood and wind tried demons to enhance his void walk and mountain split skills. This time, he could just upgrade his necromancy to level 9. At level 9, he would unlock the new unit, the skeleton mage. This would be a significant boost for his necromancer army. With the demons defeated, many materials dropped around him. There were equipment, skill books, and some special items. Lin Chen's display had been quite violent, but the others were somewhat shaken by his performance. In just 3 minutes, he had taken down demons that they had even prepared to break through to the second tier. People really do make you feel inferior. Fortunately, these professional players had strong mental fortitude. When they saw Lin Chen approaching, they quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you, big shot. Thanks for that earlier. Ha, Xian, we still need your help. Zhang Fan was the first to walk over and smile. Chen Wanqiu, Lu Dareduo, and members of the Lazy Bug team also gathered around. Lin Chen first nodded at those who expressed their thanks. Then he collected the dropped items and materials from the ground and started chatting with Zhang Fan and the others. After briefly discussing the matter of change, Lin Chen asked if they had seen any rabbit-type monsters around. Change had only mentioned the vicinity of the osmanthus tree but hadn't specified a location. Lin Chen was now only over 30 meters away from this legendary towering giant tree, such a close distance. He did not see the jade rabbit that Change mentioned. In the taskbar, the supreme artifact also did not detect any materials that could be used for repairs. We came here a bit late, you can ask them, Zhang Fan said, pointing to the professional players not far away. Lin Chen nodded. Earlier, at the palace gate, these people had been hiding under the osmanthus tree to avoid the aftermath of the 4th-tier battle. They should know something. However, before he could ask, someone pointed behind the osmanthus tree. Before the great battle, there was indeed a rabbit monster here. But after the battle, it ran in this direction holding a mortar and pestle. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Lin Chen glanced at the speaker and found him somewhat familiar. The badge on his clothing was from Mingzhu University. He must have seen him on campus before. It's nothing, big guy, the other party said, flattered, quickly waving his hand. Lin Chen thanked him again and then said to Zhang Fan and the others, it's not safe for you here, wait for me in front of the palace. He pointed to the ruins of the square in front of the palace. Okay, be careful, Zhang Fan nodded. Chen Wanqiu and Lu Daer also quickly nodded, advising, Xian, be careful. The Lin Chen responded, mounted his steed, and headed in the direction indicated by the person. Time passed little by little. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at a small mound and saw a humanoid rabbit sleeping. It was holding a medicine jar in its arms, with a pestle placed beside it. However, its condition was a bit special. These humanoid rabbits were basically just skeletons. No wonder Change said before. After he killed this rabbit, he should burn the bones and bury them. There are indeed many jade rabbits in this Guanhan palace. But this should be the true jade rabbit that accompanies Change, right? Lin Chen thought of the legend of the jade rabbit pounding medicine and summoned a skeleton soldier to launch an attack. Time flew by. Half an hour later, Lin Chen flew to the square in front of the palace on his gourd staff. He hadn't had time to greet Zhang Fan and the others before his figure disappeared and reappeared inside the Guanhan palace. Fairy, I have completed the task. You did well. Change was still lying sideways on the bed, gently waving her jade fan. But why didn't you burn and bury its bones, but instead took them away? Lin Chen scratched his head and smiled. Fairy Change, you wouldn't want to lose the jade rabbit forever, would you? Little guy, you have quite the nerve. Change glanced at Lin Chen and waved her hand casually. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt an even greater pressure on him. He almost knelt down. It's unfair, Fairy Change. Lin Chen touched his nose. I didn't mean what you think. Oh, what do you think I mean? Boom, the pressure increased. Lin Chen's legs trembled. He truly felt wronged. Facing Change, how could he dare to have any improper thoughts? However, how could a mythological figure like Change understand the nuances in his words? Little guy, don't think I know what you're thinking? If you don't give me a suitable reason, I'll make you and that Wu Gang punish trees in this moon palace for 100 years. Punish trees for 100 years? Lin Chen felt he couldn't be cheeky anymore. Fortunately, after Change finished speaking, he felt much lighter. It gave him a chance to explain. Ahem, Fairy, the reason I took the jade rabbit's bones is to help you. Lin Chen scratched his head and began to explain. Since he entered the Guanhan Palace ruins, he had encountered 3 world-class rabbit monsters so far. The first jade rabbit was the one he encountered right after entering the Guanhan Palace ruins. It was the size of a small mountain, chubby, and was gnawing on a carrot. The second jade rabbit was the humanoid rabbit-eared one he encountered when entering the palace, looking like the character Gong Sunli from the game. The last jade rabbit was the skeletal jade rabbit he had just encountered near the osmanthus tree. 3 rabbit monsters, different forms. Normally, they should be different species. However, Lin Chen found that on the kill panel, their kill prompts were all the same. They were all called jade rabbits. Lin Chen couldn't believe that the jade rabbit was a species. After all, there were quite a few rabbit monsters at the carrot jade rabbit before. However, their suffixes were all rabbit, not jade rabbit. As a result, when Change wanted to burn and bury the skeletal jade rabbit, it was quite revealing. Lin Chen believed even more that the jade rabbit had split into three. In Taoist teachings, humans have three treasures: essence, energy, and spirit. The jade rabbit is not human, but Lin Chen felt it shouldn't be too different. In other words, these three jade rabbits were all true jade rabbits, representing the physical body, the skeleton, and the spirit of the jade rabbit, respectively. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit. Change gently furrowed her delicate brows. The situation of the jade rabbit is indeed similar to what you guessed. But what does this have to do with you taking away its skeleton? It does, of course. Lin Chen smiled, then waved his hand, transferring the three skeletal jade rabbits out of the frost domain. In fact, he had sensed something was off when he encountered the humanoid rabbit-eared jade rabbit in the palace. So after killing the latter two, he didn't convert them into undead creatures. Nor did he rush to use the undead contract. Only the larger one. Lin Chen treated it as a reserve food supply. After all, given the situation at the time, he didn't know how long he would be trapped in this ruin. When he entered, he hadn't brought much food. Of course, this was something he could only think about internally. Lin Chen wouldn't mention it to Change. What are you doing? Change slowly stood up from the bed, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand. Don't be anxious, fairy. Change could no longer regard her as a homebody trapped in the ruins. It was clear that she understood the references he had made earlier. She obviously knew what his profession as an undead mage was useful for. And in the public's perception, an undead mage's treatment of monster corpses was nothing more than corpse explosion and enslavement. This was disrespectful to the corpses. However, he was different. Fairy, I know you're anxious. But please don't rush. Lin Chen waved his hand, transferring two corrupted flying-made corpses from the frost domain. Then, without further ado, he released the undead resurrection on one of them. Accompanied by the flickering of green flames, the corrupted flying-maid quickly revived. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, saw the surrounding scene, and immediately knelt on the ground. Greetings, fairy. Moon Change nodded gently. Only then did the corrupted flying-maid stand up, and upon seeing Lin Chen, her face showed a look of surprise as she hurriedly bowed. Greetings, master. Lin Chen smiled and didn't say much. Oh, interesting? A hint of surprise flashed in Change's eyes, but her tone remained cold. Your skill can actually bring corpses back to life. But what use is that? As time passes, those who are meant to die will still die. As expected of a fairy, you see right through it. Stop flattering. Just speak plainly. Change shot Lin Chen a glance. Where is the flattery? Lin Chen touched his nose. In fact, he really felt that the phrase bring back to life perfectly summarized the effect of the undead resurrection skill. However, seeing Change's impatient demeanor, Lin Chen decided to get straight to the point. Fairy, this is just one of my skills. Lin Chen smiled. I have another skill that can achieve an even more powerful effect than bringing back to life. As he spoke, Lin Chen released the skill, the undead contract, on another corpse. Accompanied by the command to stand up, the already deceased corrupted flying maid began to burst forth with oily green flames. Soon, this corrupted flying maid actually opened her eyes. Unlike the other maid beside her, whose health was continuously decreasing, this one not only had a full health bar but also exuded a stronger aura. Seeing the state of this maid, a glint of brilliance flashed in Change's eyes, and she suddenly appeared beside the maid. Without waiting for the maid to react, she began to check her condition. Not bad. Change curled her lips and returned to the bed. You want to use this skill to revive the jade rabbit, but you don't know how to do it, right? After all, these three are all jade rabbits. You don't know how to resurrect the real one. Impressive. Lin Chen couldn't help but admire Change. Truly a mythical figure, she was almost prophetic. Contracting a jade rabbit was indeed what he had in mind. However, he found himself in a bit of a dilemma. He didn't want to contract any of these three, but the real jade rabbit. After all, according to mythological legends, the real jade rabbit could very well become his first mythical contract beast. Does the fairy know how to? Lin Chen tentatively began. You little rascal, you're not very old, but you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Change turned over, lying on her side on the bed, propping her chin on one hand as she looked at Lin Chen. Even if you use a skill to resurrect the real jade rabbit, it will just become your pet. What does that have to do with me? Lin Chen rubbed his nose. He had to admit that dealing with someone too clever could be a bit challenging. How about this, fairy? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, after resurrecting the jade rabbit, I can ask for its willingness. If it doesn't want to come with me, I'll dissolve the contract. Then he'll bury its remains under the osmanthus tree, which would also satisfy the fairy's previous request. This seemed to stir her interest. She fell silent for a moment. Lin Chen didn't rush her, quietly standing by, waiting for a response. Finally, Change let out a gentle sigh. All right. As her words fell, Change waved her hand, wrapping up the 3 jade rabbit corpses, which then transformed into a ball of light. Before long, the 3 corpses of the jade rabbits simultaneously burst forth with a soft white light. The radiance grew stronger and stronger, eventually turning into a blinding brilliance. Lin Chen instinctively squinted. When the light dissipated, he found that the 3 corpses of the jade rabbits had vanished. In their place was a cute little rabbit, about the size of a domestic rabbit, entirely snow-white and glistening like jade. Change gently patted the rabbit's head and then looked at Lin Chen. Come on, now it's up to you. Thank you, fairy. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. With this real jade rabbit corpse, he had a great chance of obtaining his first divine beast. Although after resurrection, he still needed to ask the jade rabbit if it was willing to follow him. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly used the undead contract. Accompanied by the release of the skill, a dazzling white light suddenly burst forth from the orb in his hand. Immediately after, Lin Chen felt a peculiar wave emanating from the contract mark. In the next second, the entirely snow-white, jade-like rabbit sprang to life, hopping around in front of him. Jade Rabbit. A look of surprise appeared on Change's face. Lin Chen also felt a surge of joy. This jade rabbit was completely different from the ones he had encountered before. It exuded an ethereal aura. Moreover, on the attribute panel there was only one name. Contract Beast Jade Rabbit Quality Divine Beast Level 10 Available Specializations Constitution Strength Magic Agility Note Divine Beasts possess powerful growth potential and have an all-attribute enhancement. Clearly, this was the real Jade Rabbit. And indeed, it was a divine beast. Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to inquire about the Jade Rabbit's willingness. Just as he had told Change, if the Jade Rabbit was unwilling, he would dissolve the contract. After all, he wasn't the kind of person who could force someone. At this moment, the jade rabbit was already cradled in Change's arms. She caressed the rabbit's features, her eyes filled with joy. Lin Chen took a couple of steps forward, looked at the jade rabbit, and softly asked, "Do you want to come with me?" The little rabbit's head stared at Lin Chen, its red eyes revealing no joy or sorrow. But as Lin Chen's contract beast, he could sense the turmoil in the jade rabbit's heart. In mythological legends, Change and the jade rabbit had been companions for many years. They were like master and servant, yet also like sisters. Now, that relationship was about to be broken. Lin Chen was to become the Jade Rabbit's master. Change said nothing. In fact, she was even more conflicted than the Jade Rabbit. She was naturally very happy that the rabbit could be resurrected. However, would the person who died truly return as the same? In the future, would the Jade Rabbit once again face divine demise? Lin Chen did not know what Change was thinking. Seeing the Jade Rabbit looking a bit conflicted, he took out a carrot. This was the prop he had used to open the door earlier. After the door opened, the carrot returned to his backpack. The Jade Rabbit glanced at the carrot, then leaned its little head closer to Change. It seems the Jade Rabbit doesn't want to. Change sighed lightly, just about to say forget it. But the Jade Rabbit hopped out of Change's arms and jumped in front of Lin Chen, rubbing its head against the carrot in Lin Chen's hand. Change was taken aback, then a smile appeared on her lips. "You little rascal, you really are greedy." Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly tempted, "I have plenty of carrots here. If you come with me, you'll have fresh carrots to eat every meal." Crunch crunch crunch. "So how many can you eat in one meal?" A crisp voice rang out. Lin Chen was not surprised at all. This was a divine beast. Surely it had intelligence and could speak. "You can eat as many as you want." The Jade Rabbit's ears twitched after hearing this. "Then I can eat 3, no, I can eat 5. Alright, then 5. Upon hearing this, the Jade Rabbit's ears flapped even faster. It stretched out its paw and made a 3. I can eat 3 in a day." As it spoke, the Jade Rabbit's eyes twinkled. "I can have 5 meals. 5 meals, alright. There will be carrots for all 5 meals." "Hey, really? Then in one day, it's 1 times 5 equals 5, 2 times 5 equals 10, 3 times 5 equals 20, 5 times 5 equals 60. Slap. Lin Chen slapped his forehead. He had never seen a rabbit with such good math skills. Change couldn't help but chuckle. The Jade Rabbit blinked in confusion. Did it make a mistake? Or was it tricked by Lin Chen? No, I need to recalculate." The Jade Rabbit shook its head like a rattledrum. 5 is enough. 5 for every meal. "Oh." The Jade Rabbit excitedly shook its little head. "So I will have 5 carrots for every meal from now on?" "Yes." Lin Chen rolled his eyes. He could see it now. He was going to raise a glutton. But gluttons were not so bad. At least they were easy to trick. Although this situation seemed a bit off. As a divine beast, this math, never mind. Since it was here, having a divine beast was better than not having one. Thank you, fairy, then I. Alright, since it wants to follow you, take it with you. Change smiled as she handed the jade rabbit to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took the jade rabbit, just about to say goodbye, when Change waved her hand. In an instant, Lin Chen felt his body lighten considerably. His expression changed, and he quickly opened his attribute panel. Sure enough, he found that the divine punishment had ended. Moreover, he had gained a permanent increase in casting speed and attack speed. Comfortable. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he thanked Change. Thank you, fairy. Change smiled slightly. You helped the jade rabbit, and you helped me. I should be the one to thank you. Lin Chen smiled and asked again, fairy, can you open the exit to the ruins? Change nodded. Take out the moonstone. Lin Chen was taken aback. Moonstone? He instinctively took out the moonstone that had dropped from the demonized celestial soldier he had killed at the palace gate. After receiving it, Change pressed her hands together and rubbed it. A faint blue light spread out from the moonstone. If you want to leave, just smash it on the ground. Thank you. Lin Chen quickly took the moonstone and thanked Change again. Change smiled slightly and said nothing more. Lin Chen did not hesitate any longer. He took a deep look at Change. Coming to the Guanghan Palace ruins had brought him many opportunities. Of course, his understanding of this world had also become much clearer. However, he was still too weak. If he wanted to know more, he had to improve his strength quickly. It's time to leave. Lin Chen cupped his fists and was about to leave when Change waved her hand to stop him. The entrance can last for 5 minutes. After you say goodbye to those outside, come back here first. Come back? Lin Chen did not understand what Change was planning. 5 minutes isn't enough to do anything. With doubts in his heart, Lin Chen naturally didn't dare to stay away for long. He temporarily handed the jade rabbit over to Change and nodded. Then, with a wave of Change's arm, Lin Chen found himself in the square outside the palace. At this moment, the originally empty square had turned into ruins due to the battle. Zhang Fan and the professional players leading the other professionals were all waiting here. Seeing Lin Chen come out, Zhang Fan approached him. How's it going, Xian? Lin Chen nodded and revealed the moonstone. Got it, we can leave now. As he spoke, Lin Chen smashed the moonstone, and a spatial gate appeared. Buzz! The moment the spatial gate appeared, the professionals all stood up. It's out, it's out. The ruins are finally coming to an end. Awesome. Haha, surviving means I've accomplished something. When I go back, those people in my family shouldn't mock me anymore. Hearing the sound of the spatial gate, the professionals knew that the Yuhang Palace ruins were about to end. In an instant, excitement showed on their faces. They repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Lin Chen. Many even introduced themselves, hoping to invite Lin Chen to their homes later. Lin Chen smiled and responded to them, then turned to Zhang Fan. But you guys go ahead, I still have some things to handle. Alright. Zhang Fan patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, then we'll wait for you at the exit. After saying that, Zhang Fan and the others left first. Then the professional players leading the other professionals also departed. Glancing at the time, there were 4 minutes left until the exit closed. Just as he was about to turn around, a flash appeared before him, and he found himself back inside the palace. Fairy, I'm back. Change nodded. Take this. This moonstone allows you to travel freely to and from the Yuhang Palace 10 times, each time with a 1-month interval. Ha! Lin Chen was taken aback, taking the moonstone that looked exactly like the previous one. Of course, this moonstone seemed to shine a bit brighter. What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to renovate the Yuhang Palace and install air conditioning for me? Well, Lin Chen scratched his head, seeing Change's eyes narrow, and quickly nodded. It's not impossible. Then it's settled. Next time you come in, bring some people to level the ground outside first. Find a designer to create a garden behind the palace, with a hot spring. Designer, garden, hot spring. Lin Chen felt dazed. Is this still a mythical figure? Are you sure she's not a modern person? Sigh. Why did I say so much back then? Lin Chen felt a bitter smile in his heart. As the saying goes, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. So what about accompanying a deity? Lin Chen looked at the moonstone in his hand, feeling it was a hot potato. In fact, for ruins like the Yuhang Palace that have mythical figures, the strategy of the Xia Kingdom is to avoid provoking them if possible. Now, it's good. He can come and go freely, and he's also expected to renovate the Yuhang Palace ruins. Note, it's the entire ruins. Lin Chen previously thought it was just renovating this palace. No, he needs to get some benefits. Ahem. Lin Chen glanced at the time. The exit could still hold for 2 minutes, which was enough. Rubbing his hands, Lin Chen tentatively said, Fairy, the defensive shield of the ruins has nearly 1,000 kilometers. Renovating it all would be a bit difficult. And what? Change tilted her head, looking at Lin Chen with a half smile. You want compensation, right? No. Lin Chen touched his nose, his expression serious. What I mean is, the ruins are vast and the difficulty of renovation is one thing, but mainly, once the monsters breed after the repairs, they will cause destruction again. Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite attentive. Forget it. Change flicked her finger, and 2 more moonstones fell into Lin Chen's hand. This. Lin Chen's face turned bitter. What does this mean? Is she asking him to come often? If Brother Hui knew about this, it wouldn't be good. Sigh, garlic bird, garlic bird. Anyway, the monsters in this ruin are not weak. If I can come often, I can treat it as a reserve army, Lin Chen thought to himself, taking the opportunity to stash the 2 moonstones into his backpack. This stone is. Lin Chen was stunned. The function of these 2 moonstones was different from the relic access item that could be used 10 times earlier. The effect was incredibly powerful. Item, Moonstone Blessing from Change Effect. After use, can evolve an orange legendary non-talent magic card into a golden mythic level. Magic card evolution. And it evolves into mythic level. What a huge gain. Although it couldn't evolve the rarest talent level magic cards, rarity doesn't equate to value. Lin Chen possessed the Lucky Revolver, a magic card even more impressive than a talent card. Not bad. Just in time, the Lucky Revolver is out of bullets. The Lucky Revolver had previously evolved into an orange legendary level using the evolution stones rewarded by the school. This time, the item given by Change was just right to evolve it into mythic level. Thank you, Fairy. Lin Chen smiled, making a promise. Don't worry, Fairy, I can start renovating the Moon Palace right now. Oh, Change raised an eyebrow. It's like this. Lin Chen briefly explained his plan to Change. Soon, after listening, Change waved her hand, and the 2 appeared outside the palace simultaneously. Looking at the exit that would close in just over a minute, Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. Calmly, he summoned 20,000 skeleton soldiers from the Frost Realm. These skeletons were the weakest type for him now. Unless his skills reached level 10 and he had a skeleton priest, the combat power of the soldiers could only rise a notch. However, although their strength was a bit lacking, they were just right for labor. The 20,000 skeleton soldiers appeared in the uneven, already ruined square, their momentum grand. Not bad. It just felt like he had become a contractor. He waved his hand to signal the skeleton soldiers to be quiet. Lin Chen explained to Change, Fairy, some demonized heavenly soldiers will spawn around the palace. These skeletons are relatively weak, so I will need your help to control those heavenly soldiers when the time comes. To prevent them from interfering with the skeletons renovating the ruins, Lin Chen briefly mentioned some precautions. Then he arranged for the previously contracted demonized flying maid to stay at the ruins. Having used the undead contract skill, this maid was naturally of high rank. Before the contract, she was a lord-level boss, and after the contract, she was a rare level just below divine beasts. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The more crucial aspect was that this flying maid was very intelligent. After explaining everything, Lin Chen bid farewell to Change. Don't worry, Fairy, I will definitely hire the top designer for you. Preferably someone skilled in ancient styles. Change nodded. No problem. Lin Chen nodded. Noticing that Change didn't show much reaction, he secretly thought it was a pity. He had originally wanted to see if he could ask for another evolution stone, but 2 were enough. This was an item that could evolve magic cards into mythic level. With such a large force as Mingzhu University, neither the Credit Exchange Store nor the Honor Points Exchange Guild had it. This shows how precious it is. Time was short. Lin Chen didn't say much more. He cupped his hands in salute and turned to dive into the relic exit. Buzz. The relic exit twisted. Lin Chen walked out from within the relic. Just as he steadied himself, he heard a voice. Ah Xin, you finally came out. We almost thought something happened to you. Zheng Fan walked over and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. Lin Chen laughed heartily. What could happen to me? He patted Zheng Fan's arm and casually looked around the environment. Outside the relic, unlike inside, the black mist still lingered. Fortunately, Lu Daer was still there. The earlier incident where second-tier professionals were ejected from the black mist hadn't occurred. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had been quite worried about the possibility of everyone finally leaving the relic together, only to get separated again. This should be the old camp before the anomaly at the Divine Grace Cemetery. Lu Daer also came over, greeted him, and said, "We took a quick look at the surrounding environment before you came out. There are some familiar architectural ruins here. It should be the old camp before the anomaly at the Divine Grace Cemetery." An old camp? That means they are still over 70 kilometers away from the new camp. Lin Chen had checked the information before arriving at the Divine Grace Cemetery. After the anomaly occurred, the black mist gradually spread, finally stopping over 60 kilometers from the old camp. Therefore, the new camp was built 70 kilometers away. Not bad. It's not too far. If they didn't know where this was, 70 kilometers would be a bit troublesome. Now that they know it's the old camp, it's much easier. After all, knowing the location makes it easy to determine the direction. The troublesome part about the black mist is that visibility is low, making it hard to clarify the direction. But now, that problem has been resolved. At this moment, Chen Wanqiu and the Lazy Worm team also walked over. Even the teams led by professional players had not left. Upon seeing Lin Chen, they all gathered around. Lin Chen greeted each of them in turn, then followed everyone to a building ruin. After confirming it was the old camp, Lin Chen nodded. No problem, this is indeed the ruin of the old camp. Let's head back to the new camp. We need to report the situation here. Everyone nodded, preparing to set off. Buzz just then. A loud noise echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up. An anomaly suddenly occurred. The dense black mist slowly gathered into a single eye. Damn! Lin Chen cursed as soon as he saw it. Just as he was about to enter the frost domain, he suddenly felt his body sink. The ground beneath his feet seemed to have a hole, and he began to fall downwards. By the time Zhang Fan and Chen Wanqiu reacted, the eye in the sky had disappeared, and Lin Chen was nowhere to be seen. Even the ground beneath Lin Chen showed no signs of anomaly anymore. What to do? Watching Lin Chen disappear, the members of the Lazy Worm team, who had regarded him as their backbone, felt a bit anxious. Let's head back first. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Xian is lucky, he should be safe. Once we return, we will report the situation in the ruins. Senior Li should come over. At that time, we can ask Senior Li for help. Zhang Fan, being from a military family, was methodical in his actions. After a simple arrangement, the others had no objections and prepared to return. However, Chen Wanqiu clenched her palms. I'll stay here. I have a way to contact him. I can reach him in time from here, and I can guard the spot where he disappeared. The falling time is 2.5 minutes. According to the free fall formula, have I fallen 10,000 meters to the ground? In the darkness, Lin Chen stepped on a cyclone and slowly descended to the ground. Lin Chen looked around. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. TSK, the visibility around here is even lower than the black mist. He could only see within 3 meters. One day, I'll deal with you. Lin Chen muttered a couple of words, feeling very indignant. Without a doubt, the eye he had seen before in Jianghai City, far away in the scene of the anomaly, was the same one. No need to guess. It was definitely related to the great terror rumored about the Divine Grace Cemetery. If those ruins with mythical figures had potential dangers, then the Life Forbidden Zone was a clear and present danger. Each Life Forbidden Zone represents at least one level 400 or above Lord level monster residing within. Above world class is the Overlord level, and Lord level is a tier higher than Overlord level. Currently, 7 Life Forbidden Zones have been discovered worldwide. Each Life Forbidden Zone contains at least one Lord level monster. Take the most recently discovered Life Forbidden Zone, for example. It was found by the Beautiful Country. During their exploration, they discovered a Lord level monster. The Beautiful Country was confident. As the world's #1 superpower, they had the most elite professionals, including Einstein. In fact, they had 5 of the top 10 ranked professionals in the world. After discovering the Life Forbidden Zone, the Beautiful Country confidently sent 2 of their top figures, excluding Einstein, to try to encircle that Lord-level monster. However, those top figures who entered never came out again. The Beautiful Country was unwilling to accept this. They tried several more times and even sought help from Einstein. However, when the top figures of this blue planet appeared, they still failed to stir any waves after entering. In the end, they could only helplessly announce that it was a forbidden zone for life. The strength of a monarch-level monster should be comparable to change. What does such a powerful being want with me? After his eyes were drawn here, there was still no news. If it weren't for the lack of sensing any life-threatening danger, Lin Chen would have long used the Moonstone to enter the Guanghan Palace ruins and ask Change for help. After all, he was the head of the Guanghan Palace renovation team. Change should at least protect him, right? After waiting for another 2.5 minutes, there was still no movement. Lin Chen simply took out the Grim Reaper's scythe, gathering a ball of soul fire between the blades, and looked around. The surroundings were not exactly spacious. In fact, they felt a bit cramped. On both sides were pale white rocks tinged with gray. In front and behind were passages, resembling the alleys encountered in the underground city of the Longmen Grottos. Lin Chen chose not to act immediately. One reason was that it was too dark here, and he hadn't purchased night vision goggles. Another reason was that he had just fallen down. Although he wasn't clear about the situation here yet, he had a vague guess in his mind. If he was right, this place was a great opportunity but also a significant risk. I hope it's the place I'm thinking of, Lin Chen thought to himself, casually summoning 4 bat spirits from the frost domain. 2 in front and 2 behind, they flew slowly to scout the environment.